Chapter 1. The Academy of Destruction in the Realm of Dragon Ball. Lies the void realm, a vast expanse of violet land floats serenely in the cosmos at this very moment. The heart of this cosmic domain is marked by an antiquated castle, its architecture adorned predominantly in shades of purple. Outside the encompassing walls of this structure, a bewildered young man with obsidian hair stands in a daze. This perplexed youth is none other than Yunfeng, who has inadvertently traversed from the realm of reality into the world of Dragon Ball. He gazes in disbelief at the grand entrance before him, where 5 haphazard characters proclaim Academy of Destruction. The lettering is notably sloppy and uneven, yet Yunfeng seems to comprehend its meaning. It is indeed curious. He has inexplicably materialized in the Dragon Ball universe. Staring in astonishment at his flawless physique, is this what they call transmigration? This experience starkly contrasts with his prior notions, and the knowledge he had encountered before it is utterly bizarre. He had heard tales of transmigration, often involving a protagonist's halo, or some golden finger, wise old mentors, and various forms of support, or perhaps a chance to thrive in a new world and unleash one's latent potential. Yet this appears to deviate significantly from his expectations, leaving him with an odd sensation about his current situation. This bewilderment was the primary reason for Yunfeng's earlier state of confusion, but he soon grasped the reality of his predicament, rubbing his throbbing temples. Yunfeng slowly assimilated the disconcerting memories flooding into his consciousness. Indeed, he has confirmed that he has crossed over, and astonishingly, he finds himself in the animated realm of Dragon Ball. Well, he could tolerate this, but the sight of his youthful form stirred feelings of profound incredulity. Is he truly a legendary scion? A fabled angel? This is not at all what he had envisioned. Moreover, it seems this place is not one typically described within the lore of Dragon Ball. What exactly is this Academy of Destruction? Yunfeng pressed his hand against his aching head. Overwhelmed by a torrent of memories in an instant, he sorted through the influx of recollections. This experience might be entirely distinct from the tales of others who had traversed worlds. He had not inherited the legendary physique of a super scion, nor possessed any celestial energy. Instead, he has become an apprentice god of destruction, a mere student within the Academy of Destruction. This revelation left Yunfeng utterly speechless. The definition of a god of destruction in the Dragon Ball universe seems rather awkward. Although they are deemed the pinnacle of combat prowess, there exist beings, such as the angels or the Omni King, who surpass them in power. However, it is said to be quite weak, yet significantly more powerful than the average race. After all, it is renowned as the god of destruction. Soon, Yunfeng adapted to his current state. Since the starting point is not particularly high, he resolved to pursue excellence to the utmost. Having arrived, he would settle in. Now that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, he aimed to achieve something remarkable in this realm. Indeed, having been granted this opportunity for rebirth, he must seize it. Regardless of his initial standing, the ultimate goal remains unchanged: to become an invincible entity. Within this timeline at that moment, Yunfeng offered a self-deprecating smile, pondering if he was overthinking things. Indeed, the aspiration to transform into an invincible being and traverse the vast cosmos is a dream shared by every traveler, yet how many can truly achieve it? Apart from his own diligence and reliance on his innate energy, he found it futile to depend on others. However, dwelling on such thoughts bore no significance. Since he had been afforded this opportunity, he must utilize it to its fullest potential. At this juncture, Yunfeng cast aside all unrealistic notions and began to embrace the divine body he had newly acquired. Indeed, it was a godlike physique, endowed with the energy characteristic of a god of destruction. Externally, he appeared no different from an ordinary human. This realization brought Yunfeng a profound sense of relief. According to his memories from a previous life, the gods of destruction in the Dragon Ball universe were predominantly represented by various animals or peculiar species. Unexpectedly, he had either been fortunate or unfortunate enough to receive a human form, along with the status of an apprentice god of destruction, which quelled the unease within him. After all, no one desires to possess a fragment of divine power only to transform into some bizarre creature. Nonetheless, he sensed a subtle purple aura emanating from within his body, forming a continuous internal cycle. It evoked a feeling of perpetual vitality. In that moment, Yunfeng felt as if he had indeed crossed into a martial arts realm. The power of destruction flowed through him like the internal energy described in martial arts lore, circulating endlessly within his being. Perhaps this was the unique essence of the god of destruction's status. However, gazing at the apprentice god of destruction badge hanging from his chest left him momentarily speechless. It seemed he was indeed merely an apprentice, which likely explained his presence outside the gates of the God of Destruction Academy. With this thought, Yunfeng fully embraced his current condition, reveling in the extraordinary power of destruction coursing through him. Chapter 2. The ambush by Champa. In the vibrant world of Dragon Ball, Luo had arrived with this thought, an excited glimmer spark in his eyes, and he focused intently on a shadowy figure stealthily approaching him, invoking a strangely familiar sensation. Luo felt an unexpected, stealthy aura surrounding him. How could this be? Suddenly, the elusive figure halted abruptly, seemingly having been discovered. However, this was inconsequential, as that figure promptly vanished from sight. In the next moment, a peculiar wave of energy inexplicably manifested behind Luo. Accompanying this strange fluctuation, a corpulent and cumbersome silhouette suddenly appeared behind him, exclaiming, "Hee hee, behold my devastating three-hit combo. Take that, you little brat." With three swift, whistling sounds, a series of unusual wind-breaking attacks surged towards the back of Luo head, heart, and lower back in rapid succession. This individual actually resorted to a sneak attack. A glimmer of determination flashed in Luo eyes as he swiftly responded despite being a modern individual transported to the Dragon Ball universe. He had been an ardent practitioner of traditional Chinese martial arts before his journey. Although not invincible, he was well-versed in various martial techniques, of course. In his previous life, he possessed a unique internal cultivation method, and in the Dragon Ball realm, it seemed that the power of destruction bore some resemblance to internal martial arts. Nevertheless, that was of little importance at this moment. Luo's mind raced as he rapidly adjusted his body into the correct position. With three light and graceful evasive maneuvers, he narrowly dodged the three consecutive and fierce attacks from behind as Luo elegantly evaded the strikes. His assailant muttered, "Huh, this can't be. This bastard actually managed to evade my three-hit sneak attack. No way. How could this be possible?" As the attacker momentarily froze in disbelief, Luo was not the type to merely endure blows without retaliating. In that instant of distraction, he devised a completely new counter-strategy. Indeed, Luo had realized that his martial arts technique seemed to enhance the power of destruction in this world. With his adversary having launched a sneak attack and now momentarily stunned, this was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even without such a chance, Luo's martial prowess would enable him to create an advantageous situation, especially given the glaring opening presented. While his assailant, Champa, stood dazed, he suddenly noticed a size 45 shoe sole hurtling towards his face. This rascal. How dare he retaliate? Champa was filled with a sense of frustration and despair. Initially intending to surprise the young man with a sneak attack, he never anticipated that this fellow would dare to fight back, employing such an audacious tactic against him. Yet, pondering further was futile now. Before me, the imposing sole of a size 45 shoe came hurtling towards me, leaving an indelible mark upon the rotund visage of Champa, the infamous god of destruction from Universe 6 in the Dragon Ball realm. Indeed, this very individual who had dared to ambush me now bore the insignia of a god of destruction, much like myself. At present, he was merely a student at the God of Destruction Academy, though the reason for his stealthy approach to my academy's entrance remained a mystery. His unorthodox method of greeting me was certainly unexpected. However, the significance of such details paled in comparison to the resounding bang that echoed as Champa was forcefully imprinted against the wall. With my exertion and his anguished cry, the future overlord of Universe 6 was sent hurtling away, colliding with the Academy's towering wall, where his ample form left a distinct D-shape embedded within. In that moment, I stood in astonishment, realizing that my strike had indeed borne fruit. To my surprise, my mastery of traditional Chinese martial arts had seamlessly integrated with the power of destruction. This unexpected synergy defied my prior expectations of a potential learning curve. My agility and mental discipline appeared to harness the destructive energy, yielding a remarkable effect. Perhaps this was the very reason I had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, achieving the status of a god of destruction. If my martial foundation could be wielded effectively in this realm, then the pursuit of refining my destructive power to its utmost pinnacle seemed entirely feasible. Initially, I had harbored concerns about my lack of combat skills in this world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. However, this turn of events felt less like mere fortune and more akin to destiny. Gazing at Champa, firmly embedded in the wall from my forceful kick, I couldn't help but smile faintly. I had not anticipated that the future sovereign of Universe 6 would greet me in such a manner. While I felt a twinge of embarrassment for the excessive force behind my kick, I soon realized that Champa's unusual greeting was an outcome of his own stealthy approach. Despite his intentions to ambush me, it was evident that his attack bore no malice. Champa merely sought to engage in a friendly exchange, albeit one that lacked martial decorum. Yet in the grand scheme of things, such nuances were of little consequence. Behold how this fellow explains himself. Let us set aside the question of explanation for now. At this moment, Luo Feng gently clenched his fist. Perhaps this is a brand new opportunity. Having a future master as a training partner might expedite the integration of his destructive power into his own being. Yet, one question still eluded Luo Feng. Why did this individual ambush him? After all, he had merely just traversed into this world. However, his confusion was soon addressed by a reasonable and perfect explanation from Champa, who had been kicked into the wall crevice by Luo Feng. The rotund figure of Champa emerged, struggling to extricate himself from the narrow gap at this juncture. Our future destroyer, Champa, stood there in an oddly formidable posture, hands on his hips. Yet, the only discordant note was the enormous imprint of Luo Feng's shoe, starkly stamped upon his face in that moment. Champa furiously pointed at Luo Feng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you disregard the principles of martial ethics? You didn't even divulge where you acquired such exquisite combat techniques. It's infuriating that you actually succeeded. How could you have such skills behind my back?" Chapter 3. The challenge of Champa. It turned out that Champa recognized him. With this realization, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had merely traversed time and space, occupying the body of his future destroyer, a novice in the realm of destruction. Thus, it appeared that his presence was not merely an unusual accident, but perhaps a fortuitous coincidence. Yet, upon witnessing Champa's agitated demeanor, Luo Feng could only smile faintly. My apologies, I was a bit cunning just now. It was truly unintentional. The insincerity of this explanation only fueled Champa's anger. As he failed to acknowledge his own reckless behavior of ambushing Luo Feng instead, he continued to curse. When did this guy learn such new combat moves? His status as Luo Feng's close friend left him utterly perplexed. However, amidst Champa's tirade, his gaze fell, and a gleam of gold flickered in his eyes. It was not in Champa's nature to suffer losses. Although his initial ambush had failed, it appeared that Luo Feng had no intention of claiming undue credit. It seemed this individual still possessed his former gentleness, and while the origins of his newfound combat style remained a mystery, that was of little consequence now. Observing Champa's advancing posture, despite his verbal curses, Luo Feng understood that this fellow, though not among the very top ranks of power in the future world, was certainly no ordinary schemer. It appeared that Champa was reluctant to accept the loss he had just incurred if, indeed, the judgment of Luo Feng is accurate. Then in the fleeting moment when Champa and Luo Feng were engaged in conversation, Champa suddenly exerted force with his legs, charging towards Luo Feng's abdomen like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He muttered to himself, "You scoundrel, do you think that a mere kick would go unpunished? This time, I shall not let you off the hook with that." He surged forward like a cannibal, fists clenched and cracking ominously, evidently prepared to engage Luo Feng in a straightforward and rational bout of combat. Utilizing sheer strength perhaps at this moment, Champa was indeed quite forthright, devoid of the cunning demeanor he exhibited when he ascended to the role of the sixth universe's god of destruction. At this juncture, he may have been solely fixated on avenging the humiliation of the earlier kick. However, Champa failed to consider an important aspect. As fellow apprentice gods and members of the God of Destruction Academy, their powers and understanding of the destruction energy were ostensibly quite similar. The disparity in their abilities likely lay solely in the techniques employed and the application of their destructive force. Despite Luo Feng's recent arrival in this realm, the ancient martial arts techniques and skills he had mastered bore an astonishingly high degree of compatibility with the destructive energy prevalent in this Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps at this moment, Luo Feng finds himself at a disadvantage against the higher-ranking angels, as he has yet to fully merge ancient martial arts with the powers of a destroyer. Even Weiss, with his complete mastery of the Ultra Instinct, may not be his match. However, when it comes to this ordinary apprentice destroyer, Champa, Luo Feng navigates the encounter with ease. The audacity of Champa to confront him head-on, despite having previously failed in a surprise attack, leaves Luo Feng questioning the strength of the original Luo Feng, the Sword Heart Destroyer, in close combat before his transcendence. Nonetheless, such reflections have become inconsequential. It is now Luo Feng's soul consciousness that governs this body. Although the mastery of this physical form and the full exertion of his abilities require time and adjustment, having Champa as a sparring partner presents a rare opportunity. Thus, if a direct confrontation is to occur, Luo Feng intends to make this adversary suffer. Despite Champa harboring no ill will, his earlier sneak attack was an undeniable provocation. Luo Feng has never been one to tolerate such insolence. With a graceful shift of his form, Luo Feng deftly evades Champa's fierce strike. As he dodges, Champa momentarily falters in midair. Initially believing Luo Feng had merely relied on luck to evade his ambush, Champa now realizes that this time, Luo Feng did not unleash his full strength in their exchange of blows. Instead, he utilized his peculiar and agile movement to sidestep the attack. Could it be that Luo Feng has inadvertently absorbed Weiss's innate memory technique? Though these thoughts flit through Xiangpa's mind, the consequences of his reckless impulsiveness soon befall him. With ease, Luo Feng sidesteps Xiangpa's assault and retaliates with a seamless flurry of strikes. As he passes by Xiangpa's charge, he delivers a powerful knee strike directly to Xiangpa's abdomen. The impact resonates with a loud thud, and the once mighty Xiangpa, who had just been sent flying moments ago, now finds himself doubled over. At this moment, he was hunched over like a shrimp, continuously expelling bile. Yet the words he wished to disdainfully utter towards Luo Feng eluded him. However, amidst his garbled mutterings, one could discern him cursing, "You! How could you possibly use a knee strike? Where on earth did you learn such a technique?" Observing Xiangpa, who was clutching his abdomen and retching, Luo Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his recent maneuver. Indeed, while the knee strike had successfully toppled Xiangpa to the ground, a glimmer of unwillingness and defiance lingered in his eyes. Could it be that this fellow still harbored such thoughts? Very well, I, Luo Feng, did not come to the Dragon Ball world to play the role of a compliant child or a model citizen. Authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is about silencing all dissent. With this in mind, Luo Feng revealed a gentle smile, quietly directing a chilling grin towards the anguished Xiangpa. This fellow, astonishingly, still dared to smile at me. Was it truly as Xiangpa had surmised, that a colossal footprint was rapidly enlarging before him? Yes, Luo Feng's foot came crashing down once more. And before Xiangpa could utter a single word, he was sent flying by a powerful kick, colliding violently with the outer wall of the academy. At this moment, Luo Feng was slightly taken aback, not due to the casual kick that sent Xiangpa flying, nor from any discomfort or injury that might arise from such an action. Rather, he had come to realize that the very fabric of this space was remarkably resilient. Indeed, just moments ago, he had been contemplating how, despite possessing the formidable power of destruction and employing his skills, he had failed to shatter or disrupt this space in any way. It seemed that the ability to construct the Academy of Destruction within this realm spoke volumes about its extraordinary stability, far exceeding any expectations. However, what truly astonished him was the fact that the wall opposite the Academy was equally robust. Although Xiangpa's corpulent form could be embedded within the wall, upon his extraction, the wall astonishingly began to repair itself autonomously. No wonder this location was chosen as the site for the Academy of Destruction. It possessed unique attributes. Yet, at this moment, it was poor Xiangpa who found himself ensconced within the wall. At this moment, Xiangpa felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This fellow had inexplicably become extraordinarily powerful, and he had not been afforded even a moment to engage in conversation. He had come here with serious matters to attend to, yet had accomplished nothing, uttering not a single word of significance. Once again, he found himself metaphorically pinned against the wall by that insufferable brat, Luo Feng. This was an affront of the highest order. With a determined breath, Xiangpa endeavored once more to extricate himself from the confines of the wall. It seemed that this had become his daily struggle. Chapter 4. A conspiracy. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of despondency washed over Xiangpa. Yet, through his relentless efforts, it appeared that he might indeed have a chance to liberate himself from the crevice. Suddenly, he heard the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps. Upon focusing his gaze, he beheld Luo Feng. This insufferable character had once again donned that disconcerting yet disarmingly warm smile as he approached. At this moment, Xiangpa found himself devoid of the energy to curse or mutter under his breath, and instead shouted, "Wait a moment, you scoundrel. Can you allow me to finish speaking first?" Observing Luo Feng on the opposite side, he noted the slight shrug of his shoulders and the cessation of his advance. At this moment, Xiangpa let out a sigh of relief, grateful that this fellow had not caused further trouble. "All right, if that's the case, speak quickly. Otherwise, the consequences may indeed be dire. However, wasn't this rascal by Rusi supposed to have informed me that his memory function was exceptionally useful? Yet, after 2 encounters with Luo Feng, not once did it activate. What an unreliable character. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. Or it could be attributed to my insufficient comprehension of the realm. Nevertheless, I must first pacify this killing god, Luo Feng. Otherwise, being embedded in the wall once more would not be a pleasant experience, as it is quite painful." With that, Xiangpa rubbed his slightly numb face and his belly. Speaking in a nonchalant manner, Luo Feng, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. I came to assist you, and yet you indiscriminately embedded me into the wall. Is this how one treats a friend? Luo Feng, however, merely maintained his amiable smile. In the face of someone who had attempted to ambush him, he had little patience left. The fact that he was even providing an explanation was already a significant concession to Champa. At this moment, Xiangpa's desire for survival was undeniably intense, especially upon realizing that the other party was unwilling to grant him an opportunity for explanation. Xiangpa, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, swiftly retrieved a black sphere slightly larger than a fist from a small pouch at his back. This object was, in fact, the primary reason for his visit to Luo Feng. As he beheld the black sphere, which radiated faint blue arcs of electricity, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it. What could this black sphere signify? Wait, could it be? Although Luo Feng was not entirely certain, the next moment, Xiangpa provided him with an unequivocal confirmation. What do you think, my friend? You cannot accuse me of being ungrateful this time. Hee. I trust you are aware of what this is. This delightful item was procured after considerable effort alongside that rascal, Beerus, from Mentor Kess. Look, I always think of you first when I come across something intriguing. Yet, you treated me with such harshness. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? As he spoke, Xiangpa raised the black sphere, revealing a smug expression directed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was initially taken aback, but soon came to terms with the situation. Oh, so this fellow managed to acquire the black sphere in conjunction with Beerus from the celestial angel Kess. Humph, let us see what this rascal intends to do with it. Noticing Luo Feng's silence, Xiangpa mistakenly believed that the black sphere had left him utterly astounded. At this moment, the expression of Xiangpa was one of smug satisfaction as he chuckled. Who would have thought that this Beerus fellow has already comprehended the Ultra Instinct? It is essential to note that Ultra Instinct is a technique belonging to the angel race. For us, mere apprentice destroyers, to grasp such profound skills signifies a monumental enhancement to our capabilities. However, perplexingly, I seem to lag significantly behind Beerus in my understanding of this memory technique. I have diligently studied for over 10 hours, yet I have only gleaned the faintest insights. I initially intended to use you as practice, and I truly did not anticipate that I would find myself lacking in talent compared to Beerus in this regard. He merely contemplated the technique for an hour and has already absorbed a substantial essence of the memory skill. By the way, I have good news to share with you. My brother, but how did you acquire such formidable skills and abilities? Although your power and destructive capabilities appear to be on par with the past, why did I not witness your techniques before? It seems that no one in our Destroyer Academy possesses such skills. Upon hearing Xiangpa's continuous explanations and inquiries, Luo Feng finally comprehended that this individual harbored no ill intentions. Rather, he had inadvertently caused quite a stir with Beerus by stealing this black orb and bringing it to me. Previously, Luo Feng had found it somewhat puzzling why both Xiangpa and Beerus possessed a degree of mastery in the memory technique, while other destroyers had no such proficiency. It appears the answer lies here. These two had indeed pilfered the gem-black orb from Angel Kess's staff, which allowed them to glean some understanding of the Ultra Instinct. As for why they chose to target Kess, that remains a curious matter. However, that seems to be a topic for another time. Currently, this fellow has generously presented me with the crystal ball he stole from Kess and revealed secrets regarding the Ultra Instinct. But wait, there must be a hidden agenda. Luo Feng caught a whiff of conspiracy in Xiangpa's demeanor and actions. Could he genuinely be so benevolent? No, that is highly unlikely, especially considering this is a stolen treasure of Angel Kess. Yet, it seems that Xiangpa has found a semblance of calm in his comprehension of the memory technique, unable to master its intricacies. Is he attempting to divert attention elsewhere? Though Xiangpa appeared somewhat foolish, Luo Feng, being well-versed in the plot and character backgrounds, understood that despite Xiangpa's seemingly innocuous demeanor, none of the destroyers across the 12 universes were easy to deal with. Chapter 5, Something is Amiss, Undoubtedly. From Luo Feng's perspective, it was clear that every destroyer was a cunning individual. Is it not true that only with certain information can one emerge as a pillar among the destroyers in the 12 universes? Do not utter such naive sentiments that everything relies on mere luck. It is implausible. All of this is simply impossible. With this thought, Luo Feng found solace. Yet he felt compelled to maintain a facade of civility, for one should never strike a smiling face. Since Xiangpa had already offered a lengthy explanation, Luo Feng chose not to pursue the matter further. He was still reflecting on the sensation of the knee strike followed by 2 kicks. An experience that did not require the aid of memory techniques. In this world of Dragon Balls, where power reigns supreme, one must rely solely on oneself. Others are perpetually untrustworthy. Although the angel race possesses innate memory techniques regarded as top tier in this realm, Luo Feng believed that, as a god of destruction inheriting the bloodline of such, he must commit to mastering this destructive power without overindulgence. While the innate memory techniques could instantaneously enhance his capabilities, for sustainable growth, he ought to further develop his god of destruction powers and swiftly integrate his martial skills into this world, ensuring his advancement. As for the potential to research the god of destruction power to its zenith and discern its true might, that remained a modest aspiration known only to Luo Feng. He sensed that reaching the pinnacle of this destructive power might even grant him abilities akin to those of the Omni King. After all, acquiring such power only to pursue memory techniques felt fundamentally misplaced. Yet, it was rather surprising to learn, through Xiangpa's words, that this endeavor was indeed a collaboration between Xiangpa and Beerus. Furthermore, Beerus had gleaned a fragment of the memory technique from this very artifact. Perhaps this was a stroke of fate for the two. However, Luo Feng had no intention of treading the same conventional path they had taken. Since he had arrived here, his priority was to thoroughly understand the god of destruction power. After all, he possessed formidable martial skills from his previous life, and he believed that a complete integration of these ancient techniques with his current destructive might would enable him to establish a foothold in this world without difficulty. What Luo Feng lacked now was not a fixed technique but rather time. At this moment, the most vexed was the esteemed Xiangpa, who had just extricated himself from a wall. Clutching the black gemstone sphere, he observed Luo Feng, who, contrary to his expectations, did not rush forward with excitement to seize the sphere, but rather stood there with a faint smile, gazing intently at him. At this moment, Luo Feng's gaze and actions instilled a sense of foreboding in Xiangpa. How could this individual be so indifferent? Did he not possess the slightest interest in the art of free memory? No, that cannot be. If Luo Feng were truly so carefree and zen, he would not have unleashed such a fervent attack upon me without restraint. Something is definitely amiss. This rascal Luo Feng must be entangled in some trouble. Just as Xiangpa was about to voice his perplexities, Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively and addressed him. You, boy, refrain from causing me further trouble. You think you have such goodwill towards Beerus? Humph. Do not presume I am oblivious. This must be the magical orb from the staff of the Angel of Kess. Am I correct? You too have audaciously set your sights on the Angel of Kess. I am quite curious to know what outcomes await you following the incident in the East. However, I must extend my gratitude in advance. It is considerate of you to think of me for any potential gains, but as for the art of free memory, I confess I hold little interest. I firmly believe that although we are merely encountering a destroyer god at this juncture, mastering the powers of destruction to their utmost should not be significantly inferior to the art of memory. This, I am exceedingly confident of. At this moment, Champa and Beerus may be unaware that their cultivation of destructive power has reached an impasse. If they wish to achieve further breakthroughs and enhance their abilities, they must tread a different path. However, unbeknownst to them, Luo Feng, as a traveler, possesses profound understanding of a technique within the realm of deities known as the self-memory technique. Indeed, it is not the free memory technique they envision, but rather the self-memory technique that constitutes the rightful path of a destroyer. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng has begun to grasp his current circumstances. The ancient martial arts he brought with him are akin to what was once referred to as external cultivation, while the destructive power he wields belongs to the internal cultivation of his past life. To attain a pinnacle of strength and self-preservation in this world, it is imperative that he meticulously cultivates this so-called internal power, namely the destructive force. Presently, Luo Feng senses that his level of destructive power is comparable to that of Champa, suggesting they are on similar tiers. Yet, it appears that Champa's prowess ranks among the lowest of the destroyers. Thus, Luo Feng's immediate priority is to elevate the intensity and energy of his destructive power. With his goals now established, there seems to be little room for doubt. In light of this, Luo Feng gently narrowed his eyes, plunging into a new realm of contemplation and insight. At that moment, he was suddenly interrupted by Champa's rather lewd voice. Heh, Luo Feng, my brother. I have an unusual request. I wonder if we could discuss it. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. This rascal, having just been beaten, dares to approach him with such a dubious tone. Clearly, he harbors no good intentions. At this moment, Luo Feng squinted his eyes and revealed a warm smile as he regarded Champa. What is it? Speak up. You, my good brother, would never harm me. Champa, however, displayed a foolish grin and, in a rather lewd manner, remarked, I truly do not know where you acquired such formidable techniques. Clearly, our strengths are nearly equal. Yet when it comes to skills, I seem utterly outmatched by you at present. By the way, where did you learn this? You've hidden this ability quite well. If it weren't for my surprise attack this time, compelling you to reveal your true prowess, we would have remained in the dark. That's quite ungracious of you. Hee. Luo Feng wore a silly smile, clearly harboring some ulterior motives. Observing his expressions and actions, it was evident that this rotund fellow was either up to something nefarious or plotting deceit. Soon enough, Champa's true intentions surfaced. Chapter 6. A guilty conscience. He rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic expression plastered across his face as he addressed Luo Feng. What is the name of your technique? Would you be willing to teach it to me? It's truly powerful. While it may not offer a significant boost in energy, it seems to possess some unique advantages in practical application. Though I may not grasp the concept of ultimate mastery, if you could impart your technique to me, I believe I might stand a fighting chance against Quitella or Beerus next time. Although I lack in energy, if my skills could reach a certain level, I wouldn't suffer such a crushing defeat as before, not like how you showed no mercy just now. My face still aches, it's truly excessive. Seeing the foolish expression and lewd smile on Champa's face, Luo Feng finally comprehended the young god's intentions. He had fixated on the evasive maneuvers and striking techniques that Luo Feng had just displayed. This, after all, was Luo Feng's unique secret skill. To desire to learn it was nothing short of a dream. However, out of respect for the treasures Champa had provided, Luo Feng could not outright refuse. His smile grew even more pronounced. Clenching his fists, he continued to squint, warmly addressing Champa, if you wish to learn my technique, it's not a problem. But you must prepare yourself mentally. He then cracked his knuckles, assuming a posture that suggested he was ready to engage physically. Seeing Luo Feng's smile and demeanor, coupled with this peculiar gesture, Champa suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Surely, this fellow wouldn't resort to using his fists to teach me his so-called techniques. It appears that this is indeed the case. As Luo Feng approached deliberately, Champa recalled his earlier encounter. Despite his fervent desire to enhance his strength, as a true destroyer god of this era, he had no inclination towards self-harm. It was clear that the individual before him intended to seize the opportunity of teaching him a technique to settle a personal score. Champa quickly grasped the situation. No wonder Luo Feng had so readily agreed. He certainly harbored no good intentions. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, his willingness to entrust himself to another, particularly to Champa, was indeed a gesture of gratitude. However, the manner in which this was conveyed was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Champa abruptly extended his hands in a halting gesture, delicately yet warmly declining, saying, Well, Luo Feng, I know you are undoubtedly a loyal brother. Since you are unwilling to disclose the origins of the skills you have acquired, if you are willing to teach me, it would still reflect a sense of camaraderie. Yet before we delve into your learned martial arts and skills, I must express that the effort and risk I undertook alongside Beerus to pilfer this angelic gem from Kess was considerable. Therefore, we should first discuss whether you wish to utilize this gem to comprehend the ultimate techniques of the angelic race. After all, this item was procured through our endeavors. And if you do not wish to pursue its insights, I believe I should promptly return it. Should Kess the angel become aware of this incident, the consequences would be dire. At this juncture, Champa glanced around, revealing an air of guilt akin to that of a thief. To divert Luo Feng's attention and quell any thoughts of retaliation, he waved the black gem before him, adopting an expression that seemed to implore, seize this opportunity. Otherwise, this chance may slip away forever. Observing the peculiar expression on Champa's face, Luo Feng could only smile faintly. It appeared that Champa was genuinely intimidated by him at this moment. Nonetheless, there was an element of truth in his words. The opportunity before them was indeed rare. Yet the sight of Champa's triumphant demeanor evoked a sense of exasperation within Luo Feng. Such a character as Champa seemed fitting for a future supreme destroyer of the sixth universe. His demeanor had not yet reached the point of a complete character collapse. Yet in the face of the ultimate technique, Luo Feng comprehended everything. He had little interest in grasping Kess's ultimate techniques. For him, the paramount goal was to refine his destructive power to attain a purer and more profound state. Indeed, Luo Feng contemplated a critical issue. Although his current strength may not match that of an ordinary angel, he found himself more than capable of contending with the present destroyers. However, he was acutely aware of a significant future threat stemming from the Omni King. Within the Dragon Ball universe, the capabilities and strengths of the destroyers belong to one echelon, while those of the angels occupy another. Yet, the true threat resides with the Omni King, the supreme being of this realm. As for the dark arts, they appear to be an insurmountable existence within the original Dragon Ball narrative. To survive here, one must devise a means to overcome the so-called cosmic sorcery of the Omni King. This, indeed, would become his ultimate pursuit. Even possessing the ultimate techniques would not suffice against sorcery. Of course, all of this must remain a mere thought, not something to be openly discussed. Furthermore, even if they were to engage in discourse, in the absence of the cognitive pathways and emotional intelligence akin to that of a certain individual, conversing with him is akin to playing music to cattle. Perhaps, in a moment of inspiration, Luo Feng conceived a most extraordinary idea, startling himself with the uniqueness of his thought. He then took a deep breath, contemplating the possibility that, just perhaps, success might indeed be within reach. At this moment, Luo Feng's thoughts were wholly consumed by the desire to concentrate the destructive power he currently possessed to its utmost potential. Destruction, after all, entails obliterating everything within sight to its fundamental structure. If he could indeed refine this destructive force to its zenith, would it not be possible to dismantle the so-called magic of the King of All? Imagine, when his strength and abilities reached a certain pinnacle, complemented by the enhancements from ancient martial arts and combat techniques, if he could eradicate the erasure technique unleashed by the King of All with a single strike, he would then possess genuine means of self-preservation and authentic leverage in negotiations with various powers in this realm. Chapter 7. Angel Kess. With this realization, a significant weight lifted from Luo Feng's heart. Now that he had a goal and a plan, it was time to act. Procrastination was not in his nature, and hesitating served no purpose. In a world where strength reigns supreme, one must let their power speak for itself. Having grasped the essential elements, it was time to proceed. With a sense of relief washing over him, Luo Feng began to untangle the complexities that had previously eluded him. At this moment, he found himself in a tranquil state, quietly observing the so-called angelic staff gem in Champa's hand. The gem shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding a faint blue aura. This, undoubtedly, was the source of the angel's primal power. Each time an angel wished to unleash or employ a certain ability, they would wield their staff, its energy core seemingly contained within the gem before him. However, Luo Feng could not help but genuinely admire the ingenuity of Beerus and Champa, who had devised a way to detach the gem from Angel Kess's staff and secretly remove it for contemplation. Such mastery of the free-form ultimate technique was indeed commendable for these two brothers. Yet, as he gazed at the gem emanating blue energy, a peculiar insight suddenly dawned upon him. At this moment, Champa exhaled deeply, noticing Luo Feng staring intently at the angelic gem in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Champa mused to himself, "You pretentious brat. Just moments ago, you claimed to have no interest in the free-form ultimate technique, yet here you are, fixated on the gem before me. It seems my plan has not entirely failed. Perhaps success is still within reach. Beerus, you brute, while your strength surpasses mine. In terms of intellect, you are no match for me. Humph. And you, Luo Feng, you little rascal, startled me earlier, all for the sake of wanting to knock me around. I refuse to believe you have no interest in the readily available free-form ultimate technique. As long as you are willing to take the gem from my hands, not only will you teach me all the formidable techniques you just employed, but if Angel Kess discovers the gem has been stolen, you will become the scapegoat. Yes, this way, Beerus and I can smoothly escape Kess's suspicions. Truly, this is a plan that reaps threefold benefits. Beerus has enhanced his strength, and I have gained a unique insight into the concept of carefree memory. Having also learned formidable combat techniques from Luo Feng, whose origins remain a mystery, I have successfully directed the wrath of the Angel Kess towards Luo Feng. Haha, I truly am a genius. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Xiangpa's lips, a testament to his brilliance. Little does he know that, in the highest office of the God of Destruction Academy, an unexpected event is unfolding, one that he could never have anticipated. Before the grand windows of the office, the Grand Minister stands in his distinctive manner, his feet hovering gracefully above the ground. His gaze, profound and contemplative, is fixed upon the extraordinary scenery beyond the glass. Dark purple clouds swirl ominously in the sky, accompanied by flashes of violet lightning. Massive arcs of electricity crackle against the varied ground below, as if heralding some unusual occurrence. This peculiar sight has indelibly etched itself into the eyes of the Grand Minister, a sovereign of the cosmos. In this moment, the Grand Minister maintains a stoic expression, his eyes scanning the distant landscape. Yet within his heart, there is a tempest of thoughts incongruous with his serene demeanor. What profound contemplation occupies the mind of this esteemed figure? Perhaps an extraordinary event is on the verge of transpiring. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door interrupts his reverie. The Grand Minister senses the disturbance and exhales softly, revealing the warm smile of a benevolent elder. Without turning, he utters a simple phrase, "Kess, is that you? Please, come in." At that moment, the door creaks softly, and a figure carrying a teacup gracefully enters the Grand Minister's office. It is the angel Kess, holding the Grand Minister's favorite type of tea. She approaches respectfully, positioning herself behind him, and inquires, "My lord, have you returned?" At this moment, the Grand Officer gently waved his hand and said to Kashi, "Please be mindful of your words and actions, for we are within the hallowed halls of the Destruction Academy. As the Dean of the Destruction Academy, I would prefer you refrain from addressing me as Grand Officer or Father. Let us maintain a distinction between public and private matters. Here, you shall refer to me as Dean, which I find more appropriate. Do you not agree, Teacher Kishi?" Kishi, momentarily taken aback by her earlier slip and the excitement of the moment, felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, having been nurtured and shaped by the Grand Officer since her youth, she quickly regained her composure. She gently placed the tea tray on the Grand Officer's desk and stood with her hands folded gracefully at her abdomen, embodying a demeanor of refined elegance. She then promptly corrected herself, saying, "Yes, Dean, have you completed your plans for this outing? You need not worry about the academy. There have been no unusual occurrences, and the daily routines of the 108 students have proceeded without incident. Please rest assured." The Grand Officer let out a soft sigh. "Good, this should be our final sanctuary. However, I must acknowledge the hardships you have endured during my absence." As he spoke, he turned slightly to glance at Kashi, his gaze imbued with a fatherly warmth that stirred her heart. Since the establishment of the Destruction Academy with the Lord of all Kings, he had been diligent in his duties here, leaving only due to special circumstances. Although the Grand Officer had departed, he entrusted the Academy's operations and daily affairs to Kashi, the eldest among the angelic kin. His confidence in appointing such a significant responsibility to her was a testament to his trust. Chapter 8. The Grand Officer took a delicate sip of the tea Kashi had offered, then withdrew his affectionate gaze, adopting a serious demeanor. "Let us not linger on pleasantries. Time is of the essence, and there is an urgent matter that requires your immediate attention." Upon witnessing the Grand Officer's grave expression, Kashi felt a tightening in her chest. Could something significant be on the horizon? Yet, she understood that now was not the time for inquiries. Since the Grand Officer had issued a command, it was imperative to execute it fully. After all, he was not only her father, but also the fifth strongest being in the universe and the Dean of the Academy. Executing the Grand Officer's directives to the letter was Kashi's most admirable quality at this moment. At this moment, upon receiving the solemn decree from the Grand Priest, Kess promptly and respectfully inquired, "Shall we gather all the mentors and students? Is there something extraordinary about to occur?" The Grand Priest nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed. Summon all the mentors to my office first, and then gather all the students in the courtyard." This was truly a momentous occasion. It was time for the Destruction Academy to demonstrate some achievements. Seeing the Grand Priest's assertion, Kess did not hesitate further. He stepped back and offered a courteous bow before summoning his signature weapon, the Angel's Scepter, from the other realm with a mere gesture. Observing Kess execute his directive without any hesitation or inner turmoil, the Grand Priest silently acknowledged him with a nod. Among his numerous offspring, Kess, as the eldest, aligned most closely with his expectations, particularly in terms of execution. Although he may not possess the greatest strength or special abilities, he was indeed the one he trusted the most. Kess consistently fulfilled his commands and ideas without compromise, proving to be a rare talent in execution. However, amidst his admiration, the Grand Priest noticed an unusual flicker in Kess's demeanor. As Kess summoned the Angel's Scepter, a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye indicated that he had perceived something unexpected. The Grand Priest was momentarily taken aback. How could Kess, of all people, display such an expression at this time? His entire body became rigid, as if something was amiss. No, this was his Destruction Academy. How could Kess, as a mentor, encounter any unforeseen circumstances? This was simply absurd. Yet, witnessing Kess's body stiffened and motionless, with the braid at his chest quivering slightly, it indeed suggested an anomaly. No, Given Kess's strength and composed temperament, he would not easily make enemies. This perplexed the Grand Priest greatly. At this moment, Kess's body remained rigid, a strange tremor coursing through him, while his thoughts began to settle. Since the situation had arisen, it could not be concealed. Perhaps the Grand Priest's presence might aid him in navigating this awkward predicament. Having come to this realization, Kess revealed a wry smile, extending his hand in a grasping motion in the air, subsequently donning an awkward and stiff smile. He weakly addressed the Grand Priest. "I apologize, esteemed director, but there may be a slight unforeseen circumstance here." The Grand Priest raised an eyebrow and queried, "What unforeseen event could possibly occur within our academy?" At this moment, Kishi managed to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within her and awkwardly stated, "I apologize, esteemed Dean. Your plans may be slightly delayed, as an unexpected incident has arisen." "What kind of incident?" the High Priest urged, his tone impatient. "Speak plainly. There is no need for formality." Kishi, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, stammered, I seem to have been robbed." "Robbed? Is that so? Is there truly someone daring enough to target you, a mentor?" The High Priest pressed, his curiosity piqued. "Now, explain yourself clearly, no more hesitation." Noticing the High Priest's growing impatience, Kishi bit her lip, resolving that there was no point in evading the matter any longer. Consequently, her previously pale complexion deepened into a more vivid hue of blue. With a flourish, a so-called celestial staff shimmered into existence, floating quietly before Kishi and the High Priest. As their gazes fell upon the staff, Kishi's expression shifted from blue towards a darker hue. The High Priest, however, abandoned his earlier impatience, adopting a look of intrigue as he regarded Kishi and the so-called angelic staff in her possession. "Now, this is truly remarkable," he mused. "Who could have the audacity to pilfer the crystal gem from Kishi's angelic staff? This may very well be the most bizarre occurrence since the establishment of the Destruction Academy. I never anticipated that a student would dare to target Kishi's staff. It seems this incident has certainly broadened my horizons." Embarrassment was etched across Kishi's face. Nonetheless, true to her nature as an angel, she swiftly regained her composure, her expression returning to normal. With a light flick of the gemless staff, she sighed resignedly. "Esteemed High Priest, I beg your pardon for the amusement I have caused. It was indeed my momentary negligence." Just as Kishi was about to clarify the situation, the High Priest gently waved his hand. "Bring the angelic staff to me. I wish to see which student has committed this act. I never expected our cohort to harbor such talent." The High Priest's playful demeanor nearly unsettled Kishi, who had just managed to steady herself. "Since you wish to see it, perhaps you can assist me in uncovering the identity of the scoundrel behind this mischief. Heaven help them if I discover who they are. In this academy, the dean holds the highest authority, and in their absence, I am the acting dean, though merely a mentor. I can certainly make life difficult for any student who crosses me." Chapter 9. Tracking Technique. Kishi was now thoroughly flustered. After all, for any angel, the theft of the crystal gem from their staff was an utter disgrace. Indeed, this marked the first soul-crushing experience in Kess's life. Just as Kess was handing the damaged staff of the celestial sovereign to the High Priest, an unusual realization struck her. Both she and the High Priest simultaneously noticed that at the pivotal point where the gem had been pried away, there were, astonishingly, two distinct tooth marks. It appeared that the thief who had pilfered the gemstone was far from a professional, as their lack of preparation had led them to resort to using their teeth, leaving behind the unsettling question of whether any repulsive saliva had been left on the staff. With this thought, Kess felt a shiver run through her, perhaps from indignation or sheer disgust. Gritting her teeth, she handed the staff over to the High Priest, with a formidable willpower suppressing her boiling anger. She spoke through clenched jaws, "Esteemed Director, I implore you to uncover the identity of the rascal who has so audaciously tampered with my staff. This is truly infuriating. It is akin to disgrace being invited into one's home, a humiliation that has reached its peak." At this moment, it is a solitary monologue of Kishi's heart. Witnessing such events unfold, Kishi manages to contain her seething anger within a controllable range, prompting the High Priest to silently nod in approval. It appears that her recent experiences at the Destruction Academy have significantly contributed to Kishi's growth. Leaving the daily management of the academy in the hands of this acting vice dean was indeed a prudent decision. Had this incident befallen Makalita or Bardas, it is likely that both daughters would have succumbed to tears long ago. However, now is not the time for lamentation. Issues must be resolved as they arise. The High Priest is also quite curious about who would dare to target Kishi in such a manner. It seems that when the tiger is away, the monkeys will play. How long has it been since he left the academy, and such turmoil has already ensued? Observing Kashi on the verge of an eruption, the high priest hesitates no longer. With a swift motion of his left hand, he gently grasps the end of his scepter, while his right hand forms a peculiar gesture, bringing his index and middle fingers together and lightly touching his forehead. Indeed, the high priest adopts an unusual stance. At this moment, it appears that the high priest is about to take decisive action. With a gentle touch of his right index and middle fingers upon his forehead, a surge of blue-golden energy erupted from the high priest's body. Effortlessly, this violet-golden energy was infused between his fingers. The high priest then uttered a soft incantation, delicately extracting the blue-golden energy from within himself. With a furrowed brow, he directed this energy towards the serrated tip of the celestial staff held by Chris, indicating that this was indeed a novel technique of temporal tracing. Yet, the high priest's seemingly routine actions left Chris momentarily astounded. Could this be a synthesized version of time reversal and tracking? It was truly unexpected that the high priest had cultivated to such a profound level. However, this was not the time for Chris to be astonished. Uncovering the true culprit seemed to be the high priest's primary objective, which quelled her astonishment. She silently observed the high priest's performance, who, in turn, did not make her wait long. As the blue-golden energy merged with Chris's celestial staff, the corner of the high priest's eye twitched slightly. Evidently, he had encountered something unforeseen, as a faint smile graced his lips. Upon witnessing Chris's bewildered expression, he offered a gentle smile. Suddenly, the high priest's eyes sparkled with golden light, and a burst of blue-golden radiance erupted from his gaze, materializing a vast projection above both Chris and the high priest. It seemed that he had glimpsed fragments of memory from the celestial staff. Now, he presented this memory before Chris through a unique technique, sparing him the need for detailed explanations. However, the high priest's method did indeed leave Chris slightly astonished. It turned out that time reversal, coupled with tracking marks and soul co-construction, could be wielded in such a manner. The high priest's prowess was undeniably unfathomable. Yet, Chris was more curious about the content of the projection, which resembled a legendary holographic 3D image, rapidly advancing to unveil its narrative. It appeared to be a swift reversal, intended to reveal when the events concerning the staff had transpired. At this moment, the staff lay quietly within the private sanctuary created by Chris, seemingly untouched by any disturbance. As time progressed, within this clandestine rift of space-time, a golden figure adorned with hexagonal runes suddenly emerged in Chris's private storage space. This appears to be a spatial array. I never anticipated that anyone would still employ such a technique. However, the subsequent occurrence shattered Kess's imagination, as in the midst of the spatial array, a vortex-like black hole quietly hovered. Astonishingly, from this black hole emerged a plump cat paw, which tirelessly searched for something within this realm, grasping at various objects. Suddenly, the cat paw latched onto the grip of a staff before it trembled, swiftly extracting the staff from one dimension. The ensuing events once again redefined Kess's understanding, revealing the mystery behind the 2 bite marks left on his staff. At this moment, Kess's expression had transformed into one of displeasure, revealing a hue of blue tinged with black. The power and abilities of the high priest were indeed extraordinarily formidable. Not only did the figures and faces of 2 petty thieves appear, but the entire operation, along with its sounds, was laid bare before Kess's eyes. Chapter 10. Leveling array in the scene. The 2 figures with lewd visages displayed an unsettling blend of fear and glee. Had Byra succeeded? The one speaking was none other than the rotund and unscrupulous Champa. Meanwhile, Byras was drenched in sweat, growing increasingly impatient as he urged, "You scoundrel, hurry up. My divine energy is nearly depleted." I never anticipated that this alchemical method would yield such results. Although we managed to open a fleeting spatial passage through this alchemical array and extract Kess's scepter, it seems I cannot hold on for much longer. You must act swiftly. Upon witnessing Byrus's perspiration, Xiangpa recognized the gravity of their situation. This was not a moment for celebration or joy. After all, they had merely managed to summon Kess's angelic scepter from his storage space through the alchemical array. However, it appeared that their objective was far from complete. The 2 had breached a spatial barrier using the alchemical array, temporarily extracting the angelic scepter. Yet, if they failed to return the scepter before Kess discovered its absence, their endeavor would be utterly in vain. After all, their actions constituted a unique form of theft, and given Byrus's current strength, his ability to maintain the alchemical array was limited. If they wished to learn the angel's supreme technique, some sacrifices were indeed necessary. Observing Byrus's pallor as his palms pressed firmly against the ground beneath the hexagram-shaped electric array, he appeared on the verge of collapse. Champa wasted no time in hesitation. One hand gripped Kess's angelic scepter while the other, transformed into a claw, deftly manipulated the crystal gem atop the scepter. After extensive study, they understood that this gem housed the essence of the scepter. If they could successfully detach this gem, their plan would be deemed a success. As long as the scepter returned to the storage space of the angel Kess, they would remain undetected for a considerable time regarding the peculiar issues surrounding their scepter. In the intricate dance of scheming, Beerus and Champa realized that by placing the gem from the angel's scepter beside themselves, they might grasp the essence of a novel form of effortless mastery. This notion encapsulated the core of their plan. Once they fully comprehended the angelic technique, they could employ an alchemical array to open a spatial rift and return the crystal gem unnoticed by the angel Kess. Unbeknownst to them, her scepter had been tampered with. Yet Champa found himself in a predicament. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not detach the gem from the scepter, which left him vexed. Observing Beerus' anxious and impatient demeanor, Champa recognized the urgency of their situation. Beerus, being one of the most formidable among them, was now unable to sustain the leveling array any longer. Was their meticulously devised plan destined for failure? Absolutely not. An epiphany struck Champa as he conceived a new approach. If one hand could not pry the gem free, then a more forceful method was required. With determination, Champa grasped the top of the scepter with both hands and feet. Discarding any hesitation about the gem, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on the apex of the crystal gem. In a fervent flurry, he twisted his neck, and miraculously, he succeeded in dislodging the gem from the scepter. This deft maneuver was executed with fluidity, with the crystal gem held in his mouth. He skillfully used his hands and feet to cast the remaining end of the scepter into their storage space. Upon completing this operation, Beerus appeared to reach his limit. He trembled violently and collapsed onto the ground, while the entire hexagram of the spatial array faded into the ether. The two miscreants found themselves utterly spent from their recent exertions, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. At that moment, they teetered on the brink of disaster. Having successfully pilfered the crystal gem from Kess's scepter without causing significant noise or commotion, it seemed their scheme had indeed succeeded. As they exchanged breathless pleasantries, the high priest observed the scene before him, his lips twitching in disbelief. With a slight turn of his neck, he returned to Kess's storage space. Thus, a flawed scepter, bereft of its crystal gem, along with the remnants of Champa's handiwork, quietly floated in Kess's storage domain. The high priest, intrigued, pondered the purpose behind the theft of the crystal gem by these two rascals. Otherwise, lacking a definite purpose, these two rascally youths would not go to such lengths. Now that two little thieves have been apprehended, their subsequent plans remain shrouded in mystery. The high priest, intrigued by this development, did not await further urging or pleas from Kess. With a surge of divine power, a radiant light suddenly enveloped him, and in an instant, the images of Pa and Beerus reappeared on the screen before them. At this moment, Champa and Beerus seemed to have caught their breath. Gradually emerging from their state of exhaustion, Beerus squeezed his swollen palm and let out a resigned sigh. Truly, Master Makalita's alchemy was formidable. He never anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary formation would impose such high demands on a god of destruction's power. They had nearly reached their limit just moments ago. And had it not been for your swift actions, this plan would have indeed met with failure. Beside him, Champa, wiping the saliva off the crystal ball, shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I told you my plan is foolproof. Although your strength far surpasses mine when it comes to cunning and ideas, don't be deceived by my simple appearance. I, Champa, am no ordinary fool. Chapter 11. Fearless confidence. These two brothers continued to boast and chat casually, while Kess, standing nearby, could only roll her eyes in disbelief at their shamelessness. What he did not expect was that the root of the problem lay with his sister, Master Makalita. This angel, who had no other notable hobbies, was particularly fond of silencing various alchemical practices. Among her many roles at the academy, she was renowned as an alchemy instructor. It was truly unexpected that she could create an alchemical formation in the shape of a hexagram, which could also pinpoint a special storage space coordinate. With the unfortunate victim being none other than her own proxy dean, the illustrious Kess Angel. However, it did not seem to be the time to hold Makalita accountable. As she was merely an instructor, and alchemy was a mandatory subject at all academies for gods of destruction, the high priest, with a playful demeanor, observed the antics of the two brothers, surprised to find that there were indeed talents within the academy this time. Subsequently, Champa and Beerus's behavior largely aligned with the high priest's expectations regarding this matter. Champa wiped the saliva off the crystal gem on his pants and casually handed it to Beerus. What do you think, Beerus? Take this and contemplate it. This should embody the essence of the angelic clan's mastery of effortless transcendence. It seems I still have a slight toothache, so you should go first. Your strength and comprehension far exceed mine, and you know the grand trial competition is about to commence. Though you ranked among the top 3 in the last trial, this time feels somewhat different. Not only is there a shift in strength and ranking, but I also sense an underlying unease. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Yet securing some form of assurance is certainly prudent. I am puzzled as to why Master Viz has persistently refused to impart the mastery of effortless transcendence to us. However, I believe that as long as we cultivate this mastery to a certain level, we will undoubtedly stand out in this upcoming grand competition. So, you should go ahead. Regardless of strength or comprehension, you have imparted much wisdom to me. Had it not been for your unwavering efforts, we would not have accomplished such a formidable undertaking. However, we must seize the opportunity to grasp the essence of the ultimate freedom technique. Time is of the essence. The window of opportunity to deceive the angel of Kess is fleeting, and our ability to comprehend hinges upon our skill. Should we exceed this temporal limit and fail to return the crystalline gem, it would only be a matter of time before the angel of Kess discovers our transgression. Beerus, exhibiting no semblance of courtesy, promptly accepted the crystalline gem passed to him by Champa, casually wiping it on his attire before holding it delicately in his grasp. He then assumed a cross-legged position, emanating a subtle purple aura. The gem in his hand radiated a gentle blue luminescence, creating a harmonious interplay of colors. It appeared that Beerus had seamlessly entered a state of enlightenment, audaciously delving into the profound essence of the ultimate freedom technique contained within the gemstone. Witnessing Beerus's audacity, both Kess and the Grand Priest, who were watching from a distance, found themselves at a loss for words. This individual displayed remarkable boldness, seemingly indifferent to any adverse reactions or thoughts. He appeared oblivious to whether his current cultivation aligned with the ultimate freedom technique he was attempting to comprehend. Sitting nonchalantly in the open. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Meanwhile, Champa was not idle. His small, squinty eyes surveyed the surroundings with a vigilant glance. It seemed there were no immediate threats or anomalies. After shaking his ears to listen intently, he detected no unusual sounds. Observing Beerus, it appeared he might genuinely succeed in mastering the ultimate freedom technique. Champa took a deep breath, yet he played a crucial role as Beerus's guardian. While fulfilling this protective duty, he remained vigilant, for the alchemical array they had previously dismantled was now in disarray. Should they wish to utilize it again, they would need to re-establish it. After all, their plan was not merely to extract the crystalline gem from the angel of Kess. They ultimately needed to return it, lest they solidify their reputation as thieves. At this moment, Champa retrieved a small crystal vial containing a modest quantity of pale green powder from his pocket. This substance seemed to be the alchemical key they had just utilized to set up the alchemical diagram. It appears that Champa is indeed a habitual offender. Given his means and abilities, he lacks the capacity to create such a key, which is capable of breaching a single spatial barrier. It is likely that he pilfered it during Master trees.As class, yet he displayed no sense of guilt or embarrassment. He gently unscrewed the cap of the alchemical key and let the scant powder fall to the ground, seemingly intending to establish a new practice diagram while Beerus was occupied with his training, thus returning the used gemstones to Kess without raising suspicion. Their plan is remarkably meticulous. Observing Champa's earnestness in arranging the alchemical diagram during Master trees.As lesson, it is evident he has invested considerable effort. Meanwhile, the High Priest cast a meaningful glance at Kess, who wore a disgruntled expression, and praised, "I never expected that during my absence from the academy. These students have grown beyond my expectations. You have truly invested your heart into this, Kess." It was unclear whether the High Priest's words were sincere or sarcastic, but Kess's face had reverted to her usual calm demeanor, having grasped the intricacies of the situation. The root of the problem lay with Makalita and Weiss. That scoundrel Weiss, in his teaching, had failed to fully impart the Zai Gong to the students of the Destruction God Academy, which had led to a new wave of thoughts and methods among them, a development that is not entirely unjustifiable, as all students here are driven by the desire to grow stronger. Chapter 12. Harmful yet useless. It is indeed frustrating to know of such profound techniques, yet be unable to learn them. However, their methods do appear somewhat underhanded. Nevertheless, Makalita instilled in Kishi a sense of comfort, this seemingly inconspicuous younger sister, who usually favors her jars and bottles while incessantly discussing alchemy, had indeed made her mark as an alchemy instructor. Yet, her disciple-'s ability to breach interdimensional space using the alchemical diagram was truly unexpected for Kishi. Still, she sensed something amiss. Perhaps the reason the masters do not impart their techniques is that their foundational skills have not reached a requisite level of destruction god power. Thus, practicing the Zizai Ji Gong might be more harmful than beneficial, a fact Kishi, as an instructor of foundational techniques, is most acutely aware of. The purpose is to lay a solid foundation for these aspiring destroyers, enabling them to master the fundamental powers and techniques of destruction. Only after their strength reaches a certain threshold will Whis impart to them the so-called ultimate technique, the Ultra Instinct. When both the Ultra Instinct and the techniques of the destroyers attain a significant level, they may perhaps grasp an entirely new, unique technique known as the Self-Ultra Instinct. This is an unwritten rule within the Academy, a tacit understanding among the mentors. However, it was unexpected that these two eager individuals would resort to such underhanded methods to set their sights on her angel staff. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Kess's face, the high priest immediately discerned her thoughts. As the head of the Destroyer Academy, he naturally possessed a certain demeanor. With a subtle smile, he reflected that the question of right or wrong seemed less significant. What mattered was the students' ambition and their efforts to enhance their abilities. Although their methods were somewhat unscrupulous and ignoble, it was not entirely unjustifiable. The manner in which these two young men would navigate the ensuing events piqued the high priest's curiosity, especially since they had devised an entirely new electrical formation. He was eager to see how they intended to execute the subsequent tasks flawlessly, particularly as Kess had yet to realize that this was not what Beerus and Champa had anticipated. Should they manage to carry this off seamlessly? The high priest would indeed regard Beerus and Champa with a newfound respect. One of these youths possessed formidable strength, while the other was notably clever, perhaps embodying the very talents he sought to uncover. After all, upon returning from his expedition, the high priest had formulated a novel approach. Yes, this journey had imposed considerable pressure upon him, for the Academy was a tranquil haven, yet fundamentally a breeding ground for talent. Were it not for the immense crisis and challenges ahead, the High Priest and the angels would not have expended such effort in establishing this so-called Destroyer Academy. Moreover, not all within this academy would meet their standards. Those who graduated would inevitably bear significant responsibilities in the future. However, it was not yet the time to dwell on such matters. The insights of these newcomers and the High Priest would soon necessitate action. Nevertheless, there was truth in the choices made by Champa and Beerus. The High Priest's return primarily aimed at the trial tournament set for tomorrow, which would starkly differ from previous years, brutal, terrifying, and exceedingly bloody. Yet, the unfolding scene abruptly interrupted the contemplations of the High Priest and Kess. In the visual display, Beerus, initially seated in a meditative posture with a crystal gem in hand, suddenly exhibited a subtle shift in the violet aura enveloping him, as a pale blue arc of electricity danced around him, crackling with dazzling brilliance. This, he thought, could not be. Beerus's actions left the High Priest slightly astonished. Indeed, it is astonishing that Beerus has managed to comprehend a portion of the Ultra Instinct technique in such a brief span of time. Chapter 13. Hidden talent has indeed brought him success. Whis, too, wore an expression of disbelief as he observed Beerus on the screen. This young deity evidently possesses a remarkable innate aptitude for destruction. It appears that he has been underestimated, having achieved understanding of Ultra Instinct merely through his crystal gem. Accompanied by the musings of the Grand Minister and Whis, the blue electric aura surrounding Beerus intensified. Even Champa, who had been diligently sketching alchemical diagrams, momentarily paused in astonishment. Is this truly possible? Beerus's talent and insight undoubtedly surpass his own by a considerable margin. It remains uncertain how far Beerus will advance in Ultra Instinct and what realm he will ultimately reach. Champa, momentarily distracted by the surprise, inadvertently disrupted his ongoing alchemical diagram. With a resounding crash, the nearly completed alchemical array was utterly destroyed. Now it was Champa's turn to be taken aback. Ah, alchemy. It is indeed profound. While its power is immense, it cannot endure interruption. This lapse in focus has resulted in the complete loss of his alchemical diagram. Gazing at the scant materials remaining in his possession, Champa shook his head in resignation, realizing that trouble was indeed brewing. Just as he was wallowing in his dismay, Beerus slightly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath imbued with a bluish-purple essence. It appears this young one has genuinely mastered Ultra Instinct to a certain degree. Beerus smiled faintly and said, Champa, it is your turn now. By the way, why is your alchemical diagram black? Champa could only shrug helplessly. At that moment when you broke through and grasped Ultra Instinct, I lost focus. You know how demanding Master Margarita's alchemical diagrams are on the operator. Now, I'm uncertain if the remaining materials will suffice to set up a teleportation array. This is quite troublesome. However, Beerus waved his hand dismissively and said, Time is of the essence, so let us not dwell on the futile. You must hasten to comprehend the Ultra Instinct within the crystal gem. It appears this method is genuinely effective. Although my own understanding of Ultra Instinct is limited, it is certainly better than having none at all. Go on. I will take care of the remaining electric array. Thus, the scene unfolded. Beerus extended the crystal gem in his hand and accepted the alchemical materials from Champa, diligently beginning to arrange the intricate alchemical formation. This individual truly possessed extraordinary talent. Astonishingly, he had just grasped the essence of the Ultra Instinct without even solidifying it. He boldly engaged in other endeavors, unfazed by the need for further training. Champa, acutely aware of the pressing time, recognized that this was not the moment for hesitation. Grasping the crystal gem with one hand, he slowly settled into a meditative position, quietly seeking enlightenment. However, this proved somewhat challenging for Champa. Even if this were to guide him step by step, he might not succeed, let alone employing such underhanded methods. As he immersed himself in the flow of time, beads of sweat began to form on Beerus's forehead. As he made a startling discovery, he was running low on alchemical reagents. Being a decisive individual, upon realizing the inadequacy of the materials, he discarded the empty test vials to the side and sat down to reinforce and comprehend the newly acquired Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, Champa was fervently striving to master the angelic clan's ultimate technique, Ultra Instinct. Time passed slowly, and the Grand Priest and Kusu looked on in astonishment. They could hardly believe that these two were so audacious, neglecting to return what they had taken and practicing without a care in the world. Truly, the magnitude of their courage was matched only by their Navvet. It seemed these two had never experienced any significant consequences, treating the God of Destruction Academy as their home and the angelic clan as their family. As time continued to drift by, Champa exhaled deeply, exclaiming, Beerus, you truly are impressive. After such a long time, I have not sensed a thing. It appears my talent and capabilities are not destined to align with Ultra Instinct. Hey, weren't you supposed to be arranging the practice formation? Why are you here training? Beerus shrugged helplessly. I ran out of alchemical materials, so I couldn't complete the formation. Do you still have any materials left? Not wanting to disturb your earnest enlightenment, I focused solely on solidifying my own realm and the Ultra Instinct I just learned. Upon hearing Beerus's nonchalance, Champa felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What do you mean materials are insufficient, and the formation has failed? What shall we do now? You just mentioned that I had another portion of materials here. I only have this one left from Mentor Margarita. This is quite troublesome. In this moment, Champa was utterly flustered, devoid of any interest or inclination to continue comprehending the Ultra Instinct technique. After all, it seemed he had landed himself in trouble with Beerus. The crystal gem had yet to be returned, which would be a tremendous humiliation for the Angel Wiss. Contemplating this, Champa felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, as it was he who had proposed and initiated all these actions and plans. Although Beerus had now mastered the Ultra Instinct, the potential wrath of Wiss loomed ominously, raising concerns about the repercussions of their actions being revealed and the impact it would have among their peers. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Champa's spine. Wiss typically exuded an air of refinement, yet if her sensitive spot were truly provoked, the consequences would be dire. However, his meticulously crafted plan had been irreparably tarnished by a minor miscalculation. What was he to do now? Observing Champa's anxious demeanor, drenched in sweat, Beerus calmly remarked, Why the rush? I have already mastered the Ultra Instinct. If there is an issue, let Wiss direct her ire towards me. What do you have to worry about? Champa, exasperated, rolled his eyes in despair. You don't understand. This is a brilliant plan devised by a genius. Although there has been a slight hiccup, it shouldn't plunge us into an abyss of despair. Yes, there's a plan B. Indeed, I haven't yet elaborated on plan B. Beerus raised an eyebrow. What? Are you suggesting we brazenly approach Wiss and confess our actions? Champa's eyes darted around before he grinned mischievously. Fear not, for I have a reliable strategy. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a sigh. Fine, I'll handle the execution while you, Champa, are more adept at strategizing. What devious idea do you have? Champa chuckled sinisterly for a while. Have you forgotten that I have a good friend named Rofeng? What does Rofeng have to do with this? Champa continued to laugh triumphantly. What does it matter? He will serve as our backup plan. Since we haven't returned the crystal gem, we shall gift it to Rofeng. You have grasped the ultra instinct, and it seems I have no affinity for it. Therefore, since the gem remains unreturned, let us find a suitable backup. By generously bestowing this crystal gem upon Rofeng, we achieve several benefits. We enhance our goodwill, and even if Whis discovers our actions, most of her fury will likely be directed at Rofeng. Haha, I must admit, I am indeed a genius. At this moment, Champa laughed cunningly, his pride swelling even further, while Beerus, beside him, helplessly covered his face and remarked with a frown, "You, my friend, are always so chummy with Luofeng." In response, Champa proudly declared, "Of course, brother. What are brothers for if not to be exploited? They enjoy the good life alongside me, indulging in luxuries. Yet when the crucial moment arrives, will they not lend us some of their strength? I know this fellow well. His temperament is typically timid, yet he harbors an ambition to transform. However, his destructive power is nearly on par with mine, leaving little room for distinction. Within the ranks of the God of Destruction Academy, he is not particularly remarkable. Now, with this opportunity to effortlessly grasp the profound essence of the ultimate technique, I find it hard to believe he would not be tempted. Yes, this plan shall unfold. If we both face the Academy's punishment, we might struggle alone. But with Luofeng on our side, or perhaps even your friend Katra, we would stand a far greater chance of weathering this calamity, provided you keep the mastery of the ultimate technique under wraps. As for subsequent events, I will take charge. I refuse to believe this individual lacks an interest in becoming stronger. Once either of them accepts this crystal gem, it will be as if they have relinquished a hot potato. Heh, I truly am a genius." With that, Champa clutched the crystal ball and let out a boisterous laugh, showing no signs of distress over his inability to master the ultimate technique. At this moment, Beerus wore an expression of disdain, indicating that he did not recognize the despicable and shameless rotund figure before him. The actions of these two individuals had prompted the Grand Priest and Kess to re-evaluate their understanding of the candidates for the God of Destruction. They had initially believed that these candidates were solely focused on the pursuit of immense power. Little did they realize that among them was a peculiar character like Champa, whose strength was unimpressive and intellect equally lacking. However, when it came to underhanded tactics and unconventional ideas, Champa truly expanded the horizons of the Grand Priest and Kess. Upon reflection, one could indeed consider him a genius. No wonder this individual managed to thrive within the God of Destruction Academy, despite his meager capabilities. Chapter 14. Once in a lifetime at that very moment, and incongruous. Silvery laughter echoed at the entrance of the dean's office, the tinkling sound reaching the ears of the Grand Priest and Kess. Recognizing the voice before the owner even appeared, Kess raised an eyebrow, aware of who was arriving. Shortly thereafter, a gentle and warm voice floated in. "Dear Dean, I have returned." "Grand Priest, may I enter?" The Grand Priest smiled slightly. "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, Makalita. What brings you here, my dear girl?" As the voice faded, Makalita, with her twin ponytails, gracefully entered the dean's office, her gaze falling upon Kess, who wore a melancholic expression, and the Grand Priest, who smiled benevolently. Makalita first bowed slightly to the Grand Priest in a gesture of respect, then cast a disdainful glance at Kess, who appeared quite perturbed. With a cheeky grin, she remarked, "The Dean has returned. Naturally, I had to come and greet you. Thanks to Assistant Dean Kess, our academy has been managed with remarkable order during this time. Have you not seen my alchemy course? It is thriving splendidly and has gained recognition from the broader academy. Recently, the number of God of Destruction students studying alchemy has notably increased. I had thought my academic pursuits would go unappreciated." It seemed that Makalita had been somewhat suppressed by Kess during this period, and her words dripped with a hint of acidity. However, upon witnessing the peculiar scene before her, Makalita appeared to grasp something instantly. Observing the Grand Priest holding the damaged angelic scepter and Kess's dark expression, she quickly understood that something amusing had indeed occurred. As the image reflected in the air illuminated the situation, Makalita chuckled, for with her keen intellect, she could hardly overlook the implications. It appeared that an unexpected event had transpired. This is indeed a rare opportunity. It would be wise to mock Kess in front of the High Priest. Otherwise, the grievances I have endured at the Academy during this time would have been in vain. A once-in-a-lifetime chance, Kess's face was already adorned with a smug smile. But as she began to taunt, she realized the situation had unraveled and could not be entirely concealed. With a resolute heart, Kess addressed the High Priest earnestly, "Esteemed Director, you are now aware of the situation and the sequence of events has been thoroughly investigated. What I seek to know now is the whereabouts of the crystal gem atop my scepter. Recovering the stolen property is of utmost urgency. As for subsequent matters, please trust that I shall handle them appropriately. By the way, Makalita, do you have anything you wish to add?" Makalita was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Kess to be so decisive, leaving no opportunity for her to capitalize on the situation. She chuckled softly, relishing the prospect of Kess's humiliation, though she could not overtly strike. Witnessing such a prominent figure embarrass herself was already worth the visit. With a subtle smile, Makalita replied, "You and the director can decide amongst yourselves. I am merely passing by to greet the High Priest." Observing Makalita's demeanor and Kess's reaction, the High Priest sighed. "You two sisters truly are something else, bickering over trivial matters even here. Very well, let us not dwell on such minutiae. After all, I have significant announcements to make upon my return. Now, where were we? Kess, do you wish to ascertain the precise location of the crystal gem? Excellent. Allow me to assist." With that, a radiant light enveloped the High Priest, and the imagery within the office transformed dramatically, shifting from the past to the present, pinpointing the location of the crystal gem on Kess's scepter. The scene in mid-air transitioned from the earlier confrontation between Bylus and Champa to the present, where Champa was stealthily ambushing Luo Feng outside the academy. At that moment, Luo Feng was intently observing the crystal gem in Champa's hand, who, with an air of triumph, raised the gem aloft, conversing with Luo Feng. Seeing this scene, Kess breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it appears the crystal gem remains in Champa's possession. This simplifies matters. As long as we can call Champa back, everything will soon come to a resolution. Once I have the crystal gem reinstated into my scepter with a minor repair, it will be as though nothing ever happened. As for how to punish the two rascals, Beerus and Champa, that is a matter for another day. For now, it is prudent to minimize minor losses, so as to prevent that wretched Margarita from seizing the opportunity to gloat and revel in our misfortune. Otherwise, if Margarita were to exploit this situation, the subsequent repercussions would indeed be daunting. It seems that Margarita has grasped the current dynamics. It appears that instigating trouble for herself is rather improbable, despite her long-standing camaraderie with the esteemed Crix. However, the two have divergent opinions regarding the direction of the God of Destruction's academic and pedagogical approach. Chapter 15. Each with their strengths, Margarita has a particular fondness for her heart-refining studies, wishing for her students to devote all their energy to this discipline. Conversely, Crix understands that, as an academy for the gods of destruction, the mastery of destructive power forms the foundation of the institution. A competent mentor must dedicate themselves to enhancing the fundamental strength of the god of destruction, her. While both have their respective merits, the High Priest, as the ultimate authority of the academy, deems Crix's philosophy to be more correct. Therefore, during the High Priest's absence from the Per-God Academy, the authority of the acting dean has been entrusted to the angel Crix. Although Margarita harbors considerable dissatisfaction with this decision, it is, after all, a command from the High Priest, leaving her with little ground for rebuttal. Yet, witnessing Crix's misfortunes brings her a sense of satisfaction. However, it appears that the opportunity at hand may have slipped slightly through her fingers, leaving her with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, the schadenfreude she feels at Crix's predicament brings her great joy. Fortunately, Margarita has swiftly located the crystal gem atop the angelic scepter, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, from the recordings and memories I just reviewed, it is evident that that scoundrel Champa had pilfered her alchemical array materials during her alchemy class, which ultimately led to the theft of the gem from Crix's scepter. The origins of these events are surprisingly intertwined with her own affairs. If one must speak of it, she might even be considered an accomplice to both Champa and Beerus. Very well. Since that is the case, there is no need to delve further into this matter. For now, it is time to observe the unfolding spectacle. Yes, watching the commotion is the order of the day, and when the opportunity arises, using this incident to mock Crix would undoubtedly be a delightful affair. Seeing this attitude, the High Priest could only shake his head slightly, noting that his cadre of offspring is increasingly eccentric. For such trivial matters, they have stirred up quite a commotion. It seems that their rivalry exists in a healthy state, devoid of the sinister plots he had envisioned. Everything remains within manageable bounds. Meanwhile, on the screen, Champa and Feng have encountered an unexpected turn of events. As Feng gazed intently at the crystal gem in Pa's hand, he appeared contemplative. Abruptly, he turned and left with an unusual decisiveness, showing no inclination to engage in conversation or to ask for the gem. After a prolonged gaze, he simply turned away, leaving Pa astonished by the unexpected firmness of his departure, seemingly indifferent to the attainable mastery of the ultimate freedom technique and the divine power of angels. This defied logic. Did this individual truly lack a desire to grow stronger? If he possessed no ambition for strength, what purpose did his intrusion into the divine academy serve? The pursuit of power is the essence of the Godbreaker, yet could it be that this individual was merely a passive observer? However, based on previous encounters, Feng did not strike Pa as someone who would merely drift through life. His decisiveness bore no trace of hesitation or reluctance, indicating a genuine disinterest in the crystal gem. Pa opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, unable to utter a sound. This individual was indeed remarkably resolute. Since he showed no interest, Pa would not plead for his attention. You turn away from an opportunity presented to you, even if it carries the faintest hint of ulterior motives. Could it be that he has discerned the hidden agenda? Impossible. Pa firmly believed that Feng did not possess such high emotional or intellectual acumen. If he was disinterested, then perhaps I have another prospect in mind. Yes, that would be Kidra. I refuse to believe that this old rat would be indifferent to surpassing Beerus. Originally, Quitra's abilities were closely matched with those of Beerus. And now that Beerus has grasped a portion of the ultimate freedom technique, I cannot fathom that Kidra would remain unmoved. If I share this development with Kidra, perhaps my plan will come to fruition. As this thought crossed his mind, a sly grin crept onto Pa's lips, hinting at the potential success of his scheme. Just as he prepared to stow away the crystal gem, a sudden crack resonated through the air as a massive fissure split the gem in two. Pa could hardly believe his eyes, nor could the Grand Priest, Kess, or Makalita, who also witnessed the scene. The mercury gem in Pa's hand had inexplicably fractured. In that moment, Pa felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, staring blankly at the shattered crystal in his grasp. His composure was utterly shattered. This cannot be real. Is this not the sacred crystal from the angelic clan's treasured staff? How could it possibly break so mysteriously? As he beheld the fractured gem, Pa's mind raced with a torrent of disbelief. This was a legendary artifact, a pinnacle among divine relics. How could such a calamity occur? Even if you were to sabotage me, I could endure that, but for you to fail while in my possession, this could spell great trouble. At this moment, Pa's mind had completely succumbed to a state of disarray. His earlier intentions to ensnare Feng and Quitra had vanished without a trace. Now, he found himself contemplating how to explain the return of the crystal ball and crystal gem to Kess and Beerus. In an instant, Pa assessed the gravity of the situation. If the theft was merely to replicate his crystal gem for the purpose of mastering the ultimate technique, it would amount to nothing more than a minor transgression deserving of a trivial reprimand. However, resorting to such nefarious means to pilfer the crystal gem of the angel Kess was a far graver offense. Although Beerus had grasped a fraction of the ultimate technique, Pa had achieved no significant progress, and to make matters worse, he had damaged Kess's crystal gem in the process. Contemplating the aftermath, if he were to be the sole culprit, he could hardly bear the wrath of the angel Kess. At that moment, Pa's instinct for survival surged within him. He gripped his hands tightly, attempting to channel his divine power to reassemble the shattered crystal ball. Yet, how could this be possible? The gem had already cracked. Even the high priest would require considerable effort to restore it completely, far beyond the capabilities of a mere novice in destruction. Meanwhile, Feng remained unperturbed, merely gesturing dismissively as he strode away, signaling his disinterest in further entanglement with Pa, whom he deemed inept. However, despite Feng's resolute departure, he had experienced a peculiar epiphany upon gazing at the crystal gem in Pa's hand. It seemed that a novel insight had surged into his memory. Chapter 16. A New Understanding. Indeed, he needed not touch it. Merely observing it revealed that this gem was entirely unlike ordinary ones, imbued with immense memories and energy. Through the unique memories conveyed by the gem, Feng felt as though he had received a fragment of inheritance and a fresh understanding. The ancient martial arts he had learned from the current reality had contained certain obstructed meridians and nodes. Yet through that fleeting moment of clarity, he had attained a new comprehension. He now stood on the precipice of a breakthrough. This was an unparalleled opportunity to seize the insights and inspirations gleaned from this moment and hasten his training to elevate his martial prowess. What more could he possibly await? As for all that Champa mentioned, it seemingly bears no relation to me. However, the inexplicable cracking of the mercury gem in Champa's possession is undoubtedly directly linked to Luo Feng. It is merely that Champa and others lack the insight to perceive this connection. Although others may remain oblivious, Luo Feng possesses a remarkable clarity regarding the matter. His recent gaze appears to have fully assimilated the energy within the crystal and the insights it could yield into his very being. As for Champa's attempt to shift blame onto him, that is simply impossible. I am no benevolent figure ready to take on such burdens. At this moment, the most prudent choice is to enhance one's own strength, which is precisely why Luo Feng turned away with such resolute determination, denying Champa any opportunity for entanglement. Now, Champa seeks to cast blame upon him, yet he finds no avenue for such an endeavor. With a considerable distance now between them, a mere glance sufficed before Luo Feng departed, leaving Champa to ponder in vain, completely unaware that Luo Feng had wholly claimed the benefits contained within the crystal. Ah, truly, a case of failing to catch the chicken and instead losing the rice, thus solidifying Champa's reputation as a schemer, regardless of what may transpire in the future. Whether I can surmount this challenge now hinges upon my fortune. Considering the wrath of Kashi and the others, Champa has ample reason to be wary. At this moment, a hint of a smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he strode purposefully towards the academy's interior. The instant he slipped beyond Champa's line of sight and perception, Luo Feng swiftly maximized his power and speed. Indeed, he felt an urgent drive to break through immediately. This was not a conducive environment for such an endeavor. He must temporarily suppress this urge and seek out a suitable sanctuary for meditation. After all, a breakthrough loomed imminent. And to achieve it in the presence of Champa would only provide him with an opportunity to cast suspicion upon Luo Feng for having illicitly appropriated the gem's advantages. Luo Feng's figure blurred into a fleeting shadow as he rushed back to the training room he frequented. Indeed, breaking through within the training room is a perfectly ordinary act. With the movement of shadows, Luo Feng gently descended onto the floor of the training chamber. Thus, he plunged into a profound state of cultivation. Indeed, within these hallowed halls, one finds an exceptional tranquility, a hallmark of the Destruction Academy. In other realms, challenges may arise at any moment. Conversations or confrontations occur within the training chambers, a tacit rule that every disciple must abide by. After all, the purpose of entering the academy is to enhance one's prowess. Any interruption or distraction here could inflict irreparable harm upon the sanctity of the institution. Thus, within the entirety of the Destruction Academy, it is this unique training chamber that stands as the safest and most conducive environment for cultivation, colloquially referred to as the safe zone or sanctuary. It is as if a momentous event is imminent. Within the academy, there exists an eerie stillness, devoid of any presence or anomaly, a serene offering to the atmosphere. Observing the solitude surrounding him, Luo Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Through the insights gleaned from the swordsmanship and the crystal gem, he felt an exhilarating sense of impending dual breakthroughs. Otherwise, his previous insights from within the crystal orb seemed to pose questions regarding the advancement of his ancient martial arts meridians, suggesting that the dormant destructive power within him was also on the verge of awakening. Like a true master of martial arts, he was not only experiencing a profound breakthrough in his comprehension and mastery of techniques, but also achieving significant refinement in his internal energy. This serendipitous occurrence was indeed a remarkable boon. He had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant figure of Champa would bestow such substantial benefits upon him. This revelation instigated a transformative shift in Luo Feng's resolve to pursue further cultivation within this world. Initially, he believed that his ancient martial arts could merely integrate the destructive power to its utmost limits. As for how to confront threats posed by Angel Kess and the Grand Officer, he had intended to devise a long-term strategy. Yet, merely by glimpsing the crystal gem presented by Champa, he had made substantial progress, translating all of this into formidable strength. Furthermore, to refine the destructive power of the destruction god to its pinnacle, what heights could that truly achieve? Could it indeed be as he envisioned? The ability to obliterate the very magic unleashed by the king with a single punch? If one truly aspires to reach such a realm, originally, Luo Feng felt a sense of uncertainty within. However, The benefits he derived from witnessing the crystal ball have bestowed upon him a novel approach to cultivation and a shortcut to mastery. Yet, that is a matter for another time. The foremost decision is to enhance his own strength. Luo Feng plunged into a profound state of cultivation, channeling his sword energy as he swiftly assimilated the insights gained moments ago. Although this gem enabled Beerus to learn the art of ultimate freedom to Luo Feng, it merely represented a rather formidable technique. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he regarded such an enhancement with indifference. As his training progressed, Luo Feng began to comprehend why he was unable to grasp the so-called art of ultimate freedom from this crystal gemstone. After all, this gemstone had been meticulously forged over countless eons by Kess. All the insights and experiences had converged within this gem, which also served as the source of power for the angelic race. Every essence of energy, combat experience, and knowledge resided within this gem, resonating in a cyclical harmony with both the angelic scepter and the strength of the angels themselves. Presently, figures like Beerus could only glean the superficial aspects of the so-called miraculous techniques of the angelic lineage. In reality, the true value of this gem far exceeds what is represented by the art of ultimate freedom and angelic power. It encapsulates the quintessence of Kess' wisdom accumulated over billions of years. At this moment, these capabilities and the essence of knowledge had fortuitously fallen into Luo Feng's lap, not only enhancing his long-stagnated progress in martial arts, but seemingly bestowing substantial augmentation to the destructive divine power within him. Truly, it was a serendipitous windfall. Contemplating these matters, Luo Feng chose to dwell no longer on them, fully immersing himself in the exhilaration of cultivation and the pursuit of strength. As for the ill-intentioned little rotund figure like Beerus, Luo Feng could only silently extend his best wishes for his well-being. May he lead a life of peace. And as for whom he may further trouble, it seemed to bear no direct relevance to Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly sensed that the ancient martial arts legacy he had brought with him appeared to be on the verge of a subtle breakthrough. Could it be that in this realm, merely having traversed here could allow for the formation of a grand cycle? This was the pinnacle of existence that Luo Feng had long yearned for. After all, in his previous realm, reaching such a state of perfect grand circulation was a rare and elusive achievement. To his astonishment, he might find fortune in misfortune here. Perhaps this opportunity would indeed enable him to transcend into the realm of unity between man and nature as described in the ancient martial arts teachings. However, while the aspiration was beautiful, reality often proved to be starkly different. As several meridians continued to break through, the small cycle of energy had indeed begun to operate fully within Luo Feng's body, yet it seemed there remained a considerable distance to the pinnacle of the grand cycle. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was not in haste. As long as he could make progress in his practice, hope remained, and it was merely a matter of time. Currently, he had only absorbed a fraction of the energy and insights from the crystal gem atop the cursed staff, enabling him to attain the state of small cycle perfection, a most unexpected delight. Hence, it was prudent not to overreach, as one cannot consume more than one can digest. This has been a timeless adage. If fortune were to smile upon him, this world would equally extend a gentle benevolence towards Luo Feng. As long as there were opportunities for growth, no challenge would be insurmountable. With the integration of his techniques, Luo Feng finally felt a sense of tranquility. Although he had realized during his confrontation with Champa that his ancient martial arts legacy could achieve a perfect harmony with the destructive powers of this realm, it was only when he entered the state of cultivation that true mastery could be revealed. At this moment, Luo Feng gradually began to integrate the destructive divine power within him into the operational mode of his ancient martial arts heritage. As he continued to circulate his energy through the minor circulatory cycle, the destructive divine power within him followed the established pathways of his martial arts techniques, slowly entering a state of harmony. At this point, one could observe ethereal purple energy swirling around Luo Feng's head, while his body emanated a faint red glow. Indeed, he had successfully merged the destructive divine power with the inverted minor circulatory technique, achieving a complete synthesis. Originally, the destructive divine power manifested merely as a purple energy glow. However, it now radiated a dazzling purplish-red brilliance throughout Luo Feng's form. This transformation seemed to signify the profound change brought about by the complete integration of ancient martial arts techniques and destructive divine power. Although there were subtle differences in appearance compared to ordinary destructive divine power, the internal changes were monumental. At present, the operation of Luo Feng's martial arts flowed seamlessly, and it appeared that solely relying on his destructive divine power had allowed him to transcend several levels. The transformation was not merely quantitative. There was a significant qualitative enhancement. This ancient martial arts heritage functioned like an elevator, instantly refining the considerable destructive divine power Luo Feng possessed. Furthermore, through the circulation of his meridians, this destructive divine power flowed into his channels as if divinely guided, making its operation and utilization remarkably smoother. The enhancement provided by this destructive divine power was far purer than the so-called internal energy and true qi of the mundane world. Under the perfect synergy and mutual reinforcement of these two forms of power, Luo Feng sensed that if he continued his cultivation in this manner, his strength would escalate at a geometric rate, a prospect that genuinely astonished him. However, within the realm of Dragon Ball, the myriad of bizarre techniques and energies exceeded the imagination of an ordinary individual from the modern world. While the unexpected benefits might possess certain limitations, the true elevation of cultivation seemed boundless. Perhaps his aspirations and projected goals were indeed attainable, though achieving them would likely require the discovery of further opportunities to advance his ancient martial arts heritage. At present, what delighted him most was the purity and enhancement of the destructive divine power. If previously the purity and energy of his destructive divine power could be rated at 10, it now soared to at least 120. This was merely the beginning. Yet there was no denying that in this world governed by the survival of the fittest, devoid of strength and assurance, all aspirations were but empty words. Thus, Luo Feng resolutely silenced all distractions, contemplating the likes of Zamasu, Beerus, the Omni King, and the Grand Priest. All was cast aside by him. He was now completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of enhancing his strength and refining his destructive divine power. As time passed slowly, Luo Feng's cultivation gradually approached its conclusion. After all, the internal circulation of his small Zhou Tian had flowed effortlessly for 36 cycles, a feat previously unimaginable to him. As for the ancient martial techniques, they could only be perfected through practical combat. Mere meditation in a seated position could not lead to such a profound state. The current destructive divine power felt utterly transformed compared to when he first traversed into this realm, having undergone a significant and distinct elevation. The extent of this elevation and its special effects would also require practical experience to fully comprehend. At this moment, Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes, taking a long, deep breath. This recent training session had indeed bestowed upon him some unique insights. He yearned for an equally matched opponent with whom he could engage in an exhilarating battle. For perhaps it was through such a confrontation that he could solidify his current realm. However, the Destruction God Academy was not a place where one could act with impunity. After all, he was currently learning here as an apprentice Destruction God student. Perhaps in the future, there would be opportunities to spar with masters from various factions. Chapter 18. Spatial Barrier. Having established a stable realm, he sought to ascend to greater heights. Luo Feng felt immense satisfaction with the power and legacy he had acquired. He gently clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds, as he subtly circulated the newly refined and transcended Destruction God power. He noticed a remarkable transformation in its luminous strength. The original dark purple hue had now transformed into a dazzling crimson, perhaps a testament to the enhancement achieved through the purification and compression of the Destruction God power. With a light punch, he unleashed a sound of sonic boom. And not only did the air explode, but the very solid spatial barrier around him also trembled slightly in response to his power and the understanding of his techniques. The exhilarating sensation of such strength was truly invigorating. Reflecting on the arduous years of diligent practice and conditioning in the real world, Luo Feng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Perhaps this journey into the dragon world was indeed a fated occurrence. While Luo Feng was lost in his thoughts, a series of chimes echoed in his ears. What could this bell sound signify? Was there a significant event unfolding within the academy? From the memories he had retained since his arrival at the Destruction God Academy, he understood that the bell did not toll lightly. Each ring indicated the impending occurrence of something monumental. As the chimes continued to resonate, he counted a total of 99 tolls. This must be the most formal assembly the academy could muster. Realizing that something significant was afoot, he concluded that remaining here to train would be an unwise choice. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity to stabilize his realm and further enhance his strength. Suddenly, Luo Feng recalled whether this gathering was instigated by the trouble caused by Champa. Could it be that a public tribunal was to be held regarding him? If so, it would be rather unbecoming for him, the sole beneficiary of the situation, to remain oblivious. Since the academy had called for an assembly, it was time to make his departure. At this moment, Luo Feng felt invigorated, his senses heightened, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a dazzling crimson light disappeared from sight, racing towards the academy's assembly square. As Luo Feng arrived at the square, he noticed numerous crimson lights swiftly converging towards the academy's grand plaza. It seemed that students from various factions had also heeded the academy's call, gathering incessantly in that direction. Observing the multitude of figures leaping forward, Luo Feng gradually retracted the crimson energy coursing through him. After all, the color of his energy was rather conspicuous, and he understood the wisdom of avoiding undue attention. Although his destructive power appeared qualitatively distinct from that of an ordinary destroyer, this was not the time to reveal his trump card. This was one of the two pivotal assets upon which he relied for his very existence here. The other, of course, was his ancient martial arts heritage, a facet that would remain imperceptible unless one engaged him in combat. Since he still identified as a student, he needed to embody the awareness befitting one. Luo Feng first subdued his crimson energy, transforming his destructive power into a dark purple hue. In this state, both his speed and aura diminished significantly, reflecting the true strength and source of power within the Destroyer Academy. Luo Feng mused that perhaps this was indeed an opportunity for his rise. However, he was deeply curious about the purpose behind this gathering of students at the plaza. Soon, familiar figures came into view. It was the high priest and several angels on the elevated podium. Luo Feng recognized many acquaintances from the Dragon Ball manga, confirming his assumptions about the faculty or management of the Destroyer Academy being of the angelic lineage. It appeared that the words of Pan were indeed not empty. Looking below the podium, he saw nearly 100 individuals gathered. Were these the apprentice students of the Destroyer Academy? No, in his recollection. The destroyers in the two-dimensional space seemed to number only 12, with an equal count of angels, plus one high priest, representing the entirety of the 12 universes' combat strength. Yet now, there were over 100 individuals below, and astonishingly, 18 angels on the podium. The high priest appeared unchanged, still exuding an aura of grandeur while floating serenely, his expression one of indifference. This stirred a peculiar ripple within Luo Feng's heart. He decided to observe what they had to announce. He refrained from scrutinizing the angels further, as they were led by the high priest. Excessive observation might unveil his secrets and hinder his growth. At this moment, Luo Feng's curiosity was piqued by the diverse assembly of over 100 apprentice destroyers below. Is this, indeed, one of my classmates? Well, everyone is here. It seems something significant is about to unfold. The only curiosity plaguing Luo Feng is the absence of Champa, Bilis, and Kitra. He has already discerned several familiar faces amidst the crowd, some known and others unfamiliar. There are the likes of Lang Shi, whose whispers are almost delectable within their small circle, alongside various beings such as the Bearman, Tiger Man, Wolf Man, and Porcupine Man. Truly, a diverse assembly. It appears that this God of Destruction Academy has summoned formidable races from various realms across the multiverse as potential candidates. After a fruitless search, Luo Feng could only sigh inwardly, hoping that this Xiangpa fellow possesses a modicum of fortune and does not fall victim to the Kexis Angel. The Kexis Angel. Luo Feng's gaze shifted towards the podium, where he indeed spotted the composed figure of Kexis behind the high priest. However, a hint of amusement tugged at Luo Feng's lips as he observed Kexis's facial expression. At this moment, Kex stood behind the high priest with a visage of profound resentment. How could one not perceive her discontent? Although her expression appeared inscrutable, akin to a stoic mask, the throbbing veins on her forehead and the prominent vascular patterns adorning her neck betrayed a tempestuous heart that belied her calm facade. The most ludicrous aspect was the crystal gem atop her so-called angelic staff, which bore a conspicuous and delicate crack. This careless repair, executed by an unknown hand, merely involved affixing a makeshift patch to the fissure, as if it were a mere band-aid. Such a haphazard approach only served to push Kex to the brink of fury. Despite her remarkable composure, she was constrained by the fact that the high priest was poised to address the assembly. Meanwhile, Luo Feng chuckled softly and gradually made his way into the crowd, keenly observing the unfolding events. Chapter 19. The dragon's head is seen, but its tail remains hidden as the bell tolled. All the angelic mentors gathered together. The summoning of every student signaled that a momentous occurrence was imminent. Furthermore, the presence of the elusive high priest, who was rarely seen in public, indicated that something significant was indeed about to transpire. Upon closer inspection, Luo Feng noticed a few familiar faces behind the high priest, which took him by surprise. At this moment, not only was the high priest accompanied by Kess, but also by Pudraz, Vis, Makalita, and Khan Nick, among numerous other angels, who stood behind him like obedient children. It seemed that the gravity of the situation was far more severe than Luo Feng had anticipated. With a soft cough from the high priest, the authority of the Academy's headmaster was unmistakably respected. The previously clamorous voices of the students below fell into an immediate silence. Indeed, in this realm, no one dared to challenge the high priest's dominion and status. After all, he was the chief of all divine academies, the true arbiter of the Destruction God Academy. The dynamics of ascendance and power rested entirely upon the high priest's whims, and he was evidently pleased to see the immediate hush his cough commanded. The high priest was not one to indulge in trivialities or superfluous chatter. After suppressing the gathering's noise with a mere cough, a resounding voice echoed in the ears of all the students of the Destruction God Academy, accompanied by the high priest's authoritative yet subtly warm tone. This unique state of affairs resonated with the students, enlightening Luo Feng about the impending developments. It turned out that the high priest's appearance and return to the academy heralded a new trial competition. This was indeed beyond his previous expectations. What he did not foresee was that this year's contest would differ entirely from those of the past. The high priest's demands were straightforward, this time. The competition would not follow the traditional format of arena battles, but rather adopt a survival elimination system. Yes, the aim was to select the top 18 students from over 100 participants to elevate them to the status of true destruction gods, culminating in a graduation ceremony competition. This revelation took many aspiring destruction gods by surprise, inciting a wave of astonishment among the students. Previously, their hierarchies and rankings were quite simple, with some possessing greater talents than others, which was entirely normal. These individuals had come to the Destruction God Academy as elite princes or prodigies from various universes, or as rare talents appearing once in a century, all seeking to enhance their strength and inherit the mantle of the Destruction God. However, it appeared that this iteration was markedly different from prior ones, which had featured gentle arena contests culminating in special rewards for the top contenders. The high priest's stern expression and incisive words indicated that the era of nurturing, paternalistic competitions was unequivocally over. This trial competition seemed poised to recognize only the top 18 as true destruction gods, thereby granting them the power to govern across the vast cosmos. As for the remaining participants, while the high priest did not explicitly state their fate, the students understood all too well that the alternatives were either death or elimination, with the latter bearing no distinction from the former. It appeared that this was the true, brutal facet of the Destruction God Academy. As the commotion below surged once more, the gathered students engaged in hushed whispers. The esteemed officiant cleared his throat gently once again. The sound resonated with a formidable power akin to thunder, compelling the restless students to fall into complete silence. At this moment, Luo Feng observed with a cold gaze. Although this competition bore a hint of cruelty, it was of no consequence to him, whose strength had only recently ascended. It was not beyond his reach to secure a position among the top 18. And even claiming one of the top 3 spots seemed rather unproblematic. Of course, Luo Feng had never underestimated the students of the Destruction God Academy, for they were the prodigies and elites emerging from various cosmic realms. Despite their status as ordinary students within the academy, who could discern which individual possessed a unique talent or a hidden trump card for survival? Each person's circumstances and experiences were distinct. Often, they concealed their true capabilities, remaining inconspicuous. However, when faced with life and death struggles, one could never predict the latent potential and energy that might erupt from any individual. If Luo Feng, prior to his transcendence, had managed to stand out in such a setting, it would indeed have been a true marvel. Observing the peculiar expressions below, it seemed that although everyone outwardly displayed dissatisfaction and indignation, internally they harbored a subtle exhilaration and an eagerness to engage. It was evident that these individuals were not as simple as Luo Feng had initially perceived. Each possessed their own means of survival and strategies for resurgence, though all of this appeared to be of little significance. As the high priest elaborated on the competition rules, the angels behind him also exhibited expressions of confusion. It appears that the selection and competition method this time has left even the celestial mentors behind in a state of uncertainty. as they attentively listened to the Grand Priest's directives. After all, he is the head of the Destruction Academy. Luofeng also perked up his ears to absorb the Grand Priest's admonitions and the crucial information regarding the competition's rules and format. In this realm, strength is but one facet. Intelligence, including information and analytical skills, constitutes another dimension of power with a touch of luck intertwined. These elements seem to have a direct correlation with the upcoming contest. Through the Grand Priest's subtle exposition, Luofeng gained a comprehensive understanding of the various requirements and regulations governing this competition. Astonishingly, the venue for this contest is to be none other than the Forbidden Forest of Despair, situated behind the Academy. Given that it is the Forbidden Forest, a place shrouded in mystery and peril, previously inaccessible to the students, it is fraught with unknown dangers. The Grand Priest merely alluded to it briefly, providing no extensive explanation. However, from his demeanor and the astonished expressions of the angels behind him, Luofeng sensed that the Forest of Despair was far more complex than they had imagined. The lurking dangers and uncertainties within are the true terrors, and the participants will be randomly transported to this battlefield. As for what follows, it is rather straightforward. In the heart of the Forest of Despair lies a legendary castle, rumored to house countless treasures. Securing even one of these would signify triumph in this trial. Yet, upon deeper reflection, such seemingly simple rules reveal a savage law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Although Luofeng felt a surge of confidence about reaching the castle at the center of the Forest of Despair and claiming its treasures to emerge as the ultimate victor, he remained cautious. What is easily spoken may not be easily executed. Subsequently, the Grand Priest's further elucidation left Luofeng astounded. Indeed, the Forest of Despair is teeming with terrifying supernatural beasts and extraordinary abilities. These are the foes and formidable adversaries the students must confront. Naturally, for the elite talents of the Destruction Academy, facing these extraordinary beings would not impose an insurmountable burden. However, the competition is not solely against these foes. The students are also rivals to one another. This competition permits mutual slaughter and rivalry, as ultimately, only 18 victors will emerge. Moreover, these 18 individuals cannot merely rely on their formidable strength to slice through the entirety of the Forest of Despair to achieve success. Before making their final breakthrough, they must preserve their positions for the climactic confrontation, which seems to center around the castle. The Grand Priest ominously proclaimed that within the castle lie 18 special earrings. The earrings of the God of Destruction, representing the true essence of the deity, are limited to a mere 18 in number. These sacred artifacts can only be found within the ancient castle, where each participant must successfully navigate a myriad of challenges and obstacles to reach the heart of the desolate forest. Therein lies the opportunity to discover the aforementioned earrings of the God of Destruction. If one can possess them for over an hour, congratulations are in order, for you shall emerge victorious in this trial among the contestants. Once again, I must emphasize that only 18 individuals will be selected, and I shall refrain from elaborating on the fate of the remainder. The earrings of the God of Destruction are indeed scarce, and your ability to gain their acknowledgement will depend solely on your own fortune. I shall not linger on superfluous discussions. The fundamental conditions are as stated. However, I must reiterate that this trial is not merely a test of strength, but a comprehensive evaluation of your wisdom, capabilities, and various strategies. In essence, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. Who can ultimately triumph depends on your own prowess. For those who have grown in the sheltered environment of the Academy are merely fighters, and not the true embodiments of destruction. To aspire to be the sovereign of a universe is no simple feat, as you well know. It cannot be achieved merely through a brief period of study within the Academy. As the High Priest's demeanor and discourse grew increasingly grave, the hearts of the participants raced like a drum, reflecting their apprehension. This trial is markedly different from previous ones, adopting a more direct approach of elimination. Although the High Priest did not explicitly state the consequences of failure, the participants understood all too well that elimination equates to death, thus demanding their utmost efforts. Revealing one's hidden strengths may indeed be the key to survival. Yet, what excited the participants was the prospect of winning the coveted earrings of the God of Destruction. They believed that securing the earrings' recognition, even for just 1 hour, could potentially fulfill their aspirations of becoming true rulers of the cosmos, significantly enhancing their powers with the earrings' divine influence. With this thought, the participants managed to suppress their fears regarding the trial, each eager and ready for action. For they were not mere novices, each possessed their own secrets for survival. Observing the eager glances and attitudes of the students below, the high priest felt a sense of satisfaction with his oratory. It appeared his persuasion had borne some fruit. The students showed no signs of discontent regarding the harsh competition or the trial's newly instituted mechanisms. Instead, they were invigorated and roused to action. The high priest cleared his throat, preparing to address them once more. Well then, do any of you have any objections? If not, let us commence the trial. Hee. My esteemed mentors and I shall observe each of your performances and actions closely. Perhaps there will be unforeseen surprises in store. I have conveyed all that I intended to say, so do not accuse me of tyrannical authoritarianism. If any of you, dear students, have queries, feel free to voice them now, for once you step onto the battlefield of trials, there will be no opportunity for discourse. The high priest issued a sharp command, and the hall fell into a profound silence. He genuinely seemed prepared to heed the students' opinions. Indeed, an unexpected occurrence transpired. There was a bold individual among them. Although the high priest had elucidated matters with remarkable clarity, there was still someone daring enough to present a differing viewpoint. This, perhaps, epitomizes a characteristic of the Destruction Academy, where a plethora of unruly geniuses from diverse factions do not conform to the conventional image of obedient scholars, as each harbors unique thoughts. The one who stood to speak was a tall girl adorned with a silver mask. Her lineage was indiscernible. The shimmering mask clung to her visage, endowing her with a distinctive aura, a blend of an ethereal beauty and a frigid assassin. She cleared her throat, raised her head to regard the high priest on the dais, and in a voice reminiscent of a lizard, she articulated her inquiry. Honorable Director, since you have stated thus, I possess a query that I wish to seek clarification on. The high priest revealed a faint, benevolent smile. Very well, masked student, what is it you wish to ask? It became apparent that she was the masked Yunfeng. A sense of vigilance stirred within him, for anyone capable of standing toe-to-toe with the high priest without faltering must possess considerable prowess. Yet, what peculiar question would this audacious individual pose? As the masked figure took the floor, the audience realized she was articulating the collective uncertainties they harbored. After enduring mutual strife within the Destruction Academy for an extended period, their respective strengths were acknowledged among them. They were acutely aware of each other's standings. Now, as they simultaneously entered the trial grounds, significant disputes over strength and factional alignments arose even before reaching the ancient castle. If a low-ranking individual were to cling to the coattails of someone in the top 3, would such an arrangement not be inherently unjust to the other students? The point raised by the masked individual appears to resonate with the concerns of many participants, suggesting that this person has indeed articulated a question of collective interest. However, the high priest merely smiled slightly and offered a nonchalant explanation. The method of entry into the Despair Forest this time involves a random teleportation to various locations, resulting in differing outcomes. One might find oneself on the outskirts of the forest, while others could be transported to areas within the desert. And those fortunate enough might even materialize beside an ancient castle. All these possibilities are within the realm of occurrence. As for your notion of mutual restraint and engaging in battle prior to entry, such a scenario does not exist. This arrangement is a special concession made considering the varying strengths among participants. Do you comprehend this explanation? The masked individual nodded, seemingly acquiescing to the high priest's clarification. The high priest then added, of course, some may find themselves unfortunate, potentially being teleported to a lair of monsters, a school of beasts, or even the prison of a certain tribe. These outcomes are also plausible. Regarding these contingencies, I trust everyone understands that luck is indeed a facet of strength. If your fortune is exceedingly poor, it is not our rules to blame. After all, the establishment of rules and random teleportation is equitable for everyone. As for the most just interpretation, I believe all of you who have traversed from various universes to my domain will recognize that absolute fairness is an illusion. Hence, there exists relative justice. Now, does anyone have further inquiries? At this juncture, the masked individual remained silent, yet a robust man stepped forward, gazing up at the high priest, and inquired, Esteemed Director, having listened to your extensive discourse, I have grasped the essence of it. I merely wish to ascertain whether this competition permits lethal force. Specifically, if we encounter our foes or rivals, may we exert our utmost strength, or will that be deemed unacceptable? However, there was indeed an impact. The imposing figure of a brawny man loomed before the crowd, his fists clenched tightly, exuding an aura of raw vitality. This bald man, reminiscent of a one-eyed dragon, surveyed the surrounding students with an expression that conveyed a menacing challenge. Dare to oppose me, and I shall unleash my fury upon you. The high priest offered a slight smile, his demeanor calm, yet foreboding. As I have elucidated earlier, this is a process of elimination. There shall be no safeguards, nor shall there be mercy for the defeated. Failure equates to demise. Ultimately, only 18 among you shall stand before me and inherit the legacy of the god of destruction. His explanation was unambiguous, and he added, should you harbor any doubts regarding my words, I would not hesitate to personally demonstrate the consequences of defiance. Upon hearing the high priest's declaration, the previously fierce countenance of the bald man trembled slightly. He was acutely aware of the director's formidable prowess. Beneath the high priest's warm facade lay a heart capable of unrestrained violence. At that moment, the bald man harbored no further doubts and awaited the forthcoming arrangements with bated breath. Finally, a petite figure emerged timidly from the shadows, seemingly a healer of sorts, embodying a gentle yet fragile presence. At this moment, she gazed timidly at the angel and the high priest seated on the podium, posing the final question that lingered in the minds of everyone within the academy. Esteemed director, I am still just a little stutterer. The high priest gently pressed his hand, reassuring her, do not worry. Take your time to express yourself. The timid girl timidly inquired, can we form teams? You see, as a student of the Destruction God Academy, I am merely a support class. If I could find some advanced classmates to be my teammates, would that be permissible? The high priest smiled softly. Certainly, that is not a problem. However, the maximum number of members in a team is 3. You 3 can form a combat group to cooperate and assist one another, which maintains a relatively fair status for each student. Do you have any further questions? Hearing an answer that satisfied her, the girl murmured softly, seemingly emboldened by an unknown source of courage. The disparity in strength is still quite significant. If I encounter one of the top 3 ranked students upon entering, I would surely be defeated in an instant. This seems to have little to do with luck or strength. Witnessing this student express her last vestige of defiance, she appeared far less fragile than her demeanor suggested. Having posed the most incisive question, yes, there is indeed a ranking among students. And the fear and anxiety she felt regarding the disparity in strength and the presence of exceptional talents was palpable. Seeing this seemingly frail girl pose such a pointed question, the high priest revealed a warm smile and then addressed the assembly. The principle is quite simple. You have come to the Destruction God Academy to be selected as future qualified destruction gods, and we are here to cultivate the strong. We are not obligated to act as your caretakers or nurturers. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. This principle applies universally. I believe that strength and luck are both components of true power. Since you have chosen to be here, cast aside any special notions. Only those who can persevere until the end are the talents we truly seek. As for everything else, I can only say, with a cold and piercing gaze directed toward the crowd, a shiver ran down their spines. This might be the real nature of their director, unyielding and devoid of sentiment. Indeed, upon reflection, the high priest's words bore a semblance of truth. This was no environment for delicate blooms, but rather a place for genuine powerhouses capable of mastering a universe. Under such a weak mindset, the cultivation of true strength would be unattainable. As the high priest resumed his gentle and composed tone, he added, I forgot to mention something crucial. This trial conference will take place in the Void Realm. The Void Realm? What on earth is that? The disciples of the Destruction God exchanged perplexed glances, each reflecting the confusion and uncertainty in the other's eyes. Was the battlefield of this pilot conference truly devoid of flight? If it were permitted, it might bestow certain advantages upon specific races or individuals. However, if the stipulation was that flight was prohibited, those adept in aerial prowess appeared despondent and defeated. Chapter 21. The Divine Body Experiment. Without the ability to soar, they could only harness half of their innate potential. Observing the disheartened expressions of the disciples, the high priest chuckled softly, remarking, as I previously stated, luck constitutes a facet of strength. Given this regulation, you must confront the reality before you. Enough of idle chatter, let us prepare to commence the competition. At this pronouncement, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. So soon? Was there not to be some allowance for preparation? The high priest's voice resonated once more. This competition will span a mere 5 days. After this brief period, we shall reconvene to determine the outcome. Until then, you must rely solely on fortune to navigate your fate. By the way, Vice Dean Kers, having spoken so extensively, are you not moved to action? The 3 individuals you detained ought to be restored to the fold. While they may have committed certain transgressions, they still possess the right to participate in this contest. Upon hearing the high priest's words, Kers gradually emerged from her tempestuous demeanor. Indeed, although these 3 individuals had committed grievous offenses against her, they were nonetheless required to partake in the unified competition. Their survival until the end would ultimately hinge upon their luck and destiny. With this in mind, Kers ceased her internal conflict, gently waving the fractured angelic staff in her grasp. A flash of golden light illuminated the space as 3 figures descended from the air, landing with a flourish upon the square below. This spectacle left the assembled disciples of the destruction god in utter astonishment. Initially, they had sensed the absence of a few individuals. It turned out that these were the very ones ensnared by Kers, leading to the question of what mischief these 3 had conjured. The unexpected wrath of the Angel of Kess has led to the imprisonment of 3 individuals. It appears that without the upcoming trial and the intervention of the High Priest, the fate of these 3 would have been dire. As the figures slowly rose from the ground, the onlookers recognized them. It was Beerus, Katra, and the ever-mischievous Champa. However, there seemed to be a subtle yet discernible difference about them. With everyone's gaze fixed upon them, it became apparent that Beerus was the first to stand, though his right arm was heavily bandaged, suggesting it had been broken. Likewise, Katra bore a similar fate, his right leg also wrapped in thick bandages, indicating a grievous injury. What had transpired to warrant such severe punishment? The High Priest had just announced the commencement of the most brutal trial, and the severity of their injuries raised concerns about their combat effectiveness. Despite these worries, the crowd found solace in the High Priest's words, acknowledging that opportunities were relatively fair, albeit not absolutely so. Even those who erred could participate in this event, thanks to the clemency of the High Priest. The potential weakening of their powers due to injury brought a sense of delight among the spectators, for within the ranks of the Destruction Academy, Beerus and Katra were formidable forces. The misfortune that had befallen these 2 titans was, in fact, a cause for celebration among the students. Lastly, attention turned to the figure still groaning on the ground, who was unmistakably Champa. However, his identity was obscured by the layers of bandages enveloping him, leaving only his nose and eyes visible. It seemed he had sustained grievous injuries, as if his body had been shattered. Champa appeared to be the instigator of this unfortunate incident, and the reasons behind his severe punishment could only be addressed by the enraged Angel of Kess. Upon witnessing their condition, Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be the after-effects of that crystal gemstone? Upon reflection, he quickly pieced together the sequence of events. The crystal had indeed fallen into Champa's hands, thus it was understandable that he bore the brunt of the punishment. Yet, what was Katra's involvement in this predicament? How had this unfortunate mouse found himself entangled with Beerus and Champa? After a moment of contemplation, Yunfeng concluded that perhaps Katra had inadvertently become a victim of circumstance. Champa and Beerus have mishandled the situation, attempting to shift the blame onto themselves, yet it appears they have not fallen for their own ruse, and have inadvertently reaped substantial benefits in the process. It seems that Champa remains undeterred, seeking another scapegoat. Thus, Quita has inexplicably been entangled in this affair and has suffered stringent repercussions. One can discern his mental turmoil from the loss of a leg and the haunted expression in his eyes. However, this bears no particular significance for Yunfeng, who is rapidly analyzing the unfolding events in his mind. He attentively absorbed every word exchanged between the Grand Priest and this student, swiftly deducing that this may very well be the final trial hosted by the God of Destruction Academy. It appears that the Grand Priest has received some groundbreaking news from the cosmos, albeit without explicitly stating it. In his recollection, there are supposedly 12 universes, necessitating only 12 angels and gods of destruction. However, the Grand Priest's recent remarks have entirely upended Yunfeng's understanding, as that pertains to the original narrative. While he has traversed into this tangible reality, in this world, adherence to its rules and transformations is imperative. 18 universes? It seems we are in an era preceding the eradication of those 6 unknown universes. Contemplating this, Yunfeng smiled faintly, exuding a sense of confidence. Although prior to his crossing over, he ranked a mere 98th in the God of Destruction body experiment, not in the bottom tier, he nonetheless stood among the least formidable in terms of strength and talent. After all, this exceptional academy sought out the elite from various races across the cosmic expanse. Being selected as an intern in the God of Destruction Academy already attests to his prowess. To be part of this institution as a human is commendable. However, in this context, the former Luo Feng possessed no advantages or capabilities, his recent surge in power merely a consequence of his journey through dimensions. Entering this grand event ranked 98th. Indeed, had the pre-transcendent Luo Feng participated, it would have been a true test of life and death. Chapter 22. A momentous enhancement yet. These are considerations for another time. Having acquired methods to enhance his strength, he must confront the reality at hand. Survival in this world takes precedence. Pondering further serves no purpose. After meticulously analyzing the words of De Chengwan, Luo Feng feels quite confident regarding this trial. As for which of the 18 universes he will ultimately serve as a god of destruction, that is a matter for later deliberation. For now, the priority is to survive and overcome the formidable opponents and the malevolent, extraordinary beings dwelling within this trial space. Perhaps this represents a pivotal opportunity for his strength to flourish. Although I have recently undergone a unique form of training that seemingly has elevated my divine power and martial prowess to unprecedented heights, what I find most lacking at present is practical experience. Now, Luo Feng is filled with anticipation, eagerly contemplating the surprises and enhancements that this upcoming trial assembly may bestow upon him. The high priest gazed at the fallen Xiangpa and, in a languid tone, addressed Bilas and Ketla, stating, "You both heard my previous words. Now, I present you with two choices. Either enter the trial assembly bearing your injuries, or return to Vice Dean Kesai. The decision lies entirely in your hands, and I shall not compel you. As for the wounds you currently bear, I can only say that it is a matter of fate. Your participation in the trial assembly will not absolve you of the consequences of your actions, nor will it heal your afflictions. However, entering the battlefield while wounded does not preclude the possibility of success. That shall suffice. You may now make your choice." At this moment, Beerus and Champa resolutely nodded in agreement. To attain strength, one must be willing to pay the price. Without sacrifice, how could one possess the confidence to persevere until the very end? Deep within their souls, these brothers harbored an indomitable spirit and an unwillingness to concede defeat. As for Quitella, although his gaze was laced with resentment, he remained unfazed by the upcoming competition, confident in his slightly superior strength over Beerus. Indeed, he considered himself the best among this group of trainees, and there was no one bold enough to claim the top spot ahead of him. Reflecting on his severed right leg, he sighed in resignation and nodded in agreement with the Grand Minister's assertions, preparing himself to participate in the trial assembly. Observing that the other trainees and the 3 injured individuals expressed no dissent, the Grand Minister nodded with satisfaction and proclaimed, "I hereby announce that at 10 o'clock, we shall commence with Angel Margarita." With that, the Grand Minister stepped back, allowing Angel Margarita to advance. She drew forth her resplendent angelic staff, and in a graceful motion, she appeared before the assembled trainees. With a gentle flourish of her staff, golden alchemical powder descended like a tangible essence, gradually forming a uniquely shaped hexagram and pentagram under her deft movements. Is this, then, an exercise in establishing a spatial coordinate system? Could it be that everything diverges from the expectations of the crowd? Rather than embarking collectively towards the trial grounds, they were to validate their hypothesis through subsequent actions. Indeed, there was no need to queue for entry to the trial site. Instead, they were to utilize a peculiar teleportation array. As for where this array would lead, that remained subjective, perhaps aligning with the Grand Minister's notion of random teleportation. With a series of precise maneuvers, Angel Margarita conjured a magnificent golden vortex-shaped teleportation array, which now stood silently before the assembly. At this moment, Makalita took a long, deep breath, for it had been quite some time since she had arranged such a peculiar teleportation array. Fortunately, she did not fail in her task, as among all the angels, Makalita possessed the highest mastery in alchemy and teleportation, while Vis was the most adept in the art of free will. Each angel, it seems, harbored their own unique and exceptional strengths. For instance, Batos was renowned for his formidable healing abilities. In this regard, the high priest was exceedingly pleased with the growth trajectories of each of his offspring. After all, where there is no conflict, there is no competition. A reality that greatly satisfied the high priest, often regarded as the dean. This time, Makalita's performance was commendable. Angel Vis stepped forward, his angelic staff emanating a soft blue light. In a fleeting moment, this luminescence dashed into the golden portal of time and space. He nodded towards the high priest, signifying that the spatial framework appeared to be a complete success, with coordinates pre-established by this and the 10th domain, as for each individual's ability to teleport there. It was entirely a matter of luck. The high priest then waved his hand and proclaimed to the gathered crowd, "Set forth. Those who do not wish to participate may as well cease to exist." He then cast a warm yet authoritative gaze upon the students, who exchanged glances, seemingly unaware of the advantages or disadvantages of entering the portal first or last. Noting that their instructors and the dean offered no clues, a bold student named Tej, a tiger among the destroyer deities, felt a pang of anxiety. Perhaps entering first might yield some benefit. After all, just moments ago, Instructor Viz had already surged into the portal with a flash of blue light, an opportunity not to be missed. With a sudden movement, he was the first to dash toward the portal, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this reckless individual plunge headlong into the portal of the Lion's Summit, the other destroyer deities hesitated no longer. Like a flock of eager children, they followed suit, bustling into the portal. Observing their unwavering confidence and eagerness, Luofeng merely smiled faintly. If it were truly as simple as they imagined, that the first to enter would gain an advantage, then they vastly underestimated the intellect of the high priest and his associates. However, Luofeng found himself devoid of alternative choices or opportunities, for this trial represented a duality of chance and fortune for him. Thus, he hesitated no longer and prepared to step into the portal of the trial. Suddenly, Bodis revealed her angelic staff, gracefully conjuring 3 spheres of healing light in midair, which gently drifted into the transmission portal. Observing this series of actions with a sigh, the high priest remarked, "You, my dear girl, still possess a tender heart. Yet, it is understandable. After all, I did mention earlier that luck is indeed a facet of strength." Chapter 23. Radiance with the luminous power of these 3 healing orbs. Perhaps the outcome of this competition will experience a qualitative leap. However, it remains uncertain which fortunate soul will be graced with your healing prowess. I surmise that each of you harbors your own designated destroyer and has already selected your targets internally. Let us now await the moment when the masters can effortlessly perceive the innermost thoughts of the various celestial mentors. As offspring of the high priest, being an angel holds little significance, given the well-known might of their esteemed father. In the presence of the high priest, attempting to play mind games or employ cunning strategies is nothing short of ludicrous. Just as Luofeng was about to step into the portal, he noticed the mummified Xiangpa hopping about. "Luofeng, wait for me. This is truly a situation beyond words. I hope this transmission aligns us together, perhaps. With your protection, I might just survive until the end." At this moment, Luofeng cast a fleeting glance at Xiangpa, pondering how audacious this individual was to still attempt to drag him into the mire. Did he not realize that his actions appeared as foolish as those of a naive child before the esteemed angels and divine officials? However, Luofeng felt no obligation to elucidate matters further to Xiangpa. Instead, he merely offered a gentle smile before stepping into the golden legendary array. As for the peculiar thoughts of Bylus and Quitella trailing behind, those were their concerns. This was a ruthless trial competition, devoid of any emotional discourse. Suddenly, Luofeng perceived a flicker before his eyes. Perhaps it was merely a short-range teleportation, causing him little discomfort. Had this been the former Luofeng, he would have been uncertain about his capabilities in such a situation. Yet, his soul had traversed from the realm of reality into the Dragon Ball world. After this prolonged journey, his soul's resilience and willpower must have significantly intensified. Thus, he found no considerable unease regarding the diminutive teleportation array crafted by Makalita. In an instant, he steadied himself, witnessing a dramatic transformation of his surroundings. He had descended into a primeval forest, a rather pleasant surprise. Although the direction and position of his landing were slightly askew, his clarity of mind allowed him to perceive the environment through the teleportation array without any overwhelming reaction. He merely sensed a unique aura within this world of information. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Dragon Ball world possessed such extraordinary abilities and ancient techniques, seemingly a long-lost inheritance array. As he surveyed the primordial forest, absorbing the nearby energies, he noted that it bore little distinction from an ordinary wilderness, save for the remarkable stability of its space. Gazing skyward, he indeed observed a canopy of purple clouds, crackling with violet lightning. It seemed to confirm the words of the grand official. This was likely a forbidden zone for flight, for otherwise, it would merely be a sun-drenched day. Yet, This detail had become inconsequential. Since the rules had been established, it implied a semblance of fairness for all involved. If flight was prohibited, then so be it. Luo Feng then sensed his surroundings, detecting no imminent danger or unusual energies. Perhaps fortune favored him, having arrived in such a tranquil and secure forest. However, the palpable malevolence emanating from the woods sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, this sensation was not something one would encounter within the ordinary confines of the Destruction Academy in this timeline. As Luo Feng, a modern individual who had traversed into this realm, he found himself endowed with an extraordinary sixth sense. Perhaps, he mused, his instincts were misguided. With a moment of composure, Luo Feng surveyed the serene environment around him, filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. However, a furrowed brow revealed his realization that the destination, the ancient castle at the heart of the trial ground, was still a considerable distance away. It appeared that this trial location was vast, with over 100 participants dispersed like paratroopers, making encounters with fellow competitors unlikely in the short term. The palpable malice emanating from the forest might very well be the extraordinary beasts and formidable creatures mentioned by the esteemed Grand Priest. Recalling this, a wry smile crept onto Luo Feng's face. Surviving in the wilderness seemed rather unchallenging for him. As a modern-day inheritor of ancient martial arts, he possessed not only exceptional martial prowess, but also ample survival experience in the wild. Although he was uncertain about the specific differences between this world's jungles and those of his own reality, he believed they were fundamentally similar, given that the fresh air and vibrant surroundings were undeniably genuine. The malevolent aura likely stemmed from the extraordinary beasts and superhumans, instilling an ominous feeling in the air. Having determined his course, with only 5 days to accomplish his mission, Luo Feng felt the pressure of time and responsibility. Thus, he refrained from lingering to appreciate the scenery. He was not here for leisure, but to emerge as a true destroyer from the renowned Destroyer Academy. The future would unfold in due course. While luck may play a role in one's strength, and strength is essential for survival, caution is paramount. One must navigate carefully to avoid misfortune, as even the mightiest can stumble into pitfalls. Previous experiences in alternate worlds had imparted valuable lessons to Luo Feng regarding the necessity of vigilance. In a world rife with hostility, one must never be careless, for even the invincible can falter. Reflecting on the tragic figures from this era, many have met their demise due to overconfidence or negligence. Luo Feng had no desire to follow in their misguided footsteps. Chapter 24. Concealment Techniques. As Luo Feng continued his journey, he expanded his senses to their fullest capacity. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a rather lively area. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of normalcy, striding forward with purpose. Although he could sense the direction and presence of the ancient castle at the trial's core, the distance was indeed considerable. At full speed, he estimated it would take 3 days to reach his destination. Furthermore, the Grand Priest had mentioned that this trial was limited to a mere 5 days. Within this brief time frame, he would need to overcome formidable foes, withstand various dangers, and ultimately survive to inherit the legacy of the Destroyer Earrings. A significant challenge indeed. As for whether the positions of the other participants are closer or farther from the central castle, it ultimately relies on one's fortune. Yet, I possess a unique ability that allows me to sense some predatory presences nearby. It appears these minor characters are utterly disregarded by Luo Feng. Although he has formulated some strategies and thoughts in his mind, now is not the opportune moment to act. After all, the adversary has chosen to conceal themselves. Following and observing, likely contemplating whether engaging in a fierce battle upon entering the trial grounds aligns with their own paramount interests, since they have opted for patience and stealth. Let them be. Suddenly, as Luo Feng strides purposefully, he comes to an abrupt halt, standing still in silence. This unexpected pause sends a jolt of alarm through the 3 God of Destruction trainees stealthily tailing him. How strange. Why has this fellow stopped? Have our actions been detected? It seems improbable. With Viper's ability to mask his presence, it is unlikely that someone ranked 98th, such as Luo Feng, could perceive him. Viper's eyes flicker with a peculiar expression, but his companions express dissatisfaction. 1. A robust giant known as Leopard Bear within the God of Destruction Academy regards Viper with disdain. Is your stealth skill lacking? It hasn't been long, and yet that fellow, Luo Feng, has already noticed you. Adding to this, a nearby figure covered in bristles, known as Porcupine, scoffs coldly. Viper, what is going on? Were you not said to be among the elite in your ability to conceal your aura during training? I decided to team up with Leopard Bear solely based on that. Yet here you are, utterly useless. In just a few years, you've allowed that kid to uncover our movements. It seems my idea of sending you to scout was rather naive. Should we engage now? Leopard Bear, with your strength, alongside Viper and myself, crushing that ant on the opposite side should pose no significant challenge. Though this trial is fraught with peril, we must ensure the integrity of our power. Given our rankings, overwhelming an ordinary human ranked 98th should not present too great a difficulty. Yet, Leopard Bear clenches his fists, withholding any rebuttal to Porcupine's remarks. Indeed, they had unexpectedly been transported together, and their presence here was truly fortuitous. After all, the bear, the porcupine, and the viper had previously shared a cordial camaraderie as classmates. The viper possessed the unique ability to conceal its presence and launch surprise attacks. Although the three appeared outwardly formidable, akin to simple-minded beings, they were, in reality, shrewd and calculating individuals. The bear, in particular, was a master of subtlety, quickly discerning the current situation. Engaging in internal strife among themselves would yield no benefits. Thus, they swiftly reached a consensus. Harnessing the viper's talent for stealth, they formed a temporary alliance to eliminate any adversaries or threats that they deemed undesirable. Only by doing so could they safely navigate towards the ancient castle at the heart of the trial grounds. As for who would ultimately prevail within the castle, that would depend solely on their individual prowess and cunning. Thus, this fragile coalition was forged under unique circumstances. The viper and the porcupine promptly grasped the bear's intentions, recognizing that their collective abilities ranked between 50 and 60 in the trials, not particularly high, yet not too low. To emerge victorious, unity and cooperation were essential. However, just as they successfully concealed their presence, they noticed the figure of Luo Feng nearby. How fortunate it was that this weakling, ranked 98, was also in their vicinity. Luo Feng seemed momentarily stunned, oblivious to their presence, as he strode purposefully towards the ancient castle at the center of the trial grounds. This suited the bear, porcupine, and viper perfectly. By concealing their presence and trailing this weakling, they found a strategic advantage, even if Luo Feng did not serve any significant purpose. Having him as a vanguard or a potential trigger for traps was a prudent choice. Resolute in their decision, the trio continued to let the viper utilize its unique racial ability to mask their presence. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, they stealthily followed in his wake, reveling in the prospect of having a free guide. As they approached the castle, they anticipated that if Luo Feng maintained his luck and remained unharmed, he would soon meet his demise at their hands, a preliminary plan that filled them with self-satisfaction. The viper harbored no objections, as its raw strength surpassed that of the bear and porcupine. However, it considered itself among the top 10 in terms of stealth abilities during training. As for the porcupine, despite its outwardly unassuming demeanor, it was, in truth, quite formidable and not easily trifled with. Since the other two bore no hostility towards it, the viper was more than willing to assist them. Yet, this unstable team soon found that their target, the young man named Luo Feng, had suddenly come to a standstill. Had he truly discovered himself? Although the viper possessed unwavering confidence in his stealth techniques, it was evident that no method of concealment was invincible. The grievances expressed by his two companions irked him considerably. However, he recognized that should his stealth fail to yield results, his influence within the team would significantly diminish, leaving him vulnerable to being discarded by those two formidable dissenters. Despite the trio's mutual ulterior motives, engaging in infighting did not appear to be a prudent course of action. Contemplating this, the viper subtly signaled his readiness for advancement, indicating that his stealth was intact. It seemed that Luo Feng had not uncovered their pursuit. Rather, there was another underlying reason. Chapter 25. Resilient Sharpness. Observing the viper's piercing gaze, his companions, the leopard bear and the porcupine, momentarily halted their advance. It appeared that the issue did not lie with their ally, the viper. Perhaps it was the individual named Luo Feng who had sensed an unusual danger. Allowing Luo Feng to scout ahead seemed indeed to be a judicious decision. Since the viper had signaled for them to proceed without haste, safety remained paramount. Reckless individuals had already met their demise, and the three were acutely aware of this fact. In the heart of the forest, Luo Feng, poised and vigilant, was fully aware of the movements of the three behind him. His heightened perception, a result of his newfound strength, was no trifling matter. The notion that the viper with such mediocre skills, could successfully conceal himself nearby was laughable. He ceased his advance not because of any peculiar actions from the three behind him, but due to an impending sense of danger that he felt ahead. This threat was not something a typical Destroyer Academy student could provoke. It emanated from the indigenous beings of the forest, the extraordinary entities referenced by the High Priest. Luo Feng gradually crouched down, his gaze drawn to a faint, shimmering web that came into his line of sight. He quickly discerned the source of his foreboding sensation, a spider's silk. How could such unique silk exist here? As his fingertip lightly brushed against it, he was taken aback by its resilience and exceptional sharpness. In this world of dragons, even as aspiring destroyers, they were not invincible, yet they ranked among the elite. The menacing aura of this spider silk suggested that its creator was no ordinary extraordinary being, but likely a colossal spider. With this realization, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this jungle was rife with dangers and unpredictable scenarios. It had not been long since they set out, and already, 3 enigmatic students were tailing them. How intriguing. These 3 individuals may not pose a significant threat. Yet the entity currently weaving this web appears to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. However, under Luo Feng's perception, the traps laid by this foe seem to lack any truly decisive effect. Nevertheless, the enemy has yet to fully reveal themselves. The traps have ensnared Luo Feng, who was poised to advance. Contemplating this, Luo Feng finds a sense of acceptance. The High Priest and Dean previously remarked that this place is a realm of purity. Otherwise, these extraordinary beings would pose no danger to the Flying Destruction Academy, rendering this trial somewhat devoid of purpose. Given this reality, circumventing the obstacles is evidently an impractical approach. Since confrontation is inevitable, it is perhaps that this unknown weaver of webs could become the very first scythe in his struggle for survival within this temporal realm. At this moment, before the podium of the Destruction God Academy, a vast sand table lay quietly, presenting a detailed representation of the terrain for the upcoming trial competition. This expansive model featured forests, deserts, lakes, swamps, and grasslands, all distributed along its periphery. At its center stood an ancient castle, which could be regarded as the focal point of the great city gate. Scattered across this enormous sand table were various twinkling purple light spots, representing the coordinates of the destruction scholars who had been randomly teleported to this location. Each shimmering purple point radiated its own energy intensity, glowing with distinct brilliance. Not far from them, several blue light spots flickered, which were presumably the trial grounds spoken of by the High Priest. These extraordinary beings, whether hostile or benign, were represented by blue energy points, with certain areas exhibiting particularly radiant blue spots, indicative of boss-level entities. It remained uncertain which unfortunate individual might inadvertently encounter these formidable monsters, potentially meeting their demise before even reaching the central area. After all, the High Priest was not jesting with these participants. This selection was for true destruction gods, not the standard competitions of the past. As the High Priest meticulously arranged the sand table, the angels behind remained silently observant, each casting their gaze toward scenes that piqued their interest, those whom they deemed worthy destruction gods or promising disciples. Each individual had their own developmental trajectory, leading to varying preferences for candidates. For instance, Vis focused on the one who had clandestinely learned from the 4th-generation mechanic, Beerus. In contrast, Wardas was intrigued by the quirky and cunning Champa, while others also selected their preferred targets. The alchemical prodigy, Makalita, found herself particularly fascinated by a character named Jester. Meanwhile, the High Priest's attention gravitated toward a section of the jungle on the sand table. There, a purple mark caught his eye. Although not overwhelmingly powerful, it emanated a peculiar sensation. At that moment, he noticed an exceptionally luminous blue light point adjacent to the purple one. Chapter 26. The Jungle King observing the High Priestess' interest, Kiers furrowed her brow slightly, pondering the misfortune of the individual who had just arrived in the trial grounds only to encounter the formidable Spider Queen. It could only be considered bad luck for this poor soul. Initially, she had held a certain optimism for him. Really? The High Priest paused, taken aback. What about the matter with Beerus and Champa that you were just willing to overlook? The intrigue surrounding this individual named Luo Feng, who attempted to ensnare Champa but ultimately failed, piqued Kess' interest as well. Indeed, one might wonder why I would find this Luo Feng captivating. The Grand Priest, observing Kess' momentary bewilderment, offered a subtle smile before gesturing grandly. projecting an immense three-dimensional display before the gathered assembly. It revealed the very scene in which Luo Feng currently found himself, a revelation that surprised even the Grand Priest, who seemed intrigued by this peculiar character. Kess arched an eyebrow, expressing her disappointment. Although this young man has not succumbed to the same nefarious inclinations as Champa and Beerus, he lacks the fervor to grow stronger. Frankly, I find him quite disheartening. Despite his solid foundational skills and destructive power, he has squandered the opportunity to learn the ultimate skill of freedom that lay before him. Now, embroiled in this trial amidst the terrifying demon, it appears he has little chance of escape, especially with 3 other students lurking ominously behind him. I fear for his safety. Upon hearing Kess's assessment, the Grand Priest merely smiled faintly and remained silent, choosing to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the surrounding angels, each consumed by their own thoughts, turned their attention to this spectacle. "Isn't that the fellow named Luo Feng?" one remarked. "His strength seems rather ordinary, and he hasn't participated in any noteworthy competitions. Truly unfortunate." Buddha sighed in resignation. Makarita, however, encouraged him from the sidelines. "Come on, lad. Though you face the Jungle King, a formidable boss, perhaps a stroke of luck could grant you a chance to escape. But wait, there are 3 others lying in ambush behind you. Those fools are still bickering and hesitating. If they united with you, they might just evade the grasp of the Abyssal Spider Queen. Alas, it seems the opportunity is slipping away. Is Luo Feng truly foolish?" Kess pondered, furrowing her brow. "It appears not. His cunning is evident, yet his power is indeed lacking. Why does he not flee immediately? Does he truly lack any sense of the impending danger? To provoke the Abyssal Queen is reckless. He cannot fathom the extent of her might, her terror, and her cruelty. Perhaps ignorance breeds courage. Grand Priest, why do you not offer any commentary?" Kess inquired. The Grand Priest, observing the 3 daughters as they chattered animatedly amongst themselves, simply smiled enigmatically, offering no response. When pressed for insight, he merely remarked with a subtle upward curve of his lips, "Isn't it evident upon observation? Perhaps this young man is not as simplistic as you presume. In my estimation, he does not exhibit the foolishness that is currently apparent. One should not hastily form conclusions about an individual based solely on superficial impressions." The High Priest appears to hold a rather favorable view of Luo Feng, leaving Makalita and Bados momentarily astonished. After all, their previous evaluations stemmed from genuine sentiments, only to be entirely dismissed by the High Priest. Observing the discussion between the women and the High Priest, the male angels, including Vis, directed their curious gazes toward Luo Feng, who had failed to garner their approval. They were eager to discover what unique abilities this individual possessed that could earn the High Priest's admiration. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of so many curious eyes. His thoughts were solely consumed by how to confront the adversary before him. The presence of spider silk indicated the likelihood of traps. It seemed the individual opposite him was one who favored strong control coupled with agile ambush tactics. Thus, luring the opponent out would be the most prudent strategy. As for the 3 observers behind him, their inaction might ultimately spare him considerable trouble. Hence, he chose to disregard them. For it was the foe in front of him that required his attention. Luo Feng gazed at the spider silk, and a flicker of purplish-red light danced at the tip of his finger, enveloping his right-hand index finger in a protective membrane. With a gentle flick of his finger, he snapped the triggering thread of the trap, producing a sharp sound. In response, a furious roar echoed nearby. "Who dares to provoke my territory? Have they truly never known death?" Hearing the sultry yet raspy voice, Luo Feng smiled faintly. It seemed his actions had indeed been justified by disrupting the trap. This adept at stealth and assassination could not contain themselves, thus revealing their location. Once freed from the threat of ambush and traps, Luo Feng felt no fear toward this adversary. After all, as a nimble individual skilled in stealth and trap setting, confronting him directly seemed to play into Luo Feng's hands. In terms of sheer strength and fortitude, even if you are an extraordinary being dwelling deep within the jungle, a lord-level monster in this realm, confronting a disciple of the god of destruction head-on may very well be the Spider Queen's gravest miscalculation. Yet, the outcome remains uncertain. Observing Luo Feng's demeanor, Kess, situated within the Academy of Destruction, furrowed her brow and remarked on his audacity. He had neither chosen to flee nor to ally with the 3 individuals trailing him. He truly dared to confront the abyss. The Spider Queen pondered the source of this young man's courage. Beside her, Batos casually interjected, expressing a preference for those fortunate in strength, for luck is indeed a facet of power. Often, even immense strength can be rendered futile by ill fortune. Makalita, adjacent to him, promptly articulated her perspective. In the balance of strength and luck, she favored those endowed with intellect and wisdom. Any student could gradually enhance their prowess over time, yet luck is finite. Conversely, a sharp mind is an eternal asset. After all, our universe requires a masterful controller, a truly competent orchestrator, rather than mere puppets executing our commands. Chapter 27. The helmsman, upon witnessing the differing opinions of his three daughters. The high priest cast an encouraging glance towards them. Each individual's path diverged, their personalities distinct. Perhaps this diversity is what he truly sought in talent and a genuine helmsman. Meanwhile, Vis merely observed the unfolding spectacle with a faint, enigmatic smile. His brethren remaining emotionally stoic, a characteristic trait of male angels. For Vis, the most sacred aspect was their profound mastery of the free and unfettered technique, the foundation of the angelic races standing within the divine realm. Seeing no dissent among the crowd, the high priest simply remarked, "Let us await the developments." Thus, the righteous angels collectively observed in silence as Luo Feng prepared to unveil his next act. At that moment, deep within the jungle, Luo Feng triggered a trap. Following the emergence of spider silk, no unusual movements occurred. He stood still, devoid of a display of formidable power or defensive posture, simply standing upright. Acutely attuned to the surrounding changes and the emanating aura, an eerie rustling enveloped him, suggestive of a colossal and agile creature weaving through the vicinity. Perhaps the precursor to the Queen of the Abyss's impending assault. After all, for someone adept at setting traps and assassination, confronting them head-on would undeniably tarnish the reputation of a local boss. It appears that this individual, despite generating noise to lure the enemy, can hardly contain themselves from laying traps around me now that they observe my lack of action. However, all of this falls perfectly within Luo Feng's anticipations. If he were an ordinary destroyer, he might have panicked or sought to flee by now. Yet, as a master of survival in the wild on Earth, Luo Feng possesses an acute understanding of the habits of creatures like spiders. Coupled with the recent enhancement of his abilities, his energy now stands in stark contrast to what it once was. In the face of such agility and an opponent skilled in assassination, Luo Feng has not underestimated them. Rather, he has afforded them the opportunity to prepare their traps and ambush him. Indeed, he intends to use this spider queen as a whetstone for his own skills. Having just arrived in this timeline, his previous skirmishes with Champa felt rather trivial, merely providing him with some peculiar insights. Now, facing a formidable opponent presents the perfect opportunity for self-improvement. Regarding the enhancement of his power in this realm, Luo Feng recognizes that relying solely on meditation and training to genuinely elevate his combat prowess is utterly unrealistic. Much like in the current reality, without practical combat experience and a grasp of the power dynamics of this world, merely boosting energy through cultivation is akin to a mere fade, an embroidered pillow, easily shattered upon encountering a true master. For those possessing genuine strength, it is essential not only to wield formidable energy, but also to possess ample practical experience. This is the primary reason Luo Feng permits his adversary to set traps. As he observes his opponent's relentless efforts, Luo Feng finds amusement in the unfolding performance. After a period of rustling sounds, a shrill and alluring cry resonates from across the way. The tone suggests a distinctly feminine quality, and as the sound approaches, a colossal spider-like creature materializes before Luo Feng. Indeed, it belongs to the arachnid family, albeit with a peculiar appearance. Its lower half is entirely spider-like, while its upper half resembles that of a beautiful young woman. Regardless of its bizarre form, the energy emanating from this creature is undeniably potent. Something Luo Feng sensed from the outset. Although this creature is skilled in deception and trap setting, the rapidity with which it switched forms to weave webs indicates its remarkable speed. Perhaps emboldened by the completion of its traps and an overwhelming confidence in its own strength and energy, it dares to reveal itself. Does it not realize that in this world, villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter? However, the Spider Queen before him evidently wished to engage in a brief conversation with Luo Feng. It seems she truly possessed the leisure and grace for such an exchange. Luo Feng, not feeling an urgent need to act, saw an opportunity to converse with this otherworldly female being. Perhaps, in doing so, he might glean some unexpected intelligence. At this moment, the abyss was graced by the imposing presence of the Spider Queen, radiating an air of grandeur and authority. Her forelimbs, sharp as scythes, delicately brushed against her humanoid visage, revealing a seductive smile, one that she deemed to be sophisticated. Meanwhile, her tail dripped with glimmering silk, remnants of the traps she had recently woven, which had yet to dry completely. It became apparent that this was the Spider Queen's most formidable means of defense. Observing the figure before her, seemingly paralyzed in astonishment, devoid of any inclination to evade or escape, the Spider Queen adopted a stance of overwhelming confidence. This reaction did little to deter her. She had undeniably established herself as the paramount boss within this jungle. The lord of this woodland paused momentarily, pondering whether the individual before her was a fool. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Although his strength and abilities appeared rather ordinary, he exuded an unsettling aura that instilled a sense of danger in her. Was he not merely an ordinary student from the Destruction Academy? Could it be the three figures lurking behind him? No, those stealthy beings seemed only marginally stronger than the one in front of her. Perhaps her prolonged absence from encounters with students of the Destruction Academy had skewed her perception. It seemed she had been overly cautious. With renewed confidence, the Spider Queen cackled wickedly. "You, young man, dare to stand your ground without fleeing. How astute of you to recognize the futility of escape. Yet, I find myself quite bored in this forest. It has been ages since a delectable meal has presented itself. I must thank you for this opportunity. It has been too long since I had the chance to stretch my limbs. Now, how shall I indulge in devouring you?" Chapter 28. Allure and Enchantment in Response. Luo Feng wore a disdainful smile. "Do you truly believe a mere spider demon like you can create any significant commotion here? Spare me the jest. I possess means to deal with your kind." This declaration incited laughter from the Spider Queen. Had he fled at her initial assault, she might have found herself at a loss for options, relying solely on her speed and abilities for a decisive kill. Now, she had ensnared the vicinity with her sticky, resilient webs, rendering him no match for her, regardless of his potential power. "Perhaps you are nothing but a blusterer," she taunted. "But fret not. You might serve as a mere appetizer. It appears those three behind you are the main course I truly seek. To be frank, I find your paltry form rather unappealing. Those three robust figures behind you. Now, they are the true delicacies. Enough of this idle chatter. Let me relish the long-awaited thrill of the hunt." With that, she emitted a chilling cackle, the seductive charm in her voice now replaced by a primal thirst for violence and bloodshed. At this moment, the three individuals covertly observing the confrontation between Luo Feng and the Abyss Spider Queen were suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. At this moment, the porcupine stealthily approached the ferocious bear and softly uttered, "Shall we continue to observe this atrocity?" To their astonishment, the Forerunner had inadvertently summoned the most fearsome boss in the vicinity, the Abyssal Spider Queen. What were they to do now? If they chose to retreat, perhaps there was still a chance. Otherwise, the porcupine hesitated, his thoughts trailing off. Despite his rugged appearance and formidable stature, his intellect and reasoning were remarkably astute. After all, he was a seasoned student of the God of Destruction Academy, possessing a fair understanding of the elite forces within these trial grounds. Upon hearing the commotion, he immediately realized that Luo Feng had indeed stumbled upon a formidable foe. In this abyss, even if they banded together, the dozen or so students would likely find themselves outmatched. The enemy had set powerful traps, coupled with the inherent agility and lethal prowess of the creature. For someone like him, renowned for strength and ranged attacks, the odds were decidedly stacked against him. Beside him, the ferocious bear furrowed his brow and inquired, "Viper, what say you? Based on your earlier perception, how long can this kid, Luo Feng, withstand the Spider Queen? Can he buy us any time to escape?" Viper, despite his confidence in his own abilities, felt a twinge of uncertainty as he posed the question. Noticing the forlorn expression on the porcupine's face, he sighed softly. "It seems a bit late to flee now. The moment we lingered here, I sensed that the Queen had likely laid traps around us. Should we ally with Luo Feng at this juncture, I can assert that our chances of survival would be non-existent. If we wish to survive, we must wait for the instant when Luo Feng engages the Spider Queen or when she kills him to feast. At that moment, we must swiftly disperse and flee with all our might, for it may be our only glimmer of hope." Having concluded his thoughts, Viper gazed skyward, refraining from elaborating further. Nevertheless, his succinct words painted a vivid picture of their predicament. They had no intention or strategy to ally with Luo Feng, for in their eyes, he was merely a mediocre warrior. Hearing Viper's analysis, the bear spat in frustration, feeling quite disheartened. Initially, he had believed that losing one expendable ally would be inconsequential. Yet he had not anticipated that this unfortunate soul would attract the attention of such a fierce overlord, unwittingly triggering the traps and drawing the queen out. Now, they could only rely on fate. Viper, after all, you are renowned for your perception and agility, thus your chances of escape remain quite considerable. At this juncture, there seems to be an inclination towards disengagement. Meanwhile, the ferocious bear has shed its previous temperament of unbridled violence, instead observing the battle between Luo Feng and the Spider Queen with a frigid gaze. Once the two engage in combat, it will present an opportunity for their escape. Witnessing the actions of these three individuals, the onlooker, the central guardian angel, subtly nodded in agreement. Perhaps this is indeed the most prudent course of action, despite a sense of disdain or superiority towards their strategy. However, Vis, who had remained silent until now, let out a soft sigh. Should these four youths unify their efforts, there might be a glimmer of hope. Alas, they appear to harbor their own ulterior motives, failing to fully harness their strength and abilities. It seems their chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Vis's candid assessment resonated with Makalita Bados and Kess, who also held the Spider Queen in high regard. Although the Spider, the Abyss, and the Spider Queen may seem comparatively weak before them, they would still require considerable effort to contend with the Spider Queen in a similar jungle environment. As the discussion among the onlookers continued, the Grand Priest remained serene and silent, betraying no unusual intentions or thoughts, which struck the angels as rather unsettling. After all, as the head of the Destruction God Academy, with his prowess and insight, one would expect him to harbor some concern for his students. Moreover, given the misfortune of encountering such a formidable opponent, the Grand Priestess' lack of commentary was perplexing. In the past, he would have promptly offered his unique assessments, perhaps even indicating that Luo Feng might surprise them all in unexpected ways. Observing this calm demeanor, the Spider Queen refrained from launching an immediate assault, sensing a subtle unease emanating from her adversaries, though she could not quite articulate it. The intensity of their energy was unremarkable, and there were no unusual occurrences in her surroundings. None of the traps she had set had been triggered. Nevertheless, her cautious disposition was well-founded. A ruler of the jungle had not ascended to this stage solely through strength and talent. A careful and prudent nature was fundamental to her survival in this realm. Chapter 29. The clever whispers of the wind. At this moment, the Spider Queen retracted her earlier playful demeanor, gently waving the enormous spider in her hand. The spider's legs transformed into scythes, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that sliced through the air. At this moment, the Spider Queen spoke softly. You, young man, possess remarkable mental fortitude. Faced with such a decision and an opponent like me, you remain neither terrified nor do you flee. To demonstrate my respect, I shall reveal to you my name, Barrett. Remember, you shall fall by the hands of one named Barrett. At that moment, Luo Feng's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The name felt eerily familiar. After a brief moment of distraction, he suddenly recalled why this name resonated with him. Indeed, it was the name of a sniper rifle in the real world. He could hardly fathom that such a name would be shared with a creature resembling a spider. Was this mere coincidence or an ironic twist of fate? As he pondered this, a chuckle nearly escaped his lips. If the creator of that sniper rifle were to learn that his name had become associated with a repugnant spider monster, one could only imagine his reaction. Conversely, if the Spider Queen were to discover that her name shared a connection with a firearm, she might very well be driven to a fit of rage. Amidst Luo Feng's reverie and peculiar expression, the Spider Queen, Barrett, seemed to sense an opportunity for attack. Yes, this young man not only exhibited weakness and strength, but also displayed an audacity that allowed him to become distracted on the battlefield. This was indeed a rare chance for a surprise strike. Regardless of Barrett's superiority in power, she would not underestimate her adversary. She would seize the moment when he revealed a vulnerability and deliver a fatal blow. Such is the hallmark of a true assassin and hunter. Observing her opponent teetering on the brink of distraction, Barrett let out a low growl. Unlike typical villains, her voice was not loud. This low growl served as both a signal for her attack and a coordinated focus of her entire being. Suddenly, a wave of explosive energy surged around her. Despite her immense stature, which belied agility, the force of her attack created a sizable crater in the ground, a testament to the recoil generated by her power. In the next instant, Barrett's colossal form lunged towards Luo Feng, Her two tentacles, sharp as scythes, sliced through the air in a cross pattern, aimed directly at his entire being. Witnessing this all-out ambush, it was evident that the sheer force, speed, and intensity of the assault were beyond what an ordinary demigod student could withstand. The scene erupted suddenly before them, while the onlookers, Kess, Badoth, and Makarita, did not turn away out of weakness of character, but rather out of a resolute refusal to allow their disciple to be slain before their eyes. They gently closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. In contrast, the high priest and Vis exhibited no such peculiar transformation as the three celestial maidens. Vis, however, stood agape, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. The high priest, with a piercing gaze, observed the developments keenly. He was well aware of the situation at hand. This lad had indeed lived up to his expectations, which explained Vis's astonishment. The high priest understood well that Vis, having cultivated the art of ultimate freedom to an advanced degree, was capable of deftly evading such rapid attacks. This was not to suggest that Vis's prowess and her mastery of the ultimate freedom were of no consequence. Rather, it was the fact that the Spider Queen, Barrett, employed tactics that defied the very principles of martial ethics. Her strikes were not only swift and formidable, but the most terrifying aspect lay in the myriad of silk traps she had intricately woven around the vicinity. These silken threads were extraordinarily resilient and delicate, akin to a multitude of fixed daggers standing silently within the surrounding space. Even the slightest miscalculation and evasion could result in not only being cleaved by the Spider Queen's scythe, but also inadvertently colliding with the nearby silk traps, which would rend one's body to shreds through the sheer force of their own movement. Thus, one faced not merely her frontal assaults, but also the need to evade those terrifying, blade-like threads. In this moment, Luo Feng astonishingly managed to evade the Spider Queen's onslaught from an incredible angle. The lethal dual-strike assault was executed flawlessly, avoiding the spider silk traps that had been strategically laid nearby. This remarkable feat left Vis feeling somewhat embarrassed, even in his presence. It seemed unlikely he could surpass Luo Feng's performance. Such an extraordinary display rendered the usually composed and genteel Vis utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the high priest offered no commentary. Yet his intense gaze radiated a peculiar brilliance, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Perhaps this was the true harbinger of destruction he had long anticipated, a talent worthy of his attention. Although these thoughts lingered in his mind, he refrained from voicing them. The high priest continued to observe the battlefield with a detached demeanor, while the trio of Kess, Bardos, and Makalita, who moments ago had closed their eyes to shield themselves from the carnage, gradually opened them. How could this be? They were astonished that Luo Feng had evaded harm and escaped all traps unscathed. Among them, it was the lively Makalita who was most taken aback. Unable to fathom how this rookie from the Academy of Destruction could have successfully dodged such a decisive blow. The male angels behind Vis also expressed bewilderment. How had this young man achieved such a feat? Not only were the angels outside the arena engulfed in confusion, but even the fleeing trio of leopard bear, porcupine, and viper halted in their tracks, turning back to witness the unfolding scene. This individual had not been cleaved into pieces, but stood there, vibrant and defiant. They had completely forgotten their escape plans, their necks rigidly twisting to observe Luo Feng's performance, their minds in a state of stupor. Perhaps, if Luo Feng could endure a little longer, they might indeed find a way to escape this terrifying place. Chapter 30. Unable to endure, the most vexed of all was the Spider Queen, Barrett, who had just been exulting in her victory. She could not comprehend how her seemingly inevitable lethal strike against the human apprentice of the Destruction Academy had been so effortlessly evaded. Adding to her humiliation was the fact that the three onlookers had witnessed her failure. This was a slight that she could not tolerate. Perhaps it was mere chance or luck, but it appeared that this young man's fortune had reached its zenith. At that moment, the Spider Queen abandoned her earlier poise and authority. In her hands, the two sharp scythes began to emanate a faint azure glow, signaling the full exertion of her energy. With a flurry of swift strikes, dozens of chaotic light slashes descended upon Luo Feng, as if he were merely a vegetable awaiting the butcher's knife. This is indeed the most formidable attack of the Spider Queen, Barrett, the wind-slicing scythe. As this series of razor-sharp strikes cleaved through the air, explosive shockwaves and ripples in the fabric of space emerged in their wake. It appeared that Barrett was genuinely enraged this time. Amidst a flurry of rapid movements, he thought to himself, "You, scoundrel, this time I shall not rest until you are reduced to mere pulp." and I shall see where you can flee. As the speed and frequency of Barrett's assault gradually diminished, the Spider Queen found herself panting heavily. After all, having poured every ounce of her strength into unleashing dozens of terrifying blades had drained her energy immensely. This was indeed a true exertion of her might. However, what puzzled the Spider Queen was that, despite the ferocity of her onslaught, her opponent had not made any attempt to escape nor triggered any of the traps nearby. Upon reflection, she found some solace in the thought that perhaps her attacks had been so overwhelming that he never had the opportunity to evade, being cleaved into pieces by her sides without so much as a touch. Yet, there was an oddity. She felt no tangible sensation of her blade striking anything. What could this mean? Turning back to her thoughts, Barrett offered himself a perfectly reasonable explanation. Perhaps his sides were simply too sharp, or his strength too formidable. With the speed of his strikes being so rapid that his adversary lacked even the slightest capacity for resistance, leaving him sliced into vertical segments without any sensation whatsoever. Yes, it must be this way. Barrett, in a state of self-hypnosis, provided himself with such a flawless and justifiable rationale, then struck a powerful pose, gazing intently at Luo Feng, and muttered a dismissive remark. Observing Barrett's somewhat comical display, Luo Feng, with a resigned stretch, murmured to himself, "This fellow possesses considerable strength. Yet it seems his mind is somewhat lacking. Has it rusted, perhaps?" Witnessing Luo Feng stretch and engage in provocative gestures, Barrett found it hard to believe his own eyes. How was it possible that Luo Feng remained so nonchalant, brazenly taunting him? The sight of Luo Feng, seemingly unscathed and exuding an air of insatiable confidence, delivered a significant psychological blow to Barrett. Was it truly the case that his tempestuous assault had not even grazed a corner of this man's attire? Perhaps this young man had entered the fray with extraordinary agility, his body displaying remarkable flexibility. This was indeed far beyond Barrett's expectations and confidence. However, Luo Feng did not afford Barrett much time to dwell on his thoughts. After a brief moment of stretching, he provocatively remarked, almost inciting Barrett's fury, "Though you, great spider, may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, your strength is commendable." That last flurry of attacks was indeed a successful display of skill. However, it would have been better had it continued a while longer. My warm-up is far from complete. "Hey, great spider, can you cease your idle stance?" Continuing this provocation. What is tolerable and what is not? For Barrett, this is a blatant affront. Despite his relentless assault and frenzied onslaught, his opponent has yet to complete their warm-up. A mere illusion, it must be. Very well, since you wish to court your demise in such a manner, do not blame me for unleashing my full might. At this moment, Barrett channels all his strength into his arms, relinquishing the energy from his legs, concentrating all his power into the scythe he wields. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of lightning-like strikes once again surged towards Luo Feng, who maintained his harmless smile. This time, it appeared marginally swifter, yet the force behind it was somewhat diminished. However, Luo Feng was not jesting. While this fellow exhibited commendable speed and energy, for Luo Feng, who practiced ancient martial arts and wielded destructive power as his internal force, it was child's play. Moreover, Luo Feng did not exaggerate his claims. He had merely begun to warm up. Had he relied solely on his raw strength, he could have dispatched the Abyss Spider Queen, Barrett, in an instant. However, his purpose for entering this trial space was primarily to hone his techniques and enhance his combat experience. It would be a grave misfortune to squander the opportunity of facing an agile opponent. At this moment, Luo Feng was attempting to apply the ancient martial arts techniques from his previous life, for without agility, all is but empty rhetoric. With such a competent sparring partner at hand, seeking to regain his confidence and rediscover the ancient martial arts skills from before his transmigration would be the gravest of sins. Moreover, following Luo Feng's taunts, Barrett seemed to exert herself even more. With her control over her body and adaptability to speed, Luo Feng's movements became increasingly graceful and nimble. This time, his evasion speed surpassed that of Barrett's attacks. Yet, Barrett found her own vision unable to keep pace with her own strikes. Believing that Luo Feng evaded her attacks merely by luck or some precognitive ability. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Barrett's forehead. Although this attack did not exhaust all her strength, it had pushed her speed and agility to their utmost limits. Perhaps she thought that sacrificing some power for increased speed might allow her to land a hit on Luo Feng. Yet, reality delivered a harsh rebuke. If her own eyes could not track the speed of her attacks, How could she confirm their accuracy? As her stamina dwindled, Barrett stood there, sword lowered, devoid of the earlier arrogance and swagger. Now, she could only gaze at this formidable foe, panting heavily, for even the mightiest of beings, when attacking at such a high frequency, would suffer significant exhaustion. Yet Luo Feng remained as nonchalant as ever, gazing at her with an expression of innocent bewilderment. Chapter 31. The Dignity of a King. Once again, Barrett found herself humiliated, her pride as a king now overshadowed by fury. She bellowed at him. Are you akin to an eel? Do you only know how to evade? Why not confront me directly? Perhaps your innate talent lies in evasion. But should I land a single strike upon you, your demise would be inevitable. Humph. Such base taunts seemed to emanate solely from Barrett, who, in her vexation, absurdly demanded her opponent to forego his superior evasive techniques and meet her assault head-on. Thanks to Barrett's peculiar train of thought, Luo Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile. Are you mentally unhinged? I possess such formidable agility, yet you wish for your adversary to endure your attacks? Very well, I may consider indulging your request. But only if you can shatter my technique, then I shall concede defeat. Nevertheless, a foe like you is indeed rare. It would be a pity to eliminate you so swiftly. Your previous shockwave strike, while not entirely fruitless, has afforded me profound insights into my own movements during this encounter. Upon uttering these words, Barrett was incensed to the point of fury. You dare to treat me as a mere wooden post? I am a dominant force in this realm, a paragon of supremacy. How can you possibly compare me to a sacrificial dagger? After a lengthy pause, Barrett found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate anything more bizarre. Yet, a flicker of confidence ignited within him. This slippery, audacious individual was prepared to withstand his onslaught. Perhaps, in terms of agility and speed, he was not a match for this opponent. However, this arrogant fellow was merely a fledgling in the Academy of Destruction, unable to endure the weight of Barrett's experience. Boldly opting to face his attack head-on, was he not courting his own demise? Barrett, renowned for his swiftness and agility, wielded a dual-bladed assault with unparalleled ferocity. No one in this territory had ever withstood the full brunt of his dual strikes. If this fool was willing to absorb the entirety of his forceful attack, then he could not be blamed for the consequences that would follow. One must always pay the price for their arrogance. At this moment, Barrett found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, yet his actions were notably swift. He tightened his grip around his weapon, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. As long as this young adversary ceased to evade, he intended to unleash a full-force strike that would cleave through flesh, ensuring that his reputation as the Abyssal Spider Queen remained intact. Observing the opponent's brazen stance, inviting an attack, a glimmer of red flickered in Barrett's eyes as blue energy surged into him, representing the pinnacle of his power. As Barrett committed himself entirely to the offensive, transferring all his strength into the attack, Luo Feng was compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor. After all, this was the most formidable sovereign creature in the vicinity. Under her dominion, he could no longer afford to treat her as a mere sharpening stone. It was imperative to engage her with genuine resolve, confronting her assault head-on. For Luo Feng, curiosity brewed within about the extent of his mutated destructive divine power and the new realm it could potentially reach. He set aside the playful disposition he had previously held, acknowledging that facing an opponent's attack differed vastly from evading it. The concept of body technique was derived from ancient martial arts of his past life, harmoniously blended with the energies of this world, enhancing his agility and evasive capabilities. However, while his destructive divine power had also been augmented through his techniques, he remained uncertain about the degree of enhancement achieved. Since his opponent was willing to engage in a direct confrontation, Luo Feng saw this as an opportunity to gauge the true extent of his destructive prowess, albeit with a sense of disdain for the so-called Barrett, whom he perceived as a mere blusterous lord. Despite the superficial bravado, he understood the importance of caution. He was unwilling to suffer any unforeseen mishaps that could lead to irreparable losses due to carelessness. Having recently traversed into this realm, he realized that a long journey lay ahead. As one who aspired to master destruction to its fullest extent, he harbored no inclination towards folly. Witnessing his opponent gather energy with earnest intent, Luo Feng wiped the smile from his face, positioning his palms in a stance of defense and readiness. He meticulously channeled his techniques to their zenith, creating a cyclical flow of energy, which manifested as a faint purplish-red glow enveloping his palms. This luminescence was the result of blending his destructive divine power with the ancient martial heritage, evolving into an external energy form. Although he had yet to master the so-called lightness techniques or their external manifestations, he could still condense and purify all his divine energy into a singular focus, fully releasing it when necessary. This is akin to the reality of society concentrating inner strength and projecting a protective barrier outward. It appears that Luo Feng is prepared to employ this tactic to confront the formidable assaults of the Spider Queen, Barret, with two resounding crashes. A peculiar shockwave began to radiate outward from the moment of their clash. Indeed, Barret exerted her utmost strength in delivering a decisive strike against Luo Feng's body. Yet, Luo Feng did not disappoint her. He refrained from evasive maneuvers and instead enveloped his palms in a strange purplish-red luminescence, directly meeting Barret's onslaught. Chapter 32. Withstanding the frenzy. Thus, Luo Feng truly utilized his palms to withstand Barret's frenzied onslaught, which resembled a tempest of furious strikes. Astonishingly, he managed to grasp the razor-sharp scythe with his bare hands, gripping the blade itself. Barret now found herself in a precarious position. Realizing that no matter how wildly she channeled her energy, the scythe in her grasp would not advance an inch, as if it were firmly held in place by an iron vise. How could this individual achieve such a feat? Clearly lacking any formidable energy output, he managed to withstand her full-force strikes. The concern lay in the crimson radiance emanating from his hands, which instilled a sense of trepidation within Barret. While it bore a faint resemblance to the destructive energy she was familiar with as the ruler of this realm, she knew that the so-called destructive power wielded by the students of the Destruction Academy was purple. The hue extending from this young man's palms was purplish-red, not only differing in color, but also evoking a profound dread that pierced her very soul. Regardless of her feelings, he had indeed employed this novel energy to successfully thwart her two razor-sharp scythes, and behind them, her blue energy could not fully penetrate his defenses. This individual was not only adept in movement, but also, with his bare hands and this energy shield, managed to counter her full-force assault. It appeared that his abilities posed a direct challenge to her own. Confronted with a nemesis, the Spider Queen, Barret, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Her expertise lay in setting traps and employing agile tactics to dismember her opponents, yet now she faced a blow to her pride, as the adversary could see through her strategies and predict her actions, rendering them ineffective. Her speed, which allowed her to dominate in this world, was utterly overshadowed by him, who dismissed her efforts. Even her crude attempts to provoke him into enhancing his strikes seemed futile. The attack executed by the Spider Queen, a last resort, was unexpectedly met with indifference by her opponent. In this moment, it became evident that she had encountered an insurmountable adversary. Although she still possessed some unique trump cards, it seemed ill-advised to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this individual. In Barret's eyes, the one named Luo Feng was merely an ordinary prey. Indeed, the Spider Queen's psyche could not withstand the thought of battling with mere prey. Since the ambush had failed and a direct confrontation was not feasible, she opted for a strategic retreat. There remained many other potential victims waiting, and it was unnecessary to become embroiled in a futile struggle with this mortal. Observing the indecisive gaze of the Spider Queen, Luo Feng smiled faintly, instantly discerning her current mindset. This fellow intended to flee. How could she think of escaping after having laid in wait and attacked him for so long? Despite feeling somewhat like a sparring partner, the notion of retreating after the confrontation was simply absurd. That was not Luo Feng's character. Even when the likes of Champa had ambushed him, he responded with an attitude of retribution, let alone this enigmatic abyssal creature. Having seen through his opponent's thoughts and predictions, Luo Feng was not one to engage in idle chatter. He believed that those who relied on words were inherently weak. Now was the time to test the efficacy of his enhanced combat abilities, especially since he had acquired a newfound understanding of agility and defense. As for his assault, it remained to be seen whether this individual named Barret could withstand it. Luo Feng harbored no compassion for this grotesque creature. With a subtle exertion of his hands, he grasped Barret's twin sides at their blades, producing a sound that signified impending collapse. With a sharp crack, Luo Feng, utilizing the power of his dual energy, completely shattered the proud weapon of Barret. In that instant, Barret was left utterly dumbfounded. This young man had managed to destroy his esteemed weapon with nothing but the strength of his palms. Surely, if he did not retreat now, when would be the appropriate moment? However, with her current strength, speed, and energy, fleeing seemed utterly impossible. Indeed, after a moment of inner turmoil, Barrett realized that this was not a time for jest. The young man before her was clearly ready to strike, and any further concealment of her abilities might lead to her demise. With determination, Barrett discarded the shattered scythe from her hands, and her massive, distended abdomen emitted a series of eerie, mournful wails. This was likely another of Barrett's life-preserving tactics. As the haunting sounds resonated, numerous faces emerged, grotesquely pushing outward from her enormous spider-like abdomen. With each visage that appeared, Barrett's aura grew increasingly sinister. This was the manifestation of the peculiar souls she had devoured from various unique creatures. Remarkably, this being could accomplish such a feat, not only consuming the corporeal forms of numerous creatures and beasts, but also ensnaring their souls within her own blessings, harnessing their energy at critical moments to unleash newfound potential for survival. This was surely Barrett's ultimate escape strategy. Yet, while she possessed such a trump card, Yunfeng was not one to indulge her whims. He subtly gathered strength in his right leg, muscles tensing as a vibrant red light enveloped it. This was the harbinger of his counterattack. Forging your weapon was merely an appetizer. In an instant, Yunfeng launched a powerful side kick toward Barrett's abdomen before she could mount any new defense or reaction. To everyone's astonishment, Barrett made no attempt to evade or shield herself. She was struck directly in the abdomen at the juncture with her spider form. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Yet, contrary to expectations, Barrett's massive spider body did not go flying away. Instead, with the energy released from Yunfeng's kick, a colossal void, as wide as a barrel, formed in the very section of her body that had been struck. Chapter 33, The Void. From this void, the scenery behind Barrett's body was unexpectedly visible. It was a result of a powerful kick delivered by Yunfeng, who himself had not anticipated that such a vigorous strike could inflict such terrifying damage. This indeed surpassed his initial expectations. He had not foreseen that the ancient martial arts, combined with the destructive power of his evolved abilities, could yield such a staggering impact. Originally, his plan was to send Barrett flying with a single kick, rendering him incapable of resistance. However, he was taken aback to find that his attack had exceeded the opponent's defensive capacity, puncturing through with a single blow. A hint of regret lingered in his heart. Although this adversary was not particularly formidable, he seemed to be a commendable training partner, serving as a sharpening stone. While his speed and offensive capabilities were slightly lacking, adjusting his own movements and abilities was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Yet, he had not anticipated the opponent's feeble strength and defense. Had he known, he would not have exerted himself so thoroughly in that kick. Now, seeking another foe of comparable strength, one capable of employing such unique attacks, would prove to be quite a challenge. After all, in light of Yunfeng's current prowess, the members of the Destruction Academy seemed rather inadequate. Facing them one by one offered little assistance to his growth in strength and realm. As for confronting a group, he was not yet fully prepared. Although his power had significantly increased, he still required time for adaptation and refinement. At this moment, a twinge of regret filled Yunfeng as he observed the Spider Queen. Barrett collapsed to the ground like a heap of mush after being kicked through. He let out a soft sigh, muttering an apology, acknowledging that he had indeed applied excessive force. However, as he spoke to himself, he noticed that the fallen Spider Queen did not emit the cries of anguish, roars of fury, or expressions of fear he had anticipated. This was peculiar. He raised an eyebrow, recalling the various faces of creatures that had appeared on Barrett's abdomen moments ago. This must be some peculiar talent or ability of hers. It seemed unwise to underestimate any extraordinary being. Perhaps, in terms of combat strength and the methods displayed earlier, she was indeed inferior to him. Yet, from the gaze of the incapacitated Barrett, he discerned an unsettling indifference. Yes, indifference. There was no trace of fear. How could such a gaze exist? It appeared that this adversary possessed hidden cards of her own. At this moment, Yunfeng adjusted his mindset. If she had a trump card, that was good. Since it was not a fatal blow, he was curious to see what new developments this creature might possess. At this moment, the Spider Queen Barrett lay prostrate on the ground, yet she regarded the elegantly composed Yunfeng with an icy and piercing gaze. Calmly, she uttered, "You, my dear, are indeed more formidable than I had ever imagined. However, I have not employed this technique in quite some time. All who were privy to the secret of this move have long since become delectable meals within my belly, and you shall be no exception. Humph. If death is to be your fate, let it be a clear one." Confronted by Barrett's chillingly cold stare, Luo Feng observed with astonishment that the wound on her abdomen, inflicted by his kick, was visibly writhing and exhibiting a remarkable healing effect. In a remarkably brief span of time, her injury astonishingly mended, as if she had never sustained any harm at all. At this moment, Luo Feng quietly observed Barrett's performance. Such a formidable opponent was not to be trifled with, especially not at a time when she was vulnerable. It was understandable that the extraordinary beings in this realm possessed unique abilities, and Luo Feng was content to continue watching. Meanwhile, Barrett gradually healed her injuries, and the various painted markings on her abdomen revealed a noticeable transformation. Indeed, Barrett's appearance and voice underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The visage of a beautiful young woman contorted and morphed into that of an elderly figure, akin to a frail old man, which appeared silently at the head of the Spider Queen. Astonishingly, she was able to alter her appearance. Not only had her visage changed, but her very essence had also transformed. With this shift, the face resembling that of an old man emitted a sinister cackle. "Thank you, you little brat. Though I do not know your name, you have vanquished the soul of my predecessor, and now it is my turn to take the stage. Haha. Before I express my gratitude, I shall reveal a secret. All the beings and humans I have consumed are a sumptuous feast within my belly. Not only have I digested their flesh and energy for my own use, but I can also store their souls within me. Each soul possesses a unique personality and energy, which means I have a staggering 9,999 lives. You merely extinguished one of them. In other words, I am immortal. Unless you can completely shatter every soul within me, I remain an invincible resurrection. Haha. The fellow you faced earlier seemed to specialize in close combat and traps. But now, with me in the ring, I am entirely different. Prepare to endure my most frenzied onslaught. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you manage to defeat me now, there are still 9,998 more of me waiting for you. How does that sound? Fear, dread, despair. How unfortunate. This newly mutated Barrett, though her voice was hoarse and devoid of the earlier feminine grace, spoke words that would send chills down anyone's spine. Despite having exerted all his strength to slay her, the realization that her body housed such an abundance of souls and energy capable of switching to another at any moment was staggering. This, undoubtedly, was why the Spider Queen Barrett had become the true sovereign of this territory. After all, such abilities of regeneration and soul absorption were indeed extraordinary, and the energy bestowed by each soul was entirely distinct. Although an elderly visage controlled her body, the aura emanating from this figure was undeniably terrifying. Particularly for the 3 Destruction Academy students who reveled in the chaos, they now felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The earlier woman had already left them feeling cornered. Now, this old man instills an even more terrifying sensation. The most dreadful aspect is his claim that he harbors an astonishing 9,998 souls behind him. How can one even contemplate engaging in battle under such circumstances? Even if they were to exhaust themselves to the point of collapse, and despite their formidable strength surpassing his, they would likely be worn down to their last breath. This is, indeed, the most fearsome talent of the Abyssal Spider Queen. It is astonishing to encounter such a monstrosity here. Chapter 34. Afterward, meanwhile, Luo Feng observed the old man's incessant rambling with a sense of amusement. Realizing the truth of the matter, he fell silent, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the old man, akin to that of one assessing refuse. The old man, however, gently shook his head and said, "Ah, young one, I perceive the thoughts swirling in your mind. You likely believe that typical villains meet their demise through excessive chatter. To be candid, prior to being absorbed by this wretched spider, I was once a powerful human. I trust you can glean this from my appearance. However, that is now but a relic of the past. My intention in sharing so much with you is not born of a desire for conversation, but rather to convey that you may very well be the next soul to inhabit this body. Should I succeed in gathering the remaining 999 souls, and you eliminate the previous occupant, then I shall become the master of this vessel. I simply wish to express my gratitude. Do not fault me for my verbosity. It is quite simple, really. Following our recent confrontation, I have discerned both your strengths and weaknesses. As a fellow human, I am acutely aware of your capabilities. You may have cultivated some unique technique or acquired a novel energy source. In terms of progress, you are indeed immensely powerful. However, I must apologize before I was consumed. I was a genuine remote controller, akin to a mage among humanity. I am not particularly adept in close combat, and I do not mind acknowledging my vulnerabilities. Prepare yourself, for I am about to unleash a tempestuous onslaught. The aged figure bore a malevolent smile at the corners of his lips. Although this individual may have been a formidable warrior in a previous life, having been unexpectedly consumed by the Spider Queen Barret, he harbors a deep-seated resentment. While his energy and flesh were devoured, his soul has languished within the Queen-S form, enduring relentless torment. Now, with an opportunity for ascendance at hand, it seems entirely contrary to his nature to refrain from expressing his emotions. Notably, the new controller of the Queen is correct. He is indeed ill-suited for close combat. However, he excels in the realms of long-range manipulation and specialized magical attacks, which are his true forte. Observing the young man across from him, who remained unperturbed and seemingly fearless, the elder realized that the youth was indeed unacquainted with fear, disregarding the threats he had just uttered. Perhaps it is time to demonstrate his prowess. As the elder, embodying the Spider Queen Barret, prepared to launch his assault, he concentrated his power. The three onlookers at the periphery found themselves once more entranced. Caught in a state of stupor, the leopard bear pondered aloud. Should we not make our escape? This may be our only opportunity. This individual, typically one to confront anyone head-on, surprisingly contemplated retreat. Meanwhile, the nearby porcupine vigorously nodded in agreement, affirming, "Leopard bear is right. It is indeed time to flee." With their opinions unexpectedly aligned, all attention shifted to the viper, the most astute and perceptive among them. Although lacking in brute strength, in this moment of perilous decision-making, it was essential for the duo to heed the viper's counsel. At this moment, the viper, surprisingly, did not immediately respond to the duo's desire to flee. Instead, he fell into a moment of contemplation, and his already gloomy visage deepened in sorrow. It seemed that escaping was not the mark of a truly competent opportunity. I wish to convey that fortune and chance seldom coexist, yet this moment undeniably presents an exquisite chance. To my astonishment, this wretched lad named Luofeng, who often appeared to us as mere cannon fodder, has indeed exceeded my expectations this time. You must believe in the formidable strength of the Spider Empress. You have witnessed it firsthand. This fellow, Luofeng, has actually compelled her to reveal her life-saving trump card, and he has boldly proclaimed that he possesses 9,998 lives at his disposal. Moreover, Luofeng has not succumbed to the urge to flee, despite the overwhelming talent of his opponent, and instead, he is brimming with fighting spirit. This clearly indicates that within Luofeng lies a significant reservoir of energy and secrets. Furthermore, with the two of them in opposition, the outcome remains uncertain. On this basis, while fleeing might ensure survival, it would also forfeit the chance for growth. The leopard bear, bewildered, inquired, "Do you not comprehend my meaning? We are currently 3 in number. If we were to confront that lad Luofeng head-on, we may not stand a chance. Should we truly engage, the Spider Empress, Barret, would undoubtedly meet her demise. However, it is evident that the two of them are currently embroiled in conflict. Regardless of who prevails, it will result in mutual destruction. In light of this scenario, why not seize the opportunity to benefit? No matter who emerges victorious, we 3 can surely deal with the remaining weakened one. If we can overcome these 2 extraordinarily powerful individuals, whether by absorbing the Spider Empress's unique abilities or mastering the hidden techniques and energy manipulation of Luofeng, with our talents and capabilities, it would be an opportunity for meteoric rise. Upon hearing of such a grand opportunity, the leopard bear and the porcupine, who had initially contemplated fleeing, nodded in agreement, recognizing that Viper indeed harbored profound insights. This was truly a rare chance. Thus, this foolish trio abandoned their sole opportunity for escape and instead chose to lie in wait quietly. They failed to consider that with their meager strength, they aspire to reap the benefits from this situation. Chapter 35, A Sudden Downfall in the Gutter. Amidst the battlefield of the jungle, the old man Barret continues to engage in fervent verbal sparring with Luofeng. Outsiders might speculate that this eccentric elder, perhaps due to a long-suppressed soul, is venting his frustrations through relentless banter, a means of catharsis, especially since the soul of the young woman has only just dissipated, leaving him to take control of this body. However, the situation is far from what others might perceive. Despite his incessant chatter, his gaze remains vigilant, scrutinizing the surroundings and the intricate traps laid by his predecessor. Clearly, the old man's cunning and depth are not as transparent as they appear to outsiders. In his view, The paramount strategy is to set traps and secure his own position before considering any offensive verbal tactics, which he dismisses as mere distractions. While each soul possesses a distinct consciousness, the experience and opportunities of battle can indeed be shared. Just moments ago, Luo Feng's fierce melee capabilities instilled a profound sense of dread in the very essence of the Spider Queen. Indeed, he can only rely on wits, not brute strength. The death of the previous soul serves as a stark warning. Though he harbors confidence that his nearly 10,000 souls could eventually wear down the opponent, he realizes this may not be advantageous for him. After years of yearning to assert control over his own body, he cannot afford to be undone by trivial matters. After all, a promising future lies ahead. Since he can afford to engage in idle chatter, Luo Feng is in no rush to claim credit. This elder, while seemingly more complex than anticipated, provides Luo Feng with the opportunity to bide his time. The three would-be ambushers appear hesitant to act, allowing Luo Feng to exhale in relief. He is well aware of the spider's ulterior motives, yet he also reflects on the kick he executed moments ago, gaining insights and understanding with every attack and evasion, enhancing his capabilities and fostering a new comprehension. Indeed, as long as the adversary is willing to prolong the encounter, he can gradually master the situation, utilizing the practical experience of combat to absorb its lessons. It is through the crucible of battle that he can truly grasp its significance and elevate his energy, a distinction that cannot be overlooked. The angle, force, and application of destructive divine power from that leap now hold a fresh meaning for Luo Feng. After all, the instinct for evasion and nimble movement at the moment of battle is merely an innate response. Perhaps the founding principle of the ultimate freedom technique evolved from the very movements he possesses at this moment. Yet, the essence of the supreme path is simplicity, and myriad paths converge to the same destination. Whether it is the ultimate freedom technique, the self-extreme technique, or the ancient martial arts heritage that Luo Feng has brought from the realm of reality, any martial art, when perfected, seemingly unveils a remarkable similarity. This is something Luo Feng comprehends. However, what he currently needs to master are the means of attack. That single kick, although it unleashed his strength, speed, and energy to the fullest and delivered a fatal blow to his opponent, was clearly not the ultimate pursuit of Luo Feng. Indeed, this is merely the beginning, the cornerstone of the abilities he has acquired in this realm of time and space. A solid foundation must be laid if one wishes to journey further in the future. This embodies the greatest significance of Luo Feng's understanding of the ancient martial arts inheritance. Meanwhile, the adversary noticed that Luo Feng was standing there, seemingly dazed, listening to his words, and felt a surge of secret gratification. This young man evidently lacked practical combat experience, as he failed to seize such a prime opportunity to strike immediately. At this moment, it appeared that the adversary had gained complete control over this body. Perhaps it was time to launch a counterattack. However, before initiating a counteroffensive, he needed to create some distance from this young man. For the latter's close combat capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. One could only describe them as monstrous. With a mere flash of brilliance, he had dispatched his predecessor in a single kick, and he felt utterly outmatched in this agile melee combat. Indeed, this elder, Barrett, possessed the unique ability of control and ranged attacks, akin to a sorcerer in modern society. As Luo Feng stood there, still in a state of bewilderment, the elder emitted a peculiar, high-pitched cry and swiftly distanced himself from Luo Feng once more. The elder was well prepared. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a sharp aura swept through the environment surrounding Luo Feng. Now was the moment. At this moment, the elder Barrett had completely sealed his lips, realizing that speaking to disrupt his opponent's mind was no longer a prudent choice. He opted for decisive action instead. Although Barrett had distanced himself from Luo Feng, he made no superfluous movements. His hands gently waved in the air, mimicking the gathering of magic. It seemed that this old man was indeed a sorcerer, as Luo Feng mused. Yet, it was evident that this was merely a ruse. Soon, he noticed that Barrett's abdomen began to swell, indicating the brewing of a formidable spell. Very well, let us see what extraordinary skills you possess, Luo Feng thought. Unfazed by the prospect of facing Barrett's hidden powers, engaging in battle was intended to enhance his practical experience. And only by witnessing Barrett's full arsenal could he expedite his own growth. With a smile, Luo Feng observed Barrett's performance. Meanwhile, Barrett reveled in his own thoughts. deeming Luo Feng a fool for granting him the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. However, he knew such opportunities were rare. Only the victor would have the last laugh. As Barrett's abdomen reached its peak inflation, a thick white liquid surged from the depths of his being, hurtling towards Luo Feng. This viscous substance morphed in the air, transforming into an enormous, corrosive web just as it neared Luo Feng. Indeed, this was Barrett's ultimate technique, the spider silk bind. This man was a master of control and poison magic, and the first step was to immobilize his opponent. Knowing that Luo Feng possessed terrifying melee skills and extraordinary agility, evidenced by the fact that even the former Spider Queen could not graze him, Barrett understood that this young man's evasion and perception abilities were exceptional. Now, Barrett aimed to employ his strongest controlling maneuver to completely ensnare Luo Feng within a designated space. Once Luo Feng was trapped by his web, he would be at Barrett's mercy. As a character adept at ranged attacks, facing such an opponent was akin to a stationary target for Luo Feng. He could manipulate the situation at will. The audacity of his opponent to allow him to gather energy was astonishing, and the resulting potency and stickiness of the web were formidable. Reflecting on his previous adversaries, none had dared to allow him such freedom to unleash his formidable techniques. With this thought, a confident smile crept onto Barrett's lips, as victory seemed assured. Indeed, his powerful attack did not disappoint, for Luo Feng instinctively attempted to evade the incoming assault, yet it was evident that his speed was inferior to Barrett's. The speed of this web entrapment attack was remarkable. Although the upper body managed to evade, from the waist down to the thighs, calves, and entire feet, he was completely ensnared, immobilized by the web. The lower half was entirely at the mercy of Barrett's fierce assault, leaving only the upper body capable of movement. While it was not as flawless as he had envisioned in completely subduing his adversary, managing to restrain half of him was already sufficient for Barrett. A sinister grin crept across his lips as he taunted, "You foolish boy, this is the disparity of battle experience. You dare to let your opponent unleash their ultimate move?" The old man began his verbal onslaught once more. Perhaps it was his nature, but with such a splendid opportunity at hand, Barrett continued his banter while his hands flailed in the air, executing a series of strange gestures. This seemed to be the source of his formidable power. A lethal trump card. Despite the continuous accumulation of energy and the incantations emanating a potent aura of destruction, Barrett was astonished to find that the individual he had pinned to the ground showed no signs of struggle or resistance. Instead, he wore a faint smile, which stirred an unsettling feeling within Barrett. What hidden cards could this young man possibly possess in such a dire situation? Did he truly believe he could easily escape from the confines of his web? Ridiculous. The reckless nature of youth was alarming. He had already witnessed countless disciples of the god of destruction perish at his hands. If only he knew the number of those who had met their demise, perhaps he would not exhibit such calmness. Soon, a dark green energy began to coalesce above Barrett's head, indicating that his spell was successfully forming. The only drawbacks of this technique were its slow speed and propensity to miss the target. Yet, these very flaws contributed to its overwhelming potency, characterized by its corrosive and lethal capabilities. Most individuals struck by such an attack would scarcely survive. Astonishingly, his opponent showed no intention of escaping the range of his assault. Given this, Barrett felt no obligation to hold back. With a powerful sweep of his hands, he unleashed a massive, repugnant, slime-coated attack that surged towards Luo Feng at an alarming speed. Indeed, the audacity of youth was remarkable, but none of that mattered now. With his opponent fully immobilized on the ground and subject to such a wide-ranging attack, Barrett was confident that nothing would remain of him after this corrosive onslaught. Yet, one must not underestimate the situation. Should he vanquish this young man and absorb the energy within his corporeal form, perhaps his own soul could reach an impressive count of 9,990. Furthermore, if he were to casually eliminate one of the 3 onlookers nearby, his soul count might very well surpass the coveted threshold of 10,000. At that juncture, he would no longer be merely the Spider Empress Barrett, but would ascend to become the true sovereign of this trial space. Upon attaining such formidable strength, and having absorbed the energy of these newly initiated destruction deities, he might indeed find himself with the opportunity to challenge the Abyssal Dragon, the ultimate adversary of this world. Barrett, the Abyssal Spider Empress, had meticulously prepared for this climactic confrontation. Whether she could claim the title of the most powerful ruler of this infernal realm seemed to hinge on this very moment, the culmination of her long accumulation of power. At this instant, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in the elder Barrett's eyes. The success of that previous woman held little relevance to her, for this was an unparalleled opportunity. Meanwhile, upon the grandstand of the Destruction Academy, only the High Priest remained to observe this battle. His gaze was alight with fervor as he intently watched the clash between Luo Feng and the elder Barrett. The other celestial beings appeared to have lost interest in the spectacle, recognizing the overwhelming disparity in strength. A mere student of the Destruction Academy, facing the terrifying Barrett, stood little chance of emerging victorious. Although Luo Feng had delivered a stunning blow that had seemingly felled the Spider Empress in an instant. Those who governed this realm and served as mentors were acutely aware of the spider's formidable nature, burdened as it was with a myriad of blood debts and lives lost. They understood that while Luo Feng may have gained the upper hand temporarily, defeat was merely a matter of time. Having witnessed Luo Feng's dire predicament, the onlookers indeed felt no inclination to continue watching their student be mercilessly vanquished by such a fearsome foe. Each angelic mentor had their own standards for what constituted an acceptable student, thus their points of observation varied. Thus, each one, wielding their respective staffs, focused on the areas and students that piqued their interest. However, the High Priest, the esteemed head of the academy, recognized that Luo Feng was far from the simpleton others presumed him to be. Despite being ensnared in a dire situation, utterly immobilized by the Spider Empress Barrett's unique magical assault, the High Priest remained intrigued by how this young man might turn the tide. Observing the disinterested progeny nearby, he silently lamented that this individual named Luo Feng was undoubtedly the most exceptional among the students, and he held a particular fondness for him as his cherished disciple. Moreover, he is the dark horse he anticipated. Chapter 37. Unobtrusive yet profound. However, those around him seem oblivious to Luo Feng's potential and capabilities, merely observing others through the lens of their own preferences. Such insight cannot be demanded, as their time of birth and combat experience are indeed incomparable to his own. Expecting them to possess the same discernment appears rather unrealistic. Nonetheless, in the future, the 18 universes will rely on them to steer the course. Perhaps this experience will serve as a valuable lesson for his cadre of celestial beings. During this moment of contemplation, a voice of astonishment suddenly broke through the air, exclaiming, "Oh my, how could such a thing occur?" This exclamation successfully captured the attention of the crowd, drawing curious gazes towards the three-dimensional holographic projection before Weiss. What is all the fuss about? Is it not merely that student who clandestinely mastered the Crix's ultimate technique? The individual named Bylus was gently grasping a familiar feather, wearing an expression of sheer astonishment as he stood there in a daze. Why would this warrant such a commotion from Weiss? The crowd could comprehend Weiss's interest in Bylus. Although this cat-like figure typically remained unassuming, he was exceptionally diligent in his training under the god of destruction, and his prowess ranked among the best in this cohort. This was a universally acknowledged truth. Remarkably, on the eve of the world competition, he fortuitously acquired Crix's crystal and mastered the ultimate technique, a testament to his fortuity and talent. However, the fact that it could elicit such fervent attention from the proud Angel Weiss speaks volumes about Bylus's fortune and destiny. Yet, what event could provoke Weiss, a being capable of deceiving deities, to react so dramatically? Doubt filled the hearts of the onlookers. Nevertheless, as they beheld the scene before them, they shifted their gaze away from the interaction between Weiss and Bylus, perhaps due to the fact that both had cultivated the ultimate technique to an extraordinarily high level, or perhaps a resonance between the two. The other angels, however, seemed disinterested, returning their focus to the growth and strength of the students that piqued their interest. At this moment, as the gaze of the crowd shifted away, Weiss was engulfed by tumultuous waves of emotion. For he was the sole angel who had attentively observed the entire scene. He had discerned the truth behind the earlier events, and the initial speculations of the onlookers were indeed accurate. After all, Beerus was the only destroyer in training capable of mastering the Ultra Instinct technique. This revelation filled Weiss with a sense of astonishment. The Ultra Instinct technique was an esoteric secret within the angelic lineage, accessible only to its members. Yet, Weiss was not merely a practitioner, but a paragon of this art. For an ordinary trainee to grasp the Ultra Instinct technique was nothing short of admirable, and thus, Weiss had been closely monitoring the young trainee named Beerus, eager to witness any novel achievements he might unveil. From the moment Beerus was transported to the trial grounds, Weiss's focus remained unwaveringly on him, oblivious to the fact that Beerus was entirely unaware of this scrutiny. Upon entering the portal, Beerus found himself in a vast desert in the western expanse of the trial grounds. As he plummeted from the sky, he let out a series of exclamations, landing in the sands with an ungraceful thud. With a resounding crash, he emerged from the gritty embrace of the desert, his mouth full of sand, grumbling about his misfortune at being transported to such a desolate place. Surveying the endless stretch of yellow sand surrounding him, Beerus felt a wave of frustration. Was this truly the result of his transport? Why was it sand? Did they not realize that, as a feline creature, he detested such arid environments? However, he soon recognized the futility of his complaints. Observing the harsh climate and the relentless sands, his spirits sank further, exacerbated by the recent jolt of his landing. He sighed softly. After all, this was the trial grounds, and he was not here for leisure. Perhaps his expectations were a bit too lofty. Soon, he sensed the direction of the central location of the trial grounds, and without further hesitation, he resolved to make his way towards the ancient castle at the center. However, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. Could it be that he had merely transported himself to an inhospitable environment? If that were the case, this trial would be far too simplistic. As if in response to his apprehensions, a chilling sense of danger enveloped Beerus, alerting him to an imminent threat. His fur bristled as if electrified, and his muscles tensed involuntarily, akin to a cat cornered by a predator. With a subtle raise of his brow and narrowed eyes, he instinctively executed a dodging maneuver. This is precisely a skill inherent in the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, which allows one to instinctively evade unforeseen ambushes and attacks before the mind and eyes issue commands. In an instant, a ghostly blue beam surged towards Beerus's ear, yet he effortlessly dodged it. Although he successfully evaded this attack, the suddenness of the ambush left him drenched in cold sweat. What on earth was that? Had he not mastered Ultra Instinct, it would have been utterly impossible to evade such an assault unscathed. Though the attack lacked overwhelming force or impact, it instilled in Beerus a chilling sense of dread. His gaze then fell upon the malevolent creature that had attempted to ambush him, revealing it to be a desert scorpion. Indeed, this scorpion appeared perplexed by its failed assault. Despite being merely an ordinary insect, a common venomous creature, it emitted a hissing sound, clearly dissatisfied with its unsuccessful attempt. The unique trait of this desert scorpion is its ability to conceal itself and wield potent venom, regardless of the opponent. A mere scratch from its tail can result in immediate paralysis and a swift envenomation. The fact that it had failed to land its ambush in a fraction of a second highlighted that Beerus had encountered a formidable adversary. Chapter 38. The Desert Scorpion. Gazing at the venomous little creature before him, Beerus sensed a seemingly weak aura emanating from it, entirely uncharacteristic of a powerful entity. It was evident that this creature excelled in stealth and ambush. With this realization, Beerus narrowed his eyes. It seemed that refraining from retaliation was not in his nature. Now that this little being had revealed itself, its time of reckoning had arrived. If the ambush had been successful, it would have been Beerus writhing in agony upon the ground. However, his adversary had revealed himself, boldly issuing threats. Thus, it was clear that the one destined for demise was none other than he. Within Beerus, a torrent of purple energy surged forth, coalescing the destructive power he had mastered into his feline claws. With swift, decisive strikes, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. And the desert scorpion that had attempted to ambush him, now hissing defiantly, was swiftly dispatched, severed into multiple pieces by Beerus's onslaught. Momentarily taken aback by such feeble opposition, Beerus soon recalled that he was among the most formidable entities within the ranks of the God of Destruction Academy. To engage seriously with a creature as feeble as a desert scorpion felt akin to wielding a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, a twinge of trepidation crept into Beerus's mind. Had he not mastered the Ultra Instinct, he might have been the one torn asunder. This served as a reminder that fortune favors the bold. Had it not been for his own cunning maneuver alongside the intervention of his companion, he could very well have found himself in a dire predicament. As he gazed at the dismembered body of the desert scorpion, Beerus delivered a resounding kick, reducing the remnants to a viscous pulp. "You little creature, did you truly think you could ambush the future king among the gods of destruction?" he scoffed. Yet, just then, a chilling sound reached his ears, not merely the rustling of one, but the chorus of many. The once still dunes began to stir, revealing a multitude of glimmering green eyes and tails emerging from the sand. It was as if he had inadvertently disturbed a hornet's nest, awakening a formidable foe. What now met Beerus's gaze was not just a solitary scorpion, but a vast swarm, an innumerable horde akin to grains of sand in the desert, their hungry, predatory stares fixated upon him, the feline-shaped god of destruction apprentice. At this moment, Beerus had completely lost the calm demeanor and nonchalance he previously exhibited, descending into a state of utter stupor. He could hardly fathom how he had ended up near the lair of the desert scorpions. A twist of fate that seemed almost too cruel. The cyclical nature of fortune appeared to have turned far too swiftly, while Beerus maintained an exterior of tranquility, striking an offensive pose. Internally, he was gripped by a profound panic. The vast swarm of desert scorpions had extinguished any hope of escape. Despair gradually crept into his eyes. It seemed that not only had he encountered misfortune in his environment and suffered a surprise attack, but he had also stumbled into this terrifying place. The esteemed headmaster had mentioned that this was a trial, with genuine peril expected at the ancient castle in the heart of the testing grounds. Yet, how could his luck be so wretched as to face such horrifying creatures in this inexplicable desert? Each scorpion before him, though seemingly frail and easily vanquished, posed an overwhelming threat in their sheer numbers. Even if he could endure their assaults, he would inevitably be worn down and ultimately torn to shreds by the relentless swarm. Was this truly a trial? It felt more akin to a death sentence. In this moment, Beerus was consumed by regret and curses directed at this accursed trial and the infernal god of Destruction Academy. Indeed, power, opportunity, and the duality of life and death coexist, and he never anticipated that circumstances would devolve to this extent. Strangely, however, the swarm of scorpions merely encircled him without launching an attack. Each creature regarded him with their eerie blue gaze, their tails emanating a faint green glow, a testament to their lethal venom, showing no signs of fear or retreat despite his threatening posture. What could this mean? As the dunes before him undulated and transformed, Beerus sensed a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the reason why the scorpion horde had not yet charged him in a suicidal frenzy. Just as he felt a momentary relief, his heart lurched into his throat as a massive scorpion tail, far larger than that of a typical desert scorpion, emerged from the shifting sands, followed by the rest of its imposing body. It was the king of the desert scorpions, presenting itself with a slow yet commanding presence before Beerus. Although the smaller scorpions could not communicate, they embodied an unyielding spirit typical of their kind. It seemed that his earlier actions, having slain a solitary scorpion and crushed its remains, had incited the wrath of the ruler of this sandy realm, the Scorpion King. In that moment, the Scorpion King's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, while its tail shimmered with an eerie emerald shade, so vivid it seemed capable of dripping water. This creature undoubtedly represented the true sovereign of this region. Perhaps the Scorpion King's inherent strength was not particularly formidable, but its mental prowess was exceptionally terrifying. Through his own perception, Beerus discerned that this creature's actual power was rather inconsequential. It merely relied on the desert's venomous scorpions as its formidable allies. Regardless of one's might, it appeared that survival in this realm was nearly impossible against such a swarm of toxic scorpions. Witnessing the Scorpion King's gaze, filled with hatred and malice, Beerus found himself engulfed in despair. Chapter 39. Ineffectual resistance. At this juncture, he could only resign himself to misfortune. In any other circumstance, he could simply ascend into the air and escape this terrifying domain with his speed and strength. It would be an effortless endeavor. However, the Grand Priest had previously mentioned that the trial ground was a no-fly zone, a forbidden aerial domain where flying was tantamount to seeking death. With the certainty that both flying and remaining grounded would lead to demise, Beerus abandoned his offensive stance, settling into a meditative position. Given the overwhelming presence of billions of desert scorpions, he relinquished all resistance, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him. The Scorpion King's resentful gaze suggested an entity of intellect, and while the presence of intelligence implied a possibility for communication, the hatred reflected in its eyes indicated that such hopes were futile. As Beerus slowly closed his eyes, preparing for the inevitable, a sharp, piercing cry echoed above him. It was a sound that felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a voice belonging to a classmate. To his astonishment, a familiar silhouette suddenly flashed before him. In the next instant, this imposing figure, radiating with the brilliance of a songbird, darted towards the protected Scorpion King amidst the throng of scorpions. With a resounding snap, this figure remarkably claimed the head of the general among the ranks. Indeed, this creature was an eagle, specifically the thunderous giant eagle, known in the realm of Destruction Academy as a lesser-ranked aerial sovereign. With an incredible angle and speed, it plunged into the swarm of scorpions, utilizing its keen eyesight and sharp talons to snatch the previously arrogant Scorpion King into its grasp, devouring it with a crunch. Just like that, the monarch of scorpions met an inexplicable demise, transforming into a midnight snack for the aerial overlord. This unexpected turn of events left Beerus utterly astounded. The imminent sense of doom that had gripped him moments before dissipated in an instant. He quickly abandoned his earlier stance of complete surrender, adopting a posture of both attack and defense as he gazed at the thunderous giant eagle, now feasting on the Scorpion King, murmuring in disbelief, "Is it you? Little 13, your arrival is most fortuitous," remarked Beerus. The thunder giant eagle, who had been indulging in the delectable feast of the Scorpion King, suddenly exhibited a look of profound dissatisfaction. "You foolish cat, how dare you call me Little 13? I saved you in vain." This indeed confirmed that the Thunder Giant Eagle was a close friend and classmate of Beerus at the God of Destruction Academy. "It truly is the Thunder Giant Eagle." Beerus chuckled heartily in response. "You see, I, Beerus, am destined to survive. Little 13, how did you manage this? You scoundrel, call me Lewis, not Little 13. How many times must I tell you?" Yet, he could not deny that the flavor of the Scorpion King was remarkably delightful, accompanied by the piercing cry of Louis XIII. The immense horde of insects nearby seemed to encounter a formidable adversary, retreating as swiftly as the tide, leaving no trace as if they had never been there. Let us not jest. Even their leader, the Scorpion King, appeared to be no match for this airborne creature, now reduced to a sumptuous lunch for the adversary. The ground-dwelling rulers were left to struggle in vain. Flight was their only option, for with the demise of the Scorpion King, their commander, the remaining scorpions were left with only their instinct to flee. At that moment, the ground was as pristine as a mirror. Louis XIII, still gnawing on the remains of the Scorpion King, merely raised his head without a hint of gratitude. Beerus, adjusting his bandaged arm with a resigned sigh, said, "Humph. Were it not for my prior injury, I would not have regarded these venomous scorpions at all. Yet, this time, I owe it to you." He then gazed skyward, adopting a melancholic pose at a 45-degree angle, perhaps the last vestige of defiance from Beerus. Observing this seemingly composed yet inwardly frantic individual, Louis XIII felt a sense of exasperation. Beerus's character was evidently one of stubbornness. Even with a blade at his throat, he never conceded. Now, he sought excuses due to his earlier indiscretion. Louis XIII, understanding the dynamics of their long-standing friendship, chose to refrain from further mockery. He was acutely aware of Beerus's temperament. Nonetheless, the exquisite taste of the Scorpion King was undeniable for a creature of the sky like him. The innate restraint against such extraordinary beings on the ground was a testament to its absolute deliciousness. Otherwise, he would not have risked so much to save someone like Beerus. At this moment, Beerus observed that Louis XIII did not linger on the previous question, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow was not overly proud. Otherwise, as the foremost destroyer, he would have faced utter humiliation. However, a sudden thought struck Beerus, and he gazed at Louis XIII with a mixture of astonishment and fear. How on earth did you manage that? To strike with such lethal precision and plunge into a swarm of scorpions, ultimately slaying the Scorpion King. How is that even possible? Did the esteemed Dean not mention that the trial ground is a no-fly zone? Your movements and speed were evidently akin to flight. How could you possibly defy the gravitational pull of this place? I have made numerous attempts to ascend here, and even with all my divine power, I can barely lift myself 5 or 6 meters above the ground. How is it that you can utilize your energy to counteract this gravitational force? Noticing Beerus's bewilderment, Louis XIII regarded him with an air of disdain, as if he were staring at a simpleton. He then extended his wings, spanning over 3 meters, and with a couple of powerful flaps in midair declared, "You fool, I am not contesting the gravitational force here with the energy of a destroyer. Do not forget, I am of the Lightning Warhawk clan. Our abilities are far from ordinary. It is our very instinct to soar through the skies. Must I elaborate further?" The words of the Thunder Warhawk clan indeed seemed to carry weight. Beerus found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. This individual truly possessed an innate advantage. Yet, another pressing concern crossed Beerus's mind. Even if you possess the ability to fly, the Dean expressly stated that this is an absolute combat zone. Will there not be dire consequences for your actions? Upon seeing Beerus's apprehension, Louis XIII regarded him with a profoundly dismissive expression. "You are quite the stubborn thinker, aren't you? I wonder how you have survived in the academy for so many years. Does the term combat zone imply absolute restrictions? To be candid, prior to coming to your rescue, I conducted experiments. Although my jumps cannot be excessively high, as the king of the Hawk clan, do you expect me to traverse this place without my wings? It would be utterly ridiculous. Honestly, there is no need for further explanation, since we are the rulers of the skies. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be the true sovereign of the heavens. With that, Louis XIII spread his wings wide and soared toward the horizon, as if the trial ground imposed no limitations upon him whatsoever. Though he could not fly using energy, his wings were far from mere decoration. Adorned in a cloak of delicate green, the figure soared through the clouds, utilizing its wings to ascend to the heavens. It emitted a derisive sound akin to laughter as it traversed the sky, truly achieving the realm of ethereal flight, unburdened by any peculiar aftereffects. Just as Beerus was consumed by concern, the once clear sky underwent a peculiar transformation. Out of nowhere, a crimson bolt of lightning cracked through the air, unerringly targeting the Thunder War Eagle, Louis XIII, who was gliding midair. With a resounding crack, it became evident that this was a creature struck by lightning. Beerus, exasperated, rested his hand on his forehead, his expression marred by frustration as he muttered, "Even if you can glide close to the ground, you still chose to showcase your so-called aerial supremacy by ascending to great heights. As the saying goes, one who tempts fate often suffers its consequences. And now you've been struck by lightning." The intensity and energy of this bolt indicated that it was indeed a formidable attack from the God of Destruction Academy, specifically the God of Destruction Lightning. Now, having attracted such divine wrath upon himself, the bolt, no thicker than an arm, struck Louis XIII. If another arrogant individual were to appear, it was conceivable that the level of divine punishment would escalate further. Indeed, as expected, Beerus's combat wisdom and acute sense of danger were worthy of his profound power. As the bolt of destruction struck Louis XIII, 3 additional bolts coalesced, each thicker than the last, striking him in rapid succession, leaving him charred and thoroughly disoriented. However, Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment, for the sequence of 4 lightning strikes did not render Louis XIII plummeting to the ground as he had anticipated. While the realm of attack appeared terrifying, it was not an absolute certainty. The catastrophe of a fall did not ensue, and this foolish bird, having endured such a fierce onslaught, displayed a rather blissful demeanor. How could this be? Observing Beerus's perplexed expression from below, the Thunder War Eagle, Louis XIII, disdainfully tilted his beak and let out a raucous caw. "Heh, Beerus, you foolish cat have now witnessed the extent of my prowess. Did you truly believe such an attacking domain could inflict harm upon me? Do not forget, before I arrived at the God of Destruction Academy, I was a member of the Thunder War Eagle lineage. Remember, I am of a race imbued with the essence of thunder. The God of Destruction Lightning, while immensely destructive, is primarily effective against other races. As a natural adept at harnessing the power of thunder, should I fear the lightning of the heavens? To be honest, this energy is akin to a boon for me. In other words, the so-called mastery of this domain is nothing but a jest. So, do you now comprehend my strength and advantages? Those with wings shall never traverse the ground on 2 claws. Such an act would be a blatant affront to our kind. Well then, foolish feline, having elucidated so much, do you comprehend now? Is it necessary for me to engage in an aerial journey with you? If we could indeed soar through the skies with all our might, I believe our arrival at the enigmatic castle at the center would be remarkably swift. It is not a race, but rather a pursuit of being the first to reach that place, which undoubtedly would greatly assist our future explorations. At this juncture, the Thunder Hawk Louis XIII reveled in the air, executing a variety of flamboyant maneuvers, all while being incessantly struck by lightning. Beerus gazed at Louis XIII above, startled yet aware that this individual seemed to relish the onslaught of the God of Destruction's lightning, entirely dismissing the sanctity of this realm. Observing Louis XIII's ostentatious display, Beerus felt a flicker of intrigue. Perhaps this lad just might succeed if he could elevate himself using his 2 eagle claws. Though Beerus harbored no certainty in his heart. Who would prefer to walk when one could fly? Moreover, with one arm injured, his combat prowess had diminished. If they were to encounter that terrifying swarm of scorpions again, survival would be most uncertain. At this moment, Beerus found himself genuinely stirred, yet there exists an adage that warns against excessive joy leading to sorrow, or that one may meet their demise through their own folly. This notion is vividly exemplified in the case of Louis XIII, the Thunder Eagle. Given that the Grand Priest had solemnly declared this area a no-fly zone, it should indeed be regarded as an absolute prohibition. Currently, Louis XIII was leveraging his racial talents, teetering on the brink of death, recklessly probing the limits of his capabilities. One could assert that divine calamity might be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune is unforgivable. Just as Beerus was contemplating whether to hitch a ride, the ominous celestial thunder suddenly vanished, and Louis XIII, soaring through the skies, came to a graceful halt midair. He was engulfed by an inexplicable dread, as though some irreversible entity were about to manifest beside him, a chilling sensation that defied explanation, clearly not attributable to the divine thunder or gravitational forces surrounding him. Chapter 41. Erasure Technique. Meanwhile, below, Beerus' pupils constricted sharply, reduced to mere pinpricks, as he beheld a terrifying spectacle that would haunt him for eternity. Indeed, this moment cast a profound shadow over Beerus' psyche, for the disappearance of the lightning and the howling winds rendered time and space seemingly frozen. In the next instant, a faint, ethereal silhouette emerged in the sky. This appeared to be the image of the most fearsome ultimate antagonist in the Dragon Ball universe, the Omni King. However, at this juncture, neither Louis XIII nor Beerus possessed a comprehensive understanding of the appearance and essence of the King of Fighters. Their knowledge was limited to ancient texts and scriptures that hinted at the existence of such a formidable figure. The Omni King, whose visage was projected in the air, let out a soft sigh, followed by a distant voice that resonated in the ears of Beerus and Louis XIII. Impudent little rascal. Despite my declaration of this as a no-fly zone, you continue to flaunt your arrogance. If you persist in your antics, so be it. In the interest of maintaining fairness in this trial ground, I must express my apologies. Subsequently, the unforgettable words erasure technique echoed through the skies. In an instant, a flash of white light engulfed the once audacious Louis XIII, the king of the Thunder Eagle clan, who had brazenly defied divine retribution. He vanished without a trace. Not merely his corporeal form, but also his essence, energy, and soul dissipated, as if he had never existed at all. The sky returned to its pristine clarity, and the spectral image of the Omni King faded into oblivion. It was evident that this was no trivial matter. Louis XIII had been mysteriously eradicated by the Omni King midair. The so-called no-fly zone was no jest, possessing strength and wings, and withstanding lightning strikes was insufficient to ensure survival in this realm. At this moment, the only remnant left in the air was a solitary feather, untouched by the erasure, slowly drifting downwards, accompanied by the solitary artifact of Louis XIII. A fallen feather gently drifted before Beerus. This was the reason for Whiss's astonishment at witnessing the unfolding events. To think that the Grand Zeno himself had intervened was truly beyond Whiss's imagination. Although some earlier actions had escaped the notice of the angels and the Grand Priest, Whiss had observed the entire spectacle. He never anticipated that the so-called God of Destruction Academy would be under the vigilant watch of the Grand Zeno. The earlier apparition and the execution of the erasure technique had left Whiss in a state of profound unease. It seemed that the Academy's selection process was far more complex than he had envisioned, and it was not a place where the Heavenly Masters could act with impunity, for the Grand Zeno had been observing the entire time. Regardless of the astonishment brewing within him, Beerus now found himself trembling uncontrollably, unable to maintain his composure. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, for the scene he had just witnessed was truly terrifying. He understood all too well that, despite Louis XIII's rather unremarkable standing within their academy, his capabilities as a ruler of the skies, combined with his unique talents, would not have allowed even the Heavenly Masters to erase someone so completely and effortlessly, leaving no trace of breath, soul, or body behind. Although Beerus and Louis XIII had not yet developed a bond of complete openness, the fact remained that this foolish bird had genuinely saved his life. The sudden disappearance of such an ally raised questions about the terrifying power of the Grand Zeno. This could very well be the most profound psychological shadow Beerus had ever faced. However, as one who aspired to be the foremost among the gods of destruction, he recognized that his current task was not to dwell in fear and sorrow, but to emerge from this shadow, transforming into a truly qualified god of destruction to fulfill the long-cherished wish he shared with his brother Champa. It was clear that every word spoken by the Grand Priest was no jest. The prohibition against flight was absolute, and acquiring the earrings of destruction was indeed his most pressing mission. Resolutely, Beerus adjusted his mindset. Grappling with his fear of the Grand Zeno and the inexplicable erasure of Louis XIII. With firm determination, he set forth, carefully orienting himself towards the center of the trial grounds, taking deliberate steps towards his destination. At this moment, he refrained from flight, minimizing his departures from the ground under ordinary conditions, for the piercing image of what had transpired was etched indelibly into his soul. Moreover, ever since that moment, whenever Beerus encounters Lord Zeno, his legs weaken, for this occasion is far from ordinary in its terror, leaving a profound impact on his very soul. In comparison to Beerus, it appears that throughout the entirety of the trial grounds, battles of various magnitudes are incessantly unfolding. However, the goddess of fortune often exhibits a bias. Some may find themselves particularly fortunate, while others suffer immensely. For instance, in the frigid expanse of the far north, an exceptionally brutal and violent confrontation is currently taking place. At this moment, the battle was nearing its conclusion. A man, clad in a cloak and hood, slowly emerged from a pile of the corpses of ice wolves. Extending a hand, with a slight exertion, he forcefully severed the neck of the alpha wolf, marking the definitive end of the conflict. The battlefield lay strewn with the remains of thousands of ice wolves, a testament to the ferocity of the struggle. Ultimately, it was this man who triumphed. Though he expended his final ounce of strength to extinguish the life of the most formidable creature in the icy expanse, it seemed he had also pushed his own physical limits to the brink. Chapter 42, The Prehistoric Crocodile. While the individual strength of the ice wolves was not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. As the saying goes, even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Moreover, he was merely an ordinary student of the Destruction God Academy, and a novice at that. Maymide's prowess and talent were not regarded as exceptional among his peers. Yet he possessed a distinctive quality that set him apart. His primary focus was on physical combat, honing his body for battle. Originally, Maymide presented himself as a jester. Eccentric in appearance, a clever guise, as he was the only one among the Destruction God students who lacked any magical abilities. Relying solely on his physicality for combat, without the benefits of area of effect spells. While others might perceive this as a sign of weakness, Maymide held a different perspective. Recognizing his lack of aptitude for magic, he resolved to carve a unique path in the realm of physical techniques. Thus, he dedicated his life to the pursuit of mastering physical prowess. Indeed, who says that one cannot forge new realms through sheer physical capability? Unfortunately, fate had cast him into the icy wilderness, a place he detested for its frigid climate, devoid of sustenance to replenish his strength. This left Maymide lamenting the unfairness of this trial. His once vividly red clown nose, now enhanced by the cold, shone even more brightly. Yet, he possessed his own life-preserving skills and strategies. Despite his lack of magical talent and progress, relying solely on his physicality and energy, he seemed to harbor some unique insights into alchemy. His aptitude and capabilities in this field had piqued the interest of his mentor, Makalita. In this regard, he truly acquired a wealth of alchemical knowledge from Makalita, particularly possessing unique insights and perspectives on formations and potions. Moreover, he obtained a considerable amount of rare materials from his mentor, allowing him to concoct numerous special elixirs to rejuvenate his stamina. This was a principal reason why Wei Mei could emerge victorious amidst a pack of wolves. Without the instant restorative potions sourced from Makalita, relying solely on his hand-to-hand combat skills against thousands of ethereal giant wolves, he would likely have become a mere morsel within the bellies of the ravenous pack by now. However, no matter how one articulates it, luck is often an integral aspect of strength. Given that he could laugh in the end, Wei Mei chose not to dwell further on the matter. At the moment he strangled the alpha wolf, he consumed the last vial of stamina-restoring potion, a refreshing sensation flooding his exhausted body. It felt as though he had been reborn. Indeed, it was a twofold victory. Not only had he survived a dire predicament, but even after battling thousands of ice-field giant wolves, his body had reached a certain limit. Although the restorative potions continually replenished his stamina, the stress on his mind had pushed his entire being to the brink of collapse. At this moment, Wei Mei extended a hand into the frigid air, her body still buried amidst the corpses of numerous snow wolves. This concealment served a dual purpose. It provided warmth, and the overpowering scent of blood might attract even more terrifying creatures. Hiding among the carcasses of the wolves was perhaps the safest place to be. What she yearned for most was to recuperate her strength and spirit, indulging in a restful slumber. Currently, she found herself in a state of extremity. reflecting on her journey as an ordinary clown who arrived at the Destruction Academy only to discover her lack of magical aptitude and the inability to fully cultivate martial skills. However, she had caught the favor of the alchemy master, Malachita, and gained numerous advantages. Yet, her luck seemed to falter as she was unexpectedly transported to this icy wilderness for the trial, and she harbored a deep disdain for winter. Wei Mei mused quietly to herself, yet she understood that as long as she was alive, hope remained. Compared to those who perished immediately upon arrival at the jaws of extraordinary beasts, she felt remarkably content with her own performance. After all, there were still 5 days left in the trial, and only a brief time had passed. Gazing at the vials and containers cradled in her arms, she remained optimistic about the future. If she could grant herself just half an hour, she would replenish her strained mind and exhausted body, emerging once more as a formidable contender. The snowfields in the wolf pack were not as terrifying as she had imagined. This was undoubtedly the most harrowing assault Wei Mei had faced thus far in the trial grounds, yet having endured it brought her a profound sense of confidence and elevation. It appeared that among the destruction gods, she was not the weakest. To those who mocked her inability to wield spells, she vowed to prove them wrong. They would await the day when Wei Mei would become a true destruction god. Once she ascended to that status, they would learn that mastery of martial arts could also reach its zenith. Destruction was not solely reliant on magical energy. Those who looked down upon her would find themselves in for a surprise. After all, she possessed advantages akin to having a cheat code, should she falter in combat. The potions from her sister would surely empower her to overcome any challenge. From within the carcasses of the wolf pack, her raspy yet defiant voice echoed, infused with bitterness and humiliation. In stark contrast to her grim circumstances, the situation of Ramsay in the southern marshlands was notably more favorable. Though he boasted a physique akin to an elephant and possessed formidable strength, he had yet to encounter the terrifying wolf pack tactics that had overwhelmed Wei Mei. Nevertheless, Ramsay's mood was far from pleasant, for he had come face to face with an opponent beyond the ordinary. A colossal prehistoric crocodile, the most fearsome sovereign of the death marshes. This immense creature was formidable in every aspect, save for its somewhat dull intellect. Although his prowess and defensive capabilities are unparalleled in this region, the intellect of this fellow is indeed a matter of concern. What vexes Ramsay the most is that many other trainees were teleported here alongside him. Yet this prehistoric giant crocodile seems utterly disinterested in anyone else, fixating its gaze solely upon the imposing figure of Ramsay. This singular focus is the primary source of Ramsay's discontent. Is it truly his fault for being of such considerable size? Chapter 43. Mutual assistance. The diminutive individuals around him deftly maneuvered past the prehistoric crocodile, exploiting their size to slip by with ease. The crocodile paid no heed to the trainees darting past it, yet its eyes were locked onto Ramsay, whose stature resembled that of an elephant. Perhaps, in the creature's perspective, sheer size was a testament to combat strength. Did the slender forms of the nearby trainees simply lack the bulk to pique the crocodile's interest? This thought filled Ramsay with a sense of grievance. Regardless of his frustrations, it was evident that this colossal beast had no intention of letting him escape unscathed. Since the creature had set its sights on him, Ramsay, the largest among the destroyers, felt compelled to respond. Thus, a series of powerful shockwaves erupted throughout the death marsh, radiating outward with terrifying energy as Ramsay engaged in a direct confrontation with the massive predator, relying on his formidable physique and weight. After several intense clashes, Ramsay managed to stabilize his form, shaking off the days that threatened to overwhelm him, his heart heavy with discontent. Why was this wretched creature's defense so formidable? Despite his best efforts, utilizing his tusks and trunk to their fullest, Ramsay found himself making no headway against the beast. This left him feeling increasingly frustrated, his body battered from the impacts. If the encounter continued in this manner, he feared that he would be reduced to a mere collection of shattered bones without the crocodile even needing to strike him directly. Once confident in his own size and defense, Ramsay now began to question his very existence. Yet, it was not only Ramsay who felt disheartened. The prehistoric crocodile was equally perturbed. As the sovereign of the death marsh, it had not faced a true challenger to its authority in years. This unexpected behemoth, seemingly emerging from nowhere, possessed the audacity to engage it directly. The crocodile barely managed to withstand the intensity of Ramsay's onslaught, relying on its tough hide. However, it pondered whether its resilient armor could endure if the confrontation persisted. Faced with such a worthy adversary, the crocodile felt a blend of fear and exhilaration. It had been a long time since it had the opportunity to unleash its full strength. As the ruler of the Death Marsh, encountering an opponent of this caliber was a rare and invaluable experience in its lifetime. At this moment, the eyes of the ancient crocodile glimmered with a chilling light, brimming with murderous intent. Perhaps Ramsay's boldness and formidable strength had indeed provoked the ferocity of this prehistoric creature. The two figures slowly shifted their stances, tending to their wounds and gathering energy, preparing for their next fierce confrontation. Just when Ramsay was engulfed in frustration, a sharp and piercing voice pierced the air. "Isn't that our renowned Ramsay, known for his defensive prowess and overwhelming strength? How curious to see you caught in solitary battle here. Do you require my assistance?" Although the tone of this voice was laced with sarcasm, Ramsay quickly deduced that its owner was none other than Kettler, the second-ranked student from the recent volunteer competition. "So it's you, huh? Have you been watching me for quite some time?" Kettler chuckled. "To be honest, I find this gigantic crocodilian creature rather fascinating. Do you need help?" Ramsay's mind was filled with skepticism, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, his eyes glinting ominously. "It's evident you can see clearly. In terms of raw strength, we are evenly matched against this beast. Kettler, given your lengthy discourse, I presume you are suggesting a partnership. However, such an offer is uncharacteristic of you. With your status and prowess, do you truly believe you can ally with someone like me, who relies solely on brute strength?" Kettler's mocking laughter resonated once more. "Oh, Ramsay, do not doubt my sincerity. As you know, prior to this trial, I was an injured participant." A sudden recollection struck Ramsay. Kettler had indeed sustained a leg injury, rendering him somewhat incapacitated during this endeavor. Perhaps it was his condition that drew him to seek a partnership for mutual assistance. Understanding dawned upon Ramsay. There was likely no ulterior motive at play, for Kettler's proud nature would hardly lead him to ally with someone perceived as merely a brute. Given Kettler's apparent sincerity, Ramsay chose to cast aside his suspicions. Ultimately, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are but idle chatter. Since Kettler was the one injured, it was reasonable to believe he sought a companion who posed no significant threat to him. Stronger individuals, confronted with an injured Kettler, would likely not hesitate to exploit the advantage. Now that Kettler had set his sights on Ramsay, a classmate of lesser strength, it seemed a strategic measure for self-preservation. It appeared that their collaboration held genuine promise and hope. At this moment, a realization washed over Ramsay, accompanied by a faint smile. "Classmate Kettler, do share your plans and thoughts with me. Here, I assure you that I will not exploit your injuries to launch a surprise attack or harbor any malice. I guarantee this with the integrity of my persona as an apprentice destroyer of the Academy. Are you satisfied with this assurance?" Kettler, having received the oath he most fervently desired, felt a sense of fulfillment. After all, Ramsay was not one to make promises lightly, yet once made, he remained steadfast in his commitments. Perhaps this unwavering loyalty was intrinsic to their lineage as the mighty Elephant Clan. Having secured the answer he sought, Kettler recognized the sincerity of Ramsay's willingness to collaborate, which was indeed commendable. With a glance at his bandaged thigh, he sighed, acknowledging his misfortune. Otherwise, with his prowess, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. With a reliable ally now at his side, Kettler resolved to declare, in the name of Kettler, "I vow that I will not engage in any actions detrimental to Ramsay before the conclusion of this trial tournament." Given their mutual candor, the oaths sworn amongst the destroyer apprentices held genuine weight, for any breach would invite severe repercussions. Chapter 44. Sincere cooperation with both parties displaying such earnest intentions. This impromptu coalition was swiftly forged. Kettler, now satisfied with the response, gracefully leaped onto Ramsay's back. Despite his grievous leg injuries, his vision and offensive capabilities remained intact. By effectively leveraging Ramsay's mobility, Kettler's prowess in assassination and attacks could be brought to bear. In the realm of stealthy assaults, Kettler confidently considered himself second to none, as none dared claim the title of the first. Even those stronger than him, like Beerus, seemed to lack the instantaneous breach capabilities that Kettler possessed, which was precisely what Ramsay lacked, the means to eliminate foes. While their brute strength and defense were evenly matched, facing the formidable prehistoric crocodile without the ability to penetrate its defenses left Ramsay in a state of vexation. Although the semi-disabled Kettler could not confront the prehistoric crocodile head-on like Ramsay, if he could find an opportunity to breach its armor and deliver a lethal strike, they might yet escape this crisis successfully. With this thought, the searing pain from his injuries seemed to dissipate, and his creaking bones felt as though they were returning to their former state. It became evident that collaboration was infinitely more advantageous than solitary endeavors, especially with the defensive prowess of Ramsey paired with Ketla's expertise in offensive stealth, forming a remarkably effective partnership. Though their alliance might appear somewhat incongruous, a massive elephant alongside a slender mouse, one could not deny the harmony in their combined strengths. Yet, for the terrifying prehistoric behemoth known as the colossal crocodile, the presence of a mere mouse was inconsequential. Although it sensed a faint aura of danger emanating from the diminutive creature, the feeling was far from overwhelming. The stark difference in size fostered a sense of disdain within it, despite the elephant's seemingly impeccable defense. There would inevitably come a moment when even its formidable strength would reach its limit. In this realm of deathly swamps, who could rival him, the local sovereign? In endurance and defense? Even if a contender managed to stand beside him in supremacy, it would be a fleeting moment. Thus, Ramses swiftly exchanged glances with Ketral, devising a strategy to breach the enemy's defenses. Ketral, however, chose to adopt a more cautious approach, positioning himself stealthily behind Ramses's colossal head, thereby concealing his form entirely. He concentrated the essence of destruction upon his dual heads, preparing for a surprise assault. Unlike his earlier brazen charge, Ramses now employed a more diplomatic tactic, his hands carving an arc in the air, creating a barrier that melded with the destructive energy he wielded. This was the embodiment of their flawless strategy. Ramses would utilize his godly power to form a complete defensive wall, absorbing the ferocious onslaught of the prehistoric crocodile, while Ketral, with his extraordinary speed and penetrating prowess, would deliver a lethal strike. Yet, this maneuver, against such an advanced sentient being, felt almost trivial, unbeknownst to the unwitting crocodile. Its demise was imminent. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided once more. However, this time, neither party yielded, as Ramses firmly grasped the terrifying claws of the crocodile. Their struggle suspended in midair. This was perhaps the scene the prehistoric crocodile relished most. In terms of defense, this elephant appeared nearly its equal. Yet, compared to raw strength, on the unique terrain of its deathly swamp, the crocodile was destined to falter. It was merely a matter of time before it was utterly torn apart. This was the crocodile's most simplistic thought, and it suddenly realized that the elephant was rather cunning. Wrapping its long trunk around the crocodile's massive jaws, it effectively neutralized a significant offensive capability. Initially intent on biting the elephant's head and engaging in a frenzied death roll, the battle had now taken an unforeseen turn, and it appeared too late for regrets. Indeed, strength often constitutes merely a fragment of combat. It is the experience and wisdom gleaned from real-world encounters that may ultimately dictate life and death in critical moments. At this juncture, Ramsey had completely subdued the prehistoric crocodile, ensnaring it with his trunk, leaving the creature with no opportunity for escape. Now was the moment for Ketla, the formidable assassin, to strike. A flicker of movement behind Ramsey heralded the emergence of a radiant purple light, concealing within it a fearsome purple silhouette. The energy encapsulated within this figure was poised to reach the zenith of Ketla's formidable power. In an instant, the silhouette darted towards the crocodile's head. Though hindered by his own mobility, Ketla executed a stealthy assault with remarkable precision. As he positioned himself atop the prehistoric creature's cranium, his slender arms began to swell with burgeoning muscle energy, surging forth from his palms. The sound of flesh being penetrated resonated through the air, a series of muffled thuds echoing in the ears of the onlookers. In this encounter, Ketla showcased his formidable combat prowess. Despite this being his inaugural collaboration with Ramsey, he exhibited unwavering confidence in his offensive capabilities. In terms of penetrating power, Ketla considered himself a close second, for none in the Destruction God Academy dared to claim the top spot. After all, the rodent is instinctively adept at burrowing, and in terms of piercing strength, it is indeed exceptionally formidable. Faced with such an overwhelmingly resilient adversary, Ketla chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he seized the opportunity to thrust his palms directly into the crocodile's eyes, the most vulnerable point of such a reptilian beast. As he penetrated into the creature's ocular cavity, the terrifying destructive energy within him surged forth with fervor. In an instant, this mass of purple destructive energy transformed the crocodile's relatively small brain matter into a viscous pulp. Thus, the prehistoric crocodile, which had moments ago been engaged in a vigorous contest of strength with Ramsay, suddenly stiffened, its power dissipating into nothingness. The pain in its eyes diminished significantly, and its final vision was merely a purple figure growing ever larger before it. In a flash, the battle concluded with a sense of unexpected satisfaction. Chapter 45. Psychological Warfare. The speed of events had surpassed Ramsay's wildest expectations. He had never anticipated that his first collaboration with Ketla would culminate in such an exquisite harmony. He merely needed to successfully capture the attention of his adversary and control their movements, and Ketla's assault was equally incisive. Although this maneuver allowed the two to momentarily escape peril, it also planted a significant shadow of doubt in Ramsay's heart. However, Ramsay did not perceive Ketla as a considerable threat at this juncture. Despite their current collaboration, they remained rivals, a relationship that felt particularly steadfast in the face of formidable foes. The outcome of their contest, should a powerful enemy fall, remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Ramsay secretly braced himself against any potential ambush from Ketla. Yet, he appeared to overlook one crucial detail. Prior to sustaining injuries, Ketla might not have regarded Ramsay as a worthy opponent. After all, a limping mouse, no matter how fierce, remains merely a limping mouse. At this moment, both Ramsay and Ketla harbored ulterior motives, yet neither displayed any intent to confront each other. Just as Ketla was about to utter a forceful declaration, he momentarily froze at the sight of the prehistoric giant crocodile's head. Almost immediately, the mouse claw he had embedded in the creature's brain emitted peculiar sounds, and with a swift motion, it was extracted, complete with brain matter. Although Ketla felt a surge of luck at this successful ambush, he was taken aback when he discovered an object within the crocodile's body, one that left Ramsay utterly astonished. This being not only possessed formidable strength but also harbored such an item within its very being. It was unfathomable to Ramsay, with his wooden-headed demeanor, how such a thing could exist. In Ketla's grasp was an oddly shaped ancient key. A key, indeed. How could such an item be found here? Regardless of the reasons behind its existence, where there is existence, there must be purpose. Ketla examined the key in his hand, filled with skepticism. In all their time at the Destruction God Academy, including various trials they had participated in, this was the first instance of encountering a key among extraordinary beings. Moreover, the fact that this massive prehistoric crocodile had concealed a key within its very mind was indeed a bizarre concept. Yet, in the realm of trials, nothing occurs by mere coincidence. Every event bears significance. With this understanding, Ketla dismissed any lingering concerns. Although Ramsay had contributed significantly to the battle, it was ultimately Ketla who delivered the final blow to the prehistoric crocodile. Thus, he felt justified in claiming the key as his own, despite its peculiar appearance. It surely held some utility. Observing Ketla's actions, Ramsay refrained from further contention. This was not the opportune moment to confront Ketla over the key. Though his curiosity was piqued by the item, there existed an unspoken rule within the Destruction God Academy. Assistance in an attack constituted assistance, but the spoils belonged to the one who ultimately vanquished the foe. In this regard, the good-natured Ramsay did not press the matter further. The key would remain with Ketla for now. As for the possibility of encountering other keys or extraordinary beings in the future, that was left to fate. With this thought, Ramsay chose not to linger on the matter, keenly aware of the potential threats lurking nearby. He expanded his sensory perception to its utmost limit, fully attuned to his surroundings. While Ramsay's strength and defense ranked among the elite within the Destruction Gods, his true advantage lay in his perception. Indeed, Ramsay was a being of acute sensory awareness, surpassing even the likes of Beerus and Ketla in this regard. As Ramsay closed his eyes to subtly gauge the conditions around him, Ketla inquired curiously, "What do you sense, Ramsay? Are there any extraordinary beings nearby? Having said that, I shall take this key for now, though its purpose eludes me. Should any extraordinary beings appear nearby, I shall offer my assistance free of charge, and any spoils or unique items acquired in the next encounter shall be yours." Hee. I pride myself on my sense of loyalty. Upon hearing such words from Ketla, Ramsay felt a sense of relief within, though he betrayed no outward sign of it. Each student at the Destruction Academy is a cunning strategist, adept at concealing their true intentions. Through Ramsay's perception, he understood that this trial ground was vast, and they found themselves in a southern corner known as the Death Marsh, surrounded by forests to the east, deserts to the west, and icy plains to the north. With the so-called central trial endpoint shrouded in shadows, he sensed the diverse environments of the region, each erupting with notable skirmishes. Ramsay smiled faintly, realizing that the troubles they faced were not theirs alone. Many of their fellow students were equally unfortunate. Numerous individuals possessed hidden cards, and perhaps Ramsay had not conveyed the full extent of his insights. For within his keen awareness, he not only sensed danger, but also opportunity. His detailed perception revealed that he and Ketla were not the only ones to have secured a key. Thus, Ramsay chose to share a concise overview of the nearby terrain and the ongoing battles with Ketla, indicating the direction of the trial's endpoint, which was their ultimate rendezvous point. The number of students they might encounter there would depend on their strength and fortune. They were fortunate. Had any one of them faced that formidable creature alone, they would have met with misfortune devoid of any luck. Thus, it was imperative for their group to remain united. Ketla, I trust you have no objections? Ketla shrugged, signaling his agreement with Ramsay's proposition. He then shifted his position, once more perching upon Ramsay's shoulder, playfully patting the large fellow. Your talents may indeed come in handy here. Possessing an innate radar function, quite commendable. Chapter 46. The ongoing battle. As they conversed, Ramsay cast a sidelong glance at Ketla, retorting, You, my friend, speak of partnership while behaving as though you see me as a mount. Ketla shrugged helplessly. This time, I must rely on you. My thigh is injured. Were my leg unscathed, I would have no need to perch upon you. The two exchanged banter while carefully attuning themselves to the surrounding terrain and its conditions, gradually making their way toward the heart of the trial point. Unbeknownst to Ramsay and Ketla, their collaboration and actions, along with the ensuing battles, were being keenly observed by Kess, the angel presiding over the Destruction Academy from the main stage. After all, Kess, the angel, devoted her full attention to the three-dimensional animation projections centered around the rather simple-minded giant, Ramsay, for he was her most esteemed pupil. Kess possessed a unique understanding of perception and foundational skills in cultivation, which harmoniously complemented Ramsay's innate talents. It was indeed surprising that this somewhat foolish individual could expand the range of perception to such an extent, a testament to Kess's meticulous guidance over the years. Although Ramsay had exhibited slight shortcomings during the recent skirmish, his remarkable execution of defense demonstrated that he had not disappointed Kess in his training of the destructive divine arts. Each angel and mentor possesses their own unique mastery, and it is exceedingly rare for a pupil's abilities to align seamlessly with those of their mentor. Thus, Kess directed her entire focus towards Ramsay, disregarding the small mouse-like figure, Ketla, who she deemed unworthy, a mere attacker with no defensive capabilities and an inability to foresee danger. However, it was Kess's companion, the angel Conic, who showed interest in Ketla, his eyes gleaming with fascination at the mouse's performance. Indeed, Conic had profound expertise in attack, penetration, and destruction, perhaps illustrating the diverse natures of the dragon's offspring. Though they were all progeny of the High Priest and distinguished members of the angelic race, their means of wielding power and chosen paths were entirely distinct. At present, each individual had their own focus on the destructive divine students, who may very well become their primary collaborators in the future. Although these students remained unaware of the roles they would eventually assume, the angel mentors understood the implications clearly. What perplexed this group was the High Priest's unusual demeanor. He seemed entirely uninterested in these exceptional destructive divine students. His gaze and attention remained fixated on a certain individual named Luo Feng, leading them to wonder what was so remarkable about him. Was he merely an unlucky soul who had encountered the abyssal spider queen, facing a perilous situation? Moreover, 3 other destructive divine students were keenly observing, raising questions about whether they had overlooked a hidden talent or dark horse. Perhaps the High Priest possessed extraordinary insight or peculiar preferences. Yet, such speculations became inconsequential as the High Priest smiled and continued to observe the battlefield where Luo Feng fought. This time, Luo Feng did not disappoint, executing a series of maneuvers that opened the High Priest's eyes to the capabilities of a student. For those angels who had not witnessed Luo Feng's display, it merely underscored the disparity in their perceptions compared to that of the High Priest. Although the situation on this side was intricate, the battle on Luo Feng's end raged on. The myriad battles that unfolded within the trial grounds did not afford any respite. However, the creature known as Barret, a spider, indeed unleashed its webbing to its fullest extent. An enormous web ensnared Ro Feng's lower body, firmly anchoring him to the ground, just as Barret had envisioned. Accompanied by a maniacal cackle, the venom in its grasp began to drift slowly towards Ro Feng, as Barrett eagerly anticipated witnessing his opponent's struggles, despair, and eventual dissolution into mere sustenance for his own being. The outcome seemed assured, and Barrett's laughter resonated with a myriad of triumphs, yet Rofeng merely smirked, pondering the source of this creature's unfounded confidence. Perhaps, having reigned as a king within this forest for far too long, Barrett had never truly encountered a worthy adversary. Armed with ample wilderness survival experience, Rofeng was mentally prepared to confront a spider, fully aware of the advantages and disadvantages inherent to such jungle predators. Although the web binding his lower body was astonishingly potent in terms of stickiness, strength, and adhesive properties, rendering ordinary creatures utterly immobile once ensnared, he remained undeterred. The green energy orbs floating towards him, imbued with corrosive and damaging qualities, were indeed formidable, yet their lethargic speed rendered them inconsequential. However, when combined, these abilities posed an insurmountable challenge to typical insects and prey. Regrettably for Barrett, he was up against Rofeng, a being who seamlessly amalgamated modern intellect with the might of a deity, enhanced further by a legacy of ancient martial skills. This was not a mere case of 1 + 1 equating to 3. In the fleeting moment of Rofeng's recent transformation, he had transcended that simplistic arithmetic, embodying a power that surpassed 10. The sheer force of his previous strike, capable of annihilating Barrett's very essence, attested to Rofeng's prowess, which was far more complex than it appeared. The three dimwits behind Barrett could never fathom the magnitude of Rofeng's energy, strength, and combat experience. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Rofeng calmly declared, "The game must come to an end, little spider. Frankly, you are far too weak. Wasting my time here is a disservice to my own dignity. Thus, it is time to conclude this, especially given the limited duration of this trial." Observing Barrett still muttering to himself, the spider let out a low growl. "Speak your last words quickly, though they will prove meaningless. Heh, I shall not aid you in fulfilling any dying wishes. You may rest assured that you will become my nourishment." However, as these words left his mouth, Barrett's pupils constricted in terror, shrinking to the size of pinpoints, for a harrowing scene unfolded before him. Chapter 47. Death without a corpse. What had once been a confident display of combined techniques revealed itself to be futile, for a crimson flame began to emanate from Rofeng's lower body, gently surging forth. Is this a novel application of destructive divine power? Although I possess a certain understanding of the Spider Empress, Barrett, it is peculiar that the flames emanating this time are not the faint purple hues and energy radiance typically associated with it, but rather a deep crimson flame that envelopes the lower half of Luofeng's body. This must be the final trump card and reservoir of energy for this young man. However, what astonishes him is that the seemingly invincible and fully locking spider silk has, in an unexpected turn, begun to emit wisps of green smoke as if caught in a hot iron amidst a heavy snowfall. Indeed, the once formidable control technique of the spider silk has completely vanished within this enigmatic blaze. The strategy he had just devised to corrode his opponent with toxins now appears utterly meaningless. Yes, the potency of the toxic assault was formidable, yet the only means capable of restraining Luofeng, the spider silk, has been entirely consumed by the peculiar energy radiating from his lower half. In light of this, Barrett's earlier arrogance and toxic onslaught have been rendered a mere farce. Without lingering on the matter, Luofeng deftly dispels the controlling spider silk with his energy and, with a sudden shift, vanishes from sight. Observing the absence of his form and the now aimless toxic energy spheres suspended in midair, Barrett finds himself momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the last image etched into his mind is of a black-haired youth appearing abruptly before him, who greets him with a warm and benevolent smile. In a swift motion, a finger aglow with golden light gently touches his forehead. Although the gesture seems languid, Barrett realizes that his body has become entirely immobilized, sinking into a state of complete stupor. In that fleeting moment, Luofeng's golden-tipped finger makes contact with Barrett's forehead, leaving him with a singular thought. How did this individual move to my side in an instant? In the next moment, his entire body was firmly pinned down by Luofeng. Subsequently, the colossal form of the spider shattered like a glass orb struck from the center, producing resounding cracks that radiated outward. Accompanied by Luofeng's infusion of energy, the entire body exploded into countless shards, akin to fragmented glass. In that instant, the golden energy in Luofeng's hand transformed into the crimson power that had previously emanated from his mouth. with a sudden burst. The entire Barret was reduced to a mere puddle of blood, leaving no trace behind. The swift reversal of time was indeed remarkable. Although Luo Feng's maneuvers appeared seamless, he was, in fact, channeling his strength to its utmost limits. He activated the techniques within his body in a cyclical manner, concentrating the newly enhanced and purified destructive power at the locus of control, subsequently releasing this newly augmented force in the form of flames. After all, the spider silk binding him to the ground was no trivial matter. However, Luo Feng's combat acumen and life experience informed him that spider silk was vulnerable to fire. By fully externalizing the destructive power and manifesting it as flames, he incinerated the silk entirely, liberating himself from the formidable grasp of the Spider Queen Barret. Though he had temporarily escaped her control, it was evident that she retained the capability to dominate his body once again, should he inadvertently fall under her influence. Her corrosive venom would spell certain doom. Aware of this, Luo Feng's combat wisdom and the ancient martial heritage from his past life provided him with fresh insights and strategies. This adversary could not be vanquished with mere conventional attacks. Nevertheless, when facing an enemy, one must never show any weakness. At this moment, Luo Feng recalled a technique from the ancient martial arts heritage known as concentrating power into a single point for explosive release, which embodies the profound essence of attack. With this in mind, he resolved to fully consolidate his strength, delivering a fatal strike to his opponent. Having previously amassed energy entirely in his legs, he intended to capitalize on this advantage. In an instant, Luo Feng accelerated to the utmost limit, his form leaving fleeting afterimages behind. Thus, he launched a sudden assault upon the Spider Queen, Barret. This was merely the initial phase of his attack. The true essence lay in the latter half, a masterstroke of unrelenting offense. The final strike represented Luo Feng's ultimate killing move. He understood from prior encounters that while the spider's strength was mediocre, its remarkable speed and ferocious attacks posed significant threats. Its subsequent transformations manifested as magical assaults centered on control and corrosion. However, in the face of Luo Feng's seasoned combat experience, these threats were trivial. The most troublesome aspect of this adversary was its peculiar ability to resurrect infinitely. Indeed, the spider had just proclaimed that its power stemmed from possessing 9,999 souls. Relying solely on conventional attacks and brute force would wear Luo Feng down, even if he could obliterate all its souls. Moreover, 3 other onlookers lurked nearby, watching with predatory intent. Thus, to conclude the battle successfully, a decisive, lethal strike was imperative. How could such a killing blow be achieved? In the earlier days of his journey, Luo Feng might have found himself at a loss, particularly if he had merely been an ordinary student of the Destruction Academy, lacking any means to confront such a seemingly invincible foe. However, he had since absorbed a portion of the insights from the Kess's crystal gem and refined his destructive powers through recent training. Luo Feng was no longer the individual confined to ancient martial techniques or solely reliant on destructive energy. The fusion of his destructive powers within his body had initiated a transformation akin to the operation of a miniature sun, unlocking numerous previously blocked meridians and resulting in a qualitative leap in his destructive capabilities. In the past, he understood destruction as merely dismantling an opponent's physical structure into mere molecules, representing a rudimentary application of destructive energy, a fundamental skill possessed by students like Beerus. Now, enriched by the revelations from the Kess's crystal and an elevation of his understanding, his destructive energy had undergone a profound enhancement, merging seamlessly with his own techniques. This newfound comprehension transcended the initial stages. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He realized that if he could concentrate this newly refined destructive energy into a singular point and unleash it in an instant, it would not merely serve to assault the physical and material realms. Thus, Luo Feng bestowed upon this formidable new technique a name imbued with power, Soul Shatter. His attack, concentrated and refined into a singular moment of release, might indeed achieve a devastating effect upon the soul, should he employ such an assault against this creature. Renowned for possessing 9,998 lives and formidable soul strength, it could yield remarkable results. This is precisely why Luo Feng exuded confidence, gently tapping the forehead of the Spider Queen, Barret, and eliciting an extraordinary effect. This technique, which he has ingeniously conceived in this world, is aptly named Soul Shatter, and he harbors considerable faith in its efficacy. After all, the fusion of ancient legacies with destructive divine power, coupled with his insights gleaned from the Kess crystal ball, has culminated in a profound understanding of the destructive force. The annihilation of the physical form is merely the initial layer. The true crux lies in the obliteration of the soul. Given that this adversary is defined by his soul, in a moment of desperation, I shall utterly devastate your essence. Without a soul, you become naught but a mere husk, and as such, I doubt your ability to resurrect. This underscores why Luo Feng's will, infused with destructive divine energy, shattered the Spider Queen Barret into a myriad of glass-like fragments. Were it merely ordinary divine power, it might have pierced his skull, leaving Barret with a chance of revival. However, this destructive divine force struck his brow with the intent to shatter the soul. It not only rendered his corporeal form completely destroyed, but also obliterated his heterogeneous and impure soul, rendering Barret's greatest asset utterly ineffectual. Of course, this also illustrates Luo Feng's fortune and Barret's misfortune. Had his opponent possessed an exceptionally robust soul, Luo Feng's newly developed soul shatter technique would have inflicted little to no actual harm upon the former's essence. After all, this technique is freshly crafted, lacking the depth of practical experience and rigorous honing. In other words, when applied to any formidable celestial being, this soul shatter would merely tickle the surface of their soul, yielding no significant effect. Regrettably for the abyssal Queen Barret, although her soul is formidable in quantity, it is marred by inconsistencies, some strong, others weak. The forced consumption of souls vastly differs from the gradual refinement of one's own soul strength. Nevertheless, regardless of luck, energy, or elemental opposition, Luo Feng's self-created soul shatter technique emerged as the perfect counter to the Spider Queen Barret. Her limitless resurrection energy and her pride in the multitude of souls became her own death knell. With a resounding crash, her entire form disintegrated into glass shards, transforming instantaneously into a mist of crimson. Thus concluded the fate of this demon, who reveled in the consumption of others' flesh and souls, effortlessly dispatched with a mere fingertip. This once-dreaded tyrant of the jungle, who had reigned for years, now marks Luo Feng's triumph in battle. Flames spiraled out of control, souls were shattered, and formidable foes were vanquished, all vividly etched in the gaze of the high priest. At this moment, the high priest's eyes shimmered with a peculiar brilliance. This young man truly possesses strength that exceeds my wildest imagination, both in prowess and fortune. Perhaps he is indeed the target I have been seeking. Although luck plays a significant role, it is evident that through his relentless efforts, fortune becomes an integral component of strength. To turn a seemingly fatal situation into a resounding victory against such a formidable opponent with such ease suggests that he may very well be the dark horse of this competition. Regardless of the high priest's exclamations and praises from the sidelines, Luo Feng exhaled deeply on the battlefield. Was it mere luck? No. The concept of luck has never graced the pages of Luo Feng's dictionary. In his eyes, victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. This unwavering conviction stems from his martial training and the inheritance he has received. Preparedness demands relentless forward momentum, free from any doubts. If one can vanquish an enemy with a single strike, there is no reason to consider alternative methods. The ability to eliminate an opponent in one blow affirms that the path he has chosen is indeed the correct one. The extraordinary effectiveness of destructive power suggests that the cultivation path he must pursue in the future is also promising. The essence of destructive divine power is far more complex than he initially envisioned. Otherwise, one could simply dismantle the molecules of ordinary objects to harness godlike strength. Such notions are absurd. It is certainly not as straightforward as he had imagined. Among the numerous students, each possesses their own unique presence, some endowed with exceptional talents. It appears that he has discovered a means to enhance his own abilities. With a path laid before him, he must refine this route to perfection. Perhaps the true Luo Feng has finally found his purpose. Now that the objective is established, it is time to contemplate the three lesser opponents lurking in the background. These three individuals are waiting with ill intentions, biding their time for Luo Feng and Barret to weaken each other, so they can swoop in for an easy victory. Such opportunities do not come easily, and Luo Feng is aware of this. Nevertheless, while he does not regard the three eavesdroppers with any serious concern and even holds a degree of contempt for them, he remains vigilant, a hallmark of Luo Feng's character. At this moment, Luo Feng took a deep breath, gradually calming the energy that had just erupted externally and allowing it to settle within his body. He meticulously established a cycle of internal circulation, which is one of the remarkable aspects of the ancient martial arts he inherited. It is not only essential to concentrate power into a single point for an explosive release, but also to instantaneously reclaim all that energy back into the body, forming an internal loop. This encapsulates the essence of the ancient martial arts tradition. After all, the energy and strength of every individual are finite. Despite having made significant strides in refining his destructive divine power through recent insights and practice, Luo Feng's training time remains relatively short. Although his destructive divine power has become exceedingly pure, its overall quantity is still limited. The seemingly effortless battle against the abyssal spider queen, Barrett, belied the considerable toll it took on his destructive divine power. Chapter 49. Survival. Given this situation, Luo Feng now prepared himself for the next consecutive battle. Although the strength of those three adversaries did not seem particularly formidable in his eyes, he understood the importance of taking every opponent seriously. The consumption of energy posed a certain burden, and he aimed to minimize the negative impact of that burden. This was essential for Luo Feng to establish his footing and survive in this world. After all, his destructive divine power had not yet reached the robust state of an eternal cycle. With that in mind, Luo Feng immediately focused his energy, fully activating all remaining reserves. Who could say whether those three adversaries had hidden trump cards? As for the outcome, only through confrontation would the truth reveal itself. At this moment, Luo Feng restrained all his aura, and with a gentle sway of his body, he vanished once more without a trace. This instant left the three individuals behind, who were poised to seize an opportunity, utterly astonished, rendered motionless in a state of bewilderment. How could Luo Feng simply disappear, leaving no trace of his presence or sensation? Was it an escape, or did he harbor some ulterior motive or scheme? The three were left utterly flabbergasted at the scene. At this moment, the leopard bear lowered his voice and remarked, "Perhaps now truly is an opportune moment to escape. This fellow appears far more complex than he initially presents. I had anticipated a mutual destruction between him and the Spider Empress, yet he managed to retreat unscathed. It seems our decision to remain hidden was indeed prudent." The nearby porcupine sighed helplessly indeed. "Leader Leopard Bear, your assessment is correct." Meanwhile, the viper, who had been marginalized by the duo, lowered his eyelids, revealing a sinister grin. Noticing the viper's demeanor, both the leopard bear and porcupine exchanged puzzled glances. "What are you sneering about now?" The viper replied coldly. "It seems there's no chance to flee anymore. Look behind you." At the viper's reminder, the leopard bear and porcupine turned around, only to discover a towering giant tree nearby, against which leaned a figure. It was Luo Feng, who had completely concealed his aura, casually resting against the trunk with a warm smile directed at them. This revelation startled the porcupine and leopard bear, their hearts racing. Had this boy already detected our presence? When did he position himself behind us? Observing their skepticism, the viper continued without further delay. "This fellow is exceptionally adept at concealment. He likely noticed our arrival the moment we set foot here. However, he has skillfully avoided revealing any vulnerabilities for us to exploit. We were rather naive to assume he would engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with Barrett." He pondered aloud. "Is this boy foolish or merely arrogant? Regardless, we are contemporaries. Even if he possesses greater strength, how formidable can he truly be?" Although his battle with the Spider Empress concluded swiftly, seemingly without significant exertion, I can distinctly sense that he expended over 50% of his energy. In other words, despite his formidable prowess, we still have a chance to overcome him. After all, we are three in number, and this moment is critical for our survival. Any hidden trump cards should be revealed. It is time to collaborate. Meanwhile, Luo Feng leaned against the tree, listening to the viper's insights, quietly admiring this individual's remarkable talent. Not only was his perception acute, but his assessment of his own energy was exceptionally precise. It seemed he was merely stalling for time, which perfectly aligned with Luo Feng's own intentions. Although Luo Feng had seen through all their strategies, he had just fully reintegrated his energy and was now circulating it within his body to gradually replenish what he had expended during the battle. Indeed, the individual known as the Viper spoke with a certain truth. Energy is finite. On the surface, it may seem inconsequential, yet within lies a profound intricacy. Given that he must confront these three adversaries, who are intent on stalling, Luo Feng finds a certain satisfaction in their endeavors. With each additional word spoken by this young man, the destructive power within him gradually replenishes, significantly influencing his chances of victory. After all, Luofeng is well aware that, although these three do not expend much of their strength, there are still 5 days ahead. In such a span, who can guarantee the absence of other conflicts or formidable foes? Thus, he decides to listen to what this individual has in store. Observing Luofeng's merciless eradication of the Spider Queen moments ago, he now regards the trio, lurking in secrecy, with a benevolent gaze. At this moment, the leopard bear wiped the cold sweat from its forehead and awkwardly spread its hands, saying, "I wonder, classmate Luofeng, would you believe me if I told you that everything just now was a misunderstanding?" Upon uttering these words, not only did the nearby porcupine roll its eyes, but even the perpetually sullen viper nearly succumbed to amusement at the antics of the bear. "Do you take this fellow for a fool?" Despite his amiable countenance and gentle smile, the frigid menace emanating from Luofeng's gaze revealed that he was no ordinary opponent. It was evident that he was deliberately stalling to devise a strategy, yet Luofeng refrained from striking immediately. This indicated either that he possessed some form of advantage or hidden cards, or that he harbored a nefarious scheme. The likelihood of the latter was greater. Yet the viper could not fathom that Luofeng was endowed with a soul from another realm. This transcendent essence bestowed upon him an ancient martial art, enabling him to swiftly replenish his expended destructive power within a short span. Had the viper been aware of Luofeng's remarkable ability, he would have cast aside all reservations and rallied his allies to launch an all-out assault against him. They were merely ordinary students from the Destruction God Academy, unable to conceive that such extraordinary phenomena could manifest in an average student. In their limited understanding, they could only surmise that Luofeng must have encountered some unique fortuitous event or possessed extraordinary abilities to contend with the formidable Abyss Spider Queen. After vanquishing such a monstrous adversary, his stamina would surely be severely depleted, and the prospect of negotiation might arise. Yet how could negotiation even be considered? The essence and spirit of the Spider Queen still lingered, a coveted energy that the viper yearned for. Chapter 50. Calculated thoughts. This fellow named Luofeng astonishingly refrained from absorbing it, while his demonstrated combat prowess and innate talent had indeed garnered the viper's respect. If they could capture Luofeng, after a period of interrogation, they might uncover even greater secrets. After all, with 3 individuals at their side, Luofeng's perception was truly beyond their expectations. However, that was not the crux of the matter. At this moment, the viper gestured dismissively, halting the bear's foolish antics, and cast a sidelong glance at the porcupine, immediately adopting a serious demeanor as he proclaimed, "Luofeng will not let us off easily. Do not harbor such naive thoughts. Let us consider the situation from a different perspective. If we were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a beast while he lurked nearby, waiting to capitalize on our victory, how would we deal with him should we triumph over our foe?" Prompted by the viper's insight, the bear and porcupine seemed to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Indeed, they were ensnared in a situation of life and death. Thus, there was no room for courtesy. The bear clenched his fists and declared, "All right, viper, I will go first." "Do not be foolish," the viper replied coldly. "Do you still think this is a mere duel within the academy? This is a battle of life and death. While I can ascertain that this fellow has expended considerable strength, you alone cannot hope to contend with him. At present, we are a trio while he stands alone, and he has already expended a considerable portion of his energy. It would be an easy feat to subdue him without endangering his life." After hearing a sharp retort from Viper, Leopard Bear awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that in terms of strategy and energy, he could indeed not measure up to this fellow named Viper. However, direct confrontation remained his greatest strength. At this moment, the Leopard Bear harbored no grievances and humbly accepted the situation, stating, "Very well, Viper. You shall orchestrate the subsequent actions. We shall heed your command." The Porcupine also voiced no objections, as he was one who preferred to act rather than ponder. With the Viper serving as the linchpin, he certainly would not exert his meager intellect. Upon hearing their agreement, the Viper let out a sinister chuckle. "In that case, I will devise a battle plan. This young man may appear harmless, but he is likely in a state of turmoil within. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. When faced with formidable adversaries, we must exert our utmost effort. This individual will undoubtedly prove more complex than he seems on the surface. Brother Leopard, your task is to subdue the enemy, ensuring they have no opportunity for resistance." The Leopard Bear shrugged. "When it comes to strength and control, I am more than capable. However, do not discuss speed with me. The Viper retorted sharply. Do you think I am unaware of your hidden trump cards? Although you are renowned for your strength and physical defenses, you possess a certain spatial traversal ability that you have concealed. What spatial traversal ability? The porcupine interjected, astonished. It was now the leopard bear's turn to be speechless. How do you know this? The Viper continued in an even tone. What time is it? And yet you still choose to hide your various capabilities? To be candid, I am fully aware of your special abilities. We are at a critical juncture for collaboration. If our adversary poses a threat to our very existence and we continue to hold back, it is tantamount to self-destruction. Upon hearing this, the leopard bear seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, he had initially intended to reserve his trump card for a pivotal moment against the porcupine and the Viper, only to have it unveiled by the latter. True to his carefree nature, the leopard bear did not shy away. Very well, I do possess a degree of spatial capability, albeit one I have yet to master fully. Essentially, I can only traverse once within a minute. Beyond that, I find myself unable to achieve it. This is my true trump card. Now, what do you two intend to reveal? The Viper cast a sidelong glance at the porcupine. You should cease feigning ignorance. It is time for you to reveal your 3 quills. The porcupine, taken aback, looked at the Viper in disbelief. The quills are my long-range means of survival. It seemed as though the Viper knew everything. Yet, since their adversary had already exposed this, it was of little consequence. The porcupine quickly countered. While I do possess 3 quills, they are for ranged attacks and cannot compare to close combat. The Viper, however, chuckled coldly. Now that we are all being candid, I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. This fellow named Yunfeng clearly exceeds our expectations in combat prowess. We have all witnessed his confrontation with the Spider Queen. However, I have discovered a conspicuous weakness in his combat style. You actually discerned Yunfeng's shortcomings? Speak up. What innovative strategy do you have in mind? At this moment, Viper lowered his voice to a whisper, ensuring only the 3 of them could hear. Have you noticed that this fellow possesses remarkable agility? Yet his strength appears less formidable than it seems? Moreover, he exclusively engages in close-range attacks, leveraging his speed to evade and strike at his opponent's side with lethal precision. Every kick and punch is a melee assault, which indicates he lacks effective countermeasures against long-range magical attacks. Once he is firmly controlled by an opponent, he becomes utterly defenseless. And his defenses are not as robust as you might imagine. His ability to evade is commendable, but perhaps his physical defenses are quite fragile. This is our true opportunity. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago instead of lingering here to engage in idle chatter. So he possesses such a flaw. Leopard Bear and Hedgehog gazed at Viper in stunned silence as he continued his explanation. Meanwhile, Yunfeng observed the trio whispering and conspiring for quite some time, unable to suppress a faint smile of resignation. These 3 are indeed a talented bunch, discussing tactics in the presence of an enemy, albeit in hushed tones. Yet, with Yunfeng's keen perception and abilities, he could easily grasp their foolish plan. Regardless of their intentions, his understanding of their expressions and lip movements revealed their combat strategy. If it were anyone else, their plan might have been deemed nearly flawless. However, their opponent is Yunfeng, which might lead to their disappointment. Chapter 51. Viper's Venomous Fangs. Nonetheless, Yunfeng found himself slightly impressed by Viper, who was able to devise such a meticulous plan based on his earlier battle and the hidden talents of the trio. Perhaps others would have faltered here, but unfortunately, are you 3 ready yet? Will you fight or not? If you do not make a decision swiftly, I assure you, I will show no mercy. Upon seeing Yunfeng's smile, which had turned warmer and more amiable, Leopard Bear's eyes gleamed with a green light. All right, Viper, you are right. We shall proceed as you suggest, hoping for success. I never expected you to be not only cunning and perceptive, but also possess such formidable strategic acumen. Typically I, along with Hedgehog, underestimated you. As Leopard Bear spoke, Hedgehog and Viper remained silently attuned to their inner powers, offering no response. Noticing that the 2 were prepared for an attack, Leopard Bear let out a chilling laugh, his gaze locking onto Yunfeng. Kid, you may regret not seizing the best opportunity to escape. For now, I must tell you the truth. You have no chance left. Suddenly, Leopard Bear's entire body expanded significantly, his height soaring from nearly 2 meters to over 2.5 meters. This transformation marked the unveiling of Leopard Bear's first trump card, the ground transformation. With a sudden surge, his physique transformed into a formidable presence, muscles subtly bulging, exuding an energy akin to that of a bear-leopard hybrid. This transformation instilled a profound sense of pressure upon those who beheld him, epitomizing the peak of the bear-leopard's might. After all, the trio's plan had been executed with remarkable precision, yet the enlarged form of the bear-leopard entirely concealed the covert maneuvers of the viper and the porcupine, projecting an intent to confront Luo Feng head-on. However, Luo Feng was acutely aware of their stratagem, merely observing their performance with a sardonic smile. Curious to see the extent of their harmonious coordination, perhaps this experience would afford him invaluable insights for future skirmishes. At this moment, the leopard bear not only grew to an immense size, but also developed a thick coat of fur on its back, forehead, and limbs, seemingly as a means of enhancing its defenses. No wonder it is referred to as the leopard bear. It appears to possess a divine, innate talent. However, the transformations of the two individuals behind the leopard bear aroused Luo Feng's vigilance. The creature known as the porcupine, despite its seemingly foolish demeanor, proved to be no less formidable than the leopard bear when it came to combat. Dark energy surged around its body, and a peculiar force began to materialize from its back. Indeed, this energy coalesced into three long, sharp spines, each exuding an exceptional sharpness, entirely formed from the porcupine's energy. These spines resembled massive spears, suggesting a form of ranged attack devised by the trio. The sharpness and lethality of these spears were undoubtedly significant. Yet underestimating his own capabilities would be a grave mistake. Nonetheless, the actions of the viper soon demanded Luo Feng's earnest attention, as this individual emitted a series of strange, guttural sounds while clasping its hands around its own neck. Was this a desperate attempt at self-harm? Clearly not. This being was concealing a powerful technique. It seemed that these three fools were prepared to exert their utmost efforts, leaving no trump cards behind. The viper's eyes became bloodshot, and its neck turned a deep shade of purple from the pressure of its grip. Gradually, two venomous fangs emerged from the wide maw of the viper. Indeed, this was the viper's ultimate skill, the viper's venomous fangs. As the fangs were revealed, droplets of eerie green venom began to drip from their tips, glimmering faintly with a bluish light. This indicated that the venom harbored an extraordinary potency and toxicity. At this moment, the viper slowly consolidated 2 drops of venom in the palm of his hand and evenly applied them to the 3 javelins held by the porcupine. This combination might very well be their trio's secret weapon. Observing the series of actions from the 3 individuals, Luo Feng's lips subtly curled into a confident smile. After all, through their deliberations and the time spent here, he sensed that the divine power he had previously expended had nearly replenished itself. At this juncture, engaging in a vigorous battle against these 3 cunning adversaries might significantly enhance his practical combat experience. The prospect of defeating the enemy was no longer Luo Feng's primary concern. Rather, it was the opportunity to elevate his strength and combat skills through such an intense confrontation that mattered most for survival in this world. Just as Luo Feng crossed his arms, preparing to face the impending challenge, the leopard bear bellowed fiercely, emanating a terrifying and malevolent aura of violence. With a sudden thrust of his legs, the ground beneath him erupted with a resounding crack that reverberated outward. This furious charge exemplified the leopard bear's namesake, as the ferocity and power of a bear propelled his massive form forward with tremendous force. This was perhaps the primary tactic the leopard bear employed to capture his attention. At this moment, Luo Feng has assumed a combat stance, ready to confront the blustering attack of the leopard bear. Observing Luo Feng's defensive posture, the leopard bear secretly rejoices. This fellow has indeed focused all his attention on himself. Haha, perhaps the trump card that he has kept hidden for so long is truly opportune now. Although that viper fellow possesses only average strength, his intellect is undeniably sharp. At this moment, the formidable bear leopard charged into the fray. Yet his mind was preoccupied with his own calculations. In Luo Feng's eyes, despite bear leopard's immense strength, his so-called speed appeared to be as sluggish as a tortoise before him. However, if Luo Feng did not maintain this particular stance, it might genuinely intimidate the 3 individuals, which would be rather displeasing should they scatter and attempt to pursue individually. Chapter 52. The shifting of space in an effort to alleviate his troubles and conserve time. While also playing along with his opponent to lower his own perceived intellect, Luo Feng found himself resorting to this rather helpless tactic. If one truly reached the pinnacle of their power, what need would there be for such antics? Moreover, the concept of combat intelligence was mere folly. Only when one attained the zenith of strength could everything flow seamlessly and flawlessly. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, as Bear Leopard approached Luo Feng with alarming proximity, a slight, disdainful smile crept upon his lips. In an instant, he emitted a peculiar wave of energy. Just moments ago, he had appeared ready to engage in a direct confrontation, preparing for a grapple, yet suddenly, his enormous form vanished inexplicably. This was no mere disappearance. Accompanied by a fluctuation in space, this individual had executed a spatial shift, not simply creating an illusion of speed to deceive his opponent's perception, but genuinely entering another realm. It was clear now that this was Bear Leopard's hidden card. Understanding this, Luo Feng felt a sense of clarity. It was no wonder Bear Leopard had charged towards him with such confidence, while his two companions remained poised for ranged attacks. Such maneuvers were indeed expected. Had these three not been so foolish, it would have been a grave insult to Luo Feng's intelligence. The moment Bear Leopard vanished before him, Luo Feng's feigned astonishment was entirely intentional. Yes, if he did not exhibit a semblance of cooperation, scaring off those two ranged attackers would prove counterproductive. Thus, while Luo Feng displayed a facade of terror, his inner self remained remarkably composed. He was certain Bear Leopard would reappear behind him. This deduction was a synthesis of his combat intelligence and practical experience. After all, an opponent capable of spatial manipulation and close-quarters assault would not merely seek to create a fleeting distance. He would undoubtedly use this ability to directly position himself behind his adversary, enabling a fresh assault. With the enemy's attack trajectory predictable, Luo Feng's mind settled into tranquility. Although he maintained a defensive posture, his gaze and body betrayed no hint of vulnerability. Moreover, he did not execute any novel combat or evasive maneuvers as he had anticipated. He unwittingly offered Bear Leopard a chance for a successful ambush. True to form, Bear Leopard did not disappoint. His silhouette shimmered, and in the next moment, a potent wave of spatial energy materialized behind Luo Feng. With a sudden rush, a robust figure emerged entirely from the space behind Luo Feng. Immediately, the leopard bear let out a piercing roar. "Die, you little brat." As Luo Feng stood in astonishment, the leopard bear launched a surprise attack. In an instant, utilizing his powerful arms and massive physique, he completely restrained Luo Feng's hands and feet, akin to being shackled by an exceedingly heavy restraint. The leopard bear tightened his grip with his arms and legs, effectively immobilizing Luo Feng against the ground. This marked the first step of the trio's plan. The leopard bear, leveraging his immense strength and formidable build, managed to gain complete control over Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng was no ordinary opponent. His agility and unpredictable movements were remarkable. The recent battle against the Spider Queen Barret demonstrated that even Barret's webbing could not fully confine him. If he could not be restrained, then any notion of ranged or toxic attacks was futile. Striking an elusive target could hardly be deemed an attack. Thus, the strategy devised by the trio was for the leopard bear to forcefully advance and launch a surprise assault from behind, capitalizing on his spatial abilities. Yet, given the leopard bear's agility, this surprise attack might only afford a single opportunity. Using it for a mere strike would be an utter waste. As the trio sought to coordinate their efforts, the priority was to immobilize the opponent before the two adept at offensive and toxic assaults could unleash their full might. This was the true essence of their lethal strategy. Thus, the leopard bear successfully executed the task assigned by his companions, appearing behind Luo Feng and effectively locking him in place with his powerful limbs. This created a significant opportunity. Now, it remained to be seen how Viper and Porcupine would perform. If they failed to eliminate Luo Feng on the spot, the trio's fate would soon be sealed. At this moment, the muscular bear leopard cast a knowing glance at the Viper, all the while exerting tremendous pressure on Luo Feng's body, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. It appeared that this creature intended not only to incapacitate Luo Feng, but also to shatter his bones, perhaps a fitting origin for the bear leopard's name. Although this task primarily entailed control, the inherent violence in its nature was unalterable. To crush its opponent was indeed the bear leopard's quintessential method of attack. As it poured all its strength into the endeavor, the veins on its forehead throbbed violently, a testament to its exertion. Witnessing the bear leopard's success in completely subduing Luo Feng, the Viper recognized the rarity of this opportunity and resolved to act without hesitation. With a swift motion, it coated the quills of the porcupine's spear with venom and bellowed, "Porcupine, it's your turn." The porcupine did not disappoint, ready to assist as the bear leopard maintained control over their adversary. It leaned forward, raising its 3 spears and sprinting toward Luo Feng and the bear leopard. Initially, it could have hurled the spears directly, but in a show of respect for Luo Feng, it chose to advance a few paces, building momentum before launching the spears with maximum velocity. This approach not only enhanced the lethality of the spears, but also increased their accuracy by maintaining a certain distance. One could only hope that the spears would effectively ensure complete control over Luo Feng, an added layer of security for its own attack. Surprisingly, despite their seemingly naive demeanor, these 3 individuals executed their tactics flawlessly, leaving no room for error and fully exploiting their advantages. It appeared that although the students of the Destruction God Academy varied widely in skill and learning capacity when it came to life and death combat, each demonstrated a modicum of genius befitting their ranks. Indeed, ordinary individuals and mediocrity would never capture the attention of the High Priest and the Angels, who only brought the elite to the Academy. Chapter 53. Bodily Restraint. Yet, within this elite circle, the caliber of these individuals was certainly remarkable. Observing the porcupine-esque series of maneuvers, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips, revealing a hint of warmth. Is this truly the extent of your plan? He mused, though a trace of disappointment flickered within him. While the trio's strategy was undeniably well executed, showcasing each member's strengths to the fullest, such tactics were, in Luo Feng's eyes, mere child's play, strategies he had long since mastered. He admired their bravery, for they chose to engage in a fierce battle rather than seize the opportunity to flee. This decision was indeed commendable. However, the trio's emotional intelligence left much to be desired. As they reveled in their apparent superiority, the bear leopard brimming with confidence, the porcupine charging forward, and the viper grinning sinisterly, Luo Feng's expression softened. He inhaled deeply, a shift in his aura palpable. With a deep exhale, a surge of crimson energy erupted violently from within him, representing the newly acquired and enhanced destructive power he had just infused into his being. At this moment, the energy enveloped his entire body. Previously, he had conserved energy by fully absorbing it and circulating it within himself, achieving a small cycle. Now, his strength had regained about 80 to 90% of its former vigor, seemingly sufficient to confront others. However, Luo Feng understood that without harnessing the destructive energy, relying solely on the might of his physical form would not suffice to escape the clutches of the leopard bear. This formidable creature, although average in speed and prowess, possessed extraordinary strength. The audible crack of Luo Feng's bones under the creature's grip was a testament to its raw power, indicating that it belonged to the category of pure strength warriors. Given this reality, it was impossible to break free from the leopard bear's defense using mere physical strength. Yet, the leopard bear, along with the porcupine and the viper, had overlooked a crucial detail. Luo Feng could indeed wield the destructive energy as if it were his inner strength. As a master of internal martial arts, he was capable of refining this energy to the utmost, effortlessly shattering the external forces of his opponents. This was a profound secret that the trio of malevolent students could never grasp. While employing destructive energy as internal power offered unique advantages, Luo Feng felt no obligation to elucidate this to them. He had always remembered the adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Although many aspects eluded their comprehension, Luo Feng was disinclined to engage in futile dialogue. Instead, he unleashed the full extent of his destructive energy, manifesting it upon his surface, transforming his form into a blazing inferno of red flames that erupted with a resounding explosion of energy. With a series of fierce howls, the spear in the porcupine's grasp felt as if it might slip from his hands. At this moment, the porcupine had escalated its speed to the utmost limit. In an instant, it aimed 3 spears directly at the forehead and heart of Luo Feng. This constituted a triple strike, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Luo Feng. His energy had completely enveloped his body. Witnessing the porcupine's assault, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He had initially intended to toy with them, but it was surprising that the 3 dared to strike with lethal intent. This single maneuver revealed that the trio was no stranger to bloodshed, contrary to their seemingly innocent and benevolent demeanor. Given this, he would not hold back any longer. With a soft exclamation, Luo Feng expanded his body significantly. With a resounding thud, the previously triumphant leopard bear momentarily froze in astonishment. What kind of power was this? It was utterly astonishing, capable of breaking free from its tightly bound limbs. This could not possibly be mere physical strength. Just moments ago, Luo Feng had not exhibited such formidable power. He was merely agile. Yet, this mysterious force emanating from him was perplexing. As the energy radiated throughout Luo Feng's body, the leopard bear's heart raced with shock. Had he truly mastered the art of externalizing destructive power? This was energy typically possessed only by one who had attained the status of a true destroyer god. This young man, like them, was merely a student. Could he possess some extraordinary opportunity or innate talent? Seeing Luo Feng instantly enveloped in energy and break free from the leopard bear's grasp, the observing viper felt a jolt of alarm. He shouted, "Not good. This guy has been concealing his true strength. My flawless plan is doomed." Indeed, the viper was belatedly aware of the situation. Yet his reflexes were undeniably quicker than those of the leopard bear and porcupine. After all, he was the strategist, the architect of their plans. As he witnessed Luo Feng's sudden outburst, he immediately comprehended the reality. This was a trap. It was a snare that Luo Feng had set for the three of them. The very fact that Luo Feng could effortlessly escape the leopard bear's grip indicated that if he had wished, he could have dispatched the viper before they even struck. In such circumstances, the leopard bear and porcupine might have had a chance to flee, but this fellow seemed intent on ensnaring them all. Just as they wished to eliminate Luo Feng, it appeared both parties were tacitly committed to ensuring the other's demise. Thus, there was no room for hesitation. As the leopard bear remained stunned, still caught in the grip of confusion, the viper barked sharply at him to retreat. Yet it was evident that this warning had come too late. Observing the leopard bear's dazed expression, the viper felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This individual's combat acuity was alarmingly low. Even now, he remained bewildered. Surely, he could not comprehend why his formidable strength had been so easily cast off by the enemy. Yet was this truly the time for such considerations? Since the opponent has managed to break free from the constraints of your formidable energy, it indicates that they possess a level of strength that utterly overwhelms yours. Given that their power can easily surpass yours, you have also witnessed their incredible speed. Engaging in close combat with such a terrifying adversary today would be tantamount to courting death. However, expressing these thoughts seems rather futile. The viper immediately shifted its gaze to the porcupine, attempting to halt its assault. Yet, it appeared to have completely lost control over the creature. As the three poisoned spears in the porcupine's grasp were launched with precision, poised to strike the enemy within mere meters of Luo Feng. Chapter 54, The Spear. In this moment, the viper harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps his opponent would reveal a slight vulnerability. He no longer anticipated that the three javelins wielded by the porcupine would directly strike at Luo Feng's vital points. He merely hoped for a superficial wound, believing that his venom could play a pivotal role. This time, the viper had invested significantly, applying a specially developed toxin to the porcupine's javelins, one that lacked lethal attributes but was designed to incapacitate through a unique energy harnessing destructive power. Coupled with his innate racial talents, the primary aim of this venom was to paralyze the nerves and immobilize the body. A mere scratch would not inflict fatal harm. Yet the toxin could render even the mightiest of skills impotent for 30 seconds. Indeed, this 30-second paralysis represented the viper's ultimate trump card. A skill he deemed as the epitome of his arsenal, death for 30 seconds. Given the prowess and talents of their cadre of destructive scholars, any adversary who found themselves incapacitated for 30 seconds would be left with little hope of survival. If they could not obliterate the opponent's body and soul within that brief window, the foe would have no chance to retaliate. An opponent, unable to mount any defensive posture and left at their mercy for those 30 seconds, would be utterly vulnerable, allowing them to indulge in their whims without consequence. This was the sole glimmer of hope in the viper's heart. If he could merely land a hit, even the slightest, it would ensure complete incapacitation. Luo Feng observed the porcupine's movements, and the viper did not intervene. Thus, the javelin whistled through the air towards Luo Feng's form. How could Luo Feng be oblivious to the fact that these javelins were laced with venom? Regardless of the toxin, any contact would be far from benign. Moreover, the venom was a culmination of the viper's utmost efforts, likely a secret technique intended for self-preservation. Such a technique must not be underestimated. Just as the spatial traversal of the leopard bear and the porcupine's venomous javelins were formidable trump cards, the three of them acted with a shared conviction. And the viper's lack of interference signified his complete confidence in this strike. Given these circumstances, how could Luo Feng's battle intellect fail to decipher such juvenile tactics? A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Allow me to demonstrate what true destructive power entails. In an instant, Luo Feng's form shimmered, and he executed that ethereal, graceful maneuver once more. This time, not only did the viper find himself astonished, but even the porcupine and the intellectually challenged leopard bear stood transfixed, for this move diverged from mere spatial techniques, exhibiting speed and an elusive quality that surpassed even those. In a blink, he had swapped positions with the leopard bear. At this moment, Luo Feng's entire form was enveloped in a surge of crimson energy, and in the next instant, he astonishingly materialized behind the leopard bear. Indeed, this maneuver exceeded everyone's expectations. The three poisonous spikes were poised to strike Luo Feng, yet he conjured an illusion, appearing instead behind the leopard bear. Now, the intended target of the three lethal spikes had unexpectedly shifted to the bewildered leopard bear, who was left grappling with the incomprehensible circumstances. At this moment, what astounded them the most was that Luo Feng did not immediately launch a fierce attack. Instead, he crossed his arms and observed the astonished expressions of the three, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Well, the game ends here. Engaging in combat with these three individuals would not truly enhance his abilities, unlike his recent encounter with the Spider Queen, Barrett. Although the trio displayed a remarkable synergy, their overall strength was rather concerning. Perhaps he ought to seek out more formidable foes to truly elevate his power. However, Luo Feng exhibited an extraordinary mastery of timing in battle. Although the leopard bear did not initiate an immediate assault, he afforded the creature no opportunity for resistance. After all, the porcupine's spear had already hurtled towards the leopard bear's face. For such a powerful adversary, achieving a one-hit kill, while seemingly effortless, was indeed a daunting task. Luo Feng concentrated the energy emanating from his entire being, enveloped in a crimson aura, into a singular point. He always recalled a vital principle from ancient martial legends. To unleash the greatest destructive power, one must focus their strength into a single point. When the divine power of destruction is refined but insufficient in quantity, one must rely on concentration to execute a devastating attack. This was the primary reason Luo Feng could purify his destructive power to the level of internal energy. With a sharp exclamation, Luo Feng launched a punch directly at the leopard bear's spine. While the forehead, throat, and heart are indeed critical points of the body, it is the spine that poses the most lethal threat, potentially incapacitating an enemy. This was precisely why Luo Feng maneuvered behind the leopard bear, leveraging his energy and speed advantage, employing an unseen technique to position himself at his opponent's rear. Had this been a mere sparring session or a friendly bout, Luo Feng might have opted to strike the back of the neck or the head to render his opponent unconscious and fulfill his objective. However, it was evident that these three intended to kill him. Consequently, Luo Feng harbored no intentions of holding back. Despite being fellow students of the Academy of Destruction, these classmates sought to eliminate him. Thus, as enemies, there could be no camaraderie, only the determination to withstand the onslaught from his adversaries. In the face of conflict, Luo Feng would show no mercy or compassion. At that moment, the leopard bear realized the impending danger. Sensing a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind, this was undoubtedly Luo Feng's full-force strike aimed at his spine. As an expert in combat, the leopard bear understood that should Luo Feng's strength and energy successfully land on his spine, it would be the end. After all, the spine is the central nervous system of the body. Once it is compromised, all else becomes irrelevant. At this moment, the leopard bear engaged in a final struggle, perhaps propelled by an overwhelming instinct for survival. Its form contorted at an astonishing angle, mounting a last defiant resistance. All its strength and muscle surged towards the point where Luo Feng intended to strike. Although it could not evade Luo Feng's full-force assault, it aimed to withstand the impending fatal blow with its formidable defenses and sinewy strength. Its muscles and fur bristled in anticipation of the oncoming attack. Despite the disparity in power between the two, both were students of the Destruction God Academy, having learned the same divine powers and foundational abilities. This meant that the prospect of one student effortlessly dispatching another in a single blow was exceedingly challenging. Each student was also an elite of their respective races, often endowed with unique talents. This was the source of confidence that emboldened these three to confront Luo Feng in a 3-on-1 scenario, believing they could swiftly eliminate him. Chapter 55. Brothers Parting. Although Luo Feng was undeniably powerful, his agility and unpredictable strikes were his primary assets. Yet, when it came to a direct contest of strength capable of annihilating the leopard bear with a single blow, the three maintained an air of disdain toward him. However, while the leopard bear concentrated entirely on defending against Luo Feng's lethal punch, it overlooked a crucial factor. 3 poison spears had traversed the fabric of space at speeds exceeding the ordinary, now poised before it. This was the pivotal step in Luo Feng's plan. Only by dismantling the leopard bear's defenses and evasion capabilities could his punch achieve the lethal efficacy he desired. It was only when the leopard bear finally registered this reality that it seemed too late. Its eyes, bloodshot, widened in horror as the 3 spears loomed larger. Internally cursing the hedgehog, it thought, "You rogue." In the next instant, a searing pain erupted in its back, and it felt an overwhelming numbness enveloping its body. Moments later, the world spun wildly, and the creature felt as though its very soul was slipping away, its vision darkening until it succumbed entirely, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 3 spears, launched by the hedgehog, had unerringly struck the leopard bear's core. Upon impact, the venom of the viper took immediate effect, rendering the muscles and fur that had intended to shield against Luo Feng's subsequent strike utterly limp, devoid of any defensive capability. Luo Feng's punch landed with exquisite precision upon the leopard bear's spine, accompanied by a resounding crack as bones shattered. The destructive force penetrated deeply into the bear's central nervous system, and with the echo of fracturing bones, it lost all control over its body. In that fleeting moment, Luo Feng's unparalleled destructive energy surged along the leopard bear's central nervous system, wreaking havoc upon its heart, brain, and throat. This was the primary reason why the leopard bear met its demise at Luo Feng's hands. Witnessing the spark of life fade from the bear's eyes as it gradually transformed into a cold corpse was a sight to behold. At this moment, the viper and the porcupine were filled with incredulity, their eyes wide with disbelief. Struggling to comprehend how their flawlessly executed combination attack could have resulted in the swift annihilation of the formidable bear leopard, renowned for its unparalleled defense. How could this young man have accomplished such a feat? If he were indeed a demon, neither of them would dare to acknowledge it. In their eyes, Luo Feng had transformed into a creature of the night, an unequivocal monstrosity. At this moment, as Luo Feng approached the two with measured steps, both the viper and the porcupine exchanged glances, each reflecting profound fear and despair in the other's eyes. It seemed that the sudden demise of the leopard bear had utterly shattered their confidence. Yet, in an unexpected turn, both the viper and the porcupine shouted in unison, "Block him, I have a plan." However, the next moment completely overturned Luo Feng's perception. These two, who had just moments ago stood united against a common foe, turned on their heels and fled without a backward glance. The notions of camaraderie and loyalty were cast aside, as their singular focus became the urgent need to distance themselves from the terrifying and grotesque figure of Luo Feng. To the viper's dismay, he soon realized that his speed was inferior to that of the porcupine, who darted away like a wild dog unleashed, racing ahead with reckless abandon. The viper cursed, hurling accusations of cowardice and treachery, yet his words fell flat and powerless. It was then that he begrudgingly acknowledged a harsh truth. In the desperate flight for survival, it mattered not who was swifter than the adversary, but rather that one could outrun a comrade, for it was the latter who would surely face demise. Yet, reality dealt him a brutal blow. The viper, indeed, possessed slightly less explosive power and endurance than the porcupine and the leopard bear. For he was a schemer and a poisoner, and his frail physique had always been a significant drawback. At this moment, witnessing the nearly vanishing quills of the porcupine, the viper retracted its eloquent words, letting out a slow sigh as it lowered its form in resignation. Observing Luo Feng, who was gradually approaching from behind, it sighed helplessly. Some confrontations are inevitable. However, the prospect of capitulating was out of the question. Let us settle this once and for all. Accompanying this desperate thought, the viper thrust its hands into its own mouth. With a couple of sharp cracks, it extracted its 2 signature fangs completely. Thus, the fangs glimmered coldly in the viper's grasp. This, indeed, must be the viper's final resort, relinquishing even its venomous fangs. Perhaps a testament to its stubbornness in the face of defeat. It crouched low, preparing to pounce. This creature, despite its scheming nature, possesses a commendable courage at this critical juncture, unlike that shameless porcupine who fled without honor. Although the viper's cunning was profound, it paled in comparison to Luo Feng, who bore the weight of ancient martial arts and the might of destructive powers. In a swift motion, Luo Feng was already standing before the viper. Just as the viper was about to make a desperate stand, Luo Feng's large hand had already clutched around its neck. At that moment, the viper's eyes bulged with bloodshot fury, muttering curses, whether directed at its own greed and failed schemes or at the porcupine for its cowardice and fleeing, remained unclear. Yet, no matter how the viper brandished its fangs in midair, they seemed incapable of piercing Luo Feng's skin. If its defenses were futile, what hope remained for an offensive? In that moment, a chilling malevolence radiated from Luo Feng's eyes. This creature could not be spared, given the hatred emanating from his gaze and the viper's treacherous disposition. Any further transgressions could lead to dire consequences, which Luo Feng was keen to avoid. Moreover, the viper's outward bravado may have been a ploy to exploit Luo Feng's sense of camaraderie. As this wretched creature faced its demise, it still resorted to cunning tactics. With a firm grip, Luo Feng squeezed, and with a final crack, this self-assured viper met its end, leaving it lifeless in the jungle. Chapter 56. Roasting a whole pig indeed. The law of the jungle dictates a brutal hierarchy of the strong over the weak. To eliminate another, one must be prepared for their own demise. Alas, the viper's misfortune was stark. It encountered the ultimate boss at the outset of its journey, a testament to its ill fate. Meanwhile, the porcupine reveled in secret satisfaction. How fortunate! It had not anticipated that although the viper was cunning, its physical prowess was inadequate, allowing the porcupine to outpace it. With the viper delaying behind, the porcupine felt that liberation from Luo Feng's grasp was imminent. Regardless of the porcupine's speculations, it certainly lacked the courage to confront Luo Feng head-on. After crushing the viper, Luo Feng gradually regulated his breath. Now, he was formidable in every aspect, with only one weakness: endurance. Endurance seems somewhat lacking. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent is fleeing, it may be prudent to regulate one's breathing before resuming the pursuit. Should the trio indeed choose to collaborate mentally, it is conceivable that Luo Feng might find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. However, the battlefield is what it is. There are no hypotheticals. The clash between life and death often transpires in a fleeting moment. Although the porcupine escapes with remarkable speed, the scent it leaves behind is firmly locked onto by Luo Feng, rendering its chances of evasion quite slim. Luo Feng gently circulates the residual destructive energy within him. Yet the consumption is less than anticipated. Could it be that these two intense battles have enhanced his capabilities? If so, that would be splendid. Engaging in practical combat might indeed provide a significant boost to his strength. After all, this is a skirmish among students, not yet a life-and-death struggle against those formidable ancient beings. Now that Luo Feng has pinpointed the porcupine's scent and noted its gradually diminishing speed, likely due to some secret technique employed during its earlier escape, he dismisses any thoughts of its flight. Regulating his breath, he swiftly pursues the direction in which the porcupine fled. At this moment, Luo Feng feels surprisingly light, as if his agility has been enhanced, suggesting that real combat is the only swift path to elevating one's prowess. Resolving to refine his training approach, Luo Feng acknowledges that merely sitting in meditation is the most rudimentary foundation to rapidly increase his strength. He must rely on genuine life-and-death confrontations to push the boundaries of his potential. Following the porcupine's lingering scent, he methodically continues his pursuit. Suddenly, a rugged cliff emerges in the dense foliage ahead, catching Luo Feng off guard. It appears he has stumbled upon a basin. Though not vast, the alteration in terrain raises his alertness. As he lightly ascends onto a branch to survey the distant landscape, he considers the possibility that the porcupine might have laid some trap. To his surprise, he discovers that the porcupine's scent has remained stationary ahead, its presence growing increasingly faint, almost concealed. Gazing toward the porcupine's direction, he wonders if it has indeed set a trap for him, considering its long association with the viper. As a peculiar sight unfolds before Luo Feng, he is astonished to find tents and a campfire at the base of the cliff. How could such a phenomenon occur? Has he encountered a primitive tribe? He had never heard of any such peculiar race residing in the trial grounds, only tales of extraordinary creatures. At this moment, Luo Feng refrained from recklessly entering the tribe. After all, existence carries its own rationale. The mere fact that they could boldly kindle a bonfire and erect tents in the very heart of this extraordinary forest indicates that this tribe is far more complex than it may appear to outsiders. At this moment, Luo Feng meticulously observed the myriad creatures within the tribe, only to discover that they were a kind of red-skinned goblin. Each individual adorned their faces with peculiar layered masks, and their weaponry was rather dismal, primarily consisting of primitive tools such as stone spears and stone axes. However, what astonished Luo Feng even more was a striking scene that unfolded before him. The scent of the porcupine he had been pursuing had suddenly diminished and vanished. This was not due to any transaction the porcupine had made with these so-called natives or any traps set for Luo Feng. At this moment, the porcupine was bizarrely skewered by the indigenous people with a peculiar bamboo stick and roasted over an open fire. Astonishingly, it had been transformed into a whole roast pig, and it was no wonder that this creature had completely vanished. The utter absence of its presence left Luo Feng in a state of bemusement. Remarkably, his own hand had not escaped this fate. It had become akin to that of a roasted pig within this primitive tribe. Although the sight of the porcupine was unexpected, Luo Feng remained vigilant and cautious. After all, anything could transpire in this place, and it was prudent to observe before taking action. The abrupt appearance of this tribe, which could silently turn a creature of considerable strength like the porcupine into a roasted delicacy, suggested that they were far from the harmonious and innocuous beings he had initially imagined. As Luo Feng continued his observation, he was taken aback to discover a familiar face at the center of the tribe. To his surprise, it was Champa, but at this moment, Champa appeared utterly despondent. Even more peculiar was the sight of him being caged by the red-skinned goblins, treated like a wild beast or a trophy, and left unattended in a cage. Was it possible that even this iron cage could not contain someone of his strength? Setting that aside for the moment, although Xiangpa's appearance was haggard and his form somewhat unbalanced, the bandages that had once enveloped him upon entering the trial area had completely vanished. This indicated that Xiangpa's injuries had been entirely healed, which was remarkable considering he had suffered severe fractures from an encounter with Kess not long ago. Did this young man experience some fortuitous event? However, all of this seemed to pale in significance now. At this moment, Luo Feng had swiftly unraveled the situation at hand. Perhaps the fool, the porcupine, had inadvertently stumbled into this cannibal tribe, becoming their dinner. Originally, it should have been Xiangpa who would have faced that grim fate. But the porcupine's arrival had inadvertently spared him, leaving the large porcupine to roast on the spit instead. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Luo Feng's lips. Indeed, an unintentional act had borne unexpected fruit. Little did he know that his pursuit of the porcupine had fortuitously saved Xiangpa. If Xiangpa were aware that his life had been spared in such a manner, his expression would surely not be so despondent. This truly felt like divine intervention. Who could claim that fortune was not a facet of strength? Chapter 57. The Cannibal Tribe had it not been for this stroke of luck. It is conceivable that the position of the god of destruction of the sixth universe might have changed hands. As Luo Feng remained vigilant, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence nearby. It was evident that this tribe had no warnings or defenses in place. Why then did he feel such an ominous aura? However, Luo Feng possessed an unwavering confidence in his instincts. Where there was such a sensation, there must be something sinister afoot. At this moment, Luo Feng exhibited no hesitation. He merely inclined his body slightly to the side. In a swift motion, there was no sound of air being sliced, nor did any crimson poison needle graze the tip of his nose. This needle emitted a sharp, pungent aroma, piercing through the very air around Luo Feng, inadvertently severing a strand of his hair. What a close call. Such an object is indeed difficult to defend against. If it weren't for the heightened awareness cultivated through his martial arts training, he might have faced dire consequences. The assailant was undoubtedly a skilled individual. Just as Luo Feng was about to pursue the identity of his attacker, a fleeting figure darted through the nearby thicket, a crimson-hued goblin streaking past him with a rush. At this moment, the objective of this individual is surprisingly the opposing tribe. It is evident that the reconnaissance soldier from within the tribe had just launched a surprise attack on Luo Feng. Indeed, this represents an exceptionally formidable lethal weapon in the jungle, devoid of any sound or forewarning. However, had Luo Feng not possessed such an innate intuition, he would undoubtedly have fallen victim to this ambush. It is likely that the unfortunate hedgehog met his demise at the hands of this very strike. Furthermore, the adversary's ability to anticipate was remarkably astute, stealthily approaching Luo Feng's side to execute a fatal ambush. Yet, the combat awareness of this individual was extraordinarily exceptional. Upon failing the surprise attack, he promptly retreated, a behavior characteristic of both assassins and tribal hunters. After all, one glance at his physique and stature reveals that he is not a combatant suited for close quarters. Astonishingly, upon failing his strike, he sought assistance from his tribe. It appears this group poses a considerable challenge. With the retreat of the assailant, the goblin returned to the tribe, emitting a peculiar and eerie cry. Instantly, the previously tranquil atmosphere of the tribe transformed. Those deceptive maneuvers seemed to serve as a lesson in subterfuge for Luofeng. Accompanied by this alarm, the tribal members recognized the failure of the hunting ambush. It seems they are now compelled to confront their prey head-on. At this moment, the tribe, comprised of individuals both young and old, male and female, swiftly grasped their stone axes and spears. It appeared that they were far from content with merely roasted suckling pig and elephant trunk as their quarry. Any creature that dared to approach their territory might very well become their next meal. Observing the deftness of their movements and the harmony of their coordination, it was evident that this was not their first encounter with such matters. Luofeng silently lamented his misfortune, having encountered the red-skinned goblins here. It was clear that these goblins were not of a friendly disposition. Furthermore, they operated in groups of 10. Since combat was unavoidable, he resolved to proceed. Without further hesitation or concealment, Luofeng steadied his breath, leaped down from the large rock, and faced the diverse and primal weaponry of the cannibalistic tribe, showing no sign of reluctance or courtesy. At this moment, Luofeng had assumed a battle stance, instantly retracting all the energy he had previously exuded back into his body. With his keen instincts and combat prowess, he sensed that this encounter would be the most arduous battle he had faced since entering the trial ground. The strength of his adversaries remained indeterminate, yet their primitive and rudimentary weapons suggested that they were not to be underestimated. The synchronized movements of each individual indicated that this tribe was accustomed to cooperative hunting, demonstrating a level of combat talent and experience far beyond that of ordinary opponents. Given this, Luofeng dared not to underestimate them. Furthermore, his observations of Champa's predicament hinted that this tribe was far from simple. After all, despite the disparity in strength, the wild boar had been quickly overpowered and turned into a roast on the spit. Champa, who was not considered weak even within the god-destroying academy, had also been captured. Witnessing such events, Luofeng understood why he could not afford to take this tribe lightly. Meanwhile, Champa, upon seeing someone rush into the tribe, initially felt a flicker of hope, wondering if perhaps someone had come to rescue him. However, as he beheld Luofeng, whose aura was completely restrained, his excitement gradually faded. It became evident that only Luofeng had arrived, and hope seemed all but lost. The emotional turmoil of such highs and lows was overwhelming for Champa. Just moments ago, he had thought the wild boar's arrival signaled reinforcements, only to witness it fall victim to the enemy, swiftly meeting its end and becoming another roast. This merely delayed Xiangpa's own fate as the next to be skewered. Clearly, once the wild boar was dismembered, Xiangpa would be next on the roasting spit. The swift rise and fall of hope left him despondent. Now, with Luofeng, an enigmatic figure, arriving, he felt a mix of dread and uncertainty. Although Luofeng was alone, he faced an entire tribe. The tribe's weapons may have seemed subpar, yet their personnel were well-equipped, their individual strengths formidable, and a hidden boss, their chieftain, loomed, though he had yet to reveal himself. Xiangpa was acutely aware of the terror that the chieftain of this cannibal tribe could instill, given his own agility and abilities. He shuddered at the thought of falling into the clutches of the chieftain. Observing Luofeng's restrained aura as he prepared for battle, Xiangpa refrained from voicing his concerns, silently sweating for Luofeng's success. His survival seemed contingent upon whether Luofeng could successfully execute a rescue. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at him. Could Luofeng truly be there to save him? Was it possible he possessed such benevolence? Chapter 58, The Rescue in the Next Moment. Several burly figures wielding massive axes and stone spears surged forward, launching a ferocious assault on Luofeng. At this moment, Luofeng exuded an air of calmness and confidence as he unleashed his legendary agility to engage in close combat with his adversary. Meanwhile, behind him, the elders, children, and women of the tribe quietly readied their bows and blowguns, poised to strike at any moment and ambush Luofeng. The coordination of this tribe was indeed as Luofeng had anticipated. Their teamwork was remarkably seamless. Now, he found himself in the role of a formidable boss, besieged by a multitude of attackers. Amid the chaos, he cast a glance at Xiangpa's expression. Strangely, given Xiangpa's nature, he would have expected a cacophony of cries for help upon Luofeng's arrival at the tribe, yet he remained utterly silent. Moreover, from the glint in Xiangpa's eyes, Luofeng deduced that this was merely an appetizer. There was likely a far greater threat lurking in wait. With this realization, Luo Feng dismissed any thoughts of probing or prolonging the confrontation. He had gleaned the intelligence he sought from Xiangpa's gaze. Understanding that a powerful leader within the tribe was lying in ambush, ready to deliver a lethal blow. In light of this, there was no longer any need to conserve his strength or remain hidden. Before the leader emerged, he resolved to eliminate the underlings. For doing so might afford him a sliver of hope. Otherwise, he would be in grave peril. With this determination, Luo Feng hesitated no longer. A radiant crimson light enveloped his palms and legs as he channeled energy to enhance his offensive capabilities. With a flurry of strikes, he sent several of the burly men reeling backward. From the periphery of the battlefield, he caught sight of Xiangpa's astonishment. It seemed that Luo Feng's agility and strength had indeed advanced significantly, markedly different from the earlier encounter with the porcupine, which had been swiftly overwhelmed. Now, Luo Feng was engaging in a fierce exchange with his opponents, and perhaps, just perhaps, there was genuine hope for victory. At this moment, Xiangpa clutched the iron cage beside him, the sound echoing ominously, while his heart surged with emotion. Perhaps he truly was a child of destiny. Arriving in this world, he had sustained grave injuries yet fortuitously stumbled upon a vial of healing elixir that restored him to full health. However, misfortune struck when he encountered the tribal chief on patrol and was subsequently captured by the cannibalistic tribe. Now, with the savior arriving just in time, he narrowly escaped being turned into a roasted pig. A close friend, Luo Feng, had also appeared on the scene, engaging the enemy with vigor. Xiangpa hoped that Luo Feng would discern the urgency in his gaze and refrain from lingering unnecessarily. In this moment, Xiangpa could only silently beseech the divine officials or the esteemed king for aid. Perhaps Xiangpa's prayers played a pivotal role, as Luo Feng, no longer restrained, unleashed his ferocity. Abandoning any pursuit for battle experience or methods to enhance his destructive power, he struck with precision, delivering punishing blows that sent foes sprawling. Yet, these tribal warriors were not as easily vanquished as outsiders might presume. They possessed unique defenses against critical strikes and displayed remarkable resilience, continuing to fight despite suffering grievous wounds. Should this persist, the tribal chieftain might soon intervene personally to orchestrate a brutal assault. A glint of green flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as golden light surged forth. It became evident that these divine creatures were unlike ordinary humans or typical monsters. Striking at their hearts, brains, or throats might not yield lethal results. Their physical defenses surpassed Luo Feng's expectations. However, he recalled a new combat mode he had seemingly mastered during his confrontation with the Spider Queen Barret, the Soul Shatter technique, which targeted the essence of the soul. Since his destructive powers bore no fatal effect on their flesh, Luo Feng resolved to employ his Soul Shatter attack, anticipating remarkable results. Without hesitation, he shifted his stance, and the light in his hands flickered unpredictably. The once purplish-red aura now gleamed even brighter, reminiscent of the energy he had wielded against the Spider Queen. His palms and fists transformed into mere fingers, swift and precise. With each continuous strike, tribal members fell to the ground. Those burly warriors wielding stone axes, upon being lightly prodded by Luo Feng's fingers, exhibited no resistance or cries. They simply collapsed, lifeless, onto the earth. This unexpected maneuver exceeded the tribal members' wildest imaginations. They could hardly fathom how Luo Feng, with a mere change of technique, had effortlessly incapacitated their mightiest warriors. Shocked, the remaining archers and blowgun wielders immediately heightened their vigilance, bracing for the unfolding chaos. Before them, their skin flushed a deeper shade of red, and their eyes, sharp and alert, searched for opportunities with heightened sensitivity. It appeared that the individuals within this tribe were not solely represented by the few formidable warriors at the forefront. Even the elders and children lurking behind exhibited a prowess that belied their appearances. A rain of arrows fell in intricate patterns, launching a fierce ambush against Luo Feng. However, as an inheritor of ancient martial arts, Luo Feng seemed endowed with an exceptional talent to navigate such complex scenarios. Remarkably, he adapted seamlessly to the chaotic battlefield. His agile movements allowed him to evade the cleverly aimed crossbow bolts and arrows with grace. The warriors opposing him, armed with spears, fell one after another to his strikes. It seemed that only the outer ranks of ordinary soldiers wielding bows and blowguns remained, as the valiant fighters had succumbed entirely to Luo Feng's devastating soul-shattering techniques, leaving their spirits bereft of resistance. Externally, they bore no visible injuries. Yet an internal examination would reveal that the souls of these cannibalistic fiends had been utterly annihilated by Luo Feng, perhaps embodying the true essence of destructive power. To obliterate a person's soul is a far greater challenge than to harm their body. Although Luo Feng appeared outwardly unchanged, the toll on him was significant, as relentless assaults imposed a considerable strain. Chapter 59. Physical assault. In this narrow confrontation, victory belonged to the brave. Should Luo Feng reveal signs of fatigue or diminished capacity, the enemy would surely swarm him, leading to his demise. Observing that all the melee combatants had been dispatched to the ground while the remaining foes trembled, hesitant to rush forward, Luo Feng seized the moment to catch his breath and momentarily replenish his soul-shattering energy. After all, it seemed that this energy was his singular path to triumph against such a race. At the very instant the battlefield reached a stalemate, a piercing and thunderous roar emerged from the largest tent in the distance, resonating powerfully. As the tent flap lifted, a colossal figure emerged, wielding two massive leg bones. Revealing himself as the tribe's chieftain, the most formidable warrior, the ultimate boss, now stood before Luo Feng. At this moment, his skin radiated a vivid crimson hue, seemingly indicative of his extraordinary rage. The grotesque mask atop his head appeared more menacing than ever, and it was perplexing that he had not acted swiftly when the opportunity arose. Clearly, he had squandered the optimal moment to join the other warriors in their concerted assault on Luo Feng. Whether it was due to overconfidence or some pressing matter, it mattered little now. With a thunderous roar, he commanded the ranged attackers beside him to withdraw slowly from the fray, encircling Luo Feng instead. Meanwhile, the tribal leader advanced with deliberate steps, unleashing a cacophony of furious growls and roars. The colossal drumstick in his grasp swayed gently, a testament to his formidable power and status. From his gaze, Luo Feng perceived only ferocity and violence. This individual was indeed not as simple as he had anticipated. Yet, since his adversary relished in posturing, Luo Feng decided to allow him this moment of bravado, seizing the opportunity to replenish his destructive energy. As the leader approached, Champa, confined within his cage, glimpsed a flicker of genuine hope. It was unclear how Luo Feng had achieved such a comprehensive enhancement of his strength, managing to fell the tribe's mightiest warriors without employing brute force, leaving them devoid of life, yet visibly unscathed. However, as a student of destruction, Champa discerned the terrifying potency of Luo Feng's techniques through the intensity of his gaze. He could annihilate souls. How was this possible? Nevertheless, such details had become inconsequential. As long as Luo Feng possessed the capability to rescue him, there remained a future worth discussing. Now, with the emergence of the tribe's formidable leader and the gradual retreat of the ranged attackers, Champa felt a resurgence of hope within him. He urgently shouted, "Luo Feng, be cautious not to confront this individual head-on with sheer strength. His vulnerability lies in his lack of agility. As long as you maintain the advantage in speed, defeating him should pose no challenge." In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before Champa's eyes, rendering him utterly speechless. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. Despite having warned Luo Feng against engaging the tribal leader directly, the outcome was entirely beyond Champa's expectations. At this moment, the tribal chief, his muscles taut and sinewy, raised his weapon, launching a frontal assault directly above Luo Feng. Contrary to Champa's expectations, Luo Feng did not evade this attack by relying on his agility and nimbleness. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of him, resolutely absorbing the forceful strike of the tribal chief with his palms. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the immense pressure, a fissure etched by the onslaught of the chief's dual hammers. Astoundingly, Luo Feng withstood this formidable, lethal blow using sheer strength. How could this be possible? Had Luo Feng truly experienced a breakthrough in power to withstand such a vigorous attack? Champa, having been thoroughly overwhelmed by the force of the strike, found himself at a loss for words, questioning his very existence. In the next moment, the unfolding battle further strained Champa's perception. Though Luo Feng braced against the fierce assault, a peculiar and confident smile crept across his lips. As he readied his right leg, the muscles began to swell, a prelude to a powerful strike reminiscent of the devastating kick that had once vanquished the Spider Queen, Barrett. Now, however, he had harmonized his strength to its utmost potential. With a resounding boom, Luo Feng's kick sent the tribal chief sprawling into a shrimp-like position, tumbling backward before landing on the ground, his masked head bobbing in disbelief as he gazed at the very individual who had propelled him through the air. It appeared that this slender, dark-haired man also possessed considerable strength, yet it was Luo Feng who found himself more astonished. His kick, infused with all his destructive energy and inner force, had reached its zenith. Remarkably, it did not shatter the chief's defenses, but merely propelled him away. Despite the kick's overwhelming power, Luo Feng sensed that the tribal chief's greatest asset was not merely agility or brute strength, but rather an inherent, formidable defensive capability. Much like the earlier minions, each of them, though possessing commendable combat talents, exhibited average offensive power. Their most terrifying attribute was their physical resilience, surpassing Luo Feng's expectations. With no alternative, Luo Feng resolved to employ a soul attack, utilizing his soul-crushing technique to incapacitate his opponent entirely. Now, their leader, the boss, is undoubtedly a creature of the 8th tier. Although there are certain shortcomings in terms of attack, defense, and agility, his physical defenses are indeed formidable. Chapter 60, The Frenzied Leader. As he flexed his tingling ankles, Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at Xiangpa. You fool. If I were to heed your advice, I wouldn't even know how I would perish. I truly cannot fathom how you have managed to survive this long with such a level of incompetence. Upon meeting Luo Feng's gaze, Xiangpa also focused intently on everything, though his complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Very well. I merely intended to offer a word of caution out of goodwill, only to realize that my warning was misplaced. At this moment, Xiangpa wished he could burrow into the earth. Yet it was evident that the confines of the iron cage did not permit such an escape. Luo Feng's heart tightened as he recognized a critical issue. Despite having maximized his physical attack, he discovered that the spiritual strength of this tribal leader was remarkably potent, entirely unlike that of his minions. If reliant solely on his physical and destructive attacks, he might struggle to breach the leader's defenses. In terms of undermining the soul, the tribal leader's spiritual fortitude was so formidable that without several consecutive strikes, it would be exceedingly difficult for Luo Feng to obliterate his opponent's essence entirely. This adversary was akin to an indomitable iron behemoth. Consequently, Luo Feng refrained from persisting in a relentless assault. Although the opponent's agility was not overwhelming, his strength was sufficient to withstand Luo Feng's utmost efforts. It was truly unexpected to encounter such a powerful creature in this trial realm, one that surpassed even the Spider Queen and her cohort by a significant margin. This prompted Luo Feng to ponder strategies that would conserve considerable stamina while vanquishing the tribal leader. If it were solely the leader present, Luo Feng would not mind expending additional energy and stamina, employing a strategy of attrition to gradually dismantle the opponent's spirit. However, given the presence of an entire tribe, even though he had decimated the melee fighters, the ranged attackers loomed with predatory intent. Should his stamina wane or his movements falter, a successful ambush from those poisoned arrows would likely spell doom for Luo Feng himself. At this moment, Luo Feng observed that the tribal chief refrained from further aggression. Yet the chief was enveloped in a deep sense of humiliation. With a fierce roar, he directed his fury towards the sky, muttering incantations in an unintelligible tongue, perhaps an archaic dialect of his tribe. As the chief continued his fervent howling and murmuring, the surrounding tribe members joined in with a low, resonant chant. This, it seemed, was a form of ritualistic homage unique to their community. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before Luo Feng and Xiangpa, the tribal members, along with those stationed at a distance for ranged attacks, gradually lowered their bows and blowpipes. What on earth is happening? It was utterly incomprehensible. Had they truly surrendered merely because their chief had been momentarily toppled? It seemed implausible. For the aura of death emanating from the chief suggested he was not one to easily concede. In the next instant, the chief's roar transformed into a deep, ominous curse. As if he were uttering an arcane spell, his kin relinquished their weapons, their skin undergoing a vivid transformation to a crimson hue, accompanied by wisps of white vapor. This was unmistakably a manifestation of life force being consumed, an unsettling indication of what the chief intended. The subsequent events swiftly illuminated the truth to Luo Feng. For those enemies poised for ranged assault had morphed into a swirling mist of blood. Indeed, they had ignited their own bodies and souls, transmuting their strength into a dense cloud of sanguine vapor. Moreover, under the influence of the chief's unique incantations, this sanguine mist began to coalesce around him. Without further hesitation, the chief opened his mouth wide and inhaled forcefully, drawing the essence of his kin into himself, completely absorbing the mist into his being. At this moment, the stature of the tribal chief had more than doubled, and his entire aura emanated an inexplicable strength, magnified several-fold. It was at this juncture that Luofeng comprehended that within this cannibal tribe, their kin were not merely his subordinates and lowly soldiers. They were also the very sustenance of the tribal chief. One could only wonder how such a bloodthirsty race had managed to survive and endure to this day. When confronted with formidable adversaries, they would drain the vitality and spirit of their own kin to augment their own combat prowess. Truly, this was a repugnant breed. Contemplating this, Luofeng developed a resolute determination to eliminate the tribal chief. After all, one who could turn against his own kind deserved no mercy. Yet, despite Luofeng's thoughts, the tribal chief displayed an extraordinary strength, having created 2 immense craters in the ground with just 2 thunderous steps. It seemed that absorbing the power and souls of his tribe had rendered the chief's physique overwhelmingly powerful, elevating his might to an entirely different echelon. His agility appeared to have undergone a significant enhancement, though the most terrifying aspect was the apparent fortification of his defenses. However, Luofeng, through a mere moment of perception, realized that he indeed possessed a means to vanquish this fearsome beast on the spot. While Luofeng harbored this newfound confidence, Champa, observing from the sidelines, was trembling in fear, barely managing to control himself. It seemed that this future harbinger of destruction was on the brink of losing his composure. Even before the chief had transformed and absorbed powers, he had rendered Champa utterly defenseless. Now, with the chief's newfound strength, it was likely that he could crush Luofeng as easily as one would squash a mere insect. It was over. Champa lamented his fate, thinking it tragic that he might perish here. He regretted ever engaging in conversation with Luofeng, believing that perhaps he could have prolonged his life a little longer. Now, it appeared that his earlier outburst had drawn a considerable amount of ire, and once Luofeng was inevitably vanquished by this beast, he would surely be the next to die. It was truly a dire situation. In his moment of despair, Xiangpa's regrets were of little concern to Luofeng, who was consumed by his own tumultuous thoughts and inner turmoil. With a gentle smile, Luofeng subtly shifted his stance, executing a fluid movement that belied his status as an ordinary student. In an instant, he materialized before the frenzied chief, who gazed at Luofeng with a look of astonishment. Did he not realize that his strength and physique had grown even more formidable? How could this seemingly inconsequential outsider, this prey in his eyes, dare to initiate an assault? Chapter 61. The Scapegoat. In the next moment, an unforgettable event unfolded before Xiangpa's eyes. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light emanated from Luofeng's hand as he pointed decisively towards the center of the chief's forehead, delivering a gentle yet impactful touch. At this moment, the chieftain was attempting to retaliate, yet he found himself immobilized, ensnared by a mere finger of his opponent. This was precisely why Luofeng had taken the audacious risk to advance boldly, pressing a finger to the chieftain's brow. Within his heart, Luofeng had already devised a comprehensive plan to eliminate this chieftain. Had the chieftain not absorbed the souls and energies of his tribal members moments ago, Luofeng could have employed a gradual strategy to wear him down, but achieving a swift and decisive kill would have been an impossibility. However, this fool, relying on certain arcane methods, had absorbed the lifeblood and spirit of his kin, including their very souls. This act had unwittingly placed a weapon directly into Luofeng's hands. For the energy acquired from outsiders could not be fully assimilated in such a short span of time. While this absorption had significantly augmented the chieftain's power, agility, and defenses, it had also rendered the soul energy within him uneven and fragmented, creating notable vulnerabilities in his previously resilient spirit. Had Luofeng not mastered techniques capable of damaging souls, the current chieftain would have been an invincible force against him. Yet, for someone like Luofeng, who had already acquired the ability to inflict harm upon souls, the chieftain's actions in absorbing his tribesman's essence were tantamount to courting death, a self-sabotaging endeavor that allowed Luofeng to dominate effortlessly. At this moment, Luofeng seized the excellent opportunity before him, swiftly advancing while skillfully evading the chieftain's line of sight, and delivered a decisive, soul-shattering strike to the center of the chieftain's brow. At this moment, the mottled souls within the chieftain had transformed into the harbinger of demise for this terrifying monster. His body began to emit a cacophony of cracking sounds, reminiscent of the Barret that had been swiftly vanquished by Luofeng. The myriad souls he had absorbed from various tribes had culminated in a tremendous explosion within him, echoing the very assault of Luofeng's spirit, coupled with the resentment and the explosive essence of the souls he had consumed. This inflicted catastrophic damage upon both the chieftain's corporeal form and his essence. This was no mere matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2. Rather, it was akin to 1 plus 1 yielding an infinite multitude. While the explanation may be lengthy, for Luo Feng, it was an instantaneous opportunity. Seizing such moments was an innate instinct of his. Meanwhile, Xiangpa could hardly comprehend how this impudent youth had achieved such a feat. Did he possess some hidden trump card? It was evident that this extraordinarily resilient adversary had been pinned in place by but a single finger. In the next instant, as the crackling sounds persisted, the chieftain's body began to fissure dramatically, akin to glass shattered by a hammer, disintegrating into numerous fragments. The remnants fell to the ground in a disarray of flesh, not only signifying the complete rupture of his soul, but also the obliteration of the myriad small souls within him, rendering his once impenetrable defenses utterly pulverized. As chunks of flesh dripped to the ground, Xiangpa found himself once again in a state of shock. Doubts began to plague his mind. How had this rascal managed such a feat? The previous powerful kick had failed to inflict any damage upon his opponent, yet now, with an evident elevation in the adversary's defenses, this young man had reduced him to a mere pulp with a single finger. It was clear that he must possess some undisclosed ace up his sleeve. Could it be that this lad had also grasped the essence of the ultimate freedom technique? No. Perhaps he had comprehended the self-extreme technique. An ever-growing suspicion arose within him that the shattering of Chris's crystal orb was directly linked to Luo Feng's actions. Although Luo Feng had not come into contact with Chris's orb, it was his perception upon witnessing it that had sparked an epiphany, coinciding with the orb's rupture. Xiangpa found himself deeply doubting that he had unwittingly become Luo Feng's scapegoat. This youth appeared to have reaped immense benefits from the crystal orb he had pilfered. How else could he single-handedly annihilate such a formidable beast? It seemed the greatest beneficiary was indeed Luo Feng, though the logic behind it remained elusive. Xiangpa's instincts told him he had become the most unfortunate scapegoat. However, regardless of the intricacies, he felt a sense of safety now. The terrifying cannibalistic tribe had been entirely eradicated by Luo Feng's intervention. While many tribesmen had perished, they had ultimately succumbed to their own chieftain and leader. Yet, Xiangpa's singular frustration lay in the fact that Luo Feng showed no intention of coming to his aid, instead making a beeline for the chieftain's tent. At this moment, Xiangpa felt a surge of irritation. You truly have gone too far, even if you defeat all your adversaries. Do you not realize you should first come to the aid of your classmates and friends? Although I stand as your scapegoat, I am still, in name, your friend. Xiangpa took a moment to compose his emotions and, with a pitiful tone, called out towards Luo Feng, "Help me." Meanwhile, Luo Feng continued to stride purposefully towards the leader's tent, without so much as a glance back. At this moment, Xiangpa was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of astonishment. Could it be that Luo Feng had discerned everything? Had he perhaps been overly theatrical in his pretense? Indeed. It dawned on Xiangpa that with Luo Feng's astute nature, her efforts in peddling cosmetics seemed utterly futile. At this moment, gazing towards the chieftain's tent, Xiangpa was suddenly reminded of something significant. The chieftain had emerged so late, indicating that something peculiar must reside within the confines of his tent. Indeed, there must be something extraordinary. It was likely that within the tent lay treasures that they seldom encountered. Now, Luo Feng's demeanor suggested he had seen through this trivial ruse and was directly pursuing the treasures. This scoundrel, Xiangpa, muttered a silent curse. For the sake of these riches, he could no longer afford to be restrained by decorum or ceremonial formalities. With a forceful effort, Xiangpa cracked open the confines of his prison. Originally, this iron cage served merely as a symbol. Why had Xiangpa not fled? It was not out of fear of death. If this cage could not contain him, and he dared to run amok, he would undoubtedly be transformed into a pincushion by the tribe's archers, leading to an inescapable demise. Meanwhile, Luo Feng strode directly into the chieftain's tent, where the sight that greeted him momentarily stunned him. It was not a singular object, but rather 3 strange items, quietly resting upon the carpet within the tent. First, there were 2 vials of greenish liquid, accompanied by an empty bottle that suggested there had once been 3, but now remained 2. Upon inspecting the potions, a faint aroma emanated, hinting at a healing essence. This sensation, though familiar to Luo Feng, instantly clarified why Xiangpa's wounds had healed so thoroughly. He had evidently utilized 1 vial of the healing potion. But why were the remaining 2 vials here? It was evident that as a captive, Xiangpa could not possess anything on his person, which was understandable. Additionally, there lay an ancient black key, seemingly intended for a grand door or a stout lock. Well, Luo Feng could not ascertain the purpose of this object, but it mattered little. However, The final item ignited his curiosity, a golden crown. Yes, a golden crown. Composed of an unknown yet lavish material, exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication, though he could not immediately discern the function of these items. Their mere existence suggested a rationale, since they were meticulously arranged within the chieftain's quarters of this cannibal tribe. It indicated that these 3 items were not native to this tribe. Given their presence in this trial ground, they might possess some special significance in the future. At this moment, as Luo Feng found a small pouch to stow away the 3 items, Xiangpa had already escaped from his confinement and strode in with an air of melancholy, his small, sorrowful eyes fixated on Luo Feng. The message in his gaze was unmistakable. How could you not come to my rescue? Luo Feng, however, merely tugged at the corner of his mouth and cast a glance at Xiangpa. This overweight cat, even at such a critical time, still pretended to be self-absorbed. He had neither the inclination nor the time to indulge in such frivolous antics. At this moment, Xiangpa was inquiring. Yet his gaze fell upon the 3 items in Luo Feng's possession, causing his heart to sink considerably. These treasures were his own, gathered throughout his journey, but had been seized by the chieftain and brought into his chamber. Now, they had fallen into Luo Feng's hands, marking a true misfortune. How could he possibly hope to reclaim his possessions from Luo Feng? The likelihood seemed rather slim. Noticing Xiangpa's indecisive demeanor, Luo Feng continued to smile gently, his lips curling upward. What troubles you, Xiangpa? Xiangpa swallowed hard, his throat dry. He contemplated the fact that Luo Feng had indeed rescued him, and it appeared he was no match for him in intellect, strength, or strategy. With the valuable items now in Luo Feng's possession, could he realistically expect to retrieve them? Such thoughts felt impractical, yet he was unwilling to concede. Nevertheless, Xiangpa's will to survive remained robust. Struggling to swallow again, Xiangpa awkwardly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. It's nothing, my dear brother. I merely wish to express my gratitude for saving my life. There is nothing more. Observing Xiangpa's sheepish expression, Luo Feng smirked slightly and chuckled. Very well, I simply wish to discuss something. As friends and classmates, we can speak freely, but please refrain from insulting my intelligence in the future. I do not believe that pitiful cage could ever contain you. Xiangpa, undeterred by the exposure of his ruse, shrugged and continued. There was no choice. Those tribesmen may seem average in strength, yet their ranged capabilities are formidable. If I had attempted to escape unnoticed, I might have been shot down before getting far. Ah, I see, Luo Feng replied, seemingly enlightened. He then casually placed the 3 items into his pack, securing it to his waist. He then oriented himself towards the ancient castle and proceeded forward. However, Xiangpa shouted from behind, Wait, you scoundrel! Realizing he may have spoken too freely, he glanced around, relieved to see no significant reaction from Luo Feng, and cautiously followed. Expressing with a hint of melancholy, Luo Feng, there is something I wish to ask you. With that, Luo Feng gave Xiangpa a knowing look, and the two continued their conversation as they walked onward together. At this moment, the high priest of the God-destroying academy was observing the performance of the 2 individuals on the podium. However, a sound of grinding teeth suddenly emerged from beside him. The high priest was momentarily taken aback, and upon raising his gaze, he was astonished to find it was Kishi. At this moment, Kess, the angel, was so enraged that her face turned a shade of blue, her body trembling. Observing Kess's expression and demeanor, the high priest couldn't help but smile faintly. It seemed that the girl had come to understand everything, yet it was indeed remarkable that these 2 individuals could provoke such a reaction from my dear daughter. They truly were a pair of talents. Now, they were engaged in a subtle dance of mutual probing, which was quite commendable in its own right. The high priest, gazing at Kess's countenance, sighed and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Kess, at your age, it is unnecessary to squabble with these youngsters. Upon hearing the high priest's words of advice, Kess appeared to realize her own loss of composure. She took a deep breath, regaining her poise, and replied, My lord high priest, I apologize for the spectacle. Just as she finished speaking, the tinkling laughter of Makalita echoed nearby. I never expected you, dear sister Kess, to find yourself in such a predicament. Her emotions had barely stabilized, and Kess was once again on the verge of an eruption. Who could endure such mockery? Especially from Makalita, with whom she seldom saw eye to eye. This sister was notoriously shrewd and often left no room for Kess in various matters. Moreover, Makalita's peculiar hobbies frequently led her to engage in bizarre antics, which Kess often dismissed with disdain. Kess regularly ridiculed Makalita for her alchemical experiments, which seemed to squander precious materials and time. Now that Kess had finally stumbled, how could Makalita resist seizing such a golden opportunity to taunt her? The high priest shook his head helplessly, realizing that these children were indeed a source of constant worry. At that moment, a gentle voice from Bados could be heard. Makalita, it would be wise not to stoke the flames any further. Look closely at what that young lad is holding. I must admit that I hadn't noticed it before. As Bados intervened to ease the tension, the high priest silently thanked the heavens for the presence of a more level-headed individual. Otherwise, this group of unruly children would certainly be a cause for concern. At this moment, amidst the interruptions caused by Bardos, Chris diligently endeavored to stabilize the emotions of the agitated individual. Yet, her countenance remained far from favorable, her heart tumultuous and stormy. The theft of her staff was, in itself, a source of profound humiliation. Although she had managed to uncover its whereabouts, she had mistakenly identified the wrong culprit and had unjustly punished the unfortunate Champa. While the act had provided her with a momentary release of frustration, she was taken aback to discover that the true perpetrator, the wretched young Luofeng, was the one responsible for damaging her staff, crystal, and gemstones. At this juncture, it dawned upon her that she had merely dealt with 3 unfortunate scapegoats, while the real mastermind roamed free. The most shameless aspect of this ordeal, the one that was utterly intolerable, was that outsiders had perceived the entire situation with clarity, and it had unfolded before the eyes of many, a veritable affront to her dignity. Even if her uncle could endure such disgrace, it seemed her aunt would not. Upon witnessing the ambiguous smiles of Makalita and Bardos, Chris felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her fury. However, the high priest merely shook his head and said, Chris, do not dwell on such trivial matters. Have you not noticed a peculiar issue? Chris continued to grit her teeth, declaring, Humph, I shall not let this scoundrel escape. That wretched boy has dared to deceive even me. At this moment, Kess, Bados, and Makalita each harbored their own thoughts, making it impossible for them to quietly listen to the Grand Priest's words. Observing Kess's ongoing turmoil, the Grand Priest immediately adopted a serious demeanor and stated, Enough. We are currently amidst the trial tournament. Even if you wish to act against this young man, it must wait until he emerges alive, does it not? What purpose does it serve to contemplate so much at this juncture? Upon receiving the Grand Priest's admonition, Kess realized she had indeed overstepped her bounds. Remarkably, given her typically unflappable nature, her strong reaction was rather unusual. Witnessing the Grand Priest's solemnity, Makalita and Bados ceased their teasing and attempts to lighten the mood, choosing instead to quietly observe their esteemed headmaster. What could warrant such a serious announcement from a father who was known for his gentle disposition? At this moment, witnessing his 3 daughters finally settle into silence, the high priest could not help but let out a silent sigh of resignation. These 3 individuals, who usually appeared quite reliable, somehow became utterly exasperating at critical moments. However, it was a relief that his paternal authority still held some weight. At least Kashi had regained her composure, and Makalita refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Now, it was indeed time to address some serious matters. The high priest spoke in a grave tone. The purpose of your observation here is to seek out potential candidates. Identify those individuals you find most promising to become the new generation of destroyers, making significant contributions to the entire universe. Have you not discerned anything extraordinary about this young man named Luofeng? Upon the utterance of those words, all eyes converged upon the figures of Luofeng and Xiangpa. Yet, to their bewilderment, they could discern no remarkable distinction in Luofeng. He merely possessed a few more trump cards and exhibited slightly greater prowess, nothing more. However, it is worth noting that there were indeed other formidable students, each with their own aspirations and unique attributes. The celestial strategists gazed at the Grand Priest with expressions of confusion. After receiving guidance from the Grand Priest, it seemed as though Keisai had an epiphany. With a sudden exclamation, she looked around at her brothers and sisters who were fixated on her, as well as at the Grand Priest, who wore an enigmatic smile. She then pointed at the screen before her, indicating Luofeng's silhouette, and exclaimed, Esteemed Dean, could it be that this young man's soul-breaking technique is the crux of it all? The Grand Priest nodded in approval, affirming, Indeed. I was referring to his soul-breaking technique. At this moment, upon mentioning the soul-breaking technique and casting a glance at the staff held by Kaisa, the angel seemed to grasp something profound. At this moment, it was the irreverent Makalita, who had just been teasing Sister Kashi, that first interjected, Father. At this moment, Makalita did not adhere to the same formalities as Kashi. Titles such as High Priest or Esteemed Director held no significance for him. In his eyes, The high priest would always be his beloved father. He pointed at Luo Feng's figure and exclaimed, "Are you saying that this lad's soul-breaking technique was comprehended from the elder sister's angelic staff? How is that even possible?" Upon witnessing Makalita's inquiry, Bados also covered her mouth in surprise. Indeed, she had begun to grasp the high priest's intentions and understood why Kashi and Makalita were so astonished. The soul-breaking technique was a skill that could only be grasped by one destined to become a god of destruction, while others might be unaware, the angelic lineage. As mentors, were well aware of this fact. Although this was the Academy of Destruction, what they imparted to the students were also techniques of destruction. However, prior to attaining divine status, what they wielded was merely ordinary destructive power, not the power of a god of destruction. The techniques and energies contained within Kashi's angelic staff could only be mastered after one had acquired the power of a god of destruction, Luofeng. Despite his two soul-breaking attacks that shattered his opponent's souls, evidently derived his soul-breaking technique from Kashi's staff. This implied that Luofeng possessed the power of a god of destruction rather than mere destructive power. Though the difference in wording may seem slight, it bears immense significance. One is ordinary destructive power, while the other is that of a god of destruction. If one could possess the latter before achieving divine status, it would signify that this lad's potential and talent are nothing short of extraordinary. Upon reflecting on this, Bados refrained from hastily voicing her conclusions. She closed her eyes to meditate briefly, only to open them wide in astonishment, softly exclaiming, "No, this lad has definitely not mastered any power of a god of destruction. He still possesses destructive power. However, it seems that due to some special technique, it has undergone a refinement. This refined destructive power allows him to learn the elder sister's soul-breaking technique. How can this be possible? How could it be, dear father?" Chapter 64. The mischievous child observing the puzzled expression on Bados's face, the high priest could not help but smile slightly and remarked, "Now you finally understand why this lad is so extraordinary, don't you? If we were merely discussing combat talent and mentality, it might be understandable, considering he is one of our students. However, this fellow seems to have employed some means to refine his destructive power, and astonishingly, he has learned Kashi's culinary arts based on that refined power. Initially, I thought that fellow named Beerus was remarkably gifted, having grasped a portion of the ultimate technique in a short time, truly a genius among geniuses. Yet, it appears the real dark horse is this lad named Luofeng. Nevertheless, it is still premature to speak of all this. Let us observe their subsequent performances and see who can ultimately emerge victorious. I must admit, I did not expect this lad's fortune to be rather favorable. I initially believed the one with the best luck was that chubby cat named Champa. He managed to acquire 3 treasures without any peril, particularly the golden crown unexpectedly falling into Xiangpa's hands, which took me by surprise. I had thought that this generation's chosen one was none other than Champa, that chubby little cat. Yet, such an unforeseen twist occurred. Well, it is futile to speculate further. Let us continue to observe. By the way, Makalita, have the small gifts you prepared for them arrived? Upon meeting the gaze of our esteemed father, Makalita chuckled with pride. Of course, you need not worry about that. As soon as that rascal Nefarian heard that the trial grounds would feature the legacy of the god of destruction, he hastily went there to bear witness. Rest assured, father. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Noticing Makalita frowning, the high priest's eyes twitched slightly, hinting at an impending misfortune. Indeed, Makalita's subsequent remarks left all the angels speechless. She began to count the time on her fingers. This can't be right. Could it be that I administered too large a dose of the potion? That girl still hasn't awakened. She then glanced at everyone, who wore expressions of disbelief. The high priest's eye twitched again as he pieced everything together, only to confirm with a question, Makalita, when you said you could handle Alice's task, did you mean you used the mind training potion? Makalita innocently shrugged. Father, I merely stated that I could fulfill your assignment, but that girl is simply too stubborn. I couldn't overpower her and had to resort to extraordinary measures. However, calculating the time, she should be arriving soon. You must protect me at this moment. Very well. The high priest now felt a familiar headache returning. Angel Alice, being the youngest daughter of the high priest, enjoyed the most favoritism. This was not solely due to her age, but also because Alice's combat prowess ranks first among all angels, a fact beyond dispute. Alice is the only battle angel among the high priest's children, which explains why she receives such special affection. This pampering may have also contributed to her somewhat willful and headstrong nature. Perhaps it is the high priest's indulgence that shaped her. yet it does not diminish her remarkable combat talent and abilities. She often engages in antics that leave the high priest both amused and exasperated. But all of this falls within the bounds of tolerance from her siblings. Having heard Makalita's words, the high priest was already aware of the potential chaotic consequences that might soon unfold. As Makalita volunteered to seek out the pet left behind by the god of destruction, namely Nefarian, from Alice, it became evident that this little creature had been regarded as private property by Alice. However, this trial ground required Nefarian's involvement, and Makalita audaciously proclaimed her intention to fulfill Alice's role by successfully bringing Nefarian forth and casting him into the trial ground. It seemed that Makalita's words were far from ordinary. The elder sister had indeed administered a concoction to her younger sibling, and judging by the dosage, it was substantial. For otherwise, Alice would not have yet graced the podium of the Academy of Destruction. As for what transpires when Alice ultimately appears on the stage, that remains a matter of personal interpretation. Consequently, the high priest felt the familiar tension rising in his scalp, as if burdened by an immense weight. It is said that a wise judge cannot arbitrate family affairs. At this moment, the high priest silently cursed, contemplating the relentless antics of this unruly bunch of children. At this moment, in the central region of the trial grounds, Champa limped behind Luo Feng, his arms dragging at his sides, while Luo Feng showed no intention of continuing their conversation. Instead, he strolled leisurely toward the heart of the jungle's trial area, where, in the distance, he could discern an ancient castle, standing majestically at the foot of the mountains. This was undoubtedly their ultimate destination, the castle of the trial grounds. Observing Luo Feng's silence, Champa weakly inquired, "Luo Feng, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" At this moment, Champa felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Despite appearing remarkably composed on the surface, each conversation with Luo Feng invariably brought an inexplicable pressure, yet this time, he could no longer contain his bewilderment. He could not fathom how the abilities and talents embedded within the Kashi crystal gem had been absorbed by Luo Feng without leaving a trace, resulting in his own unwarranted blame, ultimately leading to a brutal confrontation with Kashi that left him with shattered bones. Although he had experienced a strange adventure, his injuries had since healed. Nevertheless, curiosity, often said to be the bane of cats, gnawed at him, and as a member of the hairless cat lineage, his inquisitive nature was particularly pronounced, prompting him to seek answers relentlessly. Yet, observing Luo Feng's apparent reluctance to provide any explanation, he found himself compelled to voice his questions. At this moment, Luo Feng, upon hearing Xiangpa's inquiry, turned around and gazed at him with a gentle demeanor. "What is it, Xiangpa? Do you truly wish to know?" The expression and actions of Luo Feng caused Xiangpa's face to stiffen abruptly. However, the moment Luo Feng displayed that amiable smile, Xiangpa understood that it boded no good fortune for him. Yet, considering his current capabilities, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Luo Feng. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to him being thoroughly outclassed by Luo Feng, whose combat prowess and strategic intellect far surpassed his own. After the recent battle in the tribe, Xiangpa realized that he was destined to be thoroughly subdued by Luo Feng. Chapter 65. The Castle Barrier. With this in mind, Xiangpa's instinct for survival intensified dramatically. He momentarily froze, then promptly adjusted his attitude. "Oh, there's no need for explanations. It was merely a jest." Upon noticing Luo Feng's sincere gaze and warm smile, Xiangpa shuddered and swiftly moved to the front. "We are almost at our destination. I'll scout ahead." With that, Xiangpa vanished without a backward glance. It was evident that his so-called scouting was merely a pretext. He had sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Luo Feng's body. This scapegoat seemed intent on reclaiming his dignity in front of Luo Feng. Perhaps only by achieving the status of a destroyer in the future could he hope for a chance. But at present, such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. It was best to distance himself from this perilous individual. The uncertainty of what might transpire was too great. Observing Xiangpa's disappearing figure, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. This little chubby cat was indeed quite quick on the uptake. Although he could not express gratitude for Xiangpa's actions, he recognized that his own strength had significantly improved due to Xiangpa's influence. Luo Feng mused that he would never repay kindness with ingratitude. His principles dictated that he act with a clear conscience. As for the morality of the situation, that was another matter entirely. However, should Xiangpa linger and prattle on, Luo Feng would not hesitate to impart some lessons on how to conduct oneself properly. With Xiangpa departing in such haste, Luo Feng chose not to dwell on it and continued his steady advance. Time was abundant, and Luo Feng was not here for leisure or sightseeing. After all, the final castle was their ultimate destination. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air, followed by a series of loud thuds. At this moment, Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply. For Champa, this rascal was unexpectedly retreating at a pace even swifter than before, with his target being none other than Luo Feng himself. What mischief was Champa up to? Without hesitation, Luo Feng sidestepped lightly, showing no inclination to assist Champa in mitigating the impending impact. Champa, cradling someone in his arms, hurtled backward like a cannibal, crashing directly into the rocky face of the cliff behind them. A thunderous sound echoed as the two of them became firmly embedded in the mountainside by their own force. Observing the bewildered expression on Xiangpa's face and the agony etched on Bylus's features, Luo Feng found himself at a loss for words. However, it was evident that with Xiangpa's cushioning, Bylus appeared to have sustained no serious injuries this time. He extended his claws and began to extricate himself from the massive stone wall. As Luo Feng gazed at him with a bemused smile, Bylus let out a resigned sigh. "Ah, it turns out to be you, Luo Feng. I apologize for the embarrassment." Luo Feng, still smiling brightly, replied, "What? Bylus, is there something else? Perhaps you should first consider retrieving your companion. He seems rather embedded in the cliff." At this moment, Xiangpa was entirely dazed, having been jolted against the stone wall. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Beerus seemed to recall something as well, and with a swift gesture of his hand, he extricated Xiangpa from the rocks behind him. Observing the antics of these two brothers, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of suspicion, pondering what mischief they were up to. At this moment, upon hearing Luo Feng's inquiry, Beerus let out a sigh and gently patted the still drowsy Xiangpa on the head. Then proceeded to explain, "Ahead lies the ultimate destination of our trial, the Demon Castle. I trust you have noticed this." Luo Feng responded, "Indeed, the Demon Castle. But what is the situation?" Beerus shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Since we cannot enter the castle, we have gathered many individuals who, having successfully navigated to the castle alive, wish to enter through the main gate to search for our objective, the Destroyer Earrings, and attain the status of a Destroyer God. You are aware of this. It is our task and purpose for this trial. However, a peculiar protective barrier surrounds the castle, and no matter our efforts, we cannot penetrate it. Just a moment ago, several of us launched a full-scale attack on the barrier, only to be met with a rebound force that we could scarcely control. Fortunately, Xiangpa, positioned behind me, absorbed most of the backlash. Otherwise, it would not have been merely my arm injured, but my entire body could have been shattered as well. Truly unfortunate." Noticing the hint of a smile at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth, Beerus held his head high, perhaps showcasing his final defiance. "Humph. That rascal Katra must be faring worse than I. His attacking power far exceeds mine. Thus the retaliatory force he endured would be even greater. As for the hefty Ramses behind us, whether that cushion can withstand it remains to be seen." Understanding now that they had encountered a significant obstacle, Luo Feng clapped his hands. "All right, enough talk. Let us go and take a look." He then led the still somewhat dazed Xiangpa towards the entrance of the castle. Upon arriving at the castle's entrance, the scene was indeed bustling. A rough count revealed nearly 30 Destroyer God trainees, all wearing frowns as they gazed at the castle's gates. The structure resembled an ancient wooden door, yet was veiled by a shimmering, multicolored barrier that stood firm and unyielding, akin to a bubble, yet exceptionally robust. Despite the collective efforts of these 30 individuals, none could advance an inch, resulting in a predicament. If they could not enter the castle, how could they hope to find the Destroyer Earrings and achieve the status of a Destroyer God? If everyone remained stuck here, it seemed inevitable that, with time running out, they would all meet their demise. At this moment, outside the ancient castle's grand entrance stood several individuals. The disciple of the god of destruction, Pharaoh, lightly tapped the barrier before him and addressed the sunflower behind him. "You see, I told you, this barrier cannot be breached merely by brute force." My gentle tap revealed that the recoil isn't overwhelmingly strong. The greater your attacking power, the more damage the recoil inflicts upon you. Is it not apparent to you fools? Yet you continue to assault the barrier with all your might. Nearby, the little fox chimed in. "It seems there are some who understand this concept. However, it baffles me that you two, Beerus and Katra, are so dim-witted as to neglect common sense and rely solely on brute strength. Now look at the injuries you've sustained." With a chuckle, the little fox continued. "And you too, Ramses and Pasha, have become pitiful shields. Ha ha ha. Chapter 66. The Flames of the Netherworld. The little fox's laughter echoed in the air. Beerus, with irritation, retorted, "Enough of your mocking. We need a solution. You keep discussing the futility of our efforts while we should be focusing on how to dismantle this defensive barrier. It is clear now that brute force is inadequate. Perhaps our combined strength, if fully harnessed, could indeed shatter this barrier." At this moment, amidst the fervent debate among the crowd, a chilling voice emerged. "Enough of your bickering. Brute force is futile, and you two, Little Fox and Little Pharaoh, merely offer sarcastic remarks without any constructive input. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, the alchemist produced an array of vials and jars from his satchel, abruptly transforming the area into a rudimentary alchemical laboratory. It appeared he intended to concoct a special potion to dismantle the crystalline barrier before them. Gazing upon the barrier, the alchemist fell into deep contemplation, his hands conjuring illusions. Truly, he was a remarkable talent, having received the highest accolades from Mentor Makalita. His extraordinary alchemical prowess was on full display. With such skill, it was no wonder he stood out as an elite within the Academy of Destruction. Meanwhile, the bystanders observed his actions with keen interest, including Yunfeng, who remained quietly attentive without any overt reaction. The group had previously discerned their characters and temperaments in the realm of the second dimension, revealing their true nature as agents of chaos through their actions across various universes in the Academy of Destruction. As the alchemist began his preparations, a verdant aura materialized within the test tube he held. With a mischievous grin, he declared, "I trust my alchemy will not disappoint you." These materials were painstakingly acquired from Mentor Makalita. Watch closely. He then hurled the test tube toward the crystalline barrier. With a resounding crash, a brilliant emerald flame erupted upon contact. The explosion and the ensuing flames reflected his burgeoning confidence. As he laughed heartily, "Behold the phantasmal flame, capable of incinerating all. This represents the pinnacle of my alchemical achievements. Do not be astonished, my fellow scholars. This flame poses no danger, as it targets only fixed entities." However, just as he extolled the virtues of his alchemical prowess and the terror of the phantasmal flame, the vibrant green fire flickered twice against the crystalline barrier before abruptly vanishing without a trace. This flame, capable of consuming all matter, failed to inflict any harm upon the barrier, which continued to emit a strange, prismatic glow, impervious to the alchemist's efforts. In that moment, the alchemist was left utterly dumbfounded. This defense is monstrous. Even the all-consuming phantasmal flame cannot breach this crystalline barrier. As the ethereal flames flickered and struggled, they suddenly dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing the lackluster outcome of his alchemical endeavor, Waymada wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished by the unexpected result. However, the embarrassment of the situation seemed to have already transpired, leaving him speechless and awkwardly pushing the remnants aside. The atmosphere around them fell into an eerie silence, profound and inscrutable. It appeared that the crystalline barrier was indeed more complex than initially presumed. Perhaps it concealed some peculiar mechanism or enchantment, requiring the collective strength of all present. At that moment of contemplation, an incongruous voice pierced the stillness. A robust figure, adorned with the charming visage of a tiger, stepped into the midst of the crowd. It was none other than the distinguished student from the Destruction God Academy, Tiger. He ambled forward, flexing his paws, and addressed the assembly. "What do you think? I still propose that we unite our efforts. If we continue to act independently, I doubt any of us possesses the strength to shatter this crystalline barrier." Tiger's words held a measure of wisdom. Each individual had exerted their utmost efforts yet failed to breach the crystalline confines. Thus, the necessity for unity was undeniable. However, it was difficult to believe that Tiger's intentions were entirely altruistic. Lamsey raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Tiger, what exactly do you mean?" Tiger chuckled. "What I mean is that our presence here signifies that we are all elite within the Academy. The weaker ones have already been eliminated. Since we, the strong, have gathered, it is essential to elect a leader. Without unified command and strategy, how can we hope to overcome this trial?" Upon the utterance of these words, the intentions of Tiger became evident to all. This young man harbored aspirations of seizing power. How intriguing! By leveraging the crystalline barrier, he sought to position himself as the leader of this team, thereby holding the fates of these individuals firmly within his grasp. Although the group comprised both formidable and less capable members, the only one to propose such a cunning notion at this critical juncture was Tiger, the self-proclaimed king of the jungle. Yet, while the others regarded him with disdain, They were at a loss for a more effective method to dismantle the crystalline barrier. As Tager prepared to continue his oration and subsequent actions, he noticed 3 discordant figures approaching from a distance. It was Feng, accompanied by Bylus and Champa, leisurely making their way to the periphery of the barrier. Despite the arrival of these 3, Tager did not regard them with much concern. Although Bylus was indeed formidable in terms of destructive capability and strength, he possessed no viable strategy against such a crystalline barrier. Moreover, his companions, Champa and the newcomer Feng, had only just arrived, and their meager strengths paled in comparison to Bylus and Kitra. Chapter 67. The Crystal Wall. Given the circumstances, it appeared that there was no competition for power. Tager shrugged his shoulders, adopting an earnest demeanor. What do you all think of my proposal? If there are no objections, I suggest you adhere to my directives. By following my unified command, we may navigate this perilous situation. Otherwise, when the time comes, we shall all meet our demise here. Observing the silence from the group, Tager, the little tiger, remained unperturbed. His astute mind had long orchestrated this scheme. Once I ascend to the leadership of this team, I shall wield authority, deciding who shall serve as mere fodder. Throughout their journey, Champa had overheard Tager's self-aggrandizing proclamations and scoffed in disdain. It was astonishing that this young man still occupied himself with such trivial thoughts. One might wonder how his thought processes differed from those of the common cat. Yet, Champa, adhering to the wisdom of unspoken truths, discreetly prodded Feng with a claw. I know you possess the most ingenious solutions. Quickly assess whether this crystalline barrier can be breached. Otherwise, we may face significant troubles ahead. Tager is vengeful, should he become the leader. Those of us stronger than him are bound to be sacrificed. Champa continued, even if my strength is insufficient, the first to suffer would likely be Kitra and Bylus. Surely, you would not wish for all the elites among us to perish, would you? In response, Feng revealed a sly grin. I have no interest in their power struggle. However, witnessing this little tiger's pretentiousness is rather displeasing. Very well. Having arrived at this juncture, it appears that this crystalline barrier stands as our collective adversary. I do not mind assisting you in its study. Subsequently, Feng stepped forward, placing a hand upon the shimmering barrier, keenly attuning himself to the energy it emanated and its directional flow. As his perception deepened, he gradually closed his eyes, for he sensed that the power radiating from within the crystal wall was indeed unlike anything they had encountered before, accompanied by a peculiar oscillation. If Feng's intuition was correct, the strength of this crystalline barrier was such that even if all 30 of them united their efforts, it seemed implausible that they could breach it in the short term. Moreover, this crystalline wall possessed a self-rebounding capability. The stronger the attack, the greater the rebound. Should dozens of them unleash their might simultaneously, it was conceivable that, rather than penetrating the barrier, they would be severely injured or even perish from the recoil of the crystal's defenses. While Feng held no reservations regarding the power struggles among the so-called team leaders, the crystalline barrier loomed before him, and should he fail to breach it within a certain time frame, he too would face imminent demise. With this in mind, he continued to explore the intricate patterns and energy fluctuations of the formidable crystal barrier. Only by discerning its weaknesses could he hope to dismantle this crystalline wall with a single, decisive strike. Observing Feng's disregard for his earlier suggestion, as he silently immersed himself in the enigmatic properties of the crystal wall, Tager crossed his arms, refraining from any further impassioned remarks. After all, as long as someone could devise a solution, it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the role of team leader. At this moment, only Champa gazed at Feng's performance with keen interest, while the others harbored no hopes for Feng's capabilities. After all, this individual was among the least capable of the students, lacking both skill and strength. Now, here he was, posturing and speaking of a crystal barrier, as though he fancied himself a master of such constructs. It was rather absurd. Even the adept barrier specialists within the team found themselves at a loss regarding this particular barrier, just as the crowd began to murmur and exhibit signs of unrest. Feng abruptly opened his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. At that moment, Tej squinted at him, questioning whether this young man possessed any unique insight. In a rather presumptuous manner, he assumed the role of a team leader among his peers, daring to challenge Feng. Feng merely cast a sidelong glance at this fool, choosing to disregard him entirely. Instead, he began to circumnavigate the outer edge of the barrier, moving slowly while attuning himself to its essence. Surprisingly, the craftsmanship of this barrier was indeed remarkable. For instance, though the underground portion remained unseen. He could sense that this spherical barrier had enveloped the ancient castle deeply. This fact was indisputable. However, every barrier undoubtedly harbors weaknesses. It's merely a matter of uncovering them. While brute force and minor tricks might not suffice to breach it, every barrier also possesses an energy source, the very foundation of its power. Identifying this core could very well be the key to dismantling the barrier. Ignoring the whispers of the crowd and trees.As taunts was a conscious choice for Yunfeng. Had it not been for the personal stakes involved, he would have little interest in squandering his breath on them. Nevertheless, all present were elites in their own right. And in a one-on-one or even one-on-two scenario, Yunfeng had no need for their assistance. Indeed, he had no inclination to waste his combat prowess on such trivialities. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye to the provocations and remarks of these imbeciles. As he continued to sense and traverse the ancient castle, he discovered something peculiar. Directly in front of the castle's grand entrance, there existed a circular void within the barrier. This void, though unremarkable in appearance, revealed through his perception that all the barrier's energy emanated ceaselessly from this aperture, radiating outward and gradually infiltrating the castle through the air and various unique mediums. This phenomenon established a cyclical internal flow, perhaps the very secret of the barrier's design. The prismatic energy indicated that the barrier's energy level was exceptionally high, exhibiting a continuous internal circulation. It seemed evident to Yunfeng that this formidable barrier could not be shattered merely by the brute force of their 30-odd members. A conviction he held with utmost certainty. Even if they were unscathed, should they attack for 3 days and nights, it appeared unlikely that they could breach this so-called crystal barrier. At this moment, Yunfeng found himself inexplicably captivated by the small black hole before him. A sudden flash of insight struck him. Could it be that the crown he had discovered was the very artifact needed to break through this crystalline barrier? Chapter 68. The disappearance of the barrier. As Yunfeng stood lost in contemplation before the barrier, Tej, lacking in patience, abruptly called out and forcefully slapped Yunfeng's shoulder. Such an act could certainly be deemed a sneak attack. However, he proclaimed with grandiosity, "Are you even capable, my lad? Is there any flaw in my proposal?" In that moment, Tej extended his malevolent claw towards Yunfeng's back, internally berating him. "You, scoundrel, lacking in strength and wit, dare to flaunt before me. Surely, this will not end well for you. You should know that I, Tej, am not one to be disregarded. I can tolerate a few kind or harsh words, but such blatant disregard is the gravest insult to me." Just as Tej's hand neared Yunfeng's back, he suddenly noticed a surge of energy coalescing there, inexplicably forming a faint energy shield. This shield seemed to possess a measure of retaliatory power as well. With a resounding thud, Tej staggered back, his claw numbed from the impact, retreating several steps. How could this be? This young man had managed to fend off Tej's attack purely through instinctive defense. Although on the surface it appeared that Tej was merely greeting Yunfeng, any discerning observer could see that the situation was far more complex. Tej had genuinely attempted to ambush Yunfeng. Had it been any other student, they might have sustained serious internal injuries. Yet this fellow, relying solely on his physical and energy defenses, had forcibly repelled Tej's assault. Was he truly a concealed master? The display of Yunfeng's prowess elicited astonishment among the other students. It seemed that this typically unassuming classmate was, in fact, the true dark horse among them. From the glances exchanged between Beerus and Champa, it was evident that they recognized this young man was far from the simpleton others had presumed him to be. Those who had contemplated voting in favor of Tej quickly fell silent, realizing that remaining observant might be their wisest course of action. At this moment, Tej remained utterly unconcerned about the injuries inflicted by Yunfeng, for as an apprentice, there existed a considerable disparity in strength between them. His thoughts drifted to the cave and the crown he had discovered, an enigmatic trophy whose origins were entirely unknown to him. Yet, the energy resonance emanating from the crown seemed to share a common source with that of the barrier. Moreover, the dimensions of the crown perfectly aligned with those of the barrier, indicating a remarkable compatibility. Perhaps this crown was, in fact, the key to unlocking the barrier he had fortuitously stumbled upon. As Tej pondered this, Yunfeng ceased to conceal his talents. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes as he retrieved the crown from the small bud at his waist, an object whose purpose had eluded his understanding until now. The moment the crown was unveiled, the onlookers gazed at him with incredulity. Could it be that this crown was the mechanism to dismantle the crystalline barrier? The crowd remained skeptical. Without hesitation, Yunfeng embedded the base of the crown into the circular opening of the barrier. A resounding crack echoed as the crown radiated a vibrant orange flame, as if it were being vaporized. A tangible effect indeed. Champa clenched his fists tightly, convinced that this young man would not disappoint him. Tej, the fool, had the audacity to challenge Luo Feng here, seemingly oblivious to the prowess with which Luo Feng had vanquished the leader of the divine tribe. Yet, Champa soon found solace in the thought that allowing Tej to experience some hardship could serve as a measure of revenge for him and Bylus. After all, within their ranks, Bylus, Tej, and Ketla wielded significant power, often engaging in fierce rivalry and covert conflicts. However, despite the outward disdain, Tej and Bylus shared a strong bond of camaraderie. In an instant, a new revelation emerged for all present. The golden crown held by Luo Feng seamlessly integrated into the black void, emanating an ethereal glow that appeared to disrupt the energy of the crystalline barrier. The multi-hued brilliance of the barrier flickered momentarily before, with a resounding pop. It vanished like a mere soap bubble. Simultaneously, the golden crown inexplicably disappeared from view, leaving the onlookers in a state of mixed reactions. Some exhaled in relief. Others wore expressions of confusion, while a few regarded Luo Feng with scrutinizing eyes, recognizing the extraordinary fortune he had displayed. How could this seemingly unassuming youth shatter a barrier that had stymied so many others with a mere crown? Amidst the fervent discussions and excited glances of the crowd, Tej felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide within. His previous displays had, in the eyes of the onlookers, rendered him a mere jester. At this moment, the irate tiger, still seething with indignation, longed to unleash his fury once more. However, upon noticing the unfriendly gazes from Papyrus, Kudra, Ramsey, and the others nearby, he reluctantly clapped his numbed hands and cleared his throat, saying, "I never anticipated that you, Luo Feng, could create such a miracle. Very well. Let us consider my previous suggestion as if it were never uttered. Nevertheless, I wish to sincerely thank you on behalf of everyone here." This fellow's desire for survival and power was undeniably formidable, coupled with a commendable emotional intelligence to assess the situation. Luo Feng, however, had no intention of further engaging with this fool. With the barrier at the entrance now breached, it appeared that the crown served as the key to dismantling the barrier. Existence itself provided rationale. With this thought in mind, he ceased to dwell on the matter. He pushed forward, and with a creaking sound, the massive wooden door before him gradually swung open. This marked the first step into the ancient castle. While breaking the crystal barrier had not exacted a significant toll, Luo Feng sensed a palpable malevolence emanating from the castle, suggesting that it would not be as simple as he had imagined. Nonetheless, having arrived, he resolved to confront whatever challenges and traps lay ahead. Evasion was not an option. Behind him, the 30 or so individuals turned their gazes towards Luo Feng, seemingly prepared to follow his lead. After all, this man had successfully dismantled the perplexing crystal barrier, and in their eyes, he had assumed the mantle of a leader among warriors, a fact that infuriated Tiger, who clenched his teeth in resentment. Chapter 69, The Man in Black Yet. It was evident that now was not the moment for an outburst. When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure that this Luo Feng pays dearly, he thought bitterly. How infuriating that he overshadowed me at such a critical juncture. What extraordinary luck must he possess to have discovered that golden crown? Why was I not the one to find it? Truly vexing. Despite the turmoil within, he maintained a veneer of amicable composure. Luo Feng, since you have successfully opened the protective barrier and pushed open the great door of the castle, I hereby nominate you as the leader of our warriors to guide us forward. It was clear that he intended to retreat strategically, hoping to undermine Luo Feng. Who could predict what dangers lurked within the ancient castle? With a figure like Luo Feng leading the charge, it was undoubtedly the safest and most prudent course of action for the group. At this moment, the crowd gazed upon Tai's performance with a familial affection. Meanwhile, Luo Feng took a deep breath, attuning himself to the atmosphere within the ancient castle and tapping into his sixth sense. Although the interior of the castle exuded an eerie aura, there lingered a subtle sense of summons beckoning him. With this in mind, there was little to fear. Luo Feng boldly advanced towards the castle, moving with purpose as if drawn to its abyss. Observing Luo Feng's audacious stride into the castle, his companions, Xiangpa, Bylus, and Kitra, hesitated no longer and followed him in a steady stream. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the actions of these individuals, but soon recalibrated their mindset, disregarding Tai's speech and demeanor as they proceeded into the castle. After all, Their mission was to locate the earrings of the god of destruction within the castle, and with such a leader at the forefront, hesitation was no longer an option. At this moment, Tiger clenched his teeth in frustration, yet remained silent. After all, Luo Feng had shattered the crystal barrier and boldly led everyone inside, completely deviating from Tiger's meticulously crafted plan. Despite his outward appearance of being straightforward and lacking cunning, Tiger's depths of strategy were, in truth, profoundly intricate. Within the castle, Luo Feng and the others found themselves in a lengthy corridor, illuminated by flickering torches that seemed to signify something ominous. The torches cast light upon the extended passageway, yet the destination remained a mystery. The group's footsteps echoed softly as they advanced forward, when suddenly, a magnificent grand door appeared before them, perhaps the very objective of their journey. As the ornate door slowly swung open, a vast, shadowy chamber unveiled itself, astonishingly spacious, so much so that even 300 individuals would not feel cramped, marking it as the potential epicenter of the castle. While the group debated the purpose of this chamber, the torches lining the walls ignited in sequence with a series of soft pops, seemingly imbued with a magical essence. However, as elite students of the Destruction Academy, they remained unfazed by such phenomena. With the lighting of the torches, the hall brightened as if it were day. And from behind one of the nearby pillars emerged a figure clad in black. To everyone's surprise, their senses had failed to detect the presence of another being within the hall. The individual stepped forward gracefully, adorned in black robes and crowned, emanating a sense of familiarity. The crown radiated an orange-red flame, resembling the one Luo Feng had used to break the barrier's seal. Now, this very crown rested upon the head of the mysterious figure, who exuded an unusual aura. Was there a connection to the castle? As the onlookers scrutinized the figure with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, the cloaked individual spoke in a magnetic voice, leaving an indelible impression. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Demon Castle. I am your guide, Nephalion. It is no small feat to have arrived here. I am pleasantly surprised that over 30 of you have made it this far. This figure, seemingly self-absorbed in his introduction and proclaiming himself as a guide, raised questions among the crowd. Initially prepared for battle, they had anticipated facing a formidable guardian of the castle. Yet they found themselves confronted with someone claiming to be a mere guide. Although skepticism lingered in the hearts of the students regarding the black-clad, crowned figure, they refrained from displaying any peculiar reactions. Only Luo Feng, upon hearing the name of this enigmatic individual, experienced a momentary jolt of recognition. The name Nephalion resonates with an undeniable familiarity, seemingly intertwined with the recollection of certain experiences from a past life in the realm of reality, evoking a profound sense of resonance. Could it be that the gatekeeper of the Destruction Academy bears the same name? Is this merely a coincidence or an unexpected twist of fate? However, such speculations have become inconsequential. As for the so-called guide, Luo Feng, I find it utterly implausible. Labeling this individual as a mansion boss seems equally far-fetched. If he truly held that title, he would not exhibit such cowardice, lacking the audacity to confront those gathered before him. At this moment, Luo Feng contemplated the necessity of further observation, curious to discern the true intentions of this individual. Having arrived at the so-called Demon Castle, he felt indifferent to any further antics that might unfold. After all, the High Priest had merely stated that they were to seek the divine earring left by the god of destruction within the Demon Castle, without alluding to any additional matters. Naturally, unforeseen events could occur along the way, which was entirely plausible. At this moment, Quitella was brimming with anticipation. Despite his diminutive stature, his temper was explosive. After enduring the torment of the earlier barrier, Quitella was ablaze with rage. Observing the individual before him, who was grandstanding with an air of superiority, Quitella could no longer contain his fury. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward with a thunderous sound reverberating through the ground, launching himself like a cannibal towards the figure clad in black robes, known as Nephalion. However, to his astonishment, his furious assault yielded nothing but empty air. The black-robed figure responded with a triumphant cackle, stating, "You little ones are indeed eager. I have merely been a guide, not the formidable guardian you seek. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of patience?" Quitella gazed perplexedly at the void he had struck, realizing that this individual possessed some form of spatial ability, a revelation that took him by surprise. With Quitella's initial foray into battle, the other students of destruction refrained from any rash actions, recognizing that someone had already taken a bold step forward. Suddenly, Quitella's body appeared to be ensnared by tendrils of dark silk. With a resounding crash, Quitella's previously bewildered expression morphed into one of excruciating pain, as if he were being consumed by these sinister threats. It became apparent that this black-robed figure was not to be underestimated. Although this attack did not inflict significant harm on Quitella, it did subject him to the backlash of his reckless attempt. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to the black-robed figure, who remained unfazed by Quitella's assault. With serene composure, he settled onto the soul stone bench at the center of the vast chamber, gently caressing the armrest as he spoke. What I stated earlier holds true. This is indeed the culmination of your journey, the Demon Fortress. I trust that you have all come here to seek the earrings of the God of Destruction. Regrettably, the earrings are not within my grasp, nor do I possess the authority over them. The figure continued. I must reveal a secret. The legacy of the God of Destruction's earrings comes with its own set of requirements. Merely surviving to reach the Demon Fortress does not guarantee your acceptance by the earrings. He gestured towards the ancient, imposing door behind him, saying, "This door is the sole passage to the second floor. If you truly aspire to become the next God of Destruction and seek the sacred relic of that legacy, you must pass through this portal. Rest assured, I am not your adversary. I am merely your guide. Now, I urge you to heed every word I utter. Any ensuing troubles shall not be attributed to me." With that, Nefarian adjusted the fiery crown upon his head, seemingly indifferent to the peculiar gazes and astonished expressions of those present. His voice resonated through the grand hall, gradually unfolding. This door leads to the second floor, which comprises 18 chambers. Within each room, you may find the legacy of the Destroyer's earrings, or perhaps encounter perilous foes awaiting your arrival. The nature of your experiences will rely solely on your fortune. However, there are but 18 vacant doors, and each door permits entry to only one individual. No more, no less. Remember, this is the Demon Castle, where the rules are absolute. He continued, of course, should you successfully enter your designated door, it must also gain the recognition of the Demon Castle. Indeed, this so-called recognition entails that each door bears a lock, and I trust that you, having arrived at the Demon Castle, will serendipitously acquire some ancient keys. Yes, these keys are the sole means of unlocking the doors. Without them, access is impossible. Yet, entering the door is merely the initial step. The subsequent challenge awaits you. Some may directly receive the acknowledgement of the legacy of the Destroyer's earrings. And if that is the case, congratulations, you shall become the next destroyer. Nefarian further elaborated. However, there exists a certain probability of encountering the guardians of the earring's legacy. Should you prevail over them, you will likewise earn their acknowledgement. The outcomes are subject to personal interpretation. As for what lies ahead, it is contingent upon whether fate aligns with your pursuit of the Destroyer's position. Certainly, you are aware that the 18 positions of the Destroyer are fixed, neither more nor less. Whether you achieve your respective outcomes rests upon your own cultivation and fortune. Well, I have conveyed my message, and my duty as a guide is complete. Now, the choice lies with you. He added, if you prefer not to risk life and limb in this endeavor, you may choose to wait here until the 18 destroyers have perished completely. The remaining souls shall traverse the ancient demon castle and return to your destroyer academy. That is all I have to say. Now, students, the moment to demonstrate your prowess has arrived. The figure clad in a black robe emitted a series of peculiar, chilling laughs. My duty has been fulfilled. I shall now assist you in opening the door to the second floor. I wish you good fortune. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, gradually merging with the grand door leading to the staircase ascending to the second floor. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a staircase leading to the second floor before the gathered crowd. The mysterious figure in a black robe had vanished, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated an imposing guardian of a grand estate, only to be confronted by a pretentious individual who, after a lengthy discourse, simply opened the door and disappeared, resembling more of a sentinel than a formidable foe. However, Luo Feng gazed intently at the enormous door on the second floor, refraining from engaging in hushed whispers like the other students, and he was filled with a profound realization. So it was. The so-called inheritor of the God of Destruction's earring was indeed not as straightforward as he had imagined. They had collectively entered to defeat the boss and divide the spoils, hoping to find all the earrings. It appeared that choices were mutual. Merely discovering the God of Destruction's earring did not guarantee recognition. If one failed to gain acknowledgement, they might be subjected to certain challenges, likely the final test spoken of by the earlier figure. Furthermore, it was conceivable that each individual encountered guardians of varying strengths. with distinct challenges awaiting them. With this thought, Luo Feng clenched his fists, confident in his own abilities. As for the unknown trials that lay ahead, he had resolved that, regardless of the adversary's might, he must prevail in this ordeal. He then touched the ancient key nestled in his pocket, realizing it was meant to unlock the door. Reflecting on the high priest's words about obtaining the god of destruction's legacy, he understood that it required not only strength but also a stroke of luck. Without fortune, possessing this key would not suffice to grant him access to those grand doors. With this realization, Luo Feng exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his impulsive decision to enter the tribal leader's tent had led him to discover 3 treasures, each evidently possessing a significant purpose. Yet, he pondered why the golden crown he had used to unlock the crystal barrier rested upon the head of one called Nephabian. Did this crown hold any connection to the guide? However, dwelling on such matters was of little consequence at this juncture. At that moment, while Luo Feng contemplated these critical issues, the other students were not inclined to linger or extend courtesies. Those with keys, as well as those without, marched impassively toward the staircase leading to the second floor. It seemed that a considerable number among them had indeed acquired the stone door keys. Moreover, those without keys harbored fierce determination as they steadily followed the corridor toward the second floor. Indeed, lacking a key did not preclude them from entering the secret chambers at the moment the doors opened. Those unable to find keys could resort to seizing them. For brute strength was the ultimate determinant of future success. Chapter 71. Severed limbs. Could one not obtain a key, yet still seize the opportunity? As the crowd advanced toward the second floor, they eagerly prepared for confrontation. Only Xiangpa remained stationary, his mind remarkably clear, observing that Luo Feng did not move. He too chose to stay put. However, Beerus and Quitella followed the troops as they ascended to the second floor, perhaps brimming with confidence in their own abilities. Meanwhile, on the first floor, only Xiangpa, Tej, and Luo Feng remained, indicating that Tej was resolutely determined to confront Luo Feng. At this moment, Tiger was contemplating that since Luo Feng had obtained the golden crown and successfully breached the formidable crystal barrier outside, it was certain that this fellow possessed the key to the door within his body. If he could merely follow Luo Feng and eliminate him after he unlocked the entrance, the privilege to enter would undoubtedly belong to him. He chuckled to himself. Luo Feng, having dared to steal my limelight just now, do not blame me for being ruthless this time. Do you have any idea of the tremendous sacrifices our Tiger clan has made to achieve the title of God of Destruction? Suddenly, Tiger cast a wary glance at Xiangpa beside him, questioning whether this fellow truly lacked a key or was simply too intimidated to ascend to the second floor. Witnessing the murderous intent emanating from Tiger and the nonchalant demeanor of Luo Feng, Xiangpa let out a faint sigh. After all, prior to his arrival, he had inadvertently discovered a vibrant green key, not anticipating that such an inconspicuous object could possess such remarkable utility. Xiangpa refrained from rushing to the second floor immediately, weighing his own capabilities against the potential risks that awaited him there. Observing the palpable tension as Luo Feng and Tiger seemed poised to engage in combat, Xiangpa sighed once more. Perhaps my fortune does not lie here, he mused, casting a careful glance at Luo Feng and offering him a look of caution before gradually making his way toward the second floor's passage. Meanwhile, the sounds of chaos and violent clashes erupted from the second floor, indicating that few had acquired the key to the demon castle along the way. It was truly surprising how the bonds of camaraderie among classmates could shatter as easily as plastic. Perhaps Xiangpa's decision to hold back was indeed the wisest choice. As the tumult from the second floor began to subside, Xiangpa prepared to turn into the corridor leading to the upper level. Just before rounding the corner, he glanced at the eager Tiger and the seemingly unperturbed Luo Feng, sighed once again, and then vanished into the shadows of the staircase. The last words he heard were from Tiger, who grunted defiantly, Luo Feng, how dare you usurp my glory and thwart my plans? Regardless of whether you possess the key to the colossal door on the second floor, you are as good as dead now. With Xiangpa gone, it is just you and me left. Given your meager strength, even if you were to beg for mercy or offer the key to the door of destruction within you, your fate is sealed. Prepare to meet your end. In that moment, the entire first floor fell silent and vanished from Xiangpa's perception. He chose not to dwell on the conflict between Luo Feng and Tiger, for the outcome of their duel was of no direct consequence to him. As Xiangpa stepped through the entrance of the second-floor staircase, an unforgettable moment unfolded before him. What unfolds before his eyes at this moment is a scene of harrowing brutality, akin to that of a hellish inferno. Ruined walls, blood splattering everywhere. It is beyond comprehension how many former classmates from the Destruction Academy have met a tragic end on this very ground. Gazing upon the splattered blood, dismembered limbs, shattered skulls, and exposed entrails, one cannot help but question, is this the benevolence that once coursed through their veins? This sight utterly shatters Xiangpa's worldview. At this moment, in his eyes, there was nothing alive remaining here, save for the remnants of limbs and corpses. Indeed, there were 18 massive iron doors nearby, of which 16 had already been opened, presumably by victors who possessed the keys to these grand entrances. The group of classmates lying here would forever rest in eternal slumber, embodying the merciless nature of the Demon-S castle and serving as the final trial imposed by the Destruction Academy upon them. Whether they could discover the so-called Destruction God's earrings within the room hinged upon their luck and prowess. Champa, regaining his composure, ceased his overthinking and casually approached an open door. Inside, he sensed no energy fluctuations or life force emanating. He pondered which fortunate soul had ventured into this room. Extending his feline claw, he gently tapped the transparent barrier outside the door, only to find it impenetrable. It became evident that what the guide, Nephalian, had stated was indeed correct. Each room could only be entered by one individual. Once a key was used to unlock a door, that room transformed into a completely enclosed space, barring entry to others. Given this, Champa surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Yes, there were still 2 grand doors ahead, indicating the presence of 2 keys. He possessed one, and it appeared that that rascal, Tej, certainly lacked a key to this spatial door. The other key holder was undoubtedly Luo Feng, and the outcome of their confrontation would depend on the strength of both. As Champa approached the 17th door, ready to retrieve his key and enter, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, detecting an elusive aura amidst the heap of corpses and severed limbs. Was it truly as he had surmised? Just as he prepared to open the door, a shadow emerged from the pile of bodies, a bloodied figure with fierce, predatory eyes. It was a dwarven warrior. Despite suffering considerable injuries, his limbs bore no irreversible damage, and he had been hiding among the dead, feigning death to ambush the last 2 individuals possessing keys. What a world of diverse characters. Fortunately, Champa was adequately prepared and skillfully evaded the would-be assailant's deadly strike. The warrior, evidently weakened from the recent skirmish, had relied on his last breath for this desperate attempt. Had he succeeded, he might have secured his life. However, his ambush failed spectacularly, and Champa retaliated with a swift, lethal swipe of his claw, severing the assailant's body into several pieces, contributing further to the grim collection of limbs on the ground. Champa furrowed his brow slightly, bemused by the bizarre events he encountered. He was left wondering what awaited him behind the door. Just then, he heard rapid footsteps echoing from the corridor above. Had the 2 finally determined their victor? I truly cannot discern whether it is Luo Feng or Tiger. However, such matters have become inconsequential. Chapter 72, The Red Ring. As Xiangpa stepped through the door, only one final grand entrance remained for the victor among the 2. Just before entering, Xiangpa's gaze fell upon Luo Feng, who was leisurely making his way into the corridor of the 2nd floor. It turns out it was that rascal Luo Feng once again. At this moment, Xiangpa's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinholes, while Luo Feng inexplicably held a pulsating heart in his grasp. This must be the heart of that young rascal. Tej. One could hardly anticipate that Luo Feng would act with such swiftness. Yet, one cannot entirely fault his ruthlessness. After all, within the confines of the Destruction Academy, it is either your demise or mine, a truth that Xiangpa was acutely aware of. Subsequently, a peculiar force emanated from the vicinity of Xiangpa, likely a unique energy from the door he stood before. What registered in Xiangpa's vision was Luo Feng's single hand, which gently clenched, causing Tej's heart to shatter into fragments, almost splattering blood onto him. Xiangpa felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, prompting him to enter the grand door immediately. At that moment, Luo Feng observed Xiangpa's figure and offered a faint smile. Perhaps this served as a warning for the young man. Yet upon witnessing the devastation around him, Luo Feng's lips quivered slightly. Perhaps this was merely the inception of hell itself. Those capable of passing through the door were likely the so-called elites of the Destruction Academy. As for how many would emerge unscathed, that hinged on their fortune. Luo Feng strode directly toward the final grand door, while the key to his fate floated gently in the air. With a crisp click, a certain forbidden zone seemed to have been unlocked, leaving Luo Feng with a curious sensation. However, since he had come this far, retreat was not an option. It appeared he might indeed be the grand finale of this unfolding drama. As the wooden door creaked open, a scene as dark as a black hole materialized before him. In that moment, Luo Feng sensed that the space within the door might require a brief transmission, just as he had surmised. He found himself entirely engulfed by the black void before him. A sensation of vertigo surged through Luo Feng, yet he quickly steadied his mind. Unaffected by the influence of this miniature teleportation array, perhaps this was part of his foundation as a formidable being. Soon, the dizzying sensation dissipated. And as Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was confined within a small chamber. This room was exceedingly antiquated, devoid of any special adornments. Its stone walls lacking windows. Within the stone abode stood a diminutive wooden table and a small stone chair, upon which flickered a dimly glowing candle, casting an ethereal ambience. It appeared to be a study or perhaps a bedroom belonging to someone. Due to the candle's feeble light, Luo Feng struggled to discern details, and his attention was drawn directly to the table before him. There lay a special ring, aflame with a burning fire, quietly resting atop the table, radiating an extraordinary and resplendent glow that evoked a sense of peculiar familiarity within Luo Feng. A ring. No. The legacy of the destroyer was said to be a golden earring, was it not? Why then was there a fiery red ring? This seemed to diverge significantly from the narrative he had anticipated. However, at the very least, this ring did not imbue Luo Feng with any malice or peculiar sensations. Instead, it evoked a sense of familiarity, as if it were an integral part of his being. Perhaps within these 18 chambers lay a unique presence. As Luo Feng prepared to closely examine the peculiar ring upon the table, a sudden sound of applause echoed from the shadows of the room. Astonishingly, there were indeed outsiders, and this individual had managed to evade Luo Feng's perceptive abilities. In an instant, a hidden door swung open, revealing that the person beside him was not the source of his inquiry. The ability to conceal oneself from Luo Feng's scrutiny suggested that this individual had been lurking within a concealed chamber, thus eluding his detection. Since this person chose to reveal themselves, it indicated they were likely the guardian of the ring. With this realization, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. Indeed, possessing the key allowed entry into the ancient castle, into this so-called independent space. This was merely the first step. Perhaps true recognition of the legacy was required to attain the items associated with the god of destruction. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the applause, and to his astonishment, the figure emerging from the shadows was none other than Nefarian, who had earlier claimed to be their guide on the first floor. Observing the current demeanor of this individual elicited a faint smile from Luo Feng. As he recalled seeing a figure resembling him in another realm, it seemed that the similarity in names was not mere coincidence. Perhaps this was a serendipitous encounter across parallel dimensions. Nevertheless, all of that was inconsequential now, as it appeared that this character was indeed the guardian of the legacy within this independent space. Noticing that Luo Feng exhibited no signs of confusion or astonishment, the applauding man appeared somewhat bored and shrugged his shoulders, stating, "You truly are fortunate to encounter me here. Well, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Having declared myself your guide, I now assume the role of guardian in this room. Have you noticed the ring upon the table?" Luo Feng observed the grand entrance of this character, yet he was acutely aware of the individual's true nature. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that this was merely a pet of the previous god of destruction, now pretending to be an esteemed expert. "Let us see how you maintain the charade," he thought. As Luo Feng remained silent, Nefarian ceased his ostentatious display, shrugging once more as he continued, "Whether by luck or destiny, it is indeed miraculous that you have obtained the legacy of the god of destruction." Luo Feng felt a sense of clarity. The ordinary god of destruction title conferred merely the god of destruction's earring. However, the red ring before him was clearly different from the standard insignia. If Nefarian's assertions held true, he had acquired the legacy of the god of destruction king, signifying the pinnacle of the hierarchy within the realm of destruction. Though the notion of inheritance evokes a sense of warmth, the quest to acquire this ring appears far more complex than one might initially presume. In the blink of an eye, Nefarian's words elucidated the challenges that lay ahead for Luo Feng. The former's smile faded, replaced by a demeanor of indifference. Chapter 73. The dust on my legs, Nefarian stated earnestly. As I mentioned earlier, this ring before you is the ring of the destruction god king, which is entirely distinct from that of an ordinary destruction god. Naturally, your presence here signifies a significant connection to this inheritance. However, that does not imply I shall ease the path for you to obtain the legacy of the destruction god king. Hence, adhering to the old rules. Let us dispense with needless chatter. Should you succeed in defeating me, the legacy of this destruction God King's ring shall be yours. As for the extent of your achievement, that remains contingent upon your capabilities. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I was once the servant of the previous destruction God King. As these words escaped his lips, Luofeng couldn't help but chuckle internally. Indeed, it seemed that his assumptions were largely accurate. This young man bore a significant connection to the previous Destroyer King. The term servant was merely a flattering embellishment. To put it more charitably, one might consider him a pet. Though a less flattering interpretation would suggest he was merely a steed of the former Destroyer King. However, the true identity of this individual might soon be revealed. Yet, before that could happen, he must first be subdued. Observing the young man's air of superiority, Luofeng surmised that his prowess was likely formidable. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. Given the young man's demeanor, Luofeng refrained from engaging in further idle chatter, regardless of the underlying reasons. His primary objective was to defeat this adversary, no matter what his identity was, or how potent the connection to the ring on the table might be. Action would take precedence over words, a principle Luofeng staunchly adhered to. Although the young man exhibited no malice, it was evident that failing to overcome him would preclude Luofeng from inheriting the legacy of the Destroyer King. Without divine status, all aspirations would be rendered meaningless. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Luofeng's lips. In the next instant, a wave of explosive kinetic energy erupted around his feet, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. Opposite him, Nefarian was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the decisiveness displayed by the heir of the Destroyer King, who launched into action without a single inquiry or unnecessary dialogue. This behavior was indeed emblematic of the Destroyer King's temperament. Perhaps he truly was the successor to this mantle. A faint smile also appeared on Nefarian's lips. After enduring a long period of humiliation and hardship, he had finally witnessed the emergence of the relics of the current Destroyer King before him, alongside a potential new figure to bear this title. Perhaps the trials and tribulations he had suffered were not in vain. If this young man possessed sufficient strength, he might indeed forge an entirely new legend. Since the fall of the previous Destroyer King, Nefarian had endured immense suffering. And now he saw in this young man an opportunity to hone his skills and vent the pent-up resentment and anger accumulated over the years. However, the next moment brought a shocking turn of events for Nefarian, as the young man undergoing the trial defied all expectations. With a swift motion, he evaded Nefarian's powerful punch aimed at his face. Immediately thereafter, the young man launched a bizarre kick straight towards Nefarian's abdomen. Nefarian was momentarily stunned. This brief lapse in concentration cost him the advantage he had hoped to maintain. He could hardly comprehend how this young man had so effortlessly evaded his formidable strike. Could it be that his years of not engaging in combat with humans had led to a decline in his prowess? However, such a scenario was implausible. The inherent physique and power of the Abyssal Dragon clan were not something an ordinary Destroyer Academy student could evade. Yet, the reality was undeniably striking. His formidable punch was effortlessly sidestepped by Luofeng, who then ventured a bold counterattack against this guardian. With a swift kick, Luofeng struck directly at Nefarian's abdomen. In that moment, the pretentious guardian was propelled backward like a cannibal, soaring in a dramatic arc before crashing into the stone wall behind him, embedding himself in a shape reminiscent of a shrimp. Perhaps the spatial dynamics of this realm diverged significantly from those of the outside world. Although both Luofeng's and Nefarian's powers surpassed the capabilities typical of the Destroyer Academy, the structural integrity of the room remained remarkably stable. Nefarian's collision with the wall did not precipitate a collapse. Instead, a thunderous sound echoed as he was tragically imprinted into the stone. Meanwhile, Luofeng dusted off his trousers, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his kick. Since his arrival in this realm, he had delivered this kick to numerous adversaries, yet none had yielded a result of complete efficacy. After all, the soul he possessed and the corporeal form of this world required time to harmonize. And although his techniques had forcibly merged with the power of destruction, achieving the full potential of this kick still necessitated a period of adjustment. Just moments ago, as Nefarian's heavy fist was evaded, Luofeng's retaliatory kick flowed with a seamless finesse, perhaps inspired by the Destroyer King ring adorning his finger. Unfortunately for the pretentious guardian, the tables had turned. With a fierce roar, Nefarian struggled to extract himself from the hollow cavity he had been thrust into. He had not anticipated that the individual poised for teleportation would exhibit such ferocity, embedding him within the adjacent wall. His pride felt as though it had been ground into the dirt. "Impudent brat, I was careless before. I shall not grant you another opportunity," Nefarian bellowed. Yet, as he uttered these words, he suddenly perceived a flicker before his eyes. Luofeng, who had been smiling, had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding washed over Nefarian. Surely not. In an instant, Luofeng reappeared behind him, his powerful hand clasping Nefarian's dark skull with intent. At this moment, Nephilim could not help but think that this fellow truly was as he appeared. Indeed, Luofeng did not disappoint him. With a gentle yet firm motion, Luofeng pressed Nephilim's stubborn head down onto the ground. Chapter 74. The dragon's roar. This was the rhythm of being forced against the ground, and Nephilim's anger surged forth. He summoned all his strength to lift his head once more, perhaps displaying his final defiance. However, with Nephilim's resistance, a powerful force once again struck the back of his head in an irresistible manner. Just as he had managed to raise his head, Luofeng pressed him back down, repeating this action 5 times. Nephilim felt utterly exhausted, his head pounding from the relentless impact against the ground. This fellow, akin to a head-banging insect, was supposedly a so-called heir. Luofeng chuckled lightly, recognizing that this individual, who pretended to embody an air of grandeur and claimed to be a deep abyss dragon, was evidently not his match in this state. Given this situation, it would not be in Luofeng's nature to take a life opportunistically. Defeating Nephilim seemed to contradict Luofeng's principles. If the opponent bore any intent to kill him, he would certainly respond without mercy. Yet, Nephilim's identity was somewhat unique. Firstly, he harbored no murderous intent toward Luofeng, merely acting as a guardian of treasures. Secondly, he appeared to be the steed of the previous god of destruction. Since the former god of destruction tolerated this fellow, Luofeng's strategy was to subdue him first. Otherwise, any future disturbances would be an act of irresponsibility on his part. Having contemplated all this, Luofeng ceased pressing Nephilim's head down, recognizing that such a humiliating tactic would cast a long shadow over the dragon's psyche. Nephilim might very well become his steed in the future. At this moment, Luofeng gently pressed Nephilim's head firmly to the floor, leaving him no space to struggle. The psychological burden on Nephilim was immense. Luofeng's ruthlessness was astonishing, treating him like a mere head-banging insect. Now, this fellow seemed to have unleashed his true strength, leaving Nephilim with no opportunity to even lift his head, a truly embarrassing predicament. Yet, in the next moment, an even more humiliating incident unfolded. Luofeng pressed Nephilim's head down completely into the stone slab and began to push him forward, causing him to slide several meters with a screeching sound. Nephilim's face was left bruised and battered, while Luofeng casually stepped aside, wearing a mischievous smile, and said, "So, Guardian, does this count as passing the test?" Seeing Luofeng standing there, nonchalant and grinning, Nephilim's fury reached its zenith. With a sweeping motion of his large hand, the hidden door beside the stone wall swung wide open. "Do not get too cocky, you brat. I told you just now," Nephilim retorted, his anger palpable. "I am indeed the guardian of this place. With that in mind, I shall consider your first trial a success. However, I regret to inform you that as a member of the abyssal dragon lineage, I find it impossible to unleash my full potential in human form. Behold the grand terrace of the ancient castle outside. Do you dare to engage me in combat there? It seems this fellow is ill-suited to transform here, yearning instead to assume the form of an abyssal dragon for our duel." This thought brought a faint smile to Luofeng's face. "Very well, lead the way." Luofeng's mind wandered endlessly. Although this creature's humanoid form appeared weak, it could still contend with an ordinary destroyer god. I surmise that its dragon form may indeed bring genuine surprises. It seems this young one aligns with my expectations. Perhaps after acquiring the legacy of the destroyer god king, he would become my steed. The notion of becoming a dragon knight in the realm of dragons stirred an inexplicable excitement within me, regardless of the time or space. Being a dragon knight is the true aspiration of a hero, although this dragon seems somewhat feeble at present. Once it transforms into a black dragon and becomes part of the abyssal dragon lineage, its strength should not be lacking. In the next moment, Luofeng stepped through the hidden door of the chamber, revealing a vast terrace. This must be the pinnacle of the castle. The surroundings felt strangely familiar in the distance. There lay a throne, perhaps the very seat once occupied by the destroyer god king. How peculiar. Why is this ancient fortress dubbed the Castle of Destruction? Perhaps this is the reason. Observing the tendrils of black mist swirling in the sky, Luofeng pondered if this was the manifestation of Nefarian transforming into his dragon form. Yet, such matters seem trivial now. If I wish to truly overpower my adversary, I must confront him once he has fully unleashed his abilities, delivering a decisive blow. Otherwise, this fellow may cause further disturbances. In the next instant, a colossal black dragon, its wingspan exceeding 80 meters, unleashed a thunderous roar from the heavens. This magnificent creature must be Nefarian's true essence, the embodiment of the abyssal dragon. Despite its enormous size, it exhibited remarkable agility, a characteristic reminiscent of my recollections. Though it certainly bore a rather grotesque visage. Its ebony scales cloaked its entire form, and a flowing pattern resembling molten lava coursed between the scales. Thus, the true form of the abyssal dragon is revealed. Should it take flight, Nefarian would undoubtedly reign supreme in the skies. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable that even in its formidable abyssal dragon form, Nefarian hesitated to launch a direct attack on Yunfeng from the air. Perhaps the realm of offense is not solely effective for their disciples. It appears to wield a direct deterrent effect on the guardians present as well. However, at this moment, Nefarian's method of attack transcended the previously humanoid form. He raised his colossal dragon head, and the magma-like blood patterns on his expansive belly underwent a peculiar transformation, slightly swelling. With a thunderous roar, akin to the ferocity of molten lava, the dragon unleashed a powerful torrent directed towards the location of Yunfeng's body, which could only be described as the dragon's greeting, the dragon's roar. Chapter 75. Administering the potion upon the podium of the Destruction God Academy, a radiant beam of light, as brilliant as a diamond, descended from one side of the horizon, instantly illuminating the high priest and the assembly of angels before him. At this moment, a radiant light converged, revealing a slender figure before the crowd. With silver hair cascading like a waterfall and wielding an ethereal angelic staff, it was none other than Alice, the youngest daughter of the high priest. How could this individual appear so abruptly on the podium? Her siblings regarded her with expressions of bewilderment, questioning the tardiness of their little sister. Meanwhile, Alice's gaze burned with intensity as she fixed her eyes upon the seemingly indifferent Makalita, as if the two harbored a deep-seated animosity. Yet, prior to this confrontation, Alice had gracefully bowed, paying her respects to the high priest, marking her final act of defiance. Then, with her eyes wide open in fury, Alice glared at Makalita, preparing for an unexpected course of action. In contrast, Makalita gazed skyward, sporting an innocent expression as though the unfolding drama bore no relevance to her. Witnessing this peculiar scene, the onlookers recalled Makalita's previous words, their minds awash with confusion. However, Alice soon provided the answer they sought. With trembling fingers, she pointed accusingly at Makalita and exclaimed, "Is this how an elder sister behaves? You have gone too far. How could you drug me? Not only did I lose my pet, but I also arrived late. What do you intend to do about these matters? If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation today, even with father present, I will not hesitate to confront you." Through Alice's impassioned words, it became evident to all that this unfortunate young girl had once again fallen victim to Makalita's schemes. At this moment, the high priest felt a subtle throbbing pain in his temples. He had merely instructed Makalita to retrieve Nefarian, without asking her to administer any potion to her sister. This situation seemed rather troublesome. Meanwhile, Makalita, with an expression of innocence, exclaimed, "Do not wrongfully accuse me. I have not administered any drug to you. That was merely my alchemical concoction, shaped to resemble a lollipop. Who could have predicted that you, with your insatiable appetite, would seize it without asking? Indeed, you boldly consumed it, and even dared to claim it was taken by force, all without my consent. Tell me, dear girl, who can you blame for this? Can my alchemical preparations be treated so carelessly?" Humph. At this moment, Alice's silver teeth clacked together audibly. "Very well, even if I did indulge in your alchemical concoction, I admit my fault. But what do you have to say about taking my little pet Nefarian while I was unconscious?" When it came to Nefarian, Makalita grew even more indignant. This is not my fault. I was merely following my father's orders to retrieve this little darling from you for a brief period. After all, for the final trial, we require a guardian and a guide, and that is Nefarian's role. Did you truly believe he was merely there for your amusement?" She continued, "Moreover, you, my dear, spend your days neglecting your duties, dreaming of becoming a dragon rider, when you are, in fact, a battle angel. How can you scold me in such a manner? Dean, for both personal and official reasons, you must take my side." Observing Makalita's brazen demeanor, it appeared she had indeed received the authority of the high priest. At this moment, Alice's forehead was prominently adorned with swollen, bluish veins, and her pure, beautiful face displayed pulsating blood vessels, indicating that the girl was on the verge of being driven mad by Margarita. The high priest, with a hand pressed against his forehead, wore a look of exasperation as he observed the quarrel between the two sisters. Not a single one of them was easy to handle. Margarita, it was evident, was doing this on purpose. After all, why else would she bring her trial elixir, fashioned into the shape of Alice's favorite lollipop, with such trivial skills? It was not just Alice, the battle angel, who could be entranced. Even the Lord of all might easily succumb to her charms. The high priest held a degree of confidence in this regard, although it appeared that Margarita did not yet possess the audacity to meddle with these battle angels. However, it was entirely plausible that she would play pranks on her little sister. Perhaps Alice harbored a unique fascination for the ancient dragon Nefarian, as it was the only spiritual relic left by the previous god of destruction, regarded as a treasured pet by Alice. Margarita's point was not entirely unfounded. It was indeed peculiar that Alice, the battle angel most akin to herself, devoted all her interests to pet care, especially raising an ancient dragon. Was her obsession with becoming a dragon rider truly that formidable? Observing his youngest daughter, whose talents and combat prowess mirrored his own, the high priest felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was a mistake to have Margarita seek out Nefarian. While it was acceptable for Nefarian's pet to be fostered by Alice, the fact remained that this was the pet of the former god of destruction. Now that the relic of the god of destruction had surfaced in the trial grounds, it certainly could not be ignored, as it bore a direct relation to the legacy of the god of destruction. Alice likely understood the gravity of the situation, yet her fixation seemed unreasonable. Truly a source of headache. Just as the high priest pondered how to resolve the conflict between the two sisters, Alice's aura suddenly surged outward, her entire being radiating energy that sparkled like diamonds, expanding infinitely. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with a violent yet formidable energy, causing even the high priest to nod in subtle approval. Although this daughter exhibited certain distinctions from ordinary angels, her combat prowess bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. She was the youngest child, and he had not invested much effort into her training. Nonetheless, the latent fighting talent and potential she displayed far surpassed his own. Meanwhile, Makalita was momentarily taken aback, placing a delicate hand upon her cherry-red lips, her eyes wide with curiosity as she exclaimed, "Alice, your strength has advanced once again. Truly, you are the one who resembles father the most. However, I am no match for you. Before our esteemed father, would you dare to engage me in combat?" At this moment, Alice was exceedingly furious. Having unleashed a potent force and energy, she saw no reason to be courteous to the sister who had drugged her. Not only had she stealthily taken away her most cherished pet, but she had also truly administered a drug to her, all while justifying her actions with audacity. Although it seemed that all of this stemmed from Alice's gluttony, she had completely forgotten her indulgent experience. All she recalled was that after consuming Margarita's candy, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, she was the mightiest battle angel, and to be drugged by her own sister was utterly intolerable. Chapter 76. Dragon's Breath and Magma. With a fierce determination, Alice brandished her angelic scepter and, with a swift motion, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards Margarita. It appeared that she was indeed intent on settling the score with her sister. Suddenly, a gentle blue light manifested between Margarita and Alice, enveloping them in a deep blue bubble. In this manner, the two furious entities were completely isolated by a layer of energy casually cast by the high priest, who regarded Alice with a bemused expression for daring to challenge her sister in his presence. The high priest addressed them, "You two are truly a handful. Can you not refrain from such antics? And Alice, do you realize the occasion? This is the ultimate trial of the Destruction Academy, where the potential emergence of several top-tier destroyers from our realm hinges on the outcomes of this trial. While I may overlook your mischief at times, Margarita, you two have much to answer for. I simply called upon you to retrieve Nefarian from Alice, and look what you've done. You two shall face my wrath once this matter concludes." It seems the high priest intends to administer equal measures of discipline. At this moment, Makalita observed that Alice was genuinely agitated, and the high priest showed no intention of defending her. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. It appeared that this usually benevolent father figure was somewhat irked this time. It dawned on her that creating such a disturbance at this crucial juncture and aggravating Alice was indeed a grave misstep. Perhaps, she mused, bowing her head now could salvage the situation. In an instant, Makalita transformed from her previous haughty demeanor into a picture of submissive charm. Resembling a delicate bird seeking comfort, "Father, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me." She then turned to Alice, her beloved sister. "Next time, I promise to communicate clearly. Please find it in your heart to forgive your sister." Makalita's sudden shift from arrogance to humility left her siblings utterly bewildered. Was this truly the same audacious alchemical prodigy they knew? How could she descend to such depths of uncharacteristic humility? At this moment, Alice was taken aback by her sister's audacious antics, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation. However, the sudden display of timidity from Margarita left Alice with little inclination to continue the argument with her unscrupulous sister, especially in the presence of their father. Moreover, when it came to strength, Margarita was indeed no match for Alice, yet it was evident that this was not the appropriate time to escalate the situation further. At this moment, Alice took a deep breath, gradually retracting her energy and desire for battle. She then turned her gaze towards the high priest and bestowed upon him a pure and endearing smile, her eyes narrowing like a crescent moon, exuding an air of playful charm. At this moment, witnessing the demeanor of his two daughters, the high priest was beset with a profound headache. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring for bloodshed. He pondered what sins he had committed to deserve such turmoil. Was it merely in pursuit of a few competent destroyers? Must it escalate to this extent? Furthermore, this young Alice had been overly indulged, causing a ruckus at the trial assembly over a mere pet. However, as the high priest's mind swiftly processed the situation, he realized with surprise that Nefarian could transform into a dragon. He had not anticipated witnessing its primal form. The abyssal dragon, after all these years. Yet, it seemed at this time, the lad Luofeng might be in for trouble. With the high priest's unexpected interruption, both Alice and Makalita ceased their playful antics. The sisters, Sabatos and her sibling, intuitively understood, one comforting Alice while the other reprimanded Makalita. Following the high priest's words, the crowd once again shifted their gaze to the castle's rooftop, observing the fierce clash between the abyssal dragon Nefarian and the destroyer trainee, Luofeng. This battle indeed piqued the interest of all the angelic mentors, as they had never witnessed a destroyer trainee engaging in combat with a demonic abyssal dragon. Although Nefarian was known as a creature of the abyss, having once served as both steed and pet to the previous destroyer king, it had been under Alice's care for an extended period. Thus, the extent of its combat prowess was uncertain. Ancient legends spoke of this being as exceedingly powerful. Yet at this moment, it appeared to fall short of such a claim. Upon transforming into its dragon form, Nefarian unleashed a dragon's breath that astonished the onlookers. In their recollections, the mightiest magical assault from the dragonkin, commencing with the dragon god, was the so-called dragon's breath. The most formidable branch of this attack belonged to the abyssal dragon clan, renowned for both its overwhelming area effect and magical potency. For any ordinary human, even one who had not yet ascended to the status of a destroyer, withstood the full force of such an assault was inconceivable. This attack, judging by its energy and range, appeared to be Nefarian's full-powered strike. As an elite of the abyssal dragon lineage, having received the legacy and training of the former destroyer king, its offensive capabilities were undoubtedly on par with those of the angels, if not superior. Any disparity would be minimal, as angels tended to spar with staves rather than unleashing their full might. Yet, here was Nefarian, employing such a decisive skill against a mere trainee. An instance of overkill indeed. Nevertheless, within Nefarian's heart, thoughts ran differently. This impudent Luofeng had dared to insult him so brazenly, pressing his head against the ground in humiliation. Now, he resolved to obliterate him with his ultimate technique, turning him into cosmic detritus, regardless of who he was. Even if he had fortuitously acquired the crown of the Destroyer King, Nefarian held no fear. However, since he had been compelled to reveal his true form, there was no need for courtesy. If Luofeng sought to become his master or gain the legacy of the Destroyer King, he must first endure the wrath of his dragon's breath. At this moment, Nefarian was exuberantly unleashing torrents of dragon breath and magma, reveling in the sheer joy of such a vigorous display, lamenting only that his opponent had positioned himself so perfectly. However, in the next instant, as Nefarian beheld the concentrated flames of his dragon breath converging upon Luofeng, the latter waved his hand nonchalantly. The inferno split as if cleaved in two, racing along either side of Luofeng's form, incinerating everything on the adjacent terrace into scorched earth. Yet, astonishingly, the space directly before Luofeng remained untouched, as if a peculiar energy had bifurcated Nefarian's dragon breath entirely. How is this possible? My dragon breath, and used for too long has malfunctioned. Chapter 77. Unbounded Fury Immediately. Nefarian's eyes widened to an alarming degree, narrowing to the size of pinpricks as he observed the crimson ring adorning Luo Feng's finger. Indeed, the very ring inherited from the god of destruction. It was utterly unfathomable that it had found its way onto Luo Feng's hand. Could it be that his transformation and attack had inadvertently acknowledged the sole relic of the god of destruction as its master, thus aiding Luo Feng in fending off his own assault? At that moment, not only was Nefarian's mind in a state of complete disarray, but Luo Feng too felt a twinge of astonishment when had this ring inexplicably slipped onto his finger, initially sensing a profound threat. He had contemplated utilizing the power of the god of destruction behind him to temporarily shield against Nefarian's onslaught, then leveraging his agility to confront the abyssal dragon. Yet, to his utter surprise, his initial maneuver had entirely cleaved through Nefarian's dragon breath, far exceeding his expectations. What was perplexing, however, was that the ring had been resting quietly on the table in the room moments before. He had neither touched it nor had the time to examine it. Could it be that the ring sensed the imminent danger surrounding Luo Feng and autonomously flew to adorn his finger, simultaneously activating a protective instinct? Such an occurrence was indeed beyond anyone's anticipation. Now, not only were the two directly involved in a state of bewilderment, but the observing high priest and the assembled angels were equally stunned. Among them, it was Alice who broke the silence, exclaiming, "Nefarian, you rascal! I told you to transform into a dragon for me to ride, yet you refused to listen. Soft methods failed, hard ones failed. Now, confronted by an ordinary student, you transform into a dragon and engage in battle. If you had simply let me ride you, I would have lost all interest." At this juncture, the girl seemed less concerned with the implications of the god of destruction's ring adorning Luo Feng's hand, which had fortuitously shielded him from Nefarian's lethal attack. At this moment, the esteemed archangel, along with the likes of Bardas, Kess, and Vis, inhaled deeply. Could it be that Luo Feng is indeed the destined one? After all, he was the one who discovered the crown of the god of destruction and the one who unlocked the ancient demon castle with it. Now, facing Nefarian, the former pet of the god of destruction, the crown had transformed into a vivid crimson ring, and this individual, who seemed to be the protector of the crown, was also named Luo Feng. How had he accomplished this? Was he truly the new god of destruction? As these thoughts crossed their minds, the angels recalled Luo Feng's various actions, and at last, a realization dawned upon them. The only one who felt a twinge of loss was Angel Kess. For since the moment her staff had malfunctioned, the greatest beneficiary had been that insufferable brat, Luo Feng. Moreover, prior to this trial, he had remained inconspicuous, lacking any remarkable attributes, and his strength was among the lowest in the academy. However, this unexpected turn of events was indeed rather significant. After all, her secret technique, the soul-shattering art, had been learned by Luo Feng. This was a skill Kess had acquired from the archangel, who in turn had learned it from the god of destruction himself, a secret art of the god of destruction. Realizing this, Kess pointed at Luo Feng's hand on the screen, exclaiming sharply, "Heavens! I thought his mastery of the soul-shattering art was merely an illusion." "Father, no, esteemed Dean, have you noticed?" When Luo Feng waved his hand just now, it was clearly the god of destruction's technique of law-shattering. Upon hearing her words, the other angels suddenly understood. Indeed, was this not the signature skill of the previous god of destruction? First, he had utilized the soul-shattering art, and now he had mastered law-shattering, even gaining recognition from the ring of the god of destruction's legacy. It seemed this young man was indeed the real deal. The archangel revealed a benevolent smile, saying, "Ah, it appears we have truly stumbled upon treasure this time. Perhaps he is indeed the one, and our new universe may yet be saved." With that, the archangel uttered a phrase that left the others perplexed, though Kess remained lost in thought, her heart surging with excitement as myriad ideas flooded her mind. As one of the elder angels and the eldest among the archangel's children, she was profoundly affected. With Alice's interruption, the angels and the archangel ceased their detailed observation of the unfolding events in the demon castle during the trial. Nevertheless, as Alice and Kess pondered, the archangel redirected his attention to the fierce battle between Luo Feng and Nefarian, for this was indeed the most intense combat taking place in the castle. The other angels, disinterested in the performances of the other students, turned their gaze towards this crucial confrontation. At this moment, Luo Feng effortlessly cleaved through Nefarian's formidable onslaught. In the next instant, Nefarian unleashed a torrent of his energy, Yet the bewildered expression on his face remained unmistakable. When did this fellow acquire such a skill? This was an ability once possessed by the god of destruction himself. How could this young man possibly wield it? Furthermore, what did that flicker of red light in his hand signify? At this moment, not only Nefarian, but even the instigator, Luo Feng, found himself somewhat taken aback. The fiery red ring that had previously rested upon the table suddenly soared towards him as if summoned by an unseen force, and in a peculiar manner. It slipped directly onto the index finger of his right hand. As the crimson glow flickered, the entire ring vanished into Luo Feng's body, as if rendered invisible. Perhaps this ring had become an integral part of his very being in this realm. It was not akin to the Glutton narratives of yore that required blood oaths or sacrificial rites for allegiance. Rather, it felt as though Luo Feng's possession had simply returned to him. This return, however, brought with it a profound impact. For the instant the red flame ring merged with Luo Feng's form, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind, an influx of knowledge pertaining to techniques. It seemed as if a multitude of destructive skills, inherited from the god of destruction, flooded into his consciousness all at once. Although he could not instantly assimilate this wealth of knowledge into combat prowess, it at least illuminated the nature of the god of destruction from years past. The transformation of a crown into a ring had already imparted an air of peculiarity to Luo Feng. Yet he had not anticipated the swiftness of its arrival nor the sheer volume of information it bore. Chapter 78, The Art of Destruction at this moment. The 6 forms of destructive divine power surged into Luo Feng's mind, encompassing the techniques of soul-shattering, law-breaking, body-rupturing, armor-piercing, void disruption, and space-shattering. Moreover, the methods of utilizing these skills and channeling energy were thoroughly engraved within Luo Feng's being. At this moment, Luo Feng could not afford to ponder deeply. The ring had already merged with his being. Clearly, this was not the time for hesitation, as Nefarian's overwhelming breath was now upon him. In this critical instant, Luo Feng waved his hand, unleashing a gust that manifested the destructive spell from the legacy of the god of destruction. After all, the dragon's breath was the most potent spell for the Abyssal Dragon clan, serving as their most formidable area attack. Remarkably, Luo Feng's impromptu casting of this counterspell dissipated the incoming onslaught, sending it whistling past him on either side. Without allowing Nefarian a moment to regain his composure, Luo Feng swiftly assessed the situation and evaded the dragon's breath attack. In the next heartbeat, he found himself positioned beneath the massive head of Nefarian. The fluidity of his movements resembled a dance, devoid of any discord, which filled Luo Feng's heart with immense satisfaction. The soul-shattering technique was merely a fragment of the god of destruction's legacy. The high priest had entrusted it to Kess and sealed it within the scepter, enabling Luo Feng to master this unique secret art. Now, the remaining 5 techniques had fully integrated into his being. At this moment, Luo Feng found himself contemplating the next opportunity. Perhaps, with a stroke of fortune, he might indeed amalgamate these 6 techniques into a singular form. However, that was a matter for another time. Confronted by the imposing Abyssal Dragon, it appeared that Luo Feng's ordinary strikes and skills failed to inflict any significant damage. Yet, having just employed the technique of destruction to neutralize the dragon's most formidable spell, the Dragon's Roar, he felt compelled to experiment with the so-called body destruction technique and uncover the potency of its offensive capabilities. With a sudden surge of determination, Luo Feng executed an uppercut, a manifestation of the body destruction technique inherited from the god of destruction. The impact resonated with a forceful bang as his fist connected with Nefarian's jaw. The dragon, previously engaged in unleashing its breath attack, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. Its spell interrupted mid-cast. The very essence of the body destruction technique had managed to distort the otherwise invulnerable countenance of Nefarian. In that instant, Nefarian's spell was disrupted, causing him to sway precariously, nearly losing his balance. He was not only bewildered but also engulfed in a sense of confusion. How could this be possible? This technique belonged to the Lord of Destruction, and yet it was wielded against him. Fortunately, the human named Luo Feng merely commanded the power of destruction, not the divine might of the god of destruction. Had he possessed the latter, coupled with the mastery of these formidable techniques, Nefarian would surely meet his demise. Shaking his massive head to regain composure, Nefarian took a step back, momentarily dazed but quickly regaining his clarity. This young man had seemingly stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Despite his possession of potent skills, Nefarian noted that Luo Feng's energy had yet to undergo transformation. Though he had gained the recognition of the god of destruction's ring and acquired these techniques and knowledge, His fundamental energy had not fully transmuted into the power of destruction. Thus, Nefarian still perceived a glimmer of hope, while a measure of submission had begun to take root in Nefarian's heart towards Luo Feng. It was important to note that this submission was primarily directed at the legacy of the god of destruction's ring. It reflected a poignant nostalgia for the former god of destruction, devoid of any intense murderous intent. As for his attitude towards Luo Feng himself, it lingered in a state of ambivalence, wavering between recognition and skepticism. Whether he would ultimately acknowledge Luo Feng as his master would hinge upon the young man's subsequent actions. Regardless of combat prowess or intelligence, no matter how formidable his energy or how profound his mastery of techniques, if a person's combat acumen is insufficient, he is unworthy of being a servant of Nefarian. Contemplating this, Nefarian promptly adjusted his mindset, recalling the insufferable battle angel, Alice. Although immensely powerful, this paragon among angels harbored a fanciful desire to become a dragon knight. The only entity deserving of such a role alongside himself was none other than the illustrious Lord of Destruction. As for anyone else, they need not even dream. It was particularly vexing that this little angel, Alice, resorted to luring him with sweets and delicacies, wielding her staff to incessantly prod and intimidate him, treating him as though he were a mere 3-year-old dragon, utterly outrageous. The figure before him, Luo Feng, clearly surpassed Alice in both demeanor and capability, and at this moment, Nefarian had arrived at a fundamental assessment. Yet, the uncertainty lingered about whether this final confrontation might yield unexpected surprises. At present, Luo Feng's body-destroying technique had caused Nefarian to sway his head. Nevertheless, Luo Feng recognized the challenge at hand. This creature's physique was overwhelmingly vast, and the molten patterns adorning its form rendered its defenses practically impregnable. While the technique had momentarily staggered him, it was evident that he had sustained little damage and would likely recover swiftly. At this moment, Luo Feng realized that it was not the technique of the Taoist transmission that was lacking, but rather that his current power was merely destructive force and had yet to transform into the divine power of destruction. This distinction was indeed of monumental significance. Nevertheless, Luo Feng had always adhered to the principle that quality could compensate for quantity. If a single punch proved ineffective, then he would deliver several more. For problems that could not be resolved with one strike, a flurry of blows would inevitably yield unexpected results. At this moment, Luo Feng's figure swayed once more. Having already reached the belly of Nefarian, the dragon, perhaps your head and neck possess formidable defenses, but now, targeting your abdomen, which should be a part of the dragon's heart, is my focus. Here, Luo Feng held a great deal of confidence in his own strength. Observing his actions, Nefarian, transformed into a dragon, revealed a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. His pupils radiated a mocking laughter, as if to say, "Do you truly believe that the apparent vulnerability of my abdomen is a weakness? Do not jest. If you wish to strike my belly, you must first endure my physical assault." Immediately, Nefarian's 2 dragon claws transformed into fleeting shadows, howling as they launched a fierce attack on Luo Feng. It seemed that this abyssal demon dragon was not merely adept at conventional dragon magic, but was also a formidable opponent in physical combat. Witnessing Nefarian's ambush, a smirk tugged at the corners of Luo Feng's mouth. I may have underestimated this behemoth, he thought, yet he remained confident that everything was well within his control. Chapter 79. Breaking the armor and reverse scales. Luo Feng's greatest advantage in this world was the ancient martial inheritance he had brought with him, specifically the so-called lightness skill. As Nefarian's dragon claws descended, Luo Feng's figure transformed into a mere shadow, deftly evading the assault with remarkable agility. The various gusts and energies emitted by Nefarian's colossal claws failed to leave even a scratch on Luo Feng's body. Not even his clothing appeared to have been torn. Nefarian, now filled with fury, found this slippery adversary as elusive as an eel. Though he seemed to lack robust defenses, his inability to land a hit proved futile. The primary drawback of physical attacks lies in their point-to-point nature, unlike Dragon's Breath, which is a group attack with a wide range. This young man could only rely on his evasion skills, yet it appeared he possessed both disruptive and physical attack capabilities. At that moment, Nefarian genuinely feared that if he inadvertently revealed his weaknesses to this little creature, the consequences would be dire. Unsurprisingly, an unexpected event unfolded, catching Nefarian off guard. Luo Feng, now in constant motion, frantically dodged Nefarian's dragon claw attacks. The pressure on him was considerable. It seemed effortless, yet in reality, Luo Feng had pushed his agility to the limits to evade such swift assaults. After all, the size, strength, and agility of dragon claws were formidable. A single hit could shatter bones, while a more severe blow could reduce a body to mere pulp. This was no jest. The power of a dragon was not to be trifled with. In the entirety of the dimensional space, it stands as one of the most formidable presences. However, the unique dragon, Nefarian, appears to be oblivious to the combat style of Luofeng, which has thus led to his disadvantage in physical confrontations. Nonetheless, this is not a sustainable strategy, given a period of acclimatization, with Nefarian's combat intelligence, should he decipher the trajectory of Luofeng's movements. It would spell misfortune for Luofeng in the next moment, relying solely on his corporeal defensive capabilities, which have yet to attain the level of the god of destruction. It does not seem wise for Luofeng to engage directly in a confrontation with a deep abyssal dragon like Nefarian. At this moment, a flash of golden light flickered in Luofeng's eyes, and a chilling radiance emerged. He immediately recalled another technique of armor breaking that he had recently inherited. Indeed, this technique should have a unique effect against the colossal dragon. However, Luofeng was acutely aware that, in the face of such a terrifying abyssal creature, he could not inflict genuine harm or subdue it until his destructive power had fully transformed into divine destruction energy. Thus, he needed to target the dragon's vulnerabilities. Where lay the dragon's weakness? It resided in the area of its abdomen, close to its heart. Being a modern individual from a past life, Luofeng was well aware that the greatest vulnerability of such a gigantic lizard-like creature was a scale known as the reverse scale, located in its abdominal region near the heart. This reverse scale was the dragon clan's most formidable armor, yet paradoxically, it was also its most fragile point. For behind that scale lay the dragon's vital organs and heart. With this knowledge, Luofeng unhesitatingly executed an armor-breaking strike that sent Nefarian staggering backward. Now, all he needed to do was locate the precise position of that reverse scale. Victory in battle was still uncertain. Suddenly, Luofeng's form flickered in an uncanny manner, and he reappeared at Nefarian's abdomen. The colossal dragon was quite vexed at this revelation. It seemed this fellow possessed some insight. Did he truly know that his weakness lay in the reverse scale of his abdomen? However, even though the reverse scale represented the dragon's most critical vulnerability, its defensive capabilities were formidable as well. Nefarian was confident that as long as this opponent did not exceed his expectations, the odds would still favor him. Indeed, Luofeng unleashed a fierce punch, employing the earlier armor-breaking technique. Did he think he could exploit my weakness with this truncated version of the technique? Nefarian scoffed. The reverse scale was the hardest part of the entire dragon's body. With his immense size, he could easily absorb any impact from such minor force. With a resounding thud, Luofeng's armor-breaking technique struck squarely against Nefarian's reverse scale, yet the dragon did not even flinch. The reverse scale radiated layers of black light, effortlessly dispelling Luofeng's attack. At the moment when Nefarian was about to revel in his triumph, Luofeng's right fist transformed instantaneously into a longsword. With a commanding shout, he unleashed the armor-breaking technique once more. Huh, you insolent brat. You thought you could flaunt your bravado here? This armor-breaking move was merely a means to pinpoint your reverse scale's location. Once exposed, you would inevitably be the next to fall. To think it was merely a test. This fellow was indeed cunning. At this moment, as Nefarian contemplated any evasive maneuvers, it was evidently too late. The location of one's vulnerabilities, the reverse scale, has been entirely laid bare, and it is evident that this fellow, Luofeng, possesses subsequent skills in armor-breaking techniques. As Luofeng executed a swift palm strike, akin to a blade, onto the vulnerable reverse scale on Nefarian's abdomen, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The reverse scale, reputed to be the most resilient segment of the dragon's anatomy, shattered under the influence of Luofeng's modified armor-breaking technique, leaving Nefarian in a state of utter shock. However, it would be remiss to underestimate Nefarian's prowess. In terms of magical offense, physical assault, and bodily defense, he stands as one of the preeminent beings in this realm. Without contest, yet, faced with the might of Luofeng's destructive divine skills, he finds himself in a rather constrained predicament. Although Nefarian's massive wings beat furiously, they serve merely as a deterrent. Within this ancient castle, not only is it a bastion against the destructive deities but also against the abyssal dragon lineage. Indeed, despite his transformation into a colossal dragon, he flounders on this platform like a comical duck, for dragons are not meant to soar, especially when their physical defenses are so severely compromised. Even the formidable Nefarian dares not act recklessly, should he take to the skies post-transformation. While his power would surge to full capacity, he would regard Luofeng, this absurd reptile, with disdain. Yet, the terrifying entity hovering above instills a sense of dread, compelling Nefarian to refrain from engaging in aerial combat, fearing an inexplicable obliteration. This predicament encapsulates the dual nature of Nefarian's frustration and terror, and it is precisely this acute awareness that drives Luofeng to target the reverse scale on Nefarian's abdomen, employing the recently acquired armor-breaking technique to shatter it. In the following moment, it is Luofeng's turn to perform. The exhilaration of subduing a legendary dragon is palpable. The potency of the armor-breaking technique is undeniable, as even such a formidable layer of dragon scales crumbles under its force. Fortunately, Luofeng harbors no intent to kill. Otherwise, a combination of armor-breaking, body-breaking, and soul-breaking techniques could swiftly dispatch this apex predator of the food chain in a mere trio of strikes. Yet, eliminating his foe is not the wisest course of action. Rather, seizing this opportunity to refine his skills seems a judicious alternative. Luofeng endeavors to harness the last two techniques bestowed by the god of destruction, Void Break and Illusion Break, but quickly realizes that he lacks the mastery to wield them effectively at this juncture. Perhaps he must await the full integration of the god of destruction's legacy ring within himself, transforming his destructive energy into divine destructive power. Only then will the true might of the ultimate techniques be unveiled. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, the four techniques he has mastered: soul-breaking, spell-breaking, body-breaking, and armor-breaking, if adeptly combined, may indeed suffice against the formidable Nefarian before him. In the next instant, Luofeng's tactical acumen and assault methods transcend Nefarian's understanding. Initially, Nefarian presumed that having shattered his reverse scale would compel Luofeng to relent. Yet, observing this seemingly frail youth, it is clear that he harbors no intentions of retreat. After all, his previous dragon breath and claw attacks, devoid of lethal intent, still posed a significant threat. Luofeng, invigorated and aware of Nefarian's inability to take flight, senses an opportunity to capitalize on Nefarian's precarious position. Indeed, Rofeng now seizes the opportunity to deal with the arrogant creature before him. With one hand, he firmly grasps the nearly shattered reverse scale of Nefarian. With a resounding crack, he manages to tear the scale from its place, causing Nefarian to nearly lose consciousness from the pain. Although the reverse scale boasts impeccable defense, it also happens to be the most sensitive part of his body. This audacious young man dared to rip off his dragon scale, yet Nefarian finds himself powerless to retaliate. His massive form, unable to take flight, leaves the vulnerable spot of the reverse scale exposed to Rofeng's advance. The agility of Rofeng's movements is so uncanny that even Nefarian, despite his dragon's might, cannot catch him. After all, the skills of a dragon are primarily suited for aerial magical attacks and swift claw strikes. Close combat is not the forte of an abyssal dragon. Now, Rofeng seizes the moment to threaten his life. With one hand, he pries open the defensive barrier of the reverse scale, while with the other, he employs a technique that, previously ineffective against the dragon, now targets the ordinary flesh behind the reverse scale with rapid strikes. Each blow delivers the destructive force within Rofeng straight into Nefarian's body. It's no longer merely a matter of pain. These are potentially fatal injuries. After all, just behind the reverse scale lies the dragon's most vulnerable heart. Should the heart sustain damage, Nefarian would be on the brink of demise. However, it is evident that Rofeng harbors malicious intent and does not wish to finish Nefarian off with a single blow. As an inheritor of ancient martial arts, he shows no mercy towards his foes, wielding his power with ruthless efficiency. Yet, considering that Nefarian could become his future steed, or perhaps the sole legacy left to him by the former god of destruction, sparing him is clearly a more prudent choice. Rofeng understands that having successfully attained the legacy of the god of destruction, his next step involves exploring the vast cosmos. Thus, he must first subdue his opponent. Perhaps this will grant him a more leisurely existence. Rofeng possesses profound knowledge of the Destruction Angel clan and the entirety of the royal family, as the previous worldview and framework remain imprinted in his mind. While certain aspects may elude him, the general understanding remains crystal clear. Without a capable subordinate, his future would be rather dull and monotonous. Hence, there exists no justification for terminating this golden-hued enforcer here and now. Although Rofeng relentlessly targets Nefarian's vital points with his techniques, the latter, being an exceptional martial artist trained in ancient arts, adeptly maneuvers to avoid direct hits to his heart. landing blows instead on the internal organs behind it. While Nefarian's life is not immediately threatened, he finds himself pushed to the limits of endurance. The dragon's innards, while more resilient than those of a typical human, are not impervious to the devastating force of Yunfeng's strikes. Though his heart remains unscathed, the combination of punches has certainly dealt a severe blow to his liver, spleen, kidneys, and stomach. At this moment, Nefarian found himself regretting his transformation into a dragon form. Just as the high priest and the angels were intently watching as Yunfeng mercilessly battered the dragon Nefarian, suddenly, the scene before them distorted, transforming into a massive black vortex. At this moment, Vis could not help but exclaim, could it be that someone has successfully inherited the legacy of the god of destruction? Is it about to be transmitted? The scene before them had completely severed, and the black vortex grew ever larger. The Supreme Kai's attention was now wholly concentrated on this portal of time and space. It seemed Vis's judgment was quite accurate. The identity of the first individual to accept the inheritance of the god of destruction remained a mystery. As the spatial gateway gradually stabilized, an extraordinary wave of energy abruptly emanated outward. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the portal with an air of dominance, none other than Beerus. To their astonishment, this young man was the first to be teleported through the time-space gateway, proving himself to be a true prodigy within the academy. Immediately, the gazes of the onlookers fixated on Beerus's left ear, and in the next moment, they indeed discovered a resplendent golden earring nestled there. This was the earring that symbolized the inheritance and recognition of the god of destruction, indicating that Beerus had achieved a significant milestone. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Beerus's complexion was subtly different from that of a typical god of destruction. He seemed to have grown leaner. Perhaps this was a consequence of the divine inheritance. At that moment, the angels collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, as after such a prolonged period of training and nurturing, at least one individual had successfully inherited the title of god of destruction. It seemed their efforts had not been in vain. Among them, the Supreme Kai felt the greatest sense of satisfaction. He had always held a favorable view of Beerus, and now, to his delight, it had indeed come to fruition. Observing the Supreme Kai's warm gaze, Beerus, stepping out from the portal, scratched his head awkwardly, seemingly feeling a bit bashful under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd. Soon after, Vis approached and remarked, "Congratulations, Beerus. You are indeed the first to successfully inherit the title of god of destruction. But wait, you can no longer be called just Beerus. You have now become a qualified god of destruction. Henceforth, should we not address you as Lord Beerus?" Chapter 81. Mentor Vis initially. Beerus thought this statement would evoke laughter from the assembled angelic mentors. However, contrary to his expectations, Vis's words struck a chord with the sentiments harbored within the hearts of the angels. Beerus, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Mentor Vis, that seems a bit excessive. My success in obtaining the earring and becoming a god of destruction was largely due to fortune. What does it truly matter whether I am called Lord or not?" The Grand Minister cleared his throat gently and took over the conversation from Beerus. "You may be unaware of this, but since you have accepted the legacy of the god of destruction and have become a true god of destruction, it is not inappropriate for you to be addressed as Lord here. After all, you will eventually reach your respective universes and must oversee the development and balance of the entire cosmos. Here, you are a student. When you arrive in your designated universe, you will be a true sovereign and ruler." The Grand Minister continued, "Even the angels accompanying you are merely there to assist your existence. You must understand that once all angels arrive in the lower universes, their combat power will never surpass that of you so-called gods of destruction. In those realms, angels will never be able to unleash their full potential. From the moment you inherit the title of god of destruction, you must adjust your mindset accordingly. However, it is pointless to dwell on this, as each of you will have your own insights and perspectives when you arrive in your respective universes and territories. At that time, you will gradually harmonize with your angels and the god of forgetfulness. As for these trivial matters, I shall say no more. By the way, how did you pass the trial? Each individual's experiences and paths are unique, and I am quite curious about yours." Upon hearing the Grand Minister's inquiry, Beerus rubbed his hands together, attempting to alleviate his awkwardness. Noticing the angel's eager gazes, he promptly explained, "In truth, this was also a matter of luck. My inheritance is quite a long story." Just as Beerus was about to elaborate on his extensive experiences leading to this inheritance, Vis waved his hand. "Enough, Lord Beerus. We are already aware of the preceding details. I simply wish to know how you gained the recognition of the guardian of the god of destruction's earrings after entering the mysterious small chamber. If you tell me this, I will understand your developmental direction. Upon hearing Wiss's question, Beerus twitched his mouth slightly, not expressing a strong desire to elaborate, and merely replied coldly, perhaps it was because I resonated well with the earrings. The guardian merely informed me that if I could master the Ultra Instinct technique, he would acknowledge my inheritance of the God of Destruction's title. Interestingly, just before entering the trial assembly, I indeed learned the Ultra Instinct technique through some special means. So, I casually demonstrated it a couple of times, and the guardian inexplicably nodded and then vanished. Beerus continued, subsequently, the earrings affixed themselves to my ears, and I now feel that my destructive power has undergone a certain elevation and enhancement, with a possibility of transforming into true God of Destruction power. Grand Minister, what does this signify? Originally, it was this simple. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the most unsettled was Kess, yet she refrained from voicing any inappropriate opinions, as the origin of the matter lay with Champa, seemingly unrelated to Beerus. However, by sheer coincidence, Beerus learned the Ultra Instinct due to the shattering and theft of his staff, and through this fortuitous twist of fate, he indeed garnered the recognition of the God of Destruction's guardian. Nevertheless, this was also a noteworthy achievement, which gently covered his mouth and exclaimed, I cannot believe that your inheritance involves the trial of Ultra Instinct. Well, this certainly exceeds my expectations. However, attaining the Guardian's acknowledgement is indeed a stroke of luck for Lord Beerus. I foresee that you may have further opportunities to deepen your understanding of Ultra Instinct. Why not accompany me to the 7th universe? Perhaps that is the most suitable direction for your development. Beerus, uncertain in his heart, cast a glance at the Grand Priest, who affirmed his thoughts. Clenching his fist, Beerus replied, Very well, Master Wiss. I shall accompany you from now on. Wiss laughed heartily, his mood notably brightened, for he had not anticipated that the first to uncover the God of Destruction's legacy would be himself. Of course, Wiss was also the most proficient among the angels in Ultra Instinct, perhaps due to his innate talent and Beerus's fortunate abilities, making them the most fitting pair of God of Destruction and Angel. At this moment, Beerus was in exceptionally high spirits and casually patted Wiss on the shoulder, saying, There is no need for you to elaborate, Master Angel. Once we reach our designated universe, I shall be your mentor and servant, in addition to being a neutral observer. The development and strength of our universe will depend on Lord Beerus's efforts. But what does it mean that the destructive power within me is transforming into God of Destruction power? Wiss chuckled softly. Do not worry. This is inevitable. Currently, what you have learned within our God of Destruction Academy is merely the foundational destructive power. Once you gain recognition from the God of Destruction's inheritance earrings, the destructive power within you will gradually evolve into God of Destruction power. At that point, your strength will experience a monumental enhancement. Without a certain level of power, how could one aspire to become the sovereign of the entire universe? Very well. You should take a moment to rest, and also facilitate the transformation of your God of Destruction power. As for how far your power can ascend, it will depend on your contributions to the universe. The more prosperous and powerful the universe becomes, the greater your strength will rise. As for any uncertainties, we shall discuss them further in the realm that lies ahead. I must admit, it is rather astonishing that I have achieved the status of the first being in this universe. Observing the smug expression on Viss's face, both Makalita and Alice clenched their jaws tightly, eager to voice their thoughts, yet were immediately silenced by the gaze of the Grand Priest. Just as Viss concluded his remarks, a peculiar fluctuation emanated from the space-time portal before us. Who could be the fortunate soul to have successfully inherited the power of the Destroyer God? My anticipation grows. However, the next entity to emerge was merely a large foot. A sense of skepticism washed over the crowd. Could it be that portly figure? Indeed, to everyone's astonishment, the second to step forth was Champa, who did not exude the same resolute demeanor as Beerus, but rather stumbled out of the portal in a bewildered state, patting his notably ample belly as he waddled forth. Chapter 82. The rise of the glutton. Witnessing this hapless creature in such a dazed condition brought a chuckle to the gathered angels. This fellow never fails to be the comedic relief, yet the sight of the Destroyer God earrings adorning his ears brought a collective sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it appears that he has indeed been recognized as the inheritor of the Destroyer God's legacy. Henceforth, we shall have another Lord Champa among us. It seems fortune has smiled upon us this time. Perhaps, as the Grand Priest predicted, we might see the emergence of more than 10 destroyer gods. However, the fates of individuals can vary greatly. Noticing the unified gazes directed at him, Champa felt a twinge of self-consciousness. What was the meaning of these looks? Why did they regard me in such a manner? Upon spotting Beerus beside him, Champa felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least Beerus had emerged before him, and his survival within the portal indicated that their efforts had indeed borne fruit. At this moment, the high priest cleared his throat, interrupting the crowd, and inquired, "Champa, how did you earn the Guardian's recognition?" This question seemed to strike a nerve with Champa, who appeared rather awkward, fidgeting with his hands and scratching his head. The high priest continued, "Speak candidly, the means of gaining such recognition varies. Each individual's path and fortune are distinct. Since you have garnered the acceptance of the earrings, it indicates that you possess your own unique qualities." Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Champa steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and recounted. "My experience in that room was rather peculiar. The figure in the black robe insisted that I consume an entire table of food. Only by devouring everything could I inherit the title of the Destroyer God and gain the earrings endorsement. That was the situation." He continued, "With all my might, I managed to finish every last morsel on that table, regardless of the flavors. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention to whether the food was delicious. All I know is that it filled me up tremendously. Just look at me. I'm barely recognizable now." Upon the utterance of these words, the assembled angels and Supreme Kai found themselves momentarily astonished. They had never encountered a scenario where the legacy and endorsement of a god of destruction were bestowed upon a mere gourmand. It was perplexing how this Epicurean had managed to acquire such an extraordinary fortune, leading to the inheritance of the divine title. If one were to possess luck akin to Beerus and subsequently master the Ultra Instinct technique with commendable proficiency, they might have been able to accept it. However, to witness someone like Champa attaining divine status solely through his culinary pursuits was indeed unprecedented. Well, since this was the case, the Supreme Kai regarded Champa with a bemused expression, although he was the head of this domain and its highest authority. The method of recognizing the bond with each earring was not determined by him. Regardless of how eccentric the approach, it had to be acknowledged. Nevertheless, having a second god of destruction ascend to divinity was, at the very least, a positive development. The Supreme Kai then glanced at his numerous offspring and inquired, "What do you think?" Although Xiangpa's achievements in this regard may seem somewhat comical, he is nonetheless a qualified god of destruction. Let us determine which universe would best facilitate Master Xiangpa's growth. This reference to Master Xiangpa left Xiangpa in a state of bewilderment. "Director, what does this imply?" he asked. The Supreme Kai proceeded to elucidate. Once one becomes a true god of destruction and is assigned to oversee the various universes, they will ascend to become the sovereign of that universe. This role entails not only dominion but also the responsibility for the development of each universe. Hence, addressing one as master is entirely justified. Now it was clear. The disparity between a student and a master was merely a meal apart. Xiangpa found himself inwardly lamenting that had he known it was this simple, he would not have invested so much effort in rigorous training. At this moment, Bardas smiled and said, "Lord Champa, I believe your style and prowess are quite well suited to our sixth universe, which belongs to the astonishing cosmos. This way, you can join your brother and become the wild god of the astonishing universe." Bardas continued, "Although your ascension to divinity is through consumption, it seems that I too have quite an affinity for food. It appears we are remarkably compatible in this regard. So, why not accompany me to the sixth universe? I trust you have no objections?" The fact that Bardas had taken a liking to a gourmand left the others without dissent. If it were regarding talents in other realms, they might have considered competing for the position, but a destroyer who ascends through gluttony seems to hold no allure for anyone other than Bardas. At this moment, the disdainful gaze of Beerus fell upon him. After all, the legacy he obtained was rooted in his own prowess. The mastery of the Ultra Instinct was not something any destroyer god could easily acquire. Yet, here was Champa, making a fool of himself, truly a man who rose to prominence solely through indulgence. The thought that this individual could stand alongside him as a destroyer god of the universe was, indeed, quite embarrassing. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. After all, they were merely the first two among the destroyer gods, and there were surely even more peculiar choices to come. Beerus himself had no clear notion of what lay ahead. "Very well, since we are here, let us accept our fate. Now is not the time to discuss such matters. we must swiftly transform our destructive power into divine destruction. As the esteemed High Priest mentioned earlier, it is only by elevating one's divine strength to its zenith and subsequently guiding the universe back onto its rightful course that one's own power can burgeon. After all, within Beerus resides the heart of one who aspires to be a formidable force. The two continued to ponder why the title of Lord was necessary, and why it seemed that the angelic race could not exert their full might in the lower universe. These thoughts, however, felt distant. Perhaps, upon reaching their respective universes, they would uncover the answers they sought. Thus, Whis and Bardos each selected the destroyer they desired, while the angels nearby harbored a sense of trepidation. Who could predict how many would emerge from the time-space portal as qualified destroyers, and if they would resonate with their essence? This uncertainty weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Once a qualified destroyer was chosen, they would embark on a journey within the lower universe to carve out their destiny. Yet, if no suitable companion emerged, they would have no choice but to return to the Grand Priestess Palace. Nevertheless, all of this was left to fate. One cannot force what is not meant to be, and the angels maintained an admirable perspective in this regard. They understood that a forced union yields no sweetness, and they were fully aware of this truth. As the moments passed, several more individuals gradually emerged, chosen by the attentive angels to be the destroyers of their respective universes. It appeared that this harvest was indeed promising, and the Grand Priest silently nodded in approval. Initially, he had anticipated the emergence of 6 to 8 qualified destroyers. Achieving this target would have sufficed. However, with 9 students already successfully inheriting the mantle of destruction, it seemed that his ambitions for the academy had exceeded expectations. Chapter 83. Ramses and Lord Katra. The limit for inheritors of the destroyer title this time was 18. And seeing half of the students succeed filled the Grand Priest with exhilaration. He wondered if there were more surprises in store. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal figure materialized from the portal, heralding yet another successful candidate. What extraordinary fortune! That made 10. The Grand Priest marveled internally. Yet the latest arrival bore a countenance of gloom and disillusionment. The sight of this endearing figure momentarily stunned the crowd. Before smiles of recognition spread across their faces, none other than Ramses, the white elephant. It was indeed a surprise that he had succeeded in becoming a destroyer. Yet the expression on Ramses' face raised questions. Had he encountered some bizarre circumstance? As if reading their thoughts, Ramses threw up his hands and exclaimed, "Esteemed mentors and the principal, I shall refrain from elaborating further. It appears that this trial required me to forge iron. Am I destined to be a blacksmith by nature?" To everyone's astonishment, the trial was set by the blacksmith, leaving the angels in a state of bewilderment. However, having this blacksmith around seemed to be a fortuitous circumstance. For among the angelic kin, the only one with the innate ability to repair items and staves appeared to be Kess. Otherwise, the precious gem on her celestial staff, if damaged, would not have been restored in such a brief span of time. It was unexpected that this individual emerged with such an exceptional compatibility with Kess, leading her to immediately take notice of Ramsey. "Lord Ramsey, henceforth you shall be the god of destruction for our 10th universe." Hee. I never anticipated that such a god of destruction would inherit this legacy. I thought I would return empty-handed. Nevertheless, your talents will soon yield significant results. The crystal orb on my staff is yet to be fully repaired, and the subsequent tasks shall rest upon your capable hands. At this moment, Ramses' expression became even more captivating. Is it true that I shall become the craftsman among the destroyers? Nevertheless, he mused, a pursuit of smithing might indeed align more closely with my temperament and tastes than the tumult of battle. As laughter and mirth filled the air, the crowd watched as Ramses stepped into the ranks of Kess. Without making the onlookers wait any longer, another figure swiftly emerged from the portal. This individual appeared rather lean, causing the angels to pause in surprise. Was this not the one who often reveled in dressing as a jester? The fact that this fellow could also gain recognition for the legacy of the destroyers was truly unexpected. The High Priest inwardly sighed with satisfaction. This marked the 11th candidate, and it seemed they might return triumphantly. Initially, the thought of all 18 slots being filled had never crossed his mind. For such a flawless outcome, where all candidates ascended to become destroyers, had always seemed beyond possibility. However, upon seeing the flustered newcomer, whose pallor suggested distress, the High Priest's curiosity was piqued. The young man then turned his gaze directly towards the angel, Makalita. "Thanks to you, dear teacher Makalita, I find myself fortunate. My trial was to concoct alchemical reagents. Fortunately, I have learned well from you in this regard. Heh, I have managed to pass the trial and obtain the divine legacy of the destroyers. What do you say, Makalita? May I join you in your endeavors henceforth? At this moment, Makalita furrowed her brows in disbelief. How could there be trials of alchemy within the realm of the god of destruction? Astonishingly, this fellow, Weimei, had managed to obtain the legacy of alchemical mastery associated with the god of destruction. Well, one could only attribute it to fate. It hardly seemed the appropriate time to refuse. She had initially intended to retreat to a secluded corner, free from prying eyes, to diligently pursue her studies in alchemy. However, with the emergence of a successful god of destruction in alchemical trials before her, one could hardly overlook such rare talent. Thus, Makalita relaxed her troubled expression and smiled. We warmly welcome you, Lord Weimei, to join our 11th universe as its god of destruction and ruler. Once we reach the 11th universe, we shall thoroughly explore the intricacies of alchemy together, a splendid choice indeed. It seemed this endeavor had yielded remarkable rewards. The Grand Priest's gaze grew increasingly expectant as the portal before them shimmered with strange energies, hinting at further surprises. Could it be that a 12th individual would emerge as the next successful god of destruction? The Grand Priest's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Surely, it couldn't be that lad named Luofeng? Although Nefarian had been subdued by him and had yet to reappear, could this young man possess yet another extraordinary opportunity? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unusual sight unfolded before the Grand Priest. Instead of Luofeng, the one who stepped forth from the portal was an unexpected little mouse, none other than Quidalara, one of their students. At this moment, Kettler adorned his ears with the earring that symbolizes the position of the god of destruction, and the assembled angels collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Another individual had successfully acquired the inheritance and assumed the divine mantle of destruction. However, the seemingly peculiar behavior of this little creature, Kettler, caught attention as he pointed at the teleportation portal, muttering curses that were far from befitting a deity of destruction. What bizarre circumstance had he encountered? The high priest's lips twitched slightly as he inquired, What troubles you, Lord Kettler? Noticing the gaze of the assembly upon him, including several who had already embraced the legacy of the god of destruction, Kettler could only sigh in resignation and lament. What is the meaning of this? Who devised this inheritance trial? It is utterly inconceivable. Observing Kettler's disgruntled demeanor and his incessant complaints piqued the curiosity of the other deities of destruction. Had this fellow truly encountered something extraordinary? With Kettler's arrival, amusement began to ripple through the crowd. For the guardian he had encountered in the chamber had absurdly required him to solve a set of middle school mathematics problems. Was the essence of the god of destruction not grounded in strength, power, and character? What relevance did mathematics have in this context? Fortunately, Kettler's intellect was not lacking, or else the notion of failing the divine inheritance due to a math problem would render him the most tragic god of destruction in existence. Yet, even after a considerable duration, Kettler's ire remained unabated. What connection did his divine legacy have with mathematics? Although Kettler was filled with indignation, at least the 12 gods of destruction were now fully established, much to the satisfaction of the High Priest. Chapter 84. Distribution. Just as the High Priest prepared to seal the portal of time and space, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. It was Champa who, upon witnessing the High Priest's actions, promptly exclaimed, Director, please wait. There is still one individual who has yet to emerge. Indeed, the High Priest seemed to recollect something. Closing the portal entirely at this moment did not seem like the wisest decision. However, exposing that young one's strength and circumstances fully to the other gods of destruction might also prove to be a setback for them. It appeared prudent to delay matters for the time being. The High Priest smiled gently. I know whom you refer to. Do not fret, Xiangpa. I will make appropriate arrangements. Now that all 12 of you have attained the position of the god of destruction and selected your respective angels, it is time for you to descend to various universes and fulfill your divine missions. As your director, I have a grand gift for you. Behold. With that, the High Priest ascended into the air, emitting a soft blue energy from his hand. The High Priest descended to the ground, channeling a surge of energy directly into the surface of the podium. This series of actions bewildered not only the newly appointed god of destruction, but also left the surrounding angels in a state of utter confusion. What mischief was this paternal figure up to? Meanwhile, a subtle smile crept upon the High Priest's lips, hinting at a profound secret as his divine power permeated the podium's surface. In the next moment, a thunderous rumble echoed throughout the entire God of Destruction Academy. Was this an earthquake, or was the institution on the brink of collapse? Amidst the speculations and doubts of the onlookers, the academy began to fracture under the influence of the high priest's divine force, splitting the continent suspended in the void into 12 distinct pieces, perhaps a testament to the high priest's formidable prowess. As the ground fissured, massive chunks of rock and debris from the academy became visible to all. Upon completing this extraordinary feat, the high priest turned to the crowd with a benevolent smile, proclaiming that he had divided the God of Destruction Academy into 12 segments. Each student bestowed with the legacy of destruction would receive a fragment of the academy, which would accompany them into the cosmos below, thus establishing their own realm of destruction in each lower universe. Indeed, the residences and planets of the gods of destruction would be formed directly from these fragments of land. Do not underestimate these shards. They are treasures bequeathed from ancient times, the finest gifts I can offer you. Thus, it became clear that the origins of the gods of destruction were indeed rooted in portions of the Academy's remnants, with each individual receiving a unique fragment. Beerus and Champa received a kitchen and a playground, respectively, while Quitella obtained a library, and Ramses astonishingly found himself with a warehouse. Each individual's circumstances varied, and even the most disheartened among them, the one dubbed Flavorful, sighed in resignation upon receiving a chemistry laboratory. It seemed that the distribution was anything but uniform, yet the entire continent had now been successfully segmented by the High Priest. With a wave of his hand, the High Priest dismissed further discussion. Return to your respective universes. Should you have inquiries, consult your angels. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as there are more matters to attend to. The assembly nodded in agreement, choosing not to dwell on subsequent issues. Champa, however, cast a glance at the High Priest, hesitating to speak. In response, the High Priest offered a knowing expression, and no further words were exchanged. Champa was acutely aware that certain secrets were perhaps beyond his comprehension and patience. Subsequently, Bardos, Makalita, Kess, Vis, and others shared a knowing smile, each retrieving their celestial staffs to select their preferred destroyer, with a dazzling brilliance akin to diamonds. The fragments of the divided continent vanished into the void of the entire Destroyer Academy, observing the departure of the others. The High Priest let out a slow sigh of relief. Suddenly, his brows furrowed in curiosity as he noticed that one angelic mentor had not departed. What mischief was she up to this time? At this moment, Alice, who had just been in a tumultuous uproar, now gazed with sparkling eyes at the High Priest and the legendary portal behind him. Alice, what are you still doing here? The High Priest inquired knowingly. With a playful grin, Alice replied in a sweet voice, Father, I knew you would reserve the most formidable destroyer god for me, wouldn't you? You are aware that my 13th universe has just been established, and I have recently returned, with nothing in my possession. Moreover, the front lines are rife with the imminent threat of war. I anticipated you would entrust me with the strongest one, and it seems my pet, Nefarian, is also involved. I just knew you would be the best father. It appears that this young girl has indeed seen through everything. The High Priest sighed in resignation. It seems that lad will be emerging soon, but as for how you two will adapt and interact, I shall refrain from elaborating. At present, it is indisputable that he is the next destroyer god of this generation. As for the heights he may reach in the future, that is beyond my current control. At this moment, Alice lamented, Father, this seems rather unjust of you. The Destruction God Academy is a treasure passed down from ancient times. Yet you have divided it into 12 portions for my brothers and sisters. If my Destruction God King emerges and we return to the 13th universe, what will you offer us as our base? Surely you cannot expect me, a battle angel, to conjure a planet from thin air as our realm of destruction. That would be a tremendous affront to the majesty of the destruction gods. The High Priest, seemingly anticipating Alice's concerns, chuckled softly and replied, Though I have indeed divided the Destruction God Academy into 12 parts, I did not allocate the trial grounds to them. This should be the most precious territory of the entire Academy. If this young man truly succeeds in inheriting the legacy of the Destruction God King, I shall bestow upon you the magnificent treasure of the trial grounds and the entire ancient castle for your 13th universe. Is that satisfactory? Upon hearing the High Priest's arrangement, Alice was filled with overwhelming joy. Indeed, in her understanding, the trial grounds represented a true treasure trove, even when considering all the territories of the Destruction God Academy combined. They seemed to pale in comparison to the treasures, consciousness, and extraordinary beings within the trial grounds. Chapter 85. The Capricious Angel. With this revelation, Alice found herself at a loss for words, resigned to silently wait. Her father remained the most caring toward her, while he held confidence in his own strength. He was also immensely curious about what surprises this generation's destruction god king would bring forth. In the next moment, the spatial portal had shrunk to a minuscule size. And with a resounding bang, it expanded drastically as if it had been struck by some force. At that instant, a colossal dragon head emerged from the portal, bearing an oddly pitiable expression. The dragon head surveyed its surroundings and caught sight of the high priest and Alice. To Alice's astonishment, the dragon head displayed a glimmer of reluctance and grievance, akin to encountering family. It attempted to retreat back through the portal, expressing a face of shame. However, a heavy thud resonated from behind, followed by a pained wail from Nefarian. Realizing there was no escaping this encounter, the dragon resolved to face it head-on. As Nefarian let out a cry of anguish, his massive form slowly emerged from the vortex of the spatial portal. Upon Nefarian's complete emergence, a young man with black hair stood poised atop the dragon's head, none other than Yunfeng, the one who had left Nefarian questioning his very existence. Indeed, when dealing with such a proud creature as this wicked dragon, notions of legacy and camaraderie were mere illusions. It was only through the strength of one's fists that true submission could be achieved. Although Nefarian still harbored some minor grievances, he obediently emerged from a space under the gentle reassurance of Yunfeng, departing from the realm of trials and returning to the podium of the Destruction God Academy. Upon witnessing the podium, now entirely enveloped in a void-like state, Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback. Had he returned a tad too late? It seemed as though some peculiar events had transpired here. Could he truly be the only student to have successfully passed the trial? However, the aura and fluctuations surrounding him appeared inconsistent with his assumptions, yet this was not the moment for inquiries. Yunfeng remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed upon the smiling high priest and the expectant Alice. To his astonishment, his angel turned out to be none other than Alice herself. Although he had little knowledge of her in his previous life, he was now aware that in this incarnation, Alice was the cherished daughter of the high priest. Without a doubt, and notably the sole battle angel among the entire angelic lineage. While other angels were unable to fight at full capacity in the lower realms of the universe, each possessed unique talents and directions. Alice, despite her graceful beauty and alluring figure, had occasionally received the high priest's profound teachings regarding combat prowess. She possessed a touch of stubbornness. But with such a beautiful companion by his side, Yunfeng had no objections, although Alice felt a sense of relief. Realizing that this time the destruction god in his steed had successfully gained the acknowledgement of the destruction god's legacy, she couldn't help but feel disgruntled. All her meticulous efforts to become a dragon knight seemed futile now. The audacious Nefarian had indeed been tamed by Yunfeng. Did this not mean her plans had all gone awry? However, a clever thought crossed her mind. If she could manage to win over Yunfeng, perhaps her aspiration of becoming a dragon knight could still be realized. The high priest, oblivious to Alice's inner musings and with no intention of elucidating matters to Yunfeng, simply stated, "Congratulations, Yunfeng, you have indeed acquired the legacy of the Lord of Divinity. However, there remains a significant gap between your current self and that esteemed being's realm. You must continue to train diligently in the universe of the lower realms, striving to surpass the limits of that great power. I have great faith in you." Yunfeng responded with an understanding glance towards the high priest. Strengthening himself was his ultimate goal. Regardless of whether the high priest acknowledged it or not, he was determined to inherit the legacy of the destruction god. Through his recent battle with Nefarian, he had gleaned numerous profound insights and abilities. However, to consider the destruction god as his final destination would be a jest. He was resolute in his ambition to transcend the destruction god and become the mightiest force in this world. This was the dream and aspiration nestled within Yunfeng's heart. Yet, it seemed inappropriate to voice such ambitions at this moment or in this particular setting. Although Yunfeng has now comprehended a portion of the inheritance and energy of the destruction god king, the complete transformation of the destructive force within him into the power of the destruction god still necessitates a protracted process. Furthermore, elevating this power to the level of the destruction god king is no trivial endeavor that can be accomplished through mere effort. The high priest spoke lightly of these challenges, and Yunfeng could only nod in response. "Yes, esteemed high priest. May I inquire about the universe I am to venture into?" A glimmer of enthusiasm sparkled in the high priest's eyes as he replied, "It goes without saying that it is the 13th universe. Though this universe is somewhat peculiar and may present challenges for you, there is a stroke of fortune in your favor. you shall encounter Alice, my most cherished daughter and the mightiest battle angel. In the 13th universe, while you may face unforeseen dangers and difficulties, I believe that with your cooperation with Alice, you will undoubtedly elevate the 13th universe to new heights. The High Priest continued, moreover, as a reward for your acquisition of the Destruction God King's inheritance, and due to the unique circumstances of the 13th universe, you are entitled to make a special request. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I shall fulfill it without hesitation. With this assurance, Luofeng felt a sense of relief. His greatest concern had been that while the destruction gods are immensely powerful across the various universes, each destruction god also possesses corresponding weaknesses. To develop a universe, it is imperative to equip it with one or several qualified realm kings. The task of the realm kings is to continually create planets and universes, while the substandard creations are to be eradicated by the destruction gods, thereby establishing a cycle of creation and destruction, complemented by the assistance of angels to foster a beneficial developmental loop within the universe. At that moment, Luofeng's primary worry lay in the fact that the realm kings and destruction gods share a symbiotic existence. Should a realm king tragically fall at the hands of an enemy, the destruction god, as part of this life bond, would inexplicably perish as well. In other words, no matter how powerful Luofeng may be, if the realm king within his universe were to be slain, he too would meet a grim fate, devoid of any chance for survival, while the angels, as overseers and guides, would remain unscathed. Contemplating this, Luofeng felt that although he had attained the inheritance of the destruction god king, his strength had yet to reach a level where it could fully encompass the entire lower realm of the universe. Chapter 86, The Realm God. At this moment, Luofeng's mind was racing. His gaze flickered for a moment before he addressed the Grand Priest. Very well, esteemed Grand Priest, I have no other demands. Regardless of the form the next universe takes, I shall strive to develop it into the most formidable realm. However, I have but one request. I shall select the God of Destruction myself, and I trust you will not concern yourself with that matter. Of course, if I cannot find a suitable candidate, I shall devise alternative means. Yet, I refuse to allow my life to be constrained by a God of Destruction of lesser stature. Should you decline this request, then I shall forfeit my role as the God of Destruction. As anticipated, the Grand Priest bestowed upon Luofeng a knowing glance. I know you are not one to be easily deceived, unlike the average God of Destruction. Thus, I shall grant you this privilege. However, you must understand that without the existence of a God of Destruction, the development of your universe will be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, if your universe fails to progress, your destructive power will stagnate at the level you attained upon receiving your inheritance. Any further enhancement of your energy or strength will be closely intertwined with the evolution of your universe. In other words, the better your universe develops, the stronger your power will become. I trust you are already aware of this from your inheritance? Luofeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in the Grand Priest's words. Indeed, the growth of the universe is directly proportional to one's strength. After such extensive discussion, Luofeng exhibited no particular reaction, prompting a quiet sigh from the Grand Priest, who believed that this individual had grasped the essence of the situation. It was now time for the Grand Priest to reveal the truth. With a momentary pause, the Grand Priest cleared his throat and began, Luofeng, you are aware that your inheritance differs from that of other gods of destruction. Luofeng nodded gently, acknowledging that this secret would not remain hidden from the Grand Priest. Seeing his acknowledgement, the Grand Priest felt unencumbered and continued, setting aside the matter of strength for now. Since you have inherited the role of God of Destruction, you must embrace the responsibilities that come with it. Additionally, could you perhaps make your companion here a bit smaller? It would enhance our overall aesthetic. To the Grand Priest's surprise, he was concerned about such a detail. Luofeng had no objections. He simply snapped his fingers. In an instant, the previously boisterous Neferian shrank dramatically. With a flash of black light, Neferian transformed into the form of a diminutive dragon, flitting about them with delightful agility, appearing exceedingly adorable. This might well explain why Alice had chosen Neferian as her pet. A miniature black dragon is certainly an intriguing sight. However, witnessing Neferian's compliance, Alice's expression was filled with resentment and humiliation. When had this creature become so obedient? However, it appears that this is not merely a case of her throwing a tantrum. Since the High Priest has entrusted her with this task, it is reasonable to assume that she is destined to become a partner to the newly appointed God of Destruction. Given this, if they can reach their own universe, then it will be within her control. with her prowess and innate talent as a warrior angel. What is there to fear from this newcomer, Yunfeng, the god of destruction? With this thought, Alice refrained from voicing any further objections, choosing instead to observe in silence. As she listened to the high priest's declaration, noting the lack of dissent from the two, he continued, "Very well, in truth. There are no secrets that need to be concealed from you at your level. This realm encompasses a total of 30 universes." Yunfeng's eyes widened with astonishment. Such a multitude was unexpected. In his recollection of the Dragon Ball realm, there were only 12 major universes, with the highest number previously rumored to be 18, as 6 had been eradicated by the Omni King due to their poor performance. Yet, according to the High Priest, there are indeed 30 universes, a revelation he had never encountered before. Observing Yunfeng's impassive demeanor as he attentively listened, the High Priest proceeded with further elaboration. Originally, there were 30 universes. The existence of 2 Omni Kings has led to the division into 2 factions of High Priests. One faction, governed by the Angel race and the Omni King, maintains a fixed 12 universes. The other faction is overseen by the elder brother of the Omni King, known as the Great Martial King, who also commands 12 fixed universes. Thus, the total number of universes amounts to 24. However, these 2 brothers are often in competition, and the remaining 6 universes serve as their battleground and site of contention. Currently, the 12 fixed universes are managed by the Great Martial King, the Angels, and the Gods of Destruction, while the other side is governed by the Demon race and the Dark Gods of Destruction. This arrangement keeps the 2 factions separate, yet in the shared 6 universes, they are in constant conflict. Since this is a struggle for dominance, the ownership of these 6 universes is determined by strength. Recently, however, an unexpected occurrence has transpired on the Omni King's side. Originally, 3 universes were meant to belong to the Omni King, but due to certain extraordinary circumstances, these universes have been lost. Consequently, the Great Omni King currently controls 18 universes, while the Omni King holds only 12. This explains why, in the later stages, the younger Omni King has consistently maintained 12 universes. Having received the High Priest's comprehensive explanation, Yunfeng began to grasp the nuances of this newly unveiled secret. Yet, he pondered the relevance of this information to the universe he was destined to enter. Noticing Yunfeng's look of confusion, the High Priest reassured him, "Rest assured, Yunfeng, I shall not keep anything hidden from you. Since you are the inheritor of the God of Destruction, what lies ahead for you is the 13th universe. Although I have not heard of the 13th universe before, it appears, according to the Grand Priest's earlier description, to be a realm rife with conflict. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Where there is strife, there are challenges, and it is through challenges that life becomes rich and vibrant." Yunfeng remained unfazed by the notion of a battleground, as long as he could cultivate his own territory. Who is to say that he would not conjure miracles in the future? Observing Yunfeng's nonchalant demeanor, the Grand Priest felt a twinge of indebtedness towards him. Subsequently revealing the truth, these 6 universes have been ravaged by the rivalry between the Grand Zeno and the Zeno. As you are aware, the ultimate technique of Zeno is the erasure technique, while that of the Grand Zeno is the Great Erasure technique. In the midst of their mutual annihilation, the 13th to 18th universes have essentially been reduced to mere shells. Apart from the spatial structure of the universes, all the galaxies and beings within have been utterly obliterated by these 2 entities. This is the reason why the 13th universe is now under the dominion of Zeno. In time, you will come to understand the significance of my words. In essence, the 13th universe you are destined for is devoid of anything. Will you still consider the need for a god of destruction? Chapter 87. A ray of golden light. Yunfeng pondered for a moment. Even if it were a realm of utter void, I would not desire the presence of a god of destruction, such a feeble existence, otherwise. Would my very life not be at the mercy of the god of destruction? Let us not jest. Yunfeng then asserted earnestly, "Grand Priest, rest assured. I have my own means to navigate this. Simply entrust the 13th universe to me, and you need not worry. As for the extent to which I can progress in the future, that remains my concern." Observing Yunfeng's resolute demeanor, the High Priest refrained from uttering any further trivialities. Each individual harbors their own aspirations, and the conversation had already reached its conclusion. How one chooses to act is entirely their own affair. Nevertheless, the High Priest harbored his own clandestine thoughts, secretly hoping that Yunfeng might indeed bring forth some genuine surprises. Currently, the 14th to 18th universes remain under the dominion of Lord Zeno, and as you are aware, our angelic race must contend with the demon race that serves beneath him. No further elaboration is necessary on that front. However, as a being of destruction, we have already secured a competent destroyer on our side, while Lord Zeno possesses a quintessential Dark Destroyer. The caliber of experts from the Dark Destroyer clan that may come to challenge your territory will depend on your own performance. Though I shall not remain idle in this regard. As you have noted, this angel is Alice, my youngest daughter. Despite her youth, she is the strongest among all my offspring, being the sole one endowed with the innate talent of a battle angel. With my daughter accompanying you to the 13th universe, I trust you will transform it into a true paradise, thus establishing our influence in that realm. Ah, I see now. Having spoken so extensively, I find myself in a precarious position. It is the classic approach of delivering a slap before offering a sweet date. As for the prowess of the so-called battle angels, let us not dwell on that for now. At the very least, according to the High Priest's sentiments, ordinary angels are incapable of wielding their authority in the lower universes, whereas battle angels appear to be free from such restrictions. This is fortuitous. After all, having a free combatant and healer is indeed a boon. And it seems that the young dragon I have tamed may also play a significant role. At that moment, Alice cast a lingering gaze upon the High Priest and inquired, "Father, do you truly believe this young man is reliable?" The High Priest bestowed upon her a reassuring gaze, since he has garnered the acknowledgement of both Nefarian and the god of destruction-S ring. It is evident that he is no ordinary individual. You may confidently develop the 13th universe. Should an opportunity arise to reclaim the remaining 5 universes, I shall consider it your great achievement, undeniably significant. If that day truly comes, Luo Feng, I assure you that any request you make will be fulfilled. Well, this was indeed a grand promise before even stepping out. Yet before Luo Feng could utter a word, Alice interjected, "Father, do not accuse me of being petty or claim that you favor others. You have divided the entire Academy of Destruction into 12 parts for those 12 gods of destruction and 12 angels. And when it comes to me, you have stated that the 13th universe is devoid of anything, merely a void. While I have absolute confidence in my combat prowess, what of this newly appointed god of destruction? Before anything else, you must provide us with an explanation." The High Priest appeared to have anticipated this, a slight smile gracing his lips. "In fact, I have already prepared something for you." With a flicker of divine light in his hand, the distant trial grounds transformed into a radiant purple glow, gently levitating in his grasp. "Behold, the entire trial ground, including the ancient castle within, is what I have prepared for you as the realm of the 13th universe-S god of destruction. These are treasures passed down from ancient times, now gifted to you. Do you have any objections? Enough of my ramblings, I have other matters to attend to. This issue is resolved, so you should promptly take up your positions." He then handed the golden light formed from the trial ground to Luo Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and offered a knowing smile before his entire being transformed into a golden light, vanishing without a trace. Just before disappearing, he conveyed a final message. "Alice is my beloved daughter, so do keep her in mind." In the next moment, both Luo Feng and Alice felt a whirlwind, as if they were being transported. It seemed that the transition was rather straightforward. He was to become the god of destruction for the 13th universe. Although the title sounded grand, it was a level above that of an ordinary god of destruction, yet it appeared that significant challenges lay ahead. This universe, it seemed, was embroiled in constant warfare. Though it was currently a void, perhaps with diligent development, they could encounter adversarial forces, such as the demonic factions or the dark gods of destruction, attempting to disrupt their progress. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, Luo Feng contemplated how to enhance his own strength. Before advancing his power, it seemed imperative to forge a perfect abode, his own realm of destruction. Without a domain of destruction, what was there to discuss? Observing the bewildered expression on Alice's face, Luo Feng let out a slight sigh. He had anticipated receiving either Kess or Batos, yet unexpectedly, it was this individual named Alice. His understanding of her character and disposition was rather limited. However, he could discern from her darting eyes that she was indeed a quirky character. Well, it seemed this was all part of his fate. If he wished to alter his destiny, it could only be achieved through strength, not through the pity of others. Although the angel assigned to him by the High Priest's reliability was debatable, he was quite satisfied with the notion of the trial grounds serving as his destruction god realm, essentially his new abode. Unlike other destruction gods who partitioned their academies into 12 segments, allowing for the construction of their desired styles to forge entirely new realms, Luo Feng found contentment in the fact that he could simply enjoy what was readily available. The expanse of his trial grounds was considerable, and the ancient castle at its center resonated with his preferences. Moreover, this domain encompassed jungles, deserts, swamps, and icy plains, along with a plethora of extraordinary creatures, ensuring that his existence within this destruction realm would not be excessively solitary. Taking leisurely strolls to survey his territory would be a delightful indulgence, and engaging in sparring with these extraordinary beings would contribute to the enhancement of his prowess. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. However, upon noticing Alice's forlorn gaze, he felt no inclination to communicate with her. Regardless of her beauty or the high priest's favor, she was merely fulfilling the role of a maidservant. What rationale was there for a master to engage in pleasantries with their servant? Chapter 88. Surveying the territory with this thought in mind, Luo Feng disregarded Alice's mournful glance and commenced the operation of the trial grounds and castle within the chaotic space, channeling his divine power. In an instant, a brand new destruction god realm stood quietly amidst the chaos. This new chaotic space was, in fact, the site of the so-called 13th universe, an area devoid of anything but chaos, a consequence of the mutual erasure by the Omni King and the Great Omni King. Nevertheless, this emptiness was precisely what Luo Feng had anticipated. As long as he remained within the bounds, everything would be manageable. Meanwhile, the lad Nefarian had already thrived within this trial ground, and now that it had become his destruction god realm, Luo Feng allowed him the freedom to roam. Currently, he had neither the energy nor the time to ponder Nefarian's and Alice's thoughts. At this moment, Luo Feng returned to his room within the ancient castle. His immediate priority was to transform the destructive power within him entirely into the divine power of destruction. Furthermore, the techniques he had mastered during his battle with Nefarian, namely the techniques of breaking the body and armor, required further consolidation and control. Before any unforeseen events transpired, enhancing his intrinsic strength was of utmost importance. With a resounding thud, the door to his room closed, and Luo Feng entered a profound state of cultivation. Nefarian, on the other hand, had no intention of continuing idle chatter with Alice. After all, this girl had confined him for many years. And now that he had finally found a master of considerable strength, he was disinterested in further entanglements with her. Alice harbored a peculiar obsession. As a member of the angelic race, she aspired to become a dragon knight. Seeing the wistful gaze of Alice, Nefarian felt a surge of unrest within him. He pondered how a proud abyssal dragon like himself could be the object of a female angel's desire to ride him, even if she felt nothing. It was a profound humiliation for the dragon race. If she were a true powerhouse, it might be acceptable, but despite her claims of being a genius among battle angels, she was not significantly more powerful than he. Fortunately, with Luo Feng, the newly appointed god of destruction, present, he need not face this so-called battle angel daily. Nefarian cast a casual glance at Alice, and with a swift motion, transformed into a colossal dragon. Spreading his wings, he soared into the skies to patrol the newly established realm of destruction. This vast and expansive space, the trial grounds, belonged to Luo Feng and also served as Nefarian's hunting ground. It was only fitting that he oversee his territory while his master engaged in cultivation, entrusting the security and surveillance duties to himself, his subordinate. At this moment, the entire trial ground was suspended in midair, resembling an inverted triangular celestial body. Observing the scene, one individual was surveying the territory while another was engrossed in meditation. Alice now felt like an outsider. As the current angelic sovereign of the 13th universe, she found it disheartening to be overlooked. It was understandable that the one who inherited the legacy of the god of destruction seemed to be enhancing his power. In the realms of the lower universe, strength was paramount, and Alice harbored no grievances regarding this matter. However, the young one named Nefarian had completely disregarded their previous bond, flying off without a second thought. Gazing upon the newly formed realm of destruction, Alice glanced at the void surrounding it and began to worry about her future. Father, am I truly your most cherished daughter? How could you send me to such a merciless place where there are no delightful locales to explore? The surroundings appeared to be nothing but an expanse of emptiness. For a spirited girl like her, enduring such solitude seemed rather cruel. As for other thoughts, Alice had yet to fully comprehend. The mere fact that she had been placed here suggested that this realm was destined to be filled with excitement and challenges. The present loneliness was merely transient. Even the dragon had departed, leaving her to her own devices. In a fit of defiance, Alice decided that if they were to ignore her, she would take it upon herself to explore this new realm of destruction. Seeking to discern what distinguished it from the previous realm of destruction in the angelic domain, Alice began to entertain a unique notion. Since Nefarian was patrolling the boundaries of the destruction realm, why not take a tour of her future territory? Although she was merely an auxiliary angel, or at least temporarily a servant to the god of destruction, Luo Feng, it would be prudent to survey her domain. Perhaps once Luo Feng's power was fully realized, he would initiate some action. In this regard, she held considerable faith in the arrangements made by the high priest. Observing that Nefarian had left the ancient castle, and with Alice humming a cheerful tune while strolling with her scepter, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. While handling Nefarian was manageable, he was still uncertain about how to deal with the newly appointed Princess Warrior Angel. Nevertheless, he lacked the energy to contemplate others' thoughts at this moment. His immediate priority was to solidify his strength and gain dominion over the universe. It seemed his ancient martial arts had also seen some enhancement, and the legacy ring of the god of destruction had bestowed upon him significant advancements. Earlier, the high priest had refrained from inquiring about many matters. Indeed, there is no need for inquiry. The memories brought forth by the legends are sufficient for him to contemplate for a considerable duration. The knowledge he has acquired from Kashi regarding the soul destruction technique is merely a truncated version, not the complete essence derived from the techniques of the god of destruction, which constitute the true legacy of that formidable deity. Given that this is the inheritance of the god of destruction, his aspiration is to elevate those abilities to their zenith, thus becoming a sovereign of a newly conceived realm of destruction. This endeavor is the primary focus of Luo Feng at present, through the cryptic remarks of the high priest. He is also aware that the opposing forces are not to be underestimated. Particularly, the high priest mentioned that the formidable entities on the side of the All-King belong to the angelic race, who assist and oversee various matters. Conversely, it seems that the All-King is supported by the demonic clan, whose name alone suggests a formidable adversary. However, it appears that neither side can gain the upper hand, as the existence of the high priest indicates the presence of a great demon on the opposing side. Well, all of this is still quite distant from their immediate concerns and is not within Luo Feng's contemplation. Presently, the All-King's side is evidently at a disadvantage, with both factions each possessing 12 fixed universes, while the ongoing conflict spans across 6 universes. It appears that the All-King's domain has only this singular universe, the 13th universe, which Luo Feng currently inhabits, secured at a considerable cost. Chapter 89. Cultivation. This situation implies that the opposing side holds absolute priority over 5 universes within the war zone. And the 13th universe, which he now occupies, has also been rendered a mere void at a significant expense to fall temporarily under the All-King's jurisdiction. Should he lack sufficient strength and experience any direct confrontation with the opposing forces, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Being bested by his adversaries would be a mild outcome. Encountering the current elite of the demonic clan or the dark god of destruction would likely result in him being easily overwhelmed. Considering he is merely a recent graduate of the Academy of Destruction. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng feels an intensified urgency to enhance his power. However, he does not immediately enter the anticipated state of cultivation. At this moment, he senses the destructive energy within him gradually transforming into the power of the god of destruction, a process that may be protracted. Nevertheless, during this transformation, he perceives an expansion in his perceptive abilities. Indeed, the scope of his destructive perception may only extend to the size of a planet. But with the augmentation of the god of destruction's power, his perception could expand infinitely, an attribute that every god of destruction across the universes possesses. Yet, such power cannot be obtained through mere forceful cultivation. As Luo Feng's perceptual abilities heightened and the transformation of divine destructive power commenced, he gradually sensed a subtle resonance connecting him to the universe. It dawned upon him that, perhaps as the high priest had suggested, the growth of one's strength is indeed intertwined with the universe one inhabits. This explains why each god of destruction possesses their own distinct dominion. However, prior to this realization, Luo Feng first perceived that the trial ground bestowed upon him by the high priest had astonishingly manifested into an inverted triangular planet, reminiscent of an ordinary god of destruction's sword. This planet, where Luo Feng resided, would henceforth be considered his home, surrounded by an ethereal array of minor celestial bodies. This was presumably the nascent form of his realm of destruction. He had not anticipated that the realm of destruction and the planets therein evolved in such a manner. As for the realms of the King of Worlds and the so-called Netherworld, those concerns belong to a later time. With this understanding of development, Luo Feng's spirit was fully anchored, since the realm of destruction had begun to take shape. It seemed that the presence of angels in the King of Worlds held no extraordinary significance, as long as he, the god of destruction, remained at the pinnacle of the cosmos. His power would gradually strengthen. Well then, with a nest established, let us not dwell on its defenses. That was a matter for another time. Presently, he felt the streams of energy within him fervently transforming into destructive power. Initially, Luofeng believed this would be a protracted process. Yet he was astounded to discover that the internal techniques he brought with him could actually expedite the transformation of his divine power. This revelation was indeed his greatest delight. While other gods of destruction might require millennia or even eons to fully convert their destructive energy, Luofeng realized that, with dedicated and diligent practice, he might achieve unimaginable feats within a century. However, for a god of destruction, this time frame held little significance, as these beings and angels could traverse the cosmos for countless millennia. He now found himself immersed in this extraordinary state of cultivation, focused on developing the universe. Yet, such aspirations were secondary. Without sufficient strength, even the mightiest universe serves merely as a garment for others. Thus, Luofeng resolved to immerse himself entirely, relinquishing any concern over the passage of time. After all, once the universe grew robust, the existence of a time machine would resolve all temporal dilemmas. As for the future direction of his universe, Luofeng had yet to formulate any specific plans. Meanwhile, outside, the angel Alice was filled with curiosity as she explored the entirety of Luofeng's planet, soon engaging in a spirited chase with Nefarian, Luofeng's new pet. At this moment, although Luofeng was immersed in the delightful pursuit of cultivation and enhancement, Alice was persistently entangled in her thoughts on how to capture that rascal Nefarian. I aspire to be the foremost true dragon knight, hee. This has become Alice's obsession. In contrast, Nefarian was feeling quite melancholic. After all, he was a formidable angel. Why must he constantly clash with our dragonkin? Furthermore, I have already acquired a new master. Yet this angel is neither defeated nor can he escape. Thus, he is left with no choice but to engage in a daily game of hide and seek with Alice. The days of evasion and concealment have truly become a source of inner turmoil. However, time slipped away gradually, and as it passed, it is unclear how long had truly elapsed. In this dimension and universe, merely a few years had gone by. Yet the passage of time in this realm bears no significance. Luofeng quickly sensed that his destructive power had reached an apex. Indeed, his destructive force had entirely transformed into divine destructive energy, and in this regard, he had elevated his perception to its utmost limit, encompassing the entirety of the 13th universe within his awareness. At this moment, he comprehended that the divine power had been fully infused. If he wished to elevate his strength and perceptual dimensions further, he would need to develop his universe entirely. However, that was a matter for another time. Presently, Luofeng needed to consolidate the soul-shattering technique learned from Kess, as well as the destruction spell he had grasped from the Destruction God King's ring. These two skills had already been acquired and required practical application, enabling their evolution and complete assimilation into his prowess. The spells of shattering the law and shattering the soul were exceptionally effective, regardless of the adversary faced in this temporal realm. With the augmentation of destructive divine power, he could secure an invincible position. As for confronting entities with formidable physical defenses or substantial shields, it was imperative to refine those two spells to perfection, which were the body-breaking and armor-breaking techniques he had learned for dealing with Nephilim. Although these techniques appeared straightforward, mastering them to their fullest demanded considerable effort. Thus, Luofeng immersed himself in a profound comprehension of these techniques. As time flowed relentlessly, the sounds of commotion from outside gradually waned. Due to the ongoing conflict, the angel Alice discovered an astonishing truth. Within this vast cosmic expanse, there existed no living beings, nor any galaxies, only an immense chaotic void. While she had captured Nephilim, it seemed there was little amusement to be found, as time passed rather monotonously. When one buries their goals in confidence, time feels fleeting. Yet, the daily grind of wrestling with Nephilim proved to be lacking in novelty. Reflecting on it, a battle angel of her stature found it rather unremarkable to be entangled with an abyssal dragon. Consequently, Alice shifted her focus to Luofeng, who was in seclusion for cultivation. After all, she was now partnered with him, yet since arriving in the 13th universe, this young man appeared solely absorbed in his trainings, scarcely exchanging more than a few words with her, which left Alice quite exasperated. As a powerful battle angel and a beauty in her own right, she thought her presence should at least serve as eye candy. Chapter 90. The vastness of the stars, however, Luo Feng seemed utterly indifferent to all his surroundings, including his pet Nephilim, whom he treated with no particular distinction. Bored, Alice realized she had become increasingly sidelined, a situation that was not befitting of her. At this moment, observing Luo Feng, who was diligently cultivating in his room, Alice stealthily approached the door. After a moment's contemplation, she gently cleared her throat, took out the angel's scepter, and knocked softly on Luo Feng's door. "Master Luo Feng, how long has it been? Are you still immersed in your cultivation?" At this moment, Luo Feng ceased his training, having realized that he had reached a bottleneck. The transition of his ultimate destructive power into divine destructive energy had not resulted in significant enhancement, as the entire 13 universes exhibited little advancement. Consequently, Luo Feng's progress had been exceedingly gradual. The sole consolation was that he had mastered the 4 innate skills of the destructive God King: soul-shattering, law-breaking, body-rupturing, and armor-cracking, exceedingly well. Yet, he felt a certain discord with the final 2 techniques, void shatter and space rupture, regardless of how much his destructive energy improved. What was amiss? Initially, he believed that fully transforming his destructive force into divine destructive energy would lead to a new understanding of void shatter and space rupture. However, it seemed far from that simple. As for more profound spells, Luo Feng found himself in a state of indecision. Well, since he had encountered a plateau in his cultivation, it might be time for him to focus on the development of this universe. Given that Alice had taken the initiative to approach him once more, it was evident that the young angel was feeling quite stifled. Upon reflection, it was indeed somewhat unreasonable to leave this battle angel alone for such an extended period. Although angels typically possess a rather aloof demeanor, this situation felt somewhat inappropriate. Thus, Luo Feng opened his door to find Alice, her expression filled with melancholy. "Alice, the angel, what counsel do you offer?" With a glimmer in her eye, Alice suddenly broke into a grin. "That Nefarian is utterly dull. You know I am a prodigy among angels. Since you seem disinterested in developing this 13 universe, perhaps you might entrust that responsibility to me. I believe I could perform even better. After all, my siblings in the cosmic expanse cannot fight to their fullest potential, and after so long, I find myself itching for a challenge. How about this, Lord Luo Feng? Let us engage in a friendly sparring match. What do you say?" Luo Feng was still unaccustomed to the title of Lord. Noticing his skeptical gaze, Alice chuckled. "Come on. Stop pretending. Even ordinary destructive gods are addressed as Lord in their own universes. As the inheritor of the destructive God King, surely you deserve the title as well?" "Ah, I see. Very well, call me whatever you wish. But Alice, why have you come to challenge me? If there are issues, we can discuss them later. Behold my angelic scepter." Suddenly, Alice unleashed an explosive aura, her staff swirling with a fierce wind. It seemed she had been pent up for quite some time, displaying none of the grace one might expect from a lady, as she brandished her staff with the intent to engage Luo Feng in battle. Luo Feng, on the other hand, felt a sense of helplessness. If one were an ordinary destroyer or angel from the mundane universe, such an aggressive approach would be unheard of. While he did not underestimate the prowess of this battle angel, it was unusual for one to initiate combat so readily. When had he ever witnessed Weiss pursuing Beerus, wreaking havoc across the realm of destruction? Bardos, too, had never been known to pin down her opponents in such a manner. Why had he found himself paired with such an uncooperative angel? Yet, upon reflection, it mattered little. His current strength had reached a certain plateau, and although this angel seemed unreliable, her abilities and power indicated that she was no ordinary being. It would indeed be a pity not to utilize such a promising training partner. Moreover, the nature of adversaries he might encounter in the future remained uncertain. This was a prime opportunity to enhance his strength. Only with increased power could he aspire to advance in the universe. With this thought, a glint of determination sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes, and he had no intention of being courteous to Alice. His body surged with a crimson aura of destruction, flames erupting vigorously and harmonizing beautifully with Alice's azure flames. The vibrant red flames, juxtaposed against her angelic blue fire, created a stunning spectacle, as if the two were gazing at each other in the air, poised for battle. At this moment, the distant Nephilim, peering curiously, sensed an unusual occurrence. His new master, Lord Luo Feng, had surprisingly emerged from seclusion. He hoped fervently that this time, Lord Luo Feng would display some vigor, thus avenging his long-held grievances. After all, for many years he had endured torment at the hands of Alice, and there had been no outlet for his pent-up resentment. When it came to combat and strength, The abyssal dragon Nephilim certainly found himself at a disadvantage compared to the angel, Alice. Soon, a most delightful spectacle unfolded before Nephilim's eyes. As the so-called most talented battle angel, Alice found herself in a state of being thoroughly overpowered by Yunfeng. In truth, Alice was also enveloped in a profound sense of frustration. Had this young man not only recently ascended to the position of the god of destruction? Though the god of destruction wielded a power formidable enough to command respect even from high-ranking officials, Alice believed there remained a significant gap in their respective strengths. Yet, how could it be that Yunfeng, having just recently transitioned his destructive powers into divine destruction, was so formidable? In practice, however, the reality was starkly different. His techniques and skills were entirely unlike what she had anticipated. Was this truly the prowess of a mere student newly transformed into divine power? Though Alice found it difficult to comprehend, the harsh reality was undeniable. Yunfeng's strikes were ferocious, while he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The sensation of being ground into the earth was exceedingly unpleasant. After a prolonged exchange, Alice abruptly called for a halt, exclaiming that it was unbalanced and requesting a pause. Yet, when she commanded a stop, he merely continued. In Yunfeng's lexicon, there was no room for gentility or indulgence. Having initiated this confrontation, he was resolved to see it through to the end. After witnessing this encounter, Alice could not help but recognize the inadequacies in her own techniques and skills, which enhanced her understanding of the divine powers of destruction. It dawned on her that such powers could be wielded in ways she had not previously considered. Yunfeng fought with exuberance, while Alice was left in a state of dismay. The most skilled warrior of the angelic race found herself utterly overpowered, with Yunfeng exhibiting no semblance of mercy. Regardless, she was still a princess of the angelic lineage, a beauty in her own right. How could he strike her with such severity? Though she barely managed to withstand Yunfeng's onslaught, the frustration within her grew exponentially, casting a long shadow over her spirit. After all, she had come seeking joy and pleasure, only to be pinned down and humiliated. To make matters worse, there was Nephilim, that scoundrel. Cheering on the spectacle, this was nothing short of a great disgrace. At this moment, Alice cast aside her so-called image as a battle angel, relinquishing her regal demeanor. She thought to herself that if she did not manifest something authentic, she would indeed be underestimated by this young man, Yunfeng. After all, the curse that prevented the angelic race from exerting their full combat potential seemed ineffective against her, as it only adapted to other angels. Moreover, if she were to unleash her full power, it would not inflict any peculiar damage upon this already ethereal space. With this realization, Alice's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Her azure energy surged forth, becoming as vast as the stars, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Witnessing Alice's metamorphosis, Yunfeng felt a ripple of surprise within him. So this was the true talent of a battle angel, was it? Yet, what of it? He had inherited the legacy of the god of destruction, which set him apart from ordinary deities of ruin. The purity of his destructive power was unparalleled. Now that Alice, the battle angel, had decided to unleash her full potential, Yunfeng saw no reason to hold back any longer. He intensified his aura, and the once bright red energy began to transition into a deep crimson, interspersed with glimmers of golden light. This was the destructive power passed down from the god of destruction. Both combatants had revealed their true capabilities. No longer merely testing each other as they had moments earlier, it was evident that they were prepared to engage earnestly. Nefarian wisely distanced himself from the impending clash, recognizing that neither the angel nor his new master was an opponent to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Alice felt a profound sense of bitterness. She had finally unveiled her true strength, only to realize that this young man had seemingly been jesting earlier, not fully committing to the fight. Yet, finding herself in a situation from which retreat was impossible, she thought, I shall not let this young man underestimate me as if I were merely a common vegetable. With that resolve, Alice concentrated all her resplendent stellar energy into her angelic scepter. In an instant, the scepter transformed into a brilliant stream of light, launching a fierce assault directly at the heart of Yunfeng's being. Behold my attack, star convergence, she proclaimed, channeling all her power into this singular, formidable strike. This was surely the most potent offensive a battle angel could unleash. Very well, let us see how you fare against my technique. However, as Alice unleashed her ultimate assault, a slight smile graced Yunfeng's lips. It was time for him to test the true might of his god of destruction skills and powers. As the destructive divine power emanating from Yunfeng's body converged entirely within him, his aura transformed, resembling that of an ordinary human, devoid of any energy leakage. This alone surpassed Alice by an immeasurable degree. After all, Alice merely forced her angelic divine power into a cohesive form, whereas Luo Feng meticulously concentrated all his destructive divine power internally, enabling him to unleash the utmost limit of his destructive force. This ability to contain his aura is an exclusive skill of the Divine King of Destruction. Witnessing Luo Feng truly manage to restrain his aura entirely within, Alice gritted her teeth in disbelief. This fellow had indeed accomplished such a feat, yet it was impossible for her to be intimidated solely by this tactic. Defeating her would require genuine strength. Luo Feng did not disappoint Alice. After fully internalizing the essence and energy of time, his fists underwent a remarkable transformation. A crimson lightning danced around his fists, crackling with energy, while the sheer concentration of aura and power turned his fists a brilliant red, akin to a newly born sun. At this moment, Luo Feng boldly met Alice's assault with a counterattack of his own. With a powerful roar, he unleashed the armor-breaking technique, fully harnessing the essence of the destructive deity's legacy for the first time. Recognizing that his adversary intended to strike with a point of energy, Luo Feng concentrated all the destructive power within him into a singular point. It was only through this focused approach that the true essence of the armor-breaking technique could be realized. In midair, a crimson fist collided unexpectedly with a blue staff, resulting in a resounding crash. Both combatants found themselves locked in a standoff, a peculiar wave of energy emanating from their clash sending Nefarian, who had retreated a considerable distance, tumbling head over heels, sensing the precariousness of the situation. Was this the disparity in power between the destructive deity and the celestial battle angel? By this display alone, it appeared that Luo Feng was already on par with his predecessor, the former destructive deity. Nefarian was astonished by how rapidly his new master had progressed, surpassing even his own expectations. Yet, Alice was no ordinary opponent. It was no wonder he had been unable to escape her clutches. If she were to fully commit, her strength seemed scarcely inferior to that of her father, the high priest, indeed far surpassing that of angels from other universes. Perhaps this was the primary reason Alice was capable of engaging in such a fierce battle. As Nefarian steadied himself, intrigued and eager to witness this epic confrontation, a sudden, crisp crack echoed in his ears. What was that peculiar sound? Instantly, Nefarian's enormous eyes shrank to the size of pinholes, wondering if he was witnessing some kind of farce. At this moment, Nefarian could scarcely utter a word, his tongue faltering in disbelief. Meanwhile, the two figures at the center of the battlefield found themselves entrapped in a state of petrification, as the vibrant energy that once surged through them gradually returned to their own beings. At this moment, the angel Alice found herself utterly immobilized, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the angelic scepter clutched in her hands. The crisp sound of a crack resonated from the very scepter she held. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Luo Feng's fist pressed against the crystalline gem atop Alice's scepter, and in the next instant, a faint fissure appeared upon the gem's surface. Chapter 92. The scepter's collapse. Following the intense clash between the two, Alice's angelic scepter manifested a peculiar crack, reminiscent of the one on the scepter of Kess. With a resounding bang, the situation escalated. Not only was Nefarian at a loss for comprehension, but even the petrified Alice succumbed to a state of madness. What had initially been a mere hairline fracture now felt as though her very heart had shattered with the thunderous sound. At this moment, gazing upon the barren scepter, Alice found herself utterly at a loss for words to articulate her current emotions. It was not merely heartbreak. Her eyes were now suffused with blood, veins vividly etched within, as it seemed she was teetering on the brink of fury. If the previous incident, where she grasped the unique techniques embedded within the crystalline gem of the Kriz angelic scepter, resulting in its shattering, could be deemed a mere coincidence, this time it was undeniably a genuine one-on-one confrontation that had truly shattered Alice's angelic scepter. Where, then, could one seek to rationalize such an event? At this moment, Luo Feng felt utterly helpless. He merely wished to experience the sheer power and sharpness of the techniques within the inheritance of the god of destruction, with no intention of deliberately damaging the angelic staff. However, it must be acknowledged that the angelic staff is a treasure fiercely protected by every angel with their lives, a legacy of their kind. From the high priest downwards, each angelic staff serves as a source of their strength. Yet, why had he already damaged 2 angelic staves? And this time, it was a complete shattering. Luo Feng promptly withdrew his fist, glancing at the almost ethereal ring of the god of destruction inherited in his possession. Could this ring be causing such mischief? Upon reflection, it seemed incorrect. The last time he had damaged Keshi's staff, he had not yet acquired the inheritance of the god of destruction. How bizarre. Was his arrival in this world solely to wreak havoc upon angelic staves? Or did the god of destruction possess such an inherent talent? With this thought, Luo Feng sighed in resignation. He gazed at Alice, whose eyes now glowed a furious crimson. He felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Indeed, this was not his intent. Regardless, the situation had unfolded as it had. His full-force punch had indeed shattered Alice's divine staff, leaving only a bare wooden handle, a principal reason for the angel's fury. Now, he contemplated how to face Alice's impending tempest of rage. Nevertheless, despite her violent tendencies, without her staff, she would likely be unable to cause any significant trouble. At that moment, Luo Feng could only temporarily find solace in this thought. Just before Alice erupted, a feeble voice reached his ears. "Boss, you didn't actually break the gem of the staff, did you?" stammered Nephalian, and Luo Feng, growing impatient, waved his fist dismissively. "Just speak plainly, stop beating around the bush." Nephalian seemed to muster some courage, straightened his demeanor, and stated, "I wanted to warn you some time ago, but you were in seclusion, and I had no chance to speak. It appears that the previous god of destruction possessed a unique ability, a specific nemesis to the angelic staffs. As the master of the god of destruction, there seems to be nothing particularly outstanding about you, yet you possess a unique talent for destruction. I have realized that you are indeed the rightful successor to this generation's god of destruction. The fact that you can reduce the indestructible angelic staff to dust with a single punch proves this. Regardless, you have now become my true leader." He chuckled. "I must admit, there was a time when I harbored a bit of discontent or peculiar thoughts, but that is no longer the case." Observing Nephalian's candidness, Luo Feng suddenly felt as though he was not being supported, but rather led into a pitfall, as if it was blatantly inciting animosity. Could it be that each god of destruction harbored some special sentiments towards the angelic staffs? Surely not. It couldn't be so. If that is the case, it will indeed be difficult to speak before the assembly of angels in the future, not to mention the potential issues with their scepters, should they shatter. The blame would inevitably fall upon oneself. Where then would one seek justice? However, this is not the time for such contemplations. The immediate concern is to manage the current situation with Alice, for this young lady is destined to collaborate with one's ruling angels across the 13 universes. If this child is not dealt with properly, one cannot expect to enjoy any peace, at the very least. At this moment, Alice, with her eyes swollen and reddened, gradually emerged from her petrified state, her gaze emanating a terrifying aura. Was she on the verge of complete madness? Shortly thereafter, her actions left both Luo Feng and Nepharian in a state of stunned silence. This battle angel, renowned for her unmatched prowess, did not unleash an attack or succumb to fury and curses. Instead, her eyes turned crimson, and she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. This left Luo Feng somewhat at a loss, for while he was unyielding in the face of combat, intimidation, and threats, he found himself utterly disarmed by the sight of a girl in tears. Moreover, Alice's weeping was so poignant and unexpected that it defied all conventions. After all, she was a formidable angel. How could she be reduced to such a state? At this moment, Alice clutched her staff, resembling a beloved child whose cherished possession had been shattered, weeping with an intensity that seemed to rend the very fabric of her heart. This left Luo Feng feeling increasingly exasperated, for Alice remained silent, wailing inconsolably, utterly devoid of any semblance of ladylike composure. Her sorrow rendered him somewhat at a loss. Should this incident become public knowledge, it would be an utter embarrassment, having broken his own angel's staff and reduced her to tears. The manner in which she cried appeared to convey a profound sincerity and depth of emotion, given her unique ability to evoke such feelings. It was indeed astonishing that the high priest did not dote upon her. Otherwise, having such a daughter weeping nearby would surely be a source of great distress for him. Recalling the high priest's enigmatic smile prior to his departure, Luo Feng felt a flicker of understanding. The high priest's knowing gaze filled Luo Feng with a sense of helplessness as he observed Alice, who continued to sob uncontrollably. He paused, striving to balance his own profoundly sorrowful emotions. However, this was hardly the time for further consolation, considering that she was in this state due to his own actions. If this girl persisted in her lamentations, it would not bode well. He desired to cultivate in peace, and the strength of the angel beside him was of little consequence. Sighing softly at the still crying Alice, Luo Feng finally spoke. "All right, Angel Alice." Yet, upon uttering those words, Alice seemed to feel even more aggrieved, erupting into another round of loud sobs. This was akin to a floodgate having been opened, impossible to contain. Chapter 93. Consolation. At this moment, Luo Feng felt a slight ache in his head, accompanied by a sense of dizziness. It appeared that this girl's talent was indeed predominantly expressed through her tears. Luo Feng cleared his throat with a serious demeanor and said, "All right, stop crying. I possess a method to restore your angelic staff." Upon the utterance of these words, Alice, who had just been wailing and thrashing about in a fit of despair, astonishingly returned to a state of tranquility. Her tears, which had flowed so swiftly, receded just as rapidly, and her voice transformed into an unusually gentle tone. The swiftness with which this individual altered her demeanor was truly remarkable. At this moment, Alice's actions left Nephalion beside her in a state of disbelief. It is often said that women are as fluid as water. Could it be that female angels are similarly composed? She transformed with such swiftness, her demeanor shifting more rapidly than the turning of a page. Just moments ago, she had been weeping passionately, yet now she reverted to a compliant persona, which was a stark contrast that Nephalion found difficult to comprehend. Seeing that his attempts at consolation had indeed borne fruit, Luo Feng felt a sense of quiet relief, as long as the girl ceased her lamentations. Perhaps everything could revert to a semblance of normalcy. He then took a moment to steady his thoughts. I had mentioned our encounter. At this point, noticing Luo Feng's intention to evade responsibility, Alice pouted her lips, her eyes welling with tears once again, prepared to resume her weeping. Luo Feng hastily amended his statement. "It is all my fault." "Very well, let us put an end to this. I have a means to restore your angelic staff." Upon hearing Luo Feng address the crux of the matter, Alice ceased her cries. After all, the staff in her possession had shattered, leaving her with profound feelings of grievance. This staff, bestowed upon her by her esteemed father, was the most potent of angelic weapons, specifically designed for battle angels. She had not anticipated that this individual, Luo Feng, could so easily obliterate it with a single blow. Her earlier tears of sorrow were not entirely genuine. They stemmed from a sudden recollection of an ancient legend, the perfect synergy between the god of destruction and angels. However, the true nemesis of the angelic race is the king of destruction, a harbinger of their doom. As the heir to the king of destruction, he seems to possess an inherent advantage over all angelic staffs. Any contact would inevitably lead to their complete annihilation. Unbeknownst to her, in a moment of impulse, she had neglected this critical information, realizing only now that her companion was indeed the sovereign among destroyers. It was in the very instant her staff shattered that Alice recalled this vital detail. Her tears and distress were not solely aimed at Luo Feng for breaking her staff, but rather at herself for having forgotten such crucial knowledge. Faced with the heir of the king of destruction, regardless of his current strength, Alice knew that she, as an angel, was no match for him. This was precisely the reason her father had warned her of the demon race's particular apprehension towards the heir of the king of destruction. Perhaps this marked a pivotal turning point for both her kin and the angelic lineage, yet she had allowed such essential information to slip from her mind, leaving her to suffer the consequences alone. If she were to present this fragmented staff to her father, not only would she be met with his scorn, but her siblings would surely ridicule her, an indignity that the proud Alice could not bear. However, the deed was done, and she must confront the reality of the situation. Since Luo Feng claimed to possess a means of repairing her angelic staff, she resolved to see what he could accomplish. Should he succeed in rectifying this predicament, it would grant Alice a reprieve, for achieving their standards of strength hinged upon preserving one's dignity above all else. At this moment, Luo Feng gently rubbed his chin, contemplating whether he could advance his plans. It would conveniently allow him to assist Alice in restoring the angel's staff, presenting a splendid opportunity to achieve multiple objectives. As this thought crossed his mind, a peculiar golden glimmer flickered in his eyes. "I shall take it upon myself to mend the staff for you, so there is no need for you to torment yourself with tears. Well, while I discern your intentions, there's truly no necessity for such overt displays of emotion." Witnessing that her innermost thoughts seemed to be laid bare before Luo Feng, Alice's lips curled slightly, and tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Raising his hands, Luo Feng declared, "If you continue to weep, I shall no longer concern myself with the matter of your staff." Faced with his resolute stance, Alice's tears dissipated just as swiftly as they had emerged, retreating back to her eyes as she tidied her hair, instantly adopting a demeanor of compliance. She stood beside Luo Feng and respectfully remarked, "Very well, Lord Luo Feng. I acknowledge my mistake just now. If you can assist me in restoring the angel's staff, I shall abide by your every word from henceforth." and I will refrain from provoking you again. This time, I genuinely admit my fault. The speed with which this individual capitulated struck Luo Feng as somewhat suspicious. Was there a hidden agenda? He regarded Alice with a scrutinizing gaze. Nephalian, too. Found it perplexing that this tempestuous, tearful angel could exhibit such a tender side. It was indeed surprising. No, rather, it should be noted as surprising to the dragon. At this moment, Luo Feng clapped his hands, assuring that repairing your staff would pose no difficulty. He then recounted the bizarre incident involving Kashi's staff, which had been inadvertently damaged by Champa. It appears there is a story behind this. Upon hearing Luo Feng's narrative, Alice found herself in doubt. Indeed, there had been an unusual number of strange occurrences recently. Could it be that the sacred artifact, a legacy of her angelic lineage, had been mishandled in this generation? How could it be that Kashi's staff had fallen victim to someone like Champa? At that time, Champa was merely a student of destruction, attempting to master the art of effortless mastery through peculiar means. However, Luo Feng's earnest demeanor did not suggest he was deceiving her. If Kashi's staff could be repaired, then even though her own staff was quite thoroughly shattered, it seemed, according to Luo Feng, there might still be a solution. Yet, Alice was suddenly confronted with a critical dilemma. It appeared that Luo Feng himself could not perform the repair. She would still need to seek Kashi's assistance. Would this not compromise her secret? Luo Feng, however, offered her a resolute gaze, reassuring her that Kashi would undoubtedly find a way to restore her angelic staff. He expressed unwavering confidence in this matter, suggesting that since her secret could no longer be concealed, there was no need for her to hide. Should she choose not to utilize his approach, she might seek the aid of the high priest, who could perhaps grant her more favorable treatment. The thought of facing that benevolent paternal figure caused Alice's rising anger to dissipate. Seeking Kashi's help was certainly preferable to turning to her father. After all, Kashi held considerable esteem among the angelic sisters. If this matter were merely about the repair of her staff, Kashi would likely keep it confidential, as she was Alice's most cherished elder sister. With this thought in mind, Alice could only comfort herself with such reasoning. After all, her shattered staff rendered her unable to wield much of her energy and power, and her most pressing need was to restore it. However, noticing that Luo Feng did not seem to fully dismiss the matter of the staff, as if he had something else unspoken on his mind, she turned her gaze back to him. Master Luo Feng, do you have any other plans? Chapter 94. Repairing the staff. Luo Feng's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Restoring the staff is our foremost task. There are additional matters to attend to afterward. As an angel of the 13th universe, you are aware that our universe has yet to flourish. My own strength has reached an impasse, and it seems we are now at the juncture where we must venture forth to seize opportunities. Seizing opportunities? What on earth does that mean? Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Alice expressed her utter bewilderment. However, Luo Feng continued to ponder for a while before stating, "Very well, our first destination will be the cosmic terrain. Just follow my arrangements from here on." It seemed that Luo Feng had meticulously devised a plan, relieving her of any concerns. Their initial stop would be at Sister Kusi's location to restore the scepter. As long as he could mend his angel scepter, she would leave the subsequent arrangements entirely to Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng had his hand firmly grasped around Alice's nape, and he declared, "Let us embark. Our destination is the 10th universe." At this moment, Alice remained somewhat dazed, puzzled by the rather coarse manner in which this fellow was gripping her neck. Observing her stillness, seemingly entranced and unwilling to budge, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Have I not mentioned? We must first journey to the 10th universe to seek your elder sister, Kess. She undoubtedly possesses the means to restore your angelic staff. Why linger here in a stupor? We must set forth at once. Do you truly expect me to lead the way?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, it seemed as though Alice experienced a moment of clarity. It appeared that within the vast expanse of the cosmos, an unwritten convention had emerged. Angels were to pave the way, serving as the swiftest means of transport and flight, effectively becoming the universe's conveyance mechanism. Remarkably, Luo Feng had resorted to this peculiar method to have her soar towards the 10th universe. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be entirely reasonable, for indeed, among all beings in the cosmos, it was her kind, the angels, who boasted the greatest speed in flight, excluding, of course, the abilities of teleportation and instantaneous movement. Yet, did Luo Feng truly remain oblivious to the fact that her staff had been rendered inoperative by his actions? Given her current capabilities, even if she were to exert herself fully, it was uncertain when they would finally reach the 10th universe. At this moment, Alice cast a disdainful glare at Luophone and teasingly remarked, "My dear Lord Luophone, you have rather overstepped your bounds. You have shattered my staff. Do you truly expect that my meager powers could transport you to the 10th universe? If that is indeed the case, well, I shudder to think how long it might take." At this moment, Luophone suddenly caught sight of Alice's expression and offered an awkward smile. Indeed, he had been rather reckless, forgetting that her precious artifact had just been shattered by him. Now, if they were to venture into the 10th universe, he could no longer rely on Alice's powers. He then turned his gaze towards Nephalion, who appeared somewhat dazed and innocent. "Ah, indeed. Did I not possess a steed? It would be a pity not to utilize this flying dragon standing idly by." Noticing the glances exchanged between Alice and Luophone, Nephalion suddenly shuddered, sensing that an unfortunate event was about to befall him. Luophone cleared his throat and stated, "Nephalion, it is indeed your time to shine. You may transform into your dragon form and carry us to the 10th universe. Surely, it would be beneath my dignity as a god of destruction to personally escort Alice there." At this moment, Alice felt a flicker of exhilaration within her heart, although the scepter in her hand had been destroyed, causing her immense frustration. The prospect of soaring to the 10th universe alongside Luophone as a dragon knight was undeniably a thrilling experience, even for Sister Kashi. At this moment, Alice transformed her sorrow into joy, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she gazed at Luophone, eagerly anticipating his next move. Nephalion observed their demeanor and pondered, unable to fight or flee, realizing that he seemed to share a fate akin to that of a mere transport vessel. With this thought, he ceased his resistance and struggle, expanding his form into a colossal dragon with wings spanning hundreds of meters. This was undoubtedly the most powerful form Nephalion could assume at present. Though a flicker of reluctance resided within him, as a steed to a divine dragon, he possessed a sense of duty, now that his master required his strength. Nephalion had no choice but to comply. Upon transforming into a dragon, Luophone wasted no time. He grasped Alice by the neck and leaped onto Nephalion's enormous head, giving it a friendly pat before calling for departure. Nephalion, though slightly perturbed, chose not to dwell on his discomfort. He knew he was not yet a match for the angel and decided to bide his time for revenge later. Thus, Luophone, seated upon Nephalion in his dragon form, along with Alice, transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing instantaneously into the chaotic expanse of the 13th universe. Meanwhile, within the ancient castle at the heart of the planet Ramses in the realm of the 10th universe, Ramses, Beerus, Whis, and Kess sat quietly around a stone table. At this moment, Kiki offered a gentle smile as she handed a cup of fragrant tea to Weiss. Upon receiving it, he took a delicate sip, and immediately, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Kiki, dear sister, the flavor of your tea is truly exquisite, far superior to that of our cosmic region." Observing Weiss's flattering remarks, Kiki returned the smile graciously, replying, "You are indeed correct. Our cosmic region's supreme Kai possesses a private tea garden, and among all the universes, his tea is unparalleled." Weiss, "You rascal, if it were anyone else, I would hardly be so generous with my tea." At this juncture, the two siblings exchanged knowing smiles, while the disgruntled Beerus, with a look of utter disdain, glared at Weiss and lamented, "The 10th universe has its merits, yet their food is simply deplorable." At this moment, Beerus was voraciously devouring an unknown dumpling presented by Ramsay. "Is this truly a delicacy meant for a guest of my stature?" Observing Beerus's demeanor, Ramsay could only shrug helplessly. "Beerus, you shouldn't be so finicky here. This is already the finest lunch our Universe 10 has to offer. Do you wish to return home on an empty stomach? Savoring these snacks and flavors is precisely what you desire, is it not?" At this moment, Beerus found himself choking on a peculiar dumpling, rolling his eyes in exasperation. After a considerable effort, he managed to swallow the unidentifiable dish crafted from some obscure plant and remarked with a huff, "Ramsay, had it not been for your assistance being truly required this time, do you think I would have come to this remote corner of the 10th universe?" Noticing the impending banter between the two, Kess offered a gentle smile and interjected, "Weren't you two quite amicable during your school days? Now that you've both ascended to the status of universe rulers, why do you still bicker like children over trivial matters? How about this, Lord Beerus? Why not indulge in a cup of tea? The leaves here are truly exceptional." Chapter 95. A brand new attire. Seeing Kess attempting to mediate, was chimed in, "Indeed, Lord Beerus, you owe a great deal to Lord Ramsay this time. Otherwise, where would you have sourced this splendid new attire befitting a god of destruction? Not to mention, Lord Ramsay's craftsmanship has reached remarkable heights. Have you noticed that among all 12 gods of destruction, your ensemble is the most exquisitely tailored? In the vast expanse of the 12 universes, how many could genuinely attain the level of skill exhibited by Lord Ramsay? If it were left to your own devices, who knows what the outcome would be? Observing Whis smirking at Beerus, Ramsay too was on the verge of rolling his eyes in disbelief. Was he here to mediate or to incite trouble? Contrary to Kess's expectations, Beerus did not erupt in anger. Instead, he gently retrieved an iron box from behind him and slid it across the table towards Ramsay, stating, "Ramsay, this is the agreed-upon reward. Although your culinary creations leave much to be desired, your craftsmanship is indeed commendable. Let us not delve into other matters. Based solely on the level of defense and aesthetic appeal, if you claim second place, no one would dare contest your first. However, I have only heard that you had a penchant for blacksmithing during your school years. When did you begin to delve into the art of tailoring?" At this point, Ramsay, the typically unassuming individual, seemed on the verge of a retort. Kess chuckled softly. "Ah, indeed, this does suggest that Lord Ramsay possesses a certain talent in this area. Moreover, it's worth mentioning that since Lord Ramsay took charge of the 10th universe, our development has been quite impressive." Kess gestured towards the iron box on the table, adding, "Lord Beerus has shown considerable sincerity. This contains special materials from your 7th universe. With this material, Lord Ramsay, your plans may come to fruition even more swiftly." At this moment, Ramsay was quite unreserved, promptly opening the iron box before him. He gazed upon the dazzling brilliance within, reminiscent of diamonds, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In terms of craftsmanship, he truly believed that his skills as a blacksmith were unparalleled. However, human nature often harbors selfish desires. Even a deity of destruction is not exempt. Upon seeing the reward presented by Beerus, Ramsay chose not to dwell on the earlier disrespect. Understanding that this was a straightforward transaction, payment exchanged for goods. At this moment, Ramsay felt a renewed sense of confidence and ambition regarding his plans. Suddenly, the composed and graceful Kess furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Who dares to intrude upon our 10th universe? This is utterly outrageous. Do they presume that we lack guardians?" As she spoke, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances of mild astonishment, realizing that someone truly had the audacity to breach the 10th universe so brazenly. It seemed our arrival in the 10th universe was indeed timely, allowing us to witness an entirely new spectacle. At this moment, Beerus adjusted his newly donned God of Destruction attire and exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "Fear not, Master Kess. It just so happens that both Whis and I are present here. With 2 gods of destruction and 2 angels, what could possibly rival the might of our formidable quartet?" He chuckled, having arrived in the realm of destruction. "We have been so preoccupied with refining our techniques that we scarcely have time for sparring or engaging in combat. My limbs have grown quite restless." However, was promptly interjected. "Lord Beerus, do you not feel a twinge of guilt with such words? I recall that after your descent into the underworld, aside from sleeping and training, you seemingly engaged in few substantial endeavors. By the way, did you not also nurture a few sword kings?" In response to Whis's playful jibe, Beerus chuckled heartily. Regardless of the circumstances, the prospect of witnessing some excitement, and perhaps even a skirmish, brought him genuine joy. Observing Beerus's unusual exuberance, Kess could only sigh in resignation, lamenting her unfortunate encounter. Had it been another god of destruction, they would likely have first inquired about the identity of the intruder in their 10th universe. Yet, Beerus and Whis, emboldened by their formidable powers, seemed to regard the trespasser with utter indifference. At this moment, it seemed as though Ramsay sensed something. Indeed, there were 3 individuals present, their auras extraordinarily formidable. Who could they be? A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Having toiled at the forge for so many years, he found himself growing somewhat weary. However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, his expression shifted abruptly, leaving him frozen in place. At this moment, Kess was utterly bewildered on the scene. Could it be him? Just as this thought crossed her mind, upon witnessing the expressions of Kess and Ramsay, Beerus was similarly taken aback. He had anticipated that his jest would elicit amusement from the two, yet Kess and Ramsay stood there, petrified. The usually composed Ramsay suddenly stammered, "It can't be, it truly is him, the god of death." Kess, gritting her silver teeth, darkened in countenance. "So it is indeed him. I had yet to settle the score, and he dares to come forth on his own. Very well, at the Destruction Academy. I may not have been able to confront him, allowing Beerus, Champa, and Katra to take the blame. Now, this brat dares to present himself willingly. Humph. accompanied by a deep abyss dragon. Does he think I fear him? This is our 10th universe, our home turf. With this, Kess drew her angelic staff, readying herself for confrontation. Without hesitation, Ramsey stowed away the rewards Beerus had provided on the table into his storage space, knowing well that such treasures should not fall into the hands of that individual. Otherwise, their safety would be at stake. Truly, Ramsey was thoughtful even in critical moments. Observing Kess and Ramsey's demeanor as if facing a formidable foe, Whis and Beerus were equally perplexed. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, they were brimming with confidence, and now they had transformed into this? Whis inquired of Kess what was transpiring. However, Beerus's previous smile had turned rigid as he asked, "Are you referring to the Abyss Dragon?" Upon seeing Kess solemnly nod, Beerus's expression shifted as if recalling something. No? Could it be the god of death? When did you provoke that individual? How could he possibly be here? As Beerus bombarded them with questions, Ramsey concealed his treasures and sighed helplessly. How would we know? I seem to have no significant connection with him, merely a few past grievances. However, since arriving in this universe, we have had no further contact. This time, he has come uninvited. I foresee nothing but trouble. Observing the change in demeanor from jesters to serious individuals, Whis became intrigued. Oh, Lord Beerus and Lord Ramsey. Whom are you speaking of that can induce such tension in two top-tier destroyers? I am rather looking forward to it. Chapter 96. A lasting impression, Sister Kess. You are renowned for your good temper. Who could have possibly provoked you? Noticing the solemn expressions on the three faces, Whis slightly sensed the atmosphere. Ah, I see. It turns out to be him. Now that I think about it, I do feel a bit curious. An abyss dragon, isn't that Alice's little pet? It has been quite some time since I last laid eyes on Alice, and to my astonishment, she has come to your 10th universe in person, riding upon that formidable dragon. It seems that she, too, has pressing matters to discuss with you. Whis, with his characteristic nonchalance, seemingly disregarded the arrival of both Rofone and Alice alongside Nefarian. Observing the expressions of these three individuals, he harbored a certain anticipation regarding the unfolding events that would arise from their gathering. After all, this is the 10th universe, the domain of Zais and Ramsey, and Whis's penchant for reveling in chaos is well known. He finished his tea in one swift gulp and gently retrieved his angelic staff, preparing to send a message to Alice for further inquiry. At this moment, it seemed that Beerus had suddenly regained his senses. He shuddered violently and seized Whis by the shoulder, growling fiercely, "Whis, let us depart swiftly. Just a moment ago, you expressed your intent to support Lady Kess and Lord Ramsey. Such fortuitous events are exceedingly rare, and yet you are hesitating? Moreover, I find myself quite intrigued by the individual you mentioned earlier. I am aware that he is no ordinary person within the school, yet I have not had the opportunity to engage with him. I must inquire, Lady Kess, what is it about this individual that has left such a profound impression upon you? Is it perhaps related to the incident involving the shattered crystal atop the angel's staff? I sense that it may have been a mere accident. This young man has traversed from the 13th universe, perhaps seeking your assistance. You need not harbor such animosity towards him." In response to Whis's nonchalant remarks, Beerus rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Mr. Whis, you lack understanding. During our time in the trial grounds, you are oblivious to the actions he undertook. This is not the moment for idle chatter. Any matters requiring discussion can wait until we return home. For now, we must leave immediately." At this moment, witnessing Beerus's blatant disregard for loyalty, Ramsey could only let out a resigned sigh. "Perhaps, Beerus, your decision is indeed the correct one. This individual has managed to subdue even the abyssal dragon, and it remains uncertain what caliber of divine position he now inherits. I sense that even united, we may not stand a chance against him. Despite Mr. Whis's formidable strength, it is essential to remember that within this ordinary universe, both the Angel of Kess and Whis himself cannot unleash their full potential. It appears that this impending crisis must be confronted by us alone." Beerus was not swayed by Ramsey's provocation. Rather, the more he heard, the more trepidation filled his heart. He vividly recalled the words of Xiangpa from years past, recounting how Xiangpa had crossed paths with that fellow, Luofeng, within the trial grounds. The magnitude of Luofeng's power had left him utterly astonished, although he continuously harbored a sense of defiance. The fact remained that the other had subdued the abyssal dragon and had been dispatched to the 13th universe by the Grand Priest himself, a realm steeped in warfare, unlike their own, where they basked in the tranquility and opportunities for development. At this moment, Beerus grew increasingly anxious. "Whis, we can discuss matters later. We must depart immediately. Whis sighed. Very well, it seems the spectacle will not unfold as anticipated. In that case, Lady Kaiatsu and Lord Ramsay, we shall take our leave. Whis was unperturbed by this decision. While the amusement of the situation was enticing, he held a deep respect for Beerus's seriousness when it came to important matters. In an instant, a radiant light shimmered in their hands, transforming into a dazzling beam akin to a diamond, vanishing without a trace amidst the stars of Ramsay. At this moment, witnessing the departure of the two, Chris subtly gritted her teeth. Her brother and this Bylish truly lacked loyalty. Their earlier grand ambitions seemed to evaporate as they fled without a second thought. However, it was not the time to dwell on the betrayal of these two youngsters. While both Ramsay and Chris were lost in their own contemplations, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed over the periphery of Ramsay Planet. It was the Abyssal Dragon, racing towards them at full speed. At this moment, he had extended his wingspan to an immense range of several thousand meters, showcasing his prowess to the fullest. Otherwise, how could he traverse the entirety of the 10th universe at such a remarkable speed? He arrived at the very center of the 10th universe, the realm of the god of destruction, the planet Ramsay. Yet, at this instant, Nefarian understood that despite his grand entrance, he was certainly not the protagonist of this encounter. His role was merely that of a mount. Upon reaching their destination, he flickered and instantly diminished in size, transforming into a diminutive black dragon that flitted around Yunfeng, appearing rather adorable in its antics. Who could have imagined that this was the most terrifying creature in the universe, the Abyssal Dragon? Witnessing their swift arrival, Yunfeng felt quite pleased with Nefarian's performance. This fellow was aware of propriety, refraining from uttering any audacious words, especially considering that his mission in the 10th universe was one of negotiation. Otherwise, the weeping Alice would surely have been inconsolable. Observing Alice's astonished expression, Yunfeng grasped her by the neck and swiftly descended before Ramsay and Kishi. Seeing the actions of these two, Ramsay and Kishi were momentarily rendered speechless. As if confronted with a formidable foe, what was this? How did that dragon silently follow Yunfeng? And what about the manner in which Yunfeng handled Alice? It was rather unseemly. Why was that girl so willingly being carried by the neck like a chick? Noting the petrified expressions on Kishi and Ramsay, Yunfeng cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Ladies and gentlemen, is this how you conduct your hospitality? We are not strangers, so why the dazed expressions? Observing Yunfeng's nonchalant demeanor, Ramsay shivered involuntarily. Lord Yunfeng, what is it that you wish to accomplish in our 10th universe? Seeing Ramsay's relatively composed reaction, Yunfeng offered him a gentle smile before shifting his gaze to Kishi. At this moment, Kess clenched her silver teeth, her face etched with frustration. The staff in her hand emanated a shimmering glow, and she appeared to be teetering on the brink of an impending eruption. At this moment, Kess found herself lost in boundless thoughts, recalling how this very culprit had once marred the crystal gem atop her scepter. How could it be that this audacious figure dared to return to the 10th universe so nonchalantly? Furthermore, when had Alice, the little girl, transformed into such a docile creature? It was as if Kess suddenly recollected something significant. In Chapter 97, the girl demonstrated an unexpected tactic. How could she, of all people, wield her own scepter to point at Yunfeng, the harbinger of death? This was the very lad who, through some inscrutable means, had ruined her angelic scepter. The moment this realization struck her, the once menacing Kess swiftly shifted her stance, concealing the scepter behind her. The thought of Yunfeng potentially shattering her scepter once more was too horrendous to contemplate, for the cost of its restoration would be steep indeed. This incident had already become a significant blemish in Kess's angelic existence. Meanwhile, Alice seemed to have discovered a source of strength. Disregarding the sorrowful gazes exchanged between Yunfeng and Ramsay, she leaped into Kess's embrace, bursting into tears with abandon, revealing yet another unexpected ploy. At this moment, witnessing Alice sobbing uncontrollably, Yunfeng wore an expression of helplessness. Perhaps it was the sight of her family that stirred such emotions within her. Had he been too harsh? This typically lively angel had been reduced to a weeping child by his own actions. Yet, could he truly be blamed? His intentions were merely to diligently train and to test his skills. Was that too much to ask? Observing Yunfeng's calm demeanor, Ramsay appeared utterly bewildered. Kess discreetly tucked away her staff and embraced her little sister. Seeing Alice's tear-streaked face, Kess sighed in resignation. Well, regardless of the situation, it's rather surprising that upon arriving in our 10th universe, you didn't bother to greet us. Are you not aware that barging into another universe is exceedingly rude? Yunfeng shrugged helplessly. If we had any means, we would have notified you in advance. But your sister Alice was insistent on rushing over, wasn't she? In all of the lower realms, it seems only you and Ranxi can assist her. Clearly, there was something significant between Alice and Luofeng. Otherwise, they would not have so recklessly intruded upon their 10th universe. Noticing Alice still choking back tears, Kess suppressed her desire to confront Luofeng. She understood that no matter how furious or conflicted she felt, this was not the same as the days of the Destruction Academy. She was no longer the mentor of Yur, and in the lower realms. She could not unleash her full power against a god of destruction, especially when this individual might be the successor of the god of destruction king. However, Luofeng did not bear the earrings of the god of destruction, yet he still held a position in the 13th universe, which spoke volumes. It seemed this was not an opportune moment to settle scores directly with him. While Ranxi might have the capacity to contend with Luofeng, it was evident from his demeanor that he had no intention of engaging. Kess was never one to force issues. After all, this was her matter, and dragging Ranxi into it seemed inappropriate. Redirecting her focus to Alice, she gently patted her sister's back and softly inquired, "Little sister, what is the matter? If there is something troubling you, share it with your sister. As long as we can assist, we will certainly do so." At this moment, Alice seemed to have been stirred by some unseen force, discovering a means of venting her emotions. She turned and pointed at Luofeng, tearfully exclaiming, "Then, let us not inquire about our esteemed Lord Luofeng. What has befallen him?" With a momentary effort to compose herself and drying her tear-filled eyes, she waved her delicate hand, causing a tattered angelic scepter to stand silently before Kashi and Rumsey. Upon the side of this damaged scepter, Kashi, who had only just regained her composure, was once again swept into turmoil. Yet, Alice provided Kashi with a reassuring response. "Sister, you must take my side. It is this scoundrel who has shattered my angelic scepter and claims it was unintentional. What do you suggest I do? Only you, dear sister, can assist me now. We did not wish to disturb you upon our arrival, and with my angelic scepter now broken, I find myself utterly unable to reach out to you." At this point, Alice felt the sting of injustice once more, on the verge of tears. At this moment, Ramsay gazed at the figure across from him, Rofeng, with an expression akin to that reserved for a monster, murmuring, "My lord Rofeng, you cannot possibly be serious. How could you have damaged the staff of the angel Alice?" Upon hearing Ramsay's mocking inquiry, Rofeng let out a soft sigh, replying, "Do you believe me if I say it was a mere slip of the hand? What a farce." At this moment, not only Kess, but even the honest and straightforward Ramsay was rolling his eyes at the words of Luofeng. What does it mean to slip of the hand? A slip of the hand resulting in the destruction of the angelic legacy artifact, the angelic staff? Pray, do not jest, even if one seeks a pretext to evade responsibility. Such a feeble excuse is utterly lacking in sincerity. Observing Luofeng's nonchalant demeanor, Kess realized that both Luofeng and Alice had come well prepared this time. If she casually shifted the blame onto the high priest, it would be an injustice to her beloved younger sister. With a flicker of inspiration, Kess sighed softly and said, "My lord Luofeng, it is indeed possible to repair the angelic staff. My own staff has faced damage in the past. However, this matter seems contingent upon whether Lord Ramsay is willing to intervene." At this point, she directed her gaze towards Ramsay, who had just been in a state of utter bewilderment. Clearly, this was a game of deflection. Well, for her own sake, her younger sister Alice was left speechless. This elder sister certainly knew how to find a scapegoat. It remains to be seen how subsequent events will unfold. At this moment, Alice's sole task was to endure her grievances and weep, for she found herself utterly incapable of accomplishing anything else. If Kess intended to shift this burden onto the high priest, Alice's heart would surely be in despair. After all, Kess was well aware of her sister's temperament. Upon witnessing Kess pass the responsibility to her, Ramsay was initially taken aback, only to be reminded of her own legacy and skills, leading her to mutter under her breath, "Kess, you lack loyalty. You exhibit no sense of honor, simply casting this tremendous burden upon me." Though the scepter could indeed be repaired, the cost of such a restoration over several days was not insignificant. Did she not have any awareness of that? Given the current state of the damaged scepter, all the top-tier materials painstakingly gathered from various universes would be nearly depleted. The thought of those precious items caused Ramsay's heart to ache. Truly, they were not her possessions, yet she felt no sorrow for them. Observing Ramsay's distress, like a mother hen on the verge of heartbreak, Luofeng could not help but smile gently. "Fear not, Lady Ramsay. As long as you are willing to assist in the repairs, you may call upon me for any future matters." There is no need for formality between us. This gesture of goodwill was straightforward, yet the debt of gratitude would demand a considerable amount of materials. Ramsay found herself no longer harboring resentment towards Alice and Yunfeng for their shortcomings, but rather, she directed her ire at Kess's lack of integrity. Chapter 98. Premium Materials. With a soft sigh, Ramsay conceded, "Very well, since Lord Yunfeng has arrived, it would be unreasonable not to request your help. However, the repairs come with certain conditions that are beyond my authority. I will require assistance from both of you, as there are special stipulations involved." Yunfeng raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "Speak plainly about what you need. I shall do my utmost to assist. For the origin of this situation bears some relation to me." At this moment, Ramsay raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and addressed Kess. "Lord Yunfeng has already stated that while I have prepared most of my materials, I am still short of two main components, one of which I believe is in your possession." At this moment, upon Ramsay's reminder, Kess paused momentarily before recalling that it indeed seemed to be the case. Years ago, when the High Priest repaired her scepter, there were indeed some residual materials still in her possession, which the High Priest had mentioned were among the primary components for restoring the Angel's scepter. It appeared that Ramsay was not one to easily shoulder blame. She had initially intended to probe into the relationship between Ramsay and Yunfeng, hoping to persuade Ramsay to reject Yunfeng, this dust of sand. Yet to her surprise, Ramsay was willing to part with significant resources, denying Kess any opportunity, and even dragged her into the fray. This scoundrel, she would settle the score with him later. For now, the priority was to send Yunfeng, the harbinger of death, away. Firstly, she lacked the confidence to defeat Yunfeng. Secondly, it was evident that Ramsay possessed formidable strength yet was unwilling to take action, seemingly intimidated by Yunfeng. This rendered her plans futile, costing her a share of her materials. Nevertheless, since Ramsay had mentioned the need for two items, and she possessed one, it seemed prudent to grant a favor, also mending her relationship with Yunfeng. After all, she had heard that the 13 universes were yet to flourish. And as the helmswoman of the angelic clan, assisting in a minor endeavor was justifiable. As for settling accounts with Yunfeng, she thought with a smirk, the future development of the 13 universes would be enough for this lad to reckon with, once he truly began to prosper. Perhaps a more opportune moment for Kess to retaliate would arise, as their primary responsibility now was to develop their universe and stabilize their power. Kess was quite untroubled by these minor internal conflicts. After contemplating for a while, she smiled faintly, lightly waving her scepter, causing a mound of golden powder to fall directly into Ramsay's hands. "Lord Ramsay, this is all my materials. Please discuss with Lord Yunfeng if anything else is needed." She then supported the still weeping Alice to the side, choosing not to engage further with the two. It seemed Kess had made a resolute decision. Ramsay furrowed his brow, astonished at Kess's willingness to so readily part with the primary materials left by the High Priest. This truly left him with a burden to bear. Well, since it was thus, Ramsay gritted his teeth and produced a selection of rare materials sent from various universes, casting a pained glance at them. However, upon meeting Yunfeng's gaze, he clenched his teeth again and stated, "Very well. What Lord Yunfeng currently lacks is a certain potion." Yunfeng, taken aback, wondered how one could repair the Angel's scepter with a potion. Ramsay let out a sigh. "The materials are all gathered, and various supplementary ingredients have been prepared. What is now required are the abilities of two angels, along with my own destructive power, to restore this damaged scepter. The entire internal structure of the scepter must be shattered, after which these exquisite materials will be filled in. Finally, with the primary restoration material provided by Crix, obtained from the High Priest, there may be a chance to restore this angelic scepter. However, what is truly lacking is a potion. In other words, if both Angel Crix and Angel Alice lend their assistance simultaneously, there should be no issue with the angelic power on our side. Yet, to further dismantle this scepter, my destructive power seems woefully insufficient. At this moment, at least 2 doses of divine power restoration potion are required. With such an item, I believe the restoration of your scepter would be assured." It turns out this was the case. Yunfeng came to understand Ramsay's true intentions, ultimately. This fellow was merely seeking benefits for himself. Claims of insufficient divine power are nothing but a ruse. Despite Ramsay's seemingly simple demeanor, he is, in fact, quite cunning. To put it bluntly, there is no gain without effort. He neither wishes to offend me nor desires to take advantage of my resources without recompense. However, Ramsay's request seems fair and reasonable, as it would be unreasonable for him to demand precious materials so casually. Regardless, this time, Angel Crix has already made significant sacrifices, and Ramsey is willing to contribute materials and effort, making the request for some restorative potions quite understandable. With this thought in mind, Luo Feng recalled something and casually remarked, "Lord Ramsey, are you suggesting?" Ramsey rubbed his hands together and nodded helplessly. "Yes, it is as you imagine. That miserly fellow, you know what kind of person he is. Relying on his knowledge of alchemy learned from Angel Makalita, he now possesses many advanced formulas, yet he is monopolistic. He hasn't even spared a single restorative potion for me. Now, if you can provide 2 doses of divine power restoration potion, I will take responsibility for the scepter restoration of Angel Alice." It seems Ramsey has resolved to take a bold step forward. I see then. As long as there is a means to provide output, there is a way forward. The matter of the potions shall be entrusted to me. I truly did not expect to have the opportunity to visit the 10th universe. That rascal Waymay must be doing quite well for himself these days. According to Ramsey, although Luo Feng has grasped his intentions, he felt no anger nor found anything amiss. Since the direction has been indicated, it is simply a matter of taking action. At this moment, Ramsey let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that his ploy to divert trouble had borne some fruit, given the miserly nature of that fellow. The thought of parting with 2 portions of the divine energy restoration potion would likely leave him in tears, overwhelmed by despair. How he yearned to witness the expression on that young man's face upon realizing the demand for such potions. Although Luo Feng was still unaware of the rarity of these potions, Ramsey, as the god of destruction of the 10th universe, was acutely aware that these potions were not mere concoctions that could be easily assembled. Each potion required a portion of the cosmic essence from both the 10th and 11th universes as its primary ingredient, and the cosmic essence of the 10th universe was, indeed, finite. In essence, the cosmic essence of each universe is limited. Any attempt to harness its power necessitates the utmost caution. After all, the formation of cosmic essence is intimately tied to the developmental stage of the universe. Every bit accumulated is a tremendous treasure for the gods of destruction and angels of each universe. This wealth can only be gradually amassed through the cultivation of cosmic space. It cannot simply be seized at will. While Ramsey's exquisite materials were indeed hard-earned, they could be exchanged for equipment through his diligent crafting. However, the cosmic essence, being a fundamental material, was not something he could readily part with. Given this, it was fortuitous that he could achieve 2 objectives simultaneously: forging a friendship with the formidable Luo Feng, while also enacting a measure of revenge against that miserly fellow, all the while obtaining 2 precious life-saving potions. With this thought, Ramsey couldn't help but commend his own cleverness, though his demeanor remained devoid of any smugness. He merely sighed. Acknowledging the reality of the situation, asking for help from that miser seemed rather impractical. He had numerous preparations to undertake, as one could see. He had an abundance of exquisite materials to refine into the form required for the restoration staff. As for Angels Kess and Alice, they too needed to assist him in refining the materials gifted by the High Priest using their divine energy. It appeared that he had effectively distanced himself from both Alice and Kess, leaving Luo Feng to handle matters in the 10th universe alone. Observing Ramsey's current state, Kess and Alice, Luo Feng indeed revealed a confident smile, believing that this would secure his position in the military. Do not jest. Originally, Luo Feng's plan was to head straight to the 11th universe after completing the repairs, for a venture there to seize opportunities seemed quite appealing. It appears that the 11th universe indeed harbors treasures he seeks, particularly rare elixirs for restoring divine power, which, according to Ramsey, are rather scarce. The more precious these items seem, the more intrigued Luo Feng becomes. Perhaps, while they may not hold immediate significance for him, possessing several could greatly benefit the development of his 13th universe. After all, he has already lagged behind other universes for quite some time. If he wishes to advance his 13th universe swiftly, the successful execution of this venture may indeed be crucial, no matter how formidable he becomes. Without the advancement of the universe, his strength would be futile. Well then, this presents an opportune moment to observe how the young rascal, Wei Meida, has managed the 10th universe, and perhaps identify any formidable figures there. If any exist, he might be able to recruit them as his subordinates. Luo Feng holds a favorable impression of the experts from both the 10th and 11th universes, although he is now the supreme destroyer king of the 13th universe. Lacking a few loyal subordinates may hinder the progress of his cosmic ambitions. With this in mind, Luo Feng resolved to act without further hesitation. Noticing the scheming expressions on Ramsey and Kess, he refrained from additional inquiries. He gently patted the head of his companion, Nefarian, and with a resounding boom, the black dragon instantly grasped Luo Feng's intent, transforming into a colossal dragon stretching 1,000 meters. Luo Feng leapt onto its back, declaring, "To the 10th universe I shall go. The materials you require shall be swiftly procured. There are no significant issues at hand. Prepare yourself, Alice. You may remain here to assist Kess and Ramsey and ensure your staff is restored. As for everything else." As he spoke, Alice appeared to struggle internally, somewhat reluctant to remain in the 10th universe, as it was Kess's domain. Observing Ramsey's expression and Kess's subtle gestures, Alice suddenly realized that this predicament stemmed from Luo Feng's actions. Now, regardless of the circumstances, facing Sister Makalita and Lord Wei Meido alone seemed to be a responsibility he ought to bear. Whether or not she could reclaim 2 doses of the elixir related to her angelic staff was uncertain, yet it seemed, based on Ramsey's indications, that without her and Kess's divine powers, the material bestowed by the great officer could not be refined. Contemplating this, she bit her silver teeth, nodding resolutely. Luo Feng, return swiftly. I shall await your arrival here. It seems this girl remains rather innocent, entirely oblivious to Kess and Ramsey's intentions, and even offered a concerned remark. At this moment, Luo Feng felt a slight tremor in his heart. The girl, who claimed to be innocent, truly was. Yet, all of this had become inconsequential. With a gentle push of his toes, the colossal head of Nefarian transformed into a shadowy streak of darkness, vanishing instantly from the surface of the planet Ramsey. Ramsey and Kess exchanged glances, each sensing the cunning intentions reflected in the other's eyes. Ramsey quickly glanced at Alice beside him, contemplating the presence of an outsider and the necessity to conceal any unscrupulous intentions. He then turned back to his laboratory, genuinely preparing materials. Should Luo Feng manage to procure 2 potions that restored divine power, he would be at a loss without any preparations to explain his inaction. Kess promptly grasped Ramsey's intentions and conjured 2 cups of freshly brewed tea from the table, handing one to Alice. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Lord Ramsey is preparing materials for the 10th universe. For now, it is just the 2 of us sisters here. Let us enjoy this exquisite tea, a specialty of our 10th universe, and discuss the events that have transpired recently. Despite their seemingly casual demeanor, Alice harbored a flicker of doubt in her heart. Were these 2 plotting against them? Could they truly be trusted? Unlike her reliable elder sister Kess, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, pondering over it seemed futile. As she was in need of assistance, and they had set conditions, it appeared that her own capabilities as a battle angel would be significantly compromised in this situation. With such limited power, she realized she lacked the foundation to be arrogant or overbearing. Noticing Alice's newfound calmness and restraint, Kess let out a soft sigh. When had her little sister undergone such a transformation? It had only been a brief time since she had accompanied Luo Feng to the 13th universe, and yet she had adopted a demeanor so docile and compliant. This was certainly worthy of further discussion. At this moment, Alice herself is perplexed by the transformation she has undergone. How could that once arrogant and imperious battle angel have metamorphosed into the current weeping figure? As for the affairs concerning the 10th universe, Luo Feng finds himself devoid of the inclination to pay attention to them. Chapter 100, Mental Fortification and Preparation. At this moment, standing atop Nefarian, Luo Feng was formulating a novel plan regarding another matter, indicating that his initial scheme would indeed be completed ahead of schedule. However, he felt no trepidation concerning this expedition in search of artifacts from the 11th universe. At this moment, he recalled the divine power restoration potion mentioned by Ramzatai. It appeared to be a truly remarkable substance, and perhaps it was not entirely implausible that he could leverage this potion to expedite the development of the 13th universe. As for the cost, it seemed that the fellow named Wei Mei would not pose any significant challenge. Regarding Makalita, he was not a particularly formidable adversary either. However, at present, Luo Feng's thoughts were focused on Whis and Beerus. It was peculiar that those 2, upon realizing his arrival, chose to retreat to their own universe without so much as a greeting or a semblance of camaraderie, akin to ghosts vanishing into thin air. It would be prudent to pay a visit to Beerus after completing his journey in the 10th universe, although for the moment, he would let that matter rest. Luo Feng envisioned a grand scheme concerning Beerus, for the 13th universe was sorely lacking what the 7th universe had to offer. Moreover, Beerus had prepared several such opportunities for his own survival, which were indeed rare, coupled with the divine power skincare potion obtainable from the 10th universe. his plan might very well succeed. Initially, he had aimed to target Champa of the 6th universe and Quitella of the 4th universe. But now he had conceived an even more exquisite strategy. Now that the plan was set, it was time to act. To speak of anything else would be mere folly. To navigate the vastness of these multiple universes, the essential task was to strengthen oneself. The foundation of this strength lay in the advancement of one's own universe. Everything else was trivial. The reason the 13th universe was currently so peaceful was that it possessed nothing of value. Aside from the realm of the god of destruction and his own self, nothing had been developed. Once the 13th universe was fully realized, the number of those eyeing it covetously would inevitably increase. With this thought, Yunfeng resolved silently. Having arrived in the dragon world, he was determined to achieve great deeds. As for nurturing subordinates or disciples later, that was a matter for another time. His own strength had reached a bottleneck, and thus, it was imperative to elevate the status of the entire 13th universe. Consequently, the first order of business would be to deal decisively with Wei Mei. It would not be an act of brutality, merely a gentle reminder of his presence. Yunfeng quickly corrected his earlier unrealistic notions. Indeed, seeking the divine power skincare potion was not vastly different from threatening Wei Mei's very existence, as it was akin to his prized possession. At this very moment, Yunfeng, who is en route, remains oblivious to the fact that in the 10th universe, the exquisite Wei Mei is there, arms crossed, incessantly cursing that scoundrel, Ramsey. He has just learned from the angel Makalita that a terrifying deity of death is hastening towards their 10th universe, with the message conveyed by the angel Kess. Kess has not concealed anything, revealing that Yunfeng and Alice had recently visited their 10th universe to seek assistance in repairing the angelic scepter. The god of destruction, Lord Ramsey, had even produced some of his cherished materials, agreeing to aid in the restoration of the scepter. Initially, this matter should have little bearing on their 10th universe. However, it seems Ramsey has unwittingly dug himself a grave by concocting such a flimsy excuse to require 2 doses of restorative elixirs. This is indeed a monumental blunder. Does Ramsey not possess even a modicum of awareness regarding Yunfeng's capabilities? To avoid provoking Ramsey while simultaneously demanding a hefty price in the form of 2 restorative materials is utterly outrageous. Yet, it appears that there is little recourse. Currently, Ramsey and Kess are clearly reluctant to wade into this murky situation, while Makalita, who is relaying the information, innocently enjoys her lollipop, seemingly reveling in the unfolding drama. At this moment, the exquisite flavor brings forth a profound lamentation within my heart. You cannot fathom the rarity of the cosmic essence required to concoct a restorative elixir. Is it truly appropriate to inflict such self-sacrifice? Now, with Yunfeng already en route, it seems the situation has reached an irreversible point. After all, both he and Makalita are masters of alchemy and potion-making, standing as the pinnacle within the entirety of the 12 universes. Much like the repair and manufacturing techniques of Ramsey, this is a matter laid bare, devoid of dispute. Yet, the sacrifices and heartaches involved are known solely to themselves. Presently, what Mimi must prepare for is how to secure the utmost advantage and benefit amidst the forthcoming contest. At this moment, Wei Mei was caught in a dilemma, torn between the need to prepare for battle and the desire to find a means to drive off that troublesome fellow, Yunfeng. Should she compromise directly, or confront the fierce Yunfeng head-on? The decision weighed heavily on her mind. Observing the seemingly harmless Makalita beside her, Wei Mei gritted her teeth and endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. She began to analyze the pros and cons of the situation, recognizing that she had a modicum of confidence in facing Yunfeng directly. After all, since arriving in the 11th universe, through the combined efforts of herself and Makalita, the universe had flourished, exhibiting a vibrant and upward trajectory. With the inheritance of the god of destruction's earrings, her divine power had significantly surged. While she could not claim to be the very best among the gods of destruction, she was certainly confident in ranking among the top 3 or 4. Coupled with her alchemical enhancements and years of diligent cultivation of the universe's essence, she had successfully integrated this power into herself. Such practices were considered taboo across all 12 universes. Nevertheless, Wei Mei had proven herself a genius, managing to refine the essence of the universe, which could only exist at its core, into a foundational source of energy for cosmic development. In a stroke of ingenuity, she had utilized her alchemy to purify the energy of the universe's essence, condensing it within her clown-like red nose. In other words, her nose now housed the entirety of the foundational essence of the 10th universe. With this layer of energy bolstering her abilities, and her comprehension of destruction power. She believed that even if the Grand Priest were to arrive, she could withstand at least 1 or 2 exchanges. Armed with these hidden cards, Wei Mei felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of Luo Feng's arrival. Perhaps this was the psychological preparation she needed to confront him boldly. Chapter 101. Unique Tactics in the Vastness of Cosmic Space. A brilliant beam of light, akin to a diamond, flashed fleetingly, with its source being the determined Whis. Behind him, leaning on Whis's shoulder and yawning incessantly, was Beerus, who appeared to be struggling against drowsiness. Whis let out a resigned sigh. Lord Beerus, I believe your decision this time seems to be quite astute. Beerus, feeling drowsy, suddenly perked up at Whis's playful banter, intrigued by the unexpected engagement. What is going on? Whis promptly recounted the events transpiring in the 10th universe involving Kess. Upon hearing this, Beerus shook off his lethargy, feeling remarkably alert, realizing that his course of action had indeed been correct. Remaining there to observe the spectacle may indeed be a fate marked by disillusionment. Yet, Beerus let out a resigned sigh, expressing his disbelief. I never anticipated that Ramsay would concede so easily. I had presumed he would engage in a confrontation with that fellow. Luo Feng. Back in our training days, this young man always exuded an air of enigma, instilling a sense of dread. This sentiment was merely shared between Champa and me. I had not expected Ramsay's will to survive to be so fervent. What amused him further was that they were seeking Ramsay's assistance to repair the angel's staff. It truly showcased their resourcefulness. Noting Beerus's jest, Whis slightly furrowed his brow. Indeed, I too was surprised. During the last incident, the shattering of Lady Kess's crystal ball from the angel's staff seemed to be the responsibility of you, Lord Champa and Lord Kara. Now, yet another calamity has befallen the angel's staff, seemingly due to Luo Feng this time. However, that detail has become trivial. From the information obtained from the Grand Minister, it appears that this individual may be the heir to the god of destruction. If this is indeed the case, it elucidates the rapid advancement of his prowess. Capable of damaging the celestial staff, a supreme artifact with a legacy spanning eons. Yet, one aspect remains perplexing. Observing Whis, who was murmuring to himself. Beerus spoke in a contemplative tone. Could it be that Ramsay is so magnanimous as to assist them in repairing the angel's staff? Nonetheless, Ramsay does possess the requisite strength. A fact acknowledged by all. Aside from Ramsay, it seems their only recourse would be to seek the Grand Minister, indicating that Ramsay may be making a significant sacrifice this time around. Soon after, a hearty, boisterous laughter resonated. After all, it was Ramsay who would bear the brunt of the expense, and he had just humorously criticized himself, while a premium cosmic material had already irked Beerus considerably. Meanwhile, Whis, who was earnestly continuing their journey, spoke in a grave tone. The matter is far from simple. Lord Ramsay possesses his own unique methods. Although he agreed to assist Luo Feng and Alice in repairing the angel's staff, his terms are rather steep. It turns out Ramsay harbored such intentions, which piqued Beerus's curiosity. Whis elaborated, leading Luo Feng and the others to the delectable delicacies of Wei Mei and requesting 2 potions for restoring divine power. At this revelation, Beerus, previously drowsy, became instantly invigorated. Is it true that Luo Feng has set off alone towards Universe 10 to seek Wei Mei? Whis nodded solemnly. Indeed, that is the case. At this moment, Beerus received a definitive response from Whis. He suddenly shivered with excitement and promptly patted Whis on the shoulder. Decelerate, decelerate. Connect with Universe 11 immediately. We must ascertain the situation there. He chuckled. The delightful Wei Mei. This fellow was quite the sly character back in the academy, always up to no good. I hope he is willing to part with a couple of materials this time. No joking around. I genuinely anticipate witnessing a confrontation between Luo Feng and Wei Mei. Seeing Beerus so animated, Whis raised an eyebrow. Lord Beerus, you truly revel in chaos. I want to mention it further, but it seems I must exert myself more. Enough of your chatter, Whis. Find a planet to land on quickly. We must observe the full extent of divine power in Universe 10. What has transpired in the realm of the destroyers? Beerus continued. Luo Feng and Wei Mei surely have no grounds for peaceful negotiations. Just look at Wei Mei's miserly demeanor. I am genuinely curious to uncover what hidden cards he possesses. Each encounter with him has been exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps this time, he may encounter a formidable challenge. Amused by Beerus's enthusiasm, Whis chuckled softly. I never anticipated Lord Beerus to hold such high hopes for Luo Feng. However, I must admit that I have greater faith in Lord Wei Mei. After all, he has been studying alchemy with Makalita for quite some time. and coupled with his mastery over Universe 10, he appears to possess unique advantages that others lack. Otherwise, with his exceptional alchemical skills and potions, he would have been outmatched long ago. Just this aspect alone sets him apart as a formidable opponent. So, you gauge his worth based on that? Beerus immediately concurred with Whis' assessment. Yet, I believe Luo Feng's potential is far more terrifying. Whis gradually reduced his speed, searching for a suitable uninhabited planet to observe the battlefield conditions in Universe 10, casually responding to Beerus' inquiry. It became apparent that he sought to uncover the hidden strategies of both Wei Meta and Luo Feng, providing him with an excuse to retreat without confrontation. My assertion was not misplaced. Beerus was instantly pierced by Whis' perceptive words, and he let out a resigned sigh. You cannot fathom the sheer terror that Luo Feng embodies in the trial grounds. Moreover, his opponent, that rascal Champa, has divulged the entirety of his capabilities to me. I have no desire to face such a monster. From his experiences at the academy, it seemed that neither Beerus nor Champa had ever gained the upper hand against Luo Feng. Champa, convinced of his own intelligence, frequently gravitated towards Luo Feng, only to find himself repeatedly outmatched, ultimately gaining little more than a familiar face among his peers. Nevertheless, the shattering of the crystal ball, while it yielded him the greatest benefit, acquiring a fragment of the supreme freedom technique, also fortuitously caught Whis' attention, leading him to the 7th universe. Yet, in the aftermath, Luo Feng had managed to dismantle Alice's angelic staff, which underscored the gravity of the situation. At this moment, his curiosity was piqued regarding how the impending cosmic war in the 10th universe would unfold. Chapter 102, A Splash of Flair After All. Beerus possessed considerable insight into Wei Meta, and he found himself genuinely intrigued. Thus, he and Whis sought out a desolate planet, promptly commencing a live broadcast directed towards the realm of destruction in the 10th universe. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the 10th universe's realm of destruction on the planet Ramsey were not idle. Ramsey, with one hand idly manipulating various materials, was keenly aware of his promise to Luo Feng. Regardless of whether Luo Feng succeeded in procuring the potion to restore divine power, certain tasks needed to be accomplished. Otherwise, he would have no explanation to offer Alice. On the other hand, Kess had dispatched news of Luo Feng's arrival to the various angels, effectively preparing them. After all, it would not be in her nature as the elder sister to allow their universe to be caught off guard, much like the last encounter they faced. At this moment, the scepter in her hand radiated a soft, shimmering light, and a colossal projection materialized before Lamsey, Kess, and Alice, brimming with anticipation. It appeared that Lord Wymede truly possessed formidable cards up his sleeve. I have high hopes for him. Lamsey chuckled. To be honest, I share your sentiments regarding Wymede. Otherwise, I would not have lured that killing god, Luo Feng, to his side. This lad may often present a facade of timidity and weakness, yet his true strength is remarkable. His ability to secure a position among the top alchemists of the 12 factions speaks volumes. With a furrowed brow, Lamsey continued, I genuinely wonder how Kess managed to tame that abyssal dragon. He has now transformed into a dragon knight, looking rather dashing, far more so than I, a mere blacksmith. Or Wymede, who only fiddles with his potions and vials. Noticing Lamsey's curiosity, Kess disregarded him, stating, This appears to have no bearing on you. Just focus on your smithing. She then turned her gaze to Alice. Alice, now that there are no outsiders present, you needn't continue with the charade. Speak, what exactly transpired? Why did your scepter shatter inexplicably? Are you not the only little princess among the angels who fights with all her might in the ordinary universe? Has something unforeseen occurred, leading to the destruction of your scepter? Such a significant matter, and yet you don't seek your father's counsel, opting instead to come to me. Is it not time to speak the truth? Regarding your tearful state, you must be honest with me, or my sister shall not let you off easily. Upon being confronted with these pointed inquiries, Alice initially froze in surprise, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, as it seemed Kess had unveiled her secrets. At this moment, Alice no longer wore that pitiful, tearful expression. Instead, she stood with her hands on her hips, murmuring, Sister KSI, I must admit, this act has indeed been rather exhausting. However, I cannot be blamed for it. What, is there some special circumstance? KSI, with a look of suspicion, inquired further. Noticing Kess's relentless questioning, Alice retorted with irritation. Isn't it obvious? The answer is simply 3 words. I cannot win. Immediately after, Alice fell silent, and the reasoning behind her defeat seemed to align perfectly with her character. Indeed, if she were capable of winning, she would not allow Luo Feng to be so arrogant. Yet KSI questioned again. What I am asking is why you have come to the 10th universe. To seek me? Has Lord Ramsey's reputation grown that immense? If it weren't for the information you disclosed, would Luofeng even know that Lord Ramsey could repair the angel's staff? At this moment, it seems rather unjust to blame Alice. She, with her hands placed firmly on her hips, retorted with irritation, "This is not at all my idea. I merely wish to engage in a sparring match with this fellow who spends all his time in seclusion, honing his abilities. Little did I anticipate that a single strike from him would shatter the angel's staff I held. It appears he hasn't even begun to tap into his potential, leaving me utterly helpless. After all, my father had repeatedly instructed me to assist Luofeng in the development of the 13th universe. That realm stands as the forefront and battlefield of all universes. Should the 13th fall, the rest of you shall find it impossible to thrive. This was a promise I made to my father, and I must uphold it. Yet, since arriving in the 13th universe, Luofeng has not developed even a single planet. He disregards the realm of the kings, spending his days in the destruction of the god realm and isolated training. This is simply excessive. As the governing angel of the 13th universe, I cannot stand idly by as he languishes. I sought to test my strength against him, but to my dismay, I was swiftly overpowered, my staff reduced to fragments. Unable to defeat him and unwilling to report to my father, I resorted to my last resort, shedding tears. To my surprise, this tactic seemed effective on Luofeng, as he suggested I seek you out for the staff's restoration. It appears that the shattering of my staff is indeed directly linked to Luofeng. However, all of this is now of little consequence. Judging by the power he has displayed, it seems he has yet to fully inherit the legacy of the god of destruction. How could I have allowed my staff to be broken by him? Surely, you did not set a trap for Luofeng. At this moment, Alice revealed a peculiar smile. There is no need for such tactics, for Lord Luofeng remains engrossed in his state of seclusion and cultivation. When will the 13th universe develop? It is truly tedious. Alas, I must resort to some alternative ideas. At this moment, observing the exchange between Alice and Kess, Ramsey, feeling quite displeased, remarked, "Ah, so you two sisters are digging a pit. Heh, now I find myself in quite a predicament. However, it seems the one truly burdened is that fellow, Waymay. Typically so domineering yet miserly, this time he will indeed have to pay a price." From what you imply, it appears that Luofeng has inherited not merely the ordinary title of God of Destruction, but rather the legacy of the God of Destruction King. If that is the case, then all of Waymay's preparations appear to be mere fantasies. For the chasm between the God of Destruction King and a mere God of Destruction is not merely one of quality and quantity. It is a profound dimensional rift. This time, Waymay is likely to face a considerable challenge. I must admit my earlier reluctance was not unfounded. Otherwise, it would be I who would confront Luofeng. With this thought, witnessing Waymay's arrogant demeanor, Ramsey silently mourned for him for a few seconds, contemplating that he could not be blamed for this. After all, his stinginess had led him to this moment. Chapter 103. This fellow is somewhat peculiar. Seeing Ramsey's seemingly harmless expression, Kess smiled broadly and said, "Whether one possesses formidable strength or not, let us not let our 10th universe bear the blame. Your task remains to expedite the repairs on Alice's scepter. Otherwise, our drastically changed little princess might engage in some rather bizarre antics in the future." Alice, however, provided no room for further banter and, with a swift motion, consumed a cup of tea in one gulp, declaring, "Discussing this now is futile. I merely wish to observe the extent of Lord Waymay's capabilities in the 11th universe." At this moment, the three individuals directed their full attention towards the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 11. At this moment, the attention is not solely on Crixus, Alice, and other celestial beings. Even the informed Conic and Bardos are present, observing everything that transpires in the realm of the God of Destruction of Universe 10 with their staves in hand. At this moment, the flavor was exquisite. Yet he remained steadfast in his preparations for battle as Luofeng arrived. With a gentle sigh, he caressed the newly crafted destroyer uniform upon his body, contemplating that perhaps this fresh set of armor would prove invaluable. He then touched the earring adorning his ear, a symbol of the legacy of the swift deity, and felt a surge of confidence. Subsequently, he retrieved a vial of golden elixir from his pocket, pondering that this might be his ultimate trump card for survival. If all went well, it could indeed pave the way for a glorious ascent to fame. Gaining the attention of others seemed a positive turn of events. Should he achieve renown through this encounter with Luofeng, it would spare him from the incessant buzzing of pesky admirers. It was truly irksome to have to dismiss them one by one. However, In the ordinary cosmic divine realm, he could not afford to act out of anger. Each day, he devoted himself to alchemy and the creation of top-tier potions. These persistent individuals clung to him. And if he were to establish his reputation through this endeavor with Luofeng, it would likely afford him greater tranquility in the future, allowing ample time to delve deeply into the art of alchemy. Moreover, with the triumph of this battle, he could garner a measure of prestige and lay the foundations for his own alchemical empire. At this moment, the exquisite flavor had fully enveloped him in a splendid reverie. Yet, a crystalline voice interrupted his thoughts. Master Weimei, are you truly prepared? I sense that this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Makalita's words shattered Weimei's daydream, prompting him to furrow his brow. Makalita, dear angel, do you harbor such little faith in me? He retorted. I must express my gratitude to that rascal, Ramsey. Had he not forewarned us, and if I had been unprepared, I might not have stood a chance against that fellow, Luofeng. Although this lad possesses some peculiarities within the academy, given my preparations, I do not foresee defeat in a head-on confrontation. Makalita, however, wore a concerned expression. I ponder the situation and find it rather complex. After all, when the incident transpired, both Lord Beerus and Whis were guests in the 10th universe. And Lord Ramsey does not strike me as a pushover. Just as Luofeng arrived in the 10th universe, Whis and Beerus intervened with remarkable swiftness, suggesting that matters are far from simple. Moreover, the fact that Ramsey requested 2 vials of elixirs and was willing to expend considerable resources to aid Alice in restoring her staff raises significant questions. I am quite aware of these developments, she added. Weimei, growing somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively, failing to grasp Makalita's concerns. He remained steadfast in his confidence regarding his own abilities, particularly with the last vial of golden elixir, a top-tier restorative potion crafted from 1/10 of the energy of the 11th universe. With the potency and energy this elixir bestowed, Weimei felt assured in his capacity to triumph over Luofeng. This battle was crucial for establishing his reputation, and he refused to let trivial matters disturb his composure. Suddenly, a more refined plan materialized in Weimei's mind. Indeed, Luofeng's agility was rather uncanny. He had gleaned some insights from both Champa and Beerus regarding this. To unleash his true strength, he would need to compel Luofeng into a direct confrontation. Since Luofeng had something to gain from him, it would be illogical to initiate hostilities upon their first meeting. Furthermore, he lacked the confidence to discern Luofeng's weaknesses in terms of agility and technique. Therefore, if Luofeng consented to engage him directly, Weimei was convinced that, empowered by his full strength and the elixir's effects, he could easily secure victory. However, a singular concern loomed. The conflict between deities would inevitably inflict irreversible damage upon the universe involved. As a destroyer god, Weimei was acutely aware of this reality. The battle to establish his dominance could not jeopardize the fate of the 10th universe. He understood that inflicting harm upon it would entail a colossal burden of responsibility that he, as a destroyer god, could not bear. At this moment, upon seeing the enchanting Margarita, a spark of realization struck. Margarita, the angel. Instead of merely engaging in my contemplations, why not assist me in a more tangible manner? What does this mean? Observing the expression in Weimei's eyes, Margarita seemed to grasp something profound, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, I comprehend the intent of Lord Weimei. Yet, inwardly, Margarita could not help but curse, wondering who had emboldened Weimei to dare challenge the heir of the destruction god. Nevertheless, it appeared that no amount of discourse would penetrate Weimei's inflated pride. Had the pursuit of alchemy truly rendered him foolish? Regardless, all of this was ultimately inconsequential, as Margarita possessed unwavering confidence in her novel reagent. After all, the golden elixir in Weimei's possession encapsulated her years of dedication and mastery in alchemy. This potion not only had the potential to enhance the destruction god's prowess, willpower, and restore a portion of his divine powers, but it also promised to elevate his capabilities to an entirely new echelon. This was Margarita's most remarkable creation over the years, and the fact that someone was willing to employ it in practical combat instilled a sense of confidence within her, despite her apprehensions. Witnessing Weimei's determination led her to refrain from hindering his efforts. With a graceful motion, Margarita wielded her staff, conjuring a hexagram formed of golden threads beneath her feet. Chapter 104. Watching you before them. A colossal hexagram-shaped arena gradually materialized for Weimei. Lord Weimei, this should be the venue you require. I have expended my entire divine power to construct this arena, utilizing the most stable cosmic architecture within my capabilities. if all goes well. It should not cause any destruction or disruption to our 10th universe within the next 5 days. Here on this stage, you and Lord Luofeng can engage in battle with full force, including the use of your secret weapons along with the final potion. Ah, Margarita, you truly understand me. Wei Mei thought, feeling immensely satisfied with her cooperation. After all, having his servant and architect assist in the creation of the arena was a significant favor granted by Margarita. Observing Wei Mei's insincere gratitude, Margarita rolled her eyes in exasperation and remarked, Lord Wei Mei, I genuinely do not wish to dampen your spirits. But since we have chosen to engage in combat, you must commit wholeheartedly. I must emphasize that the attention of more than 1 or 2 individuals from our 10th universe's destruction god and angels is fixed upon you. They are watching you closely, and should you succeed, it may lead to a resolution once and for all. However, with a graceful wave of his hand, Wei Mei leaped onto the arena, assessing the stability of the surrounding space and the robustness of the platform, finding himself quite satisfied. After all, having arrived in a mundane universe. Apart from engaging in some alchemy, he truly had no opportunity to unleash his full combat prowess. At this moment, Makalita furrowed her brow and gazed at the sky. Softly uttering, they arrived surprisingly swiftly. Wymide's eyes also turned towards the heavens, where a streak of black light flickered and vanished. In the next instant, Luofeng stood quietly before Wymide and Makalita, a miniature black dragon perched upon his shoulder, exhaling tiny fireballs in a display of excitement and arrogance. This was indeed Luofeng, who had traversed from the 10th universe. Upon witnessing Luofeng's imposing entrance, Wymide raised an eyebrow initially, yet quickly composed himself. After all, this was his domain, and he could not afford to diminish his own aura. A faint, insincere smile curved upon Wymide's lips as he remarked, Ah, is that not my old classmate, Lord Luofeng? What a rare visitor. It has been too long. Luofeng, perceiving the facade in Wymide's smile, felt a sense of relief. It was evident that they had prepared for his arrival, which was to be expected given his recent journey to the 10th universe. The exchange of information was mutual there, and it was only natural for Wymide and Makalita to be adequately prepared for his coming. Casting a cursory glance at the arena behind them, he mused that Wymide remained as cunning as ever. However, none of this truly mattered. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots seemed but idle chatter. It was unclear who had instilled such formidable confidence in Wymide, allowing him to receive Luofeng in such a manner. Yet, it was unmistakably not the time for pleasantries or feigned amiability. Aware of Luofeng's gaze, Wymide recognized that it was not the moment to seek camaraderie, especially with the arena standing resolutely behind them. He and Makalita awaited Luofeng in a state of readiness, clearly having made thorough preparations. With this thought in mind, Wymide ceased further trivialities, gesturing lightly towards Luofeng while extending 3 fingers. Observing Wymide's assertive demeanor, Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Very well. I believe Lord Wymide is quite aware of my intentions. Speak your mind. I am here to listen. If we regard ourselves merely as old classmates in ordinary times, now that you have arrived in the realm of gods of destruction in our 10th universe, you come here in the capacity of a god of destruction. Therefore, both personally and professionally, I shall speak candidly. If you desire my elixir, there is no issue. At most, it requires some form of compensation. However, to think you can simply demand it without any effort is rather unreasonable. I trust you are not one to act without principle. You still enjoy your lengthy discourse, just as you always have. Please, get to the point. Clearly, Luofeng's patience is wearing thin. Wei Mei extended 3 fingers lightly. It is quite simple, as you can see. The arena behind us serves as a venue for gods of destruction to engage in sparring and contests. This hexagram arena has been specially prepared for us by the angels of our universe, Makalita. The space and durability here exceed your imagination. Not much inferior to our former Academy of Destruction. My request is straightforward. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes without being defeated, then the matter of the elixir can be easily arranged. Upon hearing Wei Mei's words, Luofeng raised an eyebrow, then turned to Wei Min with a look of confirmation. Are you certain it is merely 3 strikes? Is it truly that simple? Wei Mei, exuding confidence, clenched his fist. Yes, it is indeed that simple. However, let me clarify beforehand. You are not permitted to evade or dodge. You must take my 3 punches directly to meet my conditions. Although this demand may seem excessive, I believe it is entirely befitting of your status, Luofeng. Otherwise, it would be rather disrespectful of your capabilities. As Wei Mei reveled in his own bravado, Luofeng internally scoffed. This fellow clearly intended to use him as a stepping stone to showcase his prowess to the other gods of destruction. However, it was evident that Wei Mind was overestimating the situation. Subsequently, Luo Feng shifted his gaze back to Wei Mei, scrutinizing this mysteriously confident god of destruction. While he possessed a unique talent in alchemy, what emboldened him to challenge someone like himself so brazenly? Did he not realize he was a genius among gods of destruction, inheriting the legacy of the god of destruction king? Even without that, his mastery of ancient martial arts and the power of destruction he inherited were not something Wei Mei could withstand. Yet, noticing Luo Feng's gaze appraising him, Wei Mei felt a surge of mysterious confidence. He believed that Luo Feng was perhaps feeling a twinge of insecurity, pondering some extraordinary trajectory. Suddenly, Wei Mei seemed to recall something and quickly added another condition. I reiterate, you must receive my 3 punches. Evasion or dodging is not permitted. Otherwise, it would be utterly futile. Observing the confidence with which Wei Mei had dug his own grave, Luo Feng was nearly amused. I merely wished to ascertain the source of your audacity and self-assurance. I did not anticipate such a maneuver from you. It was plausible that this information had been divulged by Xiangpa regarding Luo Feng's combat abilities. Chapter 105. 3 Conditions. Xiangpa was well aware of the peculiarities of Luo Feng's movement techniques. Based on this knowledge, it was likely that Wei Mei speculated he could evade attacks through the agility of ancient martial arts. Upon this realization, Luo Feng pondered how naively simplistic this fellow's thoughts were. However, his attention was soon drawn to Wei Mei's brand new destroyer attire, unmistakably the work of Lang Musi. Luo Feng mused on the extensive network of friendships this individual maintained, pondering how much profit Lang Musi had garnered from Wei Mei's acquisition of this destroyer outfit. Though a common thread of mutual development existed among the universes, competition remained an undeniable reality. Since the rules were to be upheld, and one must cultivate an aura of superiority among the various angels and destroyers, it seemed that this confrontation was indeed inevitable. If Wei Mei sought to establish his authority, why should Luo Feng not use him as a stepping stone to elevate his own status? After all, he was merely regarded as the inheritor of the legendary Destroyer King. Yet none of the prominent destroyers from the 12 universes had ever witnessed the full extent of his power. To them, he remained an enigma. Many believed his strength to be slightly superior to that of a particular destroyer or marginally inferior to others with hidden strengths. Yet none of this had been truly demonstrated through actual combat. The only ones aware of the true terror of his power were Xiangpa and his brother Beerus, while others merely speculated. Luo Feng then glanced at the earrings adorning Wei Mei's ears, which symbolized the formidable prowess of the destroyer. The golden light danced upon them, indicating that Wei Mei had fully inherited the divine power of the destroyer. Within the academy, his destructive force had completely transformed into the power of a destroyer. Coupled with alchemy, this likely constituted Wei Mei's trump card. However, no matter how many cards one held, they bore no significance to Luo Feng. Seeing Wei Mei extend 3 fingers with a contemptuous smile, Luo Feng let out an exasperated sigh. He too extended 3 fingers. What does this signify? Is this fellow attempting to learn from me, to establish 3 conditions? Noticing the puzzled expression on Wei Mei's face, Luo Feng sighed gently. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall present 3 conditions. Should you meet them, I will concede without hesitation, turn away, and provide appropriate compensation. What on earth is this? Upon observing the perplexed expression on the countenance of the esteemed Wei Mei, Luo Feng could not help but smile faintly before articulating, firstly, regardless of the tactics you employ, if you can compel me to retreat a single step, I shall concede defeat. Secondly, do not accuse me of bullying. I shall refrain from utilizing any of the techniques or legacies of the god of destruction. Should I resort to such powers, that too would signify my defeat. Thirdly, if you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall consider myself vanquished. What say you, esteemed Wei Mei? Are my conditions truly excessive? Hearing Luo Feng's audacious declarations and stipulations, Wei Mei's countenance transformed, her eyes widening in fury, with veins pulsating upon her forehead. It appeared that the usually composed Wei Mei was indeed flustered by Luo Feng's brazen demeanor. Meanwhile, Makalita, who had been enjoying the spectacle without fear of repercussions, surveyed the arena she had constructed, possessing unwavering confidence in its stability. Although she felt somewhat discontent with Wei Mei's arrogance, after all, demanding that one endure 3 strikes was rather uncouth, she could not help but narrow her beautiful eyes at the audacity displayed by Luo Feng. Having existed as an angel for an extended period, She had encountered numerous formidable figures across various realms. However, it was rare to witness someone so boldly confront a god of destruction. Moreover, the stringent conditions and harsh methods he proposed were no jest. It was unfathomable that even an ordinary god of destruction could possess such prowess. If one were to truly reach such heights, perhaps even their esteemed archangels might falter in meeting such demands. Furthermore, this was all under the precondition that Wei Mei had yet to unveil her trump cards. Should she reveal them one by one, achieving such a feat would be utterly unattainable. Despite her myriad frustrations, Makalita had no intention of intervening in this contest, for relishing in the spectacle was her greatest delight. Now that the challenge had been issued, she deemed it prudent to leave the resolution to the esteemed Wei Mei, for the dominion of this universe ultimately rested in her capable hands. Though one may be an angel, one also occupies a supportive role. With this in mind, Mahalita retrieved a lollipop from some hidden corner, delicately placing it in her mouth, choosing not to interject further, but instead observing the unfolding events with a cold detachment. Meanwhile, Wei Mei's initial anger was palpable, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging in his forehead, before he gradually regained his composure. Very well, he sneered, you speak boldly now. But once on the arena, the situation will be beyond your control. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. He then pointed towards the arena, declaring, since Lord Luo Feng is so confident, I invite you to demonstrate your prowess. In the next instant, Wei Mei had already positioned himself at the center of the arena. Gesturing to Luo Feng with an air of invitation, the audacity of Wei Mei was indeed remarkable. With such brazen terms, he exhibited no intention of negotiation, clearly indicating that Luo Feng's desire to flaunt his bravado would be indulged to the fullest. I harbored no reservations about striking down a drowning dog. If he wished to perceive himself as a significant figure, I would grant him that illusion. This truly showcased the extent of Wei Mei's shamelessness. Observing Wei Mei's demeanor, Luo Feng merely smiled faintly and effortlessly appeared at the center of the arena as well. At this moment, the two stood at the center of the arena constructed by Makalita, enveloped entirely by a resplendent spectrum of light emanating from the surroundings. The six corners, bathed in a vibrant green glow, radiated six brilliant beams, each housing a crimson gemstone that settled perfectly within. The dazzling light and the energy emitted by the six gems had fortified this area to its utmost limits. This manifestation was likely the pinnacle of Makalita's capabilities, serving as an intangible support to Wei Mei. After all, battles among the various ordinary gods of destruction are expressly forbidden. However, such a display of authority is deemed necessary. It could be seen as a subtle maneuver behind the High Priest's back, and it is believed that the Omni King and the High Priest would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters. Chapter 106, The Three Cannons. At this moment, Makalita was deeply intrigued, pondering the extent of Luo Feng's prowess that would lead him to make such a bold promise. Was it youthful audacity or the unwarranted confidence stemming from his effortless subjugation of the abyssal dragon Nefarian? However, the truth would soon be revealed. Savoring the sweetness of the lollipop in her mouth, Makalita's demeanor belied her inner turmoil. Her grip on her staff tightened, and beads of sweat began to form in her palm. Observing her tense disposition, one could not help but wonder if Luo Feng truly possessed the strength he claimed. Meanwhile, in the vastness of deep space, Whis and Beerus quietly discussed the unfolding battle. Whis let out a soft sigh, remarking, "It appears, Lord Beerus, that your judgment may have erred this time. While Luo Feng does seem to possess a strength surpassing that of an ordinary destroyer, to issue a challenge based on such a promise is rather presumptuous." Whis's assessment was undeniably astute. Beerus, however, merely scoffed. "Whis, I must say, I have high hopes for Luo Feng. He does not strike me as the arrogant type. How about we place a wager?" Whis shrugged nonchalantly. "A wager, you say? Very well, Lord Beerus. If you win, you shall have a century free to sleep and play at your leisure, while I will handle all the trivial matters. However, should I emerge victorious, you must diligently oversee the development of the regional universe for the next century, with no time for sloth." The two engaged in this seemingly trivial bet, reflecting their harmonious rapport. Yet, despite their banter, their gazes and focus remained entirely fixated on the duel unfolding in the arena, leaving the thoughts of others to be interpreted subjectively. At this moment, on the arena, Luo Feng assumed a composed and leisurely fighting stance, standing quietly, evidently awaiting the exquisite strike and assault. At this moment, Luo Feng stood silently, devoid of any overwhelming aura, clearly preparing to honor his promise. observing his audacity. It was evident that this individual regarded himself as formidable. Wei Mei felt a slight chill in her heart. Perhaps it was prudent to first demonstrate her own prowess to this arrogant foe, with a subtle narrowing of her gaze. She recalled what Xiangpa had said in the past regarding Luo Feng's unique insights into close combat. His agility was remarkably elusive and dynamic, indicating that engaging him in melee combat would be an unwise strategy. Therefore, it would be best to initiate with a ranged attack. With this thought, a smile graced Wei Mei's lips, and she refrained from unleashing any bizarre aura or energy. After all, allowing the opponent to stand there and endure her assault seemed to be the most advantageous opportunity. Since a physical attack was not feasible, she resolved to utilize her magical abilities. Gaining confidence from the thought of her spells, she knew that the greatest strength of the Destroyer God lay in its destructive power. The fact that her opponent had promised not to dodge or evade was an unparalleled opportunity, and she decided to act without hesitation. Wei Mei extended a finger skyward, and in accordance with her gesture, a purple energy began to swirl and coalesce in the air. This was none other than the signature skill of the Destroyer God, the Destruction Egg, the fundamental offensive spell of the Destroyer God. Though uncertain of the damage it would inflict upon Luo Feng, it served as a preliminary test. If this individual dared to boast about enduring her 3 attacks, launching a lethal strike right away would appear unsporting and fail to establish her authority. Should the concentrated destructive energy manifest as a ki blast, it might compel Luo Feng to move or execute some evasive maneuver. This would allow her to conserve her trump cards while still asserting her dominance, without pushing him to the brink of enmity. Pleased with her reasoning, Wei Mei continued to gather her destructive energy in the air. As the ki blast coalesced, it became increasingly unstable, pulsating with formidable power. Gradually, the size of the ki blast swelled to that of a small sun, representing the maximum energy she could harness. Although her opponent appeared nonchalant, she was indeed preparing to strike decisively. He remained motionless, not needing to withstand her attack with any skills, while Wei Mei was resolute in her intent to deliver a lethal blow. With all her destructive energy fully concentrated in the air, she smirked without issuing a warning to Luo Feng. Then, with a gentle flick of her finger, the small sun-like destructive energy surged forward, enveloped in violet lightning, hurtling toward Luo Feng with great velocity. With a resounding roar, the entire energy orb, forged from the potent essence of divine might, struck fiercely before Luo Feng. At this moment, the scene is shockingly tragic, as a colossal explosion and devastating energy engulfed the entire arena. It is fortunate that the arena, crafted by Makalita, possesses remarkable sturdiness. Otherwise, with just this single move, a tenth of Universe 10 would have been obliterated by Yunfeng's onslaught. After all, the power of a god of destruction is not to be compared with that of an ordinary deity. Their essence lies in destruction. Meanwhile, Ramusi, who observes from afar in Universe 10, lets out a weary sigh. Yunfeng is indeed vindictive. Although he appears overwhelmingly imposing, his pettiness is glaringly apparent. To initiate the battle by condensing the god of destruction's power into an egg for such an assault is rather lacking in martial ethics. In response to Ramusi's remarks, Kess also sighs in resignation. Fortunately, that girl Makalita possesses foresight, having created such an extraordinarily resilient barrier in space. Yet, I wonder if this blow will inflict any fatal damage on that young man, Luo Feng. Despite his declaration to neither evade nor endure, the sheer force of the god of destruction is undeniably formidable. Even if this were to occur in our Universe 10, the absence of a time reversal miracle would hardly compensate for the impending losses. Yunfeng has indeed crossed the line. As the discussions among the onlookers continue, the spectators from various universes regard Yunfeng's disregard for martial decorum with disdain. He is nothing like the nonchalant figure he portrayed at the outset. His actions reveal a willingness to inflict severe harm rather than merely test the waters. Chapter 107. The Fall of the Lips. The coldness of the teeth. There is a sense of pity for Luo Feng, the inheritor of the god of destruction as legacy. Such formidable power, even if they were present at the scene, would hardly cushion the impact of such an attack. It evokes a feeling of shared sorrow, akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. As the sound of the explosion gradually diminishes, the shimmering purple arcs of electricity begin to settle, and the dust slowly descends. Although this space has been mysteriously reinforced by Makalita, the ferocity of the attacks and explosions has caused slight distortions and deformations throughout the arena, with the once smooth ground now marred by uneven craters. It appears that Yunfeng has indeed elevated his magical assault to its zenith. as the dust begins to clear. The famed law of the Dragon Ball universe, where words and deeds are often unmatched, manifests before Yunfeng's very eyes. In that moment, Yunfeng's pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks as an utterly inconceivable scene unfolds before him. Despite the intense explosion and the full force of the God of Destruction's attack, Yunfeng, who does not bear the earrings of the God of Destruction's inheritor, stands there unscathed, not having budged an inch, nor attempting to evade in the slightest. He has somehow withstood Yunfeng's full force attack without a scratch. How is this even possible? With pupils constricting to the size of pinholes, Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene before him. Could it be that this young man had somehow maneuvered and evaded during the moment of the explosion? No, something was amiss. Yunfeng's brow furrowed deeply, for he sensed that at the height of the explosion's ferocity, there had been no fluctuations in space nor any outward release of energy. If his calculations were correct, it meant that Yunfeng had withstood the tremendous force of destruction with nothing but his own physique. How could this be possible? Even if he were the heir of the God of Destruction, such a formidable body seemed implausible. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before Yunfeng. As the smoke cleared, Yunfeng remained steadfast, brushing off the dust with a mocking smile that reflected the turmoil etched on Yunfeng's face. He coolly remarked, "Is that all you've got?" This statement, to Yunfeng, was not merely a trivial affront. It was a deeply scathing insult. At this moment, the exquisite flavor lingered without further entanglement in the perplexity of why the cataclysmic explosion, born from the essence of destruction, failed to inflict any damage upon this individual. Not even a shred of his garment was torn asunder. Perhaps it could be surmised that Yunfeng, having inherited the legacy of the God of Destruction, possesses an immunity to this very power, making the situation all the more enigmatic. At this moment, the exquisite flavor serves as a mere solace for oneself, while the onlookers are wholly enveloped in silence, unable to comprehend how Yunfeng remains unscathed. Of course, Yunfeng refrains from launching an aggressive assault, for he is acutely aware of the conditions stipulated by Yunfeng. Should he choose to strike now, it is unlikely to yield the desired outcome of overwhelming her. At this moment, the flavor of the dish was exquisite, compelling the embodiment of destruction to adjust his attire. His gaze was sharp, glimmering with a cold light. "Very well, Lord Yunfeng, you have forced my hand. Now I shall act decisively." Yunfeng, however, merely chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "That is precisely my intention. If you wish to continue this mutual probing, I fear you may find yourself bereft of opportunities. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance." At this moment, the confidence of Yunfeng was not as robust as it had been earlier. After all, Yunfeng had completely disregarded his magical attacks, leaving Yunfeng profoundly astonished. Since his magical assaults proved ineffective, he was left with no choice but to resort to a treasured trump card, his potion. The ineffectiveness of his magical attacks might not be such a dire revelation after all. Given that the opponent had pledged not to evade or dodge, perhaps his ultimate move could indeed prove effective. Yunfeng resolved to dismiss Yunfeng's taunts and insults. Instead, he gently touched the earrings adorning his ears and withdrew a vial of golden elixir from his bosom. Without further ado, he tilted his head back and consumed the entire contents of the vial in one swift motion. Witnessing Yunfeng's actions, the gods of destruction and angels from various universes who were spectating could not help but chastise him for his lack of martial integrity. Clearly, the warm-up had yet to commence, yet he was already resorting to performance-enhancing substances. This audacious act exhibited an alarming tendency to unleash a powerful outburst while denying his adversary the chance to evade. Such shamelessness truly knew no bounds. Despite the disdain that brewed among the onlookers towards Yunfeng, they could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Yunfeng. Was he not being a tad too arrogant? After all, he was facing a bona fide god of destruction. Even if he possessed the legacy of a god of destruction king, could he truly withstand the opponent's lethal assault without evasion, particularly under the circumstances of Yunfeng's potion-fueled frenzy? Certainly, within the depths of his heart, Yunfeng possessed a profound understanding of the situation. Unlike the calm facade presented to outsiders, he was acutely aware that the formidable energy blast unleashed by Yunfeng was not something an ordinary individual could withstand unscathed. In truth, Yunfeng had employed a subtle technique. Refraining from utilizing the techniques emblematic of the god of destruction's legacy, yet he drew upon skills from the ancient martial arts heritage. This involved condensing the entirety of the destructive energy into a protective membrane that enveloped his body in the form of inner strength. Naturally, such a technique and its associated martial arts would be incomprehensible to anyone in the Dragon Ball universe, epitomizing the principle of internal absorption and external projection to create an all-encompassing defense. Only at this level could one emerge unscathed from a violent explosion, rendering his attire and skin impervious to any traces of the blast's impact. However, this was also contingent upon the caliber of Luo Feng's destructive energy, which far surpassed that of Wei Mei. It is akin to the notion in contemporary society that a master of internal energy, possessing significantly greater depth than their opponent, renders it impossible for the latter to breach their defenses. After all, Luo Feng's heritage stemmed from the god of destruction, and his comprehension and refinement of destructive energy were beyond Wei Mei's current grasp. Had Luo Feng merely possessed the abilities of an ordinary god of destruction, even with an equitable distribution of energy around his body, achieving such flawless defense would have been unattainable. Nevertheless, Luo Feng had no time to elaborate on these complexities to Wei Mei. His primary objective in this battle was to establish dominance, with numerous universes awaiting his exploration and the desire to expand his power and influence. Failing to make an example of Wei Mei now would invite a plethora of complications in the future. As a great thinker once articulated, a single decisive blow prevents a multitude of retaliatory strikes, which epitomized Luo Feng's current strategy. In the blink of an eye, as he meticulously crafted his comprehensive plan, he noted that Wei Mei, despite his somewhat unscrupulous approach in consuming the precious elixir, had inadvertently fueled Luo Feng's confidence to its zenith. With this singular technique, even the angels would hesitate to confront him directly. At this moment, Wei Mindai found himself troubled by the concern that his assault might be excessively potent, potentially leading to Luo Feng's utter demise. However, upon observing the enigmatic, almost amused expression on his opponent's face, a wave of frustration surged within him. As Wei Mindai ingested the potion, subtle transformations began to manifest within his physique. Intricate golden patterns coursed along his skin, a testament to the extraordinary effects of the elixir designed to enhance his potential and augment his offensive capabilities. Concurrently, he fully externalized the purple destructive divine energy within him, significantly elevating his aura. Moreover, these violet energies shimmered with hints of purple gold, a captivating interplay prompted by the golden patterns adorning his form. At this moment, the flavor exuded a ferocious essence akin to a fearsome beast, erupting with an aura of savagery, while its eyes transformed from their ordinary hue to a pale golden shade. It was evident that flavor had truly elevated its power to the zenith, preparing for a decisive strike. In a confrontation with a typical destroyer or angel, the adversary would scarcely grant it the opportunity to gather strength, consume potions, or accumulate energy. However, it was unmistakably clear that Luo Feng had afforded flavor an unparalleled chance, allowing it to unleash the full extent of its training accomplishments during this period. At this moment, even the exquisite earring adorning the ear, symbolizing the legacy of the god of destruction, radiates a golden glow, epitomizing the pinnacle of the destructive power's manifestation. At this moment, the exquisite flavor and energy have reached a pinnacle, representing the most formidable power he has attained since inheriting the title of the god of destruction. At this moment, the exquisite flavor sent shivers throughout his entire being. It appeared that such a formidable power was beyond his current grasp. However, the ineffectiveness of the divine destruction spell against the heir of the god of destruction ignited a flicker of vigilance within him. If he could not vanquish his opponent at this level, the consequences would indeed be unfathomable. At this moment, the limits of Wei Mei's body had been reached, and without a hint of hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful thrust. A resounding explosion echoed as a wave of energy surged outward, while his feet left two distinct impressions on the surface beneath him. This arena, having been reinforced by Makalita, was susceptible to the sheer force of his advance, which had already inflicted damage upon its corners. This illustrates the substantial enhancement of Wei Mei's strength at this juncture. His massive hand transformed into a fist, radiating with a resplendent hue of purple and gold, indicating that he was poised to deliver a potentially lethal blow to Luo Feng. Furthermore, Wei Mei's attack was directly aimed at Luo Feng's chest, hurtling forward with a ferocious speed. In the next instant, infused with a concoction of potent elixirs and the might of his destructive divine power, Wei Mei's fist was already poised before Luo Feng's chest. Should this strike land, it would not only overwhelm the current Luo Feng, but even the most formidable celestial beings would likely think twice before confronting such a ferocious assault head-on. This strike epitomized the pinnacle of Wei Mei's potential and power, showcasing an undeniable might, despite a slight deficiency in speed. Indeed, although his potion has sacrificed agility and the ability to alter angles, it has undeniably augmented his strength considerably. This is precisely why Wei Mei has established the unwritten rule that his opponent must remain steadfast, a clever trap laid by this cunning adversary from the very beginning. Observing such formidable energy, Luo Feng did not exhibit the calm demeanor he outwardly portrayed. Having agreed to endure this lethal strike, he hesitated no longer. Silently, he channeled the destructive divine power within his body, which had been enhanced several-fold compared to Wei Mei's. Even though Wei Mei, under the influence of his drugs, concentrated all his might at a single point for a decisive blow, Luo Feng was not merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. While externally, his actions and defenses were imperceptible to onlookers, internally, he meticulously directed all his energy to his chest, at the very point where Wei Mei aimed to strike. Luo Feng layered his divine power, compressing it beneath his skin, showcasing the skill of employing one's spear against another's shield. This represented the essence he had comprehended from the ancient martial legacy, utilized for the first time in the world of Dragon Ball. After all, the most potent attack from the ancient martial tradition involved concentrating power at a single point for a full-force explosion, while the strongest defense similarly required gathering all strength at one point for a complete defense or counterattack. This was the pinnacle of what Luo Feng could achieve. Though he harbored no absolute confidence, yet, faced with such a formidable opponent willing to engage him directly, Luo Feng was eager to test his destructive divine power and see how the integration of his ancient martial techniques could yield significant advancements and challenges. As for the inheritance of the Destruction God King, it belonged to the realm of divine kings. Luo Feng intended to forge his own path. After all, an inheritance is the legacy of another, and even the mightiest Destruction God King of the past was merely a notch above the ordinary Destruction God. If he could have truly achieved invincibility, that legacy would not have reached his generation. Recognizing that even the limits of a divine king have boundaries, Luo Feng, possessing both the ancient martial inheritance and the Destruction God King's legacy, might very well carve a novel path by fusing these two legacies. After all, the high-ranking officials and angels are but intermediaries, while the supreme entities, such as the Omni King, represent a far more terrifying existence. If he could not find an alternative route to transcend the energy limits of the Destruction God King, navigating the world of dragons with ease would be impossible. With Wei Mei present, many aspects could serve as a verification of his hypotheses. However, to outsiders, Luo Feng appeared somewhat presumptuous. He stood resolutely, a hint of a smile gracing his eyes, his lips curving upwards, hands resting at his sides, making no defensive gestures whatsoever. This was certainly not a moment for any underhanded tactics. Wei Mei was evidently preparing a full-force strike. Was Luo Feng truly intending to absorb this lethal blow with his chest? Chapter 109. As if awakening it was no jest, could it be that Luo Feng truly harbored no fears of encountering any issues? Observing this scene, the one most apprehensive was Champa from the Sixth Universe. Although this individual had consistently sought to ensnare Luo Feng, he genuinely regarded him as a true friend. After all, during their time at the Academy and the trials, Luo Feng had indeed extended considerable assistance to him. Witnessing Luo Feng's overwhelming prowess, Xiangpa could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, murmuring to himself that the young man was exceedingly arrogant, brazenly disregarding Wei Mei's onslaught, which was undeniably lacking in martial decorum. Noting Xiangpa's turmoil and concern, the nearby Bados gently waved her hand and remarked, "Lord Xiangpa, your worry seems somewhat unwarranted. Do not forget, my sister Margarita is present. With her ability to reverse time, can you still be apprehensive about Luo Feng encountering any unforeseen mishaps?" Upon hearing Bados' explanation, Xiangpa appeared to awaken to a realization. Indeed, the angelic race possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate time within the ordinary universe. Given Margarita's formidable strength, reversing time by 7 minutes should pose no challenge. Even if Luo Feng were to suffer a fatal blow during that interval, as long as Margarita was willing to intervene, he would emerge unscathed. However, it was evident that Margarita was merely spectating, which was atypical of her character. Would she truly step in to save Luo Feng? Seeing Xiangpa's evident doubts regarding Luo Feng's strength, Bados chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she said, "Regardless, Luo Feng stands as the most powerful entity among our cohort of destroyers. Not to mention, his attainment of the Destroyer King's legacy is something that cannot be compared to you ordinary destroyers. Even Margarita would not idly watch him perish. Otherwise, who would shoulder the burdens of the 13th universe's main battlefield? Can we rely on my unreliable sister, Alice?" Having uttered these words, Champa let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Bado's assertions were indeed not unfounded. With this in mind, his concerns appeared excessive. Nevertheless, while his life was not in jeopardy, the agony of being struck with full force to the heart was a torment that few could endure. He truly began to question whether Luo Feng was of sound mind. However, the subsequent scene left all observing angels and destroyers utterly astounded. Even the typically composed Bados widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding spectacle. Unable to believe her eyes, the previously anxious Xiangpa now stood frozen, petrified by the sight before him. For the battlefield had manifested an utterly inconceivable scene. An attack, as forceful as a raging torrent, had landed squarely upon Luo Feng's chest. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before the onlookers. They beheld not Luo Feng, propelled backward with a gaping wound in his chest, but rather, he stood there, still adorned with a serene smile, while his chest bore the brunt of Wei Meida's punch, infused with violet golden energy, striking him squarely. However, in an instant, this formidable force seemed to be constrained by some unseen barrier, entirely rebounding back. As the momentum returned to Wei Meida's arm, a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds echoed through the air. It was astonishing to witness Wei Meida's arm contorting at an unimaginable angle. This scenario appeared to deviate from the script. Luo Feng remained unscathed, neither flying backward nor injured, while it was indeed Wei Meida, the one who unleashed an unscrupulous attack, who suffered the injury. At this moment, not only was Wei Meida's arm utterly shattered, but all the retaliatory force surged towards him like a relentless tide. At this moment, the exquisite taste propelled one's feet off the ground, retreating in a cacophony, carving a profound trench upon the arena. This was no ordinary battleground. It was the testing ground conjured by the divine power of angelic Makalima. In an effort to mitigate the velocity of retreat, an impressive trench was etched into the surface. Onlookers were utterly bewildered. Such a formidable assault, such unparalleled force, was effortlessly repelled by Luo Feng with an air of nonchalance. This was merely the might of an ordinary god of destruction. One could perhaps rationalize Luo Feng's effortless defense against the earlier magical onslaught, given that he bore the divine might of the god of destruction king, while his opponent wielded the abilities of a mere god of destruction. This could explain Luo Feng's ability to emerge unscathed. However, the current scenario was a direct confrontation, a tangible clash of strength. Moreover, this was a physical assault executed with all of Mei Mei's might, and Luo Feng did not evade. He did not unleash any latent power. As he stated, he refrained from employing the techniques and skills inherited from the god of destruction king to counter or defend against this strike. He braced himself against Mei Mei's full-force blow with nothing but his chest. Yet, the spectators were left utterly perplexed. Could it be that the inheritance of the god of destruction king was so formidable that it defied belief? Even if the current god of destruction was oblivious, the angels of the grand cosmos were acutely aware of the limitations of the god of destruction king's power. To withstand such a powerful attack, one that even their angelic kind would not dare to absorb, seemed impossible, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by the opponent's chest. If Luo Feng had merely deflected or endured Mei Mei's attack, sustaining a minor injury or dodging it altogether, it would have been comprehensible. However, the fact that Mei Mei's own assault was entirely rebuffed, with the opponent exhibiting no peculiar reactions, was utterly unfathomable. Was it possible that Mei Mei and Luo Feng were merely performing a charade? The spectators were suddenly struck by this bizarre and absurd notion, for they were not present. They were merely observing the battle through live footage. At this moment, the most astonished was Makarita, who was leisurely savoring a lollipop. She had initially prepared to intervene, or, should the need arise, to employ time reversal to rescue Luo Feng, the inheritor of the god of destruction's legacy. After all, the attack from Wei Meida had indeed exceeded her expectations and was somewhat unorthodox. Yet, the opponent had astonishingly deflected the full brunt of Wei Meida's assault with his chest. Now, it appeared that Luo Feng remained as unfazed as before, standing resolutely without retreating an inch, refraining from employing any techniques or unleashing any energy in defense. Chapter 110. Kneeling on one knee, however, Wei Meida found himself repelled by his own attack, his legs now completely ensnared in the ground. His right arm, which had executed the assault, now hung limply at his side, indicating the severity of the backlash he had endured. Had it been solely his own strength, he might not have inflicted significant harm upon himself, but this rebound was a culmination of Luo Feng's power, Wei Meida's own force, and the effects of the drugs he had consumed. The confluence of these three forces had now manifested upon Wei Meida's arm, seemingly inflicting irreversible damage upon his body. At this moment, Wei Meida, barely managing to steady himself, could no longer bear the excruciating pain coursing through his arm. He knelt on one knee, letting out a cry as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was evident that the force of the recent recoil had not only injured his arm, but had also inflicted some internal damage upon him. At this moment, the gaze of Wei Mei was filled with resentment and bewilderment. How could this be possible? He had exerted all his strength in a single strike, exhausting a lifetime's worth of energy, and had even consumed his prized elixir, which was meant to unlock potential and enhance his power. How could this be possible? Could it be that Luofeng is a monster? He carefully observed Luofeng's movements and expressions. Indeed, his opponent did not employ the skills of the destructive God King to counter him, nor did he emit any discernible energy. Yet, how did Luofeng manage to withstand his punch? At this moment, Wei Mei's mind was engulfed in utter confusion, unable to comprehend Luofeng. Was this individual truly a monster? At this moment, the exquisite mindful had gradually regained the ability to think rationally. It was no wonder that Beerus and Champa, those two characters, reacted with such trepidation upon hearing Luofeng's name. Indeed, he could not be regarded as an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, they graduated from the same cohort. Although he had received a unique inheritance, he too possessed his own pride and hidden strengths. Reflecting on this, the current mindful gently rose to his feet, seemingly unfazed by the injury to his right hand, nor did he attempt to stanch the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he lowered his eyelids, as if deep in contemplation, devoid of the earlier bravado and declarations of surrender. Observing mindful in this state of silent introspection, Luofeng felt a pang of curiosity. Had this fellow been so awed by his own power as to be rendered speechless? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his recent display of strength. Had mindful possessed a fraction more power, his maneuver might indeed have breached the latter's defenses. At this moment, Luofeng felt a sense of quiet gratitude for his progress. Without this practical combat experience, he would have remained uncertain about the extent of his physical defenses. After all, there exists a qualitative leap between the power of destruction and the might of a destroyer. Having comprehended the essence of destructive force, he successfully concentrated it at a singular point for the first time, utilizing it solely for defense. Yet, this was evidently insufficient. By merely integrating the ancient martial legacy with the power of destruction at this initial stage, he might later develop certain skills of the Destroyer King and achieve a complete fusion of ancient martial arts and destructive energy, potentially forging an entirely new path. Observing Makalita, who was still dazed and leisurely enjoying a lollipop, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped her. Could it be that the esteemed Wei Meida was contemplating something? Indeed, Makalita's thoughts seemed cursed, manifesting before her very eyes. On the arena, Wei Meida hung his head low, emitting a contemplative chuckle, which grew louder, revealing a hint of madness within the laughter. Had he truly lost his sanity? A wave of anxiety washed over Makalita, while Luofeng pondered whether this individual had been stunned by his own power, given the severity of his injuries. It was perplexing to witness Wei Meida's extraordinary thought process. Meanwhile, numerous angels and destroyers from other universes watched this spectacle in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Wei Meida would flaunt such unorthodox martial ethics, possessing such hidden cards and potent elixirs. If only they could acquire a portion for themselves, it would significantly enhance their own strength. However, alchemy is indeed a costly profession, without his formidable mentor, Makalita, and the unique resources of the 10th universe. It seemed implausible for Wei Meida to cultivate to such an extent. What intrigued everyone even more was the fact that Luofeng, the seemingly unassuming destroyer of the 13th universe, possessed such formidable power. Even with his adversary employing dubious enhancements, Luofeng appeared untouched by any harm. It was baffling to contemplate the nature of his training. Was his destructive energy fundamentally different from that which he himself practiced? After all, during the trial, Luofeng had been the last to emerge, securing the singular spot of the 13th universe. The only point of intrigue remained. It seemed Luofeng had previously destroyed the staff of the Kess Angel, though this too was subject to speculation. At that time, the Kess Angel had punished Xiangpa, Beerus, and Kadra without extending any special treatment to Luofeng. Moreover, this individual was personally appointed by the Grand Priest as the destroyer of the 13th universe. Did a hidden connection exist between this young man and the Grand Priest? Very well, let us continue to observe. Now, the public has unequivocally recognized Luofeng's unparalleled strength. acknowledging that he operates on an entirely different level. His remarkable defensive technique alone grants him an invincible stature among the destroyers, a fact that is crystal clear to all. Even if they currently stand alongside Waymeda, it is uncertain whether they could surpass his performance. Furthermore, the true potency of Waymeda's concoctions remains shrouded in mystery. However, the peculiar and sardonic laughter emanating from Waymeda suggests a palpable sense of dissatisfaction. In response to the crowd's skepticism, Waymeda lets out a thunderous roar. Filled with indignation, impossible, absolutely impossible. You are not a worthy destroyer, for our primary duty is to annihilate, and you, no matter how formidable you are, it is merely your defensive prowess that may have transcended our limits. Yet, possessing only a formidable defense does not qualify you as a destroyer. On this point, I shall never concede, unless you can truly subdue me. Just now, you evidently utilized the recoil of my own power to return my divine energy, meaning I inflicted harm upon myself. Based on this alone, do you presume to claim victory over me? Do not jest, unless you can substantiate your superiority with genuine strength. Chapter 111. The pinnacle tier witnessing Waymeda's unwilling words and his expression of humiliation, Luofeng exclaims with resignation, truly. It seems that one cannot escape fate without inciting trouble. Very well, to ensure your reluctant submission, I shall not hold back next time. Is that agreeable? Observing Waymeda's twitching lips and contorted visage, Mahalita's feelings of unease only intensify. Indeed, as Mahalita had anticipated, Waymeda is left reeling from the backlash yet continues to bellow defiantly. Perhaps Waymeda's fervor is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary destroyer. After all, is it worth risking everything over merely 2 vials of elixir? Worth it or not? Mahalita cannot ascertain. But she understands that this may well be Waymeda's pride, a display of confidence inherent to an alchemist in the quality of his creations. At this moment, the delightful flavor did not keep the crowd waiting any longer. With a grand gesture, he produced a vial of crimson elixir from within himself and gulped it down with fervor. As the red potion coursed through his body, his shattered arm began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, while the sunken area of his chest, marred by blood, returned to its normal state. It was astonishingly a healing elixir that worked instantaneously. This fellow truly spared no expense. Not only could he concoct extraordinary potions, but he could also effortlessly create substances that restored both physical form and vitality. Were alchemists truly such affluent beings? The deities of destruction and angels observing from the sidelines silently marveled at this revelation. No wonder Mahalita, this young lady, seemed unconcerned by everything. Lost in her own world of alchemy, was she also like this? If everyone were as wealthy as the likes of Waymeda and Mahalita, their prowess would undoubtedly rank among the elite within the pantheon of deities and angels. Perhaps the philosophy of their battles in the 10th universe was to make do with what they had when strength was lacking. Although his injuries healed swiftly, the expenditure of destruction energy was quite tangible and would not return to normal in a short span of time. At this moment, Waymeda's gaze regained clarity, and his contorted visage returned to a semblance of normalcy, appearing as if he were unscathed, completely disregarding the consumption of his divine energy and the recuperation of his injuries. He looked at Luofeng with a peculiar grin, saying, Lord Luofeng, while we may be classmates, I admit my talent and abilities may not rival yours. However, do not underestimate me in the realm of alchemy. To be honest, this is my final pride. You might find me quite mad, but tell me, which alchemist isn't a bit insane? As Waymeda continued to chatter incessantly, Luofeng, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Reveal your trump card swiftly. I have no time for banter. You know well that even with your previous power and potions, you couldn't breach my defenses. What else do you have? Bring it on. Waymeda replied, Very well, you asked for it. Do not blame me for being ruthless. As an alchemist, you know I rely entirely on potions. And it is time for my ultimate elixir to make its debut. Mahalita, standing nearby, gasped in alarm. No, Lord Waymeda, are you truly going to use that? Don't jest. This is merely a spar. There's no need to go to such extremes. Moreover, that could harm your very essence. Essence? What is that? Where does it even lead? At worst, I shall retire. If I cannot triumph over my opponent this time, what meaning does life hold? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Waymeda has completely succumbed to a state of madness. It seems that an extraordinary technique is about to be employed, one that taps into the very essence, inflicting irreversible harm upon oneself. This is merely an exchange of skills, with no life-threatening adversary present. Is it truly necessary? Margarita also exclaimed with fervor, Lord Weimei. You must think this through. At this moment, the eyes of Weimei gleamed with a frenzied light. Let me clarify. I have long since made my thoughts clear. I harbor no genuine interest in the role of a god of destruction. My true aspiration is to become a competent alchemist and to concoct exceptionally powerful elixirs. That is the essence of my life stream. It was merely by a twist of fate that I found myself in the position of a god of destruction. I initially believed that attaining this status would provide me with ample resources to become a qualified researcher. However, contrary to my expectations, my existence in the 10th universe has devolved into a monotonous and tedious experience. In truth, I have grown weary of this god of destruction role. Makalita, you have been my mentor in both alchemy and the divine position of destruction, for which I am immensely grateful. Yet this time, that rascal Yunfeng has rendered me utterly ineffective in the realm of alchemy, which is an affront to my dignity. Nevertheless, if that is the case, it is time for me to resort to my final measures. Please do not impede me. If you do, I shall not rest easy even in death. Rest assured, I have already selected a successor for the role of god of destruction. Should any irreversible harm befall me, I will ensure that the position is passed on to someone I deem worthy. Upon hearing Weimei's words, the previously anxious Makalita gradually regained her composure. It seems that beneath Weimei's exterior lies a grand ambition and ideal. If he were to pursue alchemy, he would indeed be a worthy practitioner. However, to continue as the god of destruction in the 10th universe appears to be a mismatch. Yet, it cannot be denied that Weimei has fully succumbed to madness. And no one can deter him now. Observing Weimei's fervent demeanor, Yunfeng furrowed his brow. This individual certainly possesses unwavering determination, while he himself seems to have remained somewhat passive. Nonetheless, from their dialogue, it is evident that Weimei's next move will likely involve a desperate utilization of his essence, employing a technique to confront him. Hence, Yunfeng tempered his underestimation of Weimei, for in his mind, Weimei's prowess among the gods of destruction is indeed formidable. However, should the opponent wield powers that inflict damage upon one's essence, it might truly command respect. At this moment, Yunfeng slowly adjusted his stance, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready for a counterattack at any moment. Chapter 112, Unforeseen Consequences. Observing Yunfeng, one could see that he did not exhibit any arrogance or boastfulness after his recent victory in words. Rather, he was immersed in a profound understanding, fully embodying the state of battle, nodding in satisfaction. This is the mark of a true warrior who never underestimates an opponent. Even when his divine energy is nearly depleted, he does not regard me as a mere insignificant figure. In light of this, I too shall extend him the respect he deserves. In this moment of confrontation, it is a matter of life or death. Do not blame me for my fervent assault. The role of the destroyer has imposed its burdens upon me. Perhaps this is the genuine sentiment of Weimei. While many yearn for the existence of a destroyer, to him, it is an inescapable burden. This opportunity may allow him to seek a worthy successor, whether he triumphs over Yunfeng or is vanquished by him, thereby ensuring the continuation of the destroyer's legacy. Meanwhile, he will relish the life he desires. This is the true reflection of Weimei's inner self. Noticing Weimei's resolute determination, Makalita ceased any further attempts at persuasion, gently waving her staff to reinforce the space on the arena and the restrictions surrounding it, making the cosmic environment more compact and stable. After all, what level of power would Weimei achieve after employing that technique? Even Makalita felt a slight tremor of apprehension. Yet, witnessing Yunfeng's profound demeanor, Makalita could only shake her head helplessly. She was well aware of her disciple's thoughts, having reached this juncture. Although she was reluctant to see it, there was no alternative. Each destroyer harbors their own aspirations and intentions, and Weimei's thoughts are not aligned with the role of a destroyer. Compelling him otherwise would be futile. Even if no conflict arises between him and Yunfeng this time, there is a possibility that Weimei may unleash his power again at a critical moment in the future, leading to unpredictable consequences for them all. At this moment, the effects of the potion consumed earlier seem to have reached their pinnacle. The healing properties have alleviated the injury, and the middle bone of the right hand appears to have returned to its original state. To my surprise, the healing potion I crafted proves to be quite effective, albeit a tad slow in its action. This concoction might hold some merit in one-on-one confrontations, yet in a real battle, it pales in comparison to the swiftness of the angel's healing spells, though the recovery is indeed thorough. Observing that my injuries have fully healed, I take out another vial of purple elixir, this one designed specifically for restoring divine power, reserved for a destroyer. without a hint of hesitation or regret. I tilt my head back and consume the entire vial, indifferent to the cost of the potion. At this moment, all my reservations have been cast aside. Concerns about profit or loss have become trivial. All that matters is defeating the adversary before me and liberating myself from the burdens of being a destroyer. I am willing to accept any consequences that may arise. Perhaps meeting my end here is the optimal choice. Few could fathom the depth of my twisted psyche as a destroyer. It is possibly this very mindset that has propelled my advancements in alchemy. Perhaps every gain comes with its own sacrifices. I sense my strength gradually returning, and notably, Yunfeng does not seem inclined to launch a vigorous offensive, which may well be the highest form of respect he can offer me. At this moment, Waymade's thoughts were clear. Since the opponent was willing to grant him an opportunity, he would reveal the terrifying power of his ultimate trump card. With a slight exertion of his left hand, he removed the enormous red clown nose from his face, which represented the essence of the universe from the 10th cosmos, the most formidable force he could command within the entirety of the cosmos. Subsequently, he retrieved a vial of black reagent from his pocket. Upon seeing this dark elixir, the nearby Makalita gently covered her mouth and exclaimed, "My lord Waymade, I urge you to reconsider. While this formula is indeed fearsome, the price it exacts is not something an ordinary person can bear. Moreover, this formula is still in the experimental stage and has yet to fully materialize. Have you truly thought this through?" Despite Makalita's concerns, Waymade remained unmoved. Disregarding her warnings entirely, his gaze was filled with a fervent and obsessive determination as he regarded the red nose, an embodiment of cosmic essence, paired with the black experimental reagent. Prepare to witness a true miracle, Yunfeng. While I may not match your raw strength, under the influence of this potion, I trust you will pay dearly for your arrogance. Intrigued by Waymade's prolonged engagement, Yunfeng found himself curious about the potential of a black reagent combined with cosmic essence. Could it genuinely yield a miracle? Nonetheless, he held no intention of underestimating Waymade. This destroyer who seemed willing to gamble his very life, he might indeed unleash something extraordinary. Furthermore, as Makalita had pointed out, this individual appeared to be conducting experiments. And without a formidable adversary like himself, Waymade might never have conceived such a reagent. As Waymade cast the red nose into the vial of black reagent, an extraordinary aura erupted violently, a peculiar energy that only Yunfeng in the arena could perceive. To outsiders, however, a wondrous transformation occurred. The once pitch-black reagent began to shimmer with vibrant hues as the cosmic essence infused it, radiating a stunning array of colors that danced in a dazzling display. This could very well embody the true essence of alchemy, through relentless experimentation and refinement. The creation of a superlative potion is the lifelong ambition of an alchemist. Observing the kaleidoscopic concoction in Waymade's hands, Makalita breathed softly, "My lord Waymade, I truly did not expect your endeavor to succeed. Yet, you must remember that this is within your 10th cosmos. Are you truly prepared to utilize this potion? The consequences are indeed irreversible. Though my theory may seem somewhat outrageous, there is no necessity to employ such extreme measures against an ordinary destroyer. This is certainly not the time for desperation." Chapter 113, The Multicolored Potion. At this moment, Waymade was utterly impervious to any counsel. His fervent and obsessive gaze was fixated upon the vial of vibrant potion. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and, tilting his head back, consumed the entire contents of the multicolored elixir. As the potion coursed through his being, Waymade's aura began to ascend geometrically. His body emitted faint sounds of transformation, as his bones crackled with intense change. This was not mere intoxication, rather, it was a structural metamorphosis. It appeared that Waymade had indeed achieved a significant breakthrough in technique, akin to that of Makalita. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Waymade's form suddenly doubled in size, while his muscles surged and writhed due to the potion's influence. Though his appearance was somewhat grotesque, it undeniably manifested an extraordinary amplification of strength. Not only had his stature expanded, but his entire physique had transformed into a robust and formidable presence. Was this truly all that was possible? Judging solely by his aura, Waymade had transitioned into an entirely different state. If he had previously been akin to a mere puddle, he now resembled a vast lake. This marked a qualitative leap. Witnessing such a terrifying surge of energy, Yunfeng became utterly serious. This potion had indeed catalyzed a fundamental transformation in him, yet it seemed to remain within the bounds of endurance. Makalita, standing just outside the arena, could deeply sense the magnitude and intensity of Waymade's presence as his body underwent such extraordinary changes. At this moment, there is no longer any mood to worry about the condition of Wei Mei. From the moment he ingested that extraordinary elixir, the outcome was already sealed. Indeed, although Wei Mei has fully unleashed his strength and potential, reaching the zenith of destructive power, it is ultimately a primordial reagent, although its effects and side effects remain somewhat ambiguous. Makalita is acutely aware that, regardless of the outcome of this battle, Wei Mei's career as a destroyer has come to an end. After all, such injuries are irreversible. Even with the utmost assistance from the High Priest and numerous angels post-battle, returning to a normal state of destruction seems implausible. It is truly surprising that Wei Mei is so resolute. Well, all of this is indeed his choice. At this moment, Makalita turned her gaze towards Luofeng, who was pursuing him. She extended her hands in the shape of a megaphone and shouted, "Lord Luofeng, the situation has become utterly chaotic. This is not the time for a head-on confrontation. I can provide the necessary potions. We must retreat swiftly and not engage in a futile struggle here." This individual has transformed into a monster. He has completely fused his essence with that of the universe. His attacks are beyond the capacity of an ordinary god of destruction to withstand. Even if you are the king of destruction, you may not endure the force of his strike. Fleeing now is not a sign of cowardice. Regardless of the outcome of this blow, the esteemed Lord Wei Mei has already forfeited his qualification as a god of destruction. You should not persist in this confrontation. Seeing Luofeng standing resolutely, Makalita, exasperated, shouted again. "What are you thinking? Is it necessary to uphold your earlier promise at such a time? There is no need. I have already assured you that I will supply all the potions you require. Do not remain here to engage in Wei Mei's madness. You are merely sparring. This is not a fight to the death, nor are you facing a foreign enemy. Is it truly worth reaching this extreme? I believe in your legacy as the king of destruction, and if you truly refuse to flee, you may utilize the life-saving skills bestowed by your heritage. Otherwise, you will not withstand the impending onslaught." Observing Wei Mei, now completely consumed by madness, Luofeng showed no sign of underestimating him. He assumed a boxing stance, drawing all his energy inward, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. In Wei Mei's eyes, Luofeng's movements were rife with provocation and disdain. How strong could this individual truly be? Did he not realize that he had exhausted all his trump cards and harmed his own essence to wield such power? It seemed that Luofeng was indeed arrogant. Yet perhaps this was his sole opportunity to achieve fame and fortune. The look in Wei Mei's eyes transcended mere madness. It was imbued with a fierce intent to kill, indicating that he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. At this moment, the exquisite flavor enveloped him, and purple lightning continuously danced around him, swirling gracefully. This individual truly resembled a warrior possessed by a divine spirit, exuding a formidable presence that caused others to furrow their brows in trepidation. Moreover, Luofeng had indeed amassed all the destructive divine power within him, harnessing it through his unique ancient martial heritage, channeling all that energy into the concentrated might of his right fist. At this moment, Luofeng has yet to employ the so-called techniques and powers of the destruction god-king inheritance. After all, resorting to such ultimate moves now would be rather unfair. This is not a battle to the death, and he harbors no animosity or grievance against Wei Mei. Moreover, he finds himself in a position of seeking a favor, and to thoroughly humiliate the opponent would seem rather inappropriate. It is essential to leave some semblance of dignity for the High Priest, as they are, after all, classmates. However, witnessing Wei Mei's utterly reckless demeanor, Luofeng understands that failing to impart a lesson to this individual, allowing him to truly grasp the disparity in their strengths, may complicate future interactions. As for the eventual outcome, that can only be determined after the battle concludes. At this moment, the exquisitely flavored Wei Mei was enveloped in a brilliant purple lightning, reaching an unparalleled zenith. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, an immense wave of energy radiated outward unconditionally between his feet and the earth. His entire body surged forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward Luofeng at a velocity beyond the ordinary perception. The fist he wielded accumulated an unimaginable force of destruction, striking furiously toward Luofeng's chest. Observing the fierce demeanor of Wei Mei, Luofeng's lips curled into a slight smile. He swiftly concentrated his power into his right fist, which glimmered with a flash of red light. With a resounding impact, an eerie sound echoed through the air. This collision, contrary to what others anticipated, did not result in an explosive outburst or chaotic release of energy. Rather, it culminated in a serene clash of mutual annihilation. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. Waymeda was propelled backward at a speed even greater than that of his advance. With a loud thud, his body was sent flying as if struck by a giant force, completely launched away by Luofeng. Though Waymeda's form continued to emanate a formidable power of destruction, he became entirely ensconced within the energy field created by Makalita. While the spectacle appeared somewhat comical, the divine energy radiating from Waymeda was indeed terrifying. What perplexed the onlookers even more was the fact that such a powerful punch, combined with Waymeda's sacrifice of his primordial strength, was effortlessly thwarted by Luofeng. Furthermore, Luofeng maintained his punching posture, unyielding. His feet showed no sign of retreat, merely executing a subtle punching motion that effortlessly neutralized Waymeda's assault. Not only did he counter the attack, but he also sent Waymeda sprawling backward, although Waymeda's body still exuded a frenzied surge of divine energy. The expression on his face and the glint in his eyes suggested he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, he had been rendered dazed by the recoil from Luofeng's punch. Logically, under the circumstances of unleashing absolute potential and primordial strength, even in defeat, one would lose all sensation and perception. The fact that Waymeda was knocked unconscious by Luofeng's strike indicated an even greater strength behind Luofeng's blow. Yet, the crowd remained baffled, unable to comprehend the nuances of this encounter. The only one who grasped the entirety of the situation was the angelic Makalita, observing in real time from the sidelines. At this moment, Margarita has covered her small mouth with her hand, and her astonished expression speaks volumes. At this moment, Makalita's heart was tumultuous. To withstand such a full-force strike from his opponent was no trivial matter. He would certainly not emerge unscathed as Luofeng had, who seemed to receive the blow with effortless grace and without injury. The very fact that Luofeng had managed to send his adversary reeling was remarkable. Observing the energy surging from Luofeng's body and his stance, it appeared he had not exerted his full strength, nor was there any energy spilling over. How had he accomplished this? Makalita's mind was rife with doubts. Meanwhile, the gods of destruction and angels from various universes, who were watching intently, were equally baffled by the unfolding events. Particularly, the god of destruction Katra from Universe 4 was plagued by uncertainty, even with overwhelming power. He thought it improbable that the frenzied Maida could be rendered unconscious. Moreover, the vivid barrier created by Makalita had seemingly ensnared Maida entirely. This clearly indicated the immense strength of that strike, suggesting that Luofeng's power exceeded the ordinary gods of destruction's expectations. Having ascended to a level akin to that of an angel, perhaps even the average angel would find him a formidable opponent. The onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. But it was Luofeng, the architect of this spectacle, who was most profoundly affected. He was taken aback by the efficacy of this attack, which had indeed surpassed his own expectations. After all, he had channeled the internal energy of ancient martial arts to its utmost limit. Meticulously following the meridian pathways of the destruction energy, he concentrated this power into his right arm and delivered a seemingly effortless punch. To the onlookers, it appeared as a mere breeze, yet in Luofeng's heart, he understood that this was the most potent attack he could muster, sufficient to render Maida unconscious without shattering him to pieces. This in itself attested to Maida's commendable strength. As Luofeng withdrew his attacking stance, dusting off his clothes with a sigh, he addressed Makalita. Makalita, why do you linger there in a daze? Hasten to treat the esteemed Waymei, lest dire consequences ensue. Upon hearing Luofeng's words, Makalita seemed to awaken from a reverie, realizing that this was not the moment to marvel at the clash between the two warriors. Instead, Waymei appeared to teeter on the brink of demise, his aura fluctuating alarmingly. Without a moment's hesitation, Makalita swiftly materialized beside Waymei, wielding the angelic staff with a graceful flourish. A radiant green light enveloped Waymei, penetrating his very being. Furthermore, Makalita produced a vial of crimson elixir and administered it to Waymei's lips. This was none other than the healing art of angels combined with Makalita's exclusive restorative potion. In this regard, Makalita held unwavering confidence, as long as Waymei still drew breath. No matter his condition, he could be salvaged. However, the extent of Waymei's recovery remained uncertain. After all, he had just consumed the entirety of that kaleidoscopic potion, which had already inflicted damage upon his very essence. With a sigh, Makalita reflected on the matter. This fellow was far too fixated on the so-called alchemy. Yet, one could hardly blame Waymei. Were it him in that position, he might have acted even more recklessly. At this moment, Makalita regarded the figure of Luo Feng, who stood resolutely before her, with a gaze laden with complexity. This individual had, astonishingly, refrained from employing the techniques and powers inherited from the god of destruction, yet had managed to incapacitate the fully unleashed Wei with sheer destructive energy. Well, in this instant, Makalita was somewhat of a solitary figure herself. With a flourish of her hand, 5 vials of restorative divine energy floated serenely before her, gradually gliding towards Luo Feng. These are the restorative potions of divine energy from our 11th universe, now entirely yours. I truly did not anticipate your strength could ascend to such heights. Perhaps this will provide some aid to your 13th universe. It is the utmost compensation I can offer. However, what truly astonished her was Wei's lack of inclination to fulfill the role of a competent god of destruction, engaging in such egregious conduct. Here, she extended an apology on his behalf. Makalita bowed slightly to Luo Feng, genuinely conveying her remorse. Indeed, our 10th universe has acted rather excessively in this matter. After all, Luo Feng merely sought 2 vials of restorative divine energy. The decision to provide them rests with you. Yet, before Luo Feng could utter a word, you had already arranged the arena, clearly intending to assert dominance over him, the god of destruction from the 13th universe. This is manifestly unjust on your part, as you subsequently resorted to various potions and unsportsmanlike tactics, treating Luo Feng as if he were an adversary, unleashing your full force against him. Such behavior is indefensible. In the ensuing chaos, Wei, that scoundrel, even resorted to forbidden techniques, employing a vial of prohibited potion and drawing upon the very essence of the universe itself. It was only under such a self-destructive circumstance that he was grievously wounded by Luo Feng, and now he found himself in a position of bitter silence. Especially with so many witnesses observing this conflict, Makalita sensed that she too bore some culpability. Although she had expended every effort to heal Wei, she remained uncertain about the future of the 10th universe. Meanwhile, Luo Feng showed no inclination for niceties or pleasantries. With a decisive gesture, he collected the 5 vials of potions into his embrace, recognizing them as his due, though he had initially requested only 2, given the sincerity of the apology. He chose not to pursue further grievances against Wei or Makalita. At that moment, however, Makalita unceremoniously kicked the unconscious Wei on the ground, showing no regard for his dignity, relentlessly delivering blows to him. At that moment, the actions of Makalita drew the attention of the onlookers, who were filled with skepticism. Makalita, what are you doing? He is already gravely injured and unconscious. Why do you still kick him? Upon noticing the doubtful expression on Luo Feng's face, Makalita retorted with annoyance. Humph. This fellow either doubts my potions or my healing skills. I am employing a dual approach. Even the gravest injuries can be mended, as long as there is breath. He shall not perish. Yet, here he is, tightly closing his eyes and feigning unconsciousness. Luo Feng chuckled. I see now. You are allowing Lord Wei to remain unconscious for a while. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward if he were to awaken. With that settled, is there anything else you require of me, Makalita? As the saying goes, one does not receive rewards without merit. Since I have accepted 5 vials of divine restorative potions from you, I cannot simply take them and leave empty-handed. It seemed Luo Feng had indeed come with genuine intent. Makalita raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something, and cast a disdainful glance at the feigning Wei, muttering, although we were at fault earlier, there is something that perplexes me. Can you provide me with an answer? Seeing Makalita's inquiry, Luo Feng shrugged. All right. Since we have reached this point, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Upon hearing Luo Feng's candid response, Makalita sighed in relief, grateful that he did not harbor resentment towards their 11th universe. Taking a deep breath, Makalita inquired, how did you accomplish that? Given the energy and potential exuded by Lord Wei just now, even I could not easily withstand it. Can you enlighten me? So that was it. Luo Feng grinned and replied, it's quite simple, really. I possess a unique ability to concentrate the power of a destroyer at a single point and unleash it. Perhaps that is the principal reason I could withstand Lord Wei's full force attack. Seeing Luo Feng speak so casually about concentrating the power of a destroyer into a singular explosion, Makalita's face was etched with disbelief. No, do not dismiss me with such implausible excuses. You saw my sincerity. I refuse to concede. Furthermore, I have already given you all the restorative potions. Can you not speak the truth to me? Upon observing the doubts in Margarita's eyes, Luo Feng too felt that his previous response was somewhat strained. However, he found it challenging to elucidate the intricacies of his ancient martial arts to Margarita, as it seemed to elude clear explanation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he carefully organized his thoughts and said, "Very well. It is indeed true that I can concentrate divine power entirely. I possess certain unique abilities that seemingly allow me to elevate some of this divine force into a higher form of energy. In other words, I can enhance destructive divine power to a more advanced level, resulting in a transformation of both quality and quantity in terms of strength. Do you comprehend what I mean by this?" At this revelation, Margarita widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment and exclaimed with fervor, "Are you suggesting that you can penetrate the energy of the destructive deity?" Witnessing Margarita's uncharacteristic display of emotion, Luo Feng let out a slight sigh. "Perhaps my manner of expression was not entirely appropriate. What I meant to convey is that I can concentrate my power into a singular point. And my understanding of destructive divine power differs from that of an ordinary destructive deity. As you are aware, I am the recipient of the legacy of the destructive deity king. Naturally, I am uncertain of the precise distinctions between my destructive divine power and that of a typical destructive deity. However, through some unique methods, I can indeed refine my destructive divine energy to be more pure than that of an ordinary destructive deity. If you wish to interpret this as an enhancement of energy, then that is also a valid understanding." Luo Feng's earnestness in his response seemed evident. At that moment, Margarita, disregarding the unconscious figure of Wei Mei on the ground, and ignoring Luo Feng's casual demeanor, suddenly leaped in front of him. Grasping his shoulders with both hands, she appeared intent on challenging him, leaving Luo Feng momentarily taken aback. What was this angelic lady doing? Were he to adopt such a posture, it would likely be perceived as inappropriate, yet her actions perplexed him. In this instance, Margarita cast aside all modesty and decorum, paying no heed to her behavior amidst the public gaze, which was utterly astonishing. With her hands firmly gripping Luo Feng's shoulders, she vigorously shook him, demanding, "Luo Feng, tell me again, do you truly possess the ability to enhance destructive divine power? Are you being sincere?" It became clear that her interest lay in his capacity to elevate energy. This girl was not merely a fanatic of alchemy. Her demeanor was indeed quite different from what he had initially presumed. As she shook Luo Feng to the brink of nausea, Margarita soon recognized her own indiscretion, releasing her hold on his shoulders and stepping back. Yet, the expression on her face betrayed her inner tumult as she rapidly inquired, "You must tell me. Do you truly have the ability to enhance destructive divine power?" As Luo Feng observed the anxious demeanor of Margarita, he let out a helpless sigh. "I merely mentioned that through some of my unique techniques, I might be able to enhance the destructive divine power. I sense that my divine energy surpasses that of an ordinary destroyer, yet beyond that, I am not entirely certain." Margarita, however, waved her hand in impatience. "I do not care whether it is the legacy of the god of destruction or your own techniques. I simply wish to ascertain whether you can indeed enhance the destructive divine power." This seemed to have become a convoluted issue in their communication. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng gently nodded. "Perhaps it could be regarded as purifying energy. If I were merely to concentrate the ordinary destructive divine power into a single point without purification, I would not have been able to defeat Lord Wei Mei so easily. Otherwise, given my earlier condition at this juncture," Margarita abruptly interrupted him. "Enough of that. You previously mentioned we had certain requests. Now is the time to fulfill your promise." "I do not recall making any promises to you," Luo Feng replied. Though Margarita did not dwell on his words. With a graceful motion of her delicate hand, a blood-red gemstone materialized and hovered in her palm. Upon seeing the gemstone, Luo Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The energy emanating from it was peculiarly potent. Could this be? Yet, he noticed that Margarita's expression had shifted from excitement to seriousness. Recognizing her demeanor, Luo Feng refrained from jesting. It appeared that this angel indeed had some secrets to reveal. Margarita spoke earnestly. "Do you perceive that this red gemstone feels somewhat different?" Luo Feng nodded in affirmation, experiencing an intense sensation. This cannot possibly be the cosmic essence of the 10th universe. If it were, it wouldn't he possess such formidable power and unusual aura? Margarita promptly provided him with the answer he sought. "This is a fragment of the cosmic energy source from the realm of ignorance, which I acquired from my father within the King's palace." Do you understand now? So, it was the energy source from the realm of ignorance. No wonder it imparted such an overwhelming feeling. At this moment, Margarita gently extended the crimson gemstone in her hand towards Luo Feng, letting out a sigh as she spoke. "Perhaps this time, I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure." You cannot fathom the potency of the energy source contained within this gemstone. I have exhausted countless methods and sought the assistance of numerous individuals. Yet not a single one has been able to elevate the primal energy of the realm of ignorance to the level I require. Though the energy embedded within this gemstone is extraordinarily formidable, it still falls short of the standards necessary for my experiments. Luo Feng. If you can assist me in elevating the energy of the cosmic origin from the realm of ignorance to an entirely new dimension, I shall provide you with any elixir you desire. As an angel of the 11th universe, I assure you that any potion you can name, I am capable of concocting. In this universe, I dare claim that I am second to none in the art of alchemy. No one would dare claim the first position. Even my father cannot surpass my prowess in alchemical arts, not to mention that foolish Wei Mei, who has brought himself to such a pitiful state over a few vials of elixirs while feigning death. It appears that Makalita seeks my aid. As Luo Feng gazed at the red gemstone in his hand, he too was plunged into deep contemplation. Although refining the power within this gemstone should pose no significant challenge, fully extracting its essence is indeed within Luo Feng's capabilities. However, revealing a portion of his strength at this juncture, does it truly warrant such exposure? Luo Feng now stands here, contemplating the pros and cons. Although purifying the primordial energy of the universe, as provided by Makalita, using his ancient martial arts is merely a trifling task for him. He is acutely aware that this skill appears to be singularly unique to her lineage. Were ordinary angels and destroyers capable of refining the primordial energy of the ignorant realm, Makalita would not have concentrated her efforts to such an extent. Given this, it seems that standing here has granted Luo Feng a newfound advantage and capital. Of course, he also considers that while capital is essential, lacking the requisite strength to safeguard it renders it meaningless. After all, his purpose in this universe is to develop his 13th universe. The display of power and the establishment of his authority seem to have been achieved. Even without exerting his full strength, he has already reduced the delectable entity to this state. As for the other angels, they would no longer underestimate him. At the appropriate time, revealing some of his value could indeed play a pivotal role in elevating his status, as only by enhancing his position and exposing his strength could he acquire more resources. The acceleration of the development of the 13th universe would consequently lead to a greater enhancement of his own power. With this in mind, it is evident that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, prompting Luo Feng to cease his internal deliberation. After all, his cautious nature has always inclined him to conceal his prowess. Now, having reached the brink of being ostentatious, there is no longer a need to hide. With a decisive wave of his hand, the ruby bestowed by Makalita emanates a radiant red light, akin to the brilliance of stars. Indeed, it is a crimson glow, not a blue one. This should represent the pinnacle of what the Destroyer King's divine power can purify. The gem in his grasp shatters into countless fragments, transforming into a cloud of powder, which, infused with Luo Feng's divine energy, gradually coalesces into a smaller, more exquisite crystal, reminiscent of a diamond. This represents the utmost attainment possible for Luo Feng at present. As he purifies, Makalita's eyes widen in astonishment. This fellow has truly accomplished it, astonishingly. In such a brief span of time, he has elevated the primordial crystal of the ignorant realm to this level. Gazing at the crystal in Luo Feng's hand, Makalita can scarcely believe her eyes. Normally, such precious materials are unattainable, even with her charms directed at the high-ranking officials. Now, this individual has produced such a substantial piece. It seems she has indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. Perhaps the sacrifice of the delectable entity was worthwhile after all. As her eyes now shimmer with excitement like twinkling stars, Makarita has begun to contemplate how to spend her future days, with this individual serving as an enhancer. Numerous materials and experimental methods can yield entirely new validations. She feels as though she has stumbled upon a treasure, her eyes sparkling like countless stars. Her smile is radiant as a crescent moon. Luo Feng, however, is struck by a chill. It seems this person gazes at him as if he were a mere elevator. Chapter 117, Disorientation. At this moment, Luo Feng let out a faint sigh within his heart. Perhaps the prowess he had displayed was indeed somewhat astonishing. After all, for the angelic race, combat strength is merely one facet, while certain unique talents and abilities appear to be their true aspirations. As anticipated, the inevitable unfolded before him. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Makalita presented an array of peculiar materials, each contained in an assortment of jars and bottles, laid out before Luo Feng. Astonishingly, there were over 50 varieties, indicating her considerable preparation. Makalita's cheeks flushed slightly. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to request such a multitude of materials from Luofeng in one go. However, having stumbled upon such a treasure, it would be remiss not to make full use of it. With a timid voice, she murmured, "Is that all right?" striking a bashful pose reminiscent of a young girl, which caused Luofeng to momentarily lose his composure. After all, the four angelic ladies each possessed their own unique beauty, and Luofeng was no saint. It was quite natural to feel a flutter of emotion upon encountering such lovely maidens. Yet, this endearing demeanor of hers was indeed a bit overwhelming for him. Each of Kashi, Makalita, Bados, and Alice exuded their own distinctive aura, leaving a special impression on Luofeng. Nonetheless, this was not Luofeng's primary concern at present. Without strength, all else is but futile discourse. He was not in the mood to indulge in romantic entanglements. However, he would not mind establishing a good rapport with Makalita, the eminent alchemist, as it could prove beneficial in the future, potentially providing opportunities for mutual assistance. As for romantic pursuits, that was merely a fleeting thought. At this moment, Luofeng had yet to fully incorporate such matters of the heart into his plans. Without power, one lacks even the qualification to protect their beloved, rendering discussions of love and courtship rather meaningless. At this moment, Makalita remained unaware that Luofeng's mind was racing with countless thoughts, contemplating the chaotic matters that would unfold over the next several 100,000 years. She eagerly placed various materials before Luofeng, letting out a resigned sigh. "I realize there are quite a few, but truly, no one else is more suited for this." Luofeng, however, did not engage in haggling with Makalita, nor did he linger on the matter. Recognizing the need to manifest value, he decided to proceed with clarity. With a series of deft motions, he summoned the materials, creating a colossal vortex around himself. This vortex emanated his divine destructive power, transforming into shimmering starlight that continuously refined the materials. Makalita stood there, utterly astonished, as she had initially perceived this task as a monumental undertaking. After all, wielding destructive power required a certain threshold of strength, and refining each item individually would indeed consume a portion of Luofeng's cultivation time. Nevertheless, she had prepared a batch of restorative potions for his divine power, anticipating his needs. What left her speechless was the revelation that this individual possessed such extraordinary strength, capable of instantly purifying all her materials without negotiating any terms or requesting the mysterious restorative potions. Truly, he was unfathomable. At this moment, Makalita's mind was entirely focused on all aspects of the materials. Could this approach truly yield results? Was it not possible that a moment's inattention could lead to the complete ruin of her materials? Observing Makalita's distress, however, Luofeng exhibited no trace of hesitation or anxiety. He meticulously controlled his destructive divine power, continuously consolidating his strength, treating the endeavor as a mere practice session. Perhaps this refinement of materials would also enhance his own cultivation to some degree. With this thought, Luofeng centered his focus, no longer paying heed to the astonished Makalita and the feigned unconsciousness of Weimei. Time swiftly passed, and within just a day, Luofeng gently withdrew his divine power, revealing over 50 refined materials now arranged before Makalita. At this moment, Makalita stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the astonishing feat accomplished by this individual, who had managed to refine all the materials within a mere day. Her mind was no longer preoccupied with the fate of Weimei or entangled in further discourse with Luofeng. The plethora of exquisite materials, now purified, opened a realm of possibilities for her to conduct thorough experimentation in the laboratory, potentially heralding a significant advancement in the field of alchemy. Eager to return to her sanctum of discovery, Makalita felt her anticipation mounting, yet her rational mind restrained her fervent emotions. She carefully stored all the materials back into her spatial domain and inclined her body slightly in a respectful gesture towards Luofeng. "My lord Luofeng," she began, "I must sincerely thank you for your assistance this time. There is no need for you to concern yourself with what lies ahead. As for the potions required by Lord Ramsay of the 10th universe, I shall personally deliver them." A smile played on her lips as she continued, "Once again, I express my gratitude for your intervention. Leave Weimei to me. Moreover, should the 13th universe require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall devote all my efforts to fulfill your needs without reservation." This declaration represented the utmost sincerity Makalita could muster at that moment, reflecting her eagerness to return to her laboratory while also providing Luofeng with a substantial promise. However, angels are known for their commitment. Once a promise is made, it is honored without regret, and she would strive diligently to uphold her word. It seemed that the time had come for Luo Feng to take his leave. With a resigned sigh, Luo Feng noted the urgency etched upon her face, although her composure prevented her from taking immediate action, leaving him with a sense of exasperation. Nevertheless, having established a favorable rapport and secured Makalita's promise, he felt that he had achieved his intended goals of asserting his standing and demonstrating his capabilities. Thus, there was little purpose in lingering any longer, since Makalita was willing to undertake the transaction of the divine recovery potions with Ramsey. Luo Feng saw no reason to remain overly polite. Yet, his attention soon shifted to the unconscious Wei Mei, contemplating the future and potential of this fellow. It appears he has reached the zenith of his aspirations. Perhaps this is the goal he fervently pursues. Otherwise, he would not exert himself so relentlessly alongside a deity of destruction from another universe. Perhaps, as a god of destruction, he lacks any particular interests. Chapter 118. Vanishing without a trace. With this in mind, Luo Feng let out a slight sigh. Perhaps it was time to leave a cherished memory for Wei Mei. He then pointed at Wei Mei and said, "Very well, since it is thus, I extend my gratitude to Angel Makalita. We shall discuss any matters that arise in the future. For now, let us conclude the affairs here. By the way, do convey to Lord Wei Mei that if he wishes to regain his dignity, it is not impossible. I will seek individuals to become my heirs, my disciples. Should Lord Wei Mei be interested, he may send his disciples to seek vengeance on my behalf. Do not say that I do not offer you an opportunity." With that, Luo Feng refrained from further unnecessary words, providing Wei Mei with an avenue and a promise. "Indeed, you are not my match. Yet you may cultivate your disciples to come after me for retribution. When the time comes, do not claim that I did not afford you a chance." Upon witnessing these developments, Makalita refrained from lingering any longer. At this moment, she wished not to remain even a second more, as the plethora of top-tier materials had ignited her eagerness. Luo Feng was already prepared to depart, and with a final wave, Makalita could hardly contain her impatience for him to leave. Supporting the unconscious Wei Mei with one hand, she waved farewell to Luo Feng with the other. In a flash, she vanished without a trace. The next instant, Makalita rushed into her laboratory, slamming the door shut. The alchemical enthusiast had fully immersed herself in her frenzied experimental endeavors. Observing this sequence of events, Luo Feng was at a loss for words. Her character indeed mirrored her demeanor, exceedingly direct. The fact that she had managed to restrain herself until now spoke to her considerable reserve. Well, the matters of the 10th universe have reached a conclusion. As for the commitments Makalita has made, I trust she will fulfill them. With that, Luo Feng beckoned, and Nefarian transformed into a colossal black dragon. Luo Feng leapt onto Nefarian's head and inquired, "Where shall we venture next?" After a moment's contemplation, he promptly devised a plan. With the affairs of the 10th universe concluded, it was imperative to journey to the 6th universe to cultivate his own 13th universe. The 6th universe harbored the vital resources he required, if he could procure those elements. The development of his universe would surely be assured. Perhaps it's time to venture into the 7th universe. Although that rascal Beerus is quite swift, the 7th universe indeed possesses materials and individuals of great necessity. With this thought, Luo Feng waved his hand decisively. Our destination is the 6th universe. It is the perfect opportunity to pay a visit to Bados. It has been quite a while since I last saw her, and I find myself missing her. At Luo Feng's command, Nefarian let out a resounding roar, and in an instant, a dark spiritual light vanished into the 10th universe. As Luo Feng made his way towards the 6th universe, it was not only the 10th universe's Kess who was left in shock. Even Ramsey and Alice were rendered speechless by the astonishment. They had initially believed he would encounter resistance with Margarita and Wymide. But little did they expect that Luo Feng's power had escalated to such an extraordinary level. Meanwhile, Margarita was entirely engrossed in her experiments, devoid of any inclination to engage in these chaotic matters. At this moment, Ramsey retracted his mischievous thoughts, observing the materials in his hands as they continued to roll and melt. It was certainly not the time to conceal his shortcomings, especially given the impending fate of Wymide. If Luo Feng were to find any reason to overturn the situation here, despite Ramsey's robust physique, he was undeniably inferior in combat prowess to Wymide. Clearly, Wymide remained unconscious from the beating, and Ramsey suddenly felt a chill run down his back, accompanied by a cold sweat. Seeing Ramsey silently engrossed in refining materials, Kess let out a faint sigh. It appeared that Lord Ramsey had indeed been somewhat intimidated this time. However, this was understandable, as the battle in the 10th universe had completely exceeded her expectations. She had not anticipated that Luo Feng could not only handle Weimide, but also compel Makalita to yield entirely to his formidable abilities. After all, a god of destruction capable of refining various materials and potions is a rare and exceptional talent in any universe. Considering this, it was likely that Makalita would eventually succumb to Luo Feng's influence. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts bore no significance, leaving Kess with a tumult of emotions. Though her quest for vengeance seemed futile, the gaze of Alice beside her sent waves of shock through her heart. For in Alice's eyes, there was no trace of anger or desire for retribution. She was a stark contrast to the confident Alice from earlier. Instead, Alice's eyes sparkled with admiration, radiating an almost overwhelming sense of idolization. The complexity of her sister's feelings was indeed inscrutable, clearly the disadvantaged party, yet now harboring a sense of reverence for Luo Feng. Perhaps this illustrates the effect of strength. After all, for the battle angel Alice, there was little worth admiring. However, the application of destructive power and the art of material refinement had genuinely broadened Kess's horizons. For Alice, the lament over the destruction of her staff had been completely cast aside. After all, a powerful god of destruction could indeed weave a tapestry of extraordinary tales in her angelic existence. At this moment, Alice's eyes were brimming with hope, radiating a brilliant sparkle. At this moment, Alice had become acutely aware of her lapse in composure. She gathered her thoughts and spoke in a low voice, "Lord Ramsay, how much longer will it take to restore my staff?" Ramsay slightly furrowed his brow, replying, "If we exert ourselves fully and cooperate effectively, I estimate it could be restored to its former glory in less than 10 days. It seems you truly have set a trap for Lord Luo Feng." With a huff, she added, "If you can repair my staff, I shall consider this matter forgotten. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences." Ramsay gritted his teeth, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He understood that this battle angel had a rather peculiar temperament, and even his elder sister, Alice, found her to be a source of considerable frustration. It appeared that dealing with this group of angels was beyond the reach of an ordinary destroyer like himself. Meanwhile, the god of destruction of the fourth universe, Katra, and the angel Conic exchanged prolonged glances in silence. Chapter 119, Technological Assistance. At this moment, Conic and Ketla beheld shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Ketla had believed that his development in the fourth universe was quite exceptional, particularly since the fourth universe primarily focuses on technological advancement. With his own prowess and the flawless synergy with Conic, the fourth universe ought to be considered the most perfectly developed among all 12 universes. Here, his abilities had also seen significant enhancement. For this reason, aside from Beerus, no other destroyer god or universe could possibly command their respect. However, having just witnessed the events unfolding in the 10th universe, and with Luo Feng seemingly disinterested in returning to his 13th universe, the two found themselves plunged into profound contemplation. At this moment, both parties gazed at each other in disbelief. However, within Ketla's heart surged an immense fighting spirit. He observed Conic's hesitance and casually remarked, "Conic the Angel, is our stellar cannon prepared?" Conic gently nodded. "My lord Ketla, do you mean to utilize that supreme equipment?" Ketla wholeheartedly affirmed, "Of course, it appears that this young lad, Luo Feng, is not merely a foe that can be subdued by ordinary divine powers. Moreover, I sense that he may venture into our fourth universe. Surrender is not in my nature. Originally, this was intended as a gift for Beerus, but perhaps it is time for Lord Luo Feng to experience it firsthand." He chuckled. "Indeed, my destructive powers and the cosmic essence of our fourth universe might not be sufficient to contend with that fellow Luo Feng. Yet, I firmly believe that through the technological prowess of our fourth universe, we possess the capability to seamlessly amalgamate destructive energy with angelic power. Can Luo Feng truly withstand such might? Moreover, it seems he is without the company of their 13th universe's angel Alice, merely accompanied by a solitary abyssal dragon, Nefarian. While the little dragon may serve as a mount, it pales in terms of combat prowess. At this juncture, I find myself rather eager for him to arrive in our fourth universe. The surprises here may leave an indelible mark on his memory. I had not anticipated that this individual's divine power, particularly concerning fate, would be so refined, elevating a portion of Makalita's materials to such heights. This alone surpasses my expectations." Conic nodded in agreement. Indeed, based on this alone, Lord Luo Feng undoubtedly exceeds the typical level of destruction gods. However, it seems his abilities are limited to refining certain alchemical materials. If he could purify a portion of our fourth universe's top-tier technological materials, perhaps our cannon would become even more formidable. Should Lord Rofeng visit our fourth universe, I would advise you to cultivate a good rapport with him, as it could greatly benefit the technological advancement of our realm. Although we currently stand as the most developed among the 12 universes, with potential reaching the pinnacle of excellence, raw strength remains a critical deficiency. Kitra regarded Konnik with a look of skepticism, to which Konnik sighed and replied, "Very well. Although our Venusian Colossus is undoubtedly the most formidable weapon in the entire universe, it is not without its limitations due to material constraints affecting its potential attack intensity. Furthermore, it possesses a certain degree of durability. If we infuse your divine power with my physical form, we may only be able to fire 2 shots. A third shot might very well result in catastrophic damage to this technological marvel. If Luo Feng could enhance and upgrade the materials of our colossal weapon, it might lead to a significant improvement in both power and resilience. Therefore, I suggest we cultivate a good relationship with him. It would be beneficial for both you and me if Master Luo Feng could come to our fourth universe. Wouldn't you agree, Konnik?" Ketra, realizing Konnik's line of thought, clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, if that fellow comes, we might indeed have a chance to test the might of this cannon. However, prior to that, it seems his path leads to the sixth universe. I wonder why he would venture to such a dismal place. Is he really seeking Bardos? What a jest. Bardos is certainly one of the more eccentric among your kin. Aside from indulging in food and drink, what else can that angel do? Moreover, the sixth universe ranks among the least developed in the 12 universes. And as for Champa, that little rotund fellow, he seems to have achieved nothing monumental beyond his own gluttony. I truly cannot fathom why Luo Feng has set his sights on the sixth universe. Is he planning to abduct Champa to coerce Beerus into submission? Contemplating this, Ketra found his musings rather absurd and shook his head, addressing Konnik. Enough of this nonsense. Let us focus on energizing our colossal cannon. I estimate that 1 or 2 charges will pose no real threat to Luo Feng. If we wish for him to serve us, we must first subdue him. After all, we do not possess the same influence as Makalita to provide any potions. Without a tangible advantage in strength, persuading Luo Feng to lend his services seems rather unlikely. How could you entertain such foolish thoughts? Konnik replied, looking exasperated. However, since Lord Ketra had devised such a plan, he, as an angel, had no objections. Planet Champa of the sixth universe. At this moment, a blazing bonfire is fiercely consuming the grass in the backyard of the ancient castle, while above it, a colossal and peculiar creature is being roasted. This creature, having been subjected to the flames, has turned a crispy golden hue, exuding a peculiar substance. Beside this culinary spectacle stands Champa, who is diligently applying a special marinade with a brush in hand, meticulously enhancing the flavor of this extraordinary delicacy. At this moment, Champa's hands trembled unnaturally, and his gaze frequently drifted towards the sky beyond the Champa planet. This absent-minded demeanor was indeed peculiar. When had the esteemed god of destruction of universe 6 ever engaged in such a mundane endeavor as a barbecue? Suddenly, a light laugh echoed from behind Champa, and with it, the figure of Beerus casually appeared at his side. "Lord Champa, you are indeed quite industrious, personally tending to the grill. It's a first since arriving in Universe 1. While I find this somewhat amusing, are you still clinging to hope?" "What do you mean by clinging to hope?" Champa turned around, casting a somewhat defeated glance at the chuckling Beerus. "I am not referring to the barbecue before you, but rather your culinary efforts. You are aware that Lord Rolf may arrive in our Universe 6, and I can understand your desire to personally prepare a meal for him. However, your incessant glances toward the sky suggest that you remain fixated on the matter of the Super Dragon Balls." Champa, realizing that Beerus had struck a chord, chose not to prolong the discussion. "Very well, you have spoken the truth. That brat Rolf will arrive shortly. There is nothing extraordinary about my preparing a barbecue for him, is there? Besides, given my connection with Rolf at the Academy, is it not normal to welcome a friend from afar?" Beerus, however, fixed his gaze intently upon Champa. "What exactly am I saying? Is Lord Champa still pretending to be oblivious?" Seeing that he could not evade the topic, Champa sighed softly. "Fine. I acknowledge that over the years, we have done our best. I have always held faith in that legend." "Is that so? That legend?" Beerus scoffed lightly. "The one associated with the Rolf family? It has indeed been chronicled in ancient films, which is indisputable. Yet, after all these years, we have not located the 7th Dragon Ball. I sincerely doubt that Lord Rolf would direct his ire towards you over such trivial matters. Moreover, considering our current status, what use would that artifact serve us?" With a resigned gesture, Champa spread his hands. "Perhaps this is my obsession, my dream. I truly do not understand why that guy. Rofeng is so intrigued by the Super Dragon Balls. After all, they are merely a legend. Yet, even if he is interested, I find myself powerless in this matter. I have exerted every ounce of effort, and within the vast realms of Universe 6 and the Universe of Regions, I have managed to gather a mere 6. However, the 7th eludes me entirely. He then lifted his plump head to gaze at the night sky, where 6 massive and resplendent Super Dragon Balls floated serenely among the stars. These were the fruits of countless endeavors shared between Champa and Beerus over the years. Champa had always aspired to collect all 7 Super Dragon Balls, for it is said that this treasure can summon the eternal dragon to fulfill any wish. Now, to his astonishment, Rofeng had sent word that he intended to seek out the Super Dragon Balls. Initially, Champa felt a surge of reluctance. But as he reflected on their experiences together at the God of Destruction Academy, he realized that now was not the time for furrowing brows. After all, although he boasts of being the king of Universe 1, he harbors uncertainty when it comes to confronting an old classmate. Moreover, after witnessing Rofeng's battle with Wei Mei, Champa sensed that Rofeng's strength had seemingly undergone a significant enhancement. This led to Champa personally engaging in the act of barbecuing. Even though he was uncertain of the exotic creature being cooked, to Champa, it was likely the most delectable offering available. At this moment, Xiangpa is filled with boundless resentment towards you for having finally made the effort to visit me. It would be reasonable to prepare a delightful feast of roasted meat in your honor. I hope you will not direct your displeasure at me simply because the 7 Dragon Balls remain unassembled. At this moment, Xiangpa harbored a peculiar intention within his heart. However, it was evident that his subtle calculations were utterly ineffective before Bados. Observing Xiangpa once again enveloped in silence, quietly tending to the grilling meat, Bados chose not to press the matter further. With a gentle sigh, Bados remarked, "Lord Xiangpa, I have heard that Lord Beerus has discovered a planet known as Earth. Is that not so? What relevance does that hold for me?" Xiangpa retorted, "The multiverse and the regional cosmos are infinitely vast. Does Lord Beerus's discovery of a mere planet warrant a report to me?" Noticing Xiangpa's distracted demeanor, Bados could not suppress a condescending smile. "Of course. You would be unaware of this. I am not obliged to report to you. However, you ought to know, Lord Xiangpa, that Lord Beerus has encountered the fabled delicacies on that planet. Is that so? You actually found that out?" At this revelation, Xiangpa's eyes indeed sparkled with intrigue. For it seemed Bados had not provided him with trivial information. He had often heard that Beerus was not only a slothful creature, but also a glutton. Beerus had been scouring the corners of various universes in search of extraordinary flavors. Yet in this aspect, he was no less than Xiangpa himself. Their appetites were quite comparable, but after a fateful visit to the regional universe where Beerus resided, Xiangpa had been introduced to a dish called instant noodles. This culinary wonder, when steeped for merely 3 minutes, revealed an astonishing flavor that left Xiangpa utterly captivated. Despite his persistent inquiries, Beerus remained tight-lipped regarding the origins of this delightful creation. Consequently, Xiangpa resolved to sever ties with his brother Beerus, while secretly enlisting Bados to investigate the origins of instant noodles. After a period of diligent inquiry, Bados and Whis seemingly reached a consensus, uncovering the existence of a mysterious planet within the regional universe. This Earth was not only home to the aforementioned instant noodles but also a plethora of other culinary marvels, ranking it as the supreme destination among the vast multiverse. This revelation alone was enough to ensnare Xiangpa's interest. The grilled meat prepared for Luophone was a result of Bados employing some unique techniques acquired from this Earth, which enabled Xiangpa to create such an exquisite culinary experience. However, Beerus, being notoriously stingy, had concealed the whereabouts of Earth so thoroughly that neither Xiangpa nor Bados were afforded any opportunity to glimpse this intriguing world. This infuriated Xiangpa, and he sensed that perhaps now was a fortuitous moment to seize the opportunity. At this moment, like a glint in his eye, a crafty idea struck him. With the immense temptation of Earth at hand, he chuckled, convinced that Luophone, that young lad, would not be swayed. Despite his typically aloof demeanor and lack of distinct hobbies, it appeared that when it came to culinary delights, this fellow fancied himself quite the connoisseur. At this moment, Xiangpa made a fresh addition to his plans, diligently flipping the skewers of meat in his hands. It seemed that he was genuinely preparing to impress Luophone with his exceptional culinary skills. Chapter 121. A personal touch in the kitchen. Suddenly, a figure flickered, causing the entire sky to momentarily darken before returning to its usual brightness. Xiangpa felt a pang in his heart, That fellow had indeed arrived riding the abyssal dragon. Well, perhaps his strength had now surpassed what Champa could contend with. However, given the bond they shared during their time at the Destruction God Academy, Champa believed that Yunfeng would lend him a helping hand. At this moment, Champa was filled with trepidation when suddenly, he heard a familiar and clear voice behind him. It was the voice of Yunfeng, who approached Champa with light steps. "Ah, Lord Champa, how rare it is to see you personally in the kitchen. Your sincerity truly impresses me." Champa, taken aback, turned sharply, his eyes welling with tears, whether from emotion, nostalgia, or a special reminiscence of their friendship during their school days. It was difficult to say, yet it resembled crocodile tears. Soon, Champa forced a smile. "Yunfeng, my dear brother, I've missed you terribly. All right, enough of this. If you have something to say, just say it. Is there any point in this charade? We've known each other for more than a year or two." With Yunfeng directly exposing his thoughts, Champa felt no shame. After all, he considered himself second to none in terms of audacity among the destroyers. Champa rubbed his hands and retrieved a piece of meat from the campfire, charred to a crisp, and handed it to Yunfeng. "My dear classmate, my good brother, I have yet to thank you for saving my life last time. This time, I have learned a brand new cooking method from a mysterious planet called Earth in the 7th universe. Behold, this is the roast I made myself. Though it may not be as exquisite as Beerus's, it certainly conveys my sincerity." Yunfeng glanced at the charred piece in his hand and sighed helplessly. "All right, Champa. I suppose you have a bit of conscience. However, I must admit that this blackened lump does not exactly whet my appetite. Let us cut to the chase. Have you gathered the super Dragon Balls I asked you to find?" Yunfeng delved straight into the matter, bypassing any further pleasantries. Champa pointed to the sky. "As you can see, those 6 spheres are the 6 super Dragon Balls I found for you. However, the 7th one has eluded me and Beerus despite our extensive search in both the 6th and 7th universes." He paused and added, "By the way, I've heard that there is a mysterious planet called Earth in the 7th universe, renowned for its delicious food. If my roast does not pique your interest, how about trying some instant noodles I procured from Beerus? They are top secret, premium ingredients." Seeing Champa's mischievous and enigmatic demeanor, Yunfeng was at a loss for words. The 7th universe, Earth, instant noodles? This brought back memories of his time before the crossover. Were instant noodles truly that delightful? It is hard to believe. Yet observing his gaze, it seems that the Earth remains shrouded in secrecy, hidden behind the enigmatic figure of Beerus, and has not been revealed before Champa and Vados. This realization brings a sense of clarity. However, in the 7th universe, the next destination for Beerus will undoubtedly be Earth. Yet, before that, it is essential to acquire the Dragon Balls collected by Champa. After all, I have traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. It would be utterly unreasonable not to bring back the supreme Dragon Balls of this realm to my own 13th universe. Given that Champa, in his perceptiveness, has already gathered 6 Dragon Balls, the whereabouts of the 7th must be known to someone who understands the history of the Dragon Ball world, apart from Champa and Beerus. With that thought, I see no reason to linger in idle chatter. I winked at Champa and said, "In that case, please hand over these 6 to me. I believe I have a good idea of where the 7th Dragon Ball resides." This statement left both Champa and Vados in utter shock. Vados covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Lord Yunfeng, are you jesting with me? In our quest for these 7 Dragon Balls, Champa and I have tirelessly searched every corner of both the 6th and 7th universes. Yet, despite our efforts, we have only managed to locate 6. There has been no trace of the 7th. Yunfeng smiled nonchalantly. "There is no issue. What I claim is true. You have merely fallen into a misconception." At that moment, Champa and Vados exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a wave of skepticism. A misconception? Was this an insult to their intelligence? Or a provocation against the authority of Champa and Beerus? After all, this endeavor was not sanctioned by Beerus. It was solely Champa's pursuit. Yet, given Champa's command over the 6th universe and his reconnaissance of the 7th, alongside Vados' assistance, they had only managed to find 6. The idea that Yunfeng could know the location of the 7th was implausible. Observing Yunfeng's calm demeanor, it did not seem as though he was fabricating a tale. Nevertheless, Yunfeng had no reason to deceive them, and Champa trusted him in this regard. His gaze sharpened. Perhaps this was indeed a tremendous opportunity to satisfy Champa's curiosity. While he was intrigued by the legend of the Dragon Balls, and the dragon capable of granting any wish upon gathering all 7, what piqued his interest most was the exact location of the 7th Dragon Ball. He understood that since Yunfeng was invested in this matter, It appeared that the Super Dragon Balls held no connection to their 6th and 7th universes. Once again, Champa's desire to gather all 7 Dragon Balls was to obtain some exquisite delicacies or perhaps to find a way to transfer the mysterious planet called Earth from the 7th universe to their own. Now that Luofeng had arrived, if he could assemble the 7 Dragon Balls, perhaps he could negotiate with Beerus for the ownership of Earth through his own means. With this thought, Champa ceased his deliberations and unleashed a surge of God of Destruction energy towards the heavens. In the sky, the 6 colossal Dragon Balls, resembling ordinary planets, began to converge under Champa's manipulation of destruction energy, gradually diminishing in size, a testament to his skillful prowess. Chapter 122. No longer hesitating, the ability to transform celestial bodies into something as diminutive as a baseball can be seen as a manifestation of Champa's sincerity. Observing Champa's actions, Luofeng raised an eyebrow, followed by a smile that acknowledged the young man's newfound maturity. Although, given Luofeng's strength, traversing the vast cosmos with several planet-sized Dragon Balls was not an insurmountable task. The inconvenience of carrying such massive orbs was undeniable. Champa's unique technique, which allowed him to shrink these planetary-sized Dragon Balls to the size of baseballs, indicated that he had indeed devoted considerable effort to his recent training. However, it appeared that Champa's skills leaned towards the unconventional. While others sought to enhance their power and destructive capabilities, Champa had creatively developed these specialized abilities. Perhaps these unique talents could indeed prove beneficial to Luofeng in his current endeavors. As Champa's divine energy surged forth, the 6 Super Dragon Balls shrank to the size of mallets. With a grand gesture, 6 baseball-sized Dragon Balls materialized before Luofeng. This is our token of meeting. After all, it would be remiss not to present you with something substantial during your visit to our 6th universe, Champa proclaimed with an air of grandeur. Despite Champa's somewhat insincere intentions, Luofeng had no desire to feign politeness. While the young man's motives might be questionable, his strength and capabilities were undeniably impressive, earning Luofeng's respect. By gathering these 6 Dragon Balls and presenting them in their ordinary size, Champa demonstrated a growing recognition of Luofeng's significance. In this regard, there was little to criticize. If only Champa's intentions weren't tinged with ulterior motives, it would be even more commendable. Of course, it is inherent in human nature to harbor self-interest. This holds true not only for gods of destruction but for angels as well. At this moment, Luofeng no longer felt the need to be polite with Champa and Beerus. He casually tossed the charred skewer of meat in his hand to Champa, saying, "You can eat your own barbecue. I truly have no appetite. As for instant noodles, do I really need to seek you out? Can't I just go find Beerus?" Champa, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "Now that everyone is aware, I shall speak plainly. What do you wish to say?" Luofeng replied with a cheerful smile, curious to hear what peculiar request Champa might propose. Champa, however, simply raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "The 6 Dragon Balls are right here, but I am genuinely eager to discover the whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball. Would you be able to take me and Beerus along?" Understanding dawned on Luofeng, a jolt of realization coursing through him. Indeed, with only 6 Dragon Balls reduced to the size of a regular baseball, the 7th must still be as enormous as a planet. Transporting it would pose a challenge. Perhaps it would be wise to accompany Champa and Beerus in the quest to locate the 7th Dragon Ball, thereby completing the set. Moreover, having the Dragon Ball shrunk to the size of ordinary spheres would facilitate their transport. Thus, gathering the 7 Super Dragon Balls and making a trip to the 7th universe seemed like a natural progression. Additionally, Luofeng recalled how swiftly Beerus and Whis had departed during their last encounter in the 11th universe, leaving many matters unresolved, which had left him somewhat conflicted. However, all that was now of little consequence. His intended next destination was indeed the 7th universe. Moreover, he had gleaned from Champa's information that, in this timeline, Beerus and Whis appeared to have already discovered the existence of Earth. If they had indeed realized Earth's presence, it was likely that this period coincided with the era of Dragon Ball Super featuring Vegeta and Goku. The prospect of meeting the principal characters from the Dragon Ball universe filled Luofeng with anticipation, not so much for their immense power, but for the chance to encounter the legendary Super Saiyans. This stirred within Luofeng a unique yearning. Perhaps that truly is the essence of the Dragon World, Earth. He chuckled softly, reflecting, "My homeland resides within the Dragon World. It is indeed my origin. Visiting it may yield a fresh perspective." With that thought, Luofeng snapped his fingers mid-air, and immediately, a colossal figure quietly knelt before him, Champa, and Beerus. It was the abyssal dragon, Nefarian. Now, Nefarian had a clear understanding of his role and position. The previous cataclysmic battle had thoroughly clarified his standing in Luofeng's formidable prowess. At this moment, apart from the serene journey as a mere mode of transportation, he has completely sealed his lips. The earlier arrogance and the indomitable spirit that once resided within him have been entirely subdued. Now, Nefarian aspires only to be an ordinary abyssal dragon, casting aside any thoughts of rebellion against Luofeng, as such notions have been utterly dismissed from his mind. After all, in the face of absolute power, any schemes hold no significance. He now feels fortunate to traverse the vast cosmos alongside this formidable god of destruction. Where can one compare this moment? Following Alice, that angel of battle, is undoubtedly far more blissful. At this moment, the sight of the docile abyss dragon, its massive form quietly sprawled before the three, left Champa covering his mouth in astonishment. With a sigh, he remarked, "Is this truly the abyss dragon of the demon castle? I never anticipated such a formidable creature. But, Luofeng, how did you manage to subdue such an exceptionally volatile being? Could it be?" Luofeng, however, merely smiled gently and replied, "The specifics are inconsequential. Perhaps it was mere coincidence or an unforeseen event." Bardos shrugged and interjected, "Let us not linger on such trivialities, Lord Xiangpa. We should proceed to investigate the location of the 7th Super Dragon Ball. To be honest, I am quite curious about its whereabouts. Despite expending so much of my celestial angelic energy, I have yet to uncover the position of the 7th Dragon Ball." Observing the enthusiasm radiating from the two, Nefarian felt a surge of wicked pride welling up within him. Immediately thereafter, he lowered his proud head, clearly inviting Luofeng to take the lead. Luofeng accepted the gesture without hesitation, leaping gracefully onto the immense head of Nefarian, with Xiangpa and Bardos following suit. He then issued a fresh directive to Nefarian, stating, "Our current objective lies at the intersection of Universe Area and Universe 6. Perhaps there awaits some extraordinary surprise." Chapter 123, Divergent Choices upon receiving Luofeng's instruction. Xiangpa and Bardos exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of peculiar intrigue in the other's eyes. Could it be, as Luofeng suggested, that they were on the verge of a remarkable revelation? In a flash, a beam of black light surged skyward, vanishing without a trace in the realm of destruction. Meanwhile, the three individuals atop the back of the black dragon Nefarian made varying choices in response to the unfolding events. At this moment, Bardos was somewhat astonished. The velocity of this black dragon indeed surpassed her expectations by a considerable margin. After all, the prowess and abilities of the angels allowed them to reach the first cosmic velocity across the vast realms of the universe, which is considered the pinnacle of cosmic speeds. Of course, this does not account for teleportation, yet Nefarian's speed undeniably seemed to exceed the first cosmic velocity. This revelation left Bardos in awe. It was no wonder that her sister, Alice, had always been so fervently dedicated to becoming a dragon rider. Clearly, her aspirations were rooted in a rather unique philosophy. At that moment, a disdainful and piercing voice resonated in his ears. Xiangpa, resting his arms on his head, remarked with contempt, "I truly did not expect, Luofeng, that you would actually tame such an extraordinary steed. Indeed, its prowess exceeds my imagination. Usually, we ride angels." This statement sounded rather awkward. And as soon as Xiangpa uttered it, he felt two inexplicable auras of hostility fixating upon him. Realizing he had perhaps misspoken, Xiangpa understood that the angel beside him, although of a gentle disposition, could become a formidable opponent if provoked beyond her limits. The murderous glare from Bardos made Xiangpa acutely aware of the imminent danger that enveloped him. Instantly, he altered his words, gently patting the dragon head of his subordinate, Nefarian, and said, "This fellow's speed is indeed terrifying, though its appearance leaves much to be desired." As soon as these words left his lips, a palpable wave of hostility surged through Xiangpa's entire being. He recognized that he had once again fallen into his habitual folly of speaking indiscreetly in inappropriate moments, uttering remarks that could easily offend. At this moment, Xiangpa's instinct for survival surged intensely as he promptly covered his mouth with both hands, whimpering that he would utter no more foolish words. Bardos, however, rolled her eyes, lacking the inclination to engage with this indiscreet buffoon. Although she had chosen this god of destruction, she had not anticipated that his intellect could be both astute at times and bewilderingly foolish at others. His lack of discretion had certainly led to considerable troubles. Yet, having selected him as the god of destruction, Bardos found herself without a more effective means of resolution. As for Rofeng, he had no intention of acknowledging this corpulent fool. He was well acquainted with Xiangpa's temperament, and perhaps in the past, their relationship could have progressed further. However, Rofeng chose not to dwell on the thoughts of Champa, Bardos, and Nefarian. Instead, he designated a coordinate for Nefarian and propelled himself towards it with utmost determination. After all, the location of the 7th Dragon Ball appeared to be in that very vicinity. Shortly thereafter, Nefarian's speed garnered the admiration of the onlookers. In the next moment, the three of them found themselves quietly suspended at the juncture between the 6th and 7th universes. Before them a dusty yellow star slowly rotated in the vastness of space. At this moment, upon gazing at the planet, Luofeng exhaled softly, relieved that his expectations had not led him astray. It was no wonder that years ago, Beerus and Champa had been unable to locate the 7th Dragon Ball. This must indeed be the one. Observing the earthy yellow planet before him, Champa could not restrain his candid remarks. He immediately pointed at the planet and quipped, "Are we truly to believe that the 7th Dragon Ball can be found here? Do not jest, Luofeng. While I hold immense admiration for your strength and abilities, and I am grateful for your life-saving intervention, bringing us out here for such a farce seems rather excessive." Meanwhile, Beerus regarded the utterly unremarkable planet with a contemplative expression, as if a thought had crossed his mind. At this moment, Nefarian had transformed into a diminutive black dragon, quietly perched upon Luofeng's shoulder. Casting a disdainful glance at the two oblivious fools who failed to comprehend their master's intentions, "Could it be that my master is so dim-witted? Taking you on a journey yet you choose to sit upon my back. How utterly insulting." Luofeng, unfazed, pointed at the planet with his finger, and instantly, Nefarian grasped his intent. In an instant, he morphed into a colossal black dragon, its belly swelling as an immense breath of dragon fire surged forth, striking the ochre-hued planet with ferocity. This sudden onslaught left Champa feeling somewhat bewildered. "Luofeng, what on earth are you doing? What madness has seized this little dragon? This planet does not solely belong to our 6th universe. Half of it lies within the realm of the 7th universe, which means that portion falls under Beerus's jurisdiction. To destroy it so thoughtlessly seems rather unreasonable." Yet, Luofeng dismissed the foolish creature's concerns with a scoff. "Beerus's property? That fellow knows of my venture into the 7th universe and fled in terror, too afraid to even show his face." However, there was no need to voice this sentiment aloud. Meanwhile, beside them, Bedos's eyes sparkled with understanding, seemingly affirming her thoughts. Just as Champa was about to continue his argument, a torrent of dragon fire erupted forth, swiftly eradicating the planet's surface as if it were mere lava. Although Nefarian's power seemed negligible before Luofeng, he was a distinguished member of the abyssal dragon lineage, not without merit in the vast cosmos. His speed and offensive and defensive capabilities were certainly not inferior to those of an average god of destruction. Of course, under Luofeng's overwhelming might, Nefarian could not unleash his full brilliance. Even if the opportunity for a true battle was absent, causing a bit of destruction was well within his capabilities. As the dragon fire swept across, the planet underwent a peculiar transformation, its outer shell fracturing into layers and morphing into a deep crimson lava, which, under the assault of the dragon fire, quickly transitioned into a gaseous form. In the next moment, a magnificent golden Dragon Ball materialized before everyone, glistening with an otherworldly radiance. At this moment, Champa seemed to be entangled in everything, his large eyes widening to an extraordinary size. Pointing at the Dragon Ball before him, which was as large as a planet, he murmured, "So the 7th Dragon Ball is right here, encased within a layer of rock. I wondered why Bados and I could never locate this Dragon Ball. Half of it lies in the 6th universe, while the other half resides in the 7th universe. So that's the reason. Luofeng, you truly are remarkable. How did you come to know this?" Chapter 124, Curiosity Aside. Luofeng shot Champa a significant eye roll. "How can you still ask such a foolish question? I'm really too weary to continue this conversation." Beside them, Bados's eyes sparkled with realization. She instantly comprehended that this was no mere coincidence. Indeed, it must have been fate. Yet, she pondered how Luofeng had acquired knowledge of the 7th Dragon Ball's location. However, directly asking him seemed uncharacteristic of her. After all, she was well aware that if Luofeng wished to divulge information, he would do so clearly. If he preferred to remain silent, no amount of questioning would yield results. Moreover, it appeared that Champa's intention was primarily to seek trouble with Beerus in the 7th universe, and having already contributed 6 Dragon Balls, he was indifferent to the ownership of this one. Curiosity is a double-edged sword, as an excessive inquisitiveness often invites unnecessary troubles. At this moment, Beerus coughed lightly and remarked, "Is it not time for you to take action, Champa?" Champa, having regained his composure from the shock, promptly realized that merely standing by and offering commentary had indeed rendered him somewhat ridiculous. He paused for a moment, his expression shifting. And a surge of destructive energy emanated from him, directed towards the colossal Super Dragon Ball planet. As Champa unleashed his power, the planet gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a Dragon Ball no larger than a baseball, which then floated into the hands of Yunfeng. Yunfeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the performance of both Champa and Beerus. The mission to the 6th universe had been successfully accomplished, with all 7 Super Dragon Balls acquired. With the 7 Super Dragon Balls in hand, it was indeed time to proceed with the next phase of their plan. At this moment, Nefarian had ceased to take the form of a small black dragon, as the previous attack had consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Now, Nefarian had received Yunfeng's directive. The next step appeared to involve the realm of destruction governed by Beerus in the 7th universe. At this moment, the trio had gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls and once again soared upon the back of Nefarian. Instantly, a dark aura enveloped them as Yunfeng, Bardos, and Champa swiftly raced towards the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 7. Simultaneously, within the rear courtyard of Beerus's planet in Universe 7, 2 deep blue figures were relentlessly exchanging blows in the void. The air was charged with the sounds of violent clashes and fierce combat. As they transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Son Goku, and Vegeta, these 2 are the foremost protagonists in the Dragon Ball universe, renowned for their immense popularity. At this moment, the 2 individuals were diligently training on the planet Beerus. Perhaps striving for the ultimate limits of power was their paramount objective. Son Wukong and Vegeta were now fully capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, their strength escalating daily. Observing them with a smile was Whis, who wore a faint grin on his face. However, Whis raised an eyebrow, pondering who could be contacting him at such a time, seemingly in a hurry. Yet, witnessing the earnestness of their training, he found himself disinclined to answer the call. Nevertheless, the incessant vibrations of his staff indicated a persistent caller. With a resigned sigh, Whis thought, well, I wonder which brother or sister is so eager to reach out. He reluctantly connected the call. In the next moment, Whis's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the serene expression of Bardos on the screen, accompanied by Champa, who covered his mouth, and the subtly smiling Yunfeng. How could these 3 be together? He then noticed they were standing atop a massive black dragon, swiftly traversing the void. Could it be, as Whis surmised, that Bardos chuckled lightly? Whis, we shall soon arrive at your world of Beerus. There is a matter we need to discuss. Upon catching sight of Yunfeng, Whis immediately understood, thinking, no wonder Sister Bardos chose this manner to inform me. It's certainly better than being caught unprepared. After all, the god of death, Yunfeng, was heading to the 7th universe, while unfortunately, Lord Beerus remained blissfully asleep, entirely unaware of the impending crisis. However, having received the news, Whis felt no further hesitation and promptly expressed his gratitude to Bardos, welcomed Yunfeng, and regarded Champa with disdain before ending the call. At this moment, standing atop the back of the dragon, Champa felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Why must my presence be met with disdain? Though my strength may be somewhat lacking, I am certainly not at the very bottom of the hierarchy. After all, I am a formidable god of destruction from the 6th universe. However, Whis seemed indifferent to Champa's feelings and sentiments. He merely addressed Goku and Vegeta with a calm demeanor, saying, you 2 must train diligently, for a significant figure is set to arrive in our world shortly. This individual is one who neither I nor Lord Beerus can afford to provoke. So do not cause me any trouble when the time comes. After imparting his instructions, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly made his way towards Beerus's chamber. At this moment, both Son Wukong and Vegeta, immersed in their exhilarating battle, were momentarily taken aback. What significant figure could possibly induce such tension in the angel Whis? Could it be that someone even more formidable than Lord Beerus is approaching? That indeed piques one's curiosity. Upon witnessing the expression on Son Wukong's face, Vegeta instantly comprehended his thoughts. At this moment, Vegeta's body trembled with anticipation. Ever since he and Goku mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, both warriors harbored an extraordinary confidence in their abilities. Now, the revelation of a formidable figure approaching, perhaps even more powerful than Lord Beerus, sent waves of exhilaration coursing through them, an innate thrill born from their very bloodlines. As for Whis's admonitions, the duo had entirely cast them aside, oblivious to the gravity of their thoughts. In the next instant, Whis appeared within Lord Beerus's lavish chamber. Observing Beerus still slumbering on his opulent bed, Whis mused about the deity's remarkable tranquility. Ever since returning from the 10th universe, Beerus had seemingly abandoned any inclination to train or mentor the two miscreants, opting instead for an uninterrupted slumber. Was it truly possible that rest could enhance a destroyer's power? What an eccentric destroyer he was. It was no wonder that the 6th and 7th universes struggled to progress, directly linked to Beerus's indolent disposition. Chapter 125, The Mysterious Planet. While Champa was merely indulgent, Beerus had chosen to appoint you as the destroyer of this regional universe not solely for your mastery of certain aspects of Ultra Instinct. To Whiss's disappointment, however, Beerus, having attained a semblance of mastery in Ultra Instinct, now perceived himself as one of the most formidable destroyers, losing all motivation to further his training. He appeared indifferent to the myriad matters concerning the 7th universe, his inherent laziness manifesting in full force. Yet, having chosen him as a destroyer, there seemed little opportunity for change, leaving Whiss somewhat vexed. Nevertheless, Whiss's nature was inherently accommodating. He embraced the circumstances as they were. Since Lord Beerus shows little interest in the advancement and development of the 7th universe, Whiss does not press the matter. Nevertheless, they have discovered a mysterious planet named Earth within this universe, although the strength of its inhabitants pales in comparison to their own. The emergence of such remarkable talent amidst mortals brings them a sense of solace. Hence, they seized an opportunity to bring Son Goku and Vegeta to Beerus's planet, intending to personally guide their training and alleviate some of their ennui. The most significant aspect of this enigmatic planet, Earth, lies in its possession of the finest delicacies in the entire universe, which is the primary motivation for Whiss's willingness to assist in their cultivation. After all, delectable food serves as his ultimate source of inspiration. However, the unexpected arrival of Luo Foam, Bardos, Champa, and that abyssal dragon in the 7th universe marks an unprecedented event, seemingly of greater consequence than even the arrival of the Grand Minister. The troubling matter is that the foolish Beerus remains sound asleep despite their imminent presence. I refuse to believe that Lord Beerus can evade this situation yet again. Alas, pondering such matters yields little fruit. The immediate task is to rouse this insufferable being. How can one awaken Beerus from his slumber? It is evident that conventional methods will prove ineffective. At this moment, Whiss's palm transformed into a streak of light, delivering dozens of resounding slaps upon Beerus's face in an explosive flurry. Yet, Beerus merely turned over, letting out a bubble of snot, and continued to slumber peacefully. The strength of this being is indeed extraordinary, capable of enhancing his power even in the depths of sleep. Perhaps this is a unique method of cultivation employed by Lord Beerus. However, this situation seems rather abnormal. It is truly a marvel that one cannot rouse him from his slumber, as his penchant for sleep appears unrivaled across the realms. At this moment, Whiss suddenly had a brilliant idea, conjuring a deep black brush in midair and drawing a small turtle on Beerus's forehead. Humph. You'll soon realize the consequences of ignoring my wake-up calls. As the little turtle was completed, Whiss felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, hee. When Rolf and Bardos arrive and see Beerus adorned with a turtle, I wonder what unique thoughts will cross their minds. Such antics could only be executed by Whiss, the whimsically spirited angel. Now that the task was accomplished, the immediate priority was to rouse Beerus from his slumber. Consequently, a colossal bucket of icy water materialized directly above Beerus. With a faint smile, Whiss unleashed a torrent of freezing water, crashing down upon Beerus with a frigid force. Though Beerus possessed an extraordinary resilience to both physical and mental disturbances, his one vulnerability lay in being easily awakened by icy water during his dreams. A significant weakness of his. A deluge of cold water enveloped Beerus entirely, prompting him to shiver violently and sit upright in shock. Initially, he gazed around in confusion. But after a few moments, it seemed as though a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Upon noticing Whiss's mischievous grin and the icy puddle surrounding him, he quickly grasped what had transpired. He had been subjected to Whiss's peculiar method of awakening. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who are currently in training, are contemplating the restoration of their normal state, seeking to revert from the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. At this moment, both of them suddenly sensed an intense feeling of crisis, as if they had become aware of something, causing them to cease their transformation into the Super Saiyan Blue state. They swiftly recoiled, narrowly evading an exceptionally powerful and terrifying wave of destructive energy. At this moment, both Vegeta and Son Goku were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. Fortunately, they had not reverted from their transformed states. Otherwise, they would have been unable to evade the impending strike. With this blow, a fierce and terrifying aura surged forth. Son Goku and Vegeta turned their gaze toward the source of this ominous energy, which obliterated all planets and obstacles in its path. Following this, the resounding roar of Beerus echoed throughout the universe. With a voice laden with authority, Beerus bellowed, "Whis, you scoundrel! If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I assure you that this matter will not end here. How dare you disrupt my peaceful slumber with ice water? Do you have any idea what I was dreaming of? You wretch?" It turned out that Whis, this formidable angel, had awakened Lord Beerus in such an unconventional manner. No wonder Beerus was incensed to such an extent. It is clear that the dignity of the god of destruction must not be trifled with. The mere aura of destruction that had just been unleashed nearly annihilated Son Goku and Vegeta. Thankfully, their heightened sense of danger and agility allowed them to narrowly escape this terrifying blow. Moreover, this peculiar attack was not aimed directly at them. It merely indicated their misfortune of being in the path of this destructive force. At this moment, both Vegeta and Son Goku gently wiped the cold sweat from their brows. This recent assault had indeed allowed them to experience the formidable power and might of Beerus, the deity of destruction renowned as the strongest in the universe. Now, their anticipation grew for the so-called imminent figure that was wished to summon. What terrifying qualities could this individual possess to compel Whis to disregard even Beerus's dignity and employ such extreme measures to awaken him? It seems that an extraordinary spectacle awaits. At this moment, both Vegeta and Goku radiated a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Could it be that the legendary Grand Priest was indeed present? As for who it might be, perhaps they would soon find out. Chapter 126. Silence. The two figures trembled incessantly, showing no inclination to relinquish their blue transformations. It had already been established in the previous episode that revealing their ordinary forms would leave them with little chance of survival. Even Beerus could easily crush them like ants. Yet the idea of perishing here for the sake of training and enhancing their strength seemed rather unworthy. Meanwhile, in Beerus's chamber, observing the furious deity, Whis merely smiled faintly and uttered a single phrase that rendered the enraged Beerus completely speechless. After a considerable time, Beerus finally began to regain his composure, only to suddenly notice two furtive figures peering through his window. It was none other than Vegeta and Goku, sneaking around. Irritated, Beerus waved dismissively at the window and called out, "You two, stop lurking there and come in if you have something to say." It was quite remarkable that Lord Beerus had spotted them. At this moment, Vegeta and Son Goku entered Beerus's chamber, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. Beerus, however, did not leave much room for suspense. He spoke in a grave tone. "Let's cut the pleasantries. A distinguished guest has arrived on our 7th universe's Beerus planet, a significant figure. You two need to be on your best behavior and refrain from causing any trouble." Upon hearing Beerus's serious demeanor regarding this esteemed individual, Son Goku and Vegeta were even more perplexed. Wasn't Lord Beerus the most powerful among the gods of destruction? Could this guest possibly be of a higher caliber? Noticing their incredulous expressions, Beerus sighed in resignation. "All right, I'll be frank. The one who has come is none other than the god of destruction, King. Enough of your dazed looks. Just know this. That individual is named Rofeng. No, I misspoke again. It should be Lord Rofeng. Be courteous and do not provoke him, or I cannot guarantee your safety." At this juncture, Whis interjected with a subtle smile. "There is no need for alarm. I am quite familiar with Rofeng. While his strength far surpasses that of Lord Beerus, his temperament is rather gentle. As long as you remain cautious and do not provoke him indiscriminately, there should be no significant issues." Upon hearing Whis's explanation and Beerus's warnings, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of excitement in the other's eyes. After all, they were scions, and the mere presence of powerful beings in the universe sparked an inexplicable thrill within them. Observing their expressions, Beerus anticipated that trouble might soon be brewing. He spoke with renewed seriousness. "You two must not act recklessly. Lord Rofeng is indeed the true god of destruction, King, possessing strength that far exceeds mine. Do not entertain thoughts of confronting him. I understand your impulses, but this time you must exercise restraint. Although he may seem amiable on the surface, should he become enraged, even the combined might of us gods of destruction would be no match for him. This is an undeniable fact. Are you two even listening to me?" Seeing Beerus's unwavering seriousness as he reiterated the formidable power of Rofeng, Vegeta and Son Goku stifled their excitement. After all, they were aware of the terrifying prowess of Beerus and Whis, and the prospect of encountering someone even more formidable than Lord Beerus piqued their curiosity. Who, indeed, was this legendary god of destruction, King? Is it not peculiar, akin to the king of the galaxy, resembling an octopus in form? Yet, it seems certain that his power is formidable, and I find myself rather eager in anticipation. However, observing Whiss's demeanor, it appears that this god of destruction possesses a temperament that is relatively gentle and mild. With this thought in mind, the two protagonists felt a sense of relief wash over them. After all, if they could navigate the eccentricities of a god of destruction like Beerus, how much easier would it be to interact with a more placid individual? With this in mind, Goku and Vegeta managed to quell their initial trepidation, though they were filled with curiosity regarding the figure of Rofeng. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. The source of this cacophony was none other than the planet Beerus. Specifically from the entrance of Beerus's castle. The magnitude of this sound suggested that the grand doors of the Beerus estate were utterly obliterated. Could it be that this god of destruction, as was claimed, is indeed gentle and devoid of violent tendencies? It seemed implausible. Upon hearing such a tremendous noise, Beerus's expression darkened considerably. How could this be? He bore no animosity towards Rofeng, nor was there any grievance between them. In fact, during his time at the academy, he had even taken the blame for Rofeng on one occasion. Although he had not greeted Rofeng upon his arrival in Universe 10 and had instead returned to Universe 7 with Whis. Such behavior was entirely inconsistent with Rofeng's character as he knew it. Observing Beerus frown in annoyance, Whis smiled faintly, waving his staff gently, which instantly transported them outside the entrance. There, an astonishing sight awaited them. It was not Rofeng who had dismantled the doors, but the audacious Champa. This fellow now stood with a sycophantic demeanor, striking a boastful pose at the entrance of Beerus's castle. Pointing at the castle, he bellowed, "Beerus, Whis, you two should hurry out. Lord Rofeng has personally descended upon your Universe 7. Such a servile display could only be pulled off by Champa. Though Champa and Beerus are siblings by nature, they have had their fair share of disputes regarding the Super Dragon Balls and the ownership of Earth. However, in terms of both strength and intellect, Champa is undeniably overshadowed and outclassed by Beerus. Seizing the opportunity of Rofeng's arrival in Universe 7, he brazenly smashed through the doors of Beerus's estate. Champa felt an overwhelming sense of pride, thinking to himself, "Every time you leave me in the lurch or are simply not at home, or perhaps napping, but this time, with Lord Rofeng backing me, I wonder what tricks you can still pull. I have long noticed that your doors are left unlocked. What will you say now?" Chapter 127. The skill of the fox assuming the tiger's might. Upon witnessing the brazen demeanor of Champa, Beerus found himself seething with indignation. Although he was oblivious to the presence of Luo Feng and Bardos, it was undeniable that Champa had overstepped his bounds, exhibiting an audacity that was simply intolerable. With a swift adjustment of his attire, Beerus, accompanied by Whis, Goku, and Vegeta, materialized instantaneously at the entrance of his castle. The previously arrogant Champa, upon encountering Beerus and Whis, immediately wilted in their presence. His brash demeanor was swiftly replaced by a submissive posture as he recoiled and retracted his earlier bravado. In an instant, Champa's form flickered, and the next moment, he had sought refuge behind Luo Feng. Much like that occasion at the God of Destruction Academy, when he had been confined within a cage and subsequently rescued by Luo Feng, Champa displayed a remarkable capacity for cowardice, exhibiting a rapid transformation in his demeanor that truly defied the expectations of a god of destruction. At this moment, Pa, upon observing Beerus, was so intimidated that he dared not utter a word and promptly turned to flee. Beside him, Bardos, with one hand resting on his forehead and a look of exasperation on his face, remarked, "Lord Pa, you truly are a source of embarrassment for our 6th universe. Perhaps selecting you as our god of destruction was indeed an erroneous choice." Just as Bardos was on the verge of a frustrated groan, both Beerus and Whis were suddenly illuminated with realization, for they discerned the presence of the last being they wished to encounter, the god of destruction king, Luo Feng, who stood there smiling serenely at them. At this moment, Luo Feng certainly did not anticipate that Pa could orchestrate such a spectacle. It exemplified the art of wielding power through the guise of another to perfection. Moreover, upon encountering Beerus, this fellow turned tail and fled like a mouse before a cat, completely disregarding the dignity and might of the god of destruction. Yet, all of this seemed rather inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that Luo Feng had shifted his gaze to the figures behind Beerus and Whis. To his astonishment, they were none other than Son Goku and Vegeta. He truly did not expect to encounter them in this realm of the gods of destruction after traversing into the Dragon Ball universe for such a duration. The prospect was indeed exhilarating. It was reasonable to infer that he had arrived in the era of Dragon Ball Super. Otherwise, these two warriors would not be present in this domain. A subtle smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Perhaps his arrival was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity. If this was the current era within the 7th universe, it might allow him to expedite his plans. Beerus, noticing that Luo Feng's attention was not directed at him, quietly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, this individual did not harbor any intentions against him. Thus, the dreadful signs he had feared would likely not manifest. After all, Luo Feng's prowess was akin to that of a ceiling within the academy, and after so many years, who could fathom the extent of his ascendance? For the stern and serious Beerus, achieving such a level of composure was no small feat. Suddenly, Beerus inexplicably bowed to Luo Feng at a 90-degree angle, an act of utmost reverence that seemed to be a privilege reserved solely for the Grand Zeno. Observing the unusually deferential Beerus, Luo Feng smiled gently, saying, "Lord Beerus, there is no need for such grand gestures upon our meeting. I have come to seek your assistance with a few matters, so please, let us dispense with the pretense." Yet, internally, Beerus was grumbling, "Am I afraid? If I could match your strength, who would bother with pleasantries?" At this moment, Beerus silently cursed within his heart. Yet he dared not display such sentiments on his countenance. He instantly composed himself and said, "What an unexpected visitor. Is this not Lord Rofeng, the god of destruction? Please, share your insights." Whis observed Beerus's unconventional demeanor with a hint of bemusement, and he sighed with resignation, "Lord Beerus, is this truly how you engage with guests at your doorstep?" Realizing his rudeness, Beerus promptly gestured for them to enter, saying, "Please, Lord Rofeng and Angel Bardos, come to my castle so we may converse properly. And as for you, Champa, this time I shall overlook your door-breaking antics. But the expenses for repairing the castle shall be your responsibility." Seeing Beerus's unexpected willingness to maintain peace, Champa couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Hiki, in this vast universe, it seems that only Lord Zeno and Lord Rofeng can put Beerus in such a predicament. This feels quite gratifying. I've longed to kick down Beerus's door, and now my wish has been fulfilled, thanks to Rofeng's influence. Though he wished to leverage Zeno's authority, the truth was that Beerus was terribly afraid of him. However, Champa was even more terrified, yet, due to his wide-ranging rapport with Rofeng, he felt emboldened in his presence. Noticing the invitation extended by Whis and Beerus, Rofeng and Bardos chose not to dwell on Champa's trivial thoughts. Rofeng gracefully strolled towards the emerald green castle. At this moment, his focus shifted entirely to Goku and Vegeta, as he sensed their auras and the energy radiating from their bodies. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rofeng concluded that Goku and Vegeta were currently in the initial state of their Super Saiyan Blue transformation, suggesting they had recently arrived in this universe. Moreover, it appeared Goku had yet to master the Ultra Instinct technique under his mentor's guidance, while Vegeta seemed to lack insight into the God of Destruction's self-mastery. Perhaps now was not the opportune moment to take them away. With this in mind, Rofeng determined his course of action and, as he walked, he addressed Beerus and Whis, saying, "By the way, I have 3 matters to discuss, all rather straightforward. The first is regarding the Super Dragon Balls of the 6th and 7th universes. I have gathered them all. I am aware of the agreement between you and Champa to organize a competition between the 6th and 7th universes. However, I must declare that the prize shall be taken by me, as our 13th universe requires the Super Dragon Balls for its dominion. As for when they shall be returned, that can be discussed later." Upon the utterance of those words, Beerus felt a jolt within. It turned out that the Super Dragon Balls had indeed been assembled and, astonishingly, had fallen into the hands of Luo Feng. It seemed that any hope of reclaiming them had vanished entirely. "You, Xiangpa, are utterly lacking in restraint. When I mentioned the rights to the Super Dragon Balls, you obstructed me at every turn, setting various traps and pitfalls, ultimately insisting on a cosmic battle as a contest. Now, it's all for naught. Neither of us has anything to show for it. As for what remains, I can only lament that such a treasure is now in Luo Feng's possession. Do you truly expect him to return it to us? Don't be ridiculous." Well, Beerus soon found solace in this realization. Although the Super Dragon Balls could grant a myriad of wishes as a god of destruction, he seemed to have reached a certain impasse in his own strength and truly had no pressing desires. If Luo Feng wished to possess them, so be it. This favor seemed trivial to him, and he felt no overwhelming turmoil over it. Observing Beerus's silence, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it, Lord Beerus? Do you have any objections?" At this moment, Beerus seemed to awaken as if from a stupor, immediately bowing in deference and stating, "It's perfectly fine, Lord Luo Feng. Whatever you say is what shall be. I have never held much interest in the Super Dragon Balls, those wish-granting orbs. If you have a need for them, or if they serve a purpose in the 13th universe, feel free to take them. However, I must appeal to Lord Champa. Champa promptly interjected, I was the one who offered this item. Do not attempt to swindle me here. I am not susceptible to your tricks. Observing Champa's cowardly demeanor, devoid of any semblance of dignity, Beerus sighed softly. Is this truly what a god of destruction embodies? It is indeed a disgrace to the realm of deities. Yet, he chose not to dwell on this matter any longer, swiftly transitioning to a new topic. There is no need to consult us regarding the superfinancing. You may proceed as you see fit. After all, while that object may greatly aid in the development of the universe, to us gods of destruction, it is merely a trinket. Inwardly, Luofeng mused, a trinket, you say? It seems Beerus and Champa are genuinely unaware of the true power of the Super Dragon Balls. One must remember that in the original narrative, Lord Zeno once eradicated all universes, leaving but one. Without the existence of the Super Dragon Balls, these gods of destruction would have become mere victims of the universal erasure. Perhaps this moment was indeed a pivotal opportunity for his ascendance in the 13th universe. With this thought, Luofeng felt no need to further elucidate the matter to Beerus and Champa. Instead, he smiled and remarked, by the way, there's a minor issue I'd like to address. I have heard that your 7th universe has a planet known as Earth. Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, their hearts racing. The legendary god of destruction was aware of their homeland, Earth. How could this be? What manner of planet was this? That it had garnered such fame in the cosmos, prompting the god of destruction from the 13th universe to mention it personally? This portended trouble for Earth. Under ordinary circumstances, even with Beerus present, they would have been shielded from all perils. However, with Luofeng's presence, it was clear that not even Beerus and Whis stood a chance. Earth was indeed at risk, causing turmoil not only in Goku and Vegeta's hearts but also darkening Beerus's expression. Could it be, Lord Luofeng, that you truly harbor an interest in Earth? Although the inquiry was posed in a gentle tone, the tumult within Beerus was profound. It was not the mention of Earth by Luofeng that stirred him, for in the vast expanse of the 7th universe, Earth was merely an ordinary planet, unremarkable in every aspect. However, what truly pained Beerus was the exquisite cuisine found on Earth, a source of immense joy and leisure for both him and Whis. For the gastronomic connoisseurs that they were, the loss of the Super Dragon Balls would be inconsequential. Yet, should Luofeng indeed attempt to forcibly remove the blue planet of Earth from the 7th universe, it would feel akin to the extraction of a vital piece of his being, a wound that would pierce his very soul. Observing the insincerity etched upon Beerus's face, Luofeng seemed to grasp the god's sentiments. At that moment, Champa, standing behind Beerus, interjected with a mischievous chirp. Hey, Beerus. You once declared that Earth should be gifted to our 6th universe, yet you chose to ignore it. Now, upon catching the fierce glare from Beerus, Champa swiftly silenced himself, realizing that jesting about this matter was futile. If the Earth of the 7th universe were indeed to be relinquished to Champa, it would be he, rather than Beerus, who would suffer the pangs of such a sacrifice. Raising an eyebrow, Luofeng observed the expressions and banter exchanged between the two gods, quickly discerning their concerns. Perhaps their desire to surpass the Dragon Balls was intertwined with the restoration of Earth's existence within the 6th universe. Nonetheless, such matters held little significance. One Earth sufficed. It seemed that his previous inquiry had already inflicted a measure of heartache upon Beerus. Despite Beerus's unwavering confidence in his own prowess, it was evident that he had developed a remarkable composure over the years, showcasing both personal growth and an evolution of strength that commanded respect. With a casual gesture, Luofeng presented an answer that completely took Beerus by surprise. A light chuckle escaped him as he remarked, I harbor no ulterior motives regarding Earth. After all, it is the foremost treasure of the 7th universe. What originates here shall return whence it came. Since it was born in the 7th universe, I have no intention of taking it away. Upon the utterance of those words, Beerus, who had been drenched in perspiration moments before, suddenly felt as though he had soared from the depths of hell to the heights of the heavens, his entire being enveloped in a sensation of weightlessness. It became evident that Luofeng had not come to stake a claim over Earth for Beerus. This revelation transformed the matter into one of little consequence. After all, in the grand tapestry of the 7th universe, Earth was a treasure beyond compare. Upon hearing Luofeng's words, Whis also exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a lightness in his heart. It would have been quite unacceptable to relinquish Earth for no apparent reason. Not only would Beerus find it distressing, but Whis himself would struggle to come to terms with it. While Beerus was confident in his ability to protect Earth, Should he choose to rouse the Grand Minister or the Omni King, it seemed ill-advised to provoke such formidable beings over a matter of indulgence. However, upon hearing Luo Feng's earnest declarations, Whis felt reassured, realizing that Luo Feng was indeed, as he had anticipated, not a marauding brigand. It appeared that Luo Feng had a penchant for reason, and the earlier rumors and gossip might have contained elements of exaggeration or distortion. At this moment, Whis had acquired a fresh perspective on the character of Rolong. Chapter 129, A Painful Sacrifice. Beside him, Beerus remained silent, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Yet he had already come to understand that although Rolong appeared formidable and domineering, he would not resort to plunder or destruction unless provoked or harmed. Among the destroyers, Rolong distinguished himself as one of the most esteemed, both in character and demeanor. As for the earth, which was a point of contention between Champa and Beerus, it seemed that Rolong harbored little interest, merely wishing for the earth to flourish within the seventh universe. Given this, one might wonder what purpose brought him and Champa to Beerus's planet in the seventh universe. Then, with a mild smile, Rolong stated, "When I arrived in your seventh universe, there was one paramount matter I needed to attend to, and I hope that Lord Beerus and Angel Whis can make a painful sacrifice." Upon hearing these words, Beerus was secretly taken aback. Very well, it appears that the main event has finally begun. It seems that the earlier matters concerning the Super Dragon Balls and Earth were merely appetizers. This is indeed the crux of Luo Feng's arrival in the seventh universe. At this moment, Beerus had ceased his playful demeanor and stood respectfully before Luo Feng once more. "Very well, whatever you wish to discuss. As long as it is within my capabilities, do not hesitate to ask," he stated earnestly. However, Whis wore a look of exasperation, as if he were disappointed in Beerus's submissiveness. "Lord Beerus, do you typically yield so easily? The other party has yet to make any demands, and you have already acquiesced. I am curious to see how you will navigate this situation." Observing the expressions of those present, Luo Feng chose not to elaborate further. "I simply wish to borrow a person from your seventh universe. It is as straightforward as that." At this, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, pondering the simplicity of the request. What difficulty could there be in that? Although the seventh universe may not rank among the very top, given its development and trajectory, borrowing one person, or even 100, should pose no issue. Seeing their skepticism, Luo Feng decided against prolonging the mystery. He raised his hands in a gesture of openness and continued. "As you are aware, our 13th universe currently possesses nothing. After all, it is a realm in need of reconstruction following a war. Apart from the remnants of the Destroyer King's barrier, everything else is void. To foster growth in the 13th universe, we require assistance from the various universes. What I seek is a talented individual. Now, brace yourselves for what I am about to say." A sense of foreboding washed over Beerus and Whis as they exchanged another glance, their focus fixed intently on Luo Feng's lips as he uttered three pivotal words, the Kaishin. The revelation sent shockwaves through all present. Internally, many were bemused, questioning the meaning of borrowing a person. This was clearly a request to borrow a deity, specifically a figure of paramount importance to the universe's developmental blueprint. Why, they wondered, would he set his sights on the seventh universe? With this thought, both Beerus and Whis regarded Luo Feng with expressions of profound curiosity. Meanwhile, beside them, Bardos's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Indeed, I suspected Luo Feng's visit to the seventh universe was not without purpose. But why choose our universe?" Bardos pondered, feeling a sense of uncertainty in her own heart. At this moment, the one most astonished was Champa, who pointed his finger at Beerus with a look of bewilderment, fixating his gaze on Luo Feng. With a tone of disbelief, he exclaimed, "Luo Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not comprehend the immense significance of a Kaishin for an entire universe?" It was only due to the bond between the two that Champa felt emboldened to speak to Luo Feng in such a manner. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, with a smile gracing his lips, remained unfazed by Champa's rudeness, showing no intention of engaging in a battle of skills. It seemed that Champa's current emotional state was indeed quite shaken, yet this was within Luo Feng's expectations. After all, seeking the assistance of a Kaishin from any universe was akin to touching the very essence and vulnerabilities of that universe itself. Noticing Luo Feng's placid demeanor, Champa quickly added, realizing that his previous attitude towards Luo Feng had been somewhat excessive. Seeing Luo Feng's lack of anger and unchanged expression, Champa felt a silent sigh of relief within himself. Nevertheless, his final resolve compelled him to articulate his thoughts completely. "Do you understand what a Kaishin represents for a universe? After traversing so many cosmic realms, how can you still be oblivious? Each Kaishin's existence is intricately linked to that of the god of destruction of their universe. This means that if any harm befalls a universe's Kaishin, the god of destruction will inexplicably perish as well. Once both the god of destruction and the Kaishin fall into a state of complete demise, the angels of that universe will descend into an eternal slumber. You must realize that what you are requesting is not merely a person. You are seeking the very lifeblood of the entire universe. When you graduated from the Outer Province Academy, did not the Grand Supreme Kai, our former headmaster, provide the 13th universe with a Kaishin? Do not jest. For this is truly no laughing matter. At this moment, Champa's words resonated with the sentiments of the crowd, and for the first time, Beerus found his brother's demeanor to be remarkably endearing. Confronted by such a formidable entity, Champa dared to articulate thoughts he had long harbored, but had been too apprehensive to voice. Observing Champa's fervent reaction, Luo Feng did not succumb to anger. Nor did he feel compelled to offer further explanations. For Champa spoke the truth. Every word he uttered bore no error. Luo Feng understood that the so-called Kaishin was intrinsically linked to the life of a destroyer god. It was precisely due to this stringent condition that he had refrained from seeking the Kaishin bound to his life in the 13th universe. Although the Kaishin possessed certain abilities that other deities lacked, particularly teleportation and the power of creation, the capacity to forge a universe remained irreplaceable by any top-tier deity. Yet, the Kaishin's shortcomings were astonishingly pronounced. Their strength was woefully inadequate. Even the might of an ordinary destroyer god or an angel could extinguish a Kaishin with the merest of sneezes. Such a paltry level of power, if left unchecked across the various universes without the intervention of a destroyer god, would allow any planet harboring a few skilled fighters to easily overpower the Kaishin of that universe. Chapter 130, Fury and Frustration. Herein lies a certain irresponsibility towards one's own life. Perhaps this serves as a means of diminishing and controlling the overwhelming power of the supreme destroyers and angels within the Dragon Ball universe. Every cause has its effect, and every advantage carries a disadvantage. This is an ineffable aspect of the narrative. Yet Luo Feng was unwilling to allow the presence of the Kaishin to stifle his own evolution, especially considering that his 13th universe was a realm of warfare. Where, indeed, was the evident threat of such a limitation? It is undeniably impossible. However, in the absence of a king of the universe, the advancement of the cosmos can only be achieved through unconventional means, borrowing from other universes. Yet, Luo Feng is acutely aware that each king of the universe serves as a vital treasure within their respective realms, not something that can be easily borrowed. Nevertheless, Luo Feng has set his sights on Beerus and Whis from the 10th universe, while others may be oblivious. Luo Feng understands that the weakness of the kings of the universe, combined with their interconnected fates, presents a unique opportunity. Although Beerus appears to be unassuming, he harbors an overwhelming fear of death. While other destroyers go to great lengths to protect their kings, Beerus opts for a more cunning approach. His past actions, such as sealing an ancient deity within the sword of the Majin Buu arc, reveal the extent of his secretive and devious nature. However, the intention is not to expose Beerus's ulterior motives at this moment. Consequently, Luo Feng disregards Xiang Pa's inquiries and the puzzled gazes of others, casting a calm yet penetrating glance at Beerus, as if his eyes could unveil all truths. Beerus, under Luo Feng's gaze, feels an unsettling discomfort, as if every secret is laid bare before him. At this moment, Whis let out a faint sigh. Lord Champa, you are well aware of the implications. Since Lord Rofone has made such a request, he must have uncovered some of the new secrets of our 7th universe. Thus, his demand for the god of destruction does not seem entirely out of place. Champa, witnessing Whis, this scoundrel, speaking in favor of Rofone, was incensed that he disregarded the life of his brother, Beerus. What on earth is happening in the 7th universe? His thoughts were engulfed in fury, rendering him utterly irrational. I am merely trying to assist you, yet one of you remains silent while the other advocates for an outsider. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Although Champa and Beerus often clashed due to their differing personalities, the bond of blood remained a timeless truth. How could he stand idly by as Beerus lent the god of destruction of the 7th universe to another? If anything were to happen to that god of destruction in Rofeng's presence, it would ultimately be Beerus who would pay the price. Did they not comprehend the gravity of this situation? Meanwhile, Bardos remained contemplatively silent on the sidelines. At this moment, witnessing Champa's frantic antics, Beerus let out a faint sigh. It seems I cannot keep this from you, Lord Rofeng. Continuing to conceal matters here serves no purpose. Whis, please summon the Supreme Kaishin. There is little to be gained from further discourse. For now, let Shin accompany Lord Rofeng. With his current strength and capabilities, he should be able to swiftly advance the development of the 13th universe, which I consider my contribution to its welfare. We possess no other means to assist the 13th universe, as each universe is exerting effort for the battle of the 13th. After all, if the 13th universe falls, it would yield no benefits for us, the 12 universes. Has Beerus truly capitulated and consented to this? Hearing Beerus's words, Champa rolled his eyes in exasperation, unable to fathom how this miserly, slothful being could acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. This is tantamount to playing with one's own life. Were this situation to befall him, even with the knowledge that he would not stand a chance against Rofeng, he would fervently argue and engage in a fierce battle. Moreover, should he truly find himself outmatched, he would seek the aid of the Grand Priest and the Omni King. What a jest! This is a matter of staking the entirety of the 7th universe's existence without any chance of reversal. Champa was acutely aware of the Supreme Kai's strength and weaknesses. While Beerus remained unfazed by the unfolding events, and as Whis prepared to summon the Supreme Kai, Champa was in a state of anxious agitation. Meanwhile, two discordant voices emerged from the sidelines. It was none other than Vegeta and Goku, who had been observing the spectacle. At this moment, Vegeta found himself quite astonished. He murmured, "I see now. I have been wondering why the god of destruction of our universe possesses such feeble strength yet claims dominion over the divine realm. In comparison to Lord Beerus, the disparity is indeed vast. It appears that the god of destruction is merely tasked with the development of the universe." In agreement, Goku interjected, "Initially, we assumed that the supreme deities of this universe were rather weak, particularly after witnessing the power of Lord Shin during the battle against Majin Buu. I was left profoundly disappointed in my perception of the gods. However, after meeting Lord Beerus and the Angel Whis, I realized that this is the true pinnacle of combat prowess. This sheds light on why that fellow, Zeno, was not so adversely affected when facing Majin Buu. It was simply due to their lack of strength and self-preservation capabilities. Subsequently, Goku posed a novel inquiry. If Whis was well aware that Zeno was utterly unreliable and possessed negligible strength, why did he not seek Lord Beerus's assistance when Majin Buu emerged, instead urging the gods to find us? Upon hearing Goku's question, Whis smiled gently. Thinking that it seemed inevitable to address the matter at hand, he proceeded to provide a calm explanation, displaying his rare patience and willingness to clarify. With a flicker of light from his angelic staff, he immediately dispatched a message to the Supreme Kai. Soon after, they arrived at the realm of the Supreme Kai on Beerus's planet to discuss urgent matters. Whis offered Goku a lucid and reasonable explanation. To be frank, this situation is not entirely the fault of the Supreme Kai. In truth, they harbored a modicum of understanding within their lineage, which is why the Supreme Kai was unaware of Lord Beerus's existence. Otherwise, what relevance would Majin Buu and all those other incidents hold? However, as Lord Champa correctly pointed out, the concept of a shared life force is indeed accurate. Should the Supreme Kai inadvertently perish, the corresponding god of destruction would also face immediate demise. Yes, it is precisely as you envision. Observing Vegeta's wide-eyed astonishment, Whis continued calmly, "There is no need for surprise. Vegeta, had that battle with the king of the universe resulted in his death, Lord Beerus would have ceased to exist in his slumber. As the angel presiding over the 7th universe, I too would fall into a state of dormancy until a new Supreme Kai and god of destruction arrived in the 7th universe. At which point I would awaken once more." Realization dawned upon them. But why, during that battle, did it require my and Kakarot's intervention? Yet Lord Beerus was nowhere to be seen. Whis refrained from elaborating, but beside him, Beerus's attendant, Vados, interjected, "Need it be said? Your god of destruction from Universe 7, Lord Beerus, possesses not only a voracious appetite, but also a rather profound propensity for slumber. Surely, you are all aware that aside from sleeping, he engages in little else. While the other gods of destruction are diligently exploring ways to cultivate their universes and enhance their powers, Lord Beerus's pastime consists of retreating to the realm of the gods of destruction for prolonged naps. Given that you have spent a considerable amount of time on Beerus's planet, is it not evident to you all? It was indeed surprising to witness the two angels patiently recounting such past events. Beerus, however, helplessly raised his hands. To be fair, this is not entirely my fault. Due to an unforeseen incident, I acquired a portion of the Ultra Instinct technique from the Angel of Universe X. However, no matter how much I train or strive to elevate my strength, I cannot enhance my mastery of Ultra Instinct. Yet, since arriving in Universe 7, I discovered a rather unique method of training sleep. Each time I succumb to slumber, I inadvertently enter a special state that allows me to enhance my mastery of Ultra Instinct during my dreams. Ah, I see, Vados replied with an understanding smile. Your reasoning is indeed compelling. Yet Weiss rolled his eyes. Lord Beerus, I must say, your explanation is somewhat tenuous. Among all my siblings, my own mastery of Ultra Instinct is arguably the highest. Perhaps sleep aids in the cultivation of Ultra Instinct, but no one else possesses your level of somnolence. Noticing the conversation had veered off course, having begun with a discussion on the shared existence of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction, it was now meandering into topics of Ultra Instinct and slumber. This prompted Champa to express his frustration. Are you lot even listening to me? I was discussing the matter of Beerus's life. Yet here you are, straying so far from the point. I'm truly at a loss with you all. Then, Champa shifted from his casual demeanor to address Ro-Fong with solemnity, stating in a grave tone, Lord Ro-Fong, in this realm, you are the heir to the title of God of Destruction, and I address you as my esteemed lord. However, within the confines of the Academy, you are my closest comrade and friend. Regardless of the circumstances, the bond of our camaraderie, forged over many years, is undeniable. I am aware that I owe you several lives. Those debts are mine to carry. Should you truly require assistance, I am willing to offer the God of Destruction from our 6th universe to serve in your 13th universe. For the time being, I implore you to refrain from focusing your thoughts on Beerus. I recognize that I am the weakest among the gods of destruction, and I possess a degree of self-awareness in this regard. Thus, it would be prudent for you to utilize the God of Destruction from our 6th universe. After all, Beerus has labored hard to attain his current level of prowess. It would be unwise to covet the God of Destruction from the 7th universe. Luo Feng displayed a look of astonishment, not expecting to witness such a profound display of brotherhood at a critical moment, which left him momentarily taken aback. Although Beerus and Champa often engaged in fierce rivalry over trivial matters, it was indeed surprising that Champa would step forward in such a pivotal moment to offer their God of Destruction from the 6th universe. This revelation caused Luo Feng to regard the scheming little rotund figure, Champa, with newfound respect. Not only was Luo Feng astonished, but even Beerus, who typically exuded a nonchalant demeanor, was rendered speechless. Champa truly regarded me as a brother. Yet, both of them struggled to express their emotions when faced with life and death situations. Their mutual support and camaraderie were vividly showcased. Witnessing Champa's actions, Luo Feng smiled softly. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized that he had no further reason to prolong the performance or dwell on the matter. He swiftly articulated the crux of the situation. Lord Champa, your perception of me seems rather presumptuous, does it not? My arrival in the 7th universe and the necessity of borrowing its God of Destruction surely has its rationale. Consider this, I bear no animosity towards Beerus. In the past, he even took the blame for me. How could I intentionally harm him? Furthermore, are you not aware of the strength of your God of Destruction? What relevance does that have? As long as he collaborates with you in creating a universe, he is a commendable God of Destruction. At most, should any misfortune befall him, I shall accompany him into oblivion. If you can spare Beerus, I am amenable to any terms you propose. It seems that Champa is indeed feeling quite anxious. Well then, Luo Feng had no intention of teasing Champa further. He shifted his gaze towards Beerus. Lord Beerus, should you not offer a few words at this juncture? However, Beerus fell into contemplation. Since Rolong had inquired about this matter, it seemed unnecessary for him to continue hesitating and concealing the truth. Just as Beerus was organizing his thoughts and preparing to speak, a sudden voice from Vegeta broke the silence. At that moment, it appeared as though a spark of realization had ignited within Vegeta, and he exclaimed loudly, "Ha ha! I have figured it out." At this moment, Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta with a look of suspicion, inquiring, "What are you scheming, you rascal? You seem rather startled here. It appears that the two gods of destruction are engaged in conversation. What gives you the audacity to interject?" At this moment, Vegeta trembled with excitement, tightly clenching his fists. "You fool, have you not realized it yet?" Chapter 132, The Bewildered Son Goku. Lord Ro-Fong has come to borrow the God of the universe. Why did he choose our 7th universe? Have you still not comprehended it? Observing Son Goku's confusion, Ro-Feng's gentle smile, Champa's bewilderment, and Beerus, who seemed hesitant to speak, Vegeta confidently tightened his fist and exclaimed, "Humph, you all underestimate our 7th universe's God of destruction, Lord Beerus. Have you forgotten the tale of the Divine Sword?" Son Goku appeared to have an epiphany. Are you referring to the old Kaishin sealed within time? Although Son Goku often seemed dull-witted, This time he grasped the crux of the matter thanks to Vegeta's prompt. Vegeta, feeling a sense of relief, replied, "Heh, despite your usual foolishness, you reacted quite swiftly this time." From the words exchanged among the esteemed individuals, I have discerned the mystery and the reason. Our seventh universe is not limited to a single Kaishin. Humph, now I understand everything. Through Vegeta's brief remarks, Champa seemed to grasp something as well. He quickly pointed at Beerus, murmuring, You have prepared several Kaishins? No way. Is what this kid just mentioned about the divine sword, the seal, and the old Kaishin true?" As he spoke, Beerus nonchalantly raised his hands, acknowledging that evasion was futile. After all, his secrets had seemingly been completely unveiled by Vegeta, the Scion. Indeed, the moment for negotiation had arrived. Lord Luofeng would not come to the seventh universe without purpose or reason. However, it was sufficient to know that Champa cared for him so deeply. Beerus regarded the assembly with a calm demeanor, observing their varied expressions before he composed himself to speak. "Very well, let us dispense with the pretense. It is time to unveil the mystery. I have no intention of concealing anything further. The truth is rather straightforward. The connection between the god of destruction and the Kaishin represents a significant vulnerability. Here, I strive diligently to enhance my power. Yet the fear of death is an inherent aspect of human nature. Given this flaw, I have gleaned some esoteric truths through the Grand Minister that others are unaware of. If only one entity is born in this universe, its demise would inevitably lead to the downfall of the entire god of destruction as well. However, there exists a unique circumstance. If two Kaishins inhabit this universe, the sacrifice of one would not jeopardize the existence of the other. This would not affect the mortality of the gods of destruction and Kaishins in this realm, a notion that many gods of destruction and Kaishins may not fully comprehend. Yet, through my extensive inquiries and methods, the seventh universe, alongside Whis, has devised certain exceptional strategies. "What?" Champa exclaimed, visibly taken aback. "Are you suggesting that, indeed, Champa? Your intuition serves you well, though the specifics may be somewhat delicate to articulate." Whis interjected, "It is quite simple. When the first Kaishin aged, Lord Beerus, in an effort to secure his own existence, sealed the previous Kaishin within a divine sword. This Kaishin did not simply perish due to old age, rather, he was confined within this sword. Consequently, even if all his successors were to pass away, Lord Beerus would face no peculiar issues regarding his own life. As long as one Kaishin remains, the god of destruction is spared from the clutches of death, ensuring that our seventh universe remains steadfast. However, during the battle with Morgan Burrow, Goku inadvertently released the old Kaishin. In other words, our seventh universe now hosts two Kaishins. Though the new Kaishin may not exhibit remarkable prowess, the old Kaishin seems poised to endure for quite some time. It is no wonder that Lord Luofeng has set his sights on our seventh universe. Should that young one accompany Lord Luofeng to the 13th universe, even if he were to fall in battle, it would not adversely affect Lord Beerus in any way." At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly slapped his own forehead, exclaiming, "After all this time, I finally comprehend that our seventh universe is graced with two supreme Kais. If, as you all suggested, one has indeed fallen, the existence of the other would not jeopardize Lord Beerus's life, would it? So that is how it is." Observing Sun Wukong's epiphany, the others cast him a series of disdainful glances. Particularly, Vegeta delivered a sharp blow to Wukong's forehead, admonishing him sternly, "You foolish imbecile, only now do you grasp this? I truly misjudged you." Witnessing the two engage in their farcical antics, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. At this moment, Champa finally realized, "Beerus, my friend, your level of cunning has indeed exceeded my expectations. I never imagined that among the 12 universes, it would be you who devised such a scheme to seal the first Kaishin and use it as a safeguard for your own life. How did we not think of this ourselves?" Champa then cast a mournful glance at Vados, who, with an expression of innocence, replied, "This is a matter solely of your own destruction and has nothing to do with the angels. Furthermore, I am merely your mentor and servant. I have no obligation to instruct you in such disgraceful acts." Yet Beerus felt no shame in having his actions exposed, for his sense of pride was undoubtedly the thickest among his peers. At this moment, in the realm of the seventh universe, the ancient Kaishin has been living a leisurely retirement since his liberation. Although life is not eternal, as the venerable ancestor among the Kaishins, he had endured a life shrouded in darkness after being sealed away by Beerus in the temple. The recent events surrounding Majin Buu have ultimately granted him his freedom. Now, he sits comfortably on the verdant lawn of the Kaishin realm, cradling a magazine of dubious origin, drooling over its contents, which are evidently far from scholarly. Before him, a crystal ball, capable of revealing the secrets of the entire universe, spins languidly. Those who are aware of his indulgence in frivolous reading might find it amusing, while the uninformed could easily mistake him for someone meticulously planning for the development of the seventh universe. Chapter 133. Unceasing Turmoil. Of course, this is the manner of the old Kaishin. Meanwhile, the once-released deity now stands atop the mountains, devoid of his previous gloom and disdain. He pays no heed to the whimsical fantasies of the irreverent elder, his mind instead tumultuous with memories of the fierce battle against Majin Buu on Earth. At this moment, an unusual sense of clarity enveloped him. Ever since he merged with his servant, Jebbet, his strength had surged remarkably. Now, Sean, or rather, the newly transformed Sherbet, gazed at the vast expanse of the night sky, his thoughts drifting into a serene stillness. Perhaps this was the dawn of a beautiful life. Just as Sherbet was lost in his reveries of a splendid existence, a piercing voice suddenly broke the tranquility. It was Whis, Lord Sherbet. If it is not too much trouble, please make your way to the realm of destruction. Lord Beerus summons you. What could possibly warrant such urgency? Upon Sherbet's inquiry, Whis offered no response. The message was delivered, and silence resumed. In that moment, Sherbet found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Could it be that yet another incident had arisen? The fact that an angel had come to personally inform him was disconcerting. Yet it seemed the entire universe had descended into a state of peace. Ever since Majin Buu was vanquished by Son Goku, there have been no significant threats to Sherbet within this cosmos, especially since he became aware of the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Exercising the authority of the Supreme Kai in this universe filled him with a profound sense of security. Was it possible that those two troublesome fellows, Goku and Vegeta, had stirred up yet another debacle? However, that seemed implausible, for Beerus was indeed the strategic pinnacle of this universe, with such a formidable being overseeing matters. What could the esteemed Supreme Kai possibly fear? Nevertheless, it was essential to respect Whis' request. Thus, Sherbet exchanged a brief greeting with the old general, his fingers elegantly interlaced as he began to invoke his renowned instant transmission technique. Sensing the formidable aura, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a ripple in the air. At this moment, the old Supreme Kai lifted his drooping eyelids and inwardly mused, "Youngster, your thoughts are still rather naive. If Beerus and Whis have taken the initiative to contact you, it surely bodes ill." He scoffed, bemused by the youth's unperturbed demeanor. As he recklessly ventured into the realm of destruction without even questioning the rationale behind it. "I suspect this time will be quite the ordeal for you." However, this situation seemed to bear no direct relevance to the old Supreme Kai. His current mindset and actions were focused on enjoying a tranquil retirement. Observing the elusive Shibito fade into obscurity, he could only silently wish him safe travels, pondering what his own ungrateful descendants might accomplish, which ultimately lay in their own hands. The old Supreme Kai discreetly sipped his tea, contentedly perusing his hard-earned magazine. Meanwhile, Shibito's form flickered, accompanied by a ripple of spatial energy, as he materialized in the backyard of Beerus' planet. With a sudden whoosh, Beerus raised an eyebrow, surprised by Shibito's swift arrival. However, this was an expected turn of events. Although this was the realm of the seventh universe's god of destruction, it seemed not entirely within his purview to dictate. Whis, on the other hand, wore a look of relief, chuckling softly. As long as Shibito has arrived in the realm of destruction, the subsequent matters are no longer within my control. He had not anticipated that this individual, whose intellect was simple and whose combat prowess was mediocre, might, after merging with Shibito, play a crucial role for the 13th universe. Perhaps sacrificing one Shibito for the sake of prolonged peace in the 7th universe could indeed be a wise choice. At this moment, Sherbet was utterly unaware that he had been ruthlessly sold out by the merciless Beerus and Whis. The instant Sherbet appeared before the crowd, the Supreme Kai initially displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly scanning his surroundings to find that each individual present exuded an extraordinary aura, their battle prowess truly terrifying. The only familiar faces were those of Vegeta and Goku, the formidable pillars of strength from days gone by, standing there like obedient children. What on earth was happening? He then turned his gaze towards Whis and inquired, "Master Whis, what is the purpose of summoning me to the realm of destruction?" Upon hearing Sherbet's question, Whis displayed no signs of hesitation or discomfort. He simply shrugged and laid the facts bare, saying, "It's quite straightforward. The god of destruction of Universe 13, Lord Rofeng, requires you to accompany him. Any further details can be discussed directly with Lord Rofeng. What? The god of destruction of Universe 13? Indeed. Just as you have surmised, Universe 13 is in dire need of a qualified solar deity, and Lord Rofeng has specifically requested your presence. I have already conferred with Lord Beerus on this matter, and the rest is up to you to negotiate. Witnessing Whis so irresponsibly relinquishing Shibit's allegiance, with Beerus merely shrugging in agreement, conveyed a profound sense of futility. At this moment, Hibbit found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth? This is so hasty. You summoned me here on a whim, only to hand me over to the god of destruction of the 13th universe. After a prolonged pause, Hibbit realized he was at a loss for words. Glancing over, he noticed the amused expressions of Beerus and Champa, who were eagerly watching the spectacle. Along with the ever-smiling and nodding Luofeng, Hibbit felt a surge of panic within. The 13th universe? I have never heard of such a thing. Until recently. I was only aware that our universe was divided into 12. When did a 13th universe emerge? As Hibbit continued to look perplexed, before Luofeng could provide any clarification, Champa sprang into action. He had already been unable to contain his bewilderment at Beerus's actions. After all, preparing two Supreme Kais within a single universe was quite an enigmatic maneuver by Beerus. Moreover, Whis was even more extraordinary. He made no demands and offered no explanations, readily surrendering the primary Supreme Kai of their universe while leaving the old Supreme Kai to oversee the situation. Upon reflection, this was somewhat understandable. As long as one Supreme Kai remained, there would be no threat or harm to Beerus's existence. In light of this, it would be more prudent to act generously and ensure a smooth transition. Chapter 134, Void and Emptiness by entrusting the mature and capable Hibbit to Luofeng. Perhaps a significant favor would be returned. Once this was accomplished, as long as the old Supreme Kai remained, nurturing a brand new Supreme Kai would be a matter of mere moments. This truly was a fortunate turn of events. Yet it seemed that Beerus and Whis had monopolized the benefits. How had I never realized how cunning and crafty these two were before? At this moment, seeing the bewildered Zibite, Xiangpa felt a surge of frustration and thought to himself that he must intervene. He then casually remarked, "The 13th universe? Have you not heard of the Tidal Lord?" Observing Zibite still in a state of confusion, Xiangpa smirked wickedly. That is indeed a universe of conflict. One thing I know for certain is that, regardless of whether it is the Supreme Kai or even the god of destruction, life there hangs by a thread. The fact that Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis have entrusted you with a journey to the 13th universe is a testament to their confidence in your abilities. Looking at Xiangpa's unscrupulous demeanor, the notion of a war-torn universe and a precarious existence rendered Zibite's mind utterly frozen, particularly as he had previously maintained a tranquil disposition while contemplating the future development of the universe. Bardos, unable to endure the situation any longer, gently nudged Xiangpa aside with her staff and solemnly clarified, "Do not heed Lord Xiangpa's alarming words. He is merely attempting to frighten you. The 13th universe is indeed a realm of conflict, and it was recently acquired from our adversaries. Currently, it exists in a state of desolation and emptiness, with little to no development. Lord Lofeng's intention in bringing you to the 13th universe is solely to facilitate its growth. Perhaps it will one day flourish as your own paradise, where opportunity and peril coexist. Lord Zibite, do not burden yourself with excessive concern. Simply embrace this journey with peace of mind. You must have faith in Lord Lofeng, who is the heir to the god of destruction. His power surpasses that of our 12 gods of destruction and 12 angels, and you should possess ample confidence in this regard. Moreover, I have a special piece of information to share. The angel of our universe is none other than our youngest sister, Alice, the sole combat angel among us, whose strength is beyond imagination. Furthermore, the esteemed Lord Lofeng personally coming to the 7th universe to extend this invitation to you is a gesture of sincere intent. I assure you, neither Lord Beerus nor Lord Xiangpa, nor even if they were to join forces, could rival Lord Lofeng. With such formidable support and the prospect of a brand new universe, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to realize the aspirations of the Supreme Kai. And your safety should not be a significant concern. Trust me, I would never mislead you." At this moment, Hibbit felt an increasing sense of uncertainty gnawing at his heart. Observing the unscrupulous Weiss and the indifferent Beerus, the Supreme Kai felt akin to an abandoned orphan. His gaze then shifted to the side, landing on the seemingly harmless and utterly unremarkable Luofeng, who exuded no trace of power. Could this be my new master, the god of destruction, Lord Luofeng? Is this fellow truly formidable? Yet, he appeared nothing more than an ordinary individual, lacking any discernible strength. Luo Feng then offered a cool smile, stating, in that case, this matter can be considered settled. Hibbit, prepare yourself, accompany me on a journey. The 13th universe is indeed lacking in development, and we are in dire need of a powerful Supreme Kai. As for when you may return to the 7th universe, once we have developed the 13th universe to a certain scale, I will not insist on keeping you there against your will. While I have heard of potential dangers, I have trained in the 13th universe for many years without encountering any ominous threats. Furthermore, our universe's angel, Alice, is indeed one of the most powerful among angels. So safety concerns should not be a source of anxiety. Perhaps life in the 13th universe may be arduous, as it is a realm devoid of resources. A blank canvas awaiting development. Hardship is undoubtedly to be expected. At this moment, the god of the universe, Zibite, seemed to be enveloped in a sense of resignation. It was no wonder that when the old god of the universe gazed upon him, there was a semblance of pity akin to that of a parent watching their child depart. He never anticipated that upon his arrival, he would be forsaken by the entire cosmos, destined to labor in another universe. If what Luo Feng asserted were true, life would indeed be fraught with peril, yet lacking any significant upheaval. However, the prospect of forging an entirely new universe was nothing short of a grueling endeavor. Now, observing the expressions of the esteemed figures around him, he felt he possessed no real choices. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in Zibite's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After all, he had been utterly abandoned by Beerus and Whis. The demeanor of Whis and the attitude of Beerus had plunged Zibite into a state of despair. Yet, the only allies he could rely on, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, had become Zibite's last lifeline. Very well, perhaps engaging in some labor could be deemed acceptable, but to place his faith in this individual named Luo Feng, who was purportedly powerful enough to safeguard a fragile god of the universe like himself, warranted a test of waters. This thought inevitably led him to reminisce about the valor displayed by Sun Wukong and Vegeta in vanquishing Majin Buu. At this moment, Hibbit appeared to be calculating. As he pointed his finger and said, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, are you not my most reliable comrades? Before Vegeta could respond, Sun Wukong eagerly nodded. What more is there to say, Lord King Kai? We have fought side by side as valiant allies. If there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to speak plainly. Observing Sun Wukong's hasty reply, Vegeta facepalmed with a look of exasperation. You fool. It seems you have once again fallen into Lord King Kai's cunning trap. Seeing Sun Wukong's response, Hibbit let out a long sigh of relief and then bowed slightly to Luo Feng. Might I make a humble request, Lord God of Destruction? May I bring these two individuals along with me? The gentlemen known as Sun Wukong and Mr. Vegeta. While their prowess may seem insignificant to you, they far surpass the strength of our Kai clan. Perhaps with them as my bodyguards, I would feel considerably more at ease. If I were to discover suitable candidates in the 13th universe, I might nurture a new generation of Kai. At that time, may I return to the 7th universe? Chapter 135. By 1. Get too surprisingly, such an arrangement was indeed possible. Luo Feng chuckled. Of course, that poses no issue. I have enlisted the assistance of Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis for this endeavor. There are no oppressive terms involved. As long as we can cultivate the 13th universe, whether you bring bodyguards or nurture a new Kai, it matters not. Who would have anticipated that this journey to the 7th universe would present such a fortuitous opportunity? Hibbit, cunning as he was, had tested the waters for a week, feeling a lack of security, yet he still insisted on bringing Sun Wukong and Vegeta along. This could be seen as Hibbit's final act of defiance. However, bringing along a few exceptionally powerful mortals holds little significance for Luo Feng. After all, in his previous foray into the realm of the second dimension, he harbored a remarkably favorable impression of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This time, having the two paramount protagonists of the Dragon Ball universe by his side may indeed spark some novel and unexpected interactions. Moreover, with his own strength, he could cultivate them diligently, potentially leading to significant enhancements in both Vegeta's and Sun Wukong's capabilities. He had also heard whispers that in the 13th universe, a realm characterized by conflict, it is not solely the god of destruction who must possess overwhelming power. The Kaishin, angels, and even the most formidable mortals must all experience growth in various facets. If one is only powerful in a singular aspect, the 13th universe may still face peril. Given this, seizing the opportunity to bring Sun Wukong and Vegeta along and refining them through meticulous training could indeed prove to be a wise decision. As for Zibite's claim of nurturing a new Kaishin, it mattered little to him, as long as the new Kaishin does not bind their life to Luo Feng's. The number of Kaishins he cultivates is of no concern. Furthermore, their efforts would ultimately serve to advance the 13th universe, making the identity of the Kaioshin a trivial detail. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in the 10th universe, borrowing a Kaioshin while also bringing along two mortal companions seems to have resulted in a success rate of 120%. After hearing Zibite and Luofeng's conversation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. Wait, does this mean we are heading to the 13th universe? Isn't that a bit hasty? Vegeta exclaimed through gritted teeth. You fool, do you even know what the 13th universe is like? Yet Sun Wukong disregarded Vegeta's scorn. His excitement palpable as he trembled with enthusiasm. Vegeta, in this universe, we are already at the pinnacle of existence. Don't you wish to explore the vast and boundless world and skies of the 13th universe? You heard it yourself. It is a battlefield-like realm where we may encounter even more formidable foes. Does your scion blood not thrill you with anticipation? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiries, Vegeta briefly paused. Perhaps this was indeed an opportunity to grow stronger in the 13th universe. Perhaps it could even present a chance to surpass that fool Kakarot. Observing how easily Sun Wukong's words instilled confidence in the two, was found himself at a loss for words. Is the scion intellect truly this uncomplicated? This is the legendary warrior race. Wherever there is conflict, they become exhilarated and inarticulate. At this moment, the one whose countenance appeared the most dismal was none other than Beerus, who had earlier exhibited an air of nonchalance. It was truly unexpected that you lot would so readily acquiesce to accompany Luofeng to the 13th universe, guided by the Kaioshin, Kibito. I must admit, I harbor little sympathy for this decision. After all, this fellow named Kibito is rather unreliable, and to make matters worse, his intellect seems rather lacking. It is astonishing that a dignified Kaioshin remains oblivious to the existence of a god of destruction. When confronted with formidable adversaries, he brazenly chooses to engage personally with his meager prowess. Had I not prepared a double layer of safeguards, I might have met an untimely demise due to Kibito's recklessness. Fortunately, I had the foresight to seal an ancient Kaioshin, thereby preserving my own existence. Now that this individual has been borrowed by Luofeng, it seems to offer a measure of relief for our 7th universe. In this manner, the existence of the old Kaioshin can pave the way for the cultivation of a new one without significant complications. However, I have high hopes for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as they represent exceptional potential. After all, should any future power tournaments or competitions arise, their presence among mortals signifies unparalleled strength. If these two were to be swayed by Luofeng, what would I, as the god of destruction, do in the event of unforeseen circumstances? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Beerus's expression twisted slightly, and he was about to voice his dissent when he suddenly felt an ominous gaze penetrating from behind. Turning to look, he found Luofeng smiling at him with an oddly piercing stare. A shiver ran down Beerus's spine as he realized he had nearly committed a grave misstep. It seemed that the one seeking to claim his champions was none other than the legendary Luofeng, the god of destruction. If it were any other deity, Beerus might have had the confidence to resist, but facing Luofeng, he found no courage to contend. The memories of past encounters flooded his mind, and observing Beerus's turmoil, Luofeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Who would have thought that Beerus, the little rascal, would be harboring talents in secret? Alas, it was not merely hidden treasures but rather his clandestine training of formidable fighters. Was this preparation for the impending power tournament? To the astonishment of all, Lord Luofeng's plans were unexpectedly unveiled. With clarity in his heart, Luofeng realized that his next destination must be the 4th universe. After all, to cultivate his own 13th universe, a journey to the 4th universe was imperative. Observing Luofeng as he summoned the abyssal dragon, Nephalion prepared for departure. While Vess and Beerus cast forlorn glances at him, their eyes fixed intently upon Luofeng. Upon noticing their expressions, Luofeng instantly comprehended their sentiments. It appeared somewhat ungracious for him to depart so casually. He had taken their supreme Kai and had also brought along 2 formidable super Saiyans. Contemplating this, Luofeng shrugged with a smile and addressed Vess, stating, "In truth, your 7th universe harbors a warrior of immense potential. If he could be located and nurtured, he might indeed shine brightly in the upcoming power tournament." Chapter 136, A Terrifying Revelation. Of course, this is a confidential matter, he added with a chuckle. I hope you will cherish this opportunity, for it may well hinge upon this young man whether your 7th universe can clinch victory in the future. Upon hearing Luofeng's fervent assertion, Vess and Beerus, who had previously worn despondent expressions, suddenly lit up. Is there truly another warrior of such caliber in the 7th universe? With such formidable potential, could you be referring to Goku's son? Luofeng chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. Gohan? His potential is indeed commendable. His experience is quite valuable, yet his character leans towards being a bit too gentle. Although his combat intelligence is impressive, he may not be adequately prepared to face formidable adversaries. At this moment, Beerus' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that boy from the future who returned to this timeline? He pointed a finger at Vegeta, referring to him as a fool's offspring. Just as Vegeta was about to erupt in anger, he realized it was Beerus speaking and was instantly silenced, devoid of any irritation. Luofeng, however, merely smiled faintly. Indeed, Trunks possesses immense potential. Yet he is ultimately a super warrior from the future. If he were to participate in this power tournament, it would seemingly contravene the rules. So, who could it be? What kind of individual could represent their seventh universe in battle? Luofeng, not one to keep them in suspense, revealed, in a hidden planet within your seventh universe, there exists a being named Broly. He is, without a doubt, among the pinnacle of scions. Broly? This name was unfamiliar to both Beerus and Whis. However, if Luofeng asserted his existence, one could trust that he would not be an inconsequential character. Upon hearing the name Broly, Vegeta's pupils narrowed sharply. Are you referring to that once-in-a-millennium super warrior, Broly? Is it possible he still lives? Seeing that Luofeng paid him no mind, a tempest of emotions surged within Vegeta. So, that immensely terrifying being indeed still existed within the seventh universe? Vegeta's expression suggested he knew many tales, while Goku, bewildered, stared at him. Is Broly really that formidable? What is his background? Vegeta clenched his teeth and replied, Humph. He is the most extraordinary genius among our scion lineage. To call him invincible would not be an exaggeration. You know, when you were born, your battle power was merely 2, while mine stood at 800. Making me one of the top warriors among the scions and part of the most gifted cohort. But do you know that Broly's battle power at birth reached 10,000? In those days, my father, King Vegeta, sought to secure his dominion. Before Broly could fully develop, he seized an opportunity to have him discreetly executed. Yet, according to Lord Luofeng, it seems that this individual still lives. Imagine, a scion born with a battle power of 10,000, if he has grown since then. What a terrifying being he must be. If we do not strive diligently in our training, encountering Broly in the future may only result in our swift demise. Such a formidable adversary, perhaps he is not an enemy at all. He may very well be our ally. At this moment, Sun Wukong trembled with excitement once more. For the scion blood coursing through his veins ignited a profound interest in formidable foes. Upon hearing Vegeta's introduction, Beerus and Whis pondered thoughtfully, realizing that their dominion as a god of destruction and an angel over the seventh universe was indeed somewhat lacking. Such a terrifying figure, such a warrior of immense potential, had eluded their notice, only for Lord Luofeng from the 13th universe to bring it to their attention. Nevertheless, this could be seen as a favor returned. Luofeng smiled lightly, saying, Very well, you shall manage the affairs here as you see fit. For other matters, we shall communicate through the angelic communicator. With that, he prepared to ascend onto the back of Nefarian alongside Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the Kaishin, Kibito. At this moment, Champa interjected, Luofeng, must you be so preferential? Even if you are the strongest among the god of destruction, to me, you will always remain my brother. Luofeng, could you not show some pity for me? After all, our sixth universe has contributed 7 Super Dragon Balls for you. Moreover, considering our bond as classmates, could you not offer some guidance to our sixth universe? I have yet to find qualified candidates for the Tournament of Power, and you would allow our sixth universe to teeter on the brink of elimination? At this point, Champa managed to squeeze out 2 pitiful tears. Although these tears were as fake as could be, it was indeed a feat for Champa to display such an expression. Beerus, on the other hand, wore a look of exasperation, one hand pressed against his forehead, feeling utterly embarrassed. Champa was usually quite imposing. So why did he become so submissive and timid in front of Luofeng? Perhaps it was the shadow Luofeng cast over him during their academy days. Seeing Champa's pitiable demeanor, Luofeng gently remarked, Your sixth universe actually possesses a formidable warrior, as you all know, the one known as Hit. His strength and potential are indeed substantial. Yet his energy level remains somewhat lacking. If you were to take him to Champa's planet and train him diligently, he might shine brilliantly in the upcoming Tournament of Power. Champa felt relieved to discover that the sixth universe indeed had a legendary warrior. Beside them, Beerus cast a contemplative glance at Luofeng, pondering how it was that he seemed to know everything. It appeared that no expert within the vast cosmos eluded his awareness. For him, secrets were scarce. Was this innate perception a gift, or perhaps a result of the unique memories bestowed by the god of destruction-S legacy. Rofeng responded with a mysterious smile to both Champa and Beerus, offering no explanations, for sometimes, maintaining an air of mystery is the finest form of explanation. As Rofeng prepared to depart from the 7th universe, Beerus inquired softly, "So, it seems your journey across the various universes is coming to an end. Are you planning to return to the 10th universe? And will Alice then return to the 13th universe?" Noticing Beerus's concern for him, Rofeng replied with a calm smile, "The matters are not yet concluded. Thus, I am in no rush to return to the 13th universe." Beerus was slightly taken aback. "Really? You have already thoroughly penetrated the 10th universe, acquired everything you needed, and even Makalita has promised to provide you with various potions for restoring divine power. Moreover, you have secured the Super Dragon Balls, dealt with the Kaioshin, and even swiped 2 super warriors from Beerus himself. What else could you possibly need? Your 13th universe is already sufficiently powerful, whether in the upper, middle, or lower echelons. What particular justification is needed to venture into other universes for a mere gleaning? It is quite unexpected that Bados has employed the term gleaning so perfectly and aptly, yet Luofeng feels not the slightest twinge of shame. With a sly grin, he remarks, "Indeed, we have one more destination, the 4th universe, to pay a visit to Lord Kara and Minarkonic. I have heard that those two fellows are thriving in the 4th universe. This visit might yield some advantageous opportunities, one never knows." Upon hearing those words, Bardos was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly so? The 4th universe is undoubtedly one of the most advanced realms, particularly in technology, which has surpassed that of other dimensions, falling short only compared to the 1st universe. Why then have you set your sights on the 4th universe? Luofeng shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, who said that? Many years ago. I had some minor connections with Katra. As for the nature of those connections, I shall refrain from elaborating. Lord Beerus seems to be fully aware." Beerus, initially startled, recalled the disputes he had with Katra in the past. It seemed that Luofeng's journey to the 4th universe might indeed align with Beerus's suspicions. Perhaps Luofeng intended to help him regain his honor. After all, Beerus ranked among the most powerful deities. Yet he bore the singular humiliation of having lost to Katra in an arm wrestling contest, a memory that lingered painfully in his mind. If Luofeng's plan to venture into the 4th universe was not merely for trivial matters, it could very well serve as an opportunity for revenge. Seeing Luofeng truly set his sights on the 4th universe filled Beerus with immense satisfaction, dissipating any lingering resentment regarding the theft of the Kaioshin and the loss of Goku and Vegeta. After all, Broly had been brought to light by Luofeng, and now, with a little effort from Whis to bolster Broly's confidence, the upcoming Tournament of Power would not suffer from a lack of participants. Furthermore, it would provide an opportunity to provoke Kara. What a delightful twofold benefit. It appeared he had stumbled upon a treasure. If he and Whis ventured to the 4th universe, they might not stand to gain much. However, with Luofeng, a formidable force, there, Katra would certainly have his hands full. One could only wonder if that young man was adequately prepared. He might very well find himself in tears in the restroom, observing Beerus's exhilaration. Whis wore a look of resignation. "You gods of destruction seem perpetually engrossed in your intrigues. If you could attend to some serious matters, would our 7th universe-S ranking be so dismally low?" Meanwhile, Champa and Bardos paid no heed to Luofeng's intentions regarding the 4th universe. For them, the priority lay in locating the individual named Hit and nurturing him into a competent warrior, essential for the future ascendancy of the 6th universe. Finding the situation rather lackluster, Luofeng waved to everyone, choosing not to elaborate further. With the Kaioshin Zibite, Goku, and Vegeta, he swiftly transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing before their eyes. At this moment, a myriad of emotions surged within the hearts of the onlookers. They had initially presumed that Luofeng was merely a zealous practitioner, believing that the 13th universe under his dominion would not witness any groundbreaking advancements. However, to their astonishment, Luofeng's scheme proved to be remarkably flawless, compelling them to re-evaluate their perceptions of him. The fact that he could procure a deity from the 7th universe to assist in the development of the 13th universe demonstrated that Luofeng was far more complex than they had imagined, and his plans were indeed quite exquisite. Now, they found themselves eagerly anticipating the transformation he would bring to the 13th universe. Yet, one aspect puzzled them. Why had he chosen to include Vegeta and Son Goku in his endeavors? While they were undoubtedly formidable among mortals, akin to the pinnacle of power, they still fell short of the divine caliber. Moreover, Son Goku appeared to have only scratched the surface of the Ultra Instinct technique. seemingly far from being a match for Beerus in terms of mastery. As for Vegeta, he had intended to train in the self-actualization technique, but it seemed he had yet to even reach the foundational stage of that training. What new developments could these two possibly bring to the 7th and 13th universes? Nevertheless, since Luo Feng had decided to take them along, it implied that he harbored significant plans for them in the future, leaving their potential open to interpretation. As for the extent of Son Goku and Vegeta's advancement, it appeared to hold little relevance to the current situation. Their immediate task was to cultivate the formidable warriors, Hit and Broly, which might indeed yield fruitful results down the line. Meanwhile, Beerus watched as Luo Feng and his companions vanished like a fleeting shadow, inwardly chuckling at the misfortune of that insufferable K-Tra. Today, the tables had turned, and he mused that Luo Feng's visit to him would require ample preparation. At this moment, the Nephilim traversed the vastness of deep space with unparalleled speed. After all, this was destined to be the final destination in their cosmic odyssey, the 4th universe. Although it resided at a considerable distance from the 7th universe, Luo Feng remained unhurried, contemplating the potential benefits he might acquire from control. Suddenly, he sensed a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of Sun Wukong. The latter, however, exhibited a carefree demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the significance of Luo Feng as an omnipotent deity. In stark contrast, Vegeta observed with mounting astonishment, questioning, "What on earth are you doing? How dare you show such disrespect towards Lord Luo Feng?" After all, even the eminent Lord Beerus, the pinnacle of the 7th universe, refrained from daring to breathe in the presence of Luo Feng. Yet here you are, boldly approaching him. Do you not grasp the meaning of peril? At this moment, Vegeta sensed that they were destined to face misfortune due to Goku's recent actions. Meanwhile, Goku remained blissfully unaware of the source of Vegeta's apprehension. He merely believed that if one did not provoke Luo Feng, there would be no danger. In Chapter 138, 5 o'clock, Goku, adhering to his inherently kind nature, engaged in conversation with Luo Feng in a familiar manner. Indeed, Lord Luo Feng, what purpose do you have in taking us to the 13th universe? I am genuinely curious. Goku's audacity to ask such a question made Vegeta break into a cold sweat on his behalf, filled with frustration over having collaborated with such a fool for so long. Was it merely luck that spared Goku from harm, unlike himself? Observing Vegeta's expression, Luo Feng smiled lightly. It's nothing too significant. The 13th universe is currently a void, devoid of anything. With the presence of the Kaioshin, we aim to develop it further. As you heard during my earlier conversation with Beerus and Champa, the reason for bringing you two along is that your training with Beerus and Wish should elevate your limits beyond their capabilities. Continuing to learn solely from them would only allow you to reach their level. However, if you wish to surpass that, I hope my legacies will be of assistance to you. As I mentioned earlier, the 13th universe is a realm of warfare, where formidable adversaries and marauders from other universes may assault us. At that time, I shall contend with their top-tier warriors, while you shall handle the ordinary mortals. This will not only serve as a trial for you, but also bear benefits. Do you not desire to break your limits? What do you mean by breaking limits? You refer to limits that transcend those of the gods of destruction and angels, for we must confront the invasions of otherworldly beings in this universe. To put it plainly, you are aware of our reality that encompasses gods of destruction, angels, and the Grand Minister. However, in the war universe, you will confront the dark gods of destruction and their demonic kin. Of course, they too have their version of the Grand Minister, representing another terrifying force. In the 7th universe, it is a pity that your talents and abilities remain underutilized. If you can truly grow and stand on your own in the 13th universe, perhaps you may become angels, gods of destruction, or Kaioshin there. Ultimately, this depends on your efforts and innate gifts. You will not be alone, and solitude will be far from your experience. Thus, the realization dawned upon them. There exists such an expansive realm for their development. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku were completely engrossed in the revelations brought forth by Luo Feng. After all, the news he delivered was nothing short of astonishing. It turns out there exists such a terrifying entity. Their perspective was exceedingly limited. Beerus was already a figure they gazed up to. However, through the words of Luo Feng, Vegeta and Son Goku were indeed filled with anticipation and longing for the future. Beside them, the most sorrowful was the Supreme Kai, Kibito, who never imagined that he, the esteemed Supreme Kai of the universe, would be so easily whisked away by others. Moreover, he was to work in another universe. Observing Kibito's silence, Luo Feng chuckled softly. In truth, Kibito, there is no need for you to overthink it. Our 13 universes indeed require a qualified Supreme Kai to assist in development. Of course, it will not take too much time, as long as you can harness the power of the Supreme Kai to a certain extent. Leading the 13 universes to a standard scale will suffice for your task. Furthermore, you will not be relegated to mere drudgery. Look, we have even prepared this for you. With that, Luo Feng produced a vial of divine power restoration potion and placed it before Kibito. Upon seeing the vial, the Supreme Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a top-tier potion. How did you manage to procure it from the 10th universe? Such a rarity would make the creation of the 13 universes exceedingly simple. My experience is sound, yet the only thing I lack is the replenishment of divine power. In other words, the creation of universes and planets is my greatest shortcoming due to insufficient divine energy. If I had this potion, I believe I could fully develop the 13 universes in a remarkably short time. Indeed, it appears that this is a fortuitous opportunity. Who would have thought that a single vial of divine power restoration potion would elevate the previously despondent Supreme Kai Kibito into a state of exhilaration? After all, such restorative potions are the coveted dream of every divine being, yet their production is exceedingly scarce, monopolized solely by the 10th universe. Seeing that the practical issue had been resolved, Luo Feng smiled. He then delivered an even more compelling proposition to the Supreme Kai, this time. Our journey to the 4th universe does not hold any other special purpose. We are simply going there to seek out Katra and Konik, to acquire several planets with a civilization development rating exceeding 5 points. Upon hearing these words, the Supreme Being Zibite fell into a state of utter stupor. What did you just say? Lord Luofeng, I must have misheard you. You wish to seek out superplanets from the 4th universe that possess an overall rating exceeding 5.0? Such celestial treasures are rare indeed. You must understand that in the 7th universe, after years of development, there are only around 70 superplanets that meet that criterion. Are you truly considering bringing such extraordinary planets from the 4th universe to the 13th universe as a foundation for its advancement? If that is the case, it would be nothing short of perfection. With the addition of the mysterious elixirs alongside these superstars boasting ratings above 5.0, the development of the 13th universe would be imminent. There could scarcely be a more exhilarating prospect than this. As these words were spoken, Luo Feng and the King God Zibite exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the twinkling stars in the other's eyes, understanding the unspoken meaning behind it. Meanwhile, it was Vegeta and Sun Wukong who found themselves utterly bewildered. Although Sun Wukong possessed an unwavering passion for cultivation, he held little interest in the intricacies of planetary and cosmic evolution. Beside him, Vegeta was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary transformation of King God Zibite. If the earlier potion could indeed allow for boundless displays of power, the development of the universe could be rationalized. However, what was the significance of a comprehensive rating exceeding 5.0 for superplanets? Did this imply some unique effect on the universe's advancement? Could it be? At this moment, Vegeta wore a look of skepticism, directly voicing his inner query. What on earth is a superplanet rated above 5? Could it possibly aid in the future development of the universe? Chapter 139. No wonder even if the universe reaches its limits, what benefit would that bring us? Noticing Vegeta's bewilderment, Rofeng remained silent, while the Supreme Kai, Kibito, regarded Vegeta as if he were a fool. He subsequently offered a reasonable explanation. Isn't it obvious? The standard for the development of each universe is determined by the number of superplanets with an overall power rating exceeding 5, which signifies the pinnacle of civilization. For instance, your former Scion planet had an overall score of only 0.8, and Earth doesn't even reach 0.01. What does an overall rating of 5 signify? It denotes planets where technology, abilities, or combat power have been developed to their utmost potential. After years of arduous effort and development, the 7th universe has only produced a little over 70 top-tier planets, and many of these were ruthlessly destroyed by the god of destruction during their developmental phases due to various unique reasons. Nevertheless, some will inevitably transcend their limits and achieve ratings above 5, which serves as a criterion for evaluating each universe S tier. In other words, the higher the rating of a planet, the more solid the foundation it lays for the universe. Naturally, as the universe's rating rises, its strength and potential expand infinitely. Once strength reaches a certain threshold, the benefits conferred upon these gods of destruction and angels also become proportionately advantageous. As you train in the 7th universe, your maximum potential is capped at 70 points. However, if the 13th universe were to attain 100 or 200 planets rated above 5, then your power limitations could potentially break through to 100 or 200. Do you understand? Each universe's development and capabilities are directly linked to these planets, meaning your upper limits of strength will align with the existence of these celestial bodies. Upon hearing this, both Son Goku and Vegeta experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing the underlying truth, they acknowledged that while they found Beerus to be incredibly powerful, this was perhaps due to the favorable conditions present in the seventh universe. Yet, they pondered why they were unable to surpass the likes of Quitella from the fourth universe. It was neither Beerus' lack of effort nor Whis' inadequacy. Rather, it stemmed from the disparity in the overall power ratings of the planets between the seventh and fourth universes. After all, the fourth universe had already reached a maximum rating of 100, while Beerus' realm was limited to 70. Observing the enthusiastic expressions on Son Goku and Vegeta's faces, Kibito, the Supreme Kai, doused their excitement with a splash of cold reality. What are you two thinking? What I just mentioned pertains to the conflict between Lord Beerus and Lord Quitella. You two are merely children, and you have yet to attain even 10% of the universe's power level. To think you aspire to a score of 70, what a jest. Your prowess is still far from the strength of the cosmos. Nevertheless, the two remain exhilarated, trembling in anticipation, for the bloodline of the three flows fervently between them. Do not speak of merely 10%, even if it were just 5, with diligent effort, reaching 70, 100, or even 200 in the future would be entirely within reach. At this moment, observing the excited gazes of the two, Vegeta suddenly posed a rather intriguing question. If that is the case, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Given the immense importance of planets with an overall rating exceeding 5, why do we not see more of them emerging throughout the cosmos? Wouldn't that elevate the ceiling of combat power across the universe? Upon hearing such a pivotal inquiry from Vegeta, Luofeng silently applauded him in his heart. This fellow, Vegeta, truly is a combat genius, having directly touched upon the crux of the matter. Meanwhile, Hibbett exhibited remarkable patience, addressing the two with a genuine explanation. Do you truly believe that planets with an overall rating above 5 are so easily attained? After all, the development of each universe fundamentally hinges on a delicate balance. Yes, balance. The resources and space within every universe are invariably finite. Since the Kaioshin serves as the principal deity responsible for the creation of celestial bodies, the divine power they wield is merely employed to randomly construct various planets, thereby forming galaxies, which in turn give rise to clusters. This is a cyclical process. What necessitates the existence of both the Kaioshin and the god of destruction? It is to ensure that should the Kaioshin create an excess of barren planets, the god of destruction can revert these planets to their primordial state. The remaining resources are then transmitted back to the Kaioshin, who utilizes these discarded materials to reconstruct the universe, thus perpetuating an eternal cycle. After hearing Hibbett's thorough explanation, Vegeta expressed complete understanding, while Son Goku nodded in agreement. It seems we were already aware of this. Otherwise, what purpose would your role as the Kaioshin serve? Moreover, Lord Beerus has previously mentioned that his destructive power exists to maintain the balance of the universe, a concept we grasp well. However, we still find ourselves perplexed regarding the planets with an overall rating exceeding 5. What distinguishes them? Noticing that the two remained somewhat bewildered, Hibbett shrugged, rolling his eyes as he remarked, well, it goes without saying that we will certainly strive to create some qualifying planets. However, the evolution of civilizations on each planet, as well as the upper limits of their potential, are dictated by the life forms and technology present on those planets, which ultimately shape their developmental trajectory and potential. In other words, the emergence of a planet with an overall rating above 5 requires an extensive passage of time, during which no deviations or external intrusions can occur. It must evolve in its entirety without any unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, even if this planet were to be rendered obsolete, it is only upon the ascendance of civilization to its zenith that it can truly bestow remarkable potential upon the universe. Over the years, through the tireless endeavors of various deities of destruction and angels, each universe has its own limited number of such advanced civilizations. After all, their triumphs have consumed numerous resources. Do you comprehend this notion? With such a thorough elucidation from Hibbett, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta have come to understand why each universe strives for those elite planets. Chapter 140 reveals a stark contrast with the seventh universe. The infamous cosmic tyrant Frieza, in his prime, sought to conquer lower-tier planets. This served dual purposes: to fulfill specific tasks for Beerus, and to elevate the entire universe toward the pinnacle of civilization. Contemplating this, The onlookers regarded Luo Feng with admiration. Indeed, this god of destruction appears to be entirely distinct from his counterparts. He engages in every endeavor personally, and despite the 13th universe showing no signs of development, his strength remains unparalleled. This individual is undeniably formidable. Initially, Sun Wukong and Vegeta harbored hopes of augmenting their powers to challenge this god of destruction. However, after the Supreme Kai's explanations, they have extinguished such unrealistic aspirations. Perhaps through diligent training and relentless self-improvement, they might ascend to the apex among mortals. Yet, the prospect of challenging Luo Feng seems utterly implausible. At this juncture, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. Indeed, they have transcended the boundaries of the 7th universe and seemingly entered the cosmic expanse of the 4th universe. Here, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong are enveloped in a novel atmosphere. The sensation is markedly distinct from that of the 7th universe. The once restless energies within them gradually yield to a sense of calm, possibly due to the robust development of the 4th universe. This allows Vegeta and Sun Wukong to perceive the formidable source of power emanating from the 4th universe. Nevertheless, such insights seem secondary. What they eagerly anticipate now is how Luo Feng, this god of destruction, will procure the elite planets they so ardently desire from the 4th universe. However, Luo Feng exhibited no hesitation as he gently patted Nephalian's head and casually gestured towards the direction of the planet Kadra in the 4th universe. At this moment, Nephalian seemed to grasp the situation, his power surging abruptly and his speed increasing once again. In no time, they had appeared in the orbit of Kadra. Meanwhile, Hibbit had also attained a sense of awakening, quietly sitting cross-legged atop Nephalian's head. Without uttering a word or providing any explanations, he simply sat there, seemingly contributing to the accumulation of power necessary for the development of the universe in the 13th dimension. As for the scarcity with the 4th universe and the discussions between the Angel Conic, that was a matter for Master Luo Feng alone. Here, everyone fulfilled their roles admirably. Observing the excited expressions on Vegeta and Son Goku, Luo Feng found himself lacking the inclination to engage with these two jesters. After all, this was akin to a camel inadvertently picking up a rabbit, perhaps to be of special use in the future during the Power Conference. Naturally, it was not yet the time to disclose this to Son Goku and Vegeta. Once the transaction with the 4th universe succeeded, he could gradually nurture these two characters, as they indeed bore the aura of protagonists. Upon their arrival, Katra and Conic did not wield their god of destruction weapons or take any special defensive measures. There was no sign of escape. The two stood quietly atop their castle, gazing at the formidable guests in the sky, their hearts racing with anticipation. It seemed that this encounter would proceed rather smoothly. Luo Feng noticed Kara and Conic's intent gaze upon him. With a shrug, he articulated the purpose of his visit. This declaration seemed to rattle Kadra, who exclaimed, "What did you say? You seek 50 planets with a comprehensive rating exceeding 5? Are you jesting?" The 4th universe, having developed to this point, stands as one of the apex existences among the 12 universes, yet we possess merely a bit over 100 top-tier planets. How could you arrive and demand 50? Are you not aware that one must be judicious about gathering resources? Luo Feng merely shrugged and replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. After all, your 4th universe has indeed flourished. Moreover, I have a particular inclination towards Conic-S planets. The enchanted tomes and enigmatic manuscripts truly fail to pique my interest. After all, the potential for development of those celestial bodies remains rather limited. How about we strike a bargain, Ketra? 50 planets, this is my absolute minimum." "Very well. Since it has come to this, allow me to clarify a few matters. Back in the academy, due to your mishandling of the staff of the Angel of Kess, both Bylus and Champa, along with myself, were unjustly ensnared in a calamity. Surely, you owe me an explanation for this. Although your current prowess undoubtedly surpasses ours, demanding half of our fortune at the outset seems rather excessive, does it not?" Observing Ketra's melancholic demeanor, Luo Feng merely chuckled. "That affair appears to bear no direct relation to me. It was that rascal Champa's mischief that led to this predicament. And now you wish to pin the blame on me. In truth, I never even laid a finger on the staff of Kess. How can you hold me accountable? However, you did make a valid point earlier. While there are indeed numerous galaxies and universes from which we could seek assistance, you are well aware that the Power Assembly and the Omnipotent Assembly are imminent, leaving me with little time. Moreover, the 13th universe genuinely requires aid, though it is not without its costs. You have offered 50 premier planets. Once I am established, I shall reciprocate with additional benefits, though those discussions can wait. So, What conditions would enable you to grant me those 50 top-tier planets? Noting Luofeng's unyielding disposition, Ketra continued to drum his fingers anxiously. Although this is a common norm across various universes, the powerful can seize the top planets of the weaker ones, and this has become an unwritten rule. After all, the development of the fourth universe to its current state is directly linked to the strength of Katala. Had it solely depended on the growth of Katala and Conic, they would have managed to acquire only 50 top-tier planets, even if the fourth universe unleashed its full potential. The remaining 50 or so planets were, in fact, obtained by Katala through various means of cunning and plunder from other universes. While it may sound a bit harsh, Katala's strength is universally acknowledged to rank among the top in the entirety of the 12 universes. Many universes, seeking to maintain peace, would offer 3 to 5 top-tier planets in exchange for tranquility. Thus began the ascent of the fourth universe, establishing itself as a premier force among all 12 cosmic realms, only to find itself at the mercy of another. Reflecting on the extensive efforts and the scorn endured, having yet to secure a single ally, the fourth universe had risen to the pinnacle of the 12 universes. Unexpectedly, this new arrival, Luofeng, was poised to benefit from their toil. To be frank, Katala and Luofeng were not without their grievances. Years prior, Katala had conspired to undermine Luofeng, albeit discreetly, unbeknownst to most. The swift retribution was unforeseen. Yet at that moment, Katala found himself relinquishing half of his planets to Luofeng, seemingly unable to suppress his indignation. Upon seeing the resolute gaze in Luofeng's eyes, Katala was taken aback. Confrontation appeared futile, and rational discourse seemed absent. The moral high ground did not favor him. After all, he was the initial aggressor. And now the tables had turned with Luofeng's superior strength. However, yielding in such a manner was intolerable for Katala. With a sweeping gesture, he transformed the castle behind him into a singular, extraordinary form. Katala then grinned at Luofeng suspended in the air, stating, "Well, I understand that in our 12 great universes, it is indeed a survival of the fittest, a law of the jungle. I am aware of the history of our fourth universe, and I trust you comprehend it as well. Thus, let us dispense with any subterfuge. Here, I possess an ultimate weapon, the most formidable armament of our fourth universe. The conditions are simple. If you can withstand a single attack from this weapon, I shall unconditionally grant your request 50 planets with an aggregate rating above 5. If you cannot endure my strike, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As for your healing and any remaining matters, they are of no concern to me, Katala." At this moment, Ketra's heart was indeed tumultuous, beating erratically. If that fellow, Luofeng, could withstand his lethal assault, it would be a significant setback for him. Even if he were to lose, he would do so with complete acceptance, having no recourse. Should he truly be unable to fend off the attack and relinquish 50 celestial bodies to Luofeng, though reluctant, Ketra had alternative plans. At worst, he would simply need to exert some effort alongside Conic to plunder another universe. With this thought, Ketra felt a sense of relief. Yet the castle behind him continued to tremble and contort, while Luofeng raised an eyebrow, sensing the unsettling transformation of the fortress behind him, which instilled a subtle sense of pressure. At this moment, Luofeng found himself engulfed in an even greater curiosity. Perhaps Katral indeed possesses the capacity to surprise him. It seems that every god of destruction across the cosmos has their trump cards. Some are willing to reveal theirs, while others prefer to keep them hidden. Let us observe what tricks the young Katral has up his sleeve, as he dares to wager 50 premier planets. Clearly, Katral harbors considerable confidence in himself. Perhaps he possesses a unique faith in this weapon. The colossal castle behind Katral has undergone the passage of time, revealing a massive cannon that now stands before everyone. As the immense artillery silently looms, it is not Luofeng who is taken aback, but rather the adjacent deities, Jiawangshan Zibite, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. What is this? It appears to be a terrifying cannon. Who would have imagined that in our world, a god of destruction would resort to utilizing such weaponry? What is going on? Is this not the Dragon Ball universe? Luofeng, however, found himself questioning Katral's thought processes. Although the fourth universe primarily advances through technological prowess, transforming an entire god of destruction's castle into a colossal cannon is indeed a feat only Katral could conceive. Standing before this mighty cannon, Katral's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hee. Lord Luofeng, I hope this does not bring you any unexpected surprises. This weapon can be considered the ultimate armament of our fourth universe thus far. I acknowledge my capabilities. In a direct confrontation, I am no match for you. However, as I stated earlier, should you withstand a single barrage from this cannon, I shall unconditionally accept any terms you propose. It seems this cannon possesses intriguing qualities. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, meticulously analyzing the vast, cosmic-grade artillery before him. What peculiarities might it hold? Yet indecision is not in Luo Feng's nature. With his current strength, even facing the high priest seems a fair contest. He cannot allow himself to be intimidated by a technological marvel, having finally arrived in the fourth universe. It would be unacceptable to retreat due to this enigmatic cannon at the final hurdle. Observing Catral's unwavering confidence, Luo Feng offered a subtle smile. Very well, Catral. Since you are so assured, I shall witness what makes your cosmic-grade cannon so extraordinary. Is it merely about taking a shot from this contraption? Hee. If I cannot withstand it, I shall utter no further words, turn, and depart, never to return to your fourth universe. Of course, I also hope you will honor your promise, if this strike proves ineffective. At this moment, Ketla, believing that his scheme was unfolding successfully, reveled in his thoughts. He was utterly convinced that if only his adversary would withstand the onslaught of his colossal cannon, victory would undoubtedly be his. Ketla harbored a peculiar obsession with his stellar cannon, for he understood that due to Ro Feng's speed and unique abilities, it was nearly impossible for conventional artillery to strike him. However, should Ro Feng agree to confront the stellar cannon head-on without employing evasive maneuvers, Ketla was confident that he could inflict severe injuries upon him. Although he did not expect this attack to eradicate Ro Feng instantaneously, after all, eliminating the heir of the god of destruction was an unattainable feat. He believed that defeating Ro Feng in this instance would not contravene any cosmic regulations. Moreover, the formidable angelic presence of Konik, who stood by, was not to be underestimated. Chapter 142. The colossal cannon having undergone numerous generations of research and refinement. Ketla's cannon had reached a point where it could concentrate its energy into a singular point of impact, rather than dispersing it over a wide area. Otherwise, the sheer destructive capacity of the cannon could potentially obliterate half of the fourth universe in a single blast. With all conditions met, Ketla hesitated no longer. He swiftly positioned himself behind the cannon's barrel and, upon spotting a button, pressed it eagerly with his claw. Was this merely a matter of pressing a button to unleash an attack? Observing Ketla's enthusiastic demeanor, Ro Feng signaled for Nifalian to escort Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the Kaioshin away from the vicinity. He was curious to discern what tricks Ketla was orchestrating and what energy source could instill such formidable confidence in a god of destruction. As he watched Ketla incessantly pressing the button, Ro Feng could not help but ponder the nature of this peculiar behavior. At this moment, Keitra was undeniably filled with excitement. It appeared that Luo Feng had merely dismissed his attendants and friends, without making any preparations for defense. Perhaps this time, success was truly within reach. At this moment, Quitella harbors immense confidence in his colossal cannon. It is not an exaggeration to state that, when considering his strength and capabilities alone, facing off against Luo Feng would not result in a catastrophic defeat, even if victory were unlikely. However, the source of Quitella's formidable and majestic confidence in his cannon is undeniably clear. This magnificent artillery can be regarded as the pinnacle of technological advancements within the fourth universe, as it possesses the capacity to harness a significant portion of a destroyer's energy. In essence, this cannon is designed to confront adversaries that even the mightiest of destroyers cannot hope to vanquish. Otherwise, given his status as the preeminent entity among the 12 universes, what need would he have for a destroyer at all? This instills a sense of urgency in Katra. However, he possesses an unwavering, unique, and instinctual confidence in his strength. The more formidable his power, the greater his sense of security. Even though he stands as the mightiest god of destruction among the 12 universes, he always prepares for contingencies on his home turf. This colossal cannon serves as his ultimate trump card, meticulously upgraded and enhanced over time, utilizing rare and superior materials sourced from across the 12 universes, coupled with intricate magical arrays and technological enhancements. This weapon has reached the pinnacle of what a god of destruction can achieve. It allows Katra to gradually store his destructive energy within the cannon. With this capability, he wields a force that transcends that of an ordinary god of destruction. As the foremost among them, Katra diligently cultivates his destructive power, fully channeling it into this cannon. Should an overwhelming adversary emerge, the sheer potency of this shot could obliterate them. Thus, this is the wellspring of Quitra's confidence. Although he has never previously attempted it, he remains resolutely assured. While I may not match your strength, the energy stored within this cannon is equivalent to 100-fold of my own power. With this strike alone, even if you are the heir of the god of destruction, you would find it impossible to withstand the onslaught unscathed. Alone, my strength may not suffice against you. But can you truly contend with 100 trees simultaneously? Herein lies trees' confidence, and this formidable strike is not his final gambit. He has implemented further enhancements to the cannon, enabling it not only to gather his energy, but also to harness a portion of angelic power. Even Conic unwittingly contributes some divine energy to this cannon over time. If 100 trees cannot shake their opponent, this cannon has an additional ace up its sleeve, the complete fusion of destructive and angelic powers. Through specialized techniques, Katra can forcibly merge the might of the god of destruction with that of the angelic lineage. Such a terrifying assault is not merely a sum of its parts. However, should he resort to this method, the cannon would fulfill its historical purpose, meaning it can unleash its devastating energy only once. A cataclysmic force born from the combined strength of Conic and Katra. Naturally, this tactic is one he would employ only in dire circumstances. For now, he has fully activated the stored energy, 100 times that of trees' destructive power, while adjusting and calibrating the cannon's output with a button in his hand. After all, this is the pinnacle of technological advancement. Observing trees' actions, Luofeng merely smiled faintly. Very well, perhaps my skills have not been employed for quite some time. You truly cannot fathom the sheer terror of the Destroyer King's assaults. After all, his 4 formidable techniques, Soul Shatter, Law Break, Body Rupture, and Armor Break, have not seen the light of day for ages. Now, it is time for them to witness the true legacy of the Destroyer King. Without further hesitation, Katra resolved to act, despite feeling a twinge of uncertainty within. However, it seemed unreasonable to let the target before him escape unscathed. With great determination, Katra pressed the crimson button situated behind the colossal cannon, channeling his entire destructive force into the weapon's core. The cannon began to emanate a faint purple energy, signifying the full activation of the destructive power he had cultivated over time. A colossal energy chamber formed at the rear of the cannon, consolidating all of Katra's destructive might into a singular point. A powerful shockwave erupted before him. The energy radiating from the cannon, coupled with its recoil, caused the very trajectory of Katra's starship to veer off course. The surging wave of destructive energy rushed forth like a small truck, delivering an overwhelming sense of impact as it barreled toward Luofeng. Initially, Luofeng raised an eyebrow, followed by a subtle smirk as he murmured, "Is that all?" In his eyes, this surge of destructive energy indeed surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary destroyer. Moreover, it was a testament to Katra's relentless accumulation of power, yielding such immense energy. Nonetheless, regardless of how vast or fearsome Katra's energy might be, it was still merely the release of destructive energy through this colossal cannon. Chapter 143. One law dismantles thousands. It was simply a matter of accumulating energy and then unleashing it in a concentrated manner, while an average person would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. For Luofeng, it merely represented a refinement of energy. To him, the principle of one law dismantling thousands implied that his own law break technique would effectively counter this destructive energy cannon. Thus, he harbored no concern. As soon as he unleashed his law break, even if Katra's energy were to multiply tenfold, it would pose no threat to him whatsoever. At this moment, witnessing the bizarre expression on Luofeng's face, Katra's heart sank in disbelief. Just how twisted must this individual be? It is no wonder that even the formidable Yin Bai Mei was utterly defeated by him in the past. This man is far from an ordinary god of destruction. He may well belong to the realm of monstrous beings within that lineage. Indeed, reality unfolded as Katra had imagined, gradually revealing the truth. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Luofeng unleashed a peculiar wave of energy, radiating a violet hue, which confronted the destructive force emanating from the sword heart cannon. In a thunderous convergence, the two energies met. However, to Katra's astonishment, there was no explosion or collision. They simply dissipated. Remarkably, this terrifying strike, which had been accumulated over a long period, vanished before Luofeng as if a popsicle had been plunged into a furnace, leaving no trace whatsoever. How could this be? Such a grandiose attack was completely extinguished with a mere gesture from Luofeng. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were left speechless, unable to comprehend the true extent of their new god of destruction's power. After all, from their perspective, the energy and intensity radiating from Katra at that moment far exceeded that of Beerus by countless magnitudes. This seemed to place him at the pinnacle among gods of destruction. Yet, how could such an event transpire? Though they could not grasp the situation, they understood intuitively that this was true power. Witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of Luofeng, who remained unruffled even in the face of such a colossal assault, his hair undisturbed, was nothing short of astonishing. Keetra's reaction was indeed swift. Was this strike truly ineffective? Perhaps this was the moment of destiny's choice. Indeed, it seemed that the time for such a decision had arrived. If the final devastating blow was not unleashed, the fourth universe would face an irrevocable cataclysm. With this thought, Keetra steeled himself, casting aside all hesitation. He turned to the angel Conic, his brow furrowed, and exclaimed with urgency, "Conic, at this juncture, are you still hesitating? Is your restraint as an angel truly so paramount? I am not asking you to engage in battle, merely to assist in gathering some angelic energy. Is that so difficult? Can you bear to relinquish half of our fourth universe's assets so easily? I have done all I can. If you continue to waver, then..." Keetra fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Conic. Indeed, the final strike required Conic's cooperation and intervention, aligning closely with Luofeng's expectations. Observing the confident demeanor of his opponent, Luofeng refrained from hastily launching an attack. After all, seeking 50 planets from others in the fourth universe amounts to claiming half of its wealth. It seems rather unreasonable to act without honor. At this moment, it appears that once Katala delivers this final blow, this little mouse has no temper left to display. Witnessing that Luofeng did not seize the opportunity to plunder, Katala breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Conic found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of distress. The celestial beings are bound by an unyielding code that forbids them from acting indiscriminately. However, perhaps sacrificing a bit of angelic energy would not constitute a violation. Though deeply reluctant, Conic reflected upon the fourth universe, a realm forged through the relentless efforts shared with Master Katala, making surrender seem unjustifiable. Contemplating the majesty of the Grand Priest and the terror of the Omni King, Conic was engulfed in inner turmoil. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that he was not directly confronting the destroyer goddess heir. He was merely sacrificing a modicum of divine power. He fervently hoped that Master Katala's final strike would prove pivotal. Well, if that is the case, Conic, being a decisive angel, resolved to fully embrace the transgression. If Master Katala sought to unleash chaos, then let it be unrestrained. Here, I, Conic, shall give my all. With a gentle wave of his angelic staff, a brilliant energy, as radiant as the stars, erupted from his being. This fellow, is he truly preparing to unleash his full strength against Luofeng? Observing Conic's display, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were utterly exhilarated. Although they knew the angels served as mentors to the destroyer gods, they had never before witnessed an angel exerting their full potential. While they had learned the Ultra Instinct technique from Whis and had received his guidance, they were aware of Whis' formidable power, yet had never seen him unleash it to this extent. Such a spectacle was a rare occurrence. Nearby, the Supreme Kai, Kibito, watched intently, his gaze fixed on Conic. How audacious! Previously, he had only heard of the many restrictions placed upon angels, but he never anticipated that this individual would so shamelessly unleash his divine power. Preparing to engage in battle with the current student of the Destroyer God, perhaps Conic's limits exceeded Kibito's expectations. For, as Conic unleashed his formidable energy, he did not directly confront Luofeng but merely tapped the tip of his angelic staff gently against the rear of the colossal spear cannon. An extraordinary angelic energy surged forth, akin to a fountain, completely infusing the cannon's base, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. What in the world is this fellow doing? Do the celestial beings truly require the aid of such technological artifacts in battle? Surely not. The onlookers were filled with skepticism. At this moment, Conic ceased his deliberation, fervently channeling his divine angelic energy into the formidable heart-piercing cannon. Chapter 144. Divine Law Assault. As the angelic energy surged into the colossal cannon, it transformed into a resplendent blue hue, reminiscent of shimmering stars. At this moment, Keetra, with a triumphant laugh, exclaimed, "Cornic, you truly deserve the title of my mentor. Your efforts for our fourth universe are commendable. To be honest, this technique was originally intended for Beerus. But who would have thought it would be unleashed upon Luofeng instead? Alas, poor Luofeng. He is about to witness the ultimate weapon of our fourth universe. What you just experienced was merely an appetizer. Perhaps it poses no significant threat to you. But I find it hard to believe you can withstand the full might of both an angel and a destroyer on your own. Therefore, brace yourself for my final divine assault." As Keetra spoke, his aura surged wildly, enveloped in a whirlwind of purple energy, elevating his power to the pinnacle achievable by a destroyer. At this moment, the formidable cannon had manifested a strikingly translucent blue hue. Coric, too, felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, for he had poured every ounce of his divine power into this colossal weapon, thus fulfilling his final contribution to Ketla. Without further hesitation, Ketla concentrated the destructive energy within his body into his right hand. With a resounding crash, he slammed the immense orb of destructive divine energy against the rear of the cannon. At that instant, the gargantuan cannon, akin to a fortress, began to undergo a series of extraordinary transformations. The initially red cannon barrel, infused with Korik's energy, had morphed into a brilliant blue. Now it radiated a mesmerizing violet-blue glow, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors. It appeared that this great cannon was on the verge of unleashing a historically unparalleled assault, capable of releasing an energy that seamlessly fused the power of destruction with that of the celestial. This was a strike that transcended the limits of ordinary universes, a truly terrifying blow. At this moment, Konik had expended his final reserves of energy, forming an immense protective barrier beside him. After all, he harbored uncertainties within. The sheer magnitude of power that could erupt from the complete fusion of angelic and destructive energies left him without absolute confidence. Although the sword was drawn and the moment to strike had arrived, leaving no room for regret, he nonetheless endeavored to shield the entirety of the fourth universe from the impending onslaught of such terrifying energy. Ketra, observing that Konik still possessed the strength to safeguard the spatial integrity of the fourth universe, felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Very well. With this realization, Ketra fixed his gaze intently upon Luofeng. Humph, I refuse to believe that you can withstand this attack. If, by some miracle, you endure this strike, then I shall comply with any demands you make thereafter, without any further resistance or dissent. As Ketra infused energy into the colossal cannon, fissures began to spiderweb across its barrel. It appeared that not only was this space unable to bear the weight of such a weapon, but even their finest materials and cutting-edge technology were pushed to their limits. Even in the fourth universe, where the pinnacle of angelic energy and destructive power intertwined, the intensity of the ensuing assault far surpassed the expectations of both Ketra and Konik. This formidable cannon, wielding the apex of technological prowess, could unleash but one final strike. After that, it would be rendered mere scrap metal. However, none of this mattered anymore. Securing half of the fourth universe's wealth made all sacrifices worthwhile. Just as the cannon teetered on the brink of collapse, a brilliant light akin to the auroras erupted from its muzzle. A torrent of energy, spiraling in hues of purple and blue, surged forth with tremendous force towards the hollowed expanse. Though this strike may not have boasted the overwhelming might of the previous destructive force, discerning eyes could perceive that this blow's destructive energy eclipsed even the hundredfold might of the earlier divine attack. The brilliance flickered and vanished in an instant, and in its wake, the colossal cannon shattered into myriad specks of light, transforming into cosmic dust. The prospect of witnessing such a devastating strike again has become an impossibility. However, the sheer magnitude of this blow suffices to illustrate the terrifying pressure that Luofeng currently faces. At this moment, Konik was utterly exhausted, while Ketla knelt on one knee, supporting himself with a single hand, seemingly devoid of any strength to rise. It appeared that this strike had indeed drained Ketla of his destructive divine power and Konik of his angelic might. Facing such a formidable blow, Luofeng's eyebrows raised slightly. Perhaps this was the true final trump card of the fourth universe. However, the current assault could not be countered in the same manner as before, by simply dismantling it with his own arcane techniques, for that was now impossible. What had previously been a pure magical attack had now transformed into an amalgamation of physical and magical assault, thanks to Ketla's brilliance in seamlessly integrating angelic and destructive powers. The sensation Luofeng experienced was not merely a fusion of physical and magical attacks. It had evolved into a qualitatively different experience, imbued with an ethereal essence. Could this indeed be the fabled power of space? It truly opened Luofeng's eyes. To witness such legendary spatial force in the fourth universe was astonishing. A power seemingly wielded solely by the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Perhaps the technique he had yet to fully comprehend was now poised to reveal itself. In the past, Luofeng had gained notoriety solely through techniques aimed at dismantling magic, body, soul, and armor, skills primarily designed to counter physical and magical assaults. However, confronted with the amalgamation of angelic and destructive powers, he felt an evident spatial fluctuation. It seemed that his skills in breaking through the void and the space could now be fully realized. In the face of this energy formed by spatial fluctuations, Luofeng distinctly sensed a profound insight flooding into his mind regarding his void-breaking techniques, which he had previously struggled to grasp. With the awakening of his understanding and the peculiar transformations within his body, it surged into his consciousness like a sudden enlightenment. Well then, in the face of such a terrifying strike, although he had never employed the technique of space breaking before, now is not the time for hesitation. Perhaps this was indeed a genuine opportunity. Through this battle, he might truly come to comprehend the art of breaking space and void. Chapter 145, Enlightenment of Space Breaking. Indeed, this was the ultimate technique contained within the legacy of the god of destruction. Yet, within Luo Feng's heart, an immense joy surged forth as he seized this opportunity to comprehend the essence of breaking through the void. Perhaps the attainment of transcending the virtual was not far off. Once the realm of transcending the virtual was fully realized, it would be possible to amalgamate these 6 techniques entirely, thus reaching the pinnacle of destruction that the god of destruction could achieve. However, such considerations were matters for another time. Before him, a radiant blue-purple light manifested, its instantaneous assault arriving at his very presence. Luo Feng transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring towards the heavens, his right hand poised as if wielding a blade. Adopting a grand stance, the golden radiance emanating from his body flared brilliantly as he bellowed the phrase breaking through the void, and with that, his hand blade descended swiftly, cleaving directly towards the peculiar spatial fluctuations that threatened him. With a soft sound, reminiscent of moments prior, there was no violent explosion nor terrifying spatial tremors. Had there been a fierce confrontation, perhaps the energy and shockwave produced could have obliterated the entirety of the 4th universe into nothingness. Of course, even with Connick's protection at his side, it was impossible to entirely negate the impact of such energy. Yet, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Ketla and Connick, leaving them utterly speechless. Luo Feng, wielding his radiant handblade, effectively severed the incoming angelic divine power from the destructive energy, completely extracting them from one another. The divine power, which had been painstakingly coalesced into a formidable energy cannon moments ago, was split cleanly in two with a single strike that transcended the void. The angelic power ascended towards the sky, while the destructive energy veered towards the opposite horizon. In an astonishing display, Luo Feng's singular technique had rendered their combined energy blast utterly ineffective. Witnessing the severance of their energy projectile, Connick and Ketlo were left in disbelief. How could this extraordinary being have accomplished such a feat? With but a shout of breaking through the void, he had cleaved the energy blast they had painstakingly forged together, executing the separation with seamless precision. Moreover, neither the destructive nor the angelic powers had elicited any explosions or adverse reactions. They simply drifted away from the 4th universe. As for where they would land, that remained a mystery. At this moment, Luo Feng effortlessly neutralized the formidable attack from the 2 adversaries. Kitral and Connick exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of unwillingness and a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Indeed, this individual was nothing short of a monster. However, given the circumstances, it appeared there was little reason to prolong their struggle, especially since their formidable spear cannon had disintegrated into cosmic dust. At this moment, Connick, reduced to a single hand on the ground, had utterly lost his combat prowess. This could indeed be regarded as a disgrace among the angelic race. As for Quitella, although he harbored feelings of resentment and anger, he found himself helpless before the monstrous presence of Luo Feng, and thus resignedly uttered, "Very well, Lord Luo Feng. You have decisively triumphed this time. I concede with complete sincerity, and I have no words left." He then gathered the last remnants of his divine power, and a golden glimmer appeared as a small pouch, resembling a coin purse, gently floated before Luo Feng. Luo Feng reached out to receive it, weighing it in his hand, discovering it to be an ordinary coin pouch. Upon opening it, he found 50 radiant soul coins neatly arranged within. Indeed, each soul coin represented the claim to a universe with a comprehensive rating exceeding 5. This must be the finest currency for transactions among the destroyer gods, symbolizing the potential of the universe. Observing Quitella's integrity, Luo Feng smiled faintly. It seems that in any place or realm, strength is the ultimate truth that governs all. As long as one's fist is formidable enough, everything else becomes easy to explain. Otherwise, it remains mere empty discourse. However, on this occasion, Luo Feng had turned misfortune into fortune. Despite his persistent desire to master the exceptional techniques of void breaking and illusion breaking, his diligent practice had only led him to a rudimentary understanding. Achieving such a state seemed utterly unattainable. Yet, under the immense pressure created by Quitella and Connick, he truly broke through his limits and fully grasped the essence of both techniques. Now, Luo Feng felt more confident in returning to his 13th universe. After all, with his strength reaching its zenith, it might just be the opportune moment for the development of the 13th universe. Thus, witnessing the exhausted Conic and Quitella before him, Luofeng relinquished any thoughts of holding a grudge against them. Although Conic's actions had strayed from the angelic duty, they had indeed exerted their utmost efforts to protect the fourth universe. With this in mind, Luofeng chose not to dwell on Conic's dubious behavior. Very well. It appears that the opponent is willing to bet and accept defeat, displaying commendable sportsmanship. Luofeng weighed the soul coins in his hand and then tossed the pouch to the side, towards the utterly stunned and bewildered Caitian Kibit. Kibit, with a vacant expression, caught the soul coins, murmuring to himself, These represent half of the wealth of the entire universe. Perhaps this was the ultimate treasure seized from all universes by the fourth universe. To think that it had come into his possession so effortlessly. With the ownership of these top-tier planets, the development of the 13th universe might yield exponentially greater results. The current state of the Hibbit is brimming with hope for the development of the 13th universe, transforming this wild expanse into a thriving realm. After all, relying solely on one individual to gradually advance the 13th universe could take an eternity. However, with the foundation of these 50 premier planets, there indeed lies a promising potential worth anticipating. Yet, Luofeng did not afford the others further time for contemplation. With a subtle gesture, he summoned Nefarian, who immediately transformed into a colossal black dragon, enveloping Luofeng, Hibbit, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta at its head. With a powerful roar, they became a streak of black light, vanishing before Keetra and Conic. At that moment, both Keetra and Conic discerned a tinge of bitterness in each other's eyes. This fellow arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly, uttering not a single word, seizing the items and fleeing, embodying the unique aura befitting a god of destruction. They had never encountered someone so brazenly lacking in martial decorum. Nevertheless, both conceded their defeat with grace, acknowledging Luofeng's formidable presence, leaving them with a sense of helplessness. After all, such immense power would likely leave even the Grand Priest feeling uncertain of victory. On the 10th universe, planet Ramsey. At this moment, the entire planet of Ramsey is undergoing intense tremors, with the epicenter of this upheaval being the battle angel, Alice. Chapter 146, A Return to Tranquility. Her figure appears remarkably light, wielding a brand new angelic staff, exuding energy with every flourish. Observing the exuberant battle angel Alice, Ramsey cannot help but succumb to a wry smile. This girl truly embodies vivacity. It is no wonder she is hailed as a battle angel, for her combat energy and innate talent are indeed formidable. However, while you may unleash your techniques and power in your 13th universe, please refrain from causing chaos on our planet of Ramsey. With the mere residual energy you emit, it is uncertain whether Ramsey can withstand such force. At this moment, Alice, who had been thoroughly engaged in her endeavor, noticed the melancholic expression on Ramsey's face and breathed a gentle sigh. Finally, success had been attained. After such a prolonged wait, her scepter had been completely restored to its former glory. Her discontent towards Rodolfo gradually dissipated from her heart. Though her emotions remained somewhat conflicted, the sight of Ramsey, who seemed to be on the verge of speaking yet held back, made Alice realize that her previous display of force might have been excessive, especially towards the individual who had just repaired her scepter. With that thought, Alice slowly retracted her overwhelming aura, allowing the majestic power of the angels to return to a state of tranquility. She extended her hand to weigh the newly restored angelic scepter, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she nodded appreciatively at Ramsey, demonstrating a rare display of courtesy. Gently, Alice inclined her body in a bow towards Ramsey, expressing her gratitude. I must sincerely thank you, Lord Ramsey, for your assistance this time. However, the subsequent expenses shall be charged to that rascal Rodolfo, for he is the true instigator of all this. Nevertheless, I must admit, the environment on Ramsey's planet is quite commendable. I was able to perform an entire set of techniques here without causing any significant damage to your world. At this moment, Ramsey was exasperated by Alice's words. What do you mean by no harm? You are here relishing the battle, but what about my plight? I have exerted all my divine power to restore your staff, and now I must clean up your mess. Can't you see that the very core of Ramsey Planet is on the verge of being shattered by your energy? However, at this juncture, given Ramsey's composure, it is indeed futile to reason with this battle angel. The little sister among the angels is certainly an oddity within her kind. Considering this, Ramsey decided not to dwell any further and promptly send this pair of misfortunes away. At this moment, Ramsey exhibited a demeanor suggesting the imminent dismissal of guests. Just as he hesitated to speak, he observed Kess, her countenance darkened, striding towards Alice. Noticing Kess's expression, Alice wore a look of skepticism. "What troubles you, Sister Kess? Who has dared to provoke you?" Ramsay too regarded Kess with a puzzled gaze. Since the inception of their acquaintance with Kess, he had rarely witnessed her wearing such an unsightly expression. Kess clenched her teeth in anger and declared, "Truly, just as one crisis subsides, another emerges. I have just received a distress signal from Lord Gas, the Supreme Kai, indicating that a significant incident has transpired in the 10th universe." Alice remained unfazed by the gravity of the matter, considering her own formidable prowess. While other angels might be restrained in their efforts, she, Alice, was not bound by such limitations. After all, she owed a considerable debt to the 10th universe. Given that Ramsay and Kess had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to aiding her in the restoration of her staff. Now, as the realm of the 10th universe appeared to be facing an unpredictable peril, it presented an opportune moment to repay her debts. Before Ramsay could gather his thoughts, Alice dashed forward, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Sister, fret not. My strength has been fully restored, and my staff has undergone a complete rejuvenation. To express my gratitude, regardless of the challenges you face or the formidable foes you encounter, even if Lord Ramsay cannot engage in battle, I shall stand by your side." This declaration rendered Ramsay momentarily speechless, as Alice's audacity seemed to undermine his status as the true destroyer of the 10th universe. What did she mean there were foes she could not contend with? He had yet to articulate his thoughts when she had already diminished their significance. Had her prolonged association with Yunfeng led to such hubris? However, Ramsay chose not to voice his dissatisfaction. It was an undeniable fact that he could not best this individual named Alice. Turning his questioning gaze towards the brooding Kess, he urged, "What exactly is the situation? Please clarify. If it proves too daunting, with Angel Alice here, we need not fear any adversary." Observing the two engaged in their aimless chatter, Kess exhaled deeply. "I have just received a transmission from Lord Gas, the Supreme Kai. His temple has been assaulted by unidentified visitors, and shockingly, his apprentice, Zamisu, has been slain, along with the theft of his tea garden." The revelation struck like thunder, leaving them utterly astounded. How can this be possible? In that moment, Ramses nearly popped his eyes from their sockets. This was an unprecedented occurrence throughout the entirety of the 12 universes. As a deity of a universe, to suffer such a calamity was unfathomable. The elder Kaioshin had been robbed, and his apprentice, the Kaioshin Zamisu, had been slain by the assailants, whose identities remained a mystery. This was nothing short of a colossal humiliation. At the verge of an outburst, Ramses was met with an astonishing calmness from Alice. She lowered her head in contemplation, pondering how familiar this style seemed. Could it be that this rogue, Yunfeng, had ventured into the 10th universe to stir up trouble again? That seemed utterly absurd. However, upon this reflection, she refrained from taking charge or asserting herself on behalf of Ramses or Kess, recognizing that this was indeed the territory of the 10th universe. Before Ramses could voice his thoughts, Alice, the foreign angel, had no compelling reason to engage in a contest of superiority. Then, she unexpectedly uttered a sensible remark. "Lord Ramses, what is your perspective on this matter?" Ramses, however, was lost in profound contemplation. Firstly, if such a horrifying event had transpired within the realm of the Kaioshins, why had Lord Gawas not issued a warning beforehand? Instead, he had sent a distress signal to Angel Kess only after the fact. Was the strength of the enemy beyond their capacity to resist? Chapter 147. An inexplicable visit yet that did not align with his observations. He had not sensed any unusual fluctuations in the 10th universe that could have alerted Ramses and Kess. Otherwise, even if another god of destruction were to invade, as the Kaioshin and god of destruction of the entire 10th universe, he would have sensed their formidable presence, making it impossible for such an incursion to go unnoticed. This left Ramses utterly perplexed. Nonetheless, an incident had undeniably occurred. Angel Kess would not jest about such matters. Gazing at the somber expression on Kess's face, Ramses chose to temper his impulsiveness and refrain from further displays of anger. He quietly inquired, "Angel Kess, what exactly is going on? Can you elucidate the situation?" Kess sighed in resignation. "Very well." The message conveyed by Lord Gawasu was, in essence, rather straightforward. They had been unexpectedly graced by the visit of an enigmatic individual. Initially, the atmosphere was convivial as they savored tea in the unique tea garden of the old Kaioshin, a true gem of our 10th universe and the very lifeblood of its economy. However, as fate would have it, his disciple, known as Zamisu, seemed intent on challenging an ordinary mortal, leading to an altercation between the two. After a brief skirmish, the uninvited guest, without discernment, struck a blow that obliterated Zamasu's very essence, rendering him entirely non-existent. Furthermore, he addressed the old Kaioshin, stating that there was no need for gratitude, as his actions were merely a means of repaying a debt to our 10th universe. Repaying a debt by eliminating our Kaioshin? What kind of absurdity is this? Could you, with your divine powers, swiftly investigate this matter? Who could possibly be responsible for such an act? At this moment, Kess's expression darkened significantly. If I could investigate, I would not be here speaking to you. After all this discourse, it appears that my angelic powers cannot elucidate the intricacies of this matter. My premonitions and conjectures are shrouded in utter darkness, proving utterly futile. How could this be? Are we not the sovereigns of the 10th universe? It is astonishing that such an event has transpired in our realm of the Kaioshin, and we remain oblivious to the reasons behind it. At this moment, Kess wore a look of deep perplexity. However, the old Supreme Kai asserted that he had not sustained any harm. The opposing party merely claimed to have returned a favor and even took away the old Supreme Kai's tea garden. It seemed that the very lifeblood of our 10th universe was on the verge of being obliterated. Yet, the old Supreme Kai himself appeared to have endured no attack or injury, which left me utterly confounded. If it were indeed an assault from our adversaries against the 10th universe, then why did the old Supreme Kai remain unscathed? Moreover, we felt no tremors of battle or surges of energy on planet Ramses. At this moment, everyone continued to speculate about the occurrences within the realm of the King of Worlds. Meanwhile, Alice raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, discussing this is of no consequence. Why don't we go and see for ourselves what has transpired in the divine realm of the king?" Once those words were spoken, it could be considered a moment of awakening for the dreamers. Both Ramsey and Kess, who were still ensnared within the confines of the city, seemed to receive some extraordinary guidance. Indeed, what significance lies in speculation here? As long as the celestial king Vas remains unharmed, investigating the matter will surely elucidate the origins and developments that preceded it. Just as the trio prepared to embark towards the celestial realm, a shadow flickered in the air, vanishing in an instant. This shadow evoked a sense of familiarity among the onlookers, and at that moment, Alice exclaimed, This is the essence of Nefarian. Could it be that Rofeng has returned? No sooner had she uttered these words than the shadow disappeared into the ether. In the next heartbeat, Rofeng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, along with the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, Kabuto, and Nefarian, who had transformed into the form of a small black dragon, stood regally before Kess, Ramsey, and Alice. Rofeng stepped forward, observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, and let out a slight sigh. I was pondering how to explain this to you all. It seems you have already grasped the situation. Well then, Alice, we can return to Universe 13 now, as our affairs in Universe 10 appear to have reached a conclusion. Moreover, we have repaid our debts to them. What debts have we repaid? Upon witnessing Rofeng's entourage materialize on Ramsey's planet, Alice initially felt a wave of astonishment. She soon realized that inquiring about their identities at this juncture might not be the most opportune moment. Regardless, since they were bound for Universe 13, there would be ample opportunity to discuss it later. However, when Rofeng mentioned having repaid a debt, what could that possibly entail? Without further elaboration, Rofeng conjured a soft orb of light in his hand and casually tossed it to Alice. This, my dear, is our unexpected bounty. The tea garden of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 is now in my possession, so take it for now. Upon hearing these words, Alice, Kess, and Ramsey were utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, Zamasu, had been slain in the tea garden of the old Supreme Kai? Goku had sent a distress signal, suggesting that the instigator of all these events was none other than Luofeng. Yet, this seemed implausible. If Luofeng had engaged in battle or caused destruction in that realm, they would surely have sensed his aura and the energy of the conflict. Why had they discovered nothing? How could the Supreme Kai Zamasu have been so easily vanquished? At that moment, Luofeng noticed the gazes of those around him and merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He casually remarked, There is no need for your gratitude regarding this matter. I trust you will come to understand the full context in due time. He then produced a blue gem from his hand, tossing it into the hands of the bewildered Kexus, who wore a perplexed expression. You may discern the reasons behind this event from the gem yourself. We shall not linger here any longer. With that, a surge of divine power erupted from him, transforming Nefarian into a black dragon. Together with Alice, they swiftly morphed into a shadowy streak and vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Meanwhile, both Ramsey and Kexus were left in a state of utter bewilderment. This enigmatic figure had arrived and departed in haste, offering no explanations. Although Ramsey recognized him as the instigator, the thought of pursuing Luofeng to settle the score filled him with trepidation. Kess, on the other hand, remained transfixed, gazing at the blue gem in her hand, pondering that perhaps all the answers lay within its depths. Regardless, Luofeng had at least provided them with some semblance of closure. Thus, it was imperative to uncover the intricacies of the situation to comprehend its nature fully. Chapter 148. A retreat to safety. Subsequently, Kess channeled her divine energy entirely into the blue gem she held. Instantly, a three-dimensional projection manifested before Ramsey and Kess. At this moment, they began to comprehend the true significance of Luofeng's gesture of goodwill, as an utterly bewildering scene unfolded before them. Luofeng initially accompanied Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the Kaioshin Kibito to pay a visit to the old Kaioshin, where they leisurely enjoyed a cup of fine tea. However, during their encounter, the old Kaioshin's disciple, Zamasu, a Kaioshin in his own right, arrogantly proclaimed his intention to challenge Luofeng, convinced of his own formidable strength. It is perplexing to fathom what thoughts occupied Zamasu's mind. For a mere Kaioshin dared to confront the heir of the god of destruction, an individual from whom even the ordinary Supreme Kai and angels would instinctively distance themselves. Yet, Luofeng chose not to engage with this insolent challenger. At this moment, Luofeng seemed to recall something, while beside him. Sun Wukong could no longer contain the fervor of battle within him and engaged in a sparring match with the being known as Zamasu, the Supreme Kai. Ultimately, he emerged victorious by a narrow margin. However, this was merely the onset of events. Following this, Luofeng, as if struck by a revelation, unleashed the soul destruction technique, obliterating Zamasu's very essence in a single, decisive strike. The Supreme Kai, Goku, stood utterly bewildered at the scene, having graciously hosted these unwelcome guests, only to find them capable of such brutality. After all, it was merely a bout among the younger generation. There was no need for such lethal measures. Just as Goku sought an explanation from Luofeng presented him with a blue gemstone, enabling him to perceive the unfolding events. Notably, what Goku witnessed mirrored the void witnessed by the angel, Kess. Subsequently, all of Zamasu's actions were laid bare before the onlookers. At this moment, Zamasu, consumed by resentment, sought out the eternal dragon of the seventh universe and wished for immortality. Through a time machine acquired from the first universe, he seized complete control over the entire Supreme Kai realm. He cunningly pilfered the time ring of the ancient Kai, Zamasu, thereby initiating his nefarious scheme. During this period, he incessantly traversed through various timelines, culminating in the murder of his own master, usurping the identity of Zamasu, and utilizing the dragon's wish to obtain an immortal form. Employing ingenious methods across the timelines, he acquired the body of the Super Saiyan, Son Goku, and subsequently, in the future, wrought devastation upon the entire 12 universes. This resulted in the demise of all the Supreme Kais, the disappearance of all the Destroyer gods, and the slumber of all the angels. In that future, he emerged as a colossal demon, a harbinger of terror. Furthermore, he trampled upon the beleaguered 7th universe and ultimately, due to the wrath of the Omni King, obliterated the entire 12 universes on the spot. This catastrophe was akin to the very collapse of the world, all stemming from Zamasu's malevolent actions. Yet, how could Rolong possibly perceive this impending catastrophe? However, with the keen insight of Zamasu and the Kai, they recognized that this was far from the fabrication of Rolong. Given his deeds, Kess and Zamasu were now acutely aware that they indeed owed Rolong a monumental debt of gratitude. After all, this Zamasu, a Supreme Kai, could potentially be the harbinger of universal destruction. It was astonishing that Rolong, through unknown means, managed to eradicate this terrifying threat before it could even take root. Observing the unfolding events and the trajectory of the future, Ramsey exhaled a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, due to his inadequate oversight of the universe alongside Kasai, he has undeniably inflicted grave harm upon it. Initially, Ramsey felt a sense of pride for restoring the staff of Angel Alice, thinking that this would render him a significant favor from Luofeng. However, to his astonishment, upon Luofeng's triumphant return, he entirely eradicated the considerable menace threatening their 10th universe. At this juncture, the minor act of restoring the staff or the slight misstep of seizing the Gava's tea garden pales in comparison. Even a thorough reprimand of him and Angel Kasai would hardly mitigate the damage Zamasu has wrought upon the universe. It appears that this time, fortune has emerged from adversity. Without Luo Feng's intervention, future events would undoubtedly have spiraled beyond control and explanation. It is no wonder that Gavas, in a rather understated manner, merely mentioned the situation without demanding vengeance or justice from Kesai and Ramsey. The current king of worlds, Gavas, must be feeling a profound sense of shame and embarrassment. Seeing this, one could surmise that the matter concerning the seventh universe has reached a conclusion, and Luo Feng, having no further qualms, swiftly returned to his 13th universe, planet Luo Feng. Upon witnessing the chaos and void of this space, King of Worlds Hibite sighed deeply, realizing that a long and arduous existence lay ahead. Although there were 50 top-tier orbs in existence, this scant foundation could not construct an entire universe's framework. Accepting this reality, Hibite refrained from further lamentations and promptly established a brand new realm for the King of Worlds throughout the 13th universe. Employing his divine power, he diligently began to fabricate planets and expand the boundaries of the 13th universe. Observing Hibite's industriousness, Luo Feng sighed lightly, despite his occasional unreliability and stubbornness. He is indeed one of the most competent in fostering universal development and the spirit of all universes. Nevertheless, Luo Feng had no intention of fully exploiting the potential of the King of Worlds. He placed an array of vials before Hibite, who was tirelessly engaged in planet creation, and with a grin, remarked, "These are divine power restoration potions, the entire stock from Makalita. You may use them at your discretion, as long as it expedites the development of the 13th universe. As for other matters, you need not worry." Meanwhile, Alice stood in a state of astonishment, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of these mysterious potions. My goodness, are you intending to push King Hibite's potential to its absolute limit? This is hardly allowing him a moment's respite. With so many enigmatic potions, I estimate they could sustain him for centuries. In this time, I believe the 13th universes will reach their zenith. Moreover, where did you acquire such an abundance of top-rated planets? With the technological civilization of this planet as a foundation, the advancement of the 13th universe will accelerate at a geometric rate. Chapter 149. Overthinking After All. This is Luo Feng's plan. If one were to develop gradually under normal circumstances, catching up to other universes would be a task for the distant future. Given that his own strength has now reached an extraordinary peak, the desire to transcend the final boundary and attain the capabilities of a supreme destruction god, fully integrating his physical prowess, has become paramount. What is now required is to elevate the 13th universe to its utmost potential. Perhaps at that moment, he will truly possess the strength to rival the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Presently, Luo Feng, alongside the astonished Alice and the devoted Sherbet, who is exerting all his divine power to construct the 13th universe, has shifted his focus onto the Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, whom he has brought back. At this moment, Alice's eyes continuously scan the figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta before her. For, in terms of both aura and energy, these two individuals bore no resemblance to elite warriors. They appeared rather mundane, even among mortals. Why would that peculiar fellow, Luo Feng, take such an interest in them? Employing special means to bring them back to the 13th universe? This puzzle left Alice utterly perplexed. After all, within the realm of extraordinary talents, there seemed to be many who surpassed both Vegeta and Sun Wukong in strength. What was it that compelled Luo Feng to focus on these two who claimed to be Saiyans? She contemplated inquiring about the reason behind Luo Feng's actions. But upon seeing his enigmatic smile, she surmised that he would likely not divulge any truths. Consequently, she shifted her attention to the god of destruction, Zibite, who was diligently working on the construction of the 13th universe. Excuse me, what is the name of that god of destruction from the 7th universe? Zibite, taken aback by the lack of decorum in her words, rolled his eyes. It seemed this angel had yet to mature, lacking even the most basic of etiquette. Perhaps Zibite was genuinely unaware of the extent of her power, as she was indeed one of the most formidable among angels. Nonetheless, her small quirks and preferences could be understood. Noticing that Zibite was clearly disinclined to engage with her, Alice sensed a loss of interest and adjusted her demeanor, asking, "Might I inquire if there is anything unique about these two individuals?" Witnessing her abrupt change in tone, akin to flipping a page in a book, Zibite let out a light huff. "I currently have no time to indulge in idle chatter, as Lord Luo Feng has tasked me with the construction of the 13th universe. Now is a crucial moment. Any matters you have should be deliberated amongst yourselves." Almost immediately, a surge of instantaneous movement enveloped Zibite, and he vanished. Alice felt a surge of irritation. Despite being the most powerful warrior angel in the 13th universe, she found herself powerless against such indifference from a god of destruction. After all, he was merely borrowed from Luofeng, if one could even call it borrowing, as it seemed more akin to seizing. Clearly, to ascertain the capabilities of these two, she would need to consult Luofeng. Though Alice's demeanor was earnest, her words retained a stubborn edge. She softly huffed, "Lord Luofeng, could you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Observing the girl as persistent pride, Luofeng sighed in resignation. "Very well. These two are indeed skilled individuals whom I brought back. However, is it truly necessary for me to explain everything to you?" Witnessing Luofeng's blatant disregard, Alice's mood soured considerably. "As for strength, perhaps I should personally assess their capabilities, lest we bring shame to our 13th universe." This sentiment resonated with Luofeng's true intentions and formed part of his strategy. Given his current state, personally mentoring Sun Wukong and Vegeta seemed rather superfluous. Moreover, Luofeng had discerned that the development of the 13th universe was accelerating at a geometric rate. His own power and comprehension were silently advancing in tandem with the cosmic changes. At this juncture, what suited him best was solitary cultivation. Rather than engaging in verbal sparring with Alice or instructing Sun Wukong and Vegeta in specialized techniques, since Alice had taken the initiative to undertake this responsibility, it serendipitously aligned with Luofeng's designs. He offered a subtle smile. "Very well, Alice. Since you have nothing pressing to attend to, I entrust the task of enhancing these two fellows' abilities entirely to you." Yet, Alice felt a twinge of being outmaneuvered, thinking, could I have unwittingly fallen into Luofeng's trap? Nevertheless, her curiosity outweighed her sense of being subtly exploited. With a resigned sigh, she mused, given the paltry strength of these two, they hardly qualify as my disciples. Honestly, their meager power is beneath my notice. Enough with the pretense. If they indeed possess strength worth my attention, I wouldn't mind imparting some knowledge. After all, we ought to contribute to our 13th universe, wouldn't you agree? Seeing her desires fully realized, Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, their irritation palpable. Regardless of the setting, they were proud scions. The moniker of a warrior race was not bestowed lightly. Had Luofeng chosen to engage personally, perhaps they would have felt a semblance of resistance. Yet, this diminutive angel, seemingly a charming young girl, boldly declared their power to be woefully inadequate. This incited a disquieting sensation within Vegeta and Sun Wukong. However, observing Luofeng's silence on the matter, they grudgingly held their tongues. Could this individual potentially become their mentor? Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged knowing glances, recalling their acquaintance with the angel Whis in the 7th universe. That individual appeared to be the pinnacle of combat prowess in their universe. If this 13th universe angel were indeed superior to Whis, she might possess the qualifications to guide them. Unbeknownst to Alice, the two were lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. She merely waved her angelic staff dismissively. "Show me what you two possess. I have little interest in conversing with the weak." Indeed, she remains a proud princess. Subsequently, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta directed their gaze towards Luofeng. Chapter 150, Underestimating the Angel. Yet, Luofeng offered them a reassuring glance, conveying that they should unleash their full potential, for Alice would serve as their mentor in enhancing their abilities for the foreseeable future. Naturally, during this period, I shall also find time to provide some guidance on your techniques. As for the rest of the time, well, I cannot afford to waste further words with you. I am fully aware that your presence here is solely to augment your strength. Moreover, let me add a word of caution. Do not underestimate this angel before you. She is the most formidable among all angels. Ordinary angels merely govern the balance of the universe, while the angels of our 13 universes are the combat angels. Do you comprehend this? Her power may be second only to that of the Grand Priest, yet it certainly rivals that of Whis and others. With this realization, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the young girl before them. At this moment, Luofeng lightly tapped his fingers, urging now, "Reveal the entirety of your prowess. Perhaps you may glean more valuable insights from Alice." However, Alice, with a hint of impatience, retorted, "Hurry up. I do not have the luxury of time to engage in conversation with these inept individuals." The term inept struck a nerve with Vegeta, who, in a fit of rage, transformed into his Super Saiyan form with a thunderous roar. In this moment of transformation, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, swiftly achieving the transformation of a Saiyan. This metamorphosis elicited a faint gasp of astonishment from Alice, who had previously regarded the two with disdain. Indeed, these individuals were markedly different from ordinary beings of the cosmos. Their furious roar and transformation had instantaneously augmented their innate energy by 50-fold. Such remarkable potential was evident, affirming that Luofeng possessed a discerning eye. Luo Feng, standing nearby, offered a subtle smile, stating, "What I meant was for you to exert your full capabilities. Otherwise, Alice the Angel truly cannot tailor a training regimen and techniques suited to your needs. It appears that a genuine effort is indeed required. However, how could Vegeta and Sun Wukong immediately unveil their entire prowess? With a fierce shout, Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan with a distinctive appearance. Observing Vegeta's display, Sun Wukong glanced at Luo Feng, nodded in agreement, and without hesitation, transitioned into the form of Super Saiyan 3. As the two warriors continued to elevate their powers, Alice transitioned from mild astonishment to a state of utter disbelief. The magnitude of their strength enhancement was, indeed, beyond what she had anticipated. The earlier 50-fold increase left her in a state of incredulity. In this universe, various transformations existed, yet a 50-fold boost in power surpassed her imagination. Meanwhile, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 transformation granted him a 100-fold increase in strength, while this individual, named Sun Wukong, with his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, astonishingly augmented his power by 400 times. How could this be possible? Could this be the primary reason Luo Feng had chosen to focus on these two? Yet, even with such a staggering amplification of strength, mere mortals remained mere mortals. For 100 times the power would still fall short against a mere flick of Alice's finger. At this moment, Alice felt an inexplicable freshness in her heart, yet she remained remarkably composed. This was indeed the primary reason for bringing these two lads back. Perhaps their foundational skills were so lacking that even with this newfound ability to transform, they seemed unable to reach the standards required to be my disciples. Is that so? If you perceive only this aspect, you are quite naive. It is now the time for Vegeta and Son Goku to showcase their true prowess. Any further concealment would be pointless. As Alice discerned the truth in her words, Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged glances and held nothing back. With a fierce roar, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of blue energy that erupted from within him. The sudden transformation left Alice in a state of utter shock. This was the essence of divinity. Could this individual, named Vegeta, truly harness the power of a god, transcending mere mortals? Moreover, this exalted transformation had fully integrated divine strength into his being. This marked a transition from mortal to divine, although his command over divine power was not yet seamless or effortless. The fact that he could transform his mortal strength into divine energy surpassed her understanding. In her perception, only beings such as Kaioshians, destroyers, or angels could be deemed as possessing divine might. Yet, these two mortals had indeed grasped what could be termed divine power. Beside her, Son Goku hesitated no longer. He too let out a fierce shout, instantly shifting his energy from that of an ordinary Super Saiyan to the state of a Super Saiyan god. From there, he underwent a further evolution into an even more transcendent form, which appeared to surpass Vegeta's strength. Indeed, it seemed that Vegeta would forever remain in Son Goku's shadow, a topic that was seemingly indisputable. Realizing that Son Goku's aura was evidently stronger than his own, Vegeta was filled with a sense of unwillingness. This was no time for holding back, although they were uncertain of each other's strengths in the presence of Luo Feng and Alice. Vegeta was not one to easily concede defeat. He erupted with a furious blue energy, causing his hair to stand upright, transforming from a light blue to a deep blue hue. In an instant, his hair had shifted to a profound blue, representing the pinnacle of his strength, the deep blue state of Super Saiyan Blue. As Vegeta's energy soared, even Alice's hair was swept back by the force of his aura. To her astonishment, this Saiyan named Vegeta had truly mastered divine power to such an extent. The sheer force radiating from him was enough to touzle Alice's hair, prompting her to regard these two individuals with newfound respect. It seemed that this Vegeta possessed far greater potential than she had ever imagined. Not only can he exponentially enhance his combat prowess, but he can also transmute the strength of ordinary mortals into divine power. Although he has yet to fully master the application of divine abilities, at this level, he has certainly captured Alice's attention. Beside him, Sun Wukong also felt the oppressive aura emanating from Vegeta, surprised that Vegeta's potential had truly been realized during this time. In Chapter 151, characterized by a gentle demeanor, Vegeta astonishingly transformed his Super Saiyan Blue form into a deep blue variant. It seems that reaching the Super Saiyan 2 state is not far off. Sun Wukong takes pride in his own capabilities. Though typically mild-mannered, he is undeniably a formidable genius when it comes to combat and demonstrating his martial prowess. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong fully transitioned from his ultra-blue form to a normal state. Has he given up? Alice raised an eyebrow, observing Sun Wukong. sensing that he was likely preparing to unveil some extraordinary tactic. Meanwhile, Luo Feng sighed softly upon witnessing Sun Wukong's condition, pondering that perhaps this was indeed Sun Wukong's most profound trump card. After all, having trained under Whis for so long, it would be quite disappointing if he had not reached this level. Recalling the original narrative, Sun Wukong attained the Ultra Instinct form only after enduring a grueling battle to comprehend its essence. Unexpectedly, after being spurred on by Vegeta in Universe 13, it appears he is resolved to demonstrate Ultra Instinct. This may not merely signify the gap between mortals and gods, but rather the transformation from human to elite angelic prowess, showcasing Sun Wukong's true combat talent. Perhaps in Universe 7 or the Void Realm, it would be impossible for Sun Wukong to smoothly attain the Ultra Instinct form through this technique. However, in Universe 13, the starting point is significantly elevated compared to an ordinary universe. Coupled with the mindset of the Kaioshin Kibido, the overall evaluation here must have surpassed 150. A stark contrast to Universe 7's 70-point limitation. This capacity for exponential enhancement allows Sun Wukong to completely shatter his limits in Universe 13. Indeed, Sun Wukong's performance did not disappoint Luo Feng. Devoid of extreme stimulation or the turbulence of a great battle, he unleashed a fierce roar, radiating a brilliance akin to diamonds. It was as if a formidable steam began to rise steadily from his body. As this revelation dawned, Alice had already covered her mouth with her delicate hand, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This individual possesses powers that transcend both mortals and deities. He has mastered the divine Ultra Instinct. Could it be that he has comprehended this extraordinary technique? Impossible. Among the gods of destruction, it seems that only Beerus has truly grasped the Ultra Instinct. And even he has merely attained its rudimentary form. Yet, the aura and energy emanating from Goku's body unmistakably indicate the genuine Ultra Instinct." Suddenly, recalling the scene of Whis battling Goku, she comprehended the truth. You are indeed Whis's disciple. I never imagined you would achieve such remarkable prowess. At this moment, Sun Wukong, despite having unleashed the formidable aura and energy of the ultimate freedom technique, found it rather unrealistic to maintain such power, given that he was still a novice in this practice. After a few seconds, he reverted from the state of the ultimate freedom technique, scratching his head in resignation and displaying a bittersweet smile. I have yet to break through to the ultimate limit with this technique. After learning from Mr. Weiss for so long, this is the first time I have successfully executed it. Perhaps the change of environment played a role, but I struggled to control it and could only sustain it for mere seconds. It seems genuine cultivation is indeed necessary. Beside him, Vegeta let out a weary sigh as he relinquished his transcendent form. He realized that Sun Wukong's current strength far surpassed what he could achieve in his present state. Having engaged in a lifelong rivalry filled with both love and conflict, Vegeta felt a deep sense of unwillingness in his heart. Yet, in the face of Sun Wukong's demonstration of the ultimate freedom technique, he could only sigh in resignation, acknowledging the undeniable gap between their powers. Seeing this, Luo Feng recognized that in the 13th universe, they had indeed reached new heights in their strength and limits, filling him with a sense of quiet satisfaction regarding their energies. He contemplated entering a meditative state himself, thinking that perhaps he could lend them a hand at the end. With Alice's guidance and support, these two individuals might indeed surpass his expectations. With this resolve, Luo Feng chose not to dwell further on the matter. He raised both hands, conjuring brilliant beams of light. The energy in his left hand formed a blue orb, while the right hand produced a purple orb, embodying his comprehension of both the ultimate freedom technique and the self-realization technique. He cast forth the two luminous spheres. The blue light entered Sun Wukong's brow, while the purple light merged with Vegeta's. Luo Feng chuckled softly and remarked, "Well, this is as much as I can assist you. The insights into the ultimate freedom technique and the self-realization technique have now been imparted to your minds. As for the achievements that lie ahead, your success now lies in your own efforts. As for Alice, she is a competent mentor. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to consult her. I must now retreat into seclusion. As you are aware, the 13 universes are undergoing tremendous development, and I too need to refine my techniques and abilities. After all, formidable adversaries await us. With that, I bid you farewell." With a swift gesture, he vanished without a trace. In that fleeting moment of Luo Feng's disappearance, Alice immediately grasped his intent. He was embarking on a period of intensive training, leaving no time to instruct the two of them. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong sensed the energy transmitted by Luo Feng and instantly deduced that it must be the complete version of the ultimate freedom technique. Although he had learned certain moves and methods from Weiss, those were merely a temporary experience, lasting no more than 30 seconds. Now, Luo Feng had fully implanted the complete version of the ultimate freedom technique into his mind, inundating him with overwhelming information and formidable knowledge, plunging Sun Wukong into a profound state of enlightenment. He sat cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the skills and techniques conveyed by Luo Feng. Beside him, Vegeta found himself utterly bewildered. What exactly was this ultimate freedom technique? Why did Sun Wukong receive a blue aura while he was surrounded by a purple one? Yet, Luo Feng had offered no explanations or words. He merely imparted this potent knowledge and energy to him. Vegeta could sense that this technique was indeed an exceptionally powerful entity within the realm of ultimate techniques. Chapter 152. The transmission of techniques completed. Luo Feng effortlessly transmitted the energy of the ultimate freedom technique into Vegeta's being, prompting a soft sigh from Alice beside him. Perhaps these two individuals have now become irrevocably bound to Luo Feng, assuming the role of his disciples. However, this mentor appears to be rather hands-off. Although he has imparted his abilities and techniques, the subsequent training and advancement seem to rest squarely on their shoulders. Nonetheless, this is of little concern, as she, being a combat angel, often finds her days exceedingly dull, since Luo Feng seeks to enhance his prowess. Assisting these two in their training provides a splendid opportunity to pass the time. Yet, upon observing Vegeta's bewildered gaze directed at her, Alice let out a soft sigh. She then proceeded to elucidate the concept of self-memory technique to Vegeta. This is a pinnacle skill comprehensible only to the gods of destruction, while the ability mastered by Sun Wukong is one attainable only by the ultimate angels, as for which technique holds greater strength. It ultimately depends on the individual's cultivation level and comprehension. It turns out that Lord Luo Feng has granted me the self-extreme technique. Perhaps this represents my last hope of surpassing Kakarot in the future. With this understanding, Vegeta ceased his further inquiries and settled into a meditative position to assimilate the energy and knowledge transmitted by Luo Feng. Alice, standing nearby, refrained from urging the two to demonstrate their abilities. After all, this was a moment for comprehension. Once they have thoroughly grasped and digested this knowledge and energy, she could become a competent sparring partner, which would alleviate her own boredom in the days to come. Indeed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not entirely disappoint Alice. In a brief span, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, his entire form radiating an extraordinary brilliance. This was the hallmark of the self-extreme technique. He assumed an aggressive stance, and Alice gently waved her angelic staff. You are Sun Wukong, correct? Your understanding of the technique imparted by Lord Luo Feng has reached its zenith. Your application of energy also seems commendable. What remains is practical combat. As I happen to be rather bored at the moment, let us engage in a spar. I am eager to see how far you can progress along the path of the self-extreme technique. Do not disappoint me, I am a true combat angel. My strength far surpassing that of your former mentor, Whis. My inept elder brother possesses little talent in this regard. Now, Sun Wukong felt even more exhilarated. So, this angelic woman claimed to be stronger than Whis. However, the truth could only be revealed through combat. Sun Wukong recognized that what he lacked most in the realm of the self-extreme technique was genuine combat experience. In an instant, Sun Wukong entered the state of the self-extreme technique, his figure flickering before he promptly appeared beside Alice. With swift movements, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks towards her. This was, after all, his first full-force assault since mastering the self-extreme technique. Alice's lips curved into a slight smile. Although this young man appeared to possess mediocre strength on the surface, his comprehension of the free and unfettered ultimate technique and his application of energy truly exceeded her expectations. Perhaps this was the very reason why Luo Feng recognized the potential in these two individuals. Thus, Alice and Sun Wukong became embroiled in a fierce and exhilarating battle. Of course, Sun Wukong was giving it his all, yet Alice held back somewhat. After all, the battle angel was not one to be underestimated. Nor could a novice in the free and unfettered ultimate technique like Sun Wukong easily contend with her. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their spirited clash, Vegeta seemed to have completely absorbed and comprehended his own ultimate technique. Suddenly, he sensed the distant battle, acknowledging its formidable strength. In that moment, Vegeta's heart swelled with an overwhelming confidence in his own burgeoning power. At this moment, Vegeta's hair stood on end, transformed entirely into a vibrant shade of purple, while a torrent of purple energy surged from his body. Could this be the divine technique of the god of destruction, the Ultra Instinct? Although Vegeta was eager to charge forth and engage in a fervent battle with Kakarot, he observed that Kakarot was fully immersed in a spirited combat with the Angel of Destruction, Alice. With his proud demeanor, Vegeta had no intention of interrupting their clash. Instead, he perceived the inadequacies in his own understanding through the comparison of their energies. Perhaps this was a means of progress. At that moment, Alice noticed that Vegeta had awakened and was prepared to make his move, her expression betraying excitement. With a subtle smile, she said, "Come on. It seems your friend is no match for me. Although he has mastered the Ultra Instinct, against me, the Angel of Battle, he stands alone without a chance." Vegeta disdainfully scoffed, declaring, "I am a prince. How could I possibly join forces with a lowly warrior like Kakarot to confront an Angel of Battle? Do not jest. Defeat Kakarot first, and then challenge me." His arrogance was palpable, yet Alice found the notion of fighting only Son Goku somewhat tedious. In a swift motion, she unleashed a crimson wave directed at Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he raised his hands to block Alice's energy, which jolted his arms with a numbing force. After all, he was at the pinnacle of his Ultra Instinct state, and yet a mere casual strike from her rendered his arms numb. It was clear that Alice was not merely boasting. Indeed, even with Goku unleashing his full power against him, restraint was no longer a luxury Vegeta could afford. Perhaps collaborating with Kakarot to subdue this Angel of Battle was the key to victory. Recognizing this as the optimal opportunity to enhance his combat prowess, Vegeta set aside his pride and superiority, instantly launching himself into the fray. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of purple light, joining the battlefield. The scene was breathtaking as a blue light intertwined with a purple light, encircling Angel Alice in a frenzy of energy output. At this moment, Alice was thoroughly enjoying herself. For it was her first encounter in the 13th universe where someone employed the techniques of ZZIJY and WZJY to challenge her in combat. Presently, Alice felt a sense of dominance, despite the fact that Son Wukong and Vegeta were gradually honing their skills through continuous practice, slowly but surely enhancing their prowess. However, since arriving in the 13th universe, Alice had already faced off against Luo Feng, who had overwhelmingly outmatched her. Now, presented with an opportunity to dominate, how could Alice not be delighted? With her brand new angelic staff soaring gracefully in her hands, she executed a mesmerizing dance, unleashing waves of energy that allowed her to reconnect with her unique identity as a combat angel. As for Son Wukong and Vegeta, their astonishment only grew with each exchange, for they had pushed their respective techniques to their utmost limits. Yet, they found themselves utterly unable to contend with this young lady, who claimed to be a combat angel. It was evident from her demeanor that she regarded this as a training session to instruct them, revealing that she had not unleashed her full potential. Perhaps, there was indeed a sense of mentorship in her approach, but such considerations had become inconsequential. Their journey to the 13th universe was fundamentally about showcasing their combat talents. With such an exceptional training partner at hand, there was no reason not to engage fully. What was there to wait for? Thus, the trio continued their rapid enhancement and energy exchange on Luo Feng's planet. At this moment, the intense battle has indeed allowed Son Wukong and Vegeta to grasp a new threshold and ceiling. This is the true power among deities, a collision of the highest caliber. The power tournament of the nothingness realm is now approaching its conclusion. On the battlefield, only the legendary Super Saiyan Broly from Universe 7 and the formidable Grey Warrior from Universe 11 remain, fiercely contesting for the ultimate victory. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister and the Omni King continue their tranquil whispers. The Omni King inquires, "Grand Minister, why was that fellow, Luo Feng, not invited to the last tournament among the gods of destruction?" The Grand Minister, with a knowing expression, replies, "Given that young man's prowess, if he were to join the fray among the gods of destruction, even binding all 12 of them together would not suffice against him." While the Grand Minister's assessment holds merit, he ponders why the 13th universe was not notified to participate in this power tournament. With a sigh of resignation, he states, "Alas, I have no control over that. The developments of the 13th universe have been exceedingly peculiar. They have transformed from nothingness to remarkable progress at a geometric rate. Moreover, I have heard that Luo Feng has spirited away 2 prodigies from Universe 7, whose strength has now become unfathomable. If the 13th universe were to join the tournament, it would seem our aspirations would remain unattainable." The Omni King, in exasperation, adds, "Even without the involvement of Luo Feng and his group. Why has that individual named Son Wukong not participated in this power tournament? I hold him in rather high regard. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister feels a deeper sense of helplessness, saying, those two scions I mentioned are indeed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, taken away by that fellow Luo Feng. Has the ultimate prize, the Super Dragon Balls, been prepared for this power tournament? At this, the Grand Minister displays an awkward smile. I must sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. It appears that the Super Dragon Balls have also been taken by that individual named Luo Feng. It seems we may need to revise the prizes for this tournament. At this moment, the Omni King wore a countenance of deep sorrow. Well, this fellow is indeed remarkable. I suspect that he has pilfered all the supreme treasures from the entirety of the 12 universes. However, this power tournament is an unavoidable circumstance. My elder brother, the Omni King, is now thoroughly prepared to launch a full-scale assault on our universe. If these underperforming universes are not eradicated soon, I fear we may be unable to preserve even one or two of them in this war. To safeguard the last embers of power and retain the top 4 ranked universes in our possession, we may have to sacrifice the remaining ones. This is precisely why I completely erased those failing universes from existence. It was an unavoidable course of action. The Grand Priest nodded gravely. Indeed, my Lord Omni King. I understand your concerns. However, why do we not seek assistance from Luo Feng? The Omni King shot a disdainful glance at the Grand Priest. That individual is, after all, your disciple. Even if he is your most outstanding pupil, you must recognize that he is up against my elder brother, the Omni King. Moreover, the Omni King commands the demon race in the Dark Destroyer clan. Can Amir, the god of destruction, contend with so many foes? Do not jest. At this juncture, I find myself with no other option but to tighten our defenses and later employ the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect this universe. Alas, it is truly a desperate situation. Observing the Omni King's despondency, the Grand Priest displayed a lack of interest in the fierce contest between the two brilliant warriors at the tournament site. At this moment, the battlefield has revealed its outcome. In the legends of the 7th universe, the Charistans indeed exhibit superior prowess. A single critical strike sent the Grey Warrior reeling, unleashing 5 arrows in succession. With the victor finally determined, the Omni King displayed little interest in this conflict, as the individual he anticipated the most, one known as Sun Wukong, was notably absent. However, that is a tale for another time. Just as the Omni King prepared to eradicate Universe 11 entirely, a peculiar wave of energy rippled through the fabric of space. As this fluctuation manifested, the High Priest and the assembled angels found themselves in a state of complete vigilance. What could this possibly signify? The notion of someone teleporting to the realm of ignorance seemed utterly implausible. Could it be that the Supreme King had descended upon them with his forces? Observing the tension among the crowd, the Supreme King let out a resigned sigh, stating, "Very well, this surge of energy and aura does not originate from my elder brother. The Supreme King. It appears to be him. Could it truly be him?" The High Priest gazed vacantly at the sky, where indeed 2 figures hung serenely in midair. It was none other than Luo Feng and Alice. How curious it was that these two had suddenly materialized at the venue of the power tournament. Moreover, they appeared before the crowd in such a manner as to teleport, a sight that left all the gods of destruction and angels utterly astonished. This was the realm of the Omniversal King, a domain under his absolute control, where no one could employ teleportation spells to arrive at the competition site without his express permission. Chapter 154. I am a master of destruction. Finale. Despite the unexpected arrival of Luo Feng and Alice, the Omniversal King did not cease his offensive measures. He pointed decisively towards the direction of Makalita and Weemide from the 10th universe, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded in a grave tone, "Erasure number." This had become a customary decree, for the 11th universe had already lost the competition, and thus, it was now their turn to be obliterated. Witnessing the Omniversal King's mercilessness, unperturbed by the appearance of Luo Feng, he prepared to unleash his ultimate erasure technique to completely annihilate the 11th universe at that very moment. This was the pinnacle of what the Omniversal King could achieve. And seeing his actions, the High Priest could only helplessly shrug, indicating his own powerlessness. After all, these rules were established prior to the competition, ostensibly designed to preserve the last ember of this universe. The Omniversal King's might surpass that of the High Priest. As the Omniversal King initiated his erasure technique, Luo Feng inwardly expressed relief at his timely arrival. Otherwise, the Omniversal King might have wreaked havoc upon the fabric of the universe. With a soft sigh, Luo Feng brought his hands together, one emanating an unparalleled energy of destruction, while the other radiated the utmost energy of an angel. He fused these two energies completely, perhaps inspired by the Ketlan Civil War, since the powers of the god of destruction and the angel could merge flawlessly. Luofeng gleaned from this fusion the ultimate destructive technique. He had comprehended the 6 complete forms of destruction to their zenith, yet he felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. Then, with the evolution of the 13th universe in mind, he contemplated the possibility of fully merging angelic and destructive powers. Coupled with the forces of this universe, he could elevate the destructive power to its utmost. Perhaps this would be Luofeng's ultimate trump card. Now is the time to test this formidable technique against the Omniversal King-S erasure. With his hands united, he charged directly at the Omniversal King-S erasure technique. In an instant, this ultimate destruction technique obliterated even the Omniversal King-S erasure spell in midair. This act left all present in a state of sheer astonishment. What terrifying technique was this, capable of completely dismantling even the Omniversal King-S erasure? Was this truly the prowess of a god of destruction? At this moment, Bados gently covered her small mouth and trembled as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? This is the erasure technique. It has been thwarted by that rascal Luofeng. Is he truly one of our students? What on earth has he been up to in the 13 universes?" Simultaneously, the gazes of the assembled angels turned towards the nearby Supreme Officer, who stood there, utterly dumbfounded. The Supreme Officer was also in a state of mental shutdown, pondering. How can this be? What has this young man done? That was the technique meant to completely obliterate the 10th universe. And he managed to dismantle it with a single move. This is far beyond both his strength and my imagination. Witnessing Luofeng's actions, the Omni King slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Luofeng, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? The erasure of these universes was never my intention. You are aware that a formidable enemy looms, and I find myself with no other recourse. Given my strength, safeguarding the remaining 5 prime universes is already my utmost limit. It would be better for me to erase them rather than allow them to be destroyed at the hands of my elder brother. Thus, I can concentrate my efforts on protecting the remaining 5 universes." Luofeng, however, merely smiled lightly and replied, "Your Excellency the Omni King, this is our first encounter. Yet you are overthinking matters. With my presence, do you still need to worry about the subsequent developments?" Subsequently, Luofeng casually tossed a small pouch to the Supreme Officer and said, "Esteemed Supreme Officer, this contains the 7 Super Dragon Balls I have collected. If that is the case, the universes destined for erasure shall be restored to their former state. As for your Excellency the Omni King and your subordinates, leave them to me." "What? Luofeng, what are you saying?" The Supreme Officer, still not fully recovered from his state of shock, instinctively caught the 7 Super Dragon Balls that Luofeng had thrown. His gaze, however, shifted towards the Omni King. At this moment, the king gazed intently at Luofeng, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Are you suggesting that you can contend with my elder brother and his entire army? That seems rather far-fetched. I lack the confidence to face them single-handedly. My brother's prowess surpasses my own." At this moment, although the omnipotent king murmured to himself, the divine light in his eyes flickered incessantly. It appeared that Luofeng's recent maneuver had effectively dismantled his erasure technique, granting the omnipotent king a fresh perspective on Luofeng's prowess. Meanwhile, Luofeng had ceased to ponder the opinions of others. "Alice, I entrust the matters here to you," he declared with a chuckle. "Since Lord Omnipotent King is so conflicted about the impending full-scale war, I shall take care of the remainder." With a grand gesture, Luofeng summoned forth a tremendous force of destructive divinity within one half of his being, while the other half harnessed the mighty power of angels. Gradually, he began to blend these 2 formidable energies, emanating a searing golden radiance. As the purple aura reached its zenith, he waved his hand, cleaving a golden vortex in midair. What power is this? They wondered, astonished by the ability to create such a formidable space within the realm of ignorance. Could this be a passage of transcendence? The destination of this portal was unmistakably the grand palace of the omnipotent king, or perhaps Luofeng was prepared to venture into the lion's den. It seemed that the angels and the omnipotent king had come to fully comprehend Luofeng's intentions, while he merely smiled serenely, offering a reassuring expression to all present. "If that is the case, I am indeed capable of achieving this. I hope you all await my return with success." However, the high priest extended a hand. Hesitating to speak, "Luofeng, can you truly embark on this journey alone?" Luofeng smiled faintly in response. "Enough, esteemed director. There is no need for further discussion. Alice will handle everything here. I am confident that I will return successfully." The high priest sighed softly. "Is there anything else you wish to entrust to me?" I shall do my utmost to assist you. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. When I return triumphantly, I might just address you as father-in-law, who knows? Upon uttering these words, the angels present exhibited peculiar expressions, astonished that Luo Feng, of all people, would contemplate such matters at this juncture. Meanwhile, the great divine officer, caught in an awkward predicament, stood frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, "My dear son-in-law, how dare you harbor intentions towards my daughter? This is utterly outrageous." Observing the bewilderment etched on the faces around him, Luo Feng hesitated no longer. With a decisive step, he vanished into the golden teleportation array. At this moment, Luo Feng has completely surpassed the might of the great divine official, the Omni King, and all the celestial beings. After all, he has flawlessly merged the powers of destruction and divine angels, and is capable of obliterating the Omni King's erasure technique with a single strike. At this moment, the Omni King stood up and murmured, "Perhaps this lad truly excels in the art of destruction." Synopsis: Luo Feng, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, inadvertently traverses into the world of Dragon Ball, becoming an apprentice destroyer at the Academy of Destruction. He discovers that his innate martial arts techniques harmoniously align with the powers of destruction. Henceforth, Luo Feng's cultivation speed ascends to astonishing heights. Beerus, so this is how destruction can be wielded? Whis, heavens. The Omni King's erasure technique has been thwarted. Grand Priest, you wish to marry my daughter? Humph. Very well. I acquiesce.